On the first day of school, I humiliated the campus belle. She awakened in S-grade Poseidon's trident, causing celestial phenomena, while I awakened the 10 great ferocious beasts, drawing worship from countless creatures. This, however, sent the principal into a cold sweat, as only those with particularly dark hearts could awaken such a profession. Yet it happened to me, the top student in my grade. The campus belle, Lu Ruyan, stared at me in disbelief. She had just dumped me, only for me to awaken the 10 great ferocious beasts. It all happened because I activated the life choice system. The system had just given me 3 options. Option 1, kneel and beg Lu Ruyan not to break up, losing all dignity, with the system rewarding me with 10 slaps. Option 2, slap Lu Ruyan and declare that I was the one dumping her, defending my honor, with the system rewarding me the 10 great ferocious beasts martial soul. I hesitated for a moment, looking at the 3 options. Hesitating even a second would be disrespectful to the 10 great ferocious beasts. I walked straight up to Lu Ruyan and slapped her across the face. You wanna break up today? Fine. But know this, I'm the one dumping you. Lu Ruyan was stunned, unable to believe I had just hit her in front of everyone. Lu Ruyan's face turned livid. Su Cho, I'll fight you, she screamed. A brilliant blue light erupted from her body, and in the next moment, she gripped her newly awakened Poseidon's trident. Her attack was swift and sudden, but at that instant, an even more terrifying power burst from me. Just the shockwave alone sent Lu Ruyan flying. The silhouettes of 10 great ferocious beasts appeared above my head, each one capable of leveling entire regions. The most prominent among them were the gluttonous beast Tao Tai and the nether phoenix. The 10 beasts continuously manifested and vanished above me, causing the students who had already awakened their martial souls to tremble in fear, their own martial souls shaking violently within them. An electronic voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully awakening the 10 great ferocious beasts. Due to their overwhelming terror, the host will master the power of 1 beast with each level gained. Currently, you have acquired the skill of the Tao Tai beast martial soul, devourer of all things. The 10 beasts that had just appeared transformed into a golden light in the sky before slowly merging into my body. The teachers and students nearby would have doubted their own eyes if they hadn't witnessed it firsthand. The principal of number 3 high school on the platform was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Luo Qingxue walked up to me, her eyes burning with intensity as she said, "It seems that whether in the past or present, you remain my only worthy rival." I smiled faintly and replied, "Perhaps the future as well." The crowd marveled at the two of them. The most outstanding individuals of Qingyun High School had both awakened SSS grade martial souls, an utterly unbelievable feat. It turned out that Luo Qingxue had also awakened an SSS level martial soul. Previously, I had always outperformed her in every aspect, which made her view me as a rival and swear to surpass me. Now that both of us had awakened SSS level martial souls, many people felt that Lu Ruyan was simply unworthy of me. The combination of two powerhouses was simply too astonishing. As for Lu Ruyan, she looked at me with deep regret. If she hadn't broken up with me so quickly, she would still be by my side, basking in the glory. After school, Lu Ruyan approached me, begging for forgiveness and a fresh start. I couldn't help but laugh coldly and spat out a single word, "Leave." Lu Ruyan paled and said, "I know you're angry, but I hope you can forgive me." I felt nothing but disgust. "I told you to leave. Can you just get out of my sight already?" But Lu Ruyan persisted. "No matter what, I won't leave you again." I took a deep breath and then shouted loudly, "Everyone, come and see. Lu Ruyan is shamelessly begging to get back together." My shout instantly drew everyone's attention to us. Seeing that Lu Ruyan actually had the nerve to ask for reconciliation, I couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Lu Ruyan, noticing the students around her pulling out their phones, immediately covered her face and hurried away. I snorted coldly, "Want to get back together with me? No way. I wouldn't take you even if you were free." When I got home, my younger sister couldn't wait to ask me about my awakening. I casually replied, "Awakened an SSS level Tao Tai martial soul, with 9 more ferocious beasts still in dormant state within me." Su Xiaoshu suddenly screamed, "You actually awakened an SSS level martial soul? Brother, are you serious?" I chuckled. Not only did I awaken an SSS level martial soul, but I also broke up with Lu Ruyan. Su Xiaoshu looked puzzled. My brother used to be madly in love with her. How could he possibly break up with Lu Ruyan? I shook my head and briefly explained, "At first I failed to awaken, so we broke up. After the breakup, I awakened the SSS level Tao Tai martial soul." Su Xiaoshuang widened her eyes in disbelief after hearing this. There's actually such a dramatic and bizarre story? I thought these face-slapping plots only existed in novels. She said excitedly, "When I awaken another SSS level martial soul next year, our siblings will dominate the Qingyun glory ranking together and live a life of luxury." I rolled my eyes. "Do you think SSS level martial souls grow on trees?" Su Xiaoshuang pouted, "I often have this strange dream where I'm a peerless empress, renowned throughout the entire universe. I think I might be the reincarnation of an empress." A sly smile curled on my lips. "You've been reading too many novels, snap out of it." Little did I know. Everything my sister just said was true. She really was the reincarnation of a supreme empress, capable of deciding the life and death of billions with a single thought, or even dimming the sun and moon and shattering the stars. The next day, I arrived at the school's special class, which only had 2 students, me and Luo Qingxue, because we were the only ones who had awakened SSS-level martial souls. Then, our mentor Mu Qingkong entered the classroom. She would be our exclusive instructor this semester. Today, she planned to teach us the first lesson in martial arts, meditation and breath control. As she spoke, Mu Qingkong took out a piece of parchment from her bag, which depicted an ancient deity, a peerless female sword immortal standing alone under the moonlight, holding a long sword with an ethereal grace. My eyes gleamed. This was a martial meditation diagram, a treasure that helped martial artists meditate and perceive spiritual energy. Mu Qingkong gave us half an hour to memorize the diagram before we began meditating to sense the spiritual energy. Without another word, the 2 of them began to study the moonlit sword immortal painting. In just a short moment, Mu Qingkong's expression changed as she looked at me. She sensed the spiritual energy of the painting rapidly dissipating. At that moment, while I was meditating on the moonlit sword immortal painting, the thought of absorbing spiritual energy suddenly emerged in my mind. Then, a pair of crimson eyes opened within me, the greedy gaze of the gluttonous Tao Tai. It opened its maw wide and began devouring spiritual energy voraciously. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as I absorbed the spiritual energy, both Mu Qingkong and the principal of Third High sensed it and couldn't help but gasp in shock. A vortex of spiritual energy formed around me, so overpowering that even the spiritual energy near Luo Qingxue was forcibly sucked away. It wasn't just Luo Qingxue, every student in Qingyun Third High who was meditating and absorbing spiritual energy at that moment felt the energy that should have been theirs being drawn away, all converging toward a single direction. Everyone gasped in shock, who had absorbed all the spiritual energy in the entire school. The teachers, unable to continue their lessons, followed the flow of spiritual energy to the door of the special class. Even Luo Qingxue looked at me, still deep in meditation, with a complicated gaze. This guy's efficiency in devouring spiritual energy is so absurd that even I, another possessor of an SSS-ranked martial soul, can't compare. I don't know how much time passed, but when I felt I had absorbed enough, I opened my eyes. Good grief, there was a crowd of people, all staring at me with expressions ranging from shock to fervent admiration. My lips twitched. Can someone explain what's going on? The principal of Third High spoke up. Su Cho, you can't stay at the school anymore. I was dumbfounded. Principal, are you expelling me? The principal quickly shook his head. How could I bear to expel you? I'd rather treasure you like a priceless artifact. He then briefly explained what had just happened, and only then did I realize it was because my efficiency in devouring spiritual energy was so ridiculously high that I ended up stealing everyone else's, which was why I couldn't stay at school anymore. But if I don't stay at school, where else can I go to cultivate? At home. There are no teachers to guide me. The principal told me not to overthink it. He would make proper arrangements later. Mu Qingkong swiftly stepped in front of me. Su Cho, your speed of absorbing spiritual energy is outrageous. Tell me, how do you feel after devouring so much spiritual energy? I smiled faintly, sensing the power within my body. I feel full of energy right now. Without surprise, Mu Qingkong immediately had the principal bring over a martial power testing device. Su Cho stood up. There was a flash of light on the instrument, followed by various data about Su Cho's body on the display. This includes strength, bone density, muscle mass, and most importantly, true chi level, and the overall rating is a first-order martial artist. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. My God, Su Cho has become a martial artist? That was too fast. This is only the first day of cultivation, we're still sensing the aura of heaven and earth, and he's directly becoming a martial artist? What the hell? This is too much for God Su. The crowd's gazes at Su Cho were filled with jealousy and envy. Luo Qingxue was also a bit confused. It's the same SSS class martial soul, why do I feel that you're so much more rebellious than me? A trace of ecstasy also appeared in Mu Qingkong's eyes. The Tao Tai martial soul is truly extraordinary. This martial soul is too strong in terms of cultivation speed. Teacher Mu, is it really normal for Su to cultivate so quickly? This Tao Tai martial soul is too perverse? The principal of the third middle school also felt that this cultivation speed was too abnormal. Other people would have to spend months of work before they could become a first-ranked martial artist. Su Cho this practicing for an hour and it's done? It's completely out of character. I've read some records about the Tao Tai martial soul, and the most powerful effect of this martial soul is reflected in the speed of cultivation. Especially in the early stages, it is far more than a cultivator of the same rank. Even the possessors of the same SSS grade martial souls can't compare. Doesn't that make this the strongest SSS class martial soul? No, when a martial artist cultivates, apart from the speed aspect, all other aspects are also vital, such as martial skills. The Taotai martial soul doesn't have any special bonuses in terms of practicing martial arts, it's no different from an ordinary martial artist. Moreover, the further one advanced in martial arts, the more difficult it was to advance. Sometimes it's not the speed of devouring aura that counts, but also chance, enlightenment, and so on. Therefore, in history, even the possessors of the Taotai martial soul, there are no shortage of examples of people being surpassed later on. Mu Qingkong narrated. The crowd was relieved. Hearing it this way, although this Taotai martial soul was perverted, it wasn't so perverted as to cause despair, and Luo Qingxue, who was on the side, secretly sighed in relief. Also an SSS-ranked martial soul possessor, she had just been struck down. It was only after hearing Mu Qingkong's words that he felt slightly better. Only Su Qiu himself knows. The Taotai martial spirit is just a pre-perversion? Ha! No fear. You guys don't even know that this level of martial soul. He has 9 more. When the latter awaken one by one, that's what's exaggerated, that's what's desperate. Su Qiu became a first-rank martial artist on his first cultivation. And behind that, Mu Qingkong didn't dare to allow Su Qiu to continue practicing. After all, once he practiced, the others within this school wouldn't be able to practice. Su Qiu didn't want to continue practicing either. After all, there was a limit to how much aura a person could absorb at once. If you absorb too much, your body can't hold it and it will fall apart. He had already absorbed a large amount of aura today, and had already reached the limit of his body's ability to hold it, and he could only continue the next absorption after refining the aura. And it was believed that with the Taotai martial soul, he would soon be able to finish refining it. A first-order martial artist would have to absorb at least a full day without sleep or rest before coming into contact with the limit of the body's ability to hold spiritual qi. You're good, less than an hour and you're at the limit. Mu Qingkong couldn't help but once again sigh with emotion about the power of the Taotai martial soul. Su Qiu rubbed his nose and glanced at Luo Qingxue, who was meditating next to him, then asked Mu Qingkong, "Teacher, I can't cultivate right now either, so what do you think I should do next? I can't just let myself read a book, right? I can memorize all that stuff in the books." It wasn't for no reason that Su Qiu's original body could be called the third middle school god. The books are all turned over by him. Almost all of it is memorized inside the mind. Inward curling to the extreme. Mu Qingkong thought for a moment, in this case, let me teach you a martial art. Su Qiu's eyes lit up. For a martial artist, in addition to spiritual cultivation, martial skills were also crucial, and a martial artist who didn't know martial skills couldn't be considered a true martial artist at all. The martial soul I have awakened is the weapon martial soul fiery fist gloves. Mu Qingkong's mind moved, only to see a burst of blazing fire erupt steeply from her body, the flames condensed in her palms before transforming into a pair of steel gloves. This fist was glowing with red light, and ancient patterns were branded on it. There is a sense of vicissitude, of majesty. This is a fire-attributed martial soul. That's why most of the martial skills I cultivate are also fire-attributed, but your Taotai martial soul is attribute-less. So you can cultivate any martial skill, but don't think that's a good thing. Although being attribute-less allows you to cultivate any martial skill, but also due to being attribute-less, you won't get a bonus for cultivating any attribute martial skill, and your efficiency will be the same as an ordinary person, and you won't be able to make any progress too fast. Mu Qingkong said. Su Qiu nodded, I understand. Go outside. Mu Qingkong brought Su Qiu to the playground and said, this set of martial arts I'm going to teach you is a D-grade martial arts skill called the Fiery Flame Boom Fist. Watch this. Saying so, she demonstrated in front of Su Qiu. Both fists swinging. The fire burns. Finally, she chirped and punched out. Fire erupted from her fist and transformed into a large fireball. A crater several meters deep exploded in the playground with a loud bang. It's more terrifying than a grenade. Do you know how much force I used in that punch? I don't know. Mu Qingkong stretched out a finger. Su Qiu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. 1 point of force is so terrifying. If this were to come out with 10 points, it wouldn't blow up this entire playground. I could have blown up the school if I'd put in 100%. Mu Qingkong faintly said. Su Qiu was confused. He thought the other guy had a perfect score of 10. I didn't realize the other side was actually a percentage? Days. How high was Mu Qingkong's cultivation? As far as he knew, even a 6th-ranked martial artist was just like that, right? Is the other side 7th order seal? Hiss. Is this the gold standard of a gold medal teacher in the education department? The purity is not too high. Seeing Sucho's adoring gaze, Mu Chingkong's vanity was satisfied as he reached out to pat the other party's shoulder and smiled. Do well, one day, you'll reach my height as well. Chapter 9, The Pulling Together of Various Forces. Sucho began to cultivate the fiery flame boom fist taught by Mu Chingkong. Although this martial art was only a D-grade martial art, it was not something that could be mastered in an instant, and Sucho practiced for an afternoon only in a decent manner. You can only punch out a spark. It's hard to even light a cigarette. Not to mention punching out a big hole like Mu Chingkong did. But Mu Chingkong, who was watching from the side, was secretly stumped. I didn't expect this kid to be so enlightened above martial arts. It's only been an afternoon of learning. If this were to give him a fire attribute martial soul, I'm only afraid that he would be on the verge of stepping into the martial skill minor achievement realm by now. Martial skill leveling is the same as martial spirit grading. However, according to the proficiency of the martial arts, skills are further divided into 5 levels: skin, small completion, large completion, peak, and consummation. The higher the level, the more powerful the effect of the martial art was exerted. Sucho, if you want to be quick, rest for a while. Mu Chingkong stepped forward and said. Yes. Sucho nodded, took the towel handed over by Mu Chingkong and wiped his sweat, and asked curiously, Teacher Mu, how long did it take you to learn this martial art in the first place? 3 days. 3 days of minor success? No, 3 days peak. Sucho was a bit struck. After practicing for an afternoon himself, he hadn't even grasped the skin yet. On the contrary, Mu Chingkong, in 3 days, was at the peak realm. There's really no comparison between people. I'm an S-rank fire attribute martial soul, so the speed of learning fire attribute martial soul is naturally faster than you. You don't need to compare yourself to me, you're considered pretty good. I can see that within a month, you have the hope to reach my 3 days of results. Thank you, there is being comforted Dao. The corner of Sucho's mouth twitched slightly. Jingle bells. The bell rang. Sucho carried his school bag and said goodbye to Mu Chingkong, Luo Qingxue. Looking at his departing back, Mu Chingkong lamented, it's a good boy, in time, he'll definitely become a great man. How long do you think it will take for him to become a prince and marquis? Luo Qingxue asked. 3 years at the earliest, 10 years at the slowest. What about me? Luo Qingxue asked. How can you take 10 years? It's the same SSS class martial soul, am I that much worse than him? Luo Qingxue was a bit unconvinced. His Taodai martial soul is quite special, the early cultivation speed is extremely fast, it is normal to become a Wangho before you, of course, what I said is only based on the normal cultivation situation, but cultivation in addition to the qualifications, but also chance, resources, and even the support of the family lineage, Luo Qingxue. You are the daughter of the Luo family. If I'm not mistaken, your family should have already prepared all sorts of martial arts resources for you to use. With the support of your family, you might be able to advance to the rank of marquis faster than him. After all, as far as I know, he's just a little guy with no background. Mu Chingkong narrated. Speaking the brutal truth within the cultivation world. Sometimes. In addition to qualifications, family background is also crucial. Without these, even the best qualifications may be tied down. An SSS-ranked martial soul is enough to make him a target for recruitment by all parties, and there are forces willing to fund him as long as he is willing. Luo Qingxue said. It's just a pity that this kind of funding comes with conditions, depending on how he chooses. Mu Chingkong looked at Sucho's departing back and faintly said. Sucho, who had just left the school entrance, saw a stretch limousine parked in front of him, and a man in a suit stepped out of the car. He came to Sucho smilingly and took out a business card. Hello Su, I'm the chairman of the Sanshang Group. We'd like to talk to you about your future schooling. As long as you are willing, I, Samson Group, am willing to subsidize you to complete your education, and all the spending expenditures in the process will be sponsored by us. All you need to do is to join my Samson Group after completing your studies and work for us for at least 3 years. Sucho took the business card and quickly figured everything out. The fact that he was an SSS-ranked martial soul could not be hidden, and it was only normal for major power corporations to come and recruit him. And Sucho also knew that once he accepted the sponsorship of a certain power, it meant that he formed a binding relationship with it. It won't be so easy to leave in the future. With hardly any hesitation, he rejected the man in front of him. But before he could get out of the way, several more cars got in front of him. From the car stepped a man in a suit. There were dignified old men, stylish city ladies, and towering corporate bosses, all of whom walked up to Su Chiu and handed out their business cards. Student Su, we're from Jinyuan Enterprises. Student Su, we're from Heavenly God Genetic Engineering. As long as you join us, we'll take care of all your future gene potions. What gene potion? How can it be as good as our Laojun Pharmaceuticals pills? Student Su, we are willing to provide you with various pills for your future cultivation. My Tianlai Martial Hall can provide you with all kinds of martial arts secrets. One after another, famous companies have thrown out olive branches to Su Chiu. This scene filled the eyes of the other students with envy. The ranking of SSS class martial souls is just great. This random enterprise is a renowned existence in our Qingyun city, and they've actually all come to solicit Su Shun. The crowd marveled. Only a roar came from above the heads of the crowd. A helicopter flew over the crowd, and immediately afterward, a figure from above the helicopter jumped down steeply. The crowd couldn't help but gasp. It was 100 meters in the air. Only to see the figure land on the ground with a thud, smashing a crater in the ground, while he himself was standing firmly on the ground. It was a young man in his early 20s. With a flat head and a white shirt, he looked spry and competent. He walked towards Su Chiu and smiled. Student Su, let me introduce myself. I am from the Purple Sky Martial School. Here to invite you to join us. The crowd was shocked when the 4 words Purple Sky Martial Hall came out. Martial arts schools are one of the most common organizations in this martial arts society, and the top ones can even sway a city or even a country. And the Purple Sky Martial Arts School is such a martial arts school. They are the #1 ranked martial arts school in Qingyun City, with many experts, and the master of the martial arts school is one of the rare 7th Order sealed marquee powerhouses in Daxia. Known as the Marquis of the Purple Sky. It was an existence that could make the entire Qingyun City tremble with the stomp of a foot. Joining his martial arts school can only be described in 4 words. That is, flat out. Even the Marquis of the Purple Sky has sent someone to recruit Su Shin. This is no chance for the others. Who dares to compete with the Marquis of the Violet Sky for people? That's. If only I could join the Purple Sky Martial Arts School. It is said that to join the Purple Sky Martial Hall, the tests are extremely strict, and one of them is to become a 3rd-ranked martial artist before the age of 25. That alone is enough to brush off a large number of martial artists. Su Shin isn't a 3rd-ranked martial artist right now, is he? Aren't you talking nonsense? Su Shin has only just started practicing. How could he become a 3rd-ranked martial artist so quickly? But he's an SSS-ranked martial soul. Becoming a 3rd-ranked martial artist before the age of 25 is just like playing. Chapter 10. The Second Martial Soul, the White Tiger that Kills Heaven and Earth. Even the people from the Purple Sky Martial Arts School are here. A hint of surprise passed through Su Chiu's eyes. And the flat-headed youth looked at Su Chiu and continued, our martial arts hall master said that as long as you join our martial arts hall, he can accept you as his personal disciple. Hiss. When these words came out, the others even sucked in a breath of cold air. Being accepted as a personal disciple by a marquee seal powerhouse, this future in Qingyun City, Su Chiu wouldn't have any problems even if he walked sideways. Honestly. Su Chiu had a hint of a heartbeat. At this point, new options suddenly appeared in front of him. In the face of the Purple Sky Martial Hall's pull, you have the following options. First, agree to join the Purple Sky Martial School and be deeply bound to the Purple Sky Martial School from now on, with a reward of $1 million. Second, rejecting the Purple Sky Martial Hall and using your own strength to walk out on a path of martial arts that belongs to you is rewarded with the early awakening of one of the 10 ferocious beast martial souls. Seeing this choice, Su Chiu's eyes lit up. $1 million made his heart skip a beat, and joining the Purple Sky Martial Arts School also made his heart skip a beat. But the rewards for refusing, it's more than enough to get him going. Early awakening of a ferocious beast martial soul. One must know that everything he had now was brought to him by the Tao Tai martial spirit. If another martial soul is awakened that is not weaker than Tao Ya's martial soul. He couldn't even imagine how much of a bully he was. Su Chiu didn't hesitate and directly chose the second one, smiling apologetically at Brother Ping too. I'm sorry, I don't have any intention of joining the forces for the time being, I just want to finish my studies first, so I've made you guys come all the way here for nothing. Pinto froze. He hadn't expected at all that he would be rejected. One must know that he was representing the Zhixiao Martial Hall, representing the Zhixiao Marquis who was ranked as one of the pinnacle powerhouses of the Great Xiao Martial Dao to issue an invitation. How can you be rejected like that? This young man's not in over his head, is he? You really think you can do whatever you want just because you've awakened your SSS soul? Ignore everything? Without resources and without the guidance of a famous teacher, even the most powerful martial soul can't be fully utilized. Do you understand this? Student Su, think again. Sorry, I'm in a hurry to get back. Su Chou drilled out of the crowd and left on a bus not far away. At the entrance of the school, a large group of luxury cars, and the hovering helicopter overhead, in Su Chou's eyes, they were all inferior to the bus that was going home. Everyone looked at each other, a bit at a loss for words. No one expected such a result. Not far away, Mu Qingkong witnessed everything that happened and couldn't help but cover her stomach and laugh. Interesting, this little guy is just too interesting. How could that guy, Marquis of the Violet Sky, have never imagined that he would be rejected by a teenager? No, I have to go to the Purple Sky Martial School tomorrow and see how ugly that guy's face is. When the bus arrived at the stop, Su Chou got off and walked towards the neighborhood. And along the way, he was experiencing a brand new power that had suddenly sprung up inside him. That is, another martial spirit. He could keenly realize that it was a martial soul power no less than Taotia's. But exactly which martial soul is not yet known. I won't know for sure until I get home and summon it to see. Woof woof woof. Just as he arrived at the door of his house, the damn dog's barking came from upstairs. Su Chou was speechless for a while. This stinky dog really doesn't stop. He once went upstairs to get a theory. However, the reply received is that people's properties are not in charge, so why should you be in charge? It pissed him off to no end. When he returned home, Su Xiaoshang was lying on the bed playing games, rice was cooked in advance, and the dishes were waiting for him to come back to fry. Su Chou knocked on the door. Su Xiaoshuang, you wouldn't have been playing games all day. How can it be? I finished my homework. Su Xiaoshang said. Leaning on his crutches, he took out his workbook from inside the drawer for Su Chou to check. Su Chou took a look, and it was true. You've actually become so self-conscious? Su Chou was a bit surprised. That's for sure, my brother is a SSS class martial soul. Of course I have to work a little harder, or else I won't be able to keep up with your pace in the future? Su Chou sniffed and touched the other party's head. Not bad, very self-conscious. Then he went to frying. After cooking, the siblings ate at the table while chattering away. When it came to Su Chou's refusal to be recruited by the Purple Sky Martial Hall, Su Xiaoshang's expression was bland, not surprised at all. Su Chou was a bit surprised and asked, Little Frost, if I had agreed to the Purple Sky Martial School, our lives would have definitely been much better than they are now. You won't blame brother if I rejected them, right? Brother, what are you talking about? This is your decision, why should I blame you? Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Su Xiaoshang said, then grunted, besides, isn't it just a small Purple Sky Martial Hall? When this empress awakens her martial soul and cultivates for 2 or 3 years, she will be able to slap them out with a single slap, so what right do they have to accept my brother? Knock. Su Chou fiercely knocked Su Xiaoshang's head. What's the big talk here again? Returning this empress, read less cool texts. Don't, I'm proud to read cool writing. Su Xiaoshang tilted her little head up and said proudly. Su Chou was helpless. In fact, who is he to say anything about people when he himself often secretly reads cool articles? Then he thought of something and pulled out a bottle of potion. This is for you, drink it after you eat. What is it? Healing potion. Hiss. Brother, when did you have the money to buy this kind of stuff? That's out of your hands. Su Chou smiled slightly. He couldn't say that this was what he got from making choices today. Ding dong. There was a bell at the door. Who? I ordered takeout. Su Chou said. Went out and brought in a whole kilted chicken. Afraid that you won't get enough to eat, I ordered a kilted chicken. Su Chou said. Su Xiaoshang sucked in a breath of cold air. Actually, it's actually a kiln chicken. Brother, you didn't go and rob a bank, did you? Brother, let's go turn ourselves in. You have a SSS-ranked martial soul, they'll be lenient. What are you thinking? Su Chou slapped Su Xiaoshang on the head again. Brother, if you keep patting me on the head, I'm going to turn stupid. Su Xiaoshang said accusingly. Will you eat this kilted chicken? Eat. Su Xiaoshang couldn't beat Su Chou, so she could only turn her grief and anger into an appetite, wiping out most of the kilted chicken. Su Chou only ate a little bit and then went back to the house, reminding Su Xiaoshang again to remember to drink the healing potion before going back. Inside the house. Su Qiu sat cross-legged on his bed and couldn't wait to summon his brand new martial soul. Woof woof woof. The dog barked again from upstairs. Su Qiu was so angry that her teeth itched. One day I'll turn you into a dog meat casserole. Then, he stopped caring and summoned his second martial soul. Next, a white tiger with a snow-white body appeared in front of him. This white tiger had a graceful and luxurious body, all snow-white, with the word king on its forehead, and while it was gorgeous, it also exuded an unparalleled ferocious aura. It was as if it was a supreme ferocious beast that controlled the killing of heaven and earth. And information about this martial soul instantly flooded into Su Qiu's mind. White tiger. One of the 10 ferocious beasts, SSS class martial soul. Controlling the power of killing. It allows the possessor's martial arts to attach a killing attack, multiplying its power. It can even be summoned into battle, killing the world and having unrivaled battle power. Chapter 11, Su Qiu is practicing. White tiger. Master the power of extreme killing. I didn't expect it to be this martial soul. Like the Taotai martial soul, the white tiger martial soul had appeared in the history of Planet Blue, and its possessor had suppressed an era known as the White Tiger Supreme. To this day, it is still one of the most famous and strongest martial artists in the history of Blue Star. Taotai martial soul masters devouring aura to help me cultivate, white tiger martial soul masters killing, the two complement each other, just don't be fantastic. The corners of Su Qiu's mouth rose slightly. The more I looked at the white tiger martial spirit, the more I liked it. And he suddenly realized that the dog upstairs had stopped barking. It was thought that he had felt the white tiger martial soul's aura, and thinking of this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, causing the white tiger martial soul to release some more of its aura. At once, the killing aura surged out. This aura could not be felt by ordinary people, but some animals were able to detect it, and on this night, the people in the neighborhood noticed that the whole neighborhood was extraordinarily quiet. Dogs don't bark, cats don't jump. Even the mosquitoes have disappeared. At this moment, a startled cry came from outside the living room, from Su Xiaoshang. Su Qiu hurriedly went out to check, only to see Su Xiaoshang standing up from her wheelchair, throwing her crutches aside, her entire body bouncing in place with excitement. Su Qiu glanced at the empty pill bottle on the table, knowing that the other person had drunk the healing potion. But he also didn't expect the effects of this potion to actually be so great that Su Xiaoshang was directly able to bounce in place not long after she had just finished drinking it. He hurriedly walked up and held Su Xiaoshang down. "My little auntie, this has only just recovered, don't you dare bump me again." "Brother, I'm better, I'm completely better." Su Xiaoshang removed the bandages from her legs, revealing her intact, white and flawless feet, which were still stretched out in front of Su Qiu. Su Qiu directly slapped it away. "Stop it, since you're better, then go to school tomorrow. How long has it been since you've been to school?" Alas, why do I feel as if this foot of mine is still a bit numb, as if it's not yet healed through, I may have to rest for 2 more days. "Cut the crap and get your ass to school tomorrow." Su Qiu hummed lightly. The next day, Su Qiu got up and made breakfast, then took Su Xiaoshang out with her. And in the hallway, he saw that a family upstairs was walking down with a dog in their arms, and the family was holding the dog and crying. "My great white, how did you just go?" "Oh, how can I live without you?" Su Qiu glanced at the dog. "Nice guy, isn't that the dog that used to bark upstairs at them? Why is it gone?" "Wait a minute? Couldn't have been scared to death by the white tiger's aura yesterday?" The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Somewhat sheepishly glancing at the family, he took Su Xiaoshang and hurriedly left, saying that people are not connected with their sorrows and joys. Su Xiaoshang was gloating. "This stinky dog barks blindly all day long, and the dog owner doesn't care, it deserves it. Now that clears up my world." Although Su Xiaoshang didn't want to go to school, she had been staying at home since her foot was injured, and now that she had gone out for a breath of fresh air, the whole person looked quite chirpy, and when she saw a flower on the road, she had to stop and sniff it twice. "Ah! This is the breath of freedom," Su Xiaoshang lamented. Su Qiu pulled her onto the bus and personally drove her to her class. And on the way, saw 2 tall students in the corridor were surrounding a schoolgirl wearing glasses. The schoolgirl was cowering and looked scared. Su Xiaoshang saw this and directly rushed up. "You 2 guys are bullying Xiaoyu again, right? Don't you know that she's under my cover?" Su Xiaoshang exclaimed. Those 2 high school students also froze for a moment when they saw Su Xiaoshang appear, but one of them sneered. "Su Xiaoshang, don't mind your own business, we're just borrowing the homework from her to copy it, so get out of my way." "Can't you see she doesn't want to?" Su Xiaoshan was still blocking in front of that glasses girl. And a choice appeared before Su Qiu. In the face of immediate school bullying, you have the following options. 1. Out of sight. No reward. 2. Stick up for your sister. Rewarded with a martial technique epiphany card. Seeing this, Su Qiu of course chose the second one. He walked next to Su Xiaoshan, looked at the two tall boys in front of him, and said indifferently, "What do you want to do to my sister? Are you Su God?" Some boys recognized Su Qiu when their faces changed slightly. Su Qiu's fame at school now couldn't be too big. SSS class martial soul possessor. The name alone was enough to discourage countless people. Go go go. The two didn't linger long enough to leave in a hurry. Ding! Martial skill epiphany cards have been issued. Reward in hand. Su Qiu inwardly compared a yeah. He looked to Su Xiaoshan, study hard. I know, brother, go to class by yourself. Aha! Su Qiu left straight away. And the glasses girl next to Su Xiaoshuan looked at Su Qiu's departing back, her eyes bubbling with little stars. Xiaoshuan, your brother is so handsome. Hey, that's right, and don't look whose brother. Can you tweet him to me? No way. Why? Xiaoyu, didn't you hear what my brother said? Study hard and don't think about those messy things. Su Xiaoshang said righteously. The other side. Su Qiu came to the special class, and Luo Qingxue came early. She was meditating on her own. After noticing Su Qiu's arrival, he opened his eyes and looked at him, a hint of complexity showing in his eyes. Su Qiu, why did you reject the Purple Sky Martial School yesterday? Heh, if you want to reject it, just reject it, where's the why? Do you know that after you left yesterday, the people from the Purple Sky Martial School didn't leave, but instead collected a few disciples in the 3rd middle school before leaving? Oh, who's all taken in? Xiao Mei and Li Ziang. Xiaoming has an S-class martial soul and was accepted by the Purple Sky Martial Hall. There's no excuse for that, so Li Ziang, an A-class martial soul, is also willing to be accepted by the Purple Sky Martial Hall? The Li family has cooperation with the Purple Sky Martial Hall, so looking at the face of the Li family, it's normal to accept Li Ziang, and besides, an A-ranked martial soul isn't that bad. An A-class martial soul was already a top martial soul that ordinary people could only dream of. SSS-class martial souls like Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue. Put in the whole world is a rare existence. So it is. Su Qiu ignored Xiao Mei, Li Ziang's matter and began to continue his cultivation. Just sat down to meditate and practice. The aura of heaven and earth around him surged like a wild wave, converging towards him. The corner of Luo Qingxue's mouth twitched on the side. Here we go again. The students in the other classrooms had also noticed the flow of aura and naturally knew that this was Su Qiu practicing. Robbing the aura, they simply couldn't rob the other party and gave up cultivation. The principal of the 3rd grade looked in the direction of the special classes and shook his head helplessly before going to the broadcasting room to begin a school-wide announcement. Student Su Qiu is practicing cultivation. Please stop absorbing aura for the time being and wait for him to finish before continuing. Repeat, student Su Qiu is practicing, please. The crowd was speechless for a moment. You have to notify the whole school about sucking in an aura, so that other people can stop practicing for a while. It's no one else's either. Chapter 12, Fire Blast Fist Perfection, Practical Combat Lesson. Inside the sophomore class. Su Xiaoshang also heard the school's announcement, and his face showed smugness and pride as he said to the surrounding students, "Know who Su Qiu is? My brother." The others looked at her enviously. "Frosty, your brother is awesome. I envy you for having such a brother. Yuan is an SSS-ranked martial soul, this is really amazing." Many people looked at Su Xiaoshang and secretly decided in their hearts that they would have to strike a good relationship with the other party in the future. Even the teacher's gaze as she looked at Su Xiaoshang had softened a lot. Time passes. Su Qiu cultivated for more than an hour until the aura in his body felt saturated before he stopped. And the aura of the entire school thinned out quite a bit because of his devouring. A few teachers sensed it slightly and couldn't help but curse the monster in their hearts. "Are you done practicing?" Luo Qingxue said quietly from the side. Su Qiu touched his nose. "It's fine, you cultivate, right? Why hasn't Mr. Mu come today?" "I don't know." Luo Qingxue shook her head, then said, "But she said yesterday that she wanted to go to the Purple Sky Martial Hall to see how the Purple Sky Marquis looked after being rejected." "Ah. This. Su Qiu froze for a moment, not expecting Mu Qingkong to be so bold as to dare to look at the jokes of a seal marquee powerhouse. When Mu Qingkong didn't show up, Su Qiu went to the side to practice his martial arts on his own. He sensed the spiritual energy in his body. It was still at the lower first rank realm, but it was no wonder. It couldn't be possible to just cultivate for 2 days and have the realm dabble up. That would be too perverted. He went to the playground to practice his D-ranked martial art, Fiery Blast Fist. But there was no progress even after half an hour of cultivation. His talent in martial arts didn't seem to be very outstanding. But then he thought of the martial skill epiphany card he had just obtained. With a thought, he took out the epiphany card. It was a silver-white transparent card with nothing on it. System, how do I use this card? System, just crush it. Su Qiu directly crushed the card. In the next second, the card transformed into star points and injected into his body. He didn't feel much. You might have to practice martial arts to get the effect. He once again practiced the Fiery Blast Fist. This time, he clearly felt a difference, and the subtleties of the Fiery Blast Fist were quickly sensed by him. From the skinny, to the small, to the big, to the peak. The last breath arrives at the realm of perfection. It was only a short while ago that he had comprehended the Fiery Flame Boom Fist to perfection. He punched out, firelight condensed on his fist and blasted on the ground, bursting out a fiery flame, directly blasting a crater on the ground. Not far away, the principal of the 3rd middle school passed by and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. How could this guy's martial skill have this power? The power of Su Qiu's punch was already very close to a first-order upper grade. And the problem was, the other party had only just become a first-order lower-grade martial artist yesterday. It's martial skill perfection? But, where did he learn the martial arts from? The principal of the 3rd middle school was a bit puzzled. Unless they were disciples of some martial arts schools or the sons of lineage families, the martial arts skills of ordinary students were all issued by the school. Right now, everyone was still at the stage of meditating and refining aura, and there was still a long way to go before learning martial arts. Su Qiu, however, had already cultivated a martial art to perfection? That's a big difference. His martial arts, I taught him. At this moment, Mu Qingkong slowly walked up, looking at Su Qiu with a slightly complicated gaze. I just taught it yesterday. She was shocked. You just taught it yesterday, and today it's complete? To not be so counterintuitive? She walked over to Su Qiu and said, Su Qiu, try punching at me. That's not good, is it? Don't worry, with your current cultivation level, it's not enough to injure me. Come on, throw a punch over here with all your might. Then, Mr. Mu is offended. Su Qiu wasn't polite anymore, and he blasted towards Mu Qingkong with a full-force punch. Bang! The flames flared wildly as the punch struck his opponent's chest. However, he saw Mu Qingkong standing in place, not moving at all, and nodded slightly. Indeed, it is the power of a consummate martial skill. Besides, you little fellow, where do you strike? Her body shook slightly, and Su Qiu was jolted back 2 steps. Out of nowhere, he seemed to see a jiggle in the other man's chest, the cue bouncing in such a way as to amaze him beyond measure. Can't imagine if this. He quickly shook his head, shaking the charming thoughts out of his head. Although the Fiery Boom Fist is a D-grade martial art, but your kid practiced it to perfection in 1 day. Unbelievable. How did you do it? I just practiced and then all of a sudden I knew it. Su Qiu said that the matter of the system was his biggest secret and could not be exposed. And Mu Qingkong thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. I see, you should have had an epiphany. An epiphany? Oh yes, an epiphany. One does use the epiphany card. Nothing wrong with it. It is said that some people can have an epiphany when practicing martial arts, and their proficiency in martial arts will increase by leaps and bounds in a single day, only that this kind of opportunity is very rare, and even for me, I've only had an epiphany once. Mu Qingkong said, you were able to enter the state of epiphany the first time you practiced a martial art. There's no one else with this luck. Yeah. In addition, there is one more thing to inform you. Due to the special nature of your Taodai martial soul, the Education Bureau has specially prepared a martial Dao spiritual weapon for you. Mu Qingkong said and took out a necklace. The necklace was silver and white with a blue gemstone set in it. Su Qiu's eyes lit up. Martial spiritual weapons, as the name implied, were instruments that were specifically designed to serve martial arts. There are ones for attack, for defense, and for assistance. This necklace, it should be a martial arts spirit weapon of an auxiliary nature. The price of even the most ordinary martial spirit weapon was incomparably high, all starting at $10 million. The school board actually outfitted him with this? This is a martial arts spiritual weapon, the blue spirit necklace. There is a large amount of aura stored in it. You can directly absorb the aura within this blue spirit necklace for your future cultivation, and the aura within this necklace can replenish itself as it is consumed. This spirit weapon should be enough until you advance to the 3rd rank. Mu Qingkong handed the necklace to Su Qiu. The principal of the 3rd middle school on the side was a bit envious, even he hadn't been able to equip himself with such an auxiliary spirit weapon. The Education Bureau actually equipped a student with a spirit weapon? This is the first time I've seen it. It seems that the above is extremely concerned about SSS-ranked martial spirits. I won't let the school board down. Su Qiu took a deep breath and put the necklace on. Very well then, let's begin today's lesson. What are you learning today? Actual combat. Mu Qingkong said indifferently, finishing with a punch towards Su Qiu's head. Su Qiu couldn't dodge and took a direct hit, screaming miserably and feeling as if a bag had bulged on his brain. Practical combat is the most important course for a martial artist. It is only during actual combat that a martial artist is able to bring out what he or she has learned, and a martial artist who has not gone through actual combat, no matter how high his or her cultivation is, he or she is still just a waste. Mu Qingkong continued to fight towards Su Qiu as he spoke. Su Qiu ducked under a barrage of punches. Is that all you do, hide? Mr. Mu, you're bullying the young with the big. Nonsense, my cultivation has been suppressed to the 1st class level, we are now in the same realm. Then teacher, watch the move. Su Qiu used up his newly learned fiery fireboom fist to strike towards Mu Qingkong. But unfortunately, although his martial arts skills were complete, he was weak in actual combat experience, and within 2 strikes of resisting, he was suppressed by Mu Qingkong. Your punches are too slow. Who told you to throw a punch like that? The center door is wide open, looking for death. Lift your legs a little higher. Gee, didn't you have breakfast? Why are your fists limp? On the playground, Mu Qingkong was drilling Su Qiu. Su Qiu, who was in his first real battle, was beaten to the bone, and his opponent hit a little too hard. A student passed by and saw it and shuddered. Even God Su was beaten so badly. If we go on here, aren't we going to be beaten half to death? Chapter 13, Attack of the Beasts, Choice. Su Qiu was abused all morning. It has also psychologized many students about practical classes. However, they later realized that only Su Qiu's practical classes were so strict, and they hadn't reached that point yet. After all, a genius like Su Qiu naturally had to be held to a higher standard than others, or else the talent would be wasted for nothing. The day passed. Su Qiu only felt that his body was sore, and he even grimaced as he walked. Su Xiaoshan came to the playground after school. Seeing the abused Su Qiu couldn't help but feel heartbroken, and fiercely glared at Mu Qingkong. Teacher, you're also too hard on him. If there's a good or bad thing that happens to my brother, I won't be done with you. Mu Qingkong raised his eyebrows. How dare a little girl talk to her like that? Interesting. She walked over to Su Qiu and took out a bottle of potion. This is a healing potion that can help you recover quickly. Let's continue practicing tomorrow. The corners of her mouth rose, revealing a flirtatious smile. However, Su Qiu couldn't help but shiver. Nice guy. A big stick and a sweet date. Ding. You have the following choices in the face of a rigorous real-world class. 1. Refusal. I won't take this torturous practical class, whoever likes it. Reward, $100,000 plus a case of Fat House Happy Water. 2. Frank response. The sword sharpens from sharpening, the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Without experiencing the torment of actual combat, how can one become a generation of strong men? Reward, practical experience card. Experience card? Su Qiu certainly chose the second one. It's not easy to give up for the future, anyhow. See you tomorrow. Mu Qingkong smiled and patted Su Qiu on the shoulder. Back home. Su Qiu took that potion. Instantly, the body's exhaustion recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and those bruises disappeared. This healing potion was extremely effective, so I'm sure it wasn't of a low level. Plus get your hands on a martial arts spirit weapon today. The Board of Education has put a lot of work into him. Thinking about it, there are only a few SSS class martial souls in the entire Blue Star. Once they grow up, they will be the mainstay of Daxia. Can it not take effort? He took out his practical experience card and crushed it. All of a sudden, the course of today's actual combat replayed in his mind, and his actual combat experience was rapidly growing geometrically. In a short while, it was as if he had become a battle-hardened warrior. I see, if this punch comes out like this, Mr. Mu won't have any way to counterattack, at most he can only block. Well, Mr. Mu was right, that was a great kick lift. That's a good one. Su Cho replayed the course of today's actual combat in his mind, and after his experience in actual combat improved, he felt that his moves were indeed childish. Day 2. He continues to come to school. And Mu Qingkong had long been waiting for him, rubbing his fists. Ready for a beating? Su Cho smiled faintly. Teacher Mu, you have to be careful, today's me isn't yesterday's me, I've grown. Heh, how much can it grow? Mu Qingkong shook his head. It's only been a day and the other guy thinks he's good? Looks like I'll have to step up the abuse today. Let him know what he can do as a teacher. Whoosh! She rushed out and threw a punch. This punch was tricky and incomparable, but in the next second, it was blocked by Su Cho crossing his arms, and Mu Qingkong couldn't help but be dismayed. Blocked? Immediately afterward, Su Cho began to counterattack. The fists and feet swung out, fierce and powerful, a set of fiery boom fist, performed to the fullest extent. The actual combat experience was like a world of difference compared to yesterday. After a dozen moves, Mu Qingkong actually didn't gain the upper hand. How did this guy's practical combat experience improve so quickly? See a ghost? Mu Qingkong's heart was shocked. The other party practiced the fiery boom fist to perfection one day. Now it's another day, and the real-world experience has gone up several notches. This. Genius. No. It's demonic. An absolute demon. Mu Qingkong was shocked in his heart, and likewise was incomparably elated. It wouldn't be more than a few years before the great Xia would be able to produce one more King Sealer powerhouse. No. Or even a 9th Order Emperor. As for the 10th Order Supreme, it wasn't that Mu Qingkong hadn't thought about it, only that characters like that were extremely rare throughout history, and within a short period of time, she didn't think that the other party would be able to grow to that level, at least not basically within the next 20 years. Good, Su Cho, continue. Mu Qingkong complimented and continued to attack towards Su Cho. And at the entrance of the special class, Luo Qingxue looked at Su Cho, who was fighting back and forth with Mu Qingkong, and a hint of complexity passed through her eyes. There was awe, envy, and resignation to myself. I didn't expect him to progress so quickly. If I were to cultivate step by step, I'm only afraid that I would still be left behind by him just like before. Luo Qingxue murmured. She picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. Is there anything I can do for you, miss? A voice with respect came from the other end of the phone. I heard that Lao Jun Pharmaceuticals' newly developed Yuan creation pill is ready to hit the market. Go and order a batch for me, the more the better. Miss, that latest Yuan creation pill is at least $1 million apiece. Money is not a problem, my Luo family does not lack these few dollars. Yes. Luo Qingxue turned off her cell phone and looked at Su Cho on the playground, a hint of fighting spirit in her eyes. Su Cho, I won't always be a 10,000-year-old. I'll show you the power of money. Time passes. Su Cho fought with Mu Qingkong for another whole day. And for the next half a month, he went to the school during the day to practice with Mu Qingkong, and at night, he went home to cultivate with the blue spirit necklace. Progress is extremely fast. In half a month's time, he had reached the first order middle grade martial artist realm. This day, Su Cho took the bus home as usual. Suddenly the bus had a sharp brake, and everyone on board tilted toward the front due to inertia, and Su Cho subconsciously held Su Xiaoshang in his arms to protect her. Driver, how do you drive? What's wrong with you, master? The car fell on its face. But then they didn't have time to blame the driver, only to see a giant black rat covered in pitch black burrowing out of the ground not far away. The giant rat was several meters tall, with bloodshot eyes and a strong fury emanating from its body, directly toppling the bus onto the ground. It's a first-rank foreign beast blood demon rat. Come on, run. The passengers on the bus were horrified and tried to leave, but the crowd had to leave from the other side because the bus was hit and the doors were pinned down. And there were quite a few people on the bus, all crammed into one piece and panicking towards the door, which in turn shrunk the time it took for the crowd to leave. Su Cho punched the window, shattering it, and after picking Su Xiaoshang up, he let her go out first before following closely behind. The siblings jumped out of the car and ran towards the distance. Someone save my child. A woman's voice came from inside the bus, only to see her child pressed against the seat and unable to break free for a moment. Not only her, but some old and weak women and children were also trapped inside the car. And look again at the blood demon rat getting closer and closer to the bus. Su Qiu was in a tangle. Brother, what are you waiting for? Run. You've only just become a martial artist, how can you possibly beat a foreign beast? Don't try to be brave at this time. Su Xiaoshang said in a hurry. She was not a cold-blooded person, indifferent to the arrival of life in the bus. But compared to his brother who was dependent on him, she certainly didn't hesitate to choose her brother. Ding! Faced with a life about to be lost at the hands of the Fae, you have the following options. 1. Sit back and turn around and run. Rewarded with a bottle of healing potion. 2. Our generation of martial artists will help the strong and the weak, and since we have become martial artists, how can we cower? Step forward and draw away the beast. Rewarded with 10 bottles of healing potion. 3. A mere rat demon? How dare you act recklessly in front of me? Let him know how powerful he is, kill the blood demon rat. Rewarded with a bottle of high-grade gene potion. Chapter 14. This punch, isn't it cool? 3 choices, 3 rewards. The one with the greatest gain was naturally the last one, obtaining a copy of the advanced gene potion, something that was said to be worth at least $10 million. After taking it, it can improve your genes and enhance your cultivation. There is a cure for disease. No disease strengthens the body and prolongs life. Su Qiu swallowed his saliva, then looked at the blood demon mouse, and took a deep breath. Rewarded or not, it didn't matter. The point is that there's no way he can see death. If he didn't have that ability, he could have walked away. Only, he was now a martial artist and had the strength to do so. Naturally, you can't just sit back and watch. My generation of martial artists should take it as their duty to eradicate the beasts and safeguard the people. He took a determined step. Su Xiaoshan was instantly anxious at the sight. Brother. Frost, you leave first, brother will definitely come back. Su Qiu ran towards the blood demon rats. Looking at his back, Su Xiaoshang had tears in her eyes. Why are you guys always like this? Dad is like this, you're like this, why do you guys just don't think about me? In front of the bus, the blood demon rats gradually approached, with saliva flowing down from their bloody mouths, looking at the people inside the bus as if they were looking at a delicious meal. Done and done, dead. Inside the car, the cries of the crowd were endless. Everyone is almost desperate. And just as the blood demon rat rushed towards the bus, a figure blocked in front of him, sinking his waist and standing on his horse, his 5 fingers clenched into fists, burning with flames and blasting out. It is the fiery boom fist. Get the hell out of here. His fist burned with blazing fire as he blasted towards the blood demon mouse. Boom. The punch hit blood magic squarely in the chest, and the other party howled miserably as his body flew out backwards and rolled several times on the ground. Hope surfaced in the eyes of the people inside the bus as they saw this. It's a martial artist. A martial artist has come to our rescue. Their eyes lit up with joy. However, then it was only seen that the blown-away blood demon rat actually slowly climbed up from the ground and let out a gust of low growls towards Su Qiu. Su Qiu's gaze stared, worthy of being a fey beast. Even the most ordinary fey beasts are so thick-skinned. Fey beasts were categorized into 1 to 10 ranks just like martial artists. However, even the most ordinary first-rank foreign beasts had powerful flesh, strength, and speed far above that of an ordinary first-rank martial artist. Generally speaking, in the same realm, fey beasts had the upper hand. Only a second-ranked martial artist could single-handedly kill a first-ranked foreign beast without pressure. A first-ranked martial artist would definitely be at a disadvantage against a first-ranked foreign beast. And according to Su Qiu's knowledge, the blood demon mouse in front of him was a first-order mid-grade foreign beast, so if he wanted to kill him, he had to be at least a first-order upper grade. Kosh Chu just advanced to the middle of the first order. Although the Taotai martial soul was powerful, it was more in the aspect of aiding cultivation and did not have much of an advantage when it came to attacking. But I am not the only Taotai martial spirit. Su Qiu took a deep breath. He is not a reckless person. If there is no absolute certainty, he will not easily go out. In his hands, but there was still a bottom card. White Tiger Martial Spirit, it's up to you. Su Qiu's mind moved, communicating the power of the White Tiger Martial Soul within his body. At once, a terrifying killing aura erupted from his body. This breath filled his body, making him look like a humanoid beast at the moment, and the blood demon mouse sensed the threat, and for a moment did not dare to come forward. But if he didn't make a move, Su Qiu wouldn't be polite. Watch me destroy you. He charged up towards the blood demon rats, and the fiery boom fist was once again unleashed. Both fists were filled with overbearing flames. And the power of this attack was not the same as earlier. With the white tiger killing Chi, it was at least twice as powerful. Boom! This fist blasted out, the blood demon rat 2 claws blocked in front of, but was hard to be blasted off, the terrifying power more immediately after the blast on his chest. Bang! A huge bloody hole was blasted out of the blood demon rat's chest. A hint of delight passed through Suchio's eyes. So strong. However, in the next second, the blood demon rat's body exploded into blood mist. Broken limbs and pieces of internal organs were scattered all over the place. Blood fell on Suchio's body, staining his clean and tidy white school uniform into a bloodstain, and Suchio couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This punch didn't just pierce the blood demon rat's chest. Instead, they blew each other's entire bodies out of the water. The power of the white tiger martial soul is actually so terrifying. Suchio looked at his fist, shocked and excited. Their own now is still only a first-order middle grade, with the help of the white tiger martial spirit can burst out of such power, that level, and then up a leader. What's wrong with that? Strength. That's what it feels like to wield power. Brother. Su Xiaoshan's voice came from not far away. This girl was worried about Suchio and didn't go far. Seeing the scene of Suchio blasting the blood demon rats with a single punch, she couldn't help but be jaw-dropped. And Suchio, who was covered in blood and water, heard the voice and turned his head toward the other side and grinned. Little Frost, brother, this punch is handsome. A rush of footsteps came. Only to see a figure rushing to the scene with great speed. She was wearing a white shirt, with a slender figure, her wheat-colored skin bulging with muscles, a kind of bodybuilding feeling, and in her hand, she was carrying a big black stick that was taller than a person. Where are the Fae? The visitor said loudly, looking around the room. Then he saw Suchio, who was standing covered in blood and water, and went up to check. Young man, where are you injured? Eek, not right. She realized something and a hint of oddity appeared on her face. This isn't human blood, it's the blood of a foreign beast. You killed a foreign beast? Suchio nodded, right. Which hunting party are you? The hunting team, as the name suggests, is a team that specializes in hunting foreign beasts and maintaining law and order, and every city is equipped with them. According to Suchio's knowledge, there were 20 hunting teams scattered in various areas of Qingyan City, maintaining law and order everywhere. I'm not on the hunting team. Suchio shook her head. I'm a student of the 3rd middle school. Learning, student? The woman was a bit stunned and gave Suchio an odd look. Are all students so powerful nowadays? Able to slay foreign beasts alone? Big sister, since your hunting party is here, I'll leave first. After killing the blood demon rats, Suchio felt that there was no need for him to stay. Take Su Xiaoshang and leave. The main focus is a matter of getting over it and hiding it deep. The woman rubbed her head and looked at Suchio's back. What a strange little fellow, but it doesn't matter, we'll meet again. She looked at the stumps and broken arms of the blood demon rats on the ground and smiled playfully. If it's really this little guy who did it, that would be really interesting. Suchio brought Su Xiaoshang to leave. And a woman holding a child walked up and bowed towards Suchio. Thanks for saving us. Big brother, thank you, I want to be as good as you in the future. The boy said in a milky voice. Suchio wanted to reach out and touch the other party's head, but seeing that he was covered in bloodstains, he withdrew his hand and smiled. Study hard. Cheer up. Chapter 15 Su Xiaoshang and her Empress. After killing the foreign beasts, Suchio left with Su Xiaoshang, leaving a handsome backstory. It's quite a feeling that things are done and gone, and that you're in deep cover. Only on the way back, Su Xiaoshang stayed silent, looking as if she still had palpitations. Suchio went back and came out after taking a shower. Seeing the other party sitting on the sofa and secretly wiping tears, he immediately went up to comfort him. Frosty, what's wrong? Still scared? No, I was just thinking about Dad. Suchio was slightly stunned. Su's father had died several years ago, and the other party was a martial artist just like the current Suchio, who had later stepped forward to save others in the face of the Fey beasts, and ultimately died inadvertently at the hands of the Fey beasts. Suchio was silent for a moment, knowing that it was his behavior today that had made Su Xiaoshang touchy. Brother is just as stupid as Dad. Why do you care about others? What if something happens to you? Are you going to leave me alone? You haven't even thought about me. Su Xiaoshuan looked at Suchio with red eyes. Suchio touched the other party's head and said earnestly, how could I not have thought of you, little Frost? No matter if it's me or my father, we all put our families first. It's just that in a situation like today, I had to step in. Those people, like Frosty, also have older siblings and family. Behind them, too, is a family. What's that got to do with us? Little Frost, if everyone thought this way, humanity would have already perished. Sucho said solemnly, the reason why we are still able to live in Qingyan City unharmed is all because of our forefathers who fought their way out with their flesh and blood. We do not seek to be as impartial and heroic as our forefathers. But at least, for the disaster that happened in front of us, if we can solve it, then we should solve it. If everyone is not concerned, sooner or later, human beings will be completely wiped out by the beasts. Everyone is responsible for eradicating the beasts. This is something that concerns every martial artist, if not everyone. Su Xiaoshang paused, dumbfounded. She also knew she was selfish. But she just didn't want Su Qiu to take the risk. She was afraid that one day, Su Qiu would die in the hands of a foreign beast like his father. The other side, the only family she had left. Su Qiu stroked Su Xiaoshang's head and laughed, Xiaoshang, you're a good kid, you definitely understand what brother is saying, and I also know that you're worried about me. Brother promises you that he will never put himself in danger. No matter what you encounter, your own safety will be your first priority. Look at it like this blood demon rat today, it's completely no match for me, one punch and it's done, where's the danger? It's just that I know what I'm capable of before I step in. Hearing this, Su Xiaoshang then reacted and looked at Su Qiu, a hint of admiration showing in her eyes. Brother, you're really powerful today, it's only been a few days since you became a martial artist and you're already able to kill the blood demon rats in seconds. Is the SSS-ranked martial soul so powerful? That's... Su Qiu smiled smugly. It seemed the other man had been pretty much appeased. Next, he took out the gene potion. It was a bottle of light blue potion in a test tube, crystal clear, with a stardust-like substance inside. It looks rather mysterious. Advanced gene potion, this is the first time I've used it, I hope I won't be disappointed. Su Qiu thought secretly. Instead of using it alone, he poured out half of the potion to Su Xiaoshang. Although Su Xiaoshang had yet to awaken her martial soul and become a martial artist. But this advanced gene potion also had the effect of strengthening the body and prolonging life for ordinary people, so this kind of good thing should of course be given to the other party to try. Regarding the gene potion in her hand, Su Xiaoshang wasn't clear about it, and Su Qiu had only told her that it was a tonic that she had bought back. There are a number of similar oral solutions on the market. And she didn't suspect a thing. Drink it with Su Qiu. After the gene potion entered his body, Su Qiu immediately felt that the spiritual energy in his body began to slowly rise, more effective than if he had practiced for 10 days. It was a big step away from being a first-order upper-grade martial artist viciously. Frosty, do you feel anything? Su Qiu looked at Su Xiaoshang and asked. The other man scanned his mouth twice, tastes pretty good, any more? Aside from the flavor then, does it feel like your body has become a bit stronger? The corner of Su Qiu's mouth twitched. It's a high-grade gene potion. At least $10 million a bottle. It's not a drink. This doesn't feel like much, eh? Su Xiaoshang shook her head and said. Su Qiu froze at his words, what was going on? Why doesn't the other side have any effect at all? Does it only work on martial artists? Su Qiu was a bit puzzled, but Su Xiaoshang didn't feel any discomfort, so he just assumed that the gene potion would be subconsciously changing the other party's genes. It will not work immediately. After all, the other party was not a martial artist. Unlike him, he was not able to keenly sense the changes in the spiritual energy within his body. Evening. The siblings ordered a takeout. For Su Qiu, who was now carrying tens of thousands of dollars, things like ordering takeout were nothing anymore, convenient and labor-saving. After all, he had just experienced a foreign beast attack, so Su Qiu didn't have the heart to cook. Finish eating. The two siblings went to their respective houses. Su Qiu continued to meditate and cultivate, and although Taotia's speed of devouring aura was terrifying, he had already learned to gradually control it. It won't create too much commotion and attract the attention of others. As for Su Xiaoshang, she got sleepy after eating her fill and went back to sleep. In the middle of the night, Su Xiaoshang dreamed again. Just like before, she was still the Empress in the dream, who was still the Empress of the universe, but this time, the Empress had encountered a fatal crisis. She's under siege. Surrounded by several other terrifying existences that were at the same emperor level as themselves, they fought this battle to the death. Even the stars shattered an unknown number of times. The Empress is dying from unprecedented trauma. At the last moment of her life, the Empress chose to blow herself up. The terrifying energy was as if a star had exploded, lighting up the cold and silent universe, and those few people who had surrounded the Empress were heavily injured one by one in front of this power, some even falling on the spot. And right in the midst of the raging energy, the self-destructing Empress used her last strength to perform some sort of secret method to strike a wisp of her residual soul somewhere in the universe. The Empress's residual soul, under the shroud of the secret light, was like a stream of light, and it did not know how many galaxies it had crossed, and finally landed on above the blue-white star. Exactly, blue star. Su Xiaoshang was awakened by the amazing battle, got up and touched the sweat on his forehead, murmuring, "So that's how it was. My past life turned out to be a siege to the point of death. When I return to the top, I will definitely get my revenge back. When I have retrained for 18 years, I dare to call the Emperor to the Yellow Springs. Just you wait." Just as Su Xiaoshang envisioned the future and burned with fighting spirit, an indifferent voice came from beside her. "The person you're dreaming about is me, not your past life. Besides, not to mention 18 years, even if it's 1800 years you won't be able to cultivate to the Emperor realm. No, you probably won't even be able to walk out of the blue star." Su Xiaoshang turned around and sucked in a breath of cold air. Only the Empress of her dreams. Surprisingly, it actually appeared right next to her bed. What the hell? Wasn't that my past life? My past life is alive? How did you get out of my dream? Su Xiaoshang's tiny head was full of question marks. Chapter 16, Empress Zhongxiao, Fighting for Aura. Moonlight fell through the window on the stunning woman by the window, her green silk like a waterfall, skin like condensed fat, features exquisite as if the world's top masters carved into a pair of phoenix eyes, with a hint of arrogance. The moonlight fell on her, making her look more and more noble and cold. Su Xiaoshang swore that the other party was definitely the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Those what stars on TV, compared to the other side is worse than 100,000 miles more than, even she herself, there is a kind of self-shame feeling. No. I'm only a few years old myself, and I haven't quite grown out of it yet. When he was a few years older, he would certainly be no worse than the other. Confident as Su Xiaoshang quickly find confidence. And the woman looked at Su Xiaoshang and said indifferently, "I'm the one in your dream, you can call me Empress Zhongxiao." Empress Zhongxiao? Why are you here? Just as you dreamt, I was besieged, and after I blew myself up, I used a secret method to preserve this remnant soul, and landed on this blue star, and bonded with you who was just born. The reason why you dreamt of my life during this time is because I was awakening, and the genetic potion you drank at night became the last bit of energy for my awakening, and this is the reason why I was able to appear in front of you. Xiongxiao said faintly. Hearing this, Su Xiaoshang sucked in a breath of cold air. You're not going to take me over, are you? She had read a lot of novels. Some of the villains in it have a means of taking over. Is he going to be reduced to that? The thought of the other party taking over herself and hogging everything about her, especially hogging her brother's love for her, made her angry and resentful. Xiongxiao rolled her eyes. You read less novels, I won't take over you, but you and I, indeed, are already one. How? I am now becoming your martial spirit. Su Xiaoshang froze for a moment. She has heard of weapon martial souls, beast martial souls, and plant martial souls. But it's the first time I've heard of a human martial soul. Moreover, the other party was once a female emperor who dominated countless galaxies. Although human martial souls are rare, they are not absent in the vast universe. You don't have to be rare. Xiongxiao faintly said. Well, since you have become my martial soul, what are you able to bring to me? Su Xiaoshang asked. She was a rather realistic person, and since she had an empress martial spirit, the other party was the equivalent of her own plug-in. Of course it's going to be put to good use. Xiongxiao looked at Su Xiaoshang and smiled faintly. Although you're a middle-aged and unself-aware person who is overly ambitious, your acceptance ability is okay. Well, sure enough, all those novels don't count as reading for nothing. Since I've become your martial spirit, I'll naturally help you ascend to the peak of the martial arts. After all, the martial spirit and the master are one. I can only grow if you grow. Originally, without me, it was basically impossible for you to become an emperor with your qualifications, but now that you have my help, there is a glimmer of a chance. At least getting out of Blue Star in the future is not in the cards. Su Xiaoshang sniffed and asked curiously. What kind of cultivation is needed to walk out of the Blue Star? According to your Blue Star's hierarchical division, at least the 9th Order Emperor realm is required. And only a 10th Order Supreme Being is qualified to explore the galactic galaxy, and an 11th Order Half-Saint is barely considered a party of experts, but to truly gain a foothold in the galactic galaxy and dominate it, you need at least a 12th Order Saint realm. Xiong Xiao narrated. Su Xiaoshang's head was so big from listening to what she had learned in school, that a 10th order supreme being was the strongest existence in the history of Blue Star. I didn't realize there was actually an 11th order, a 12th order. And it looks like there are higher realms. There must have been at least one more emperor rank. After all, Xiong Xiao was in existence of the emperor rank. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoshang had some small excitement. Great, with you, plus my brother's SSS grade martial soul. I will see who dares to bully our siblings in the future, Blue Star. From now on it will be our siblings who say what they want. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoshang braced herself and let out a villainous, treacherous laugh. Your brother. Talent is still okay. If there is a chance, it is still possible to get out of the Blue Star, but the Milky Way galaxy is vast and boundless, and the heavenly pride is like rain. Your brother is still a lot worse than them. Don't you dare underestimate my brother is the strongest. Su Xiaoshang glared at Xiong Xiao and said. I'm just being honest. Whatever, even if it's the truth I don't like to hear it. You. Forget it. Xiong Xiao shook her head helplessly, who let herself be one with this brother control now, and didn't bother to argue with the other party. I'll pass on a meditation chart to you now. You'll use it to meditate from now on. I guarantee that within 3 months, you'll completely surpass your brother. Xiong Xiao said. She's going to prove it in action. She, the Empress of Xiong Xiao, spoke the truth and never made false statements. Then she pointed a finger on Su Xiaoshang's head, and immediately, Su Xiaoshang only felt an arcane meditation diagram emerge within her mind. This meditation map was a magnificent vision of a starry river. Take one look and feel your mind get sucked in. This meditation chart is a supreme meditation chart. According to the Blue Star rank, it is a 10th order meditation chart. Even if it is for a 10th order supreme to use, it will be enough, and it is also the highest ranked meditation chart that you can use right now. In Blue Star, it was probably impossible to find a meditation chart that was more advanced than it. If you use it to meditate, and then use my power to absorb and refine the aura, even the possessor of an SSS-ranked martial soul will not be able to match your cultivation efficiency. Xiong Xiao faintly said. So awesome? I'll try. Su Xiaoshang sat down on her knees and began to meditate. He felt the aura of heaven and earth converge towards him. The other side. Su Qiu was in the middle of cultivating when he suddenly felt that the aura of heaven and earth had moved, actually converging in another direction. He was slightly taken aback. Someone is practicing nearby and stealing aura from himself? Ding! You are the owner of the Taotai martial spirit, how can you let someone else steal your aura? In the face of this provocative behavior, you have the following choices. 1. Turn a blind eye and allow the aura to be robbed. Rewarded with a bottle of gene potion that is of little use, at most used to cure a cold. 2. Grab with her. But don't grab more than one, give the other person some face. Reward 2 bottles of high-grade gene potion. 3. Grabbing aura from me? Still young, explode with all your might and show your opponent who is the king of devouring auras. Reward, 11th order meditation chart. Su Qiu froze for a moment as he looked at the options, especially the one at the end. 11th order meditation chart? As far as he knew, Blue Star's meditation charts were divided into 1 to 10 orders. There are only a handful of meditation charts of the 10th order among them. Like the Sword Immortal under the Moon meditation diagram that he was currently practicing was a 7th order meditation diagram, and as far as that was concerned, it was already the highest ranking meditation diagram in Qingyin City. What is the existence of the 11th order meditation chart? Su Qiu didn't even dare to think about it. Definitely just better than the Sword Immortal under the Moon meditation chart, pick 3. Su Qiu didn't have any hesitation. The Taotai martial spirit exploded with full force. In an instant, the aura of the entire neighborhood and even a few nearby streets converged madly towards him, even forming a vortex. Inside another room, Empress Xiong Xiao sensed Su Qiu, who was frantically absorbing aura, and a hint of a strange color appeared in her eyes. With such a horrifying aura-devouring efficiency, it's worthy of being a Taotai. But it's a pity that even the strongest Taotai hasn't grown up yet. I, on the other hand, am an empress who has traveled across countless galaxies. The martial arts experience I possess is not something you can compare to. Aura, bring it to me. She also began to fight for the aura with all her might. Chapter 17, Immortal resting on the Sun and Moon diagram, First Order upper grade martial artist. Xiong Xiao was running her own power, and Su Xiaoshan was also meditating with all her might. she didn't realize that she was robbing aura from Su Qiu. The two siblings begin to compete. The terrifying efficiency of aura absorption made their building a place where auras converged, and the auras of several nearby streets were sucked up by them. And with such a commotion, they also attracted the attention of some nearby martial artists. Who's absorbing the aura? I'd been robbed of my aura. Who's so perverted? The martial artists in the several streets nearby were unable to practice properly. And Su Qiu, who was meditating, also sensed that there was a person next to him who was grabbing aura from himself, and that was Su Xiaoshang's room. He couldn't help but freeze. What's going on? How come Frosty is absorbing aura now? And it's so scary. It wasn't even worse than his own Tao Tai martial spirit. No matter what, grabbing aura from your brother, you have enough guts yet, let you know how powerful your brother is. Su Qiu smiled slightly. A whole new picture of meditation steeped in his mind. In the picture, there was a white-robed immortal sitting cross-legged in the starry sky, holding the blazing sun in one hand and the bright moon in the other, with great divine might. That's a system reward. The immortal torrent sun and moon chart. It was an 11th order meditation chart. Su Qiu observed the meditator's diagrams, branding them one by one in his mind, and since this was a system reward, it was directly branded in his mind. So he was quick to observe and got right on with it. Under the immortal torrent sun and moon diagram's blessing, Su Qiu's efficiency in absorbing aura steeply skyrocketed, and this time, it wasn't just a few streets nearby. No martial artist in the neighborhood for more than a dozen blocks would be able to steal aura from him. Inside a martial arts center, a martial arts hall master was cultivating when he suddenly realized that the aura around him had been devoured by other people, and his entire body couldn't help but be confused. He desperately tried to fight for aura, but it was useless. Can't argue with that at all. So scary. Who is absorbing the aura? To be able to cause such a great commotion, could this be a 7th stage Seal Marquee realm powerhouse? This martial arts hall master swallowed his saliva. He was a 6th ranked martial artist. Can't even fight for a trace of aura. It was estimated that only the 7th order sealed Marquee, or even the 8th order sealed King realm could do it. Is there such a strong man in one's neighborhood? The martial arts hall master was a bit puzzled. This night, the Su family siblings teamed up to devour the aura, shaking the area for miles. And the room. Empress Qiongxiao opened her eyes and looked to the side of the room, a hint of incredulity in her beautiful eyes. My aura, it's being gradually sucked away? Yourself, you actually can't compete with a tiny first-ranked martial artist? Even if it's the Tao Tai martial soul, it's still a bit too perverted. Could it be that there's still a meditation diagram of the 10th rank or higher on him? Impossible, it's impossible for Blue Star to have such a treasure. She looked at Su Qiu's room with a strange color on her face, and at this moment, she felt a layer of mystery shrouding this little man. And Su Xiaoshang, who couldn't absorb the aura, gradually opened her eyes and said with some confusion, "What's going on? How come the aura can't be absorbed?" "It's all been sucked up by your brother," Xiongxiao said faintly. Su Xiaoshang was first stunned, then her chin lifted slightly. "I told you my brother is powerful, right? You can't suck him up either." The corner of Xiongxiao's mouth twitched. For a moment there was actually no way to refute it. She secretly vowed to let Su Xiaoshang know. He himself is much more powerful than her brother. Otherwise there was really no way to convince this little girl in the future. Empress Qiongxiao then thought of something and shook her head with a bitter smile. "I didn't think that I, the hallowed Xiongxiao, would actually be reduced to the point where I'm sulking with a girl, a tiny first-ranked martial artist." Thinking of this, she was somewhat disinterested as her body transformed into a single point of light and flew back into Su Xiaoshang's body. And Su Qiu had absorbed the aura almost as much as he had absorbed it. The body had been filled with aura and could no longer eat. He stretched and touched the blue spirit necklace around his neck. This martial spiritual artifact was emitting a faint spiritual light and was automatically absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. Just now, Su Qiu was not only absorbing the surrounding auras. Even more so, it sucked up most of the aura within this necklace as well. If this was known to Mu Qingkong, the other party would probably be stunned and confused. One must know that this blue spirit necklace's one-time performance storage of aura was enough for a first-ranked martial artist to continuously absorb for a month. Actually let Su Qiu sucked most of it at once. This absorption efficiency, it's exaggerated. And Su Qiu also sensed that his own cultivation had steadily stepped into the upper first rank after absorbing a large amount of spiritual qi. It was only one step away from the second order. The power of the 11th order meditation diagram was staggering. With the Taotai martial soul, it was even more exaggerated. Su Qiu was satisfied with the increase in his cultivation, but he was more concerned about what had happened to Su Xiaoshang. How was she suddenly able to absorb aura? He immediately went to the other's room. Su Xiaoshang was not at all surprised by his arrival. Su Qiu looked at her solemnly. Su Xiaoshuang, what happened to you just now? Have you awakened your martial soul? Generally only awakened martial souls could be practiced. And before the awakening ceremony, there were some geniuses who awakened on their own. Could it be that Su Xiaoshang was such a genius? Brother, do you remember the dream I told you about? Su Xiaoshang said. Remember, why? So that wasn't a dream, it was real. Su Xiaoshang didn't hide the matter of Empress Zhengxiao and narrated the story. Su Qiu couldn't help but freeze at his words. Empress Zhengxiao? A humanoid martial spirit? What's all this nonsense? You tell her to come out and see me. Su Qiu said. Zhengxiao, come out and meet my brother. No, see, I'm tired and need to rest. Empress Zhengxiao's voice rang out in Su Xiaoshuang's mind. Hey, don't be melodramatic, come on out. But no matter how much she called out, Empress Zhengxiao just didn't respond. Su Xiaoshang scratched his head. Brother, she seems to have been struck by you. How did I strike her? Nonsense, a grand empress can't beat a first-ranked martial artist. I wouldn't have the face to meet anyone if I did. Su Xiaoshang bristled. Within the martial soul space, Empress Zhengxiao gritted her teeth. So angry. Is there such a thing as talking about one's martial spirit? Damn it, how did I get into such a brotherly control? Empress Zhengxiao thought in exasperation. And Su Qiu looked at Su Xiaoshang and pondered for a while. He knew that the other party definitely wouldn't lie to him, and said, pay attention to yourself. If there's anything different about her, feel free to tell me. Brother will help you beat her up. Beat me? Empress Zhengxiao became even more furious. Storming inside the martial soul space, if it weren't for the fact that I just awakened, and Su Xiaoshang is still a brother controller, I'd like to see who beats up who. Damn it! A first-ranked martial artist wants to beat me up too? Am I shameless as an empress? Ignoring the exasperated Empress Zhengxiao within the martial soul space, Su Xiaoshang patted her chest and said, don't worry, brother, I can feel that she and I are indeed one, and she shouldn't harm me. And with her in, I'm sure it won't be long before I catch up with you. When the time comes, I'll be the one to protect my brother. Su Xiaoshang said seriously. Although she had often fought with Su Qiu over the years, she knew that she had been able to grow up safely thanks to the other party taking care of her like a father and mother. In her heart, she always wanted to grow. Trying to protect his brother properly in turn. And now, Empress Zhengxiao was her chance. Chapter 18, Luo Qingshue's Challenge, Rub My Shoulder First. Hearing Su Xiaoshang's words, Su Qiu touched the other party's small head with some relief. Not bad, brother, I'll wait for you to grow up. Don't worry, when I become an empress across the universe in the future, I'll give you this blue star. Su Xiaoshang said proudly. Well. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. When you become an empress, he probably won't be any worse off. Why do you still need to deliver blue star? Of course, he didn't knock the other guy's confidence. Su Qiu yawned and went back to bed. And after he left, Empress Zhengxiao reappeared and looked at Su Xiaoshang appreciatively. Very well, it's a good thing that you have ambition. Only, if you want to protect your brother, you must at least be stronger than him, right? Otherwise, what are you going to protect him with? From now on, as long as you listen well to my words and cultivate, I guarantee that you will surpass your brother. By that time, I'll see if that little man dares to say something about beating me up. The careful Empress Zhengxiao secretly thought. Su Xiaoshang didn't know that Zhengxiao had gotten into a fight with her brother. She only knew that she had to grow up enough to protect her brother. Master Empress, please train me well. Su Xiaoshang's fighting spirit was high. The next day, Su Qiu came to the school and to his class. It was discovered that Luo Qingxue was sitting cross-legged, looking as if she had just finished practicing. Su Qiu, you're here, spar with me. When Luo Qingxue saw Su Qiu coming, she directly opened her mouth. Looking for me to spar early in the morning, don't, find someone else. Su Qiu refused. No one else is my match. That's true. In the entire third middle school, there were just Su Qiu, Luo Qingxue 2 SSS rank. The other students simply couldn't beat them, and it was no fun to cut them. Compared to their teachers, they are way off. Then I don't. Su Qiu stretched his back and just wanted to refuse again. Suddenly the system options appeared in front of him again. In the face of Luo Qingshue's request for a cut, you have the following choices. 1. Rejected. Reward, 1 bottle of advanced gene potion. 2. Promise her to defeat her and let her know who is the real king of the third form. Reward, 2 bottles of advanced gene potion. 3. Promise her, but let her pound her shoulders before defeating her. Reward, 1 fruit of charm. Fruit of the charm? What's that? Is it used to enhance glamour? Seems kinda interesting. Originally still want to refuse, Su Qiu slightly smiled. Toward Luo Qingxue said, with you to cut the sparring is not impossible, but my shoulder yesterday when I slept was pressed to the time, will fight only afraid to use bad. If only someone could give me a squeeze. Wanna be Luo student, you don't want to win, do you? Hearing the name of 10,000-year-old Dick, the corners of Luo Qingshue's mouth twitched and her pink fists clenched. Su Qiu, don't bully people too much. I'm not forcing you, if you don't want to, forget it. Su Qiu shrugged, wanna be second is pretty good, it's okay for a person to be second once in a while, if they're second every time, that's pretty impressive. Luo Qingxue was irritated. She rubbed her fists and walked over to Su Qiu. What do you want? Give me a seat, yes. Luo Qingxue said word for word, placing her hand on Su Qiu's shoulder. It actually did pinch him. Su Qiu felt that soft, boneless little hand pinching and squeezing on his shoulder, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a look of enjoyment. A little more up there. A little more intensity. Oh yeah, cozy. Cool. Looking at Su Qiu, who had a face of enjoyment, Luo Qingxue was ashamed and annoyed. It was the first time I had ever given a shoulder squeeze myself. To think that she was the eldest miss of the Luo family, when had she ever done such a thing? However, when she thought that she would be able to defeat Su Qiu later and get rid of the title of 10,000-year-old, a hint of anticipation flowed in her eyes. Su Qiu, let's let you have a good time first. I'll show you later. Okay. After pinching for about 10 minutes, Luo Qingxue said. Su Qiu hadn't enjoyed it enough, squeeze a little longer. Luo Qingxue was furious and pinched the soft flesh on his shoulder with her hand. He sucked in a mouthful of cold air in pain. There were clattering footsteps at the door. Mu Qingkong walked in, looking at Luo Qingxue who was pinching Su Qiu's shoulder. The corner of his mouth revealed a playful smile. Yo, the little two started flirting early in the morning. TSK, this is Youth Youth my ass, Mr. Mu, she backstabbed me. Cut the crap, compare or not. Then. I'll let you know that as long as I'm still in the 3rd middle school, you'll only ever be 1,000,000 years old. Su Qiu said proudly. If you've made it this far, how can you not compare? You guys want to cut? Right. Then go to the playground, it's been teaching you guys for most of the month, it's just time to see the gap in your strength. Mu Qingkong laughed. Lead the two to the playground. And the news that the 2 major SSS-ranked martial artists in the 3 centers were going to compete went viral. Students who were still in class poked out the window to watch. The teachers are still trying to maintain order. But then, they came out of the classroom to gather around as well. They are also curious to know that these 2 SSS class martial soul owners. Who is more powerful? Which one of you, the god of Luo or the god of Su, is more awesome? There's no need to say, it must be God Su, it's not like you guys didn't see it when he was practicing, the entire school's aura was sucked out. Yeah, where can anyone else compete with him? No, I think Luoshan has a better chance of winning. Don't forget that Sushin's martial soul is a martial artist that assists in cultivation, while Luoshan's martial soul is a strong attack-oriented martial soul that favors the attack type. It would definitely have the advantage in a real fight. But it should be Sushin's cultivation level that is higher now, right? Hey, you guys don't know about this, I heard that not long ago, the Luo family purchased a batch of Lao Jun Pharmaceuticals' latest Yuan creation pill. That one cost $1 million. Think about it guys, who gave those pills to use? Hiss. I almost forgot, Luoshan has banknote abilities in addition to having an SSS-ranked martial soul. The cultivation isn't necessarily worse than Su Shun. Not bad, so all things considered, Luoshan has a better chance of winning. The crowd was talking. And Su Xiaoshang heard the words of the surrounding students and was a bit offended. You think her brother will lose? She instantly yelled out, go for it, brother. Su Qiu heard the sound, looked up at Su Xiaoshang upstairs, and compared an okay gesture with a confident look. And Luo Qingxue was no longer polite. One step forward, spiritual power erupted, cold air poured out, the ground was frozen a layer of frost. Mu Qingkong, who was not far away, saw this, and a trace of color appeared in her eyes. This kind of breath. First order upper grade. The progress is so great. She had thought that Luo Qingxue, Su Qiu, and the two of them would be able to advance to the middle grade of the first rank within a month even if it was not bad, and had not wasted the potential of the SSS-ranked martial soul. But he didn't expect Luo Qingxue to actually advance to the first rank upper grade in less than a month. Progress beyond her wildest dreams. TSK, the Luo family has really put their blood on the other side. Mu Qingkong sked. Looking at Su Qiu again, he only felt that his opponent's chances of winning were slim. But the other man, though surprised, remained subdued. Could it be that the other side had an undercurrent that she didn't know about? Chapter 19 Fire Fist defeats Divine Phoenix, heartwarming Luo Qingxue. Luo Qingxue looked at Su Qiu proudly. Su Qiu, I'll admit, your talent is strong, and your grades in school used to be consistently above mine. But that's all in the past. From now on, I'm the #1 person in the 3rd grade. Have a good look at my true power. She quickly rushed towards Su Qiu after she finished speaking. A palm struck out, carrying cold and chile ice crystals. These cold chi hovered in her palm, vaguely forming a spiral. Seeing this, Mu Qingkong recognized the martial skill that the other party had performed and said, "This is a grade A ice attribute martial skill, cold ice spiral palm. First ranked upper grade, plus A ranked martial arts." No matter how one looked at it, Su Qiu had no chance of winning. After Su Qiu dodged his opponent's palm, he was also a bit surprised at Luo Qingxue's progress. No wonder she challenged me today, so she's gotten stronger. There's also this cultivation, this martial art. TSK, the ability to pay money is good. He naturally guessed that for the other party to progress so quickly, the Luo family hadn't spent a lot of money on the other party, and at least this A-ranked martial arts skill wasn't something that an ordinary person could learn. In some of the top martial arts schools, even only the most core true disciples had the opportunity to learn martial arts skills of this level. As for students, don't even think about it. It would be nice to have a school-issued D-ranked martial art to learn. TSK, Su Qiu is bound to lose. A grade martial arts, first rank upper grade cultivation. I don't even know how Luoshan is going to lose. But then again, Su Qiu only lost at home. Yes, if Su Qiu also had the support of a behemoth like the Luo family, his cultivation would definitely be much stronger than it is now. There should at least be an A-ranked martial art. Facing Luo Qingxue's attack, Su Qiu dodged left and right, and at the same time, his fists were clenched, and the flaming boom fist erupted with it. A fist struck out and blasted against Luo Qingxue's palm. Flames and ice burst out. Luo Qingxue laughed. "Your fiery boom fist is only a D-grade martial skill, how can it be compared to my cold ice spiral palm?" Su Qiu sniffed and smiled faintly. "Is that so?" After saying that, power erupted from his body. First order upper cultivation, cast. Immediately after that, the fiery boom fists were executed one after another. Each punch was mixed with overbearing flames, no better than Luo Qingxue's cold ice. What, he's actually reached the first rank upper cultivation level as well. Why is his fiery boom fist able to fight against a ranked martial arts? The crowd wondered. And with a slight smile, Mu Qingkong explained, "It's proficiency. Martial skills have levels, but proficiency is also crucial." Luo Qingxue's cold ice spiral palm was indeed powerful, and a ranked martial skill that very few people in Qingyan City could learn, and in a short period of time, for her to have mastered it, one could only say that she was super talented. However, her martial skill proficiency was only a mastery of the skin. But Su Qiu's fiery fire boom fist has been perfected. The crowd sniffed and then realized. Then look at the battle between the two geniuses on the playground. Flames and cold ice collided together one after another, making the playground seem to form a strange scene of ice and fire. This scene was a sight to behold. So strong, we're not even on the same level as them. We're still meditating and absorbing aura, striving to advance to the first rank, while they're already upper first rank martial artists. TSK, genius, what a genius. Some are envious, some are jealous. And Luo Qingxue on the playground was also surprised when she looked at Su Qiu, who was not losing ground. He's actually able to fight against the current me? You know, she had used the power of her family lineage to cultivate to this point. But what about Su Qiu? There's no background. With sheer talent it reached the same heights as her. Demon. The other side is the real demon. Bang, bang, bang. Several times the fists and palms hit each other. Luo Qingxue felt that she had a tendency to be suppressed and could not help but be surprised. I am going to lose? Mu Qingkong, who was not far away, saw the clues and smiled faintly. It's practical combat experience. Su Qiu's actual combat experience was above Luo Qingxue. Cultivation, martial arts power are similar to each other, it depends on the gap of practical combat experience. Obviously, Su Qiu's practical combat experience is stronger. So, Su Qiu is going to win? The principal of the third grade school laughed. But Mu Qingkong shook his head. No, his chances of winning are still slim. Upstairs. Su Xiaoshan looked at Su Qiu, who had suppressed Luo Qingxue, and waved his fists excitedly. My brother just collects bulls, come on old brother. He has very little chance of winning. At this moment, Empress Qiangzhao's voice rang in her mind. Su Xiaoshan froze for a moment. Why? For martial artists, martial skills, cultivation, practical combat experience, these are certainly important, but the most important thing is the martial soul. My brother is also an SSS class martial soul. Not bad, it's true that your brother is also an SSS class martial soul, but his martial soul is biased towards the auxiliary type, and in terms of actual combat, it's not very useful, whereas the little girl's martial soul is an ice attribute, strong attack type martial soul. Once she uses her martial soul, your brother is going to lose. Empress Qiongxiao said indifferently. Su Xiaoshan was still a bit unconvinced. My brother must have a way. But reason told her. The Empress is right. But she didn't care about that, her mouth must support her oldest brother. Bang! Su Qiu punched out. Luo Qingxue's center door was wide open, she was hit in the chest and fell back several steps, while Su Qiu rubbed his fist. Good elasticity. Luo Qingxue was infuriated and her face turned red. Rascal. Only to see her let out a low gulp, her body's cold aura erupted, and a blue light flew out from within her, transforming into a gorgeous phoenix in the air. It is Luo Qingxue's martial soul. SSS grade cold ice divine phoenix. Go! Luo Qingxue let out a cold cry, and the cold ice divine phoenix flew into the air above Su Qiu, opening its mouth and spitting out a cold ice spit, which Su Qiu dodged in a hurry. And the ground he was originally standing on had been instantly frozen. He sucked in a mouthful of cold air. If this is hit, won't it turn into an ice sculpture? Luo Qingxue, this is murder. Don't worry, even if I freeze you into an ice sculpture, my Luo family will still be able to bring you back. What, do you need me to be merciful? Luo Qingxue smiled. Su Qiu grinned, that's not necessary. After saying that, he rushed towards his opponent. Luo Qingxue manipulated the cold ice divine phoenix and continuously launched attacks on Su Qiu, while at the same time, she herself rushed up to execute the cold ice spiral palm. It's 2 for 1. Su Xiaoshan was furious. That's not fair. How is it unfair? The martial soul and the martial artist are originally one. Empress Qiongxiao skimmed her lips. Watching the deflated Su Qiu was a pleasant mood. Ha! Let the kid talk about beating himself up. But suddenly, she sensed something, and a trace of consternation appeared in her eyes. This kind of breath, could it be that this kid? Only to see Su Qiu, who was originally in a disadvantageous position, rushing to Luo Qingxue, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist and punched out, berserk flames erupting from his fist. It actually formed a huge fire fist. Luo Qingxue's face changed as she summoned the cold ice divine phoenix in front of her to fend it off. However, as powerful as the SSS-ranked martial spirit, it was also blown away. Luo Qingxue looked at the approaching fire fist and felt as if she was being stared at by a flaming ferocious beast as her body froze in place. But in the next second, the fire fist dispersed with a bang. Su Qiu's fist stopped in front of Luo Qingxue's forehead before just stretching out a finger to flick it on her polished forehead. Admit defeat? Su Qiu grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. At this moment, Luo Qingxue's heart was suddenly moved. She blushed and withdrew the ice-cold divine phoenix. I lost. Chapter 20 Teenage Hero Su Qiu, Olay's recruitment. Luo Qingxue conceded defeat, and Su Qiu then smiled faintly. The opponent's strength was indeed excessive, and if he didn't have 2 martial souls in his body, he wouldn't necessarily be able to deal with it. That's right. At the last moment, he utilized the power of the White Tiger martial soul. White Tiger killing aura plus fiery boom fist. It was only with this punch that Luo Qingxue was completely defeated. Small sample. 2 SSS class martial souls, and I'm still afraid I can't deal with one of you? Su Qiu secretly laughed in his heart. And the Empress Zhong Xiao inside Su Xiaoshuang witnessed the battle and said to Su Xiaoshuang, "Your brother isn't simple. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as the Taotai martial soul." Hey, that's my brother," Su Xiaoshang said proudly. "Humph, dead brother control." Empress Zhong Xiao lightly grunted and no longer cared. And Mu Qingkong on the playground also saw some clues. There seems to be other secrets hidden in this little guy. She didn't break the ice, though. After all, it was normal for a demon of this level to have one or two secrets. "I'll go." "Really one?" God Su is mighty. Tisk, as expected of God Su, that last punch was awesome. The crowd scared and murmured. Looking at Su Chou, there was worship in his eyes. After returning to her class, Luo Qingxue didn't dwell on her defeat, but continued her cultivation, wanting to surpass Su Qiu as soon as possible. "I'm not going to be a million years old all the time." Luo Qingxue took a deep breath and said to Su Qiu. "A fighting look." Su Qiu yawned, "Then work hard." To be honest, Luo Qingxue's talent was definitely at the top of the heap. After all, SSS class martial souls hadn't appeared a few times in the entire history of the Grand Xia. Even if the other party cultivated step by step, he would still be a mainstay of the Great Summer in the future. It was a pity that the opponent she chose was Su Qiu. An open man. 10 at least SSS grade martial souls in one. It's the only one in all of history. "Student Su Qiu, please come to the principal's office." The radio sounded. Su Qiu was a bit surprised. What did the principal want with him? Curious, he traveled to the office and knocked on the door to enter. Inside the quaint office, in addition to the principal, there was a posh woman in a white shirt with her legs crossed sitting on the couch. The woman had a ponytail up, was tall, her body was very muscular, and the waistline under her shirt was hidden and valiant. And this person, Su Qiu had seen. It was the members of the hunting team he had met yesterday after killing the blood demon rats. "Haha, little student, we meet again." Seeing Su Qiu, the woman stood up and went forward to pat his shoulder. Su Qiu looked at the principal with some confusion. The principal smiled faintly. "Su Qiu, let me introduce you, this is the captain of the 16th District's Storm Bull hunting team, Olay. Did you kill a blood demon rat yesterday?" "Right. Well, that's right, Captain Ol is here to give you your reward." "There are still rewards." Su Qiu's eyes lit up. Olay took out a banner, which was written with 8 big words of bravery and juvenile heroes. "Come on, take this banner." "That's it?" Su Qiu froze for a moment. "Where's the money? What's the point of this banner?" "It's a meal." "Ha, of course there's more than that, there's $100,000 in cash." Su Qiu's eyes lit up. "That's right." He instantly smiled. "Thank you, Captain O. Little man, would you be interested in coming to work for my hunting team?" Ol suddenly threw out the olive branch. The principal of the 3rd middle school on the side frowned. "Captain O, Su Qiu is still studying now, would it be too early to let him go to the hunting team?" The hunting team was responsible for hunting foreign beasts, a dangerous profession. A genius like Su Qiu was still in his infancy, and if anything happened to him in the hunting team, it would be a loss for the entire Grand Xia. "Of course I know, but with all due respect, I've seen the video of Su Qiu slaying the blood demon rats. Letting him cultivate at school in a routine manner is simply a waste of his talent. The strongest martial artists can only be born on the most brutal battlefields. School is a greenhouse that doesn't produce any strong people," Ol said nonchalantly. After hearing this, the principal of the 3rd middle school twitched the corners of his mouth. "Olay, don't forget that you also went out from the 3rd middle school. Is there a way for you to denigrate your own alma mater like this?" To be honest, I just think that with Su Qiu's talent, he shouldn't continue wasting his time at school." Olay laughed, then patted Su Qiu on the shoulder. 3 days later, our Storm Bull hunting team will have an interview. You can come and join us if you're interested." Su Qiu sniffed and solemnly asked, "How are the benefits?" $80,000 per month. Packed food and housing, double days off, and red packets on holidays, at least 3 chances to go out for a trip every year, and most crucially, there are several big sisters within my Tyrannosaurus Rex hunting team. Ol took out her cell phone and opened the photo album. "Show the members to Su Qiu." One of the women wearing priestly clothes with a holy glow on her face and a full of opie couldn't help but make Su Qiu's eyes light up. "Off, you've come here to recruit people, have you?" The principal of the 3rd form was so angry that he gritted his teeth and immediately kicked people out. Still, Ol doesn't die. At this moment, Mu Qingkong walked into the office, and upon seeing Olay, he summoned the fiery fist gloves without saying a word and directly punched out. Bang! Ol was caught off guard by a punch and flew out the office window. Sucho swallowed. This is the 6th floor. You didn't fall to your death, did you? Running to the window, she saw Ole rubbing her shoulder, standing steadily on the playground, looking at Mu Ching-kong with a grin. Oh heck, Mu Ching-kong, so you're in the 3rd middle school, don't come back. Ole. Did you ask me if you wanted to steal my student? Hey, Sucho is your student, then I'm really going to take him. Your half barrel of water teaching him would be a waste of his talent? Who's talking about half a bucket of water? Blue veins rippled on Mu Ching-kong's forehead, then he leapt down from the 6th floor, his fist raised, and slammed down hard towards Ole. Boom! Only to see Ole summon a wolfsbane and smash it. The two great martial souls collided head-on. In a roar, flames swept across the entire playground, nearly cracking it open. Principal, do they know each other? Well, the two of them were in the same semester and graduated from Budokai University in 1st and 2nd place, and I heard that they were always in a competitive relationship when they were in school. The principal said, holding his forehead. Watching the two women fight more and more intensely. Gradually there was a tendency to spread from the playground to other places. He could no longer sit still, and hurriedly came down to stop. My mama, stop it all, you guys are going to tear down my 3rd middle school. Only then did the two women close their hands, and Ole smiled towards Sucho. Sucho, think about it, your true stage belongs to the battlefield. She put away her wolfsbane and turned to leave, leaving the crowd with a valiant back. Sucho was thoughtful. Ding! In the face of Ole's solicitation, you have the following options. 1. Reject the other party, slowly learn and grow in school, meticulously developing is the way to go. Reward, 2 bottles of advanced gene potion. 2. Going forward for an interview, but not passing, is playing. Reward, 10 bottles of advanced gene potion. 3. Go forward to the interview and pass, join the hunting team and show yourself on the battlefield. Grow up fast. Reward, grade a martial skill Thunder King Gun. Chapter 21, The Effect of the Fruit of Charm. You guys don't have to come to class. Grade a martial skill Thunder King Gun? Sucho's eyes lit up. He had already seen the power of a class martial arts from Luo Qingshua's hands. The point is that the other side has only scratched the surface. But this A-grade martial skill that had mastered the skin could fight against his own D-grade martial skill that was at the consummate level, so it was evident that A-grade martial skills were powerful. If he could also master an A-grade martial skill, his strength would definitely increase a lot, but martial skills of this level were very rare. In Qingyan City, an A-grade martial art must be at least 100 million. Only a family like Luo Qingshua's could get it. After all, the Luo family was the #1 family in Qingyan City. Sucho didn't make his own choice immediately. Returning to his class, he pondered while Mu Ching-kong on the side could see his entanglement and said, "Were you talked into going to the hunting team by that guy Ole?" "There's thinking about it, can you give me some advice, teacher?" Mu Ching-kong took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Although that guy Ole is rude and violent, his strength is indeed unmatched. You can indeed learn a lot if you go to her. And with your current strength, you already have 80% certainty that you can pass the WU examination, and it is true that you can't learn anything by continuing to stay in the 3rd middle school. Going to the hunting team is indeed a good choice, and Ole knows that you are an SSS-ranked martial soul, so I'm sure she will also take more care of you. Unexpected. Mu Ching-kong actually didn't oppose Sucho going to the hunting team. When Sucho heard her words, he already had a decision in his heart as well. I'm going to the hunting party. Well, I'm not surprised that you've made this decision, but in a little while it'll be the martial arts novice competition, and this time it's a little different from before. It's not held by the individual high schools themselves. Rather, 13 high schools in Qingyun City jointly organized, all awakened martial soul of the senior students, the same stage competition, the first place in the big competition, you can get a set of advanced gene potion. Mu Ching-kong said slowly. A set of advanced gene potions? A set is 12 bottles. Sucho could not help but be surprised. A bottle of advanced gene potion, hundreds of millions, knowing that a group shall not be 100 million. The prizes for this new martial arts competition were actually generous to this extent? With your strength nowadays, you're very hopeful of winning the championship, so remember to come back for the finals when the time comes. Mu Ching-kong said. Final? Yes, your strength can eliminate the need to go fight other ordinary students. I can apply to the top and bail you out to enter the top 8 directly. Sucho scared, there was still this kind of operation? But that's fine. It would save him a lot of work. Evening. Back home. After finishing dinner, Su Qiu let Su Xiaoshang go wash the dishes and returned to his room, and with a thought, he took out the rewards he chose to obtain today. A charm fruit. The fruit was red, the size of a baby's fist, like a small tomato. He put it right in his mouth and chewed it twice. Sweet and sour. It also tastes similar to tomatoes. Then, he looked at himself in the mirror, and I don't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that he looked, well, a little more handsome. But other than that, nothing much has changed. This thing, it doesn't look like it's going to help much? Su Qiu scratched his head. Practiced for a while, then just got down and went to sleep. The next day, he yawned and got up to brush his teeth and wash his face to make breakfast. Su Xiaoshang also got up, and looking at Su Qiu, who was cooking breakfast within the kitchen, she suddenly froze and rubbed her eyes. She looked at Su Qiu. The other party was wearing an apron and was frying eggs. The sunlight shone on him as if it had put a filter on him. It made his whole look soft and handsome. There's something charming about it. Brother, what skincare products have you had recently? It feels like your skin has gotten better and you've become more handsome. Su Xiaoshang asked, touching her chin. Su Qiu rolled her eyes. I never use those things. The siblings used to save money to make ends meet. How can you have any spare money to buy those things? TCH, can cultivation even make one handsome? Su Xiaoshang stroked her chin, then said with some distress, I was already naturally beautiful, this began to cultivate shall not be even more fascinating. Alas, this later if too many people chasing me, how should I do it? Empress Qiongshao rolled her eyes in martial soul space. Then she looked at Su Qiu, and a hint of a different color appeared in her eyes as well. This kid, he does look quite handsome. And there's something uniquely charming about it. Is this the family cook? After breakfast, Su Xiaoshang went to take the bus. Su Qiu on the bus, the car. A lot of women are all bright, sitting up. A girl also boldly patted their side of the empty seat. Handsome, I have an empty seat, sit down. Su Qiu walked over and told Su Xiaoshang to sit down. He was just about to sit down himself when he saw an old man with gray hair get on the bus and offer to get up and give up his seat. The girl who had been sitting with Su Qiu was a bit disappointed. Come on, little handsome, take the damsel's seat. An older woman stood up and offered Su Qiu a seat. Su Qiu was shocked. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing. No auntie, I'll just stand. Young man, don't be polite, look at your age, you should be a student. Students are the future flowers of the motherland. Come on, sit down. Su Qiu was practically pressed into her seat. Then the older woman nagged him the whole way, laughing every now and then. The other girls grit their teeth a bit at the sight. This big mom is trying to eat an old cow. Lean. So angry. I also want to talk to handsome guys too. After arriving at school, Su Qiu sent Su Xiaoshang to her class first on the way as usual, and along the way, many schoolgirls looked at him with stars in their eyes. It's God Su. He's so handsome. Why do I feel that God Su is even more handsome than before? It can't be me. I'm so envious of Su Xiaoshang. Living with such a handsome man, pleasing the eyes every day, you'll live for at least 10 more years. Return to your own class for the lesson. And I don't know if I'm overthinking it, but Su Qiu always felt that Luo Qingxue was a bit absent-minded in class, always sneaking glances at herself. You looking at me again? Su Qiu violently turned to look over. Locking eyes with Luo Qingxue, the other party blushed and turned her head. Why do you keep peeking at me? Nonsense. Where did I peek at you? You've peeked at me a dozen times. How do you know I'm peeking at you if you're not peeking at me? You. The corners of Su Qiu's mouth twitched a bit. There was actually no way to refute this? Mu Qingkong, who was attending class, had veins popping on his forehead and the chalk in his hand was directly pinched into pieces. I let you guys attend class, I didn't let you flirt. Who flirted with him? Luo Qingxue grunted lightly and skimmed her head. Mu Qingkong rubbed his head. This class can't go on, you two don't have to come from tomorrow onwards, study at home by yourselves. Ah. Teacher, we were wrong. Su Qiu froze for a moment and hastily admitted his mistake. But Mu Qingkong shook his head and said, this is not your problem. Nor is it right. Honestly, you guys have progressed beyond my expectations. What other seniors take a year to learn, you have already mastered completely in less than a month. There is nothing more I can teach you, cultivation enhancement, practical combat experience, and martial arts. These are to be figured out by yourselves. Chapter 22 The Test of the Stormy Bulls. After listening to Mu Qingkong's words, Su Qiu pondered. Indeed. A martial artist's true cultivation is dependent on himself. After all, every person's martial arts path is different. Only by taking the initiative to figure it out yourself can you get out of your own way. What you learn in school is just the basics. At least in high school. As for Sucho wasn't sure. But it should be a big difference. I understand, Mr. Mu, thank you for taking care of me all this time. Sucho got up and bowed towards Mu Qingkong. Luo Qingxue made the same bow. Mu Qingkong smiled faintly, then his expression was solemn. You two have good talent, but remember that martial soul talent doesn't mean everything. In Daxia, although S-class and SS class martial souls are rare, they are not unheard of, and your martial soul talents may be stronger than theirs. But the battle does not only rely on the martial soul, martial arts, practical experience, cultivation, attributes, spiritual weapons, terrain, timing, strategy, heart. There are so many factors that go into deciding a fight. Since ancient times, there have been countless examples of weak martial souls defeating strong ones, so you must not be complacent. And as far as I know, you guys aren't the only ones with SSS-ranked martial souls in Daxia, let alone in the whole of Blue Star. There are too many geniuses that are latent. When Sucho and the two of them heard this, they nodded solemnly. We understand. Okay, as your last lesson, I'm going to have a real fight with you, both of you, against me. Mu Qingkong smiled faintly and led the two out of the class. Coming out onto the playground, she hooked a finger at the two men. The two of them didn't say anything and charged straight up. The battle was fought. Only, the gap between the two of them and Mu Qingkong was simply too great, and the other party had beaten the snot out of them without even summoning a martial spirit. In no time at all the two men were lying on the floor. Looking at Mu Qingkong again, he was unharmed and didn't even take a breath. Looking at the two Sucho lying on the ground, Mu Qingkong laughed. Cool, who told you two to keep flirting in front of me? Sucho said feebly, I didn't. Me too. Luo Qingxue also retorted. Just keep your mouths shut, you two, forget it, you two youngsters, I don't care to say anything more, goodbye. Mu Qingkong smiled, then turned around and left in style. Leaving only a powerful backdrop for the two. I don't know if I'll ever see my teacher again. As long as we keep on advancing bravely in the martial arts, one day we will stand at the same height as our teacher, and naturally we can see her again. Sucho said firmly. And he felt that those days could not be far away. After Mu Qingkong left, Sucho didn't go back to school. As the other side says. He couldn't learn anything more in the 3rd grade. After agreeing with Luo Qingxue to meet again at the martial arts competition, Sucho left the house 2 days later on a weekend morning after making breakfast for Su Xiaoshang. Xingyun City. A building is packed with people. These people are here to audition for the Stampede Hunting Group. Sucho came here just the same. He submitted his application early, received his interview number plate, and found a corner to sit down. He glanced at the crowd. That's a lot of people. Most of them were older martial artists, with the majority of young adults, followed by the middle-aged, and even a few gray-haired old men. As for teenagers like him, with a quick glance, he was actually the only one. In fact, at an age like his, he mostly stayed within the school to study, and certainly wouldn't think of joining a hunting group to fight against alien beasts. Look guys, that kid is holding a number plate in his hand. He's actually here for the Storm Bull hunting troop interview as well? TCH, has this kid grown his hair yet? You won't pee your pants when you see the Fae. Yeah, can't figure out what the youngsters are thinking nowadays, not studying properly to come here to make a fuss? The crowd looked at Sucho and exchanged words. Sucho remained standing by the corner, ignoring it. Gradually, the crowd stopped bothering with him. 66th. Sucho glanced at his number plate. To himself. He got up and walked into the room where the interview was taking place. The others whispered at the sight. He's in. How long do you guys think it'll take for him to get kicked out? 5 minutes tops. I'll lose if I can go more than 3 minutes. Inside the room. The one in charge of the interview was a clean-cut man wearing glasses. He raised his eyes to look at Sucho and froze for a moment. So young? Sucho smiled slightly. Show your martial soul first. Good. Sucho summoned out the Tao Tai martial spirit. And the moment the martial soul appeared, an instrument in the room that was specifically designed to detect martial souls began to emit a sharp alarm. The youth stood up in a mischievous manner and looked at Sucho in shock. SSS grade martial soul? Right. You passed. The youth swallowed and said directly. So fast, you don't have to ask anything else? No, you passed the interview, you wait outside first, as for the acceptance or not, I will let someone inform you. The youth said. Oh, I'll be out then. Suchio said, getting up and walking out of the room. And outside, the crowd couldn't help but be dismayed when they saw him come out. That fast? It's been less than a minute, hasn't it, and he's really been kicked out. TSK, I told you, how could he pass the interview of the Storm Bull hunting group if he's such a brat? Suchio still ignored the crowd and walked to the corner to wait for the notice. The youth also walked out of the room, and after glancing at Suchio, he said to the crowd, the interview is suspended, please wait for a while. With that he turned to leave, leaving the crowd staring at each other in disbelief. What's the sudden pause? What's going on here? The crowd gave Suchio an odd look. It's not about the other side, is it? Kid, do you know why the interview was suspended? Someone walked up to Suchio and asked. I don't know. So what did the interviewer ask you when you just went in? Let me show off my martial soul and then let me come out and wait for the notice. That's it? Right. What kind of martial soul are you? SSS grade. Suchio said calmly. The crowd stared, then laughed. You're a joker, little one. Ah, little brother, you're really funny, you have to say a decent lie too. SSS class martial soul, do you know how rare it is? There are no more than 10 SSS class martial souls that have appeared since the Great Summer's millennium. Ah. Too funny. No one believed what Suchio said. Both took him for a joke. Suchio also knew that these people wouldn't believe it and didn't continue to explain. The other side. The spectacled youth ran inside an office and shouted to Ole, who was sleeping on his desk, Captain, something big has happened. Ole woke up in a daze and wiped her mouth. What's going on? Panic, the Fae hit? No, there are SSS class martial spirits coming for the interview. SSS class? Isn't his name Suchio? Ora's eyes lit up. Ha! Ha, I knew I didn't see the wrong person, this kid is destined to shine on the battlefield. Ole laughed. Shaolin, there's no need for an interview, just take this kid into our Storm Bull regiment. Chapter 23 Joining the Storm Bulls, buying a weapon lance. No interviews, direct income to the Stampede Cow Corps. This was the charm of the SSS-ranked martial soul. And Ole believed that Suchio would not let her down with this trust. Inside the building, many people were waiting to continue the interview, while the spectacled young man walked up to the crowd and faintly said, Gentlemen, the interview is over. The crowd was dismayed at the words. How can it be over when people haven't even finished interviewing? That's the end of it? Who did you admit to the Storming Bulls? Someone asked curiously. And the spectacled youth looked towards Suchio within the corner. 66, you're in. The crowd looked and sucked in a breath of cold air. It's this kid? Is there a mistake? Wait, is this kid telling the truth? Is he really an SSS class martial artist? Thinking about this, the crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva in shock. 66, come with me. The spectacled youth said. Suchio nodded slightly and followed the other party away. At the same time, a voice rang in his head. Ding! Selection complete, congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-ranked martial art Thunder King's gun. An incomparably esoteric gun technique surfaced in his mind. Suchio's eyes lit up and he felt some hand itching. Since this was a direct reward from the system, Suchio had mastered this Thunder King's gun with little study. And it's still a breath of fresh air to reach peak ground. Just one step away from perfection. Give him a gun and he would dare to directly challenge a second-ranked martial artist right now. Following the spectacled youth to the office, he saw Ole, and the other man smiled broadly as he stepped forward and clapped him on the shoulder. I knew you'd come. Well, Captain O, goodbye. Lin Jian, during this period of time, you'll be the one to bring Suchio. Hiss. Captain, he is an SSS class martial soul, I'll bring it? Is it suitable? The spectacled youth Lin Jian froze for a moment. No problem, the captain trusts you. Suchio glanced at Lin Jian. The other party wore glasses and had a svelte look. He reached out his hand towards the other party and said, Brother Lin, please teach me more in the future. Just call me by my name. Lin Jian said as he shook Suchio's hand and proceeded to lead him to familiarize himself with the Storm Bull regiment. By the way, tell him about some of the rules of the hunting group. We don't have that many rules in the tyrannical bull hunting group, generally speaking, unless there is some kind of big riot happening. The members of the tyrannical bull group will seldom gather together, everyone has their own life. If a beast appears, we will arrange for the right corps member to handle it. In addition, the tyrannical bull regiment will hold an examination once a month, and if you don't pass it, you have two choices. One is to accept the captain's training, and the other is to be expelled from the tyrannical bull regiment, Lin Jian narrated. I wonder if it's an illusion. As he spoke of receiving training from the captain, Lin Jian winced. After hearing this, Su Qiu felt that this Storm Bulls group was quite liberal. By the way, how many people do we have in the Storm Bull regiment? Su Qiu asked. Compared to other hunting groups, our Stormy Bull group has the smallest number of people, and now together with you, there are only 20 registered. Su Qiu sniffed and froze for a moment. I remember the hunting group into a group, the establishment of at least 20 people. It. Us, just 20? Right, if it wasn't for the fact that a troop member retired some time ago, the captain wouldn't have planned on recruiting new people. Lin Jian nodded slightly. Of the 20 hunting groups in Qingyun City, the Storm Bull group has the smallest number of people, right? Exactly. Su Qiu always felt as if he had gotten on a ship of thieves? 20 men to police the entire 16th district. Sheesh. The Storm Bulls will be very busy. Perhaps, this is Ole's intention, fewer people will use more effort, we have to kill more with foreign beasts, so that we can eliminate the group members to touch fish. It also ensures that each member of the group fights the Fae more often and grows quickly. By the way, the captain said that I'll be the one to lead you during this period of time, so let me introduce myself to you first. My martial soul is the A-ranked martial soul Storm Sword. Lin Jian said, only to see him spread out his hands, accompanied by a flow of clear wind. A large two-handed sword appeared in his hands. The sword's body was crystalline, translucent with a greenish light, and there was a whirlwind wrapping around it. In addition, I just advanced to 4th ranked martial artist not long ago. 4th order martial artist. It's considered an expert in Qingyun City. At least it was much stronger than the current Su Qiu. After following Lin Jian to learn more about the Storm Bull regiment, Su Qiu planned to go back. Before leaving, Lin Jian thought of something and took out a medal. It was a black bullhead medallion. It is the very logo of the Storming Bull Regiment. This is the Storm Bull Regiment medal. You can wear it when you go out on a mission in the future. In addition, this medal also has the effect of locating communications. Good. Su Qiu took the medal and weighed it. It's a little heavier than it looks on the outside, made of some kind of metal. Before going home, Su Qiu went grocery shopping first. When he went back, he saw that Su Xiaoshang was staying in the house and practicing, and he couldn't help but be surprised. I can't believe she wasn't playing a game? Su Xiaoshang opened her eyes and rolled her eyes upon hearing his words. Brother, in your opinion, am I the kind of person who loafs around all day? Is not? Ignore you. Su Xiaoshang puffed up her mouth and huffed. But when it was time to eat, she still fumbled for a chair to sit at the table to eat and said, Brother, I'm not going to school. Why? Su Qiu frowned. Because it's not necessary. I can also cultivate now, and I still have Empress Qiong Xiao as my teacher, so I don't want to waste all my time on those boring lessons. Su Xiaoshang said as she looked at Su Qiu's face. Surprisingly, Su Qiu actually nodded and agreed. Well, I'll talk to the principal tomorrow and apply for you to study at home. Brother, you promise? Well, you have a point. Since you can practice, then you should practice well at home, except that the basic lessons should not be left behind. Su Qiu was not an unreasonable person. Going to school is important. But at this point in time, cultivating and practicing martial arts is more important. If the beasts attack, only force can protect you. He also hoped that Su Xiaoshang could master the ability to defend herself as soon as possible. Finish eating. Su Qiu went online and opened a shopping site, typing in weapon, gun. Soon there will be a bunch of related pages. Su Qiu swept through. Good lord, even the most common steel lance cost several thousand. As for the better ally lance, it was even several times more. He looked at his savings, about $11,000 or $12,000. Most of them are obtained by making choices. Money can be earned later. After all, I'm joining the Storm Bulls now and I get $80,000 a month, but weapons can't be ambiguous. Su Qiu murmured. After scanning around, he gritted his teeth and chose the best one. $180,000 for a special ally lance. Order and paid directly. Looking at the balance of over 100,000 that was gone all of a sudden, the corners of his mouth twitched. Martial artists are really a money-burning profession. Day 2. The alloy lance he purchased was delivered to his door. After getting the lance, Sucho couldn't wait to assemble it. Soon, a nearly 2-meter, imposing lance was gradually formed in his hands, and crucially, the lance could be freely disassembled and easily carried. Chapter 24, How many more surprises are there that I don't know about? Great gun. Sucho got his lance and juggled 2 gunshots. There was actually a feeling of being in control. Man and gun, as if they were one. He knew that this was the effect brought about by the A-grade martial skill Thunder King gun. This martial art, he had already reached the peak level, and even though he hadn't touched a gun, it didn't stop him from easily catching on as soon as he got his hands on one. Brother, be careful, our chandelier still needs it. Su Xiaoshang saw Sucho playing with his gun, and then looked at the chandelier that was almost swept by the tip of the gun and hurriedly said. She walked up to Sucho and looked at the large gun. TSK King, brother, why did you suddenly buy a gun? What, do you want to use the gun as a weapon in the future? Right. Sucho nodded slightly. Then have you thought about what marksmanship you want to learn? Why don't I go ask Empress Xiangxiao, she must have some good gun techniques. Su Xiaoshang said with a light in her eyes. As a former empress, there must be a lot of good stuff hidden in her head. It's a waste of this resource not to tap into it. Don't think about it, I do know quite a bit of marksmanship, it's just that it's your brother's first time touching a weapon like a gun, right? Without laying a good foundation first, it's useless to learn any marksmanship. 10,000 feet high, this is the reasoning that elementary school students understand. Empress Xiao said in Su Xiaoshuang's mind. And Su Qiu smiled faintly. No need to trouble the empress, first accompany brother to the downstairs garden to practice. Great. Su Xiaoshang nodded, while replying in her head, my brother is heavily talented, even if he doesn't have the basics, he'll definitely learn marksmanship very quickly. Oh, do you really think your brother is all-powerful? Empress Xiao skimmed her lips. There is a process of getting started with any weapon. She still didn't believe that there were people in the world who were born knowing. A weapon you've never used before, and you can learn it all at once? Who are you kidding? She was an empress, and she had never seen anyone like that. Even for her, when she first learned the sword, it took her half a year to lay the foundation. Come downstairs to the garden. There are a couple of older men here who are boxing. There are many retired martial artists among these moncler jackets, although old, but the boxing is still tigerish, more powerful than many young martial artists. Sucho used to watch from the side for a while when he had something to do. Over time, familiar with these moncler outlet online. Now that these lords saw Sucho coming with a gun, they couldn't help but get curious and came forward to ask. What, is Chui planning on practicing with his gun? The gun, the king of all armies, is not that easy to practice. Practicing guns first, why don't you learn boxing from me first? Alright, you guys just leave Xiaoqiu alone, come on, Xiaoqiu, give us some practice, let's see how your marksmanship is. A big man in white clothes stroked his beard and laughed. Sucho scratched his head, it's my first time practicing with a gun as well, so feel free to mention any suggestions you have, just don't make fun of me. Ha, well said. Moncler Outlet Store smiling and nodding. Both intend to give each other some good pointers. Gun Think when I also practiced a few hands, later to properly instruct Xiaoqiu. There are Moncler Outlet online secretly thought. And Sucho set up his stance, holding his lance in his hand, and took a deep breath with his eyes closed. When he opened his eyes, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and the aura on his body changed abruptly, like a sleeping lion awakening. The Moncler Outlet Store faces changed slightly when they saw this. This aura, it's not right. Is this really the first time Chui has practiced with a gun? With his long spear in hand, Sucho began to rehearse the moves of the Thunder King's gun. The long spear probed out like a dragon coming out of the sea. Shadows of guns were flurrying, and the guns were dazzling. A long alloy lance that flipped in his hands. Stab, tease, chop, sweep, point, smash, turn, slash, pick. The various uses of the lance were performed one by one in his hands. The silver-white lance seemed to transform into a swimming dragon in Sucho's hands. And that's just pure stance. He hadn't used his spiritual power yet, or else the might would have been even more dominating. The surrounding Moncler jackets for sale looked on in disbelief. Good shot. What a dominating, swift shot. Is this the first time you've practiced shooting? Mask who? The corners of the mouths of those lords who were thinking of pointing out Su Qiu twitched. Nice guy. They'd have to beg Su Qiu for guidance in turn. Brother coward. Su Xiaoshang cheered Su Qiu on from the side. And the corner of Empress Jiang Zhao's mouth within her martial soul space twitched. Are you sure it's your brother's first time practicing with a gun? I guess so, he hasn't practiced at home before. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Empress Jiang Zhao took a deep breath. This kind of gun technique, even some masters can't use it. Doesn't that mean my brother's a bully? Su Xiaoshang's eyes lit up. Empress Jiang Zhao was speechless for a moment. In this world, how could there be such a demon, who had never practiced with a gun before, and reached a level that even some masters could not necessarily reach as soon as they got their hands on it? It's no longer a question of whether it's bullish or not. It's a matter of existence or non-existence. A tiny blue star, there is actually this kind of demonic existence that goes beyond common sense? If his martial soul is an advanced gun-type martial soul, then I can barely accept it, but his martial soul is clearly a beast martial soul. It doesn't go with the lance at all. Empress Jiang Zhao murmured. She gave Su Qiu a deep look inside Su Xiaoshang. How many more surprises does this guy have that she doesn't know about? After practicing a set of gun techniques, Su Qiu wiped the fine sweat on his forehead and arched his hand toward the surrounding grandmasters. Grandmasters, how did I practice? The Moncler Jackets outlet store face to face. How's it going? Don't you know what you're doing? The white-clothed grandpa coughed twice. It's not bad, it has the elegance of my ear. The black-clothed grandpa next to him rolled his eyes. Fart. You were 3 times as graceful as Xiao Qiu back then even if you were amazing. Don't break it up. No, fight? Afraid of you? The two Moncler Jackets rival each other. Su Qiu shook his head and smiled from the side. It seemed that his shooting skills weren't too bad. Buzz. At this moment, the tyrannical ox medallion in Su Qiu's pocket vibrated. He picked it up and surveyed it, noticing that there was a small button on it, and after pressing it, the medallion came from Lin Jian's voice. Su Qiu, on a mission. Su Qiu froze. Actually so fast? Where? The location is sent to your phone, come as soon as you can. Yes. Su Qiu nodded, wearing the medal on his chest, picking up his cell phone and glancing at the location, which was not far from him. He immediately rushed over. Some Moncler Jackets can't help but stand in awe when they see the medals on Su Qiu's chest. That's the Storming Bull medal. Xiao Qiu joined the hunting team? How old is he? Alas, Xiao Qiu is really exactly like his father, but his father didn't get to join the hunting team back then, and he got in at such a young age. Hearing the Moncler outlet store words, Su Xiaoshuang's face revealed a trace of anxiety. A hunting party? How did brother join such a dangerous place without saying a word? No, I have to grow up as quickly as possible before I can do that. I want to fight alongside my brother. Empress Jiang Zhao, is there any way for me to progress even faster? Su Xiaoshang asked in his head. There is. I can give you a secret prescription for an elixir, and as long as you grab the medicine according to the secret prescription, you will be able to configure an elixir that will allow you to make rapid progress. Elixir. That's a lot of money, isn't it? Alchemy, naturally, costs money, and your little family can't afford to spend it. Hey, that's what happens when you read too few novels, screwing around with money. There's plenty of ways to do it. How many of your so-called secret recipes are there? Quite a few. You are trying to. Not bad. Take a secret recipe out and sell it, then you're still afraid of running out of money? Su Xiaoshang said with a smile, her eyes glowing. It was as if he saw untold amounts of money coming towards him. Chapter 25 Ol's second test. Su Qiu quickly rushed to the place where the alien beasts had happened after getting the news from Lin Jian. A mall has been surrounded by a cordon. When Su Qiu arrived here, he didn't see Lin Jian, he only saw a single patrolman who was maintaining law and order, and he walked up to ask about it. But the patrolman was the one who spoke first. Kid, this is no place for you, get out of here and stay out of the way. Su Qiu pointed to the medallion on his chest and said indifferently, I'm from the Tyrannical Bull Regiment, where is Lin Jian? The patrolman was a bit surprised, not expecting Su Qiu to have joined the hunting group at this age, then replied, Martial artist Lin has already gone in, and he said that if someone named Su Qiu comes, he will let him go in. Are you? I am Su Qiu. With that, he pivoted away from the cordon and walked into the mall. The mall was already empty, with a lot of scattered merchandise around it. The mall wasn't small, and he didn't find Jianlin for a while. He took out his lance and put it together and held it in his hand. With the lance in his hand, he instantly felt a little more secure. It was his first mission, and he'd be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. But things like this will certainly be rare in the future. He took a deep breath, calmed down, and began to search for signs of Fae, which were generally mostly carnivorous creatures. In this mall, it is most likely to be found in the raw meat area. It just so happened that he had been to this mall a few times and knew the location, and when he arrived at the raw meat section, he found a variety of meat and food items scattered all over the place, and there were quite a few raw meats that had traces of being gnawed on them, with blood mixing with the meat froth running down them. At that moment the medallion on his chest vibrated. He pressed the button and Lin Jian's voice came. "Suqiu, have you arrived yet?" "I'm already at the mall, Ringo, where are you?" "I'm here in the cold storage, TSK, all the frozen meat here has been eaten up, it looks like it's a big head of a big guy, be careful, if you encounter it, if you can't beat it, run, leave it to me," Lin Jian said. "Good," Suqiu answered. And in the mall surveillance room, Olay was looking at the surveillance screen with her legs crossed. "Suqiu, let me see your potential." She casually grabbed a bag of chips and munched on it while looking at the screen. There was anticipation in his eyes. Inside the mall, Suqiu was patrolling with his gun, looking for the Fae, when he suddenly heard a scream coming from the clothing store not far away. A woman ran out of it with 7 or 8 bags in her hands. Behind her chased a black dog that was pitch black and as big as a bull. This black dog was dripping with saliva, dripping onto the ground with a zip, zip, zip sound, just like sulfuric acid. Suqiu, as a third-grade high school divine, instantly recognized the black dog's origins, second-order Fae beast. Poison-toothed dog. Venomous fang dogs, as the name suggests, have fangs like those of a viper. Once bitten, an ordinary person will die within 10 seconds. The most crucial thing was that this was a second-rank foreign beast. No matter if it was speed or strength, it was far above a first-rank martial artist. According to reason, Suqiu, this kind of first-order martial artist facing the second-order foreign beast, the chance of victory is almost equivalent to nothing. At this time, he should listen to Lin Jian's instructions. Run immediately. But the woman being chased by the poisonous toothed dog suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing the poison-toothed dog pounce towards her, Suqiu no longer hesitated and rushed out with quick steps, the lance in her hand stabbing out directly. The lance stabbed at the poison-toothed dog's jaws, directly picking it off. "You go first," Suqiu said to the woman. "The other side should be civilians who haven't had time to evacuate yet." And he looked at the buzzing and trembling lance in his hand, feeling the feel of the lance that the shot passed through, and said, "Worthy of being a second-ranked foreign beast, this skin is as hard as iron, that shot just now actually didn't penetrate it." Roar! The poison-toothed dog let out a low growl and pounced towards Suqiu. And Suqiu did not show any weakness at all, his lance in his hand was like a swimming dragon. Spiritual energy operated and poured into the top of the lance, instantly emitting a thin arc of electricity. It was the A-grade martial skill Thunder King Lance. Bang! The lance smashed into the venomous toothed dog, sending it flying out. However, the other party quickly stood up again and continued to pounce towards Suqiu, his hideous bloody mouth spitting out a stream of poisonous water. Suqiu was taken aback and hastily dodged. At the same time, the Thunder King's gun was fully exerted, constantly striking the poison-toothed dog. The opponent was knocked out by him one after another. He was actually pressing a second-ranked foreign beast to fight. Inside the monitoring room, Olay couldn't help but applaud. Good marksmanship. This should be a set of A-class martial skills. Suqiu, you've given me quite a few surprises. Inside the mall, Suqiu bet on Toothed Dog to fight, but the other party didn't take much damage at all with their thick-skinned bodies. He must be attacked in his vitals, Suqiu thought secretly. Just as the poisonous toothed dog opened its mouth, wanting to spit out poisonous water once again, Suqiu stabbed out with a spear, like a dragon out of the sea. Poof! Stabbed straight into the other guy's mouth and came out through the back of his head. One shot. This ordinary second-ranked foreign beast actually has no pressure on me. I haven't even utilized the power of the white tiger yet, Suqiu thought secretly. After killing the poison-toothed dog, not far away, Lin Jian, who had heard the commotion, walked up and applauded. I didn't expect you to be able to single-handedly kill the poison-toothed dog, awesome. And Suqiu rolled her eyes and looked to the overhead camera. Captain, have you seen enough? Don't you want to come out and meet me? Ole froze in the surveillance room. He actually saw it? She asked as she opened her communicator. Good boy, how did you know I was here? Guess. Sucho smiled faintly. Just now, I noticed that this camera had been watching me while I was fighting. In addition, I always felt that my joining the tyrannical cow corps was too smooth. This should be a second interview for me. Apart from that, the key thing is, Captain, the actor you found is too fake. Where is a civilian being chased by a poisonous tooth dog and still not forgetting to carry a bunch of clothes and bags? Sucho pointed to the woman who had been chased by the poisonous tooth dog before, and the other party was holding 7 or 8 bags containing various clothes and bags. Even when they were being chased by poisonous fang dogs, none of them were left behind. Wang Yan. What's wrong with you? Ol asked through gritted teeth. Wang Yan skimmed her mouth. Captain, you can't blame me for this. These clothes and bags cost me a month's salary to buy. Of course I can't throw them away. Watch out, I'll rip those things off of you. Come on, Captain, I can't be blamed for that. It's the rookie's too good an observer who'd pay attention to that in that situation. Wang Yan said. Alright, Sucho. Congratulations on officially becoming a member of the Storm Bull Regiment. Ol said, holding her forehead. Then left the surveillance room. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. Interesting, this test, it always feels like we haven't really seen what he's capable of yet. Never mind, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. In the mall, Lin Jian smiled at Sucho. Welcome aboard. Welcome little handsome, come on, add a WeChat, free time sister treat you to dinner and a movie. Wang Yan took out her cell phone and smiled at Sucho. Thank you sis, is sis a member of the Storm Bulls too? Yes, my sister's name is Wang Yan. I originally came here to shop and was temporarily called by the captain to give you a test. Wang Yan shrugged. I see. So this poisonous fawn dog? Captured from the captain's pet base. Pet base? Sucho froze. Whose pet base kept alien beasts? Chapter 26. Su Xiaoshan's mocking insults are extremely insulting. After resolving the poison tooth dogs and actually joining the tyrannical cow corps, Sucho said goodbye to Lin Jian and also Wang Yan, bought some things at the mall and went home. When he returned home, he found Su Xiaoshan copying something. He went up to look at it. It says something about groundnut root, 7-star herb, ginseng, or something like that. Like some herb names. Curious, he asked, what are you copying these for? Secret. Su Xiaoshan laughed. Sucho sniffed and rubbed the other party's head vigorously. Alas, sister has grown up. She has secrets with her brother. Don't rub my head, it's hard to fix my hair. Su Xiaoshan muttered. Sucho smiled and didn't continue to pursue the matter. In his opinion, even between loved ones one had to maintain some sense of distance. It's normal to have secrets. He has too. He wasn't going to tell anyone about the system. Ignoring what Su Xiaoshan was up to, Sucho went to cultivate on his own. There are still 3 more days until the new martial Dao competition. Aim to get closer in these 3 days. Sucho cheered herself up. By all accounts, with his strength today, he should be unique among the newcomers, except that he had always believed that there were people outside of people. No matter how strong you are, you have to be prepared for danger. The world is full of geniuses. And some geniuses have chance, family history, and so on to add to their talent, just like Luo Qingxue. He was far from relaxed. Just as Su Qiu was working hard on his cultivation, Su Xiaoshang also started her own actions, taking the copied secret recipe out the door. Laojun Pharmaceuticals, the largest pharmaceutical company in Qingyun City, specializes in developing various genetic potions as well as elixirs. It was also the goal of Su Xiaoshang's trip. With her current status and position, it was naturally not very realistic for her to want to directly meet the chairman or the top management of Laojun Pharmaceutical. So she forged a resume and came in for an interview. When the interviewer saw her, the corner of his mouth twitched. How old are you, little sister, and with this you want to come and interview as a researcher for our pharmaceutical company? He looked at the other man's resume. One look and you'll know it's a fake. This is the secret formula of the elixir I developed. You can take a look at it first. The effect is double that of the Yuan creation elixir you're currently releasing. Su Xiaoshang said. But that interviewer didn't take it seriously at all. What use could an elixir formula researched by a brat be? Okay, little sister, stop fooling around and leave. You'd better take a look, there's no loss for you, this is my contact number. Su Xiaoshan left a note with a phone number. The interviewer looked at it and casually tossed it aside. A morning passed. The interviewer stretched. It's so hard to recruit a researcher these days, fewer and fewer people are willing to stay within the lab. At this point, An old man in a white lab coat walked in, and the interviewer hurriedly rose to greet him. Elder Bai, why are you here in person? Long time in the lab, out for some air. Elder Bai smiled lightly. Well, have you recruited anyone suitable? No, these people are either overambitious or underqualified, and there's even a little girl who came over to fish in the water. The interviewer spat. Elder Bai casually took a piece of paper on the desktop with a large pile of medicinal herb faces written on it. He was slightly surprised. Dan formula? I think it was left by someone who came in for an interview. The interviewer said casually. Bai Lao came to be a little interested and looked at it. Gradually, he looked grave. Who left this Dan formula? It looks like a little girl left it behind. The interviewer took it over and looked at it. After all, the others, even if they left the Dan formula, was also on formal A4 paper. Only the Dan formula left behind by Su Xiaoshan was a piece of worksheet, still ripped from the workbook. Little girl? Elder Bai froze for a moment, then gruffly said, no matter what means are used, this little girl must be found for me. Ah, Elder Bai, is there anything special about this Dan formula? This Dan formula can double the effect of our newly developed Yuan creation Dan. Do you think it's special? So bullish? The interviewer was shocked. What that little girl said was actually true. He rushed to the side and searched the trash cans. What are you doing? Found it. The interviewer found a small slip of paper from inside the trash can. It was the contact information left by Su Xiaoshang. Su Xiaoshang is on his way home. But before she got home, her cell phone rang with an unfamiliar number, and she turned it off without looking at it. Is it possible that the call was important? Empress Qiong Xiao faintly said. What's so important about harassing phone calls? Is it possible that it was that interviewer who called? Ah, I almost forgot about that. Su Xiaoshang slapped her head in chagrin. Should we call back? Would that lose face? The other side. The interviewer looked at the hung-up phone and cried. Why don't you answer the phone, little auntie? Fight again. Elder Bai said from the sidelines. He had to keep calling, and this time when he got through, he hurriedly said, little girl, our Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprise wants to discuss the interview with you. I wonder where you are now. Okay, I know, wait where you are and we'll send someone to pick you up immediately. Su Xiaoshan hung up the phone and found a shopping mall to buy a cup of milk tea, which she drank while waiting for Laojun Pharmaceuticals people to come and pick herself up. Suddenly a voice came from beside her. Frost? She turned to see that it was a woman. Opposite. Xiao Ming. Self's oldest brother's ex-girlfriend. And the other guy is with a guy right now, like he's on a date. Su Xiaoshan glanced at him. That man was not as handsome as his oldest brother. She didn't want to pay any attention to the other woman and turned to leave. However, he saw Xiaomei faintly say, Xiao Frost, I am at least your brother's predecessor. Do I not greet you when I see you? Say hello my ass, I'm lucky I didn't hit you. Su Xiaoshang rolled her eyes. She wasn't half as fond of the other woman. Xiaomei sniffed and frowned. You're still so uneducated. Su Xiaoshang sniffed angrily, rushed up and kicked. You're the one who's uneducated, your whole family is uneducated. Her mom and dad died young, and one of the things she hates most is that she's uneducated. Su Xiaoshang, you're crazy, aren't you? Xiaomei is agile and avoids it. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshang directly threw the milk tea in her hand over. Xiaomimi and the man next to her couldn't dodge in time and was directly splashed all over. The man's face bristled with gloom, looking for a fight. I can't help Su Chou, but can I still be bullied by a girl like you? Hee hee, Li Ziang, am I afraid of you? Su Xiaoshang also recognized the man. It was none other than Li Ziang, who had been at odds with his oldest brother in the 3rd grade. Not as handsome as my brother, not as good as my brother, and not as high in cultivation even if you don't have my brother, and now you've found a girlfriend who is still a broken shoe that my brother doesn't want, you're really pathetic. Su Xiaoshang mocked. Insulting to no end. Li Ziang, Xiaomi all trembled with anger. Just as they were planning to teach Su Xiaoshang a good lesson, a rumbling sound came from not far away. The crowd looked up as a helicopter was slowly landing on the lawn. Chapter 27, $100 million. Let go of the boss. The helicopter landed on the lawn, drawing a lot of attention. Originally wanting to beat up Xiaomei, Li Ziang was also attracted. Especially Li Ziang was not able to help but stare. That's the helicopter of Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprise. How did they come here? Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprise, the #1 pharmaceutical enterprise in Qingyun City, has an extremely high status in Qingyun City. The Lin family was considered a prestigious family in Qingyun City. But it's still a head short in front of the Laojun pharmaceutical companies. Holy, Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprise? Why are they flying a helicopter here? Could it be that we're transporting some big shot? Transportation by helicopter? It can't be some big shareholder. Gee, is it possible to be the chairman of a drug company? The crowd was talking. And the helicopter came down to a man in a suit. Su Xiaoshang saw the other party and brightened up, waving her hand. Here, here. Xiaomi, Li Ziang was startled. Stinky girl, what's happening to your nerves? That's from the old Monarch Medicine Enterprise. Stinky girl, you haven't gotten to you yet for spilling milk tea all over me. Li Ziang snorted coldly and grabbed Su Xiaoshang's hand to make a move. A loud cry came, stop. Only to see the man in the suit walking up quickly, ripping away Li Ziang's hand and saying to Su Xiaoshang, Miss Su, I've come to pick you up. Well, go. Su Xiaoshang glanced at the dumbfounded Xiao Mei, Li Ziang, and strutted towards the helicopter. Everyone else looked frozen. Who is this little girl? Tisk, Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprise actually used a helicopter to transport the other party. The other party wouldn't be the daughter of the chairman of the pharmaceutical enterprise, right? Not quite, and I haven't heard that Chairman Laojun has a daughter. Could it be a bastard child? Anyway, this little girl is certainly not simple. And Xiao Mei, who knew Su Xiaoshang's identity, had her face change for a while. What's going on? How did this girl get involved with the Laojun Medicine Enterprise? She suddenly felt that ever since she had left Suzhou, both of these Su siblings had changed, and one was born with an SSS-ranked martial soul. One is involved with the Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprises, and by the looks of it, it's not a good relationship. The helicopter took off and left under the envious gaze of the crowd. And Su Xiaoshang, who was riding a helicopter for the first time, was also a little bit excited. She had thought that the other party would drive some kind of luxury car over to pick up and drop off. I didn't realize it was actually a straight helicopter. The platoon isn't bad. Empress Jiangxiao bristled, isn't it just a helicopter? What's there to be proud of? I've even flown cosmic battleships. Su Xiaoshang didn't bother comparing herself to the other side. Riding in a helicopter, she arrived at the Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprise, and this time, in addition to the interviewer from before, there was also an old man who received her. The other party took out the Dan formula and asked Su Xiaoshang some questions. And Su Xiaoshang had the help of Empress Jiangxiao to answer the questions. Elder Bai's gaze gradually changed as he looked at Su Xiaoshang, a fervent look in his eyes. Genius, you are truly a genius. Average. Is the little girl willing to come to work at my Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprise, and whatever conditions you want, you can just mention them? Bai Lao solemnly said. He could see Su Xiaoshang's potential in the Dan Dao. The other party's single prescription alone was enough to make their Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprise's profits go up a level, not to mention that once the other party joined the pharmaceutical enterprise, the pills that they would continue to research in the future would be enough to make their pharmaceutical enterprise stand at the top of the industry. It is not impossible to even go out of Daxia and dominate the global pharmaceutical companies. It's impossible to work, not in this lifetime. Su Xiaoshang said, but we can cooperate. This Dan formula 10 million sold to you, the profit from the pills, I only need a percentage of the dividend on the line. In the future, if I research what pills, I will give priority to the Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprises. Elder Bai mused, deal. He is not in a low position in Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprise and has the right to make decisions. Then he discussed some cooperation matters with Su Xiaoshang. Surprised to find that although Su Xiaoshang didn't look very old, she was experienced, and if she looked at her young and wanted to take advantage of her instead, she would suffer herself. That's for sure. Su Xiaoshang is young. But Empress Jiangxiao was different. Want to take advantage of her? Not to mention the old Monarch Medicine Enterprise, not many of the many powerful forces in the galactic galaxy in the past were able to do so. Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprises used Su Xiaoshang's name to give her a card to remit money into it, and Su Xiaoshang, who got the card, could not hide her excitement inside. $10 million. That's $10 million? This money comes so easily. Now that's a way to buy those herbs you were talking about. Su Xiaoshang said to Empress Jiangxiao in her heart. Well, barely. Hey, there's also my oldest brother's birthday coming up, so I can still prepare a gift for him. What to buy? Su Xiaoshang thought prettily. Achoo. It seems like someone's thinking about me? Sucho touched his nose, then glanced at Su Xiaoshang's room. Where did this girl run off to? No one has been seen all day. He didn't think much of it and got ready to go out and buy groceries. The takeout was delicious though. But if he could, he still preferred to buy his own food and cook. After all, he could make do with being alone, but he still had Su Xiaoshang to consider. The other person is too young to keep eating takeout. Boss, give me 2 pounds of fried chicken. Wealthy Su Xiaoshang said as she walked to the fried chicken store in front of the neighborhood. The fried chicken store owner looked at Su Xiaoshang and laughed. Yo, Xiaoshang is posh today. Your brother gave you pocket money? No, from today it's my brother who's going to ask me for my allowance. Su Xiaoshang said triumphantly. Oh, you won the lottery? A ghostly voice came from behind Su Xiaoshang. She shivered, turned around to see Sucho with a cold face, and swallowed. Brother, why are you walking without a sound? Is the fried chicken good? No good, boss, I don't want the fried chicken. Su Xiaoshang's head shook like a rattlesnake as she hurriedly ran towards the neighborhood. The corner of the owner's mouth twitched as he just put the chicken pieces down to fry. Sucho shook her head helplessly. I'll take the fried chicken. Great. The owner burst into a frown. Boss, you fry it up and I'll go get some groceries. Sucho said, then walked to the nearby food market. But halfway through, he saw a number of people running out in a panic on a pier near the food market. Fei, there's a Fei. Sucho sniffed and his expression straightened. Rushing over to check it out, he sees a shark man with a shark's head grabbing a fish seller for the kill. Sucho subconsciously tried to reach for his gun, but realized that he had left it at home. Ding! Facing the alien beasts in rebellion, you have the following options if you forgot your weapon. 1. Unarmed, walk away. Reward, none. 2. Even though you are unarmed, as a martial artist, you are first in line, so how can you see death? Take a shot at killing the beast, reward, $100 million. Sucho was confused on the spot. Not 100 million, 10 million. It's $100 million. He swallowed hard, his eyes glowing as he rushed up with his fists pumping. $100 million, let go of that boss for me. Chapter 28, 100 million in hand, new competition to begin soon. $100 million, and let go of that boss for me. Come at me. The Fei and the boss were all confused together. What 100 million? Boss, the Fei looked at each other in disbelief. Boss, you call it $1 billion? Fei, I'll your grandma for $1 billion. Although the alien beast was not very intelligent, it roared angrily upon hearing Sucho's provocation and threw the boss out. He then rushed towards Sucho, a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy erupting from his body, and a stream of water hovering around him. Sucho's eyes glazed over. Water attributes second-order foreign beast. This sharkman was no less than the venomous toothhound he had encountered earlier. Even stronger. But he wasn't the least bit weak. Even though he didn't have a weapon in his hand, he hadn't practiced his fiery boom fist for nothing, and he directly met it. A fist blasted out, and the flames burned wildly. The water and fire impacted and evaporated a large amount of white mist. Sharkman was sent flying several steps straight away. Sucho gained momentum and continued to strike, both fists dancing wildly. The fiery boom fist was used to the fullest extent, which was even more mixed with. White Tiger kills. The White Tiger's killing aura was incredibly powerful when it was augmented. The sharks are losing ground. Seemingly seeing that Sucho was not easy to deal with, this foreign beast actually turned around and was about to flee. Sucho's eyes widened. 100 million this is 100 million where you can just let the other guy get away. Since this was a pier and the waters connecting to the ocean were nearby, Sucho was in a hurry as he saw that the sharkman was about to jump into the sea. He'd have to get up in the middle of the night and slap his thighs if he let the other guy get away with this. In a moment of urgency, Sucho saw a harpoon not far away, and with a flash of light in front of him, he copied it up, poured his spiritual energy into it, and threw it out fiercely. Go you! Whoosh! The harpoon flashed with a lightning bolt and broke through the air, plunging into the sharkman's body from behind, and the other party directly howled miserably and collapsed on the ground. Sucho rushed up and his fiery booming fist smashed down. The flames burned the sharkman's body, emitting a fishy aroma. Sucho sked, and I wonder if this is edible? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining $100 million. The system alert sounded. Sucho's eyes glowed as he picked up his phone and looked at his balance. 10 million, 100,000, a million. Gulp, It's really a billion. Hair. Su Qiu swallowed, a little excited. He said towards the boss not far away, call and notify the people from the Fei post-disaster disposal section and have them come over to recover the Fei corpses. The Fei post-disaster section, a department that complements the hunting corps. The hunting corps is in charge of hunting alien beasts, while the disposal section is in charge of disposing of the corpses of alien beasts and recycling useful alien beast materials for research and so on. After dealing with the foreign beasts, Su Qiu walked into the food market not far away and started buying food. A vegetable market owner who knew him well was shocked to see him covered in blood. Shui, did you get into a fight here? Nope, a foreign beast appeared nearby. I just slaughtered him, this is his blood. Su Qiu grinned. The owner was confused. Killing the Fei? So young to be able to kill a Fei? Really? And the fish-selling boss from before walked up, carrying 2 fresh grouper in his hands. Little brother, I'm really thankful to you just now. If it wasn't for you, I would have died in the hands of a foreign beast right now. It's fine, it's what we members of the hunting group are supposed to do. His little brother turns out to be from the hunting group, young and promising, if only that brat in my house was half as capable as you. The fish seller owner lamented. It's really a human comparison. The brat in my family is not younger than Su Qiu, but he knows how to fool around, and the total score of the exams add up to barely more than 3 digits. Thinking about this, the fish seller boss decided to go back and give the other guy a good smack. Su Qiu carried the grouper, looked at the boss's suddenly darkened face, and took 3 seconds of silence for the unknown teenager. The other people in the vegetable market, knowing that Su Qiu had just killed a foreign beast and still had the leisure to come and buy vegetables, couldn't help but stand in awe of him. After shopping for groceries, Su Qiu went home and brought back the fried chicken on the way. Su Xiaoshan was staying in her room to study when she suddenly smelled the aroma of fried chicken and rushed out, "My fried chicken! Brother, I love you!" Su Qiu skimmed her mouth, "Eat less, you have to eat later." Great! When Su Qiu finished cooking, the corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at the empty fried chicken and ice cola cans on the table. Su Xiaoshan, you've lost your allowance for this month. Ah! Su Xiaoshan, who had just finished licking her fingers, wailed, but suddenly she thought of something and laughed. If it's gone, it doesn't matter. Su Qiu froze for a moment. This guy, something wasn't right. Su Xiaoshan, you didn't really win the lottery, did you? Not telling you. Su Xiaoshan hemmed and hawed, then asked, older brother, your birthday is coming up, is there anything you want as a gift? You being a good boy and studying hard is the best gift of all. Older brother. When did I disobey? Forget it, I'll think of a gift or something on my own. Su Xiaoshan said. With $10 million in hand, her bottom line was now full. Be sure to give your oldest brother a satisfying gift. As for what kind of gift, Su Qiu didn't have any expectations. After all, in his opinion, what kind of gift could Su Xiaoshan, a girl, prepare? But even if the other guy sent him a card, he was happy to take it. It's the thought that counts. More than that, he is now more concerned about how to spend this $100 million in his hand. Buy a house? The house has. Buy a car? Well, this one can be had. After all, he and Su Xiaoshan always traveled by public transportation. It would be much easier to have a car for transportation. The family did have a motorcycle before. Su Qiu used to drive it a lot, but then after his parents passed away, he sold the motorcycle in order to supplement his family's income. Want to buy another one? Forget it, there's no rush for these for now. In 2 days it'll be the martial arts newcomers competition, so let's get through this first. Su Qiu was a little fist pumping. The prize for the new martial arts competition was a set of high-level gene potions. Round it up and it's another billion. It has to be taken down. Inside an abandoned building. Su Qiu was guarding a doorway with a long spear, and at that moment, Lin Jian's voice came from the tyrannical ox medallion on his shoulder. Attention Su Qiu, that foreign beast is charging in your direction. Okay, leave it to me. Su Qiu said indifferently, gripping the lance in his hand. Whoosh! Inside the building, a black-bodied, werewolf-like beast rushed out and pounced on Su Qiu after seeing him at the doorway. Sharp claws clawed out, emitting a mournful whistling sound. The lance in Su Qiu's hand fiercely probed out, and like lightning, the lance directly penetrated the werewolf's throat, killing him with a single shot. Lin Jian came from a short distance away instead. Su Qiu, your marksmanship is getting more and more refined. Bullseye. It's okay. Su Qiu smiled faintly before saying, "By the way, Brother Lin, I'm going to participate in the martial arts newcomers competition tomorrow and would like to take a day off." "A new martial arts competition? Oh, I almost forgot, you're still a student." Lin Jian shook his head and smiled. The strength of his opponent always made him forget that he was still a student. He laughed, "No problem, you have a good competition, don't embarrass my Storm Bulls group, I'll be there to cheer you on." Chapter 29 Zhang Yunjie's Provocation. Back at home, Su Qiu suddenly smelled a smell of herbs, only to see Su Xiaoshang with her nose stuffed with 2 paper balls cooking something by the induction stove. A pungent scent of herbs erupted. The corner of Su Qiu's mouth twitched. "What are you up to?" "Alchemy," Su Xiaoshang replied. Su Qiu was confused. He took a closer look at his opponent's equipment. You use an induction cooker to make pills?" "A true master can make pills with his bare hands. It's already good enough to have an induction cooker to use, and the fire is still easy to control," Su Xiaoshang said. She makes a good point. However, he still felt weird watching the other party use an induction furnace to refine pills. "What is this? Scientific alchemy? Did that empress teach you that too?" "Yeah. But how am I supposed to cook when you're like this? I ordered takeout for you." "You're so sweet." Su Qiu held her forehead and said. Su Qiu, who had finished his takeout, glanced at Su Xiaoshang, who was still concocting pills within the kitchen, and shook his head, no longer paying any attention and going back to wash up. Day 2. He got up early in the morning and saw Su Xiaoshang asleep on the table. And looking at the induction cooker again, there were a few gray pills within a pile of dregs. It actually did refine it? Su Qiu looked at it with an odd expression on his face. "This stuff, is it edible?" He put the pills away and carried the sleeping Su Xiaoshang back to the house, then tidied up the cluttered kitchen and made some breakfast before going out. Shortly after he left, a stream of light flew out from Su Xiaoshang's body, transforming into Empress Zheng Xiao, who glanced at the tidy kitchen and the breakfast on the table, and couldn't help but mutter, "This little guy is still quite fond of his sister." She glanced at Su Xiaoshang, who was huffing and puffing inside the house, and a hint of envy showed in her eyes. "It would have been nice if I had such a brother before." Born into a poor family, her parents sold her when she was 3 years old to make ends meet, and she never enjoyed the warmth of family. And after fusing with Su Xiaoshang, she empathized with some of Su Xiaoshang's experiences, although the other party's parents had died early, but there was Su Qiu, such an older brother who took care of her in every possible way, never letting her suffer from half a bit of wrongdoing. It's no wonder Su Xiaoshang became a brother controller. Taking another look at the elixir Su Xiaoshang had refined, the first time practicing can have such an effect. Counts as not bad. Martial Arts Newcomers Competition. It is a once-a-year event in Qingyan City, but in the past, the newcomers competition was all about each school shutting their doors and competing on their own. But this time was different. The martial arts newcomers from the 13 schools got together to compete, and the buzz was extraordinary. It is held in the square of the first school. And it's only the first high school that can accommodate that many students. Coming to the site of the grand competition, the place was packed with people and bustling with activity. Have you heard, this time's martial arts newcomers competition has produced a few marvelous newcomers, and there's even an SSS class martial soul. I know, those 2 SSS-ranked martial souls are both from the 3rd middle school. It's said that these 2 guys don't even need to compete, they're directly guaranteed to be in the top 8. Tisk, TSK, 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 TSK. 3rd grade is out of this world this time. But there's also a SS-ranked martial spirit in the first form, and it's rumored that that person even joined the Purple Sky Martial Hall and was accepted by the Purple Sky Marquis as a personal disciple. It is rumored that in order to save the face of the first middle school, the principal of the first middle school spent a large amount of money to buy this SS-ranked martial soul a second-order breakthrough pill to help him break through. Hiss. So, wouldn't a second-ranked martial artist come out of this newcomer competition? How can others fight? The crowd was talking. And Su Qiu heard some rumors and was a bit surprised. There's actually a second-ranked martial artist? It was important to realize that he was only in upper first rank even now. Sure enough, there are quite a few geniuses. Only he was not afraid, although he was a first-order upper grade, only to kill second-order foreign beasts as if they were playing, and to fight a second-order martial artist, it was no big deal. Su Qiu. Farewell. At this moment, a voice came from behind Su Qiu. Only to see Luo Qingxue walking towards him. The other party was wearing a blue and white robe today. Her body was outlined in a concave and convex shape, coupled with her cold face. She attracted a lot of people's attention. Sucho looked at the other party and grinned. It's been a long time since I've seen you, and it seems like Big Beauty Luo has become even more beautiful. He just casually said hello and made a joke. As for Luo Qingxue, her face flushed red when she heard this, but then quickly returned to normal and snorted lightly. Humph, after not seeing you for a few days, you've become even more frivolous. But inside she couldn't help but rejoice. He actually complimented me on how much better I looked. Ever since she was defeated by Su Qiu last time, Luo Qingxue had to admit that she was moved by Su Qiu's heart. Only that her heart was moved, she still hadn't forgotten that her goal was to surpass the other party and get rid of the reputation of being a 10,000-year-old. When I beat him, I'll confess to him. Luo Qingxue thought secretly in her heart. Su Qiu, if you can't strike up a conversation, don't strike up a conversation, your routine is long outdated. A voice rang out. Only Li Ziang, Xiaomei, and the two of them walked up. Seeing these two, Su Qiu rolled his eyes, then playfully said, "You two have hooked up instead. What's it to you if I talk to him?" Luo Qingxue, on the other hand, coldly glanced at Li Ziang. The other party's face turned green, then said, "Su Qiu, don't be complacent until it's too early. This time, in the new martial Dao competition, do you think you're capable of overpowering the group? Oh, do you think you can beat me? I may not be able to win against you, but my senior brother Zhang from the Purple Sky Martial School can," Li Ziang said. Behind him, a young man in a white robe with sword brows and long eyes slowly came over as he looked at Su Qiu and said indifferently, "You are Su Qiu?" "Yes." "Very well, my name is Zhang Yunjie. Remember that name, because I will defeat you. Prove that I'm the strongest being amongst the college martial arts newcomers," Zhang Yunjie said proudly. The crowd murmured when they heard his name. He's Zhang Yunjie? The possessor of that SS class martial soul? Not only that, he's also the only second-ranked martial artist in this new martial arts competition. A one-of-a-kind existence. TSK, the one opposite him is Su Qiu, the owner of the SSS-ranked martial soul Tao Dai. This is going to be a good show. If two tigers fight, one will be injured. Hearing Zhang Yunjie's words, Su Qiu shook his head and smiled, not intending to pay attention to the other party. Ding! In the face of Zhang Yunjie's provocation, you have the following choices. 1. Would the eagle care about the provocation of an ant? Ignore the opponent, reward, a bottle of high-level gene potion. 2. Dislike the opponent back and say to him, if you want to defeat me, go practice for another 10,000 years, reward, 1 yuan creation pill. 3. Compare middle fingers towards the opponent before disliking them back. Reward, 1 bottle of high-level healing potion, 1 bottle of high-level gene potion, and 1 yuan building pill. Su Qiu glanced at the options, and he, who had wanted to leave the other party alone, immediately compared a middle finger towards the other party and said indifferently, if you want to defeat me, you can go and practice for another 10,000 years. For a while, the onlookers were in an uproar. Good lord, this guy's a little crazy. TSK, this is an SSS-ranked martial soul possessor. If I were him, I'd be even madder than him. Chapter 30 Marquis Zisho bullying the small, Olay protecting the shortcomings. Facing Zhang Yunjie's provocation, Su Qiu directly disliked him back. The corner of Luo Qingxue's mouth on the side rose slightly. And Zhang Yunjie's eyes became icy cold. Good. Do you really think you're invincible just because you have an SSS-ranked martial soul? I will let you know that the martial soul does not mean everything. Su Qiu couldn't help but laugh himself when he saw the other party getting angry. Nice guy. It's okay for you to provoke people. You're mad at yourself for disliking me? What a guy. What a young and foolish teenager. An indifferent voice came from behind Zhang Yunjie, only to see a figure slowly walk over surrounded by the crowd. The other party was dressed in purple robes with a vintage style, and was so imposing that he looked to be in his early 40s, with a sense of unruffled authority. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw him. Yes, it's Marquis Zisho. Heavens, I actually saw the Marquis of the Violet Sky. The person who came was none other than the Marquis of the Violet Sky. The top martial arts powerhouse in Qingyun City. Master of the Purple Sky Martial Arts School. 7th Order Sealed Marquis Powerhouse. His arrival caused the crowd to stir, and Su Qiu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly as he suddenly remembered something. It seems like you've rejected the other person yourself. The other guy wouldn't hold a grudge against him, would he? It can't be, at least it's a 7th order feudal lord powerhouse. Don't be so careful. Greetings to Marquis Zixiao. Luo Qingxue, who was on the side, made a bow. Facing a 7th order feudal lord powerhouse, the Luo family didn't dare to slack off. Su Qiu followed suit with a salute. However, the Marquis of the Purple Sky glanced at him, but said indifferently, "You have an SSS class martial soul, I can't afford this gift of yours." Su Qiu. Lean. Really so careful? Marquis Zixiao is overstating things. Su Qiu compensated with a smile. The other party is at least a 7th order marquis, so there is no shame in lowering our stance. The Purple Heavenly Marquis, however, did not have the intention to stop when he saw the situation. On the contrary, he continued, "Junior, it is not a good thing to be young and wild. There are quite a lot of geniuses in this world, so don't think that a high martial soul rank can be empty-handed. If you continue to be like this, sooner or later you will suffer in the future. Before you have grown up, I advise you to restrain your sharpness." Su Qiu smiled. This old deng, he's got his nose to the grindstone. To put it nicely, it's called curbing the edge. But in effect it means saying he has no background in telling him to put his tail between his legs. Can this be tolerated? Can you call yourself a young man if you're not young and wild? I think it's fine to be a little crazy with strength. It's better than some people who don't have strength and still like to clamor, right? Saying this, he glanced at Zhang Yunjie, Li Ziyang. It's clear that they are talking about each other. The two men's faces swished and turned ugly. And the Purple Heavenly Marquis revealed a hint of sulking. "Oh, it seems you scoff at my apprentice." "I didn't say that." "Young man, you don't know what you're doing." A surging pressure gradually emanated from the Purple Heavenly Marquis, which enveloped Su Qiu alone, trying to make him fall to his knees. But Su Qiu held his body strong and didn't retreat a step. This old deng actually bullied the little ones with the big ones. It's so shameless. Su Qiu cursed in his heart, only that the other party's pressure was only directed at him alone, and ordinary martial artists could not feel it at all. People didn't know about the Purple Heavenly Marquis tactics. "Oh, being able to withstand 1/10 of my pressure isn't bad, so let's add another 10%. The Violet Sky Marquis looked at Su Qiu with a hint of color in his eyes. But he was determined to show the other side a little color today. The pressure continued to rise. Luo Qingxue, who was on the side, saw a hint of what was going on and stepped forward to help Su Qiu, but this action also caused her to be enveloped by Marquis of the Violet Sky's pressure along with her. She blanched and nearly fell to her knees. It was Su Qiu who held her up in turn. "You guys come over here and help me. How you're going to look like you're going to fall over yourself." Su Qiu smiled helplessly and wrapped his arms around Luo Qingxue's waist. He was helping Luo Qingxue and not letting the other party fall. But to others, the two acted intimately, as if they were a couple. Good man, that's on. Sushin Luoshin is together? Oh, the CP I was knocking on came true. My goddess just got snatched away by someone else's man. Cry me a river. The people looking around had no idea what was going on. And as the Violet Sky Marquis looked at Su Qiu and the two of them, his eyes narrowed slightly. Can you actually still hold out? I'll see how far you can hold on. He's going to keep upping the ante. But at this point, there was a hand behind Su Qiu on his shoulder. Shasta. That boundless pressure directly dissipated. Su Qiu only felt his body loosen up, as if he had moved a huge mountain. He turned to see a familiar figure, but the leader of the Storm Bulls, Ol. She smiled and looked at Su Qiu. Is everything all right? It's okay. It's good that it's okay. Come on, step aside for a moment. Olay laughed and then walked towards the Purple Sky Marquis. Looking at the woman in front of him, Marquis Zixiao frowned. You are. The words were not yet finished. He was greeted by a wolf-toothed stick. The wolf-tooth rod whistled out, containing an incomparably great power, and the Marquis of the Purple Heavens looked startled as he urged his spiritual power to transform into 3 layers of defensive barriers. But bang! 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 Almost at the same time, all 3 layers of defense barriers shattered, and the wolf-tooth rod ruthlessly smashed into the Violet Sky Marquis, sending him flying. And Ol's voice rang out. Bullying my Storming Bull Regiment's people, have you asked my mom? Olay carried the wolfsbane with a cold expression. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. Nice guy. That's the master of the Purple Sky Martial Arts School. A 7th order feudal lord powerhouse. And just get hit with a bat? There is no mistake. And the purple heavenly marquis who flew out had his spiritual power running, dislodging the force and stabilizing his body, but even so, he still felt a surge of chi and blood. Almost spit out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Olay with a hint of anger in his eyes, but after hearing the identity of the leader of the Storm Bull troop, this hint of anger was transformed into scorn. Although he was a sealed marquee powerhouse, he was not invincible in Qingyun City. There were several existences that could match him, maybe even better. And Ol, the leader of the Storm Bulls, is one of them. Tyrannical Bull Leader, the most brutal and unreasonable guy among the 20 hunting group leaders in Qingyun City, Tyrannical Bull Olay. Did not expect that you and I would meet for the first time in this kind of scenario. The Purple Sky Marquis said indifferently. Olay looked at him while carrying a wolfsbane and indifferently said, "Don't get close. A feudal marquee powerhouse bullying a small group member of my family, you're shameless." He's actually from your Storm Bulls group? What, don't believe me? I'm just giving the youngsters a lesson so that they know that there are people outside of people. The Violet Sky Marquis said indifferently. Yeah? Then I'll teach you a lesson too. Let you know what it means to beat a dog even if you have to look at the master. Olay said in a cold voice. Sucho? With one step, the pressure on his body was declared. Boom! The crowd felt the ground shake violently. Behind Olay, a giant bull silhouette with scarlet eyes and green light flowing all over its body, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura appeared. Great, a martial soul! Heavenly green bull demon! Suchio looked at this scene in surprise. He had always thought that Olay's martial soul was that wolf tooth stick in her hand. Surprised? Lin Jian walked up from behind Suchio and laughed. Did you think that the headmaster's martial soul was that wolf tooth rod? In fact, you didn't guess wrongly, that wolf tooth rod is also the headmaster's martial soul. A class martial soul heavenly tooth rod. Suchio's eyes lit up as he sniffed, dual-born martial soul. Chapter 31, So You Care About Me So Much. The final 8 begins. A dual-born martial soul, as the name suggests, is a person with 2 martial souls. It's very rare, but not unheard of. And generally speaking, the martial souls of dual-born martial souls were generally not high, and like Olay, the case of dual-born martial souls that were both ranked was even rarer. It's rarer than SS grade. After the heavenly green bull demon was summoned, it exuded a powerful baleful aura that impacted the minds and souls of everyone present, and everyone couldn't help but have a cold sweat break out on their foreheads. Several figures rushed over at this time. Timo, stop. Ol, what are you doing? Stop fooling around. The captain of the 3rd Squadron ran to Olay, looking at his former student with anger. This is the first middle school, there are so many students, if they fight, what if they accidentally injure the students? Quickly put away the martial spirit. Olay sniffed, skimmed her lips, and put her martial spirit back. She looked at the Violet Sky Marquis. You should be thankful that there are many students here. If this were any other place, I would have to beat you up. It's not certain who's going to beat who. The purple heavenly marquis was not sure of winning though. But the mouth must be hard. Sucho on the side looked at Olay's back, a hint of respect in his eyes. I didn't realize that the head's strength was so strong that the Marquis of the Violet Heavens would have to be afraid of it. She's just a crazy woman. Wang Yan, who was wearing designer clothes and carrying a designer bag, walked up, glanced at Olay and skimmed her mouth and said, it's just that it's a crazy woman who was very powerful and very protective, so that people can't help but want to follow her. A mouthful of crazy women. But for all strength and also charisma, she was beyond recognizing. Sister Wang Yan, why are you here too? Tisk, you're the newcomer of our tyrannical bull troop, you're participating in this martial Dao competition, of course we have to come to support you, it's lucky we're here or else you'd have to let that purple heavenly marquis bully you. It's fine, I'm an SSS-ranked martial soul, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Suchio laughed. He didn't believe that the Marquis of Zixia would dare to lay hands on him in public. The big deal is that it's a loss. Later, when he is stronger, he will find his way back to the field is. Well, enough about that, when are you going to compete? I don't know, but I seem to have been internalized directly into the top 8. The Elite 8? That won't have to wait until the afternoon? Wang Yan's few people felt that they had come early. And after Olay and Zixioho had finished putting words in each other's mouths, Zixioho left, and before he left, Zhang Yunjie, who was beside the other party, looked at Sucho, with a leap in his eyes, I'll beat you in the Elite 8. Sucho didn't care and didn't even consider his opponent as an opponent. This attitude made Zhang Yunjie very furious. He clenched his fists and vowed to make the other man look good. Sucho, When did you join the Storm Bull Regiment? Luo Qingxue was quite curious about Su Qiu. Oh, it's like this. Su Qiu briefly told him what had happened. Luo Qingxue sniffed and pondered, then looked at him and said, I'll be waiting for you in the final 8, and the one who defeats you can only be me. With that, he walked away without looking back. Olay bumped Su Qiu with her shoulder and teased, Kid, you can do it, the Luo family's eldest miss was taken down by you just like that. No, she and I are merely friends. Su Qiu shook his head and laughed. But I just saw you wrapping your arms around her waist, even if they are friends, this is too intimate. Wang Yan laughed. That's not because of the Marquis of the Purple Sky. Don't explain, an explanation is a cover-up. The corner of Su Qiu's mouth twitched, forget it, I won't talk to you guys, anyway, it's not my turn to play yet, let's find a place to hang out. It was the first time he had come to the first school. Wandered around a bit. And the Martial Way Newcomers competition had also begun. This time, it was divided into 16 arenas, and the competition would be centralized after the top 8 were decided. Su Qiu went for a lap on a couple of the races. Various newcomers hit the ground running. However, most of these martial arts novices were of the lower first rank, and even the middle rank was pitifully small, so he didn't put it on his mind at all. With his strength, placed in this martial arts competition. It's like casting a shark inside a school of fish. Not in the same league at all. Wandered around all morning. Su Qiu took Olay and the others to have a meal at the first middle school cafeteria. And while eating, quite a few people watched them. Luo Qingxue carried her food tray to Su Qiu and said indifferently, I went to find out this morning that Zhang Yunjie's strength isn't bad. Oh, how? You and I are the school G. ODs of the third middle school, then this Zhang Yunjie is the school god of the first middle school, and the other party has awakened the SS-ranked Martial Soul Earth Berserker Bear. Not only that, he has also joined the Purple Sky Martial School and is the personal disciple of the Purple Sky Marquis. In addition, the first middle school had always been stronger than the third middle school, and this time when the third middle school appeared with 2 SSS-ranked martial souls in one breath, the principal of the first middle school was unconvinced and spent a heavy amount of money to purchase a second-rank boundary-breaking elixir to help Zhang Yunjie break through to the second rank. For the other side to win the first place in the big game and suppress the 3 middle schools. Apart from the fact that his martial soul level is not as good as yours, his cultivation, martial skills, practical combat experience, and underlying strength are all stronger than yours, and we are still in the first middle school, fighting on his turf, so you have to be careful. Luo Qingxue slowly said. So you care about me that much? Su Qiu looked at Luo Qingxue with his chin in his hand and said. His opponent glanced at him and grunted lightly, I just don't want you to be defeated by someone else before you lose to me. Damn it! I just care about you. But how am I supposed to say that? Luo Qingxue was secretly frantic in her heart. Su Qiu looked at her with a smile and said, Don't worry, a little Zhang Yunjie, let's see how I can take him down easily. A passing student sniffed and lightly grunted, arrogant. Senior brother Zhang's strength is beyond your imagination. You'll know the power when the time comes. Some of the students whispered. There was a lot of confidence in Zhang Yunjie, but it was no wonder, the other party was their first high school god, and they were turning towards each other. Su Qiu was also too lazy to bother with these people. Everything speaks with strength. Soon it was afternoon. Opening of the Elite 8. Su Qiu arrived at the venue, the seats around him were already full, many people were standing, and a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Brother, brother! Only to see that Su Xiaoshang had also come at some point. Is cheering him on in the crowd. He smiled weakly at the other man before walking into the meeting. Inside the field. Apart from him, the other 7 people, apart from Luo Qingxue, there were also 2 acquaintances, none other than Li Ziang, Xiao Mei. These 2 had an A-ranked martial soul and an S-ranked martial soul. It was not surprising that they were able to break into the top 8, the key was that these 2 were now just as much a part of the Purple Sky Martial School as Zhang Yunjie. Su Qiu, I'm not the same person I used to be, perhaps by that time, I can deal with you without the need for senior brother Zhang to make a move. Li Ziang said to Su Qiu, full of confidence. Su Qiu completely ignored him. Zhang Yunjie, on the other hand, also stared at Su Qiu with a deadly stare, his eyes filled with wariness. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare that the Elite 8 tournament has officially begun. A host walked up to the ring, holding a microphone and said, First of all, the first match between the 2 sides is 3rd Middle School Su Qiu and 3rd Middle School Li Ziang. Li Ziang was slightly stunned, then walked up to the ring with his fists rubbing together, and arrogantly said to Su Qiu, come up and fight. Chapter 32 Su Xiaoshang is terribly strong. Su Qiu, come up and fight. Li Ziang stood in the ring with an arrogant look. Su Qiu froze for a moment. You're not the main character, why are you so crazy? Aren't you looking for death? He slowly walked up to the ring while Li Ziang laughed. Su Qiu, in the past, you always pressed me in the third middle school. Now that I have joined the Purple Sky Martial Arts School, I have long since changed from the old days, so today, I will let you see the metamorphosed me. After saying that he bellowed, come out, Snow Wolf King. It was accompanied by a hail of ice and snow. A giant silver-white wolf appeared in front of everyone. It was none other than the A-class martial soul Snow Wolf King. Only the same A-class martial soul, Olay's Azure Bull Demon Aura is much more powerful than the Snow Wolf King, in addition to the difference in cultivation. There were gaps amongst the A-ranked martial souls. Go! Li Ziang gave a low shout, and the Snow Wolf dynasty rushed up towards Su Qiu. However, the lance behind Su Qiu's back was not even removed. Facing the pouncing Snow Wolf King, he sank his waist and stood on his horse, his 5 fingers clenched into fists, and overbearing flames burst out from his fists. A punch is thrown. Boom! That Snow Wolf King was hardened and blown into pieces. The martial soul was dispersed and returned to Li Ziang's body, while he suffered a strong backlash and screamed miserably, his eyes rolled over and he fainted. The crowd was confused. Just this? I didn't see it wrong, and a ranked martial spirit was punched in seconds? What's the situation with this guy? The martial soul didn't even use it, one punch secured the A-ranked martial soul. Is the SSS-ranked martial soul so perverted? That's not right, his martial soul is Tao Tai, it's a support class martial soul, it doesn't have any advantage in terms of attack. He was able to second an A-ranked martial soul, all because of his strength. Looking at the fainted Li Ziang, Su Qiu skimmed his lips. I thought I could get through a few moves, looks like I overthought it. First game. Third middle school Su Qiu wins. The host froze for a moment, then announced. He gave Su Qiu a look of awe. This kind of character, as long as he doesn't die, he will definitely be a top powerhouse in the future. Too funny, gibberish, go up and be directly killed by my brother in seconds, laugh me to death. Su Xiaoshan covered her stomach and laughed. Not far away, a few people from Ol noticed her as well. She's Su Qiu's sister? Yeah, I think her name is Su Xiaoshang. TSK, this girl, I like it. In the future, when she awakens her martial soul, pull her into the tyrannical cow core as well. Olay said. Intuition told her that the little girl was interesting. Lin Jian, Wang Yan looked at each other. This is straight up Raging Bull Reserve? Good lord, not many people in the whole of Qingyun City have this kind of treatment. Su Qiu jumps out of the ring. Zhang Yunjie glanced at him. You are indeed extraordinary, but you only defeated a Li Ziang, don't be complacent too early. Su Qiu was like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at the other party, which do you see me being complacent? Eyes can be given to those in need, like the one beside you. Xiaomia next to Zhang Yunjie froze. What's it got to do with me? You're blind for finding such a guy as a boyfriend. Su Qiu, you bully people too much. Xiaomia was so angry that her face turned red. Game 2. Third middle school Luo Qingxue versus third middle school Xiaomei. At this point, the host said. At this time, the principal of the third middle school in the stands was not happy. I suspect that there is a black curtain. How come all the third middle school beat the third middle school? Isn't this a deliberate attempt to drain the third form? The principal of the first middle school next to him said indifferently, who's right and who's right is random, don't talk nonsense if you don't have any evidence, be careful I'll sue you for slander. Humph, you're not afraid that I'll take first place in the third grade, are you? I have Zhang Yunjie in my first grade, what's there to be afraid of? The principal of the first school said. What's Zhang Yunjie? With Luo Qingxue and Su Qiu around, the first place in this new competition is mine, third middle school. Wait and see. The two principals went toe-to-toe. The players hadn't fought yet, but they almost did. Xiaomei suppressed the fire in her heart and walked up to the ring to face Luo Qingxue, and without saying a word, she summoned her martial soul. S-class martial spirit, see King Trident. She held a trident in her hand, and a stream of water swirled around her. Martial skill, 1000 stream gun. Xiaomei swept out with a halberd. A stream of water blasted towards Luo Qingxue from all directions. But in the next second, Luo Qingxue's body erupted with a cold aura, and a cold ice divine phoenix flew out of her, hovering above her head. The divine phoenix took to the air, its magnificent stance emitting an endless cold aura, almost freezing the entire ring. Those streams of water that were close to Luo Qingxue were also frozen, unable to touch her. Hiss. This is an SSS class martial soul. The power is strong. In the ring, Luo Qingxue had a divine phoenix hovering above her head, her cold aura flowing, as if she was a queen coming out of a land of ice and snow. She looked at Xiaomei indifferently. Martial souls have attributes, and there is a relationship between attributes that are mutually exclusive, and cold ice restrains water. Your Sea King Trident is useless in front of me. Having said that, the divine phoenix above her opened its mouth and spat out a cold ice spit. Xiaomei was almost defenseless as his entire body was lifted off by the spit and fell outside the ring, a layer of frost forming on his body. The entire person was frozen and pale. She had thought that she could at least go through 2 moves with Luo Qingxue. But I didn't expect. It's still a matter of getting killed in seconds. It's horrible. Not only was the opponent's martial soul level completely above his own, the attribute also restrains oneself, so it's impossible to fight. Game 2, third form Luo Qingxue wins. The host said. Seconds again? Both of these SSS class martial souls are too strong. Not bad for my goddess. And next, there was the third contest. It was by Zhang Yunjie from the first middle school against a teenager from the second middle school, and that teenager wasn't too bad, with a first-order middle-grade cultivation, plus an A-ranked weapon martial soul. But alas, against Zhang Yunjie. As for Zhang Yunjie, after seeing Su Qiu and the two of them make a big splash, he naturally wasn't willing to be left alone and blasted out with a full-force punch. Cracking mountain fist. Boom! With one punch, spiritual energy spurted out as if it had condensed into a large mountain. That second-form teenager was directly hit and spat out blood, falling off the ring. Good. Worthy of being the pride of our first middle school. Yunjie, I love you. Zhangshan is mighty. The students of the first middle school have cheered and supported Zhang Yunjie. It was almost a full house. Zhang Yunjie stood in the ring, arrogantly looking at Su Qiu, Luo Qingxue, and pointing at the teenagers he knocked out of the ring. That's what you'll get. Whoa, such a stinker, who is this idiot? Su Xiaoshan couldn't sit still when he saw someone provoking his oldest brother. What's there to be proud of when your cultivation is higher than someone else's before defeating them? The people in the first school were not happy at all. Who is this girl, and she dares to underestimate Zhang Xin? I don't know, but from what she said, it seems like Su Qiu's sister. Oh, no wonder it's so arrogant. Oomph, little girl, you don't know the sky. Being rebuked by a group of people pointing at her nose, Su Xiaoshan was half-assed, crossing her arms and shouting, "Did I say something wrong? If he kills in seconds at the same realm, then I might even think highly of him. What's so proud about a high realm defeating a low realm? Isn't it normal for the strong to win over the weak? Refute me if you're not convinced." It was as if she was going to single-handedly take on the entire field of one middle school student by herself. Sharp-toothed and terribly strong. Olay laughed out loud at the sight. I like this girl too much. Turn around and tell Su Qiu, I'll take this girl from the Storm Bull Troop. Chapter 33, has the victory been decided? Lighten up, little baby. Summon the white tiger. Su Xiaoshan, one person singled out a middle school student. The crowd was smoking from her anger. Someone tried to make a move to throw her out of the meeting. But behind Su Xiaoshuang slowly stepped out a few people. It was the few people from the Storm Bull Regiment. Olay rubbed Su Xiaoshuang's head and laughed. Don't be afraid, I'm your brother's leader. With me here, you'll have no problem even if you point your nose at the purple heavenly marquis. The innocent victimized Marquis of Zixio stared with wide eyes. Are you polite? Su Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. Lao's headmaster? With Olay as her backing, she was full of energy and even less abashed. Luo Qingxue under the ring looked at Su Xiaoshuang, her face oddly glanced at Su Qiu. Your little sister is quite fierce. That's my sister. Su Qiu grinned. Next, the fourth ring match. The winner was a teenager from the first school. At this point, there are still 2 people from each of the first and third schools advancing to the quarterfinals. The other 11 high schools were completely relegated to the sidelines. Next up is the semi-finals. Semi-final Game 1. Third middle school Su Qiu versus first middle school Zhang Yunjie. The host said in a loud voice. And this first one had the crowd in attendance in an uproar. I thought these two would meet in the finals, but I didn't realize that they would actually have to decide the winner in the semi-finals. Tisk, go Zhang make that kid look good. This is first grade, let him know what's up. Almost all of the students of first middle school were shouting and cheering for Zhang Yunjie. In such a situation, the morale of the other players is bound to take a huge hit and even make mistakes in the battle. That's the advantage of playing at home. It was also one of Zhang Yunjie's reliance. In the crowd, Su Xiaoshang saw that almost everyone was cheering for Zhang Yunjie. She was not willing to show her weakness and shouted, "Go for it, old brother." Only her voice alone was too low. It was almost overshadowed by the sound of the crowd. "Don't be idle, you few, shout together." Su Xiaoshan pulled Wang Yan, and Lin Jian. Several people shouted together. A few people glanced at Ol. The other party laughed. "Listen to Frost, shout louder for me, don't let people belittle my stormy bull troop." After saying that, she took a deep breath and roared, "Su Qiu! If you dare to lose, get ready to eat old lady's big stick." Her roar was like thunder, directly overpowering the room. Su Xiaoshang stood by the side, her ears buzzing. She looked at Olay with adoration in her eyes. "I'll go. If I have this voice, I won't be afraid of arguing with others in the future." This is nothing more than some sort of technique of utilizing spiritual energy. You'll naturally know it when your cultivation gets better in the future. Empress Qiong Shao skimmed her lips. He himself is again teaching martial arts, meditation charts, and alchemy. It took a lot of hard work to get some of Su Xiaoshan's admiration. But it's not as good as a yell? What's going on in this Su Xiaoshan's head? In the ring, when Su Qiu heard Olay's words, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said to Zhang Yunjie, "Hear that? I'm going to be killed if I lose." "Humph, it's just a pity that you're bound to lose." Zhang Yunjie lightly grunted, his second stage cultivation exploding with all his might. He took a step out towards Su Qiu and rushed towards him, punching out with a martial art. A large mountain shadow smashed towards Su Qiu. Grade A martial art cracking mountain fist. And Su Qiu removed the lance behind his back without any haste and violently stabbed out. The same A-grade martial art Thunder King Gun. But yes, more domineering, stronger and swifter. Bang! The two major martial arts impacted together head-on. Only to see the large mountain condensed out of spiritual energy being directly shattered as the fierce lightning gunshots blasted at Zhang Yunjie, sending him flying. The opponent fell to the ring like a kite with broken strings. For a moment, the people who had originally shouted and cheered for Zhang Yunjie were all confused. The principal of the first middle school, Marquis Zixiao, stood up from the bleachers in a mischievous manner. Peak level A-grade martial arts. This guy actually has this kind of marksmanship? Grade A martial arts are incomparably rare. I've never seen such a marksmanship in Qingyan City. Where on earth did this guy learn it from? Even a feudal lord powerhouse like the Violet Sky Marquis was shocked. Not to mention the other students. No, it won't. Zhang Yunjie was sent flying with a single shot? Is there any mistake? This can't be a fake, can it? Oh my god. The crowd swallowed, unwilling to believe the scene before them. On the contrary, Su Xiaoshan was happy. See, my brother is the real genius. Now no one dared to retort. The battle isn't over yet. Ol said, hugging her shoulders. On the ring, Zhang Yunjie slowly stood up as he stared at Su Qiu dead in the face. I didn't expect that you actually have this kind of martial art. Yes. I'll just show you my bottom card too. After saying that, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from his body. It's not the rumored lower second order. Rather, second order middle grade. Not only that, he roared, "Come out! Earth Berserker Bear!" An earth-colored blow emerged from his body. A tall, stone armor-clad giant bear appeared in the ring, and the other roared, as if a substantial wave of sound impacted out. A crack even appeared on the ring. A powerful aura locked Su Qiu in place. Compared to the gigantic Earth Berserker Bear, Su Qiu looked a bit small at the moment. Su Qiu, as far as I know, your Taotai martial spirit doesn't have any substantial attack power. And I'm a second-order middle-grade martial artist, plus the Earth Berserker Bear. What can you, a first-order upper grade, fight me with? I told you, amongst the newcomers to the martial arts in this class, I'm the most powerful being. So what if you're an SSS class martial soul? I'm going to trample you under my feet as usual. Zhang Yunjie said proudly. And he does have the capital. Victory and defeat have been decided. The Purple Sky Marquis said indifferently. The principal of the first middle school also said with a smile, not bad, cultivation and also power all-round crushing, I don't even know how to lose? Su Xiaoshan, who was still full of confidence, couldn't help but panic a little when she saw this scene. It was really because that earth black bear was too intimidating. The size of a mountain. A bear's paw was half the size of Su Qiu's. In the ring, Su Qiu looked at the earth berserker bear in front of him and indeed felt a hint of pressure, but he did not panic. Because he likewise has a bottom card. Ding! Facing Zhang Yunjie's earth berserker bear as well as a second-order cultivation, you have the following options if your cultivation is inferior to your opponent's. 1. Surrender decisively and admit defeat. If you stay green, you won't be afraid of no firewood. Reward, a bottle of advanced gene potion. 2. Fight each other to the death. Reward, a Yuan creation pill. 3. What's a mere earth berserker bear? Summon the white tiger and show your opponent what it means to be a true attack-oriented martial spirit. Reward: 1 second-order cultivation card plus $10 million. Looking at the several options that suddenly appeared in front of him, the corners of Su Qiu's mouth rose. This choice system, it was really deep in his heart. Earth berserker bear, right? Next, let you know what it means to be truly mad. Su Qiu grinned. The breath on his body erupted, a cold and murderous intent filled the air. Lighten up, little baby. Martial Soul, White Tiger. Chapter 34 White Tiger's Might, Luo Qingshua's True Strength. Lighten up, little baby. Martial Spirit, White Tiger. Facing the oppression of the earth berserker bear, Su Qiu bellowed, his body erupting with an unparalleled aura of solemnity. The breath swept across the room. A white light burst out from him, transforming into the white tiger martial spirit in the air as the white tiger appeared for the first time, emitting a deafening roar. Along with the roaring sound, the killing aura became more and more amazing. The people present only felt a chill run down their spines. In a trance, it was as if they saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood stepping underneath the white tiger, with a boundless murderous aura that seemed to be killing the heavens and the earth. When the white tiger appeared in the world, everyone couldn't sit still. Olay, Marquis Zixiao, Luo Qingxua, and all the principals all stood up and stared at the tall, majestic, murderous white tiger in the ring. This isn't the Tao Tai martial spirit. This is the martial soul white tiger. The white tiger that kills heaven and earth. It's also an SSS class martial soul. He's actually a dual-born martial soul. And they're all SSS ranked. Damn, what kind of demon is this? Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva, shocked beyond measure. An SSS class martial soul was enough to shock people. Not to mention the twin SSS class. This kind of thing hasn't happened in history, has it? What kind of demon is this? This kid, he's hiding so deep. Olay had always felt that Su Qiu was hiding some kind of undercard in his body, but it never occurred to her that the other party was a dual-born martial soul just like herself. It was only that this twin-born martial soul of the other party could be much more powerful than his own. 2 SSS levels. She also had to say, what a little monster. So this is his true strength. Under the ring, Luo Qingshua's small mouth was slightly open, also stunned. She had thought that she had an SSS-ranked martial soul and could separate herself from Su Qiu, defeating the other party in the future and getting rid of the name of the 10,000-year-old second. But I didn't expect that the other party actually had 2 such martial souls? It was horrible as hell. The purple heavenly marquis, the principal of the 3rd middle school, and the others were also confused. But the one who was most confused right now was Zhang Yunjie in the ring, who had displayed his 2nd-rank middle-grade cultivation and summoned the earth berserker bear, and had thought that victory was assured. Who would have thought that the other party had actually summoned a white tiger? He could feel that after the white tiger appeared, the body of his own earth berserker bear began to tremble slightly, as if it was fear. The white tiger that kills and destroys heaven and earth, is the well-deserved king of beasts. In front of him, so what if the earth berserker bear was SS class? Damn it, I don't believe it. I don't believe that your white tiger is really an SSS rank. Twin-born SSS rank, there can't be such a thing in the world. Zhang Yunjie roared. If this is all true, then wouldn't his own proud talent become a joke in front of Su Qiu? He couldn't accept this matter. Earth berserker bear, tear him apart for me. Zhang Yunjie ordered. Even though the earth berserker bear was afraid, it still endured its fear in the face of its master's order and roared angrily as it pounced towards the white tiger. Seeing this, Su Qiu lightly said, "White tiger, go on." The white tiger licked its paw, then walked towards the earth berserker bear without any hesitation, standing out as a noble, elegant. The earth berserker bear blasted a claw towards the white tiger. However, the white tiger's figure flickered and disappeared, and in the next second, it arrived in the air above the earth berserker bear, and its claws clawed down directly. The stone armor on the earth berserker bear was directly torn apart. Even his body was torn out with deep blood marks, and with a plop, he planted himself on the ground, while the white tiger stood on top of the earth berserker bear, condescending and looking down on Zhang Yunjie, like a king scrutinizing a mole cricket. Seconds. White tiger, spike the earth berserker bear. No, this can't be. Able to kill the earth berserker bear in seconds. This white tiger in front of me is a genuine SSS class martial spirit. It's too much. How could anyone have a dual-born SSS-ranked martial soul? This kind of thing is completely unbelievable. Damn it. Zhang Yunjie let out a low gulp as he charged towards the white tiger and blasted out with a punch. The second-rank martial skill cracking mountain fist combined with his second-rank cultivation struck out. But the white tiger stood above the earth berserker bear, and when he saw that this tiny molecule in front of him actually dared to take a shot at him, he growled as if he was enraged. The roar was like thunder, carrying a boundless killing aura. Zhang Yunjie only felt an unprecedented shock to his mind and soul, and as his body's spiritual energy collapsed, his entire body actually fell to his knees uncontrollably. The white tiger kills and shocks. This kind of killing aura was something that even a battle-hardened warrior might not be able to withstand, let alone a martial artist like Zhang Yunjie who had never been to war. His cultivation might be above Su Qiu, above the current stage of the white tiger. But he couldn't afford to face the white tiger's killing aura. Right after Zhang Yunjie kneeled down, the white tiger slowly walked up to him before directly striking out with a claw, and the opponent was directly blown out of the ring. He fell to the ground and fainted straight away. The earth berserker bear also disappeared into a point of light and returned to Zhang Yunjie's body. There was dead silence in the room. They had thought that this battle was already won after seeing Zhang Yunjie displaying his second-rank cultivation as well as summoning the earth berserker bear. Who would have thought that Su Qiu was even more perverted? It was actually a twin-born SSS class martial soul. Summon the white tiger and kill Zhang Yunjie in seconds. It's horrible, this man. This is the first time I've seen a twin SSS class martial soul. Fart, let alone seeing it, it's the first time I've even heard of it. Su Xiaoshan crossed her arms, excited beyond measure. Wow, Kaka, see, this is my brother's true strength. Tiny Zhang Yunjie, easily taken. For once, no one could refute her. The dual-life SSS class is so shocking. Your brother's talent is indeed not bad. Dual-born SSS rank is not rare in the Milky Way galaxy, but it's barely enough to qualify for the word genius. Even the Empress Jiang Shao inside Su Xiaoshuan was a bit surprised. Dual-born martial souls were rare in the blue planet, but nothing in the Milky Way galaxy. Not to mention dual-life martial souls, she had seen triple-life and quadruple-life martial souls. The twin SSS does have a bit of something though. Oomph, barely? My brother is the number one in the sky, the universe, alright. Su Xiaoshang retorted inwardly. Empress Jiang Shao was too lazy to argue with this brotherly accuser. In her opinion, when Su Xiaoshuang stepped out of the blue star in the future and saw enough of the world, she would naturally realize how insignificant it was in front of the vast Milky Way galaxy as well as the vastness of the universe, regardless of whether it was Su Qiu or the entire blue star. Su Qiu collected his white tiger martial spirit and walked out of the ring. And the hosts are coming around in shock. Semi-final game 1, third form Su Qiu wins. No one clapped and cheered. Everyone looked at Su Qiu with complicated gazes. It only felt that the man in front of her was unattainable. Only Su Xiaoshan applauded vigorously, her hands clapping red. And under the ring, Luo Qingxue looked at Su Qiu. You're hiding deep enough, only, this time, the first place in the new competition will still be me. She finished and walked to the ring. Her opponent, a student from the first middle school, the other party was a first-rank upper-grade martial artist. His strength was good, if not for the appearance of Su Qiu, Luo Qingxue, Zhang Yunjie, and these geniuses in this term, he might be the first newcomer this time. Thinking of this, the student couldn't help but smile bitterly. He took a deep breath and looked at Luo Qingxue. Come on. Luo Qingxue didn't say anything. A cold, chilling aura swept from her body, intense spiritual energy, impacting out. Hurrah is second order cultivation. Another second order. The corner of Luo Qingxue's mouth rose slightly. Su Qiu, I also have a bottom card. Chapter 35 Advancing to the second stage, Thunder Dragon Martial Spirit, first in the grand competition. Su Qiu was slightly surprised as he looked at Luo Qingxue, who was displaying her second order cultivation in the ring. She's advanced to the second rank as well. Tisk, as expected of the Luo family, it smashed a lot of resources down, hasn't it? Sucho sked. Budo is a very costly affair. Sometimes resources are more important than talent. Without resources, it is difficult to utilize even the best talent. But if resources plus talent, that would be unbeatable. Luo Qingxue, for example, was a living example. He could feel that the other party's cultivation was not worse than Zhang Yunjia's, the same second-rank middle grade. Even without himself, Zhang Yunjia would not be able to win first place. Luo Qingxue's cultivation level caused the crowd to clamor. These two SSS class martial souls are truly extraordinary. Too strong, the others are no match for them at all. The ring. That student facing Luo Qingxue's mind collapsed. The martial soul is inferior to others by a large margin. Cultivation is not as strong as others. Playing chicken. I concede. The other side admitted defeat decisively. The host didn't feel surprised and said in a loud voice, "Semi-final game 2, 3rd middle school Luo Qingxue wins." Next is the final match of this competition. It's 3rd middle school Luo Qingxue versus 3rd middle school Suqiu. The principal of the 3rd grade school in the stands was delighted. Ouch, 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 this first and second place are both from our 3rd grade. Undertake to undertake. Achieving such good results, this next year's Education Bureau resources will definitely be tilted toward their 3rd middle school. Thinking of this, he smiled even more happily. On the contrary, the principal of the 1st middle school next to him, his face turned into a pig's liver color. That gas. The ring. Luo Qingxue looked at Suqiu, a showdown Suqiu. I will prove to you that the current me is stronger than you. I will defeat you. And then confess to you. Luo Qingxue thought secretly, somewhat impatiently. Suqiu looked at her, thinking she couldn't wait to beat herself up, smiled slightly, and jumped into the ring. I told you. With me around, you'll only ever be 1,000,000 years old. One try and you'll see. Luo Qingxue said loudly. The martial soul Cold Ice Divine Phoenix was summoned. The Divine Phoenix took to the air, its cold aura enveloping the 8 directions, domineering and overwhelming. Suqiu also summoned the White Tiger. The two SSS class martial souls went head-to-head with high battle intent. Boom! Before the master could speak, the two great martial souls clashed together, killing aura of cold sweeping across the ring, and overbearing spiritual power fluctuations spreading out. The students in the stands felt a powerful sense of oppression permeate them. The ones that were closer were even almost hurt. Ha, these two little guys are fighting so fiercely. Olay laughed and stood out, her body's spiritual energy erupted and her 5 fingers grabbed in the void, boundary martial technique. Green vine cover. The words fell. A green-colored vine suddenly rose up from the ground and intertwined in the air to form a huge vine ball boundary, covering the entire ring. Their attacks were isolated, and they didn't have to worry about hurting anyone else. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. This is a boundary martial technique, it's rare. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen it, too. This newcomer competition is really wonderful. SSS-ranked martial souls, dual-born martial souls, boundary martial skills, these can't even be seen in normal times. The purple heavenly marquis glanced at Olay and became more and more scornful. The strength of this tyrannical bullhead is really extraordinary. The boundary martial technique is the most testing manipulation of spiritual power, and is one of the most difficult to learn among the many martial techniques, and she was actually able to perform it easily. Inside the boundaries. The White Tiger and the Cold Ice Divine Phoenix exchanged blows one after another, and the cold murderous aura impacted. And Luo Qingxue followed suit. A palm blasted out, a ranked martial skill, Cold Ice Spiral Palm. Seeing this, Suqiu stabbed out with a spear that had thunder and lightning intertwined on it. Great a martial skill Thunder King Gun. Boom! The two major martial arts impacted head-on, and each side was shaken back. Luo Qingxue said, Suqiu, this martial skill of yours is also grade A, isn't it? It's just a pity that it's a lightning attribute, and your martial soul isn't a lightning attribute. Otherwise, if you could fully utilize the effects of this martial art, you might be able to match the current me, but alas, you won't have that chance. Suqiu sniffed and smiled faintly. 2nd rank middle grade cultivation, you're progressing quite fast. That's the power of money. Luo Qingxue laughed. When Suqiu sniffed, the corner of his mouth rose, and he secretly took out the 2nd order cultivation card that he had just obtained and crushed it, and instantly, a powerful spiritual energy erupted from within him. His breath climbed in knots. In one fell swoop, he broke through the threshold of the first order and stepped into the second order. Luo Qingxue was shocked at the sight. You actually hid your cultivation as well. The crowd clamored. Not only is this guy a dual-born martial soul, he's also hiding his cultivation. How many undercards are hidden? Is this really just a martial arts newbie? Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the second rank. The third martial soul has awakened. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Suchio's mind. In the next second, a dragon roar came from his mind in the middle of a trance, as if he was seeing a terrifying thunder dragon with a body over 1,000 meters in size, flying in the dark clouds, and wrapped in the power of a thunderbolt all over its body. This was none other than his third martial soul. SSS-grade Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon, as the name suggests, was a terrifying existence that mastered the power of thunder. And as the Thunder Dragon martial spirit appeared, Suchio's eyes flashed with an azure-colored thunder light as his Thunder King gun broke through the peak in one fell swoop. Reached the state of perfection. Luo Qingxue detected a slight change, feeling that the Suchio in front of her seemed to have become different, but she couldn't tell. Among those present, only the Qiongshao Empress inside Su Xiaoshuang detected a hint of abnormality. On him, a third martial soul fluctuation has actually appeared? This guy, how did he awaken his martial spirit again? Hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang couldn't help but grow more and more excited. What? A third martial soul? My brother is really bullish. The ring. Su Qiu felt the spiritual energy surging within his body, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, then the long spear in his hand was like a dragon as he stabbed out steeply. The long spear broke through the air as if it had transformed into a hideous and incomparable thunder dragon. Luo Qingxue didn't dare to be careless and blocked with all her might. With a palm strike, the cold air turned into a vortex-like. However, the moment she made contact with Su Qiu's shot, her cold chi vortex directly collapsed with a bang, and the dominating force blasted her out of the ring. The spiritual energy in her body was also disordered, and she was unable to stabilize her body. As she was about to fall to the ground, a figure followed suit and rushed down from the ring, wrapping its arms around her. Then it landed firmly on the ground. It was Su Qiu who stepped in to help at the last minute. And when the host saw the scene, he didn't know how to judge it for a moment. We can see that Su Qiu and also Luo Qingxue landed outside of the ring almost at the same time. This kind of situation is rarely seen. Let's leave it to the panel of judges as to who actually won. The crowd booed at the words. Su Xiaoshang skimmed her mouth. My brother went down from the ring to save his life, and this can't even tell who won? Who found this host? Under the ring. Luo Qingxue was cradled in Su Qiu's arms. Her heart was like a deer in headlights, and a layer of pink color gradually spread on her face. Su Qiu saw this. Why is your face red? Where are you hurt? Luo Qingxue hurriedly broke away and recalled the cold ice divine phoenix back into her body, saying, You won again this time, but I won't lose easily next time. She was a little exasperated inside. Damn it. Lost again. At this rate, when are we going to confess? Su Qiu sniffed and smiled faintly. Yeah, anytime. In the end, after the judges' panel's deliberation, it was unanimously decided that Su Qiu had won, becoming the first-place winner of this newbie competition. Su Qiu wasn't surprised at all, and when the principal of the third middle school presented him with the trophy, he directly reached out. Where's my advanced gene potion? That was his main goal in participating in the newcomer competition. Chapter 36, The Gift Su Xiaoshan Prepared, Fey Beastman. When the principal of the third middle school saw Su Qiu being so direct, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly and said, Aren't you going to make an acceptance speech first? Not prepared. Cough cough, then how does student Su Qiu feel about winning first place in the newbie competition this time? The principal of the third middle school asked. Well, don't feel much because it's fairly simple. The crowd was silent for a moment. Lean. So arrogant. Do you have anything to say to your opponents? Ah, what is there to say to the defeated? Su Qiu blinked. The principal of the third middle school coughed and gave Su Qiu a squeeze. Although we won first place, can we be a little more reserved? It's hard for me to do this when you're pulling so much hate. Mr. Su, why don't we encourage them? Well. Then, underlings, although you all lost to me, it's okay. After all, you won't be able to win in the future. Cheer up and cultivate well, and you may still be able to see my back in the future. Su Qiu said seriously to the crowd. Zhang Yunjie and the others' fists hardened. Too arrogant. Double-born SSS rank is amazing, huh? Well. Seems really remarkable. Unlike the annoyed ICHS students, Ol and the others laughed out loud. That temper, worthy of my Storm Bull regiment. Older brother is mighty. Looking at the students of the first middle school whose fists had hardened and might rush up to beat them at any time, the principal of the third middle school didn't dare to let Sucho speak anymore. Hurriedly, he took out a set of advanced gene potions. Student Su, this is your prize, take it well and thank you for speaking up, don't give it out next time. Sucho rolled her eyes. Originally I didn't want to send it, it was you who insisted that I say it, and you weren't satisfied when I said it, it's really hard to serve. Wouldn't this have been over if this prize had been given to me earlier? The principal of the third grade took a deep breath. Hold back. The other team has done our third grade school proud after all. After getting his prize, Sucho didn't continue to stay in the first middle school and planned to go home, while at the entrance, he saw a luxury car coming to pick up and drop off Luo Qingxue. A middle-aged man in a suit walked down from the car, his eyes lit up when he noticed Sucho, and he walked up and said, "This is Mr. Sucho, isn't it? He's really a talented man with a good appearance, and he's handsome and heroic." He came up with a string of positive words. "Sucho, this is my father," Luo Qingxue faintly said. Luo Long, head of the Luo family. One of the top dignitaries in Qingyan City, holding close to a third of Qingyan City's economic lifelines, and said to be a martial arts expert himself. "So it's Uncle Luo, I've heard of you for a long time, and when I see you today, you really do have a great demeanor, old and powerful," Sucho said. "Ha, well said. Amount. Nope. Old and strong? He's only in his early 40s, how is he old and strong? Classmate Su, I've often heard Xiao Shui mention you, this later if you're free to come to my Luo family more often to sit down, young people more exchanges." "No problem, I'll pay a visit sometime." "Heh, I'll be waiting for you then." Sucho left with Su Xiaoshang's few people. This time Olay several people came to cheer him up, of course he couldn't treat them poorly, naturally he had to take them to a good meal. Looking at their departing backs, Luo Long smiled faintly, "Indeed a vigorous child, you have a good eye, little Snow." "Dad, what do you mean?" "Huh, don't you like people?" Luo Long froze. "Like? When are you going to confess to someone?" "Wait until I beat him." Lorong sniffed and became more and more confused. "Do all you young people play so fancy nowadays?" After the newbie competition ended, Sucho returned home to continue his cultivation. From time to time, they go out on missions to hunt foreign beasts. In battle, he improved extremely fast. Together with the help of the high-level gene potion he obtained at the Newcomer competition, his cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds, quickly reaching the upper second rank from just advancing to the second rank. The speed of progress is staggering. And this day, Sucho, as usual, was ready to get up and cook. Only to find Su Xiaoshang actually got up one step ahead of him and made him breakfast, and he rubbed his eyes and glanced at the sun outside the window. "The sun didn't come out of the west today, why did you think of making me breakfast today?" Sucho wondered. "Brother, you forgot, it's your birthday." "Oh, so that's it." Sucho came to a sudden realization. "Brother, eat your breakfast, I prepared a gift for you downstairs, you'll love it," Su Xiaoshang said. "Yes?" Sucho was somewhat looking forward to it. After eating the fried egg and sausage and the buns he bought, he was pulled downstairs by Su Xiaoshang, only to see a car sitting at the door. Silver-white motorcycle. This motorcycle is tech-savvy and has beautiful lines, like a work of art. One look and you know it's expensive. Sucho was a bit surprised. This is the gift you prepared for me?" "Right brother, with this motorcycle, you won't have to take a bus or taxi when you go out in the future, it's a lot more convenient," Su Xiaoshang said proudly. "It's an expensive car, isn't it?" "It's not that expensive, it's only $1 million or so." Sucho sucked in a breath of cold air, $1 million or so. "Su Xiaoshang, what did you go and do? Where did you get so much money?" "Brother, I'm done pretending, I'll show my cards. In fact, I've already been a millionaire for a long time, and will be a billionaire in a short while." "What's going on?" "I've entered into a partnership with Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprises." Su Xiaoshang briefly talked about the matter with Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprise. Sucho sniffed and was surprised, that Empress is quite useful. "Empress Cheung Xiao." "Useful? You're an empress yourself." "What, did he remember himself as useless before?" This empress can casually get tens of millions of dollars when she makes a move, can he?" Empress Cheung Xiao lightly hummed. And Su Qiu sighed, "Little Frost, in that case, I won't hide it from you. In fact, your brother and I are already billionaires long ago." After that he picked up his cell phone and opened the balance. Su Xiaoshang glanced at the series of zeros and was dumbfounded. "Brother, where did you get so much money? You're not going to sell yourself, are you? Can you get that kind of money by selling your body?" Su Qiu slapped the other party's head. "Who am I, your brother? With just a sleight hand, a few $100 million isn't out of reach? Thanks to the system. So, brother, we're totally rich? Right." Su Qiu grinned, and both siblings couldn't help but be delighted. The old days of misery seemed like a dream. He got on his motorcycle and put on his helmet. "Come on, brother, take you for a couple of drives." Buzz. Engine start. Su Qiu drove Su Xiaoshang as he sped down the road. The two arrived at a mall, ready to buy something to go back for their birthday. Park the motorcycle. They pushed their carts and started shopping for goods. At that moment, a man in rags stumbled inside the mall and lunged towards the raw meat section. Started gnawing on raw meat, startling the others. "This gentleman, what are you doing?" Someone went up to stop it. But he was pushed off by his opponent. In the next second, only the man's body began to swell, a scale grew on his body, and sharp horns grew on his head as he let out a hiss. Then it started attacking the people around it indiscriminately. "Fei, it's a Fei. Damn it, how can a good person suddenly turn into a foreign beast?" Run. Chapter 37 Experimenting with Fei, Luo Qingshue's gift. The sudden appearance of the foreign beast disrupted Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshang's plans. Su Qiu bristled, on the off chance that it's today? He hadn't brought a gun with him when he went out, but he wasn't the least bit worried. Judging from his scent, the strength of this foreign beast had only just reached the second rank. He was good enough to handle it even with his bare hands. "Frosty, go ahead and watch from the sidelines," Su Qiu said. But just as he finished speaking, a figure rushed out from beside him. It's Su Xiaoshang. She rushed directly in front of the beast, then leapt up and delivered a flying kick hard on the beast's head. The kick was so powerful that it directly sent the alien beast flying a dozen meters. "Interrupting my oldest brother's birthday, looking for a fight," Su Xiaoshang huffed. And with a growl, the kicked beast stood up once again, and although its head was swollen, its aura was still very impressive. Su Xiaoshang shrunk her neck in fear. "It's quite resistant." She was only at the first rank now, and it was already very difficult for her to be able to kick the second rank alien beast, but it was unlikely that she would want to completely defeat the other party. "Older brother, it's your turn. Let you show off." Su Qiu skimmed his mouth, then quickly rushed up, and the fiery boom fist combined with the white tiger killing chi erupted in a single punch. Bang! The alien beast's chest was dented by his blast, and then accompanied by a burst of blood and flesh, the opponent's chest was blown through hard. One punch, seconds. The beast fell head over heels. The scales on his body began to fall off, actually revealing half of his human body. Su Xiaoshang was startled at the sight. "Brother, this seems to be a person, but how does he look like a foreign beast?" Su Qiu couldn't help but frown as well. "It's a Fei experiment?" "What is the Fei experiment?" "I've read about it in a book. It's an extremely brutal human experiment that involves transferring the power of an alien beast to a human body, but the people experimented on tend to fall into insanity and are corrupted by their beastly nature, becoming inhuman and unbeastly." "Welp. That's scary," Su Xiaoshang said with a shiver. Su Qiu nodded slightly. "Call the people in the Fei handling section." Soon after, the Fei handling section arrived. Along with them came Wang Yan of the tyrannical bull regiment, who had been notified and had specially come to check it out, and after taking a look at the fiendish corpses, she frowned. "It's been a long time since a fiendish has appeared in Qingyun City. Looks like someone's been experimenting with xenomorphs again, the bastards." In addition to the threat of the foreign beasts, there was no peace within the human race. The top brass are hooking up, the martial arts schools are competing with each other, and there are even people doing such uncontrollable and forbidden experiments to try to control the power of the Fei. "This is a matter that we will investigate thoroughly," Wang Yan said with cold eyes. Su Qiu nodded slightly. "Come find me anytime you need help." After saying that, he took Su Xiaoshang and continued to buy some things. When she was ready to leave, Wang Yan couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the motorcycle he was riding. "Is this car yours? It looks like it's worth a lot." "Yes, it was given to me by my sister." Su Qiu grinned in triumph. Wang Yan rolled her eyes. "Just show off." LOL. She wants a sweet sister, too. Looking at Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshang, who rode away on the motorcycle, Wang Yin frowned and said, "It's not right. Didn't they say that this sibling's family is in a bad situation? Where did they get so much money to buy this motorcycle? That motorcycle looks like it has to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. She traveled in all kinds of luxury jewelry. Still pretty sharp about valuables. That motorcycle isn't cheap no matter how you look at it." But she shook her head without further thought and went back to report on the Fae. Inside an experimental base. A white-haired old man in a white lab coat was staring at the various data on the screen, his brow furrowed. There's still no way to fully integrate. A man in black walked up and said, "Doctor, test subject 73 is causing unrest at the mall, and the hunting corps is presumably aware of our presence. A bunch of losers. Can't even catch a single test subject." The white-haired old man let out a cold snort, then said, "Grab the last experiment and prepare for it, then evacuate this place as soon as possible. Yes, here's the latest list of test subjects." The man in black took out a roster and gave it to the old man. The old man flipped through a few pages. "The level of the test subjects' martial souls is too low. It would be good if there were high-level martial souls as experiments." At this moment a grumpy voice came in. "My father spent so many years letting you guys do experiments and you haven't made any progress at all. Bunch of losers. It's young Master Yunjie." The man in black said at the sight. The old man mused for a moment before smilingly looking at Zhang Yunjie. "Young Master Yunjie, as a matter of fact, our experiments have made great progress." "Oh, what progress?" "By fusing the power of foreign beasts, we can make martial artists 10 times stronger." "Even more?" the old man said. Zhang Yunjie's eyes lit up. "Really? If it can be enhanced tenfold, then why should he be afraid of Su Qiu? Surely he could get back the face he lost at the Newcomer competition." "Yes, except that this kind of experiment requires the possessor of a high-level martial soul as support, or else it will easily go out of control." The old man laughed. "Advanced martial soul. What, do you want this young master to be your experiment?" Zhang Yunjie sneered. He wasn't stupid enough to joke with his life. Young master is a body of 1,000 gold, so naturally he can't be experimented on, but doesn't the Violet Sky Martial School where young master is from have quite a few high-level martial soul possessors? If I bring them in for experimentation, I will be able to further refine the experimental data and create the most perfect alien beastman potion," the white-haired old man said with wild eyes. Zhang Yunjie revealed a thoughtful look at his words. "Okay, I'll make arrangements for this, and I hope you won't let me down." Zhang Yunjie lightly hummed. "Please rest assured, young master. Brother, there's a delivery for you." Su Xiaoshang had just returned home after buying a cake when a courier arrived at her door. Su Qiu froze for a moment. "I didn't buy anything." "Ah, I didn't buy it either? Then who sent it?" The siblings looked at the delivery box and stared at each other. "It can't be a bomb, it happens all the time on TV." Su Xiaoshang said. "Watch less secret agent movies." Su Qiu rolled her eyes. "The delivery does make you curious though." Su Qiu carefully unwrapped the express box, while Su Xiaoshang ran to the door, ready to open the door and run away immediately when she realized something was wrong. The courier box is open. Inside was a watch. The watch looked very delicate and flashy, and there was a greeting card next to it. "Happy birthday." Su Qiu froze for a moment. "Who sent this?" He picked up the card and read the handwriting. Inexplicably, it gave him a sense of familiarity. "Wow. Old man, this watch costs quite a bit of money." Su Xiaoshang picked up the watch and took a picture of it, and when he searched online, he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. "Older brother. This watch is limited to 10 worldwide. Selling price. 10,100,000. Hiss, 8 million. Her hand shook in terror and her watch fell straight down. Su Qiu hurriedly caught it. Good guy, it's the first time he's seen an $8 million watch. Who here would give him such an expensive watch? Who's so rich around him? Suddenly, a name comes to mind. Luo Qingxue. Then he looked at the words on the greeting card. No wonder he felt familiar. Wasn't this Luo Qingxue's handwriting? He had spent so much time with the other in the same class, so naturally he had seen the other's writing. Chapter 38 Luo Qingxue's birthday party. Only Luo Qingxue can give this kind of gift, but how did she know about my birthday and send me a gift? She shouldn't be interested in me, right? Su Qiu stroked his chin and thought darkly. Think it's not impossible. After all, he was so handsome. Su Xiaoshang on the side also guessed something. Brother, the Luo family is the #1 family in Qingyan City, why don't you simply join the family? Thinking about what? Su Qiu slapped his opponent on the head. Put the table away, open the classmate group, click on Luo Qingshua's avatar to apply to add friends. Not a moment later passed. He took a picture of the watch and sent it to Luo Qingshua. From you? Right. Why are you giving me this? It's too expensive. Su Qiu, you're my rival, take this watch as my tribute to you, we'll have a long time to come, I'll surpass you. Su Qiu. Giving your rival such an expensive watch? What's wrong with this woman's brain? Anyway, this gift is too expensive for me to accept, I'll send it back to you. Su Qiu sent a message. Don't send it back, my Luo family isn't that bad, you wear it well for me or you're looking down on me. After saying that, Luo Qingshua also sent a series of knife emojis with blood. Su Qiu smiled helplessly and thought about accepting it. The Luo family is indeed a large family. Big deal, he'll get an expensive gift when the other guy has a birthday. He's not too bad now anyway. The Luo family. Luo Qingshua, who seemed incomparably high and cold to outsiders, was currently rolling around on a large pink bed, covering her pillow with a red face. Would it be too obvious what I intend to do with such an expensive gift? He's not going to realize I like him, is he? Will he also like me? What if he comes to me to confess his love? How am I going to accept him politely? If I say yes directly, will it seem that I am not too reserved? Whoops, what should I do? She rolled around on the bed with some small disappointment after seeing that Su Qiu didn't send another message, when Luo Long's voice came from outside the door. Yuki, it's your birthday in a few days, what are you going to do about it? Are you still going to spend it the same way as before? Luo Qingshua wanted to answer yes, but suddenly thought of something. I'm going to throw a birthday party and invite some people to attend. Luo Long was slightly stunned. You should know that the previous Luo Qingshua didn't like to make a fuss and spent her birthday at home by herself. Why did she suddenly want to organize a birthday banquet? Invite some people. He thought of something and a playful smile appeared on his face. You want to invite Su Qiu to our home, right? Well, Luo Qingshua nodded with a red face. Okay, no problem. Dad's going to get you set up. Dad, invite a few more people, I don't want him to know that I'm throwing this birthday party just to invite him specifically. Well, kinda reserved. Birthday party? Su Qiu looked at the invitation sent by the Luo family and was slightly stunned. He had just celebrated his own birthday, and Luo Qingshua's birthday was next. It's a bit of a coincidence. However, he had just received such an expensive gift from Luo Qingshua not long ago, and now that the other party was celebrating her birthday, there was certainly no reason for him not to go. Luo Qingshua's birthday? Brother, is it okay if I go too? Su Xiaoshang saw the invitation and asked with a flash of light. I'll ask. Su Qiu nodded, then inquired about Luo Qingshua. The answer was no problem. Since I'm preparing to go to my birthday, then naturally I can't go empty-handed, I have to prepare some gifts. Su Qiu said. Ding! In the face of Luo Qingshua's birthday invitation, you have the following choices. 1. Don't go. What is a mere Luo family? My future 10th Order Supreme, I don't care to participate. Rewarded with 10 bottles of high-level gene potion. 2. A classmate's birthday, so of course I'm going to join in the fun. Reward the martial spiritual artifact necklace of Neptune's tears. Su Qiu of course chose the second one without any hesitation. A blue necklace with a gorgeous and incomparable sapphire on it suddenly appeared in his system space. He took it in his hand and played with it for a while, martial spiritual weapon. Also do not know what this thing is useful, forget it, take it as a gift. The necklace looks to be a women's model. It's not quite appropriate for a big man to wear by himself. Besides, one already had a blue spirit necklace. Wow, what a beautiful necklace. Su Xiaoshang couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the sea god's tear that suddenly appeared in Su Qiu's hands. Is this the gift you've prepared, brother? Aha! Su Qiu nodded, and looking at Su Xiaoshang's envious gaze, Su Qiu removed the blue spirit necklace he was wearing around his neck. Frost, this necklace is for you. Ha! Why did you give me the necklace? For a good reason. This is a martial spiritual artifact that can store Reiki, but this necklace is no longer of much use to me, it's just right for you to wear it for cultivation. Su Qiu said. He had the Taotai martial spirit, and the speed at which he devoured auras became more and more terrifying. The aura stored in this blue spirit necklace wasn't even enough for him to swallow. How about giving it to Su Xiaoshang, who has just set foot on the path of cultivation? Many thanks, old brother. Su Xiaoshang put on the necklace beautifully. On the contrary, the Empress Qiongxiao in her mind looked at that sea god's tear and frowned slightly. This necklace, it's not simple. With her Empress-level gaze, she naturally saw the effects contained in the sea god's tear, and became more and more astonished at Su Qiao. Where did this kid get this kind of treasure and actually gave it out as a gift? There are too many secrets in this guy's body. A small blue star second-order martial artist. Yet it repeatedly surprised her as an empress. Su Qiao, interesting man. It was soon the day of Luo Qingshue's birthday party. As the #1 family in Qingyan City, the birthday banquet of the daughter of the Luo family head, naturally came a lot of upper-class celebrities, who gathered in the Luo family villa, gathered in groups of 3 or 2, talking about the sky, and there was time to talk about the business a few $100 million. At the entrance of the villa, there was a butler of the Luo family who was receiving and welcoming the guests. Su Qiao drove a motorcycle and drove Su Xiaoshang to find a spot to park. Looking at the luxury cars that didn't move for hundreds or millions of dollars, he couldn't help but TSK, while Su Xiaoshang took another look at himself and Su Qiao in casual clothes and pants, and couldn't help but fantasize in his mind about a play where he was stopped. Older brother, do you think if we come to the Luo family's birthday banquet like this, we won't be stopped and then have Luo Qingshue step in to settle the matter and put on a show, right? Su Xiaoshang said expectantly. We have an invitation, what are you afraid of? Oh. Su Xiaoshang was a little disappointed. The two headed for the door. Su Qiao turned toward Su Xiaoshang and said, take out the invitation. Brother, isn't it at your place? I left it on the table, didn't I tell you to take it with you? Ah, I didn't hear that. Su Xiaoshang, you can't be doing this on purpose. Su Qiao said with the corners of his mouth twitching. This girl wouldn't purposely not bring an invitation in order to play hard to get. He felt that with Su Xiaoshang's nature, it wasn't impossible to do it. Su Xiaoshang wanted to cry, brother, I really didn't hear it, so why don't we send a message to Luo Qingshue and ask her to come out and pick us up? This is Mr. Su, isn't it? Come, quickly come in. Before Su Qiao could send a message, that housekeeper immediately stepped forward with a bright light in his eyes after seeing Su Qiao. Chapter 39 Gift-Giving Session, Zhang Yunjie's Purpose. Su Qiao looked at the butler curiously and asked, you know me? Student Su was the man of the hour in Qingyan City, of course I recognize him. The butler, as the Luo family's butler, had seen the world and occasionally helped Luo Long investigate some characters, and how could he not go and investigate an SSS class martial soul possessor like Su Qiao anymore, not to mention that this was still the lady's intended. So I'm already this famous. Su Qiao touched his head, we forgot to bring the invitation. This is nothing, come on, please come in. Thanks. Su Qiao brought Su Xiaoshang with him into the Luo family. Once inside, the two were stunned by the luxurious Luo family villa. Gardens, pools, palace-like buildings. Brother, why do I feel like this is a royal palace? Ahem, calm down, calm down. Su Qiao said faintly, secretly told himself in his heart, he is now also counted as a #1 person, these things, nothing, nothing. Enter the hall of the Luo family. The eye is greeted by a gilded chandelier and rows of servants and maids dressed in white neckerchiefs. They traveled through the banquet, presenting fresh food and wine. The crowd was a gathering of people in suits who looked like successful people, talking and laughing. Su Xiaoshang too, dressed in casual clothes, appeared a bit cranky here, attracting the attention of many people. Brother, are you sure this is just a birthday party and not some business bigwigs party? Su Xiaoshang said. Calm down. Su Qiao said indifferently. Some people noticed Su Qiao's siblings, and strange colors appeared in their eyes. Whispers went up. Who are these two young men, dressed so casually? A classmate of Luo Qianjin, right? And from the crowd, a sharp voice rang out, oh, isn't this the first in the Newcomer competition? I didn't expect you to come to Miss Luo's birthday party as well. Only, TSK, you're dressed too casually. Li Ziang walked out. Su Qiao took a look, Yoho, who did I think it was, so it's the defeated general, you're dressed like a man. You. Li Ziang still wanted to retort, but a man next to him said smilingly, this is student Su Qiao, right? My son had some conflicts with you in school, please don't take offense. Li Ziang was all confused, Dad, you. Xiaoyang quickly apologized to Su. Why? Listen, the man said with a sober face. Li Xiang reluctantly looked at Su Qiu. I'm sorry. Su Qiu himself is also a bit puzzled. This Li Xiang's father for good reason why so flattered himself? But next, not only this Li Xiang's father, there were people all around who continuously walked up and accosted and greeted Su Qiu. He was instantly the toast of the house. Su Qiu figured it out quickly. Because of the talent. These people are rich and powerful, so what? He himself was an SSS class martial soul. In time, he could become a king and a prince, an emperor. It was even that 10th rank supreme being that was located at the apex of the blue star. At that time, the so-called power, money, in his own eyes was nothing but clouds of smoke. Even if he hadn't grown up yet, these people would still have to flatter themselves. After all, he's grown up and couldn't suck up to him if he wanted to. Gee. Su Xiaoshan looked at Su Qiu, who was surrounded by the crowd, and was slightly smug before finding a place to eat by herself. There's so much here that she hasn't eaten yet. Soon. Luo Qingxue shines. She was wearing a white evening gown, with a graceful figure, exquisite features, and a cool temperament, as if she were a fairy walking down from the moonlit sky. Many young people watched and fantasized about what a wonderful thing it would be if they could tie the knot with each other. Luo Qingxue also noticed Su Qiu in the crowd, and with a flash of light before her eyes, she quickened her pace and walked towards him. There you are. Well, you invited me, how could I not come? Today's you're beautiful. Su Qiu praised from the bottom of his heart. I've always been this pretty. The crowd looked at Su Qiu, Luo Qingxue. Suddenly the words grooming came to mind. Two SSS class martial souls, they're quite a match. Tsk, if Su Qiu becomes the Luo family's son-in-law, then the Luo family's position will be even stronger, and it could even become the top family of Dixia. Yeah. But I've heard it's been a rivalry for the past 2 days. Rivals? It's just a little fling between the little lovers. At this point, Zhang Yunjie walked up from the side and looked at Luo Qingxue and smiled. Miss Luo's heavenly beauty, this is the gift I prepared for Miss Luo. He clapped his hands. At once someone came up with a brocade box. The tinsel box opens. Inside is a sword. There was an aquamarine blue light flowing from the sword, which was obviously extremely unimpressive. When an old man in a mountain suit in the crowd saw the sword, he immediately walked up and marveled, this sword is a martial spirit weapon. The crowd clamored as soon as the 4 words martial spirit weapon came out. It was known that even the most ordinary martial spirit weapon would cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. This, judging from the material and also the fluctuations in the flow of aura, this should be a lower grade martial Dao spiritual artifact, with a market value of around $80 million. The old man in the middle mountain suit said. Martial spirit weapons were categorized into lower, middle, upper, extreme, and super grade. In Qingyun City, a top-grade martial spirit weapon would already be very rare. 99% of martial artists couldn't even afford to use spirit weapons. Martial artists without a weapon martial soul could only purchase some alloy weapons. It's too expensive a gift for me to take. Luo Qingxue said with a glance. But Zhang Yunjie laughed, it's just a small token of appreciation, and there's no taking back a gift that's been given out. Little Snow, since it's a kind gesture from Mr. Zhang, take it. Laurent walked up and laughed. Hearing her own father even say this, Luo Qingxue nodded slightly. Thanks a lot then. You're welcome. Zhang Yunjie looked at Su Qiu again, I don't know what gift Brother Su plans to give Miss Luo. With these words, the crowd understood why Zhang Yunjie would come forward to give gifts at this time, so it was his intention to taunt Su Qiu. As far as they knew, although Su Qiu was superbly talented, his family wasn't very good and he couldn't give any gifts of high value. Not to mention comparing it to one of Zhang Yunjie's martial spirit weapons. Luo Qingxue frowned, knowing Zhang Yunjie's trick, and smiled at Su Qiu. You can give me the gift later, I'll show you around first. What, is there something unseemly about Brother Su's gift? Zhang Yunjie pressed on step by step. Who said my brother's gift was unseemly? At this moment, Su Xiaoshan walked out in dissatisfaction. She was eating a cake in her hand that she didn't know where she got it from, while pulling a tinsel box out of her arms. This is my brother's gift. Su Qiu was slightly stunned. What was that brocade box? How come he didn't know beforehand? What is this Su Xiaoshan up to again? What is that thing? Look at the packaging, could it be a ring? Gee, a ring in public? Is this a proposal? Chapter 40, Su Xiaoshan's successful pretense, Poseidon's tears. Luo Qingxue also froze for a moment when she saw the brocade box. No, it's not really about the ring, is it? Is this moving too fast? After all, she and Su Qiu were both still very young. Why don't we get engaged first? A series of thoughts flashed through Luo Qingxue's mind, only to see Su Xiaoshan walk up to her and smile sweetly. Sister Luo, this is a gift from my brother for you. She opened the brocade box. Inside was a elixir. The elixir took on a vermilion color and glowed with an ethereal light. A refreshing dan fragrance floated away from it. What kind of potion is this? When Luo Qingxue saw that it wasn't a ring, there was some small disappointment in her heart, but then she was attracted to the elixir itself. She came from the Luo family, and after becoming a martial artist she had even seen and taken a lot of pills, but this one that Su Xiaoshan took out, she had never seen before. This is a 4th order Yuan creation pill. It can rapidly increase spiritual energy. Su Xiaoshan said. 4th order elixir. The crowd clamored at those 4 words. Pills were categorized into 1st to 9th order, and 3rd order pills, which were already very rare in Qingyan City, could generally be compared to a martial spiritual artifact. And the 4th order. Ordinary martial spirit weapons were probably not even comparable. Zhang Yunjie, who was on the side, snorted, I know about the Yuan creation pill, it's only at most a 3rd order pill, and it was still introduced by the Lao Jun pill enterprise not long ago. And where did you get this 4th order Yuan creation pill? It can't be a fake Dan, can it? Is there a certificate? The crowd snapped back at that. Yeah. The Yuan creation pill had always been one of the signature pills of the Lao Jun pharmaceutical enterprise. The highest you can get is out to the 3rd order. This 4th order Yuan creation pill, they had never heard of it before. Oh, that 3rd order Yuan creation pill you're talking about is something I went to Lao Jun pill enterprise not long ago to help them improve. Su Xiaoshang said indifferently. Zhang Yunjie felt even more amused, and also felt that this other party's elixir must be fake, a little kid helping the old monarch pill enterprise to improve the elixir? What kind of international joke is this? The rest of them couldn't help but sniff. How dare this girl say that? Isn't she ashamed of herself? Heh, this kind of lie that can be broken at the touch of a button can also be said. Sure enough, a girl is a girl, she doesn't know the sky and the earth. How could Su Qiu have such a sister? The crowd thought it was funny. A spirited old man in a white suit walked out, and someone recognized him. It's the chief pharmacist of Lao Jun Pharmaceutical Enterprise. Elder Bai. Gee, he's going to stand up and poke holes in this girl's lies, isn't he? Yes, after all, the reputation of your own drug company is at stake. However, he saw Elder Bai faintly say, I can prove that what Miss Su said is true, the pill in her hand is indeed a 4th order Yuan creation pill. The crowd froze at the words. Elder Bai, do you want to hear what you're saying? How can you tell such a lie? That's just a girl. However, some people who knew Elder Bai knew how he was, and that he never faked anything in his life, especially when it came to his profession. Cold sweat had begun to break out on some people's foreheads. Especially Li Ziang, Xiao Mei. They suddenly thought of bumping into Su Xiaoshan being picked up by Lao Jun Pharmaceutical Enterprises not long ago. Could it be that what the other party said was true? How is that possible? Elder Bai continued, in addition, please allow me to reintroduce Ms. Su to everyone. She is a pharmaceutical consultant as well as a shareholder hired by my Lao Jun Pharmaceutical Enterprise. The 3rd order Yuan creation pill released not long ago was improved by Ms. Su. In addition, this 4th order Yuan creation pill in her hand, which she also refined, is the next pill that my Lao Jun Pharmaceutical Enterprise plans to release. I guarantee with my professional qualifications that it is definitely the real deal. Its effect is 10 times more than that of the 3rd order Yuan creation pill. A seed is finished. Everyone was confused. The gaze that looked at Su Xiaoshan changed instantly. Pharmaceutical consultant? Lao Jun Pharmaceutical Company shareholders? A pharmacist who makes 4th order elixirs? That's a random identity that could scare the hell out of someone. I can't believe it's all focused on one little girl. I'll go. What kind of demons are these Su family siblings? When the older brother is a dual-life SSS level martial soul, this when the younger sister is the world's unrivaled pharmaceutical genius, these two people's future is unimaginable. Luo Qingxue also looked at Su Xiaoshang in shock. This girl actually has it in her. Su Qiu was also a bit confused. He thought that the other party was just selling the old monarch medicine enterprise a Dan prescription. I didn't realize that this girl had done so much behind his back. He thought about the fact that Su Xiaoshang did go out early and return late in the past few days, and he thought that the other party had gone out with his classmates, but he didn't realize that he had gone to work on his business. Su Xiaoshang enjoyed the shocked, disbelieving gazes of the crowd. Inside is one word. Cool. The corners of her mouth quirked up and she couldn't help but give a Dragon King-style smile. Sister Luo, this elixir is for you. I hope that you and my brother will be lovers for 100 years, Su Xiaoshang said. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Qiu covered his mouth, and he smiled awkwardly. A child doesn't know any better. What about nonsense? However, Luo Qingxue revealed a smile and touched Su Xiaoshang's head. Many thanks, Sister Xiaoshang. I'll take this elixir. You can always come over to Luo's house to play when you're free in the future. Su Xiaoshuan brightened up and ripped Su Qiu's hand away. Then I can just have cake and snacks when I come? Of course you can. I have 4 cake and dessert makers at home. You can come anytime you want to eat. Luo Qingxue said. Oh yeah. No, this doesn't count. Zhang Yunjie looked at Su Qiu and said, this gift is from your sister, not you. The crowd couldn't help but shake their heads as they watched him. Does it matter? A 4th order elixir, even if it wasn't sent by Su Qiu himself, it was definitely given by his sister for his sake. In disguise, it's the equivalent of a gift from him. And the potential talent of the 2 Su family siblings was too perverse. Being able to hook up with them would have been the best gift of all. This Zhang Yunjie is still bitter, really insensitive. And looking at the grim-faced Zhang Yunjie, Su Qiu shook his head. You're right, this elixir is from my little Frost, not me. This one, that's the one I gave as a gift. Su Qiu took out a box and opened it. The tear of the sea god appeared in front of the crowd, and just as this object appeared, the surrounding aura rippled in circles, and azure-colored light flowed out. Luo Qingxue's body spirit power was actually involuntarily running, and the body's martial soul and that sea god's tear were actually involuntarily resonating. Such a vision caused the crowd to be in an uproar. This is attribute resonance. This necklace is also a martial Dao spiritual artifact. And it's a martial Dao spirit artifact that fits perfectly with Luo Qingxue. And among the crowd, it wasn't only Luo Qingxue who resonated with the sea god's tear. And then there's Xiaomi. Her martial soul was also a water attribute Sea King Trident, and at this moment, looking at that Neptune's tear, she could only feel her martial soul leaping in longing for it. She knew that if she could obtain that sea god's tear, her cultivation would definitely be smooth sailing, and her achievements would far exceed those of now. But alas, this is for Luo Qingxue, not for her. At this moment, her heart couldn't help but be filled with remorse once again. If she hadn't been so desperate and hadn't broken up with Su Qiu in the first place, then wouldn't this Neptune's tear necklace have been hers? Thinking about this, she wanted to cry and her gut was in a state of remorse. Chapter 41. Anyway, it's my own wife, I'll try my best to cultivate it. This spirit weapon. The moment he saw the Neptune's tear, the old man in the Chinese mountain suit rushed up to take a closer look, and even pulled out a magnifying glass. He looked mesmerized. Art, this is simply art. I've never seen such a perfect martial spirit weapon before. This martial arts spirit weapon, at least a top grade. A top grade martial arts spirit weapon? This statement was made. The crowd's faces changed drastically. A top grade martial arts spiritual weapon, worth at least $10 billion. And still, the old man in the mountain suit used at least that kind of adjective. Positively, the value of this item was by no means an unusual top grade martial Dao spirit weapon. The crowd was confused. Didn't I tell you that the Su siblings are from a bad family? Why was Su Qiu's first strike a top-grade martial Dao spiritual artifact? Su Qiu himself was a bit surprised. I didn't realize this Neptune's tear was so precious. Sage nephew, this is too precious. That's when Lorong couldn't sit still. Zhang Yunjie's martial Dao spiritual artifact, he could take it, anyway, an inferior martial Dao spiritual artifact. It wasn't like his Luo family couldn't afford to repay the favor. But this Neptune's tear is different. As far as he knew, the top-grade martial Dao spiritual weapon started at least $10 billion. Moreover, this was only the price. The key was that there was no market for this item. In other words, even if one had $10 billion, one wouldn't necessarily be able to buy this spiritual weapon. Even the Luo family would have a hard time finding this kind of treasure. This would be a big favor to take. He's all shocked. This little guy doesn't make a big deal out of it. I can't believe I got such a thing for a gift. TSK, this took, in the future when he marries his daughter, he must not treat the entire Luo family as dowry and send it over as a package? Hehe, since I gave this item away, I won't take it back. Moreover, this spirit weapon fits well with Luo Qingxue, and only in her hands will it be able to bring out its true effect. Luo Qingxue, take it. Su Qiu laughed. Although the value of the Neptune's tear was a bit beyond imagination. But he was not distressed. After all, getting this treasure hadn't even cost him any effort. He came to this birthday banquet before the system rewarded him. It's the equivalent of giving it away for nothing. Since it was a freebie, what would it hurt him to give it away again? Only not in the eyes of others. Sending out a martial arts spiritual weapon worth more than $10 billion as a birthday gift, to say that Su Qiu has no thoughts about Luo Qingxue. They don't believe it. They must be lovers in private. It's my own wife anyway, so it makes sense to give this away. Yeah, the Luo family is going to be even more developed, getting 2 SSS-ranked martial soul possessors. One of them is also a double SSS-ranked one. It's not just that, don't forget, there's also Su Xiaoshang, the pharmaceutical genius. The crowd whispered. On the other hand, Zhang Yunjia's face on the side was unsightly. What's the situation? A top-grade martial arts spirit weapon worth tens of billions of dollars? Why did Su Qiu take such a thing? In comparison to it, the martial spirit weapon he had given away was completely reduced to scum. It's not worth it. Thanks. Luo Qingxue pondered for a moment and accepted the sea god's tear, then she thought of something and said, "Can you put it on for me?" Ah! Luo Qingxue, what are you talking about? How can you be so direct? It's so unreserved. Luo Qingxue's heart raced as she roared madly inside. But on his face, he did his best to control his expression with a bemused look. Su Qiu was also slightly stunned at his words and smiled, glad to oblige. He picked up the tear of the sea god and walked behind Luo Qingxue. The other party pulled up her hair to reveal her white and delicate neck, and when Su Qiu brought the necklace for the other party, he inevitably came into contact with the other party's skin, which was smooth and tender like gelatinous fat. And feeling Su Qiu's touch, Luo Qingxue's body trembled slightly. The surrounding crowd watched as Su Qiu put on the tear of the sea god for Luo Qingxue and couldn't help but TSK, this was an engagement, right? This is definitely an engagement, right? Many of the surrounding women looked at Luo Qingxue with envy and jealousy. Xiaomei in particular was so jealous that she was going crazy with inner remorse. Then look at Li Ziang next to him. The other party was nothing compared to Su Qiu. How in the world did you get so obsessed with breaking up in the first place? She hates, she regrets. But it's all a done deal. Well, it's good, it complements each other. Su Qiu looked at Luo Qingxue, who was wearing the necklace, and smiled with satisfaction. The other party was already a cool schoolgirl with a stunningly beautiful face, and now with the addition of this necklace, it was almost as if the person and the necklace echoed each other. The necklace sets off the person more and more beautiful. Luo Long, who was on the side, had an urge to shed tears, pulling the housekeeper's sleeve to wipe his tears. Little Snow has finally found a good home. The corner of Su Qiu's mouth twitched. Hey. Uncle, what are you talking about? I'm just giving a gift, that's all. We are innocent. And the other guests applauded very cooperatively. Those who didn't know thought they had come for an engagement ceremony and just happened to witness the groom putting a ring on his bride's finger. Su Qiu was embarrassed for a moment, his toes clawing at the ground. No way. Are these people misunderstanding something? Also, Luo Qingxue, what are you blushing about there? Explain it quickly. Many thanks to all of you for coming to my birthday. Please feel free to make yourselves at home. Please apologize for any lack of hospitality. Luo Qingxue said towards the crowd. The crowd certainly didn't think there was any lack of hospitality. On the contrary. They felt like it was so worth it for them to come today. For one thing, he had learned that the Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprise was about to release a new elixir, as well as knowing about Su Xiaoshang, the new pharmaceutical consultant. Secondly, he saw a top-grade martial spirit weapon. The birthday feast continues. Su Xiaoshang followed beside Luo Qingxue, calling out to Luo's sister in every mouthful, and kept eating and drinking with a joyful look. Luo Qingxue was also fond of the other party, treating her as her own sister. Right, Su Qiu, the new competition has ended, what are your next plans? Luo Qingxue asked. I'll stay in the hunting team for the time being, hunting foreign beasts, and then I'll take the martial arts exam and go to the martial arts university to further my studies. Su Qiu said. Well, it's pretty much what I thought. Which WU do you want to go to? Haven't thought about it yet. I want to go to Imperial Capital Wudou University. It's the #1 ranked Wudou university in the country. If it's possible, I want to go with you. Luo Qingxue said. Then she coughed twice. Don't get me wrong, what I mean is that if you come along, I can keep looking for opportunities to challenge you. Well, I guess so, I'll think about it. Next to her, Su Xiaoshang rolled her eyes. These two guys. One dead arrogant, one straight. I really don't know when we're going to be able to poke through that window pane together. The birthday party was over, and Su Qiu brought Su Xiaoshan with him as he prepared to leave. Luo Qingxue, Luo Long all personally came out to deliver it. Looking at the back of the departing motorcycle, Luo Qingxue was a little chagrined. She had wanted the two Suqiu to stay for the night. But then again, it felt like it was too unreserved and a bit of a mouthful. I should have known to be more direct. Luo Qingxue murmured. Beside her, Luo Long patted her shoulder. Little Shui, a genius like Suqiu is too rare, you can't keep on being reserved. Or let someone else get there first. Luo Qingxue took a deep breath and firmly said, I'll work hard on my cultivation and strive to defeat him one day sooner and confess my love to him. Chapter 42 Li Ziang, Fei Beastman, Luo Qingxue, see God's successor. Su Qiu drove Su Xiaoshan home on his motorcycle. But on the way, a red sports car suddenly caught up, and the window on the sports car rolled down, revealing a face that Su Qiu was familiar with. But Li Ziang. The other party looked at Su Qiu, and a trace of ruthlessness passed through his eyes. Actually drove a sports car towards him. Su Qiu reacted quickly and dodged sideways, then braked and stopped on the road, his eyes gradually freezing. What Li Ziang had just done was already considered murder. The other party has the guts to be this big. Looking for death. If he was the only one, he wouldn't be so angry. But he's still carrying Su Xiaoshang behind him. The other party dared to do this to him, who knew if he would take advantage of his absence to deal with Su Xiaoshang next time and jeopardize the other party's personal safety. For the first time, he had a strong murderous intent towards a person. And Li Ziang also stopped on the side of the road, opened the car door and walked down. He looked at Su Qiu and laughed, Yo, University God Su has been mixing really well lately, even this 1 million plus motorcycle is affordable. Frosty, wait here. Su Qiu got out of the car. Older brother, why don't we call the police? No, I'll take care of it. Call the police? Li Ziang could have said that he was careless, and with the ability of the Li family, the Purple Sky Martial Arts Hall in Qingyan City, the probability was that nothing would happen. That wasn't the result Su Qiu wanted. He now wants the life of the other side. And sensing the killing intent that erupted from Su Qiu's eyes, instead of being afraid, Li Ziang had a look of excitement on his face. You're angry, huh? All along, Su Shuishan, you've always been indifferent to me, and now you're actually so angry. Alright, Su Qiu, let's make a clean break today. Li Ziang laughed out loud. Next, he summoned his martial soul, Snow Wolf King. The Snow Wolf King roared and charged towards Su Qiu. Su Qiu stood still and threw a punch. Bang! The Snow Wolf King was blown out hard. He felt a little strange. How big the gap between Li Ziang should be in himself, why did he still dare to make a move? Moreover, there was something wrong with the other party's mood. So hyper, it's like being high on drugs. Are you really high? Su Qiu thought secretly. But none of that had anything to do with him. Right now, all he wanted was the other guy's life. Ha, the Su God's strength is truly extraordinary, in that case, let's meet this. Li Ziang roared. Only to see his body rapidly expand, covered in layers of scales. The whole person is a monster that is half man and half beast. The spiritual energy in his body combined with the power of the foreign beast, emitting a tyrannical aura. Whoosh! Li Ziang's figure rushed out like a bolt of lightning. In the twinkling of an eye, he arrived in front of Su Qiu and blasted out with a punch. Su Qiu raised his hand to block and felt a huge force pass through him, taking several steps back. He was a bit surprised. Fei Beastman? I didn't expect Li Ziang to turn into a Fei. No wonder he dared to approach himself. It turned out that he thought he had mastered the power of the Fei and could deal with him. Su Qiu. Where's your white tiger? Call it out to play with me. Ha, you know me, I'm awfully strong now. Li Ziang laughed out loud. And Su Qiu raised his hand to grab his blasting fist, his face icy cold. You're not qualified to make me summon my martial spirit. Terrifyingly strong? Ridiculous to the extreme. When he competed with the Martial Dao Novice competition, his cultivation had made huge progress again, and now he was at the upper second rank, close to the third rank. This Li Xiang was only an upper first rank. Even if his strength had doubled tenfold, he would still be no match for him. How? Li Xiang's face changed. Feeling his fist being grabbed by Su Qiu, he actually couldn't move. The other side actually has this kind of power? Was he himself no match even after mastering the power of the Fae? No. Unwilling to do so, Li Xiang roared and used his full strength. But Su Qiu remained motionless, grabbing Li Xiang's fist with his left hand, clenching his right hand into a fist, burning flames, and blasting out a fist with all his might. Bang! Li Xiang's chest was blasted and dented. The whole person flew backwards and rolled on the ground several times. The punch broke several of his ribs, causing him to fall to the ground and continuously spit out blood, while Su Qiu slowly walked up, his expression cold. Li Xiang looked at Su Qiu with a crying face. God Su, I'm wrong, let me go, I won't dare to come to trouble you anymore. In another life. Su Qiu, you can't kill me, killing is against the law. Oh, it wasn't a human I killed, it was a Fae. Su Qiu said indifferently, blasting his fist on Li Xiang's head. Bang! The opponent's head exploded and he died on the spot. Su Qiu hummed lightly, then took out her cell phone and made a call. Hey, Ringo, I found an infernal beastman here. Soon after, Lin Jian rushed to the scene. Looking at Li Xiang's corpse, he frowned. Su Qiu, do you know him? Well, his name is Li Xiang, he's from the Purple Sky Martial Arts School. I was driving home with my sister when he killed me halfway to kill me. I saw him turn into an altered beastman, and accidentally killed him. Su Qiu said with a shrug. Well, I understand, it seems that there really are people experimenting with xenomorphs in Qingyun City. The people from the Purple Sky Martial Arts Pavilion might be able to investigate from here. Lin Jian secretly pondered. Ringo, call me again if you need any help. Su Qiu said. Then he took Su Xiaoshan and left. After returning home, Su Xiaoshan couldn't help but be curious of, brother, why do you think this Li Xiang turned into a Fae? Who knows, just leave it to the hunting group to investigate anyway. Su Qiu said, not intending to care much. He had only one purpose now. Practice, practice, practice again. Only by mastering enough strength could he protect himself and Su Xiaoshan, who seemed to have thought of something and walked into the house. Then he took out a brocade box and gave it to Su Qiu. Brother, here, this is the 4th order Yuan creation pill. I've refined more than one, this is for you. Su Qiu was a bit surprised, then smiled and rubbed Su Xiaoshan's head. My sister has made a name for herself, becoming a pharmaceutical master. Ha, that's right. Su Xiaoshang said with a smug smile. Back to the room. Su Qiu took out the elixir Su Xiaoshang had given him. 4th order Yuan creating pill. Generally speaking, only those who had reached the 3rd stage of cultivation would be able to take and refine such a pill, but for Su Qiu, there was no such restriction at all. Because, he had the Tao Tai martial soul. This martial soul could help him quickly absorb and refine all sorts of treasures that contain spiritual energy, which naturally included pills. He took the elixir into his stomach. At once, the terrifying effects of the elixir swept out. He only felt a powerful force erupt within his body. The bottleneck of the 3rd order was broken in response. And the other side. Within the Luo family, Luo Qingxue was also practicing. She wore the sea god's tear, and when she practiced, the sea god's tear radiated channels of blue light, as if it were a water ball that enveloped her. The surrounding auras surged rapidly towards her. The efficiency was actually 10 times higher than before. And in a trance, her mind entered the inner space of the sea god's tear and saw an endless ocean. In the middle of the ocean, there was a mermaid with a fish tail on the lower half of its body and a human on the upper half, and the other party had a pair of golden eyes that had a strong sense of divinity. Faithful man, you are qualified to become the successor of the sea god. The mermaid looked at Luo Qingxue and said faintly. Chapter 43, 4th Martial Soul, Kuan Pang. The mission was robbed. Not a moment too soon. Luo Qingxue's mind came out of the sea god's tear, and with a trace of shock in her eyes, she moved her mind, only to see a stream of light fly out from her. It took the shape of a mermaid. If someone with a very in-depth study of martial souls were here, they would definitely be able to recognize that this is the SSS class martial soul. Sailor Queen. And this was exactly what Luo Qingxue had gained from the tears of the sea god. This sea god's tear, it's actually a super great spiritual artifact left behind by the ancient supreme sea god, with the sea god's martial soul, King Sailor, sealed inside. As long as you pass the test of Poseidon, you can obtain the Queen of Sharks. Not only that, but there is also a legacy left behind by Poseidon. Su Cho. Does he know about this? Luo Qingxue is shocked. The value of this Neptune's tear was far beyond imagination. Even if you sold the entire Luo family, it wouldn't compare to a tenth of this item. No, Su Cho might not know about this, I have to tell him, and then if he wants to go back then, I'll send it to him. Luo Qingxue murmured and hurriedly sent a message to Su Cho. The other side. Within the Su family. Su Cho had just finished practicing. At this moment, his cultivation had broken the bottleneck of the second stage and advanced to the third stage. And it wasn't just any third stage, it was the middle third stage realm. He felt energized. Ding! The host has successfully advanced to the third rank, and the fourth martial soul has awakened. At this moment, the system's voice was heard in his head. Inside him, a brand new martial soul power exploded. Within his martial soul space, there was an additional black and gold colored rock, which spread its wings and had an illusory figure, with a sharp gaze that looked out of the sky. Exactly SSS grade martial soul. The kunai. The Kuanping spreads its wings and leaps 100,000 miles. The Kuanpeng, which had no attribute division, but represented the ultimate in speed. After this martial spirit appeared, Su Cho felt that his body was much lighter, as if he could fly with a slight movement. What a kunai! Su Cho sked. Taodai, devour all things. White tiger, killing the world. Brontosaurus, mastery of thunder and lightning. The kunai, the ultimate in speed. With 4 SSS martial spirits in tow, just ask, who else? Of course, before having enough power, Su Cho wouldn't easily expose the existence of 4 SSS-ranked martial souls. After all, a twin SSS rank was already shocking, for SSS ranks? Mustn't be caught and sliced up for study? Why did Luo Qingxue send me so many messages? Su Cho suddenly noticed the message alert on his phone. He looked at it. Not by a long shot. Poseidon? The Sailor Queen? The Poseidon test? Gee. That Neptune's tear actually hid such a secret. It's true that the system is a good thing. Seeing Luo Qingxue say that she wanted to send the sea god's tear back to herself, Su Cho was instantly displeased. How could she just take back what she had given away? Isn't it just a SSS Sailor Queen? Brother has 4 martial souls of this level. Together with those who have not yet awakened, Brother has 10. There's no need to send it back, just give it to you, cultivate well. I gave you the tear of the sea god because I saw that you can't catch up with me all the time, don't let me down. Su Cho casually edited a message and sent it over. Inside the Luo family. Luo Qingxue froze slightly when she saw this message. She had secretly vowed to confess to her opponent as soon as she succeeded in defeating Su Cho. Did the other party send over the Neptune's tear in the hope that he would defeat him early enough for him to confess? That must be it. He really likes me too. Luo Qingxue blushed slightly and secretly vowed to double her efforts in cultivation. Strive to marry Su Cho home one day earlier. Another uneventful few days passed. Sukiyu was looking at the computer. The computer page was filled with information about a room of WU. Su Xiaoshan came over to take a look. Brother, are you looking at which WU you want to apply for? Aha! Su Cho nodded. Enroll in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, that's the #1 ranked martial arts university, others might not be able to get in, brother if you enroll, they're definitely going to come and grab someone. Su Xiaoshang said, and I've never even been to the Imperial Capital. We'll see then, we still have a few months before the entrance exams. Brother, I've heard that the martial arts entrance exam is very cruel and requires martial artists to hunt and kill foreign beasts, do you want to be prepared for that? Heh, you don't think I'm on a dry run in the hunting corps? Su Cho shook his head and smiled. After staying at home for a few more days, on this day, Su Cho received a mission notice from the Storm Bull Regiment, telling him to rush there immediately. He arrived at the building where the Storm Bulls were located. Walk into a party room. Only to see that a dozen people had already gathered here. Other than Lin Jian, Wang Yan, and Olay, he hadn't seen any of the others, but these people were all members of the tyrannical cow troop. As soon as Su Cho entered, the eyes of the crowd swiped down on him. This is Su Cho, the new group member I told you about in the group. Ol briefly described it. The new group members are so handsome. Tisk, TSK, little handsome boy, in the future, sister will cover you. The crowd looked at Su Cho with a burst of snickering. They had all heard about Su Cho, and were very optimistic about this new troop member who was young, but had unlimited potential. Su Cho smiled and greeted the crowd. Then Ol got down to business. After investigation, the mastermind behind this xenomorph experiment is the Zhang group. Olay tapped the screen. A picture of a middle-aged man appeared on the screen. Zhang's group, one of the largest groups in Qingyan City. Business involves various aspects, the most important of which is the gene potion industry. The sales of the gene potion they produce is second only to the Laojun Pharmaceutical Enterprise, and the head of Zhang's group is a martial arts sixth-ordered powerhouse. It's just that according to our investigation, over the years, Zhang's group has been secretly conducting experiments on xenomorphs and has achieved a lot of results. The purpose of our operation this time is twofold. One is to destroy the Fei experiment base, and the other is to capture Zhang Tian, the head of the Zhang clan, as well as the main members of the Zhang clan, and eliminate all the out-of-control Fei. Ha! Zhang Yunjie. Su Qiu suddenly noticed a familiar figure appear on the screen. It's none other than Zhang Yunjie, SS-class Martial Soul Earth Berserker Bear owner. Well, Zhang Yunjie is Zhang Tian's only son. Chief, the other party is an SS-class Martial Soul possessor with great potential. What will be done with him if we capture him? Su Qiu asked curiously. The Altered Beastman experiment is a cruel experiment that violates humanitarianism. No matter who is involved, they will be severely punished, and the country will not condone it just because he is an SS-ranked martial soul. Besides, the country doesn't like him as an SS-ranked martial soul. Ol skimmed. Martial soul levels are certainly important. However, a martial artist's strength could be determined by more than just the rank of the martial soul. An analogy. A SS-class martial soul that hadn't grown up yet was definitely not as important as an A-class martial soul possessor who had grown up and made great achievements for the country. I see. Su Qiu nodded. This was the daxia he liked. Suddenly, Ol got a phone call. After hearing this, her face was a bit unsightly. This mission was snatched by the Purple Auspicious Cloud Hunting Group. What do you mean? The above said that this siege of the Fiendish Man Hunting Regiment is of great importance and should not be missed, and we, the Storm Bull Regiment, are afraid that we cannot accomplish it because of our small number of people, so we gave this task to the Purple Auspicious Clouds Hunting Regiment to accomplish it, and we will assist from the sidelines. I'll go. The Purple Auspicious Cloud Hunting Group is planning to steal the credit. We've been investigating for so long, and now we're so close to taking this experimental base by the proverbial scruff of the neck, and this mission is actually being snatched up by someone? The crowd was righteously indignant. Chapter 44 Fei Experimental Base Explosion, Fei Riot. Uncle can tolerate it, and can't. Chief, let's go get the mission back. A woman in a white nun's uniform carrying a battle axe said. Su Qiu glanced at the other party. What a shy and lovely nun. Zhao Coco, pay attention, don't be so grumpy, this is an order from above, we can't go against it. Lin Jian pushed his eyes and said. This abomination. The nun, Coco Zhao, sat back down sullenly. Olay was also quite helpless. Anyway, let's set off first. This time the Purple Auspicious Cloud Hunting Group is in charge of the main attack on the experimental base. We are responsible for guarding the periphery to prevent leakage, and the assistance work should not be slowed down. The crowd is still a bit unconcealed. Where does assisting get the credit for the primary offense? At best, you'll catch 3 or 2 small fish. The most you can do is to give some funding to the Stampede Cow Corps afterward. Where do you make more money with purple ominous clouds? But it was a mission after all, and the crowd prepared for a while before heading off. The residents in the vicinity of the alien Beastman experimental base had already been completely transferred, and a cordon had also been drawn, and after Su Qiu and the others arrived, several buses arrived as well. On the bus, a single martial artist stepped down. They wore a purple clouded medallion on their chest. Being a purple ominous cloud hunting group, there were indeed many more of them than the Storm Bulls, hundreds of them, and a man at the head of them had long, exotic purple hair, wore an exaggerated purple jacket, purple earrings, and a purple manicure. Su Qiu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw it. How much does this guy love the color purple? And this enchanting outfit. This guy's not is he? He is the head of the Purple Auspicious Cloud Hunting Group, called Shenzi, a 6th-rank martial arts expert, his martial soul is the weapon martial soul purple cloud wings. According to the gossip, this person likes to raise male pets. Lin Jian said in a Su Qiu said in a small voice next to the wing. It's still true. Su Qiu silently retreated a few steps away. He's so handsome, he mustn't be looked at. But it's too late. That Chen Zi's eyes lit up when she saw Su Qiu, and she hurriedly walked up. I didn't expect that there would actually be this kind of top-grade handsome man in the tyrannical bull troop. Little handsome, they stormy cattle group stay nothing interesting, wanna come to my purple auspicious clouds I give you double pay-o. Su Qiu shook her head, thanks, but it's nice to be here. Oh, little handsome, think about it, if you are willing, triple the salary is not impossible Chen Zi crossed her orchid fingers and said. Looking at Su Qiu, it can be described as seeing color. Hey, Chen Zi, robbing me of my mission, and now once you're here, you still want to poach me, I think you're impatient with life. Ol came up with a sneer, carrying a wolfsbane. Chen Zi smiled faintly, and a pair of magnificent purple steel wings abruptly opened up behind him, and that was none other than his artifact martial soul, the S-ranked purple cloud wings. What, not convinced? Have a fight. Think I'm afraid of you? The two chiefs went toe-to-toe. Spiritual energy erupted and impacted together. The ground shook all around them with a loud boom. Chief, calm down, let's just finish the mission first. Headmaster, calm down, don't bother with him. Watching the two chiefs about to fight, members of both corps went up to pull. Chen Zi hummed lightly, it's important to complete the mission first, in addition, this mission is very important, and 20 of you from the tyrannical Bulls regiment will not be able to complete it at all. I'm doing this for the sake of Qingyun City, so I've taken the initiative to ask for it to be done by my purple Shangyun, which would be troublesome if it caused a riot. After that, he and a few members of the group began to discuss strategy. In no time at all, the men began to burst into the experimental base with their men. Su Qiu and the others were guarding the periphery, divided into several groups, guarding the various street exits, while there were two people in the group with him, Lin Jian and Zhao Coco. That Zhao Coco's eyes lit up when she heard that she could be in a group with Su Qiu. Su Qiu, I've heard that you're a dual-born SSS-ranked martial soul, doesn't it feel particularly powerful, can you release it for me to see? Su Qiu, I heard that you were dumped by your ex-girlfriend before, do you still miss her now? Or do you hate her? Su Qiu, I heard that you're having an affair with the Luo family's daughter, is that true? Su Qiu was somewhat speechless as he listened to the chattering Zhao Coco. Why is this guy so nosy? Boom! At this point, not far away, a large explosion erupted from the experimental base of the xenomorphs, and a low roar and snarl rang out amidst the flames. A large number of xenomorphs rushed out from within the experimental base. They were half human, half beast in appearance, exuding a tyrannical aura, and as soon as they rushed out of the experimental base, they were madly destroying the surrounding area. Attention all! The Purple Auspicious Cloud Hunting Group has been attacked, the experimental base has been destroyed, and a large number of Fey Beastmen have escaped. There has been a change in the mission, annihilate all the Fey Beastmen, don't let any of them escape. Ol's voice came from within the Order of the Storm Bull. The faces of Su Qiu's few people changed slightly. It just so happened that at this time, there were 7 or 8 alien beastmen rushing in their direction. Their appearance is strange, some people have scales on their bodies, some have 2 extra arms, and some have bull horns borne on their heads. But each one was filled with a tyrannical aura. When he saw Su Qiu's trio, he immediately rushed up defiantly. A bloodthirsty intent appeared in his eyes. Come on. Seeing this, Coco Zhao stopped gossiping, laughed loudly, and rushed up with his huge battle axe, and chopped out with an axe. A xenomorph was cut in half on the spot. And on the side, Lin Jian skimmed his lips, this violent girl. When he finished, he took off his glasses. Summoned his own weapon martial spirit, Storm Sword. I don't know if it's an illusion or not. Su Qiu felt that Lin Jian, who had taken off his glasses, had undergone some changes in his aura, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. This is getting serious. He rushed forward with his Stormbringer in hand. The sword light in his hand waved. A Fey Beastman was cut into 7 or 8 pieces by him in an instant. The corner of Su Qiu's mouth twitched. Who are you to call others violent? You've had it with this. Roar! A roar came from next to Su Qiu. His eyes went cold, and as he dodged the attack, he quickly took out the lance and assembled it, then stabbed out with a backhanded shot. The shot that contained an electric aura directly pierced through the heart of that Fey Beastman. Electricity surged, and the Fey man was instantly electrocuted to the point where his body was scorched. Looking around again, more and more Fey converged towards them. Just how many Fey are there within this experimental base? Lin Jian said with cold eyes. Every single one of these xenomorphs was originally an ordinary person, only to be captured and experimented on, which turned them into this inhuman and ghostly appearance. Su Qiu saw that the face of one of the Fey he had killed was actually showing a hint of relief when he was dying. A few people present in their hearts had already cursed Zhang's group. They must be brought to justice. Lin Jian said in a cold voice. I think it's better to shoot them on the spot. Su Qiu suggested. Agreed, Su Qiu, you are so much to my liking. Zhou Coco laughed. The three of them teamed up and killed the charging fiendish people one by one. Su Qiu's Thunder King gun was utilized to the extreme. The lance broke through the air, the electric currents scampered, the gun main was as fast as running thunder, coupled with the third-order middle-grade cultivation, none of the Fey were able to take 2 or 3 moves from him. Seeing this, Lin Jian couldn't help but TSK, this fellow was only at the first rank a month or so ago, and now he's directly at the middle of the third rank. This cultivation speed is really a monster. Chapter 45 Zhang Long appears, the power of a 6th-order martial artist. Thunder King Gun. Su Qiu stabbed out with a spear, and the tyrannical spear aura swept across with electric current. A Fey beastman comparable to an upper 2nd-ranked beastman was directly blasted through his body. It's too easy. Su Qiu felt too relaxed. These xenomorphs were not his opponents at all, and with his current strength he would have no problem directly participating in the college entrance exams, and would even be able to rank at the top of the list. I just received a message from the head of the group. The head of Zhang's group is also inside the experimental base and has already escaped. It's very likely that he's mixed in with this group of xenomorphs. Everyone must be careful. In the event of an encounter, don't get tough and notify the chief immediately. Lin Jian said. Su Qiu, Zhao Coco nodded slightly. According to the intelligence, the Zhang group's headmaster was a 6th-ranked martial arts expert. The highest cultivation level among them was Zhao Coco, a 4th-order upper grade, which was still 2 big notches away from the other party. It's no match at all. It's probably something only a headmaster-level character could handle. TSK, I didn't expect purple auspicious clouds people to be such rookies, even Zhang Long didn't catch him. If this is for our people from the tyrannical cow corps to catch him, then the credit will be ours. Zhao Coco said with glowing eyes. You'd better not think about all this nonsense, it's not something we can do. If you really encounter it, you'd better run quickly. Lin Jian said. Nonsense, I'm not stupid. A few people killed a few more foreign beasts between their fights. Suddenly, a ground thorn suddenly burst out from the ground, and caught off guard, Lin Jian was pierced through his chest, and blood burst out. Ringo! Lin Jian! Coco Zhao was so shocked that he chopped the ground thorn with an axe. Then a white light emanated from his hand, covering Lin Jian's chest. It actually healed his injuries gradually. Oh, healing martial arts. It seems like I should have killed you first. A calm voice rang out and a man in a suit walked out. It was the head of the Zhang clan, Zhang Long. Su Qiu, Zhao Coco's face changed slightly. No way. I can't believe I actually met this guy here. Damn it, Su Qiu, go. Lin Jian said towards Su Qiu. Then he got up and tightly gripped the Stormwind sword, staring at Zhang Long with a deadly stare. And Coco Zhao also gripped her battle axe tightly, her eyes heavy. Although both of them had just said that they must run when they encountered Zhang Long, but now that they had actually encountered him, they realized how dangerous it was to rashly expose their backsides in front of a 6th-rank martial artist. Once they turned around and ran now, the ground thorns like that just now would run through their bodies once again. Facing this situation, Lin Jian, Zhao Coco made an instant decision to let Su Qiu leave first, while he himself stayed behind to stall for time. None of you will leave. Zhang Long laughed coldly and slapped his palm on the ground. Grade A martial skill, ground stab. A ground spike suddenly burst out from the ground. Zhao Coco took the lead and smashed the battle axe in his hand on the ground. A ranked martial art. Flash chop. It was accompanied by an explosion of axe energy that shattered the ground thorns one by one. At the same time, a burst of intense white light erupted. Zhang Long couldn't help but cover his eyes, while Zhao Coco took advantage of this moment to grab Su Qiu's clothes and forcefully throw him out of the battle circle. Go! Coco Zhao exclaimed. Light attribute martial arts? But it can't help me. After the light dissipated, Zhang Long raised his hand and blasted out a fist, hitting Zhao Coco's body, and the other party let out a bone-cracking sound and flew out. Lin Jian, who was on the side, let out a low gulp. Grade A martial skill, Storm Absolute Breath Slash. The great sword swung, creating a terrifying stormy sword chi. Grade B martial skill, Shur Shield. Zhang Long did not panic and blasted his palm on the ground. Countless stones converged towards him and coalesced to form a shield, blocking all of the sword chi. Grade B martial skill, Chaotic Stone Explosion. Zhang Long's indifferent voice came from behind the stone shield, only to see the shield shatter and turn into countless pieces of debris that shot out. Each stone was interspersed with powerful spiritual energy. Lin Jian blocked a few pieces, but was still knocked back. The difference between the 4th and 6th orders was too great. Not far away, Zhao Coco had already used a healing martial skill to heal his injuries, and leapt up carrying his battle axe, landing with a forceful chop. Die for me! Zhang Long smiled disdainfully. Ground spike. A thick ground thorn jutted out from the ground and blasted Zhao Coco away once again, and at this moment, Zhao Coco's abdomen was blasted out with a bloody hole. Blood was pouring out in a steady stream, and it looked like it was already dying. Su Chou, who was far away, saw this scene and his pupils trembled. Reason told him that 2 4th ranks together were routed, so what was he, a 3rd ranked martial artist, even if he had an SSS ranked martial soul? Not to mention, Zhang Long hadn't even used his martial soul yet. But looking at the fallen Lin Jian, Coco Zhao, there was no way he could just sit back and do nothing. The comms are out, the chief will be here soon. I just need to stall him here. Su Chou couldn't watch Lin Jian, Zhao Coco go to hell. Ding! Faced with the life and death of your comrades as well as opponents far stronger than yourself, you have the following choices. 1. Leave. If you stay in the Green Hills, you're not afraid of not having firewood to burn. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Reward, 10 3rd order yuan creation pills. 2. Strike. Isn't it just a 6th ranked martial artist? On. Put your best foot forward and protect your comrades. Reward, martial soul combination technique. Martial spirit merge? Su Chou's eyes lit up. He knew the skill, martial soul merging. It was an ability that only 7th order sealed marquee powerhouses could master, merging themselves with their martial souls, bursting into battle far beyond a single party. The stronger the martial soul, the more powerful the merge would be. It can be wrestled with. Su Chou chose 2 and immediately charged up. And at this moment, Zhang Long walked in front of Lin Jian. He raised his hand indifferently and coalesced a stone thorn. Go to hell! Stone spikes shot out. Lin Jian smiled miserably. I didn't expect to die here, suffocating. But at this point, a sound of thunder and lightning suddenly rang out. Thunder King Gun. Boom! The lance broke through the air and sent the stone spikes flying out. Zhang Long also took 2 steps back, looking at Su Chou, who suddenly appeared in front of him with some consternation. Lin Jian and Zhao Coco were also helpless when they saw this. This idiot. However, they still couldn't help but be touched for a moment in their hearts, and at this moment, they completely treated Su Chou as a comrade in arms that they could trust with their lives and deaths. Ha, what an idiot, these 2 used all their strength to get you a chance to escape, and you actually ran back. Zhang Long looked at Su Chou and laughed. I've heard that you're a dual-born SSS-ranked demon, and that you even defeated my son. Come, let me see. As you wish. White Tiger. Su Chou drank indifferently. The White Tiger appears. A monstrous killing aura erupted. But that's not all. Thunder Dragon. Crackle. Accompanied by a wild dance of thunder and lightning, a thunderous light rushed out from Su Chou's body, transforming into a dozen meters, teeth and claws flailing thunder dragon. The aura was no worse than that of a white tiger. Zhang Long's pupil shrank. How is this possible? SSS grade martial soul thunder dragon. You're not a dual life SSS, you're a triple life SSS. Zhao Coco and Lin Jian were also confused. Is there such a thing in the world? Su Chou ignored Zhang Long's shock. Kill. White Tiger, Thunder Dragon, the 2 great martial spirits, one on the left and one on the right, killed Zhang Long. Chapter 46, Martial Soul Combination Battle 6th Order, come and try. White Tiger, Thunder Dragon, the 2 SSS class martial souls killed Zhang Long together. Although Su Chou was only at the 3rd rank now, these 2 great martial souls were after all SSS ranked, and the power that erupted from them far exceeded that of an unusual 3rd rank. It's not even close against the 4th order. Killing aura, thunder and lightning together locked Zhang Long. Zhang Long couldn't help but change his face furiously. Even as a sixth order, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. After all, this kind of demon like Su Qiu was too unconventional. Who's ever seen a Samson SSS martial spirit? Show yourself, martial spirit, black-armored giant bear. Zhang Long roared angrily. A stream of light flew out from him, transforming into a giant bear clad in black armor, which was none other than the A-class martial soul black armor giant bear. Although it was only a rank, Zhang Long's cultivation was high. The power that erupted from an A-class martial soul was no less powerful than Su Qiu's 2 SSS-class martial souls, and even more powerful. Ha, Su Qiu, martial soul rank only represents potential, not strength. How strong your martial soul is closely related to your strength. It's just a pity that you're only a third-ranked martial artist right now. Even if you have an SSS-ranked martial soul, what can you do? You're no match for me. Today, I will kill you. A hint of bloodlust appeared in Zhang Long's eyes. Killing a genius like you must be a very fulfilling thing. After saying that, he condensed an earth thorn towards Su Qiu. However, Su Qiu's figure flickered and exploded with extreme speed. Dodged a thorn in the ground. This kind of speed is not right. It is impossible for a third-rank martial artist to have this kind of speed. Is this some sort of body martial skill? Zhang Long was a bit stunned. But he let out a cold snort and blasted his palm on the ground. Grade A martial art, earth stab. Sixth order cultivation exploded. His black armored bear followed him with a slap on the ground. A large number of ground thorns erupted, 100 meters in a radius was covered, and even if Su Qiu was fast, he couldn't dodge in time and was blasted out. The thunder dragon, the white tiger, was also struck through the body. Zhang Long smiled coldly. Su Qiu, see, the absolute gap in cultivation is something that the martial soul cannot compensate for. Go, die, now. He blasted out a ground spike once again. While Su Qiu swept out his long spear and shattered the ground thorns, he was still shaken to the point of numbness in his arm, and he let out a low gulp and used his bottom card. Martial soul, merge. The white tiger martial spirit let out a long whistle and rushed towards Su Qiu, fusing with him and gradually pairing with him as he exuded a terrifying killing aura. A powerful might swept out. On his forehead, the word king also emerged. That's the characteristic of a white tiger. Martial soul merging? Sealed marquee powerhouse? No, you're only at the third stage of cultivation. How could you possibly master the martial soul merging ability that can only be mastered by a sealed marquee powerhouse? Zhang Long sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of ability, even he hadn't mastered it yet. And after fusing with the white tiger, Su Qiu felt an incomparably terrifying power surging within his body, far exceeding the third stage. But he knew that this was not enough to kill Zhang Long. He let out a low gulp. Thunder dragon. Come. Roar. The thunder dragon let out a roar and rushed out as wild thunder, landing on Su Qiu's body as the 2 SSS-class martial souls fused. This kind of thing has been incredibly rare throughout the ages. Because there haven't been many twin SSS martial souls throughout the ages. And at the third rank, master the martial soul merging ability. In history, even less so. It could be said that Su Qiu was making history at this point. It was a pity that not many people had seen this battle, otherwise, Su Qiu could definitely be entered into the history books, providing valuable experience for those who came after him to study the martial soul. With the 2 SSS martial souls integrated into his body, Su Qiu had a murderous aura flowing through his body, thunder leaped, and the word king, symbolizing the white tiger, emerged on his forehead. There were thunderbolts representing the power of the thunder dragon leaping on the surface of his body. Upon closer inspection, his skin still had the scales of a brontosaurus looming over it. But he was, after all, at the third level of cultivation, and although the fusion of the 2 SSS-ranked martial souls brought him unparalleled power, it was also an extremely terrifying burden. He can't last in this form. And every time he moved, a pinprick of sensation came from his body. But in order to deal with Zhang Long, he couldn't care less. Zhang Long, are you ready to die? Su Qiu growled lowly. The sound that came from his throat was like a dragon's roar or a tiger's whistle. Whoosh! His figure flickered and transformed into an electric light, rushing out at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye, arriving in front of Zhang Long and stabbing out with a spear. The Thunder King's gun exploded with full force. Xian Shur shield. Zhang Long coalesced a stone shield. However, in front of Su Qiu's shot, the stone shield exploded with a loud bang and directly exploded. Zhang Long was blown out hard. Black armored bear, kill him! Zhang Long roared. The black armored bear blasted out a palm towards Suqiu. Tiny A-grade martial soul, get lost. However, Suqiu did not dodge and did not avoid, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist and blasted out, and the overbearing power of thunder combined with the white tiger's killing energy landed on top of the bear's palm. It was accompanied by a mournful and miserable howl. The black armored bear's bear claws were hardened and blown apart. The body staggered and flew backwards. The gaze that looked at Suqiu was permeated with a strong fear. At this moment, in the eyes of the black armored bear, Suqiu was no longer a human, but a terrifying monster that had combined the power of 2 SSS-class beast martial souls. Zhanglong's face changed wildly as he looked at the black armored bear that was blown away. Grade A martial art, earth stab. He landed on the ground with a palm, and a ground thorn jutted towards Suqiu. However, he was seen rushing out like electricity and stabbing with his long spear. A very earthly thorn was completely shattered. Grade B martial skill, chaotic stone explosion. Zhanglong performed his martial skill again, and the broken stones around him blasted towards Suqiu, surrounding him and contracting to form a stone ball. Next, riotous lightning erupted from the stone ball. The stone ball exploded, and Suqiu rushed out unharmed. Grade B martial skill, Shur's shield. Zhanglong let out a low cry and condensed a stone shield in front of him. Thunder, King, Gun. Suqiu let out a low roar, and all of his spiritual energy was poured into the long spear. The ally lance buzzed and trembled, the power of thunder and lightning made the lance hot, as if it was going to be melted, and as soon as the lance was stabbed out, the domineering thunder and lightning transformed into a terrifying thunder dragon with teeth and claws tearing through one side of the Shur's shield. Boom! This shot blasted at Zhanglong, and the other party screamed miserably, his chest dented, and his entire body flew out backwards, crashing through a concrete wall. Finally, he collapsed inside the ruins, spitting blood. Lin Jian, Zhao Coco all looked confused. A third-order martial artist. To actually dangle a 6th-ranked martial artist in front of them? They didn't misread it? They're not dreaming, are they? And in the ruins, Zhanglong, who was spitting out blood and dying, suddenly took out a bottle of green potion and drank it, a hint of madness appearing on his face. I want you to die, you die. Medicine into the body. Zhanglong's body began to bruise and his entire body convulsed before expanding and transforming into a bloated giant. 2 animal horns that didn't belong to humans even grew on his forehead. Obviously. The potion that the other party had taken was none other than the Fey potion. Suqiu, you're very strong. Mastering the ability to merge martial souls at the 3rd rank, you're simply a monster. But now, I'm even more of a monster than you are. Zhanglong roared at Suqiu, with hideous veins exposed on his face, and with that bloated and huge body, he looked exceptionally terrifying. Suqiu grinned, I admit, you are indeed a monster now. He gripped the lance tightly as electricity flowed through his body. Just as he was preparing to fight Zhanglong to the death once again, the big deal being that he was fusing the Kuan-Pang martial soul once again, his body was violently struck by a sharp pain, and a cold sweat flowed down his forehead as the martial soul merging side effect appeared. Seeing this, Zhanglong laughed out loud. Forced use of martial soul merging ability with a 3rd-order cultivation, Suqiu, do you really think you can withstand it? Not to mention, the one you fused is an SSS-class martial soul, the amount of pressure on your body is unimaginable. The current you should not be able to move. Suqiu grinned, come and try if you have the guts. Chapter 47 Martial Soul Exposed, Olay's Decision. Try it if you dare. Suqiu looked at Zhanglong and grinned. Although he felt as the pressure is not small, but he still does not have the intention to give up, the deer who died, yet to be known. He secretly took out a bottle of previously rewarded healing potion from the system space. Pour it down. The power of the healing potion repaired the damage to his body. Take some of the pressure off of him. Healing potion? Zhanglong looked at the potion Suqiu used and rushed up, even if you use a healing potion, you're not my opponent, go to hell. Suqiu tightened his grip on the alloy lance and prepared to fuse the Kuan-Pang martial spirit again. Even if the body is under a lot of stress. It's the only way to go now. If anything, now was his limit. Then, push the limits. Just as he was about to make a last-ditch effort, a whistling sound suddenly came from the sky, and a figure descended from the sky. A huge wolf-tooth rod smashed hard on Zhanglong from above, and the other party screamed miserably as his body was smashed on the ground, which was dented with a boom. And the person holding the wolfsbane was none other than Olay, the leader of the Storm Bull Regiment. What are you trying to do to my lovely corps member's asshole? Olay looked at Zhang Long, who was trampled under her feet, with a sardonic smile. And Zhang Long growled, "Get the hell up." The power erupting from his body far exceeded that of an ordinary 6th-ranked martial artist, and was even vaguely close to the 7th-ranked feudal marquis realm. But Ol was laughing even more hideously at the sight. "Get the down." The wolf-tooth stick in her hand smashed out again. This stick was even more powerful than earlier, and with a loud boom, it directly smashed Zhang Long's bones. The other party slumped down inside the pit and let out a low growl. He hadn't thought that even though he had taken the Fey potion and his strength had increased by more than 10 times, he was still so unbeatable in front of Olay. This tyrannical bull leader in front of him was even more terrifying than the rumors. He had previously crossed paths with Chen Zi, the leader of the Purple Auspicious Cloud Regiment, within the laboratory base, and thought that he should be about the same as the leaders. But now he realizes. Ol's nothing like the other troop leaders. Ground stab. Still trying to struggle, Zhang Long slammed the ground. A ground thorn protruded out and struck towards Olay, but it was directly shattered by Olay with a rod, and at the same time, a green-colored giant bull silhouette emerged behind her, and the bull's hooves directly stomped on Zhang Long ruthlessly. The other party screamed miserably, and was stomped to the point that he didn't know how many more bones were broken. Then the bull demon let out a low roar, and a green vine spread out from the ground, binding Zhang Long's limbs to death. Would attribute binding-type martial skill, green vine twisting. Seeing Olay come, Sucho breathed a sigh of relief, then his body loosened up, lifting his martial soul merging state, and fainted in one head. Sucho, don't die hey. Olay's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly sent someone over to treat her. She took out a bottle of healing potion and poured it towards Sucho's mouth. And not far from Lin Jian, Zhao Coco was also dying and looking at her. "Chief, there's still us. Tisk, one by one, go back and strengthen your training for me." "Forget it, Chief, let me die." At the thought of participating in Ol's training, Lin Jian rolled his eyes. "It feels like it's more painful to die. To die is to die in my training." Ol grinned. At this moment, Chen Zi, who had a pair of purple cloud wings behind her back, also arrived at the scene and frowned when she saw Zhang Long, who was bound by Olay. "How did you catch the man?" Sorry about that. This battle merit was hard fought by my people from the Storm Bull Regiment, so you Purple Auspicious Clouds Regiment shouldn't think about it," Ol said. Chen Zi glanced at the fated Su Qiu as well as Lin Jian, Zhao Coco, and frowned. They were actually able to stop Zhang Long? "What? You don't believe it? Humph, count yourselves lucky this time. Che, it's you Purple Auspicious Clouds that don't have the ability to cause such a big commotion. You'd better go back and think about how to report to the mayor." Speaking of this, Chen Zi's face didn't look too good. Who would have thought that this Zhang Long is so crazy, burying so many bombs in the experimental base, directly blowing up the whole base and creating chaos to escape? Thinking about this, the more Chen Zi thought about it, the more angry she became. Looking at Zhang Long and gritting her teeth, she said, "Olay, how about letting me beat him up to take out my anger?" "That's not good. He's already almost half dead from my beating. If I let you out of your breath again, he'll probably be really out of breath." Chen Zi's face turned blue as he cursed and left. The quest continued, with Purple Auspicious Cloud and the Storm Bull Regiment hunting the fiend men. As for the injured, they were quickly sent back to the hunting regiment base. "Lao Xiao, how is he?" "The medical room inside the Storm Bull Regiment base," Ol said as she looked at a girl with glasses and a white lab coat. And lying on the hospital bed was none other than Su Qiu. The spectacled woman reached out and placed her hand on Su Qiu's chest. A burst of green light flickered as she faintly said, "You know about my martial soul, as long as a person is still alive, even if they only have half a life left, they can still bring you back. There's nothing wrong with this little guy, it's just that his body has been under too much pressure and is in a weakened period. Rest for a few days and he'll be fine. Only, there is something I need to tell you. I detected 4 fluctuations of martial souls in this kid's body." When she said this, the glasses woman couldn't help but tremble in her tone. "What? 4 martial souls?" Ol couldn't help but be confused. And next to Lin Jian on the hospital bed, Zhao Coco was also scared silly. They thought it was outrageous enough for the other party to have 3 SSS-ranked martial souls. Unexpectedly. Not 3. It's 4. What is this monster? For SSS-ranked martial souls and mastering the ability to merge martial souls at just the 3rd rank, leader, you should know that it's simply impossible. But this impossible thing happened. This means that this little guy is a miracle in himself. Once this matter is exposed, tisk, I don't even know how many will hit on him. The spectacled woman pushed up her glasses and sked. Olay pondered for a moment. Old Zhao, don't say anything about this matter. Understood. The spectacled woman looked deeply at Olay before nodding her head. I'll naturally keep it a secret if you say so, but this little guy is not something the Storm Bulls can accommodate, and he'll be out of here one day sooner or later. Ha, it doesn't matter, but as long as he is a member of my Storm Bull regiment, I, as the leader, have the obligation to protect him. Ol laughed. When Su Chio woke up to see the unfamiliar ceiling, surrounded by a smell of disinfectant, this is a hospital? He was a little puzzled. Look at yourself, wrapped up like a mummy. Next to him on the hospital bed also lay Lin Jian, Zhao Coco. It was only that the two men were looking at themselves in a somewhat strange way, as if they were looking at some rare animal. Su Chio also probably guessed it. After all, the fact that he possessed several SSS martial souls had already been exposed to these two. I guess Ol should know too. That. Me. Su Chio still wanted to explain how. Lin Jian interrupted. Su Chio, there's no need to explain, this is a secret that belongs to you, we won't pursue it. All we know is that you're a member of the Storm Bull Regiment and that you saved us. Don't worry, we'll keep this secret for you. Su Chio nodded slightly. Many thanks. You're welcome, only, it's necessary for me to remind you that our next days won't be easy. Lin Jian laughed bitterly. Why? The headmistress said that this time, for those who were injured during the course of the mission, she's going to plan to personally give them some special training. Lin Jian said tearlessly. Chapter 48 Preparing to meet the mayor, the highest warriors of Qingyan City. Ah, isn't it a good thing that the chief is giving us special training? Su Chio said with some doubt. Hee, that's because you don't know how perverse the chief's special training is. Let me put it to you this way, it's possible to die if you participate in the chief's training. Su Chio sucked in a breath of cool air. So exaggerated? Looking at Lin Jian, Zhao Coco's stony face, he was also a little apprehensive. At this time, the news was being broadcast on TV. It's about Chang's group. Just yesterday afternoon, the Purple Auspicious Clouds hunting group, Stormy Cattle hunting group joined forces to break a case of alien beastman experiments. Will be the city of Qingyun an alien beastman experimental base successfully destroyed, and the mastermind behind this experimental base is the local largest enterprise of a sheet of the group. Today, Zhang Long, the head of the Zhang group, has been arrested, and Zhang's top executives have almost been captured or executed on the spot. The only one who was on the run was Zhang Yunjie, the young master of the Zhang clan, who carried a SS-class martial soul and had unlimited potential. It was a pity that he had gone astray. The hunting group had already issued a reward. Whoever could apprehend Zhang Yunjie could obtain $100 million in prize money. In addition, Zhang Yunjie was the personal disciple of the Purple Sky Martial Hall's master, the Purple Sky Marquis. Although the Purple Sky Marquis had said that he didn't know about the experiments on the alien beastmen, but this incident still caused a considerable blow to the Purple Sky Martial Hall. According to the news that the reporter inquired about, just yesterday, close to 1/3 of the martial artists in the Purple Sky Martial Arts School announced their withdrawal from the school. Looking at the news on the TV, Su Chio was a bit surprised. This Zhang Yunjie fellow actually ran away? Yes, we only realized just now that Zhang Long used himself as a bait to attract fire and help his son escape. Lin Jian said, it's a pity that the SS-ranked martial soul still has great potential if it grows up, but it's gone down the devil's path. The stronger the talent of such a person, the more harmful he is. TSK, I think it's very likely that he'll join some devilish organization in desperation. Zhao Coco said. A demonic organization is a group of criminal organizations that conduct illegal experiments, practice forbidden martial arts or are in cahoots with foreign beasts. They often wielded uncommon force and power. It's a traitor to humanity and a cancer in society. Su Chio sniffed and pondered. He and Zhang Yunjie were considered to have an enmity. If the other party joined the devil cult organization, he didn't know if he would still seek revenge on him in the future? Whatever. Anyway, it's right to practice first. As long as he was strong enough, Zhang Yunjie would not be in his eyes. In any case, he had gained a lot this time, and his martial soul merging ability had given him a substantial breakthrough in his battle power. Although the side effects were a bit large, it was definitely a life-saving card. With this undercard, any martial artist under the 7th rank would be able to touch himself. When he advanced another rank or two, the 7th rank was not impossible to fight. Lao! Bang! The medical room door was slammed open. Su Xiaoshan rushed in and looked at the bandaged Su Chio and directly pounced on him. Older brother, you must not die. Oh. Su Chio was deadlocked by the other party and almost couldn't catch his breath. Stinky girl, let go quickly. Cough, you want to strangle your brother to death. He was so angry that he slapped the other man on the head. He was able to survive a fight with 6th order martial artist Zhang Long. It would be funny if Su Xiaoshan strangled her to death. Su Xiaoshan covered his head and looked at Su Qiu, who was still able to hit himself, and revealed a smile. It's good that old brother is fine, it's good that he's fine. What brings you here? It was Big Sister who brought me here. Su Xiaoshan said. Big Sister? Who is it? Your headmaster. Chief is chief, what do you call a big sister? Hey, she looks like she's got that big sister thing going on. Su Xiaoshan laughed. Just as Ol walked in, it doesn't matter what you call me, I saw that Frost would be worried at home alone, so I took it upon myself to bring her. Thanks, Chief. It's fine, you three get better quickly for me, and in 3 days, come with the others for my special training. Ol grinned. Lin Jian, Zhao Coco shivered. Turning to the spectacled woman next to Olay, she said, Sister Zhao, I feel like I won't be able to recover from this injury without 10 days and half a month. Yes, Sister Zhao, why don't you let us stay here a little longer? That Sister Zhao smiled faintly. 2 days at the most, and I'll make sure you guys get up alive and well for the special training. Ooh, no. Oh, I knew that Sister Zhao would definitely stand with the headmaster. Su Xiaoshan was a bit curious at the side. Big sister, what special training, can I join in as well? I also want to become stronger. Frosty, don't. You'll regret it. Lin Jian hurriedly stopped it. Hiss. Girl, I honor you as a warrior. Zhao Coco sucked in a breath of cold air and gave a thumbs up towards the other party. Only Olay laughed out loud and reached out to press Su Xiaoshuang's head. Very well. Little Frost, join me in the Storm Bull Troop. She extended a direct invitation. Really? Can I join? Su Xiaoshuang's eyes glowed. No problem. Also, what is your martial soul? Ah, this. Su Xiaoshuang was a little hesitant. Her martial soul was a female empress, and no one would probably believe her when she said that. And it's the kind of thing that no one else can talk about except those close to them. Seeing that she had something to hide, Ol's eyes narrowed. These siblings, one and all, are hiding secrets. She laughed lightly. No problem if you don't want to talk about it. From now on you'll be a member of my Storming Bulls troop. Special training counts for you. Yes, big sister. Soon. Under Sister Zhao's treatment, Su Qiu, Lin Jian, and Zhao Coco's injuries quickly recovered, and in the process, Su Qiu also knew that Sister Zhao's full name. Zhao Xiaoyun, the deputy leader of the Tyrannical Cow Regiment, is also the chief physician of the Tyrannical Cow Regiment, and her martial soul is a wood attribute S-rank plant martial soul. Flower of Life. Not very good in combat, but first-rate in healing. As long as there's a breath, odds are it'll pull you back from the brink. Such a talent, let alone placed in Qingyun City. Even in the entire Great Xia, there were only a handful of them. Healing martial souls. I don't know if any of my remaining 6 martial souls are of this type. It would be great if they were. Su Qiu had some expectations. Right, Su Qiu, before attending the special training, I'm going to take you to meet someone first. Olay suddenly thought of something and said. Su Qiu was a bit curious. See who? Lord Mayor of Qingyun City. The mayor, the supreme ruler of Green Cloud City. Why go to see each other for a good reason? Su Qiu was a little apprehensive. Olay patted him on the shoulder. Relax, you deserve the credit for smashing the alien Beastman experiment base and arresting Zhang Long this time. You could even say that you held him off so we could apprehend him, so the mayor wanted to commend you personally. I see. Su Qiu came to a realization. Soon he followed Ol to the city hall building and took the elevator to the top floor to a conference room door. There were a dozen or so people in view as they pushed open the front door. They were wearing a variety of uniforms and medals on their chests. It also included Chun Zi, the leader of the Purple Auspicious Cloud Regiment that Su Qiu had met before. Su Qiu guessed the identity of these people. These people are the leaders of the 20 hunting groups in Qingyun City. It also represented the highest official battle force in Qingyun City. Chapter 49, Ascending the Green Cloud Glory Ranking. How can I stand still? When Su Qiu walked into the conference room, the gazes of the hunting group leaders present brushed over to him with curiosity in their eyes. He's the legendary dual SSS martial soul possessor? TSK, a once-in-a-century genius. Gee, that's kind of funny. I heard that he stalled Zhang Long. For a third-ranked martial artist to be able to do such a thing, even if he's a double SSS rank, it's a bit unbelievable. How the hell did he do that? Olay, this guy keep his mouth shut, no matter how we ask do not disclose half a point, was asked to hurry up but also hands, what a person ah. The crowd was talking. Some people even showed scorn when they saw Olay arrive. Obviously Ol is somewhat special among these chiefs. And Olay brought Sucho to an old man in his Zhongshan suit, in his early 60s, and introduced, Sucho, this is the mayor of Qingyan City. Greetings, mayor. Sucho nodded. It was the first time he had met such a high-powered figure. But it's kind of calming. After all, he wasn't exactly an ordinary person now. No need to be polite, Olay has already told me about you, young man has a promising future, this time I called you here, mainly to present you with a Medal of Honor, in addition to placing you in the glory list. Mayor Chang Yun laughed. Every city had a glory list, but all those who could be ranked in the glory list, without exception, were all people who had made great contributions to Qingyan City. Even with 20 hunting groups, not many could be ranked. And Sucho, young enough to be ranked in the glory list. This honor was enough for him to walk sideways in Qingyan City. It even had the effect of adding points to the martial arts entrance exam in the future. The mayor is overstating it, as a part of Qingyan City, it is everyone's responsibility to protect the citizens, eradicate the foreign beasts, and arrest the outlaws. Next to her, Olay said, being on the glory list, in addition to being famous in Qingyan City, you can also receive an additional $10 million. Mayor, please make sure to send me this Medal of Honor. I will definitely cheer up in the future and strive to contribute more to Qingyan City. Sucho said solemnly. Just kidding. 10 million A. Don't want it for nothing. Even though he has money, who can afford to have too much money? Ha, young people really are vigorous. Mayor Chang Yun laughed. Then he had someone take out a golden medal, which he personally put on Sucho's chest. Sucho, I hope you'll keep up the good work. The future of mankind is for you young people. I hope you'll remember that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Sucho? That sounds familiar. I'm Spider-Man? Mayor. Sucho echoed a sentence. Well, we've met the people, we've got the medals, and it's time for the special training to go. Mayor, we'll take our leave first. Olay pulled Sucho away. Wait, what about my $10 million? Someone will call your account. My account is 512-7888. Don't misremember. Sucho shouted, being yanked out of the city hall by Ol. The heads of the other hunting groups shook their heads as they watched. Sure enough, the storm bulls are full of weirdos. Just like Ol with no manners. Take Sucho and leave the city hall. Ol drove the car and headed straight for the countryside. Right, Chief, we've gone for special training. What if a foreign beast appears in the 16th district? Sucho asked. Don't worry, not all of us from the Storm Bull Regiment have gone. I've left people in the 16th district, in addition to people from other hunting regiments. Ol said with one hand on the steering wheel. Where are we going? My house. Sucho was kind of looking forward to it. What would Ol's home be like? Then the two made their way to a forest on the outskirts. The forest was gloomy, and some mournful ghostly howls were faintly heard, making people shudder, and it was hard to imagine that people could actually live here. However, Sucho soon realized that this forest looked eerie and appalling, but the aura around it was exceptionally dense, several times that of other places. At the entrance to the forest, Lin Jian, Zhao Koko, and Su Xiaoshan were also there. After they saw Sucho arrive, they hurriedly walked up. Su Xiaoshan looked at Sucho adoringly. Brother, you've entered the Green Cloud Glory ranking. Ah, how did you know? It was just posted online, and now the internet is talking crazy. Su Xiaoshan picked up her cell phone and said. Sucho looked away. I go? Still in your senior year of high school and you've entered the Qingyan Glory ranking? Is there a mistake? It's official, it shouldn't be wrong. It says that Sucho's active performance in the previous case of the alien Beastman experimental base, coupled with the fact that he is a dual SSS martial soul, has granted him this honor. I dare to predict that as long as this guy doesn't die halfway, it won't take 10 years for my great Xia to produce one more. Emperor, there are only 3 of them in our Grand Xia right now, right? Sucho could very well be the 4th. The internet has turned up the heat. And in the Luo family's underground training room, Luo Qingxue was fighting a Luo Long, who, as the Luo family's head, was a 7th-ranked feudal marquis powerhouse. Not many people know this. With such a feudal marquee powerhouse as a companion, along with the sea god's tear, Luo Qingshue's advancement had progressed by leaps and bounds, and she had just broken through the third stage. After fighting for more than an hour, Luo Qingxue was ready to take a break. And Luo Long looked at Luo Qingxue with relief. Little Snow, your progress is beyond my father's imagination. In less than 5 years, no, 3 years, you'll be able to surpass me. Whether or not my Luo family can become the top family in Xia depends on you. Although the Luo family wasn't weak in the Grand Xia right now, there was still a gap compared to those forces that had several sealed marquis, or even sealed king powerhouses in their ranks. But Luo Long believed that Luo Qingxue would be able to surpass them in the future, becoming alongside the 3 great emperors, the great summer empress level. I'll try. Luo Qingxue nodded. Growing up in the Luo family, she was naturally willing to do something for the Luo family. But aside from helping the Luo family become a top family, she also had to catch up with Su Qiu, defeat him, and marry him into her family. Thinking of this, Luo Qingxue had some expectations. Miss, take a look at the Green Cloud Glory ranking. At that moment, the butler walked into the underground training room. The glory list? What's wrong? Luo Qingxue curiously picked up her phone and opened the glory list to take a look, only to see an additional name on it. Double SSS Martial Soul Owner, Su Qiu. She slightly sucked in a breath of cold air. How did he make it onto the glory list? Take a closer look. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. Stopping 6th order martial artist Zhang Long and seriously injuring him? He's actually strong enough to do that? Luo Qingxue was silent for a moment, and Luo Long on the side was secretly staggered, and then looked at Luo Qingxue with some concern that her own daughter wouldn't be devastated. What a man I'm looking at! Luo Qingxue smiled, then got up and walked onto the training ground. To Laurent, he said, I'm resting, Dad, let's do it again. Ah, Yuki, you've only been resting for a little while. It's fine, someone is already far ahead of me, how can I stand still? Luo Qingxue's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Chapter 50 Clearly Plant-Based Fey, Spiritual Energy Zone. Ah! Damn it, damn it! Inside a dark alleyway, a figure was continuously letting out roars. Looking at the picture of Su Qiu within his cell phone, his eyes were filled with resentment. A red light flashed in his eyes as if he was a beast dominated by hatred, and this person was none other than the rewarded Zhang Yunjie, the SS Martial Soul possessor who originally had a great future. But at the moment, he was like a street rat, not daring to show his face. It's all your fault I ended up in this situation. Su Qiu, I must kill you, kill you. Zhang Yunjie growled lowly. He hadn't thought for a second that if the Zhang family hadn't been conducting inhumane experiments on xenomorphs, would the Zhang family have been terminated by the hunting group? Will Zhang Long be arrested? No. He wouldn't even think that. To the self-centered person, it's everyone else's fault. Especially Su Qiu. If he hadn't intercepted his father, how would his father have been arrested? If the other party didn't have a dual-born SSS martial soul, how could he himself try to gain power with the help of the Fey experiment out of jealousy? Now that he had been reduced to a street rat, the other party had ascended to the Qingyan glory list? On what grounds? On what grounds? Just as Zhang Yunjie was annoyed, an old man in a white coat stepped out behind him, and Zhang Yunjie immediately went on guard. After seeing the visitor clearly, he was surprised. It's you, Dr. Wang. The other party was none other than the doctor of the Altered Beastman experimental base. I didn't realize the other side had escaped as well. Dr. Wang looked at Zhang Yunjie and smiled faintly. Young Master Zhang, having fallen into this situation, have you ever thought of taking revenge on the higher-ups of Qingyan City? Want. I want it even in my dreams. Especially Su Qiu, I want to kill him by 1,000 cuts so that he doesn't have a good death. Zhang Yunjie roared lowly. Hey, in that case, join us. You guys? Yes, we. Magic Sky Sect. Demon Heaven Sect, one of the most notorious demonic sects in Great Xia. Over the years, I don't know how much chaos has been caused within the Great Xia. Zhang Yunjie had heard of this sect, not to mention that Dr. Wang, who had been working for the Zhang family, was actually a member of this sect. But when he thought of what he had become now, he gritted his teeth. Fine, as long as I can gain the power of revenge. I'm willing to join. Very well, young master. You will be my most perfect creation. Dr. Wang smiled slightly. Suburbia. Su Qiu looked at the glory list and scared. I didn't realize that the officials were working so fast. I had just received my own medal, and this went straight to the top of the list. Well, without further ado, the special training begins. First, you guys get me through this forest. Arrive at the shelter in the center of the forest, and old Zhao and I will wait for you there. Olay said before leading Zhao Xiaoyun into the forest. Seeing this, Lin Jian faintly said, "Should we escape now?" He had just finished his sentence. Ol's voice came from within the forest. By the way, there basically won't be any vehicles passing through this neighborhood, so if you guys try to run away and I catch up with you, I'll let you experience the weight of my heavenly tooth rod. The crowd swallowed hard. Looking at each other, they could only head towards the forest. But before he could take a few steps, there was a rustling sound from all around him. A very tree vine sprang out from all around, binding Lin Jian and hanging him in midair, and he hurriedly took out his storm wind greatsword to cut the vine off. But there was one vine after another all around. It was as if the snakes were approaching towards them. Holy, what are these? These trees move on their own? Sucho tore apart a flung tree vine with a single shot, and the knowledge of alien beasts that he had learned over the years surfaced in his mind. These are first-ranked plant-based alien beasts, green demon vines. Parasitic on some large trees, drawing on their nutrients to grow. And don't get entangled in them, they're not small. Once they get entangled, even steel bars may be bent by them. Fire, they're afraid of fire. Which one of you knows fire attribute martial arts? I'll do it. At this moment, a member of the tyrannical cow troop stepped out and bellowed, his hands continuously blasting out one fireball after another. Grade B martial skill, Fire Cloud Palm. Boom, boom, boom. The flames exploded. Forced the green devil vine back. The crowd continued deeper into the forest. Then saw a huge flower. Suchio swallowed his saliva. If I'm not wrong, these should be second-ranked plant-based fake cannibal flowers. Just as he finished his sentence, there was a muffled grunt from the side. You didn't guess wrong, help me. Only to see that half of Lin Jian's body had already been stuffed into his mouth by a giant cannibal flower, and next to him, Xiao Coco rushed up and yanked him out. But the cannibalistic flowers around them had awakened and rushed up towards them, a large mouth covered in sap opening in their buds. The crowd killed their way through. But this is just the beginning. First order exotic beast green devil vine, second order exotic beast cannibal flower, second order exotic beast catcher grass, third order exotic beast blood peony, third order exotic beast seven-leaf sword grass. Most of the plant-based alien beasts that Suchio had seen in the books were actually found here, while they were tired and panting from passing through all the way, and their minds were even more highly strained. Who knows if a small, unimpressive-looking grass and flower next to it is some kind of horrible beast? It's horrible, it's horrible. The headmistress actually lives in a place like this? Then every time she comes back, she must first have a battle with these plant-based beasts? No wonder the headmaster is so strong. Hiss. There's actually a place like this on the outskirts of Qingyun City? If I'm not mistaken, this should be a psychic energy zone. Suchio said. The crowd looked to him. They now sort of recognized the power of the three middle school gods. Fey they don't recognize, knowledge they don't know. One by one, they popped out of Suchio's mouth. Well, the spiritual energy zone, as the name suggests, is a place where spiritual energy converges. Such a place tends to spawn some abnormalities due to the high concentration of spiritual energy, and these plant-based exotic beasts within the forest should be the ones that are spawned by the high concentration of spiritual energy. Suchio, the first thing that you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. So it is. Well, I've heard of the psychic energy zone, but it didn't come to mind for a while. After being out for so long, that knowledge was given back to the school a long time ago. Humph, let one of you not read. It dawned on the crowd. The crowd continued deeper into the forest. Suddenly, the earth in front of them suddenly shook, only to see a large tree rise up and stand, its trunk even revealing lines similar to a human face, before waving its thick branches and trunks and charging up towards them. Suchio sucked in a breath of cold air. Fourth-ranked plant-based beast, War Tree Man. I'll go, the headmaster is too ruthless, he's arranged for all the fourth-order alien beasts. The crowd swallowed a small amount of water and dodged several attacks from the War Tree people. Then Lin Jian shouted and rushed up, the sword of storm in his hand swung out, but it landed on top of the tree man with a resounding sound of gold and iron. This tree man's body was actually invulnerable to swords and spears. Watch me, Fire Cloud Palm. That fire-attributed member of the tyrannical bull troop blasted out with a palm. Spiritual energy gathered to form a large fireball. However, the blast scattered directly on the war tree man's body, and at most, it only burned away a few of the opponent's leaves, not causing much damage at all. Now even the flame that restrained the wood attribute didn't work. Chapter 51, Arriving at the Villa, Re-entering the Frozen Lake. The fire cloud poem struck the war tree man's body one after another, but it didn't cause much damage to it, and the crowd who saw this scene couldn't help but be confused. Martial souls, martial techniques, Fei. Most of them are divided by attributes. Attribute restraint is an extremely important part of the battle. This war tree man, no matter how one looked at it, was a wood attribute plant type beast. And the best thing to combat the wood attribute is the fire attribute. But now, the fire attribute had lost its effect on this war tree man. The power of this war tree man can be imagined. The headmaster is too ruthless. This is definitely a 4th rank foreign beast. 4th rank alien beasts are all arranged? Oh, scary. The war tree man branch swept out horizontally. That member of the tyrannical bull troop who had executed the fire cloud poem was sent flying straight out with a click, as if his bones had been broken. The crowd looked confused. It's too hard. Seeing this, Sucho held his alloy lance in his hand and rushed out. Thunder King Gun. His current cultivation level was the upper 3rd rank. However, the Thunder King's gun was an A-grade martial skill, and it was an A-grade martial skill that had reached the consummation level, and the power of this gun outburst was no less than the 4th rank. Bang! The war was a large hole blasted hard through the human body. Then with a whimper, he fell to the ground. The crowd could not help but smile at the sight. Good, worthy of being Suchio. Ha, this Thunder King gun move, beautiful. Older brother is mighty. The crowd cheered for Suchio. But then, a vibrating sound came from within the surrounding jungle, and then only one after another of the war tree people could be seen, standing up. The number was so high that there were actually 7 or 8 of them. 7 or 8 4th rank foreign beasts surrounded the crowd. Among them, there was even the aura of a war tree man, whose size exceeded that of the previous tree man, and it was clearly a 4th order upper grade. The crowd of the storm bulls swallowed a small amount of saliva. Chief! You're killing people! Help! Sucho also couldn't help but touch the cold sweat on his forehead. He now finally knew why the people of the Storm Bull Regiment looked as if they were dying and worse than dead at the mention of participating in Ole's training. The other side is really daring to lay down a hard hand. This is not careful, is really possible small life. Oh. Sucho, cooperate with me. Lin Jian said yes loudly. He took out his martial spirit storm wind greatsword and charged towards that strongest war tree man, the greatsword in his hand emitting a burst of light. There are war tree people out to stop him. But before he could strike, Sucho moved. The alloy lance in his hand stabbed out with lightning and thunder. The might of the Thunder King's gun completely exploded. There was also Jiaokoko, who let out a low cry and carried his axe, hacking towards a war tree man, knocking him over on the ground. Carrying her axe, she stood on the remains of the war tree man and said, "Look at all of you. Look at Sucho, just how long has he been a member of our tyrannical cow corps? And he's on the glory list with this kind of battle record, don't you know shame? All of you, get your asses in gear. Aren't they just a few 4th order alien beasts? Dry over them." The crowd couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths when they heard her words and then took a look at Sucho, who was holding a long spear and picking over several war tree people. There's still a difference between us and hanging a wall. But as the seniors of the Storm Bull Regiment, they certainly had some bad feelings in their hearts as they watched a newcomer bully his way in front of them. We didn't get to where we are today with new talent in the Storm Bulls. We can't be the newcomers' dependents, but we definitely can't hold people back either. All of you. Sucho, let me help you. Weiwa, the war tree man is nothing, look at Grandpa's fire cloud poem. The forest fought feverishly within the forest. Look deeper into the forest. Inside a villa next to a lake, Ole was carrying a bottle of wine and drinking it in small sips, while Zhao Xiaoyun was sitting next to her and looking at a book. Occasionally, he heard the commotion coming from the other side of the forest and smiled slightly. How many war tree people have you set up? And you're not afraid of any accidents? Don't worry, this level can't kill them. Besides, aren't you here? Ole grinned. Very confident in Zhao Xiaoyun's ability. Mei. Zhao Xiaoyun laughed a little, non-committal. I don't know how long it's been. When it was almost evening, Sucho, Jiaokoko, Lin Jian and the others helped each other and walked to the entrance of the villa in a sorry state. Woohoo, finally! I almost thought I was going to die in the forest. So scary. Olay walked up carrying a bottle of wine and looked at Suchio and the others and exclaimed, 4 hours. It took you guys a full 4 hours to walk here. Of all the people I've trained before, you're the most noobish. Suchio. Coco Zhao. Jian Lin. Crowd, I want to hit someone so bad. But can't beat it. Headmaster, can the lecture wait a little longer? Should we not let Sister Zhao treat us first? Lin Jian said cautiously. Want to heal, huh? That's fine, go to the lake over there. Ol pointed to the lake not far away. The crowd walked over. Only Zhao Xiaoyun was seen standing with both feet on the water. The crowd looked on in wonder. What kind of martial art is this? This is not a martial art, this is the use of spiritual power. When the use of spiritual power reaches a wonderful peak, it is possible to do this. The crowd looked at Zhao Xiaoyun with bated breath, waiting for her treatment. Zhao Xiaoyun smiled faintly as a white light emerged from her body, followed by a lotus flower slowly blooming beneath her feet. It breathes a strong breath of life. It was none other than the wood attribute S-class martial soul, the flower of life. Life-giving. Zhao Xiaoyun urged her spiritual energy. The flower of life landed on the surface of the water, and the entire lake came to life as the intense power of life infused into the water. This lake has been blessed by me, and is equivalent to being transformed into a healing potion, so you can just come right in. Zhao Xiaoyun said. Suchio was dumbfounded as he listened, turning an entire lake into a healing potion? That's too much, wouldn't it be a fortune to sell healing potions? Lin Jian on the side pushed his glasses. It's not as simple as you think. The reason why this entire lake has a healing effect is because of the presence of Sister Zhao's flower of life. As soon as Sister Zhao puts away her flower of life, this water will change back to ordinary water, and the same goes for this lake leaving the flower of life. Suchio then came to a realization. Only this couldn't hide Zhao Xiaoyun's power. The crowd jumped inside the lake and received treatment. But soon, they realized something was wrong. The lake looks ordinary, but it's cold to the bone. As soon as the body touched it, it was as if it was going to be frozen into ice. What kind of water is this? The crowd couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly climbed out of the water. Ol walked up at this point. 1 foot in front of the other, kicking everyone into the water. All stay inside. An extremely rare cold crystal is bred underneath this lake. The cold crystal has the effect of quenching the body. It's good for you. Oh, but it's so cold. It's going to be freezing. With old Zhao's flower of life watching, you guys can't die. Olay laughed, then took out her wolf's toothstick and stood at the edge of the lake, and, if you guys don't want to be frozen that's fine, then come up here and let me smash you to death. The crowd was out of temper. Freezing in water is freezing, but at least it's alive. Go up and fight Ol. They don't have the guts. Chapter 52, Battle against Olay, Martial Soul Reunion. Inside the frigid lake. The crowd was frozen. If it wasn't for Zhao Xiaoyun's flower of life holding them up, they would probably be frozen unconscious for a few people right now, while Suchio was within the lake, feeling the cold into his body in detail. If it was just pure cold, it would definitely cause damage to his body. However, this cold air was very special. There was a breath of life in the cold air. While the cold air destroyed the body, that life breath repaired the body, and the repaired body was even stronger than before. Destroy, repair, destroy again, repair again. In such a cycle, Suchio felt that his physical fitness improved significantly. Then looking at Olay, who was standing by the lake, carrying a wolfsbane, an impulse suddenly arose in his heart. Why don't we go up and find the headmaster for a fight? He had always wanted to know how strong Ol was. The other party dared to beat up the purple heavenly marquis with their hands. And the 20 hunting regiments of the head of its attitude, and is upset with scorn, can make these heads of this look. Apparently also because of Ol's strength. It seemed to have sensed Suchio's thoughts. Choose to reappear. Ding. As a martial artist, you have a heart to challenge the strong. Facing Olay, who is far stronger than yourself, you have the following choices. 1. Honestly stay within the frigid lakes and cultivate, don't go up there to seek abuse. Reward, physical fitness is strengthened by a factor of 2. 2. The strong draw their swords on the stronger. Don't be afraid even if it's the headmaster. Ol won't kill you anyway, go up and challenge her. Reward, physical fitness enhanced tenfold. Suchio chose the second without saying a word. He slowly walked towards the edge of the lake from the lake, while seeing his movements, everyone couldn't help but look towards him, astonished. Suchyo, what are you doing? I'll go, Suchyo, you're so bold, you really want to find the headmaster to practice? Go Suchyo. Down with the headmaster. Overthrow the chief's tyranny. Some people are surprised. Some people are looking for a good time. And as Olay sensed the burning battle intent in Suchyo's eyes, his eyes narrowed slightly before he couldn't help but grin. You want to find me to fight? The moment. Suchyo suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of oppression coming from him. He was like a lamb being targeted by a tiger. He almost shrank back into the lake from the shock. But just as he took a step back, he gritted his teeth and took several steps forward, rushing straight up the bank. Chief, please also give me advice. Ha ha ha, good. Kid, you've got guts. Ol got a little excited. The figure with the wolf tooth stick flashed to Suchyo, and then directly smashed out with a stick, so fast that Suchyo almost didn't react. He hastily raised his lance to fend it off. Bang! The ally lance in his hand directly bent, and the enormous force smashed him hard and flew out, skidding dozens of meters before he managed to stabilize his body. So fast. So strong. The long spear in Suchyo's hand buzzed and trembled. One must know that he had the Kuan-Pang martial soul in his body. His speed far exceeded that of the same realm, but even so, he almost didn't react, so it was obvious how terrifying Olay's strength was. Good boy, to be able to block as this bat, you've already outclassed half of the Storm Bull regiment. Olay carried the wolf tooth rod towards Suchyo slowly. But in Suchyo's perspective, the current Olay was no longer human. Instead, it was a beast of war that exuded a pitch-black aura, as if it had stepped out of a battlefield, terrifying, appalling, and frightening. A thick sense of oppression, as if a tidal wave was crashing towards him. He was like a small boat rocking in a storm that could be tapped over at any time. This feeling of oppression, it's so abnormal. This is definitely not spiritual power pressure, but another kind of power. As if it is directly targeting the spiritual will. Suchyo swallowed. He believed, not to mention a third-ranked martial artist like him. Right now, even a fourth order, or even fifth order martial artist standing in front of Olay wouldn't necessarily be able to stand still, let alone make a move. On the lake. Zhao Xiaodian sensed something and a hint of color appeared in her eyes. I didn't think that this kid would actually make Olay move to battle. Su Xiaoshang also asked Empress Zhengxiao with some curiosity, what did you mean when you said battle intent just now? Is it very powerful? Well, the battle will I'm talking about is not an adjective, but a power that actually exists. This power that can strike at the spiritual will, and after reaching a certain level, it can even distort reality. This kind of power could only be honed on countless battlefields, and the chances were very small. But those who were able to master the battle intent were, without exception, 1 in 10 million battle geniuses. They were born to fight. To die for war. Fighting is the instinct engraved in their bones. And this Olay, in front of me, is this type of martial artist. Her martial soul talent may not be considered overwhelming, but her talent in battle, her will to fight, is definitely rarer and more valuable than most martial soul talents. The first time Su Xiaoshang heard that Empress Zhengxiao would have such a high opinion of a person, she couldn't help but tisk, truly worthy of being a big sister. Aren't you worried about your brother? Don't worry, it's not like big sister will really hurt my old brother, and I trust my old brother, he definitely won't lose easily. Empress Zhengxiao was speechless, a third-ranked and a seventh-ranked who has mastered the battle intent. I don't even know where you get your confidence? Lakeside. Suchyo felt the boiling battle intent on Olay's body, and with a low gulp, he took the lead, his lance transforming into a flash of thunder and shooting out. A hint of a different color appeared in Ol's eyes. The wariness to face her, and the courage to take the lead. The boy had the instinct to fight etched in his bones as well. He will, in the future, be able to master battle intent like himself. Thinking of this, Olay became more and more agitated, looking at Suchyo as if he was looking at a kindred spirit, the wolf toothstick in his hand smashing out against the long spear that granted him permission. With a bang, Suchyo was knocked back once again. Ol continued to strike. The wolf tooth rod kept swinging out, while Suchyo was not willing to show weakness. His long spear swung like a dragon, and the Thunder King's gun was executed to the fullest. Bang, bang, bang. The lance and the wolf and goat stick kept colliding, rubbing out a burst of sparks. Olay clearly noticed that Suchyo's strength, his speed, continued to strengthen during the battle, growing at a rate that was astonishingly fast. This surprised her greatly. Could it be that this kid has been hiding his clumsiness before? Ha, the surprises you've brought me are really getting better and better. Sucho, recruiting you into the tyrannical bull regiment in the first place was truly the most brilliant decision I've ever made. Ol smiled broadly. Sucho was constantly raising her power, and she was doing the same. Sucho, aren't you able to merge your martial souls? Use it and let me see. Olay said expectantly. Sucho sniffed and let out a low gulp. White tiger, thunder dragon. A soft gulp. The two great martial souls, the white tiger and the thunder dragon, appeared together. Roaring in the air, they successively merged into Sucho's body. With Zhao Xiaoyun around, he wasn't afraid that the martial soul merge would be a burden on his body, and the other party would definitely be able to bring him back anyway. The martial souls merged, and abundant power once again filled Sucho's entire body. Chief, watch out. Sucho grinned. In this state, he was even able to hang a 6th-ranked martial artist. Brat! I'm afraid your 2 martial souls aren't enough. Ol carried the wolfsbane without fear. Chapter 53, He will stand on top of the world. Get up and train for me. Martial soul merging, an ability that could only be used by a 7th-ranked sealed marquee powerhouse. Ol will of course. Only to deal with Sucho, she is not enough to use this kind of trick, no matter how to say, she is also the 7th level, to deal with Sucho to merge martial souls, even if it is too much of a disgrace, not to mention Sucho, the purple sky marquee to come she is not necessarily going to use. Sucho fused the white tiger and thunder dragon martial souls. The characteristics of the 2 major martial souls gradually emerged on his body. The word king emerged on his forehead. There was an arc of electricity intertwined with his body, crackling. Next. His figure flickered, like a ray of lightning disappearing into thin air, and after arriving in front of Olay, the long spear in his hand steeply stabbed out. Mighty as a dragon, domineering and overwhelming. Olay stood in place, then grabbed out with his big hand, actually grabbing the sudden spear with his own hand in a hard way. The flickering electricity on the gun roasted her palms, but she still didn't let go of her hand in the slightest, grinning, "Kid, it's too slow." As she grabbed Sucho, she struck out with a bat. Bang! Sucho flew out as if he had been hit by a mountain, smashing into the forest inside, not knowing how many large trees he had knocked down. There were plant-based fey beasts surrounding him towards him. But the next second it was torn to shreds by the lightning that erupted from his body. He looked at Olay, who was not far away, and complained, "Headmaster, you're hitting me too hard, I've broken all these bones." On the battlefield, do you expect your enemies to show you mercy? Ol said, the battle spirit in her body rising once again. Feet slightly bent. Rushing out like a cannonball, before Sucho could react, his opponent appeared in front of him, his pupils shrunk, and his long spear blocked out one after another. Clang, clang, clang. Blocked a few moves in a row. But Ol was too fast. So fast that he swung that thick wolf-toothed stick out a piece of stubble. Too slow. Is this the only strength the SSS class martial soul combination has? Sucho, can you be a bit more powerful and let me enjoy myself a bit more? Ol exclaimed. The crowd within the lake swallowed their saliva as they watched the battle. It's not on the same level as them at all. It's a bit bad, the chief seems to have hit his head a bit. TCH, Sucho isn't going to be killed, is he? Don't worry, there's Sister Zhao here, she can't die. And Sucho, who had used the 2 great martial spirits to merge, was brutally beaten. It made him all a little stifled. Damn, it's really worthy of being a leader, it's so powerful that it's brutal. Sucho secretly lamented. He was about to suspect that Olay was the strongest martial artist in this Qingyan city. The key is, Ol is a dual-born martial spirit. The one she was currently using was only the A-ranked martial soul Heavenly Tooth Rod, and there was still an A-ranked martial soul Heavenly Green Bull Demon that she hadn't used yet. It's only an A-ranked martial soul, but I feel that even an SS-ranked martial soul in the same realm would be hung by her. Really strong. Sucho inwardly marveled. Olay's power was not reflected in her martial soul. Rather, it was her amazing fighting ability. Martial arts, battle intent, combat intuition. All of them have reached a point of impeccability. Looking at Olay, who was shouting for him to speed up, Sucho gritted his teeth. Want speed, right, then? Come on. On his body, a black golden light rose to the sky. SSS grade martial soul, Kuan Pang. The Kuan Pang appeared and merged into Sucho's body, and behind him, a pair of dark golden wings opened up steeply as his figure flashed and his speed soared 3 times. The long spear kept stabbing out, and the spears swept like rain. or followed suit with a wild dance of the wolfsbane. The aftermath of their battle tore the surrounding trees into pieces. Even if a fourth-ranked war tree man was caught up in it, he died miserably in the next second. The entire forest was almost leveled as if by the battle between the two. If this were a war within the city, this wouldn't tear down a few streets? Lin Jian swallowed and said. The battle lasted for an unknown amount of time, and in the end, even after using 3 SSS-ranked martial souls to merge, Suqiu was still punched unconscious. Ol carried him back and threw him into the lake. Zhao Xiaoyan's Flower of Life ability was activated to repair Suqiu's injuries. She checked in Sked. Chief, you're being a bit ruthless, these bones are broken 5 or 6, without me, he would have to lie down for 10 days and half a month. Ol didn't say anything. Standing in silence on the shore of the lake. Zhao Xiaoyan sensed a hint of something wrong and told the others to enter the villa to rest first as she walked over to Olay and asked, "What's wrong?" She found. Ol's body was actually trembling slightly. She stared at the fainted Suqiu, her eyes flashed with a ferocious gaze like a wild beast, as if she still wanted to continue to wrestle with Suqiu. No, or tussle. Zhao Xiaoyan's heart thumped, and she hastily slapped Olay's head. He's still just a third-ranked martial artist, you're really on top of things. Ol gradually returned to normal as she looked at her slightly trembling hands. You know what, old Zhao? Just now when I was fighting him, there were several times when I almost couldn't control myself and wanted to actually fight him. During the battle, his strength, speed, and reaction have been constantly improving, as if he has evolved during the battle. It's the kind of talent that excites me to the point where my whole body shakes. Old Zhao, just watch, in less than 5 years, no. In less than 3 years, he will stand on top of the world. Zhao Xiaoyan looked at Olay, who had a frenzied gaze, and rolled her eyes. Since you know he's so powerful, can't you exercise some restraint? If you accidentally beat him to death, wouldn't that make my great Xia lose a future powerhouse? Hey, he's an existence born for battle just like me. If he is killed just like that, it would only mean that I have looked away. Olay grinned, clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and completely collected her boiling battle spirit. I'll wait. The moment he arrives at the peak of the world, at that time, I will definitely fight him with all my might. Heh, you violent woman. Zhao Xiaoyun bristled. I don't know how much time has passed. Suqiu woke up. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, he was suddenly struck with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seems like before also because of the martial spirit merge fainted, then woke up and stayed in the treatment room. This is. Well, it should be the headmaster's villa. Suqiu looked around. The room was huge. But it was monotonous, with little decoration. He felt his body for a moment, nothing much was felt, it was obvious that he had been carefully treated by Zhao Xiaoyun. Thinking back to the previous battle with Ol. All 3 of my martial souls have merged, and even though I only maintained them for less than 3 minutes, within those 3 minutes, even if it was a 7th-ranked feudal marquee powerhouse, I would still be able to resist it. But yet, I didn't even force out the headmaster's second martial soul. Headmaster Ol, it's really a bullseye. Suqiu even suspected that the other party might be more than 7th rank. Even if it was really the 7th rank, it was surely the type of genius that could cross the rank and challenge. Bang! At that moment, the door to the room was kicked right in. Olay walked in with a big grin. Suqiu. How much longer are you going to sleep? Get up and train for me, ah. Suqiu took a look at the kicked-away gate and the corner of his mouth twitched. Headmaster, you should have spent a lot of money on decorations here normally. Even a nice house can't stand up to what you're building. Chapter 54, 100 Fey Beasts. Give the old lady beyond the limit. Don't give me crap, go train with me. Olay said, moving up and holding Suqiu's collar in front of him, lifting him out of the villa like a chicken. And Suqiu saw that at the edge of the lake, everyone was wearing swimsuits and were swimming around in the lake, and Su Xiaoshan was among them. Revisit Coco Zhao, Zhao Xiaoyun, Wang Yan. In a bikini, that chiseled body, straight thighs, and white skin in the sun had a blown-out look to it. Suqiu's eyes lit up. Chief, is today's training swimming? Although the water of the frigid lake was cold and biting. But the current Suqiu was different. After yesterday's battle, his physical quality had increased tenfold. Not afraid at all. It's their training, nothing to do with you. Ol said faintly. Then he continued to carry Suqiu towards the other end of the lake. Suqiu looked at the white flowers Zhao Coco, Zhao Xiaoyun, and Wang Yan getting farther and farther away from him, and felt a little pity in his heart. After all, everyone loves beauty. Who doesn't love a beautiful woman? Ole carried Suchyo to a base which was made of port steel. Ole came to the gate and entered the code to open the gate. That moment, Suchyo suddenly sweated, feeling a burst of fury in his face. Looking further into the base, it was pitch black, as if a pair of glowing green eyes were staring back at them, interspersed with a low growl. Suchyo swallowed. Chief, this is my pet base. Ole smiled slightly. Suchyo suddenly remembered that Wang Yen had once said that Ole herself had a pet base, but the pets inside were all sorts of exotic beasts. The first mission he encountered when he first joined the Storm Bull Regiment, the second-order alien beast he encountered, the poison-tooth canine, was captured from within the other party's pet base. Chief, let's come here. Suchyo hadn't finished speaking. The whole thing was then thrown into the base by Ole. Next. The gate is closed. Suchyo was confused. What the hell? The lights in the base lit up, and the scene that came into his eyes made him suck in a breath of cold air. There is a cage in the base, and the cage holds a hideous beast, saber-toothed tigers, storm wolves, black phosphorus serpents, snake leopards. The lowest rank was second order. There were even quite a few fourth-order existences among them, and the poison-toothed dog Suchyo had seen before was placed here, all like a chihuahua. At this moment, these foreign beasts were dripping with saliva and staring at Suchyo with a deadly stare. It's like looking at a delicious meal. Suchyo. There are 100 foreign beasts here. Beat them all down and I'll let you out, but you can't use your martial soul merging ability. Although this ability is powerful, it has considerable side effects on the current you, and you are still in the growth stage. If you overly rely on this ability, it will cause immeasurable damage to your growth. Ole's words rang out through the speakers in the base. Suchyo thought about it and also felt that it made some sense. Although the martial soul mergence was powerful, it was one of his bottom cards at this stage. You can't just use it until you have to. But looking at these 100 foreign beasts in front of him, Suchyo gulped. Without using the martial soul merge, Headmaster, you're going to ask me to solve the 100 foreign beasts here? It's too much to look down on me. He's only a third order upper. But here, there are quite a few fourth rank foreign beasts. Believe in yourself and squeeze your potential. If this is your limit, then go beyond it for me. Beyond the limits? It's not that easy. If limits were that easy to surpass, they wouldn't be called limits. Suchyo rolled his eyes. But at that moment, a dripping sound came from all around. 100 cages holding the beasts were opened. Hundreds of hideous beasts. Out of the cage. Suchyo took out his lance and immediately entered a fighting stance. Brat, struggle well, I won't come to your rescue. If you die, I won't collect your body. You'll just wait to turn into the feces of these foreign beasts. Ole said with a loud laugh. Suchyo understood that Ole, most likely, wasn't joking. If you can't handle it, the other side is really not going to make a move. Want to defeat these 100 foreign beasts without using the premise of the martial soul merge? Really, as Ole said, there is only one way. That's beyond the limits. Roar. A hideous leopard pounced towards Suchyo. Regimental commander, when I become stronger than you, I'll definitely beat you up so much that your mom won't even recognize you. Suchyo roared and similarly greeted him. On the other side of a room, Ole looked at Suchyo, who had started to fight with the alien beasts within the screen, and smiled slightly. That really makes me look forward to it. Besides, I've been living on the streets since I was a kid. I'm an orphan, and my old mom disowned me a long time ago. Inside the base, the hissing of foreign beasts and the crackling of thunder and lightning were incessant. With his long spear in hand, Suchyo killed his way into the group of foreign beasts. Although he was so strong that he could cross the ranks to challenge the fourth rank, or even the upper fourth rank, there were no less than 20 fourth ranks here. He wants to take them out one by one in a siege. To others, it simply seems like an impossible thing to do. Suchyo had a clear perception of his own strength, and if he touched them hard, he would be bruised all over in not much time. When the time comes, you can only use the martial soul merge ability. But then one wouldn't count as having passed this training session with Ole. He's a strong man. If you say you won't use the martial soul merge ability, you'll never use it. You can't do it the hard way, you have to use your head. Suchyo swept his gaze over all the foreign beasts in the field, and the knowledge he had learned in school about various foreign beasts came to his mind one by one. Let you all meet the power of the 3 high school gods. Snake leopard. Second order foreign beast, with a tail like a snake, fast, good at claw strikes, weak point is in the tail. Cut off the tail, the opponent will be paralyzed and unable to move, a total of 12 heads. Poison Tooth Dog, a second-ranked fey beast that sprays venom. There are 8 of them, and with so many fey beasts here, we can use its poison to affect the other fey beasts. Saber-toothed Tiger, third-ranked foreign beast, sharp teeth like swords, great strength, body invulnerable to swords and spears, but slower than foreign beasts of the same realm. The Storm Wolf. Fourth-rank foreign beast is as fast as the wind and can condense wind blades to attack its opponents. Quite tricky. Phantom Leopard, a fourth-ranked fey beast, and a rare dark fey beast that can hide in the shadows and wait for an opportunity to attack the opponent, which is impossible to defend against. We have to find an opportunity to prioritize the solution. Su Qiu's mind flashed through the information of the foreign beasts present. Strategize quickly for their class, strengths, and weaknesses. His long spear swung like a dragon. A beast was picked over, defeated or killed by him. Olay looked at the battle within the screen, her gaze flickering with a strong appreciation in her eyes, quickly formulating a battle plan based on the weaknesses of the alien beasts in such a short period of time, and turning what she learned into battle power visible to the naked eye. Het, the third great high school god, his name is True. Not the kind of nerd who only reads to death and can't bring it to bear at all when it comes to the battlefield. Brave and resourceful, what a beautiful fight. Chapter 55, I'm afraid I can't catch up if I don't fight for my life. I've done it all. Inside the pet base, hissing sounds continued to come out. Outside the base, Su Xiaoshang, Zhao Coco, Lin Jian, and the other S gathered together and shivered as they listened to the loud sounds that kept coming out from inside. TCH, the chief is so ruthless. How many foreign beasts must be in here? The headmaster actually threw him in just like that, even though their sister Zhao who isn't afraid of making a scene, this is too bold. Training under the chief's hand, narrow escapes from death are commonplace, it's just that this time the chief did treat Su Qiu a little more ruthlessly. The crowd gathered around the pet base and talked. And Ol walked over and looked at the crowd and said, "What's all the huddle for? Don't you need to train? Big sister, we've already adapted to the temperature of the cold ice lake." Su Xiaoshang stood out and said proudly. Although her cultivation was the weakest among those present, she was extremely talented and had Empress Qiong Shao secretly guiding her. Progress was the fastest of anyone in the room. In a short period of time, it had already adapted to the temperature of the frigid lake. Ol gave her an unexpected look, a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Not bad. Not bad. Just like her brother, they're all demons. But then her expression corrected, you guys think that you're fine after adapting to the temperature of the cold ice lake? How naive. Follow me. The crowd looked at her back in disbelief. What's the chief trying to pull again? I have a bad feeling about this. The crowd knows a thing or two about Ol. The other side is definitely not going to make it easy for them in training. Surely they will torture them in different ways. Only to see Ol walk into the villa, not a moment later pulled out a box. Coins. The crowd froze. Does the other side even want to send them money? Ol then tossed the box of coins over the frigid lake before swinging her bat and the box exploded with a thud. A large number of coins were scattered out to fall into the frigid lake. I just threw out a total of 1,000 coins. I want you to fish these 1,000 coins out of the cold lake before sunset. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. Cold ice lake, the further down you go, the stronger the cold gets. Not only that, but the deeper the water, the higher the water pressure. The difficulty of asking them to go deep inside the frigid lake and salvage 1,000 coins was not comparable to adapting to the temperature of the frigid lake. I knew the chief wouldn't make it easy for us. The crowd swallowed hard. Oh yeah, and on one condition, each of you can only have 1 coin at a time for the number of coins you salvage. Ol added. The faces of the crowd became even more bitter. You can only salvage 1 at a time? It means they have to go deep into the bottom of the lake over and over again, huh? It was already difficult to go deeper once, and going back and forth over and over again was repeatedly torturing their physical strength, endurance, and willpower. Master Chief, we can't do it. Wang Yan wanted to cry. I'm sorry, the Storm Bulls don't have those 3 words in their vocabulary. Ol took out his wolfsbane and grinned, get down, all of you. Boom. Olay's spiritual power erupted, and the terrifying spiritual pressure swept out like a hurricane, and the crowd all ran towards the cold ice lake with a crying face. Puffy, puffy, puffy. One by one, the crowd jumped into the frigid lake and went to the bottom to salvage the coins. But after going back and forth 2 or 3 times, the people were a little out of breath, lying on the lakeshore to gasp for air, and what's more, their faces turned white. Ole stood in front of them and grinned, tired? Tired, tired. This is as far as we go. Then go beyond the limits for me. Bunnies. Ole kicked one of the men resting on the lakeshore back into the lake. Zhao Xiaoyun watched from the sidelines and smiled helplessly. If you let the other regiments see this special training, they'll definitely complain about your lack of humanity. Hey, there's no humanity on the battlefield, there's only animalism. Ole grinned. She looked at Zhao Xiaoyun. Moreover, aren't there still you here? With you here, these brats can't die. What am I afraid of? That's right. Although Or was crazy, she wasn't so crazy that she didn't take human life seriously. On the contrary, she cherished every member of her troop. It was because of Zhao Xiaoyun. It was only then that she dared to drill the Storm Bull's crowd to death. If Ole, who trained the crowd, was the absolute beast in wildness, then Zhao Xiaoyun was her humanity. Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. With a chief like you, I'm going to die of exhaustion sooner or later. Whatever, you have to give me a raise. It's okay to give you my share. Ole laughed out loud. She had never valued money in the first place. Time passes. Lin Jian, Zhao Coco, and the others didn't know how many times they had gone deep into the cold ice lake. With their efforts, a small pile of coins gradually grew around the lake. Su Xiaoshuang dragged herself out of the lake and placed a silver coin in the pile of coins, then lay down on the ground with a pale, trembling face. Zhao Xiaoyun stepped forward to treat her with a hint of heartache on her face. Frosty, take a break. No, no way. Big sister said to go beyond the limits. Don't listen to that crazy woman. Do you really think everyone is as crazy as her? Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes and said. Let me fish for a few more. You're too desperate. Zhao Xiaoyun was heartbroken. Su Xiaoshan looked in the direction of the alien beast base, knowing that her own oldest brother was inside fighting a large number of alien beasts that she couldn't contend with. If I don't put up a fight, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with my oldest brother. When she finished, she patted her little cheeks. With a plop, it was once again inside the water. Ole walked over and looked at the water and hemmed and hawed. I told you this girl was to my liking. Enough to fight. Definitely a peak existence in the future as well. It's all because you bring people down. Zhao Xiaoyun said, holding her forehead. Time passes. The sun was setting. There are more and more coins around the lake. The crowd did not salvage all the coins until the sun went down. Lin Jian counted. 817 pieces, still missing 183 pieces. They looked to Ole, a little apprehensive. The other side of the cold face, clasped his hands and walked up, threw all the coins back into the lake. The crowd watched the fishing all afternoon. Coins were thrown are confused. Ole, it's not like they're going to have to go back and fish again, is it? It's better to kill them. 110 push-ups. That's 1,830, now do them all, and when you're done get your ass back to dinner, shower, and rest. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. 1,830 push-ups. Sounds like a lot. But it's a hell of a lot better than going back to fishing for coins all over again. And you can rest when you're done. This whole day of torture is over. They had the urge to cry. Ooh, the chief still has some humanity. Great, finally almost ready for a break. Hurry up and get done, hurry up and rest. The crowd stepped up to do push-ups, squeezing the last ounce of strength from his body. Bang! At this moment, the gate of the distant pet base slowly opened, and the crowd looked over, only to see a blood-drenched figure walk out. And behind him, there was a field of alien beasts lying on the ground, unable to move. Sucho's body carried a lurid fury, as if he was a god of war returning from the battlefield. He looked at Ole not far away and grinned. I've succeeded, 100 foreign beasts, all of them have let me dry out. Chapter 56, Special Training continues, 5th floor base. Extra training. Sucho walked out from within the pet base. An incomparably strong fury emanated from his body. As if he were a general returning from the sands, he stood with his gun, grinned toward the crowd and was no more. Ole. Several people rushed forward to check, but found that the other party stood still. His eyes had been closed, actually fainted standing. The crowd scared. Good lord, you can get dizzy standing here? It's a real lack of strength. These 100 foreign beasts, he really did all of them. Cowboys. The crowd was on their hands and knees as they brought Sucho back to the villa. Let Zhao Xiaoyun treat the other side. Evening. The crowd ate and drank and began to rest. Lying on the bed, everyone felt that they had come to heaven and had the urge to cry. Finally a break. Ooh, great. And the other side. Olay was watching the video of Suqiu's battle with the Fey beasts in her rune card, and she grinned. Old Zhao, this brat not only didn't use his martial soul to merge, he defeated 100 Fey beasts without even summoning his martial soul. Once again, he's out of my league. Zhao Xiaoyun looked at the video and rolled her eyes. The leader of the Storm Bull Regiment was already a lunatic, and now, there's another little lunatic. Ha, it's good to be crazy, it's good to be crazy. Ol laughed. The next day. The crowd is almost recovered. Hee, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that my strength is a little bit greater than yesterday, and the spiritual energy in my body has also strengthened a bit. Yeah, I feel the same way. After resting for the whole night, the people woke up in the morning and realized the changes in their bodies. The effects of the special training began to appear in them. The discovery lifted their spirits. Although Ol's training was exaggerated and horrible. Almost practicing them to death. But it's as good as it gets. They couldn't help but get a little excited. After all, they were all martial artists, and of course they were happy when their strength could become stronger. Bang! The villa door was kicked in by Ol. She shouted, "I'll get up and keep training." Zhao Xiaoyun looked at the door that was kicked away, veins throbbing on her forehead. Can your damn screamer not be so violent? Who made this door so unforgiving? Next time I'll replace it with an iron one. Ol grinned. Then continued to train the crowd. Lin Jian, Zhao Coco, Su Xiaoshang and the others continued to go down to the cold ice lake to fish for coins. As for Su Qiu, he woke up and was once again taken to the pet base by Or. Only to see that the 100 foreign beasts that he had managed to knock over yesterday were now alive and well, lying dead inside their cages and staring at him. But after seeing Ol behind him, they all couldn't help but shrink their necks. As if seeing some monster huddled within the corner. In front of Ol. It's as if they've really become pets. Ha, yesterday I had old Zhao treat these Fey beasts, now they're well again, come on, you keep fighting them. Ol laughed. Su Qiu carried his gun and grinned, piece of cake. After yesterday's battle, he felt sure he could do better today. By the way, bring me your gun. Oh, good. Su Qiu gave the gun to Ol. Instead, he saw the other man take it and leave, locking him inside the base. Su Qiu was confused. Chief, my gun. Hey, today, you'll play with them with your bare hands. Ol flashed him a devilish grin. As the base's gate slowly closed, Su Qiu cried without tears. He fought so hard yesterday with his lance, but today he was actually asked to fight these beasts with his bare hands? It's too much. Ol is trying to push him to his death. Spell it out. Looking at the foreign beasts that had already come out of their cages, Su Qiu decisively took the initiative. Fortunately, after yesterday's battle, he already knew the abilities, weaknesses of these alien beasts like the back of his hand, which helped him a lot. Most of the day passed. He slumped to the ground, panting. Next to him was a large pile of alien beasts that he had punched to the ground. He was, once again, victorious. And the other side. Frozen Lake. Su Xiaoshang and the others also managed to salvage 1,000 coins from the lake. Everyone is progressing quickly. But the intensity of Ol's training is increasing as they progress. 1,000 coins isn't enough, then 3,000. The crowd screamed. Day by day, Su Qiu became more and more comfortable dealing with the foreign beasts. It had even been able to manage to resolve 100 Fey beasts without any injuries. This day, Ol led him to the pet base once again, only Ol didn't leave, but instead, inside the base, opened a door once again. That door, straight down to the ground. When Su Qiu saw this, he suddenly had some unpleasant premonitions. He walked on. And then met more, stronger beasts. I forgot to tell you, this base, there are a total of 5 layers. In addition to the 5th layer, every time you go down a layer, the number of foreign beasts increases by 100. And the overall strength will also have a corresponding increase when you can get through these 5 layers. This special training, it can end. Olay faintly laughed. Su Qiu swallowed. 5th floor? At each next level, there are more and stronger foreign beasts? My goodness. Just how many Fey has Ol captured and locked up? This isn't where she usually trains herself to, is it? No wonder she's so strong. It's crazy. Su Qiu secretly lamented, while his heart ignited a fighting spirit. If the chief can, so can I. He let out a low cry and killed his way into the second level. But it didn't take long for Ol to be fished out all over the place. Chief, there's actually a 5th ranked foreign beast on the second level? Su Qiu wanted to cry. He's still only a 3rd order upper awe. Let him fight the 5th rank? It's too much of a stretch. Oh yes, there are 3 5th rank ones on the 3rd layer, about 25th rank ones on the 4th layer, and as for the 5th layer, it's all 5th rank alien beasts, and there's also a 6th rank one. Olay faintly laughed. Su Qiu rolled his eyes and almost fainted. How's this for a fight? Ol lifted his shirt and grinned. Don't feel like you can't fight, as usual, find a way to go beyond the limits for me. Chief, there should be a limit to how much more you can go beyond the limit. Don't worry, when you reach the 5th level, I'll allow you to merge with your martial soul. Su Qiu's eyes lit up. That would be some assurance. That's right, from now on, after you fight the Fae, you'll all have to have an extra game with me. Ah! Su Qiu let out a strange cry. Is there a mistake? It's exhausting enough after fighting the Fae. I can't believe I have to be facing the Great Demon King. I will teach you how to control battle intent. Battle spirit? Su Qiu's eyes lit up. Was it referring to the strange power in Olay's body? Only by mastering battle intent will you have the qualifications to compete at the pinnacle of martial arts. Ol said faintly. I. Regimental commander. Su Qiu said loudly. Very good, very spirited. Now then, let's get started. Ol threw Su Qiu to the ground. Then a punch was thrown towards his opponent. Su Qiu, who was bruised all over, was once again tortured beyond recognition, and Zhao Xiaoyun watched on the sidelines, ready to step in and treat him at any time. Luckily, although Ol was ruthless, she had a sense of proportion in her actions. It only broke a few of Su Qiu's bones and made him faint. Chapter 57, Breaking Through the 4th Level, Ghost Qilin. Coming to the 5th level. Time passes. A month has passed. 2 months have passed. Within the forest, Su Qiu was fighting with Olay. The long spear in his hand flashed with an electric aura, majestic in power. The gun came out like a dragon. An ordinary 3rd-ranked martial artist would be defeated in a single move when faced with this kind of attack. However, it was easily blocked by the wolfsbane in Olay's hand. Not enough, not enough? If you want to master battle intent, this level is not enough. Ol slams out a jab. Su Qiu was directly blasted out and smashed several large trees. He spat out a mouthful of blood. And Zhao Xiaoyun went up to treat him, giving Olay a complaining look. You guy, you hurt people so badly every time. Hey, it's the grind. Then, she walked over to Su Qiu, pondering, no, at this rate, there's no way for you to master battle intent in a short period of time. You lack a true life and death grind. Su Qiu froze for a moment. In your hands, I feel like I'm hovering between life and death every time. It's not really a life and death grind? Although I practiced hard, you subconsciously know that I'm not your real enemy and won't really lay my hands on you to kill you. It's hard for you to truly grasp battle intent in this situation. This thing, if you want to comprehend it in a short period of time, you have to experience a real life and death crisis. Olay said. It can't be mastered in a short time, so take your time. Zhao Xiaoyun said from the side while healing. In her opinion, Su Qiu was still a big kid just like Su Xiaoshang. It hurt her to watch them being so tortured by Ol every day. The sooner you master it, the better. If a sudden war comes, the battlefield won't give you the chance to take your time. Olay said. How can a war just come down? This is anyone's guess. The Blue Star has hundreds of countries, large and small. In addition to Daxia, those small countries are not to be mentioned first. The remaining 4 major countries alongside Daxia, who knows what kind of ghostly thoughts they are harboring. The beautiful country, in particular, tests new weapons every day, conducts military exercises and frequently interferes in the internal affairs of other countries. It wouldn't surprise me at all to say that he suddenly had a brain fart one day and started a war. Or said with a skittish look. Zhao Xiaoyun was speechless for a moment. She couldn't really refute this one. There was even some agreement. Olay looked at Su Qiu and said, it seems that if I want you to quickly comprehend the battle intent, I'll have to rely on that fellow on the 5th floor. Su Qiu's eyes flashed. That 6th-ranked foreign beast on the 5th floor? Nice, but wait until you meet him. Night. Su Qiu was practicing in his room. Meditating on the immortal torrent sun and moon diagram in his mind, a large amount of aura converged towards him, and the others sensed the aura anomaly and all tacitly stopped practicing. Su Qiu is practicing again. We can't even grab the aura with him. Everyone knew that the other party had the Tao Tai martial soul. So when the other person practiced, they would stop first. The other person will meditate for an hour or so at most anyway. When the other person is done practicing, they will practice just that. But this time, something wasn't quite right. The other party had already practiced for 2 hours, and the monstrous aura was still surging towards the other party, with no tendency to stop at all. Inside the room, Su Xiaoshang held his chin. What took old brother so long to cultivate this time? He's, probably, about to break through. Empress Jiang Shao sniffed and said indifferently. Su Xiaoshang's eyes lit up. Older brother is going to become a cow pie again. And Olay wasn't too surprised by this. After being honed in my hands for so long, it's time to break through. Inside the room, Su Qiu absorbed the aura with all his might, striking the bottleneck of a fourth-stage martial artist. With a buzzing sound, the spiritual energy in his body surged, sweeping through his limbs and bones. Fourth-ranked martial artist, breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the fourth-ranked martial artist. The fifth martial soul has awakened. Congratulations to the host for awakening the SSS grade martial soul. Ghost Kirin. A ghost unicorn? Su Qiu blinked. He had read the martial soul encyclopedia illustration and had seen hundreds of martial souls, but the ghost unicorn, this kind of martial soul, he had never heard of. This was a type of martial soul that had never appeared before. Su Qiu's eyes lit up. There are thousands of martial souls, and they vary from person to person. It wasn't a rare thing for someone to awaken a martial spirit that hadn't been there before. But the one that awakened was an undiscovered SSS class martial soul, and that was a big enough event to go down in history. After all, the SSS-ranked martial soul had great potential. Once it grows up, it has the power to change the world landscape. The unseen SSS class martial souls represented unknown power, and no one knew what impact such power would have on the world. Su Qiu began to observe this brand new martial soul within his body. This was a Qilin, only unlike the mythical and legendary Qilin that represented auspiciousness, this Qilin, black as ink, exuded an eerie ghostly aura, but the dark golden eyes revealed a strong majesty. So like a high and mighty king. Relevant information about the ghost Qilin surfaced in Su Qiu's mind. Ghost unicorn, attribute, darkness. The unicorn is the supreme beast of all beasts, originally auspicious, possessing the power to master the 5 elements, and the unicorn is full of treasures. Its meat can prolong life, its scales can be made into divine weapons, its blood can enhance cultivation, and its den can allow people to obtain supernatural powers. Because of this, the unicorn was coveted and subjected to extinction. After the griffin was killed, the grievances were unceasing and converged in the dark underworld, giving rise to the Fae of the Griffin clan. Ghost Griffin. The ghost Qilin, giving up the power of the 5 elements, has mastered the power of the underworld due to extreme resentment, and can command 10,000 ghosts. Su Qiu looked at the information floating in his mind and was secretly surprised. The power of the underworld? Ordering all the ghosts? It's as powerful as it sounds. He attempted to invoke the power of the ghost Qilin, only to see a black aura emerge from his hand, which combined with his own spiritual energy, causing his power to skyrocket, which made him feel a little excited. If this power of the underworld is combined with the white tiger's killing aura, his battle power could definitely skyrocket by a tier. With the 5 SSS grade martial souls in my hand, although my cultivation is at the 4th rank, I can easily defeat the 5th rank, and even some of the 6th rank are not my opponents, and if I use my martial souls to merge with the 7th ranked feudal marquis, I can kill them as well. Su Qiu's self-confidence swelled like never before. He even wanted to go to Ol now for a good rematch. But then he shook his head, somewhat inflated. The headmaster's strength is unfathomable, definitely not an ordinary 7th ranked feudal lord. Even if I advance now, I'm probably no match. According to his estimation, he wanted to actually fight Ol. He'd have to reach the 6th degree to do that. And it's also necessary to master the battle spirit that Or is talking about. The next day, Su Qiu arrived at the entrance of the pet base to start a new round of challenges. First level, passed without injury. Second level, passed without injury. Third level, passed without injury. The 4th level, which was a bit difficult, was still easy to get through. Those 5th ranked foreign beasts on the 4th level were simply not his match anymore. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the 5th floor. Compared to the previous 4 floors, the entrance to this 5th floor was an alloy door. Even before he walked in, he was able to feel the intense fury emanating from it, and it was as if there was some kind of devil sealed behind this door. Chapter 58, The 3 martial spirits strike together, slaughtering 5th order alien beasts. Su Cho, there are only 20 Fey beasts within this 5th level. This includes 19 5th ranked foreign beasts and 1 6th ranked foreign beast, and I will allow you to use your martial soul merging ability. Also, in this fight, I won't put up a fight. You either kill that 6th rank alien beast, either die inside. Ol's cold voice rang out. Su Cho understood. The other party was trying to use this one opportunity to get a hold of his battle intent. He also knew that Ol would never make a move if he said he wouldn't. As if she still didn't think Su Cho's pressure was enough, Olay continued, also just yesterday, I've already told old Zhao to go back to the 16th district first. That means no one else can heal you. The corner of Su Cho's mouth twitched. Do we really have to play this big? Go for it, old brother. If you're going to die, I'm not going to live. It was Su Xiaoshang's voice. She's with Ol now too. Hearing her words, Su Cho took a deep breath. This hurdle, it seems, must be passed. He pushed open the door to the 5th floor with one hand, only to see that the inside was incredibly spacious, surrounded by alloy walls, while 20 birdcage-like cages hung in mid-air. Inside, 20 foreign beasts were imprisoned. Among them, the beast in the center emitted the strongest aura. His body was covered with white hair, an upright beast similar to an ape. Su Cho's gaze stared, revealing some gravity. Among the Fae, there is a trait. That is, the more human-like the beast is, the stronger it is. Among them, the ape-type beasts were the most difficult to deal with among the many beasts. It is said that some Fae can even evolve to the point of becoming human. Just like in the old myths. Transformations. TCH, is it actually not that crazy Ol who came? At this moment, the foreign beast that was locked inside the cage suddenly spoke. Su Cho's pupils trembled slightly. This foreign beast has actually given birth to intelligence. It can even speak. According to the book, this was an ability that only 7th order, or even 8th order foreign beasts had. But Olay said that this beast is only of the 6th rank? White Demon Ape, after locking you up for so long, I'm tired of playing with you, now I can give you a chance to regain your freedom. At that moment, Ol's voice came out from the speakers inside the 5th level base. She was obviously talking to the alien beast, the Demon Ape. Ol. When the White Demon Ape heard Olay's voice, it immediately became violent, grabbing the cage bars and letting out a furious roar, you crazy. Capturing me here and using me as a practice object to harden and torture me for 3 years. 3 years? These 3 years, I've lived and died without seeing the light of day. You wait for me, I'll kill you when I get out. Kill you. Su Cho couldn't help but feel some sympathy as he looked at the painfully roaring White Demon Ape. The others got scared after a few fights with Ol. This White Demon Ape was actually locked up and tortured by Olay for 3 years? Gee, what a tragedy. But this was also a side note to the strength of this White Demon Ape. Otherwise, given Ol's personality, she wouldn't have locked him up for 3 years to practice. Shut up! Ol crankily yelled. That White Demon Ape's body trembled a little in fear, a hint of awe showing in its eyes. Don't look at him for screaming just now. But in the past few years, he had been tortured by Olay, and the fear of the other party had been etched into his bones, and Olay had nearly scared the piss out of him with a roar. Do as I say, kill the kid in front of you and I'll let you go. Old auntie is true to her word. Olay said. A hint of hope appeared in the White Demonic Ape's eyes. Taking a closer look at Su Cho. Nice guy. It's only the 4th order. In front of himself, he was simply like a mole cricket. You can crush it yourself with the move of a finger. What's the difference between Ol and just letting yourself go? It was only that the White Demon Ape knew Olay and knew that things were definitely not that simple, but the opportunity was right in front of him, and he definitely wouldn't let it go. Su Cho, let the other few Fey beasts play with you first. Ol said. Then press the button in the control room. At once. The other 19 cages opened and a beast fell from the air. They exuded a strong fury aura as they looked at Su Cho and hissed, then without saying a word, they pounced towards him. Among these is the knife-armed mantis with hands like swords. With both hands waving out, the blade energy could easily tear through steel. There are also fire lizards that spit fire all over their bodies and are invulnerable to swords and spears. There were also huge bull demons that were the size of a small mountain. 19 different kinds of beasts. Each one is different. But it's all fifth order. And among the fifth order, it wasn't weak. At least it was much more powerful than those ordinary 5th ranked alien beasts on the 4th level. All of them were in the middle or even upper 5th rank realm. If another 4th ranked martial artist came, let alone fight, he would probably be slapped to death by these foreign beasts in a single glance. Facing one of the blood-colored giant tigers that pounced on him with its bloody mouth open, Suchio stabbed out with a long spear in his hand, accompanied by flashes of lightning, piercing into the opponent's mouth and penetrating right through the back of the opponent's head. That giant tiger's head exploded and died on the spot. A move that killed a 5th ranked foreign beast in a second. This powerful strength caused the white demon ape's eyes to narrow slightly. No wonder, it turns out to be a supreme genius amongst the human race. It's just that there are still 18 5th order Fey beasts. Even if they're geniuses, they're still only 4th rank. Let's see how you can kill them? Maybe don't even need me to make a move. The white demon ape thought darkly. Facing the remaining 18 5th order alien beasts, Suchio wasn't careless and summoned his martial soul under the horrified gaze of the white demon ape. White tiger. Thunder dragon. Kuwenpeng. 3 SSS class martial souls, appearing together. The white demon ape gripped the cage bars with both hands and roared, 3 SSS ranked martial souls, there can't be this kind of genius in this world. Impossible. Fake, this must be fake. He didn't want to believe what he was seeing. It was important to know that the foreign beasts and humans had been fighting for so many years, and had long been in a state of flames, and now, suddenly, a demon with a 3-born SSS martial soul had appeared. Just don't be outrageous. He didn't even dare to imagine how severe a challenge the other party would pose to the survival of the Fae once they grew up. The thunder dragon roared, thunder and lightning raging, the white tiger roared, killing aura shaking the sky, and there was also the Kuwenpeng, with a shock of its wings. Its speed was as fast as to make the 5th ranked foreign beasts unable to react. The 3 great martial souls, joining forces to kill the group of foreign beasts. A chopping and chopping rampage. A dozen or so foreign beasts were killed in no time at all. Inside the control room, Lin Jian's few people looked a bit dumbfounded. They knew that Suchio had 4 SSS class martial souls, but they were still shocked and confused when they saw these martial souls appear together. Is this still human? It's horrible. Not bad for an old brother. Su Xiaoshan looked mesmerized and excited. Those who didn't know thought it was her who was making the big kill. The Empress Qiongxia within her martial soul space was also a bit confused. The SSS grade martial souls within this guy's body have become more numerous again? What's the situation with this guy? If the other party had so many SSS level martial souls to begin with, she wouldn't be so surprised, but the other party has been producing one more martial soul every so often. That's an exaggeration. Who knows if this guy will awaken more SSS ranks in the future? Chapter 59 Battle White Demon Ape, Failure? It's not over yet. Pet base, inside the 5th floor. Suchio held his spear and summoned the 3 major martial spirits, White Tiger, Thunder Dragon, and Kuwenpeng to guard his body, wreaking havoc amongst the 5th ranked foreign beasts. The outburst of battle power that far exceeded that of a 4th ranked martial artist, beating a group of 5th ranked foreign beasts up and down, screaming miserably, and crossing the ranks, it was actually as easy as it could be. The 6th ranked foreign beast, White Demon Ape, looked shocked. There were a few more scorns for Suchio. No wonder Olay dared to make such a decision. I see. She's trying to use me as your whetstone. Click. At this point, the 5th order alien beasts were killed cleanly one by one. Before Suchio could catch his breath, the cage holding the white demon ape opened directly, and he rushed out from inside. Without saying a word, he charged towards Suchio and threw a punch. The domineering fist slammed out like a mountain. Suchio held his gun and blocked it, but he heard a roar, and the long gun in his hand was hardened and bent. Suchio felt an unprecedented force impacting him, and his entire body flew out backwards, ruthlessly smashing into the wall of the base. This alloy wall was actually smashed with a crack. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the freed white demon ape with a grave gaze. Good, what a 6th ranked foreign beast, truly terrifying. He was certain that the other party was by no means an ordinary 6th ranked foreign beast. Being able to speak, having wisdom, and such power. No one even suspected when they said he was 7th order. Kid, Ol wants to use me as your whetstone. Only, she overestimated you. Even though I'm at the 6th rank now, I was once in existence close to the 8th rank. It's only because I've been tortured by Olay for the past 3 years that I've weakened to this extent. Even so, killing you is still a breeze. The white demon ape said in a cold voice. Suqiu also finally understood why the other party was intelligent and could speak. It turned out that the other party wasn't a 6th order, but had once been a foreign beast close to the 8th order, only to have its level dropped by Olay's blows during the 3 years it was imprisoned here. Suqiu. Let me introduce you, this white demon ape in front of you was once a quasi-beast king close to the 8th rank. Do you know that he once slaughtered 3 towns and killed tens of thousands of Great Xia's subjects? Then he was captured by me and imprisoned here as a sandbag. But if you can't kill him, I'll have to let him go, and then he'll escape, devour the flesh and blood, and quickly recover to his original level, and I don't know how many more casualties he'll inflict on the Grand Xia. Oh Suqiu, the survival of the people of Xia is in your hands. Ol's voice came over the speakers. Hearing her words, the corner of Suqiu's mouth twitched. The other guy is stressing himself out again. 6th order foreign beasts, transferring Zhao Xiaoyun, Su Xiaoshang's speech, and now taking the survival of Dasha's people to press themselves. Lean. This battle, if he didn't win, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chief, you're too damn mean. Suqiu shouted. Inside the control room, Ol grinned and shouted just as loudly, then him over for me. Don't let me look down on you. You humans are so noisy. The white demon ape didn't care about that much, and after sending Suqiu flying with a single move, he moved his body that had managed to break free from the cage. Then with a whoosh it rushed out again. The speed was strangely fast and incomparable, not at all comparable to an ordinary 6th order foreign beast. But there was a light that was faster than him. Yes, kunai. The speed of the Kuan Pang rushed to Suqiu in the blink of an eye, but not to fend off the white devil ape, but to merge with Suqiu. Martial Soul Merge. After fusing the Kuan Pang, Suqiu steeply opened a pair of black golden wings behind his back, dodging the white demon ape's attack at an extremely fast speed. But that's not all. Thunder Dragon, White Tiger, the 2 great martial souls rushed towards Suqiu at the same time. Martial souls, merge again. Roar. Suqiu let out a low roar in his throat that did not resemble a human being, and his body radiated a terrifying pressure, as if he were a beast king descending on the sands. As powerful as the white demon ape, it couldn't help but be shaken back a step or two by this aura. Martial Soul Merge. He's actually able to use the means of a 7th rank sealer, and moreover, 3 SSS-ranked martial souls have merged together. What the hell kind of situation is this? The white demon ape's pupils shrunk slightly. But then, he rushed forward and blasted out with both fists. Suqiu was not willing to show weakness, and the lance in his hand stabbed out, the power of thunder and lightning contained within it, as if it had transformed into a roaring thunder dragon. Boom! Both sides of the force impact. Each was shaken back. But the next second, Suqiu's lance in his hand clicked and turned into fragments. The gun, which could no longer withstand Suqiu's power, could also not withstand the overpowering impact brought about by the blast against the white demon ape. Several people in the control room couldn't help but gasp at the sight. Chief, Suqiu doesn't have a weapon in his hand, should we continue? Yeah, Chief, if this keeps up it's really life-threatening. But in the face of several people's questioning, Olay is not moved. To be life-threatening, that firearm cannot hold up, I have long known. But only under such adversity will he have a chance to master battle intent. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Chief, what if? There's no what if. Olay gazed at Suqiu, he definitely can. I would never look at the wrong person. But, Lin Jian still wanted to discourage a couple of things. But Zhao Coco stopped him, trust the headmaster, and also, when Sister Zhao left, she left behind a life yuan dan that her martial soul condensed. Even if something did happen, they could still save Suqiu. The reason the regiment commander didn't say anything was just to irritate Suqiu. Lin Jian was relieved when he heard this. Look inside the base again. Suqiu wasn't discouraged after the lance in his hand was interrupted, and smashed his bare hands towards the white demon ape. The two sides engage in a fierce physical battle. After the merging of the martial souls, Suqiu's strength and speed had all risen dramatically, far surpassing the 5th or even the 6th rank level. Infinitely approaching the 7th order sealed marquee. The fight with the white demon ape was fist to fist and thumping. The bones, flesh and blood of both sides did not know how many times they had been hit by each other, and with the passage of time, both sides were heavily injured. Although Sucho's martial soul merging technique was powerful, there was a time limit after all, and although the white demon ape was of the 6th rank, it had once been a terrifying beast close to the 8th rank after all, and now that its rank had fallen, its battle power was not at all inferior to that of the 7th rank. Time passes. Sucho felt that the burden that the martial soul merge brought to his body was getting stronger and stronger. The body's speed, its strength, all began to decline. Bang! He was hit in the chest with a punch and his whole body flew out. The white demon ape panted and stared at Sucho, who was lying on the ground. "Kid, I admit that you're strong, but unfortunately, you're not strong enough. You are, after all, only at the 4th rank. Forcing you to use your martial soul merging ability to reach 7th rank combat power won't last long." With that, he looked around and shouted, "Ol. I've beaten this kid, open the gate and let me go." Inside the control room, Ole looked at Sucho, who was lying motionless on the ground, and was silent for a moment before pressing a button. Only the gates slowly opened. A look of ecstasy appeared in the eyes of the white demon ape. Great, great. It's finally time to get the hell out of here. He walked towards the door while everyone in the control room stared at Sucho, who was lying on the floor, his breath dying, and his martial soul merging ability was draining away. It was a moment as if the outcome had already been decided. "Chief, quickly go save Sucho." "Wait, you guys look." Suddenly, Coco Zhao looked at the screen and exclaimed. Inside the base, Sucho, who had been beaten down and was drenched in blood, slowly stood up. Chapter 60 Sense of Battle Intent, Defeat White Demon Ape. The white demon ape walked towards the gate, as if he saw freedom beckoning to him, and as he did so, he cursed as if he were venting. "Ole! You wait, when I get out of here and recover my peak, I will definitely find a chance to seek revenge on you. You don't want to feel good. Not only you, but also this entire Qingyun city, I will completely destroy it. And your regiment, I will also kill every single one of them. Damn Ole, damn humans." The white demonic ape cursed and walked towards the door. The face grew more and more ecstatic. But suddenly, a raspy voice came from behind him. "Hey, where are you going? We're not done fighting yet." The white demon ape's pupils shrunk slightly as he turned to look, only to see the blood-drenched Sucho slowly stand up from the ground and was looking up at him, exuding a very different aura from his body. Even if the other party is drenched in blood, even if the other party looks unsteady, even if the other party is at the end of his rope. However, it brought a strong threat to the white demon ape. It was because Sucho's eyes were quite familiar to him, reminding him of the crazy woman who had captured him here. That eye, transmitting a crazy, bloodthirsty wariness. More ferocious than the Fae. Control room. Ole grinned, "It's done." A hint of surprise also passed through the eyes of the Empress Zhongxiao inside Su Xiaoshuang. "I didn't expect that it would actually really make him comprehend battle intent. It's actually with such an extreme method. Is this Ole, and this brat, all crazy?" Empress Zhongxiao murmured. She suddenly felt that there were many talented people in this little blue star. Why are you still standing? Why, when it's obvious that I'm one step away from getting out of here and gaining my freedom, why did you come and stop it?" The white demon ape roared madly towards Sucho. Then, his feet slightly bent, and his entire body shot out like a cannonball. "This time, I absolutely have to kill you ah." Sucho grinned, "Who's afraid of who?" Whoosh! He rushed out likewise. The originally dispersed martial soul power once again coalesced on him. Not only that, he had just comprehended the battle intent. Although he was not yet familiar with this power, he could still feel. This power adds to itself. Letting yourself go into a state of euphoria, even ignoring the physical pain, the limits of what can be endured. Bringing 102% of his power to bear. Bang! Sucho and the white demon ape's fists clashed together. A terrifying wave of air exploded in the air. But then, there was cloud after cloud of air bursting through the air. Both sides did not retreat or avoid, and both fists danced out furiously. It's like a gale, like a rainstorm. Bang, 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 bang. There was no telling how many punches were swung and taken on both sides. All they know is that it's only over if one side falls. Die for me. The white demon ape roared angrily and blasted out another punch. Sucho carried this punch hard, then grabbed the white demon ape's hair with one hand and gathered all the strength in his body with the other fist. A fist slammed out, the power of thunder and lightning, the white tiger's killing chi, and the newly acquired ghost Jilin's power of the underworld, coalescing together in it. This punch ruthlessly struck the top of the white demon ape's head. The opponent was blasted to the point that his 5 senses were almost distorted, and his entire body flew out, smashing into the base wall, which was dented throughout. The cracks continued to spread out, extending almost halfway across the base. The whole base, almost falling apart. Even Ol and the others in the control room felt the vibration. Me, this base is collapsing. It's too much. Compared to the panic of the others, Olay appeared to be much more calm, and even laughed out loud. That was a fierce enough punch. The others were speechless for a moment. Big sister. It's your base that's being destroyed. Why are you still happy as hell? In fact, no one knew how excited Ol was right now. Over the years, she had fought with foreign beasts, sensed the battle intent, and found a martial path that surpassed the way of martial soul growth. To others, she was a dual-born martial soul and a genius. But in her own mind, what twin martial souls? It's all bull. The only thing that overrides everything is the will to fight. She polished her battle intent through fighting, trying to find a martial artist like herself, but she had seen those other martial artists who had sensed the battle intent. Those guys are pretty strong. But she wasn't much excited about it, because she knew that she would eventually surpass them. But now, she had found Su Cho, an existence that she had personally trained and had similarly mastered the battle intent. The opponent's battle spirit is still young and his cultivation is still low. But it showed her unlimited potential. She felt that she could surpass everyone, including those emperors on the blue planet who were revered by millions, and even the ancient supreme beings in history. But Su Cho. Although the other party is not her own opponent now, she feels that the other party will surpass herself, and will even make herself unable to catch up. The feeling made her battle spirit leap and stir for it after a long time. Su Cho, I'm looking forward to how far you can grow in the future. Ol laughed out loud. Then led the crowd out of the control room. And the base is almost in ruins. Su Cho stood in place, panting, while not far from him, the white demon ape was already lying within the ruins, his face twisted and directly fainted. This battle, he won. A wave of weakness went through his body and he almost fell to the ground. At that moment, a small, white, tender hand held him up. Older brother, you're so heavy. Su Xiaoshang supported Su Cho, her eyes slightly red with tears. Looking at Su Cho, who had mastered the battle spirit but was drenched in blood, she felt thrilled and excited, proud, but also heartbroken. Hey, isn't old man great? Awesome, in my heart, you're the best. Su Xiaoshang nodded repeatedly, then she took out a white elixir and handed it to Su Cho. Older brother, quickly take this elixir. Su Cho trusted Su Xiaoshang and took the elixir and ate it. The majestic breath of life swept through his body. Su Cho felt those injuries of his recovering at an extremely fast pace. He was slightly stunned. What a powerful elixir, did you refine this? No, this is the life Yuan Dan that Sister Zhao left behind before she left. It was condensed by her martial soul. I heard that it's very precious, it can't condense many of them in a year, and on the market a single one costs several $100 million. Su Xiaoshang said. Su Cho froze for a moment. He just took a bite of a few $100 million? Is it too late for you to spit it out and sell it? Okay, get out of here, it's going to collapse. Zhao Coco, Lin Jian, and Wang Yan walked up. Ha, what are you guys afraid of? Olay walked up and took a step forward. Martial skill, green vine cover. Shasta. A very huge vine rose up from the ground, spreading to the entire base, as if it was a pillar, holding up the entire base that was about to collapse. Su Cho had seen this martial art before. This was the boundary martial skill. In the past, at the Martial Dao Newcomers competition, when he fought Luo Qingxue, Olay had used this boundary martial skill to shroud the ring, preventing the after effects of their battle from affecting others. And now that the other party had cast it again, it was using his own strength to hold up an entire collapsed base all by himself. Then, Olay walked to the white devil ape, while the other party seemed to sense her coming, opened his eyes, and murmured, Olay. You bastard, if I really defeat that kid, will you really let me leave? Ol choked him and lifted him in mid-air, grinning, no way. Click. The white devil ape's neck was snapped, completely dead. Ol threw the other's body to the side as if it were trash. I only tell promises to humans, I have a load of credit with you Fei. Chapter 61, Goodbye Luo Qingxue, when was it so good? Su Cho, who had taken the life Yuan Dan, had his body recovering rapidly. And the others surrounded him as if they were stars celebrating him. Su Qiu, congratulations, you finally succeeded in mastering battle intent. Yeah, great. Our tyrannical bull regiment, just you and the headmaster are the only two people who have mastered battle intent. Oh, it's really enviable. Su Qiu, it's worthy of you, cow pie. TSK, Su Qiu, the headmaster isn't looking at you quite right, you seem to be targeted. In the future, the headmaster will probably be looking for you to spar a lot, so take care of yourself. Lin Jian patted Su Qiu's shoulder inside. Su Qiu sniffed and sucked in a breath of cold air. Look too old again. The other man was also looking at himself, the slightest bit of levity in his eyes, and he couldn't help but grin at himself, a grin that sent shivers down his spine. I'll go. If this is true, won't you have to suffer every day? Although he himself had made great progress now, and was even able to defeat a 6th-order alien beast like the white demon ape that possessed a 7th-order battle power. Core. However, hardening the white demon ape from a foreign beast close to the 8th rank to only the 6th rank, not a level at all. He didn't think he could fight against his opponent now. Ol walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder and smiled, "You've done a good job, that's the end of this training." Su Qiu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Ol added, "Let's continue this sometime." The crowd's faces fell again. "Oh, Chief, training like this should be rare. Once or twice I can hold my own, but more often I'm afraid I'll lose my little life." TSK, what are you afraid of with your sister Zhao? But anyway. This training session ended successfully, and the crowd was jubilant and ready to go home. Home at last. Su Xiaoshan returned home and laid down on the bed. It just feels like the soul is elevated. These months of training can be so exhausting. Indeed, a golden nest is better than one's own doghouse. Su Xiaoshan lamented. You rest first, I'll go buy groceries first. Su Qiu said. Su Xiaoshan. Brother, are you still human? So tired you don't order takeout, but you actually want to buy food and cook? Okay. Su Qiu laughed. Out the door, on the motorcycle, straight to the food market. Past a martial arts school on the way. Bang! A sound of glass breaking came from inside the martial arts center, followed by a figure being thrown out of the window and falling to the ground. Su Qiu hurriedly braked and looked. Then only one after another martial artists were seen falling down one after another. The corner of Su Qiu's mouth twitched. What's going on here? Immediately afterward, a fluttering figure jumped out from the martial arts hall, and unlike the others who fell to the ground, she floated to the ground with a valiant posture. Upon closer inspection, she was wearing a white sweatshirt with a high ponytail and a slender, diminutive figure, but with a fox mask on her face. However, the other party's figure made Su Qiu feel incomparably familiar. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a necklace the other man wore around his neck. Wasn't that the tear of the sea god that he had given to Luo Qingxue? Looking again at the masked young girl in front of him, he finally realized why the other party looked so familiar. This was Luo Qingxue. What kind of trick are you playing? Su Qiu asked. Luo Qingxue was silent for a moment. You've recognized the wrong person. Su Qiu. Please. Even if you want to hide your identity, at least wear a voice changer. This is the exact same voice, and you're telling me it's a mistake? Also, I haven't even told you who you are and you're in a hurry to deny it? Isn't this just a case of here's no tomorrow? Stinky fox. You won't get away. At this moment, a large group of people rushed out of the martial arts center, surrounding Luo Qingxue and Su Qiu on the side. I was just passing by for groceries. Su Qiu picked up a bag of vegetables and said. No, he's my accomplice, coming to get me. Luo Qingxue said. Su Qiu blared fiercely at the other party. I thought you said I was mistaken. I knew I couldn't fool you. Su Qiu cursed. And these martial arts hall people looked at the two of them with an icy cold expression, especially one of the martial artists at the head of the group coldly said, both of you are going to not be able to leave today. All of you. The man waved his hand and the crowd around him lunged towards the two. Even summoned their martial spirits. Su Qiu parked his motorcycle on the side and kicked a spinning leg at a charging martial artist, sending him flying. Then there were 3 more punches and 2 kicks, knocking down each of the martial artists who rushed up. After Ole's training, at this moment, these martial artists were as weak as chickens in front of him, and could be easily taken. Luo Qingxue also noticed this and was secretly surprised. This guy's gotten stronger again. And not just a star stronger. In no time, the martial artists present were all knocked over by the two. The martial artist who was in charge swallowed his saliva when he saw this scene, but watching his men being knocked down, it would really be disgraceful if he didn't make a move. Only to see him summon his martial spirit. That's a heavy hammer. He gripped the heavy hammer tightly and charged towards Suqiu. Eat my hammer. Bang! The heavy hammer slammed down with a whistling sound of wind. Suqiu threw a punch. It was mixed with the energy of thunder and lightning. The heavy hammer martial spirit was directly smashed. That martial artist's martial soul shattered and suffered a backlash, a mouthful of blood was spat out, and his entire body fell back a dozen steps, lying on the ground trembling. So scary. He was a B-ranked martial soul, and he was actually blown away by a single punch. Where did he dare to continue exchanging blows? A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Count yourselves out, go! One by one they fled. Suqiu looked at Luo Qingxue. What are you up to? Knowing that her identity was exposed, Luo Qingxue took off her mask and said indifferently, I came to challenge the owner of this martial arts school. I didn't expect that after he lost to me, he didn't speak of martial arts virtue, and became infuriated and brought everyone from the martial arts school to beat me up. So it is. Suqiu came to a sudden realization. Is this your grocery shopping and cooking? Right. Is Frosty home? On it. Is she eating with you? Yeah, or I'd let her order takeout? Speaking of which, it's dinner time and I happen to be a little hungry. Luo Qingxue said indifferently, looking towards Suqiu. Suqiu froze. Oh, you're hungry? Aha! Luo Qingxue nodded, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. If you're hungry, just get yourself something to eat. Suqiu drove off in his car. The corners of Luo Qingxue's mouth twitched, exasperated, she stomped her foot. I've hinted so obviously, this elm brain. She was just about to leave. At this time, an engine roar came from behind. Suqiu re-drove back and looked at Luo Qingxue and laughed. I just happened to buy too many vegetables. If you don't mind, why don't you come to my house to eat a little? From anticipation to disappointment, and from disappointment to joy, the corner of Luo Qingxue's mouth couldn't help but emerge with a smile. Good. Seeming to think she was being too obvious, she coughed twice. Actually, I mostly wanted to meet Frosty. Well, little Frost misses you quite a bit as well. Suqiu smiled faintly. He threw the helmet to Luo Qingxue, and after the other party sat in the car, Suqiu pulled her hand over and wrapped it around his waist. Sit tight. Well, Luo Qingxue hummed with a red face. This guy. When did it become so well? Chapter 62, Haunted Cemetery. Frosty, look who's here. Suqiu returned home after buying groceries. Su Xiaoshang's eyes lit up when she saw Luo Qingxue behind him, and she trotted up to hug the other party. Sister Luo, missed you. I miss you too. Luo Qingxue touched the other's head. And Su Xiaoshang hemmed and hawed. Is it more about me or my oldest brother? What do I want him to do? Whispered Luo Qingxue. On the side, Suqiu took the dishes. You guys chat first, I'll go cook. He went to work in the kitchen. And Luo Qingxue chatted with Su Xiaoshang in the living room, and in no time picked up the game console and played the game together. Although Luo Qingxue wasn't much of a player, she still tried her best to play along with Su Xiaoshang with a smile on her face. Suqiu looked in the kitchen and suddenly felt. It would be nice to have another person in the family. Just as he was cooking, Su Xiaoshang walked in, patted his shoulder and laughed. Older brother, you've made progress. It's good that all know to bring people to the house, I'm relieved. Suqiu rolled her eyes. What are you thinking in your little head all day long? Can't I invite my friends over for a meal? Of course, more of these meals in the future. So, can I help you? Luo Qingxue said as she walked to the kitchen door. And Su Xiaoshang's eyes rolled, and she hastily said before Suqiu could open her mouth to refuse, yes, Sister Luo, do you know how to wash vegetables? No problem. Great, why don't you help my brother here with the dishes? Su Xiaoshang gave up her seat. I'll go out to buy drinks. Where does Suqiu not know what this girl means? This is clearly creating an opportunity for the two of them to be alone. And Luo Qingxue also saw it, coughed and laughed. Little Frost, this girl is still quite quirky. Heh, I think it's a man-child. Say that like you're how many years older than her? I'm not like her, I was an early adopter and my mental age is at least 4 or 5 years older than hers. Suqiu said indifferently. That's so many years older than me too? Definitely. Oh. Luo Qingxue let out an "oh," inwardly thinking about whether there would be any disconnect in being in a relationship with a man several years older than herself. Should I learn to be more mature myself? And so on. What are you thinking? How can you think so much when the 8 is not even close? And Su Qiu thought of something and asked curiously, by the way, why did you show up at that martial arts school today? I'm training myself. Lately I've been hiding my identity and going to various martial arts schools in Qingyun City to challenge various martial artists, using this to improve myself. I see. Su Qiu came to a sudden realization. That's a pretty good idea. Should I try it myself? Recently, a woman wearing a fox mask appeared in the city of Qingyun and went around challenging the owners of various martial arts halls, and according to the relevant sources, the woman's strength is so great that she has defeated 13 consecutive owners of martial arts halls. This even includes a 4th-rank martial arts hall owner, and a martial arts hall owner has already announced the temporary closure of the hall due to the woman's influence. That's when the news came on the TV. Su Qiu smiled. You're kind of famous now, even a 4th-ranked martial artist can be defeated. It seems like you've made a lot of progress in this period of time. You're not so bad either. I can detect that you've advanced to the 4th rank, right? Just broke through a while ago. Su Qiu smiled and didn't hide it. As a matter of fact, it didn't matter if his realm was exposed, because his strength wasn't something that could be estimated by his realm anymore. With 5 SSS-ranked martial souls in his body, even if he didn't use his martial soul merging skills, he could easily defeat martial artists whose realms were higher than his own. Urgently inserting a piece of news, there is an incident of alien beastmen on Dongyun Street in the 17th district of Qingyun City. The hunting corps has gone to deal with it, but still, please don't go out casually if you live in the neighborhood, be careful. Su Qiu couldn't help but frown when he heard this news. Why are there still Fae? Could it be that it escaped from within that xenomorph experimental base that you dealt with last time? Luo Qingxue asked. I'm not sure, maybe it could be, I'll ask the chief then. Su Qiu said. There was always something odd about the way things were going. Not long after, Su Qiu had finished cooking, while Su Xiaoshang had also returned from buying drinks, and the 3 of them sat at the dining table to eat while watching the news. It's a happy look. Recently, someone had claimed to have bumped into a ghost in the cemetery. Here is the interviewee's account. A grandfather wearing a straw hat said, that day, I was about to leave after cleaning the cemetery as usual. But I suddenly heard a movement within the grass, then I saw a figure walking around the cemetery, and when I went up to look for him, he disappeared again, and not only that, I saw more and more people appearing. They were roaming around the cemetery. It was a bunch of ghosts. And then I got scared and passed out, and when I woke up it was daytime. Moncler Outlet Store exaggerated description. Su Xiaoshan listened with great interest. Ghosts? Are there really ghosts in this world? Su Qiu, Luo Qingxue looked at each other, unable to answer this question. And the Qianxiao Empress inside Su Xiaoshuang's body curled the corners of her mouth. Blue Star people are just less knowledgeable. In this world, there are indeed ghosts. There is even the underworld where ghosts gather. But when it comes to ghosts, it's really a spiritual energy body. As far as I know, some dark attribute, spirit attribute martial souls can even manage to manipulate ghosts. It's just that this type of martial soul is quite rare, and even if there are any in Blue Star, it's probably just a rank. Su Xiaoshan sniffed and came to a realization that cemetery is haunted. Could it be that someone is messing with it? I don't know, I'm not a pro. Empress Qiong Xiao faintly said. She's seen a lot. But not omniscient. The topic of ghosts was talked about for a while by several people, then ignored. And after dinner, Su Qiu drove Luo Qingxue home. When he arrived at the Luo family, Luo Long was incredibly enthusiastic and wanted to invite him to stay, but Su Qiu suddenly received a notice from the Storm Bull Regiment and left. Storming the Bull Regiment mansion. Su Qiu came to the conference room. Olay was crossing her legs. Next to her were Zhao Coco and Lin Jian. After seeing Su Qiu come, Olay directly said, I have a task here that I need you guys to solve. Recently, you all know about the haunted cemetery incident, right? I saw it on the news. Su Qiu nodded. The other hunting groups have investigated and found that there seems to be someone behind this. You guys go and stay at the cemetery in the 16th district today and see if you can find any clues. Olay said. Zhao Coco's face turned white with fear. Troop leader, that what if it's really haunted? I'm afraid. I'm afraid of a leg. Even if it's a ghost, just chop him up for me. Besides, you have the 2 of them with you. Olay said. Oh, but I'm still scared. Lin Jian, take this indisputable cargo away from me. Let her go to the cemetery to practice her guts. Olay said directly to Lin Jian. Lin Jian wasn't polite and grabbed Zhao Coco's clothes and headed out. Su Chou also wanted to go on the mission, but thought of something and asked, "By the way, Chief, what's the deal with the Fae in the 17th district?" "Well, still investigating, but I guess it's a leak from the last time they escaped from the Fae experimental base," Olay said. Oh. Su Chou didn't ask any more questions. Chapter 63 Demon Heavenly Sect appears, Discordant Dragon Breaking Army Gun. Sector 16, Cemetery. Su Chou, Lin Jian, and Zhao Coco arrived. Planning to keep watch here for the night and see if we can get anything out of it. Since it was still broad daylight, Zhao Coco wasn't that scared. Huh, that guy looks familiar. Suddenly, Lin Jian saw a familiar figure standing in front of a tombstone, and was a bit surprised when he went over to take a look. It's the Marquis of Zishou. Standing in front of that tombstone was none other than the Purple Sky Martial Hall's master, the Purple Sky Marquis. And after the Violet Sky Marquis also noticed Su Chou's few people. With a cold grunt, he turned to leave. Su Chou's several people walked to the tombstone where the other party stood before to take a look. The picture on the tombstone was a young girl who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Lin Jian was thoughtful. I heard that a few years ago, the Marquis of the Violet Sky had a daughter who died at the hands of a foreign beast, and the Marquis of the Violet Sky was so grief-stricken that he almost closed the pavilion. It seems that his daughter was buried here. A few people didn't think much of it. And time passes. Gradual. Nightfall. The night wind was howling and the whole cemetery looked a bit eerie. Zhao Coco shrank behind Su Chou and said, Su Chou, if anything happens later, you remember to protect me. Don't worry, Sister Coco, there aren't that many ghosts in this world. Su Chou said. Before he could finish his words, the night wind around him whistled, which seemed to be mixed with some whimpering sounds, and within that one tombstone, green points of light steeply surfaced, and then coalesced to form a somewhat illusory silhouette. In the blink of an eye, the entire cemetery was stuffed with countless figures. Ghosts, ghosts! Zhao Coco screamed, then her eyes rolled over as she was stunned and fainted. Su Chou and Lin Jian were also instantly on guard. Nice guy! There's actually a ghost? They looked around at the illusory, green light emanating silhouettes, not daring to be careless. However, it was seen that these silhouettes did not react half-heartedly after seeing Su Chou's several people. Their eyes were chaotic and ignorant as they gathered in a certain direction. As if summoned by some presence. Su Chou, Lin Jian looked at each other and reached out to grab towards these silhouettes. However, the palms penetrated the figures as if they had penetrated the air. Brother Lin, you stay here and watch Sister Coco, I'll go over and take a look. Su Chou said. Follow the figure in a certain direction. Although Lin Jian knew Su Chou's strength, the scene in front of him was still a bit bizarre and instructed him to be careful. Then looking at the fainted Zhao Coco, the corners of her mouth twitched. The guts are too small, right? You can yell and charge up in the face of a foreign beast, and yet you're fainted in the face of a few ghosts that don't have the slightest bit of attacking power? Su Chou followed the cemetery ghost in a certain direction. Finally he came to the square of the cemetery, only to see that here, there is a man in black, and there is a skeleton holding a scythe on his head, with green flames coming out of his eyes. That looks like a martial spirit. Dark attribute A grade martial soul, skeleton ghost. Su Chou instantly recognized the martial soul in front of him. This was a very rare martial soul, and because it was so rare, there was very little information about this martial soul, and it was unclear what abilities it had. The ghosts in this cemetery are related to each other? Heh, I didn't think I'd still attract your hunting group. The black-clothed youth below the skeleton ghost smiled slightly and looked at Su Chou, his eyes revealing a different color. Yo, I've hit the jackpot here. The member of the hunting group I encountered is actually you. The first dual-born SSS martial soul in history. Su Chou looked at the other party and indifferently said, Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself, my name is Yui. One of the 8 guardians of the Devil Heaven sect. The black-clothed youth Yui bowed and saluted. The moment the 3 words Devil Heaven sect came out, Su Chou's pupils shrunk slightly. Most have heard of this sect. Because this sect is so infamous in Daxia. Once slaughtered a town just to curry favor with an unknown beast. Hundreds of children have been abducted and sold and used as sacrifices to summon the spirits. There have been suicide attacks that have destroyed the city hall of a municipality. Various inhumane experiments have been done in order to study the martial soul. The list goes on and on. In Daxia, when faced with a person in the devil's religion, anyone has the right to have them on the spot. There is no need for a legal trial, these people have done enough to kill them 1,000 times over. Ding! In the face of the sudden appearance of someone from the demonic sect, you have the following choices. 1. Although the people of the devil cult are infamous, the strength of the person in front of me is unknown, and his purpose is not clear, so it is better to leave first. Reward, a ranked martial arts Sky Dragon Fist. 2. The devil's teachings are notorious, appearing here, there must be a conspiracy, must not let him succeed, to do with him. Reward, extreme martial Dao spiritual weapon. Coiled dragon breaking gun. Extreme martial spirit weapon? Suchio slightly sucked in a breath of cold air. In Qingyun City, an ordinary lower-grade spirit weapon was considered rare. Medium-grade spiritual weapons could only be had by those powerful people. A top-grade martial arts spirit weapon, that was even more priceless. As for the very best, not to mention Qingyun City, it was very rare in the entire Great Xia. Class A martial arts, Suchio already had one. And he was, at the moment, just short of a gun. The Disc Dragon Army breaking gun in front of me came at just the right time. Without saying a word, Suchio directly chose the second option and then charged up towards the opposite side, blasting out with a punch. Bang! The punch even made an audible explosion in the air. But Yui was unperturbed and threw the same punch. The two fists clashed, each shaking back. Suchio looked at the other party, rather surprised. 5th rank? To be able to block one of his punches, one was at least of the 5th rank. But while he was surprised, Yui across the room was just shocked. How can this be? According to the intelligence, you only just advanced to the 2nd rank at the time of the newcomers competition. How come you have now become the 4th rank? This rate of progress is unbelievable. He looked at Suchio, a strong scorn showing in his eyes. You will definitely be a great enemy of the demon heavenly sect. You must die. After saying that, the martial spirit skeleton ghost behind him let out a low roar, and the scythe in his hand swung in the void, actually tearing open the black spatial rift. Suchio sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this. Rip through space? Scary as hell? Then, he saw an eerie black aura coming out from that black spatial rift, and then hundreds of black shadows walked out. An incomparable aura of terror emanated from them. It was like an evil spirit from hell. Yui smiled indifferently. S-rank dark martial skill, spectral summoning. This was a forbidden martial skill that only dark martial souls could learn. One can summon a stern ghost from the underworld. It's just that performing this martial skill requires a lot of soul energy, and these days, I've been traveling around the major cemeteries just to absorb the residual soul energy from these dead people. Nowadays, all of these severe ghosts that I have summoned are a 4th order existence. Suchio, what are you going to resist with? You looked at Suchio as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. After killing you, the sect master will definitely reward me greatly. He waved his hand, and the surrounding stirring ghosts killed towards Suchio. When Suchio saw this, a long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. The long gun was dark gold in color, and there was a dark gold, lifelike dragon pattern on it, as if it would fly out of the gun in the next second. It was none other than the extreme spiritual weapon he had just acquired, the coiled dragon breaking gun. Chapter 64 The Ghost Chilin's first appearance, controlling 10,000 ghosts, killing the demon heavenly sect's protector. That gun. Looking at the long spear that appeared in Suchio's hand, a hint of scorn passed through Yu's eyes. He was acutely aware that the gun contained an extremely strong aura. That was definitely an extremely high-grade martial spirit artifact. How did this guy get this kind of high-level martial arts spirit weapon? There aren't many people in the entire Qingyun city who have them, so what makes him have them? Where did he get it? Sai's heart was extremely puzzled. And at this moment, Suchio had already struck out, stabbing out with a long spear in his hand, a brilliant and eye-catching lightning light flowing from it. A hit pierced through the body of the night ghost. A 4th-ranked stern ghost was blown away on the spot. Suchio rushed into the group of severe ghosts, waving the lance in his hand. The gun came out like a dragon, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing in a big way, unstoppable. Yudo looked confused. How could it be? How could his battle power be so strong? Killing a same-ranked night ghost is actually like picking up a bag? Damn it! Intelligence failure. This guy's strength is much stronger than the intelligence records. Yui had thought he could pick up a bargain, killing Suchio, a supreme genius who had yet to grow up. But now it seems it's not that easy. Don't panic. I'm at the 6th rank, he's at the 4th rank, and I can still keep summoning severe ghosts, so I can use a wheel battle to consume his power. In this battle, I have 90% chance of winning. Although Yu was shocked at Sucho's strength, but still no intention of leaving. As for Sucho, who was killing his way through the group of Lee ghosts, there was no pressure at all as he smiled coldly. Compared to those foreign beasts within the head pet base, just these Lee ghosts aren't enough for me to stuff my teeth with. He's the one who lasted through the chief's special training. What can a little ghost do to him? But in the next second, Yui once again performed his martial skill, and behind him, the skeletal ghost martial spirit wielded its scythe, opening the underworld channel, and a single stern ghost drilled out of it. This time, in addition to the fourth order stern ghosts, there was also a large number of second order and third order stern ghosts, the number of which was as high as hundreds. With this hand, although Yui was at the 6th rank, he could definitely rival the existence of a 7th rank feudal marquis. After all, many ants bite the elephant. Being able to manipulate so many night ghosts, consuming would also be able to consume most of the 6th order. Even the 7th order would find it incredibly tricky. Sucho, this army of stern ghosts was originally meant to be used to create chaos in Qingyan City, only, now it's being used on you. As long as I can kill you, it's not a waste. Yui laughed loudly. Sucho waved the lance in his hand, killing each and every one of the severe ghosts. Only the number of these severe ghosts was too great. Even if he was able to kill them all, he would only have to use up a lot of stamina. Suddenly, he thought of something and slapped his head, almost died from my own stupidity. I had forgotten that I still have a Ghost Qilin. Knights, huh? Then meet the Ghost Kirin, who can control all ghosts. Sucho revealed a glint in his eyes as he stood with his gun, his body gradually radiating a ghostly aura as a black light flew out from him. Shasta. The heavens and the earth rolled over in a cloudy atmosphere. Yui sensed something, his pupils trembled slightly, and even the A-ranked martial soul skeleton ghost behind him trembled. It was as if he had encountered some irreproachable being. Lighten up, Ghost Unicorn. Sucho grinned. Along with the black light dispersing, in the void, a black-bodied Qilin with a long antler head and dark golden eyes transmitting endless pressure stepped out. Ghost Unicorn, present. The moment he appeared, the surrounding stern ghosts that were constantly attacking towards Sucho all stopped and stood still, not daring to move. The Ghost Unicorn swept a glance at the night ghosts and let out a growl. The roaring sound that seemed to hit the soul directly resounded through the world and echoed longingly. When some of the nearby martial artists heard this roar, they only felt that their souls couldn't help but tremble, and they almost fell to their knees. What's that sound? The roar of the Fae? What foreign beast? So terrifying? And inside the cemetery, accompanied by the Ghost Qilin's roar, hundreds and thousands of severe ghosts all knelt on the ground, trembling as if they were greeting a king. Even the A-ranked martial soul skeleton ghost behind Yui went limp on the ground. It's absolute suppression in the hierarchy. Go on, little baby, tear him up. Sucho stroked the Ghost Qilin's head and said with a faint smile. The ghostly unicorn got the order and took a step towards Yui. And none of the surrounding stern ghosts dared to stop it. Yudu was confused. What's going on here? The stern ghosts I summoned, why won't they listen to my control? Skeleton ghost, give it to me. You can't control the other ghosts, so you can only manipulate your own skeleton ghosts, although the skeleton ghosts are also scared, but as a martial spirit, protecting their master is their instinct. The skeleton ghost still suppressed its fear and charged towards the Ghost Qilin with its scythe in hand, slashing at the Ghost Qilin with the scythe in its hand. Clang! The scythe landed on the Ghost Qilin with a sound of gold and iron. The Ghost Qilin was unharmed, but instead, the scythe directly cracked. A hint of disdain passed through the Ghost Qilin's eyes before it slapped a claw on the skeleton ghost, and the other party screamed miserably and shattered on the spot. The broken martial soul returned to Yui's body. And he was also strongly backfired, a mouthful of blood was spat out, and his head was buzzing, as if even his soul had received a heavy blow. At this moment, Yui finally understood. The Ghost Qilin in front of him was his own nemesis. It's a kingly presence among ghosts. How can there be this kind of martial soul in this world? I've never even heard of it. Also, isn't this guy Sucho's martial soul Tao Tai and the White Tiger? How come there's another one of these martial souls? Yui's mind was filled with shock, doubt. But not daring to linger, he was about to flee. However, the severe ghosts that he had summoned were surrounding towards him at this time, completely blocking off his path of retreat. The severe ghosts that he himself had summoned were now claiming his life. Ah! Yui, who was blocked by the tide of ghosts, roared angrily, his hands slapped out repeatedly, wanting to kill his way out, but at this time, the ghost Qilin had already arrived behind him and directly grabbed out with a claw, piercing through his chest, and his heart was directly grabbed out. Sai froze and looked at her chest in disbelief. Next, his heart was crushed by the ghost Kirin. He fell headlong to the ground and died instantly. And along with his death, the severe ghosts summoned by him all dispersed, and Suchio watched from the sidelines. TSK 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 TSK. The experience this battle gave him was beyond new. I didn't expect that there are still martial artists who can manipulate severe ghosts in combat. Fortunately I have the ghost Qilin, otherwise even if I could kill this guy, I would have to lose a lot of power. Unlike having the ghost Qilin, which can control 10,000 ghosts, I can solve the opponent in one go. Suchio stroked the ghost Qilin's head. Then take the other party back inside the martial soul space. And at this point, his tyrannical ox medallion came from Ole's voice. Suchio, hurry and come back with Lin Jian, Zhao Coco and the others, something big has happened. Fey beastmen have appeared all over Qingyan City in rebellion. Now people from all the major hunting troops have been mobilized and are working together to suppress these Fey beastmen. Suchio froze for a moment. He associated it with the Devil Sky sect, a sect that suddenly appeared, and now there's the incident of the Fey rebellion. There must be some connection. Chapter 65 Su Xiaoshan, I'm a bull now. After receiving Ole's notification, Suchio, Lin Jian shouted the fainted Zhao Coco awake and rushed towards the Storm Bull Regiment mansion. And all along the way, everywhere they went, they were thrown into chaos. There were Fey on the streets in every part of the city. The members of all the major hunting groups all came out to suppress the riot. Only even then, it still caused quite a bit of damage to Qingyan City. There's no need to go back, all members of the Storm Bull Regiment, suppress the Fey in your neighborhood on the spot and assist the people to take refuge in the shelters. Ole's voice came from inside the medallion. Suchio and the three of them immediately took action. A Fey rushed out from the street and lunged towards Suchio, and without dodging or avoiding, he backhanded the opponent and stabbed him through the throat. The strength of these xenomorphs was generally not strong, but they were superior in numbers. I didn't realize that there were actually so many fiendish beastmen lurking within Qingyan City. They couldn't have all run out from the experimental base. It must have been made again back there. Lin Jian said after slashing over an alien beastman with his sword. Their last campaign to eliminate the experimental base was very successful. Basically not many xenomorphs escaped, but now there were so many xenomorphs, even more than the ones they had eliminated last time. They must have been secretly developed during this period of time. Looking at so many fiendish beastmen, Suchio frowned slightly, thinking of Su Xiaoshang at home, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. He made a call to the other side. But the other guy didn't pick up. That worried him even more. Although the current Su Xiaoshang was also a second-ranked martial artist with a certain amount of self-protection ability, in his eyes, the other party was still the girl who needed to be protected, while on the side of Lin Jian, Zhao Coco saw his worry. Suchio went to find Xiao Frost. There aren't many Fey beastmen here, we can handle it. Lin Jian said. Zhao Coco carried his axe. We haven't suffered at the hands of the headmaster for nothing during this time, these Fey, it won't be a problem. Suchio nodded, be safe. Without hesitating, he drove his motorcycle quickly back to the neighborhood where he lived. Along the way, the streets have been thrown into chaos in all directions. Almost the entire city of Qingyun has fallen. The more Suchio thought about it, the more wrong it became. Why did these beastmen suddenly appear out of the blue for no reason? Were they just there to wreak havoc? No, there must be a deeper purpose. Reconnecting with the demon heavenly cult. Suchio immediately made a call to Ole and quickly told him about his encounter with the demonic heavenly cult in the cemetery. Headmaster, I doubt that there will be a shadow of the demon heavenly cult behind this Fey riot? Suchio said. Ole sniffed and thought, I understand, you continue with your mission, and on the side of the demon heaven sect, I will take note. After hanging up, Ole smashed a charging Fey into pieces with a stick, then took out her cell phone and dialed a dedicated line. Hey, Mole, I need information on all the activities of the Devil Heaven cult during this period of time. In addition, this Qingyun City riot is most likely related to the Devil Heaven cult. Give an hour to find out their purpose. The person on the other end of the line stammered, an hour? That's a little difficult. Don't talk nonsense, did you go undercover in the Devil's Sky cult for so many years for nothing? Now the entire Qingyun City is in chaos. If we don't find out their purpose, Qingyun City will be finished, and you'll really have to stay in the Devil's Sky sect for the rest of your life. Understood, I'll do my best. Hurry up. Or else I'll end the demon heaven sect and end you in the process. Mole. Sucho quickly returned to the neighborhood. Before he could get to the chit, he heard the hissing of a foreign beast coming from there. The gate to the neighborhood was closed, and a scaly lizard xenomorph was trying to force its way into the neighborhood, but was stopped by a few old men. The old men, some with machetes and some with iron bars, were no match for the lizard men, but they fought to the death to protect the neighborhood. Because behind it all, there's their family. Old man, I was in the hunting corps back in the day, and even though I'm retired now, if you want to go in, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Old Jean, let's go. The old men charged towards the Fae. But the Fae beastman didn't put them in the slightest, and lashed out with his tail, sending them flying. Damn, this Fae beastman is so strong. When I was young, I fought 1 against 2, but now I'm out of practice. Old men with their heads in the sand. But braced himself and continued to stand up. The lizardman's eyes narrowed, revealing a color of brutality and bloodlust. Old things, you seek death. He stuck out his tongue and licked his claws, charging up to tear a few people apart. But at this point, a figure on a floor not far away leapt down and sent the lizardman flying with a powerful flying kick. And the figure flipped a few times in the air, then landed on the ground, propped up 1 foot on the ground, and held his hands flat in a golden chicken stand-alone pose. Exactly. Su Xiaoshang. She looked at the lizard man and smiled disdainfully. Tiny Fae, you don't even inquire about whose territory this is, and you dare to come and act recklessly. Who are you? The lizard man received a kick and his head swelled up into a bag as he looked at Su Xiaoshang in front of him, a hint of scorn showing in his eyes. Good question. I am the embodiment of beauty and wisdom, bravery and justice, a genius pharmacist, the personal disciple of the leader of the Storm Bull Regiment, the sister of the most talented martial artist in history, the future helmsman of the Blue Star, and the successor of the Empress. Su Xiaoshang is also. The lizard man was confused by what he heard, then hissed, not caring, what nonsense. Go to hell. He charged up. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshang snorted coldly, not only did you not surrender, but you also dared to launch an attack on me, you, with great courage. After saying that, she similarly rushed up, and after sidestepping the opponent's attack, she kicked the opponent in the abdomen, sending him flying again. Then she took advantage of the victory and took a step out, coming in front of the other party, her palms slapping out one after another, waving out a trail of residual shadows. Bang, 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 bang. Su Xiaoshang struck down a dozen slaps on the lizardman's body, then made a retreat, collected his palms and started counting, 3, 2, 1. Down. The lizardman spat blood from the sky and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Several old men couldn't help but be surprised at the sight. When did Frosty get so good? It's too strong, isn't it, this alien beastman she solved in 3 or 2 moves? And what's with that head disciple, Empress successor, or whatever, what does that mean? It sounds like it's awesome. Su Xiaoshang looked at the fallen Fey beastman, a smug smile on her face, Su Xiaoshang's first battle easily taken. Empress Xiao snorted softly within her martial soul space, a mere fiend man that isn't even of the 2nd rank, it would be a disgrace for me if you couldn't take it. He, Master Empress, do you think I can win against the 3rd rank now? Su Xiaoshang asked with a hefty smile. Not necessarily a sure win, but odds are you won't lose. So I'm already this good. Su Xiaoshang grew more and more complacent. At this time, Su Cho arrived in his car and took a look at the Fae on the ground before looking at Su Xiaoshang, who rushed up to check it out. Frost, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? It's okay, brother, I'm awesome now. Su Xiaoshang crossed her arms and said. Chapter 66 The Devil Heaven Sect's Crazy Plan, S-Class Martial Skills. Seeing that Su Xiaoshang wasn't injured, Su Cho let out a sigh of relief. I just called you, why didn't you answer? Ahem, I was just sleeping. Almost scared me to death. Su Cho rolled his eyes, then said with a solemn expression, the entire Qingyan city is in chaos right now, so you immediately head to the nearby shelter now. But Su Xiaoshang shook her head, don't. Older brother, I'm also a member of the Storm Bull Regiment, and I want to fight alongside you as well. Su Cho directly knocked the other party's head, don't talk big, you're just a girl, side by side a hare. But I can beat the Fae. Su Xiaoshang pointed at the lizard man on the ground and said. You. Su Cho looked at the determined look on Su Xiaoshang's face and knew that it would be hard to convince the other party. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back and he said with a solemn expression, Su Xiaoshang, I'm now ordering you as a senior of the Storm Bull Regiment. Take the people in the neighborhood to the shelter for refuge. Also, protect them, because even the shelters aren't always absolutely safe, and if there are any unexpected accidents, you have to protect the people. Su Xiaoshuang looked at Su Qiu and said breathlessly, "Older brother, do I look that easy to fool? You think I'll be obedient just because you say so?" "Su Xiaoshuang, I'm serious. Look at these grandpas, they're all injured. If there's no one to take care of them and protect them, what will happen to them if something happens to the shelter?" "Master Li, I used to buy you candies all the time." "And Master Zhang, how many times did you go to someone's house to rub it in you don't know?" Wang Moncler outlet online, the previous year, people asked you to help cut a hair, you shaved them into a bald head, people did not take it up with you. Can you bear to leave them behind? Su Xiaoshuang, do you still have a conscience? Su Qiu looked at Su Xiaoshuang and said painfully. Su Xiaoshuang struggled for a while, "I'll just go." "Okay, without delay, act now." Su Qiu immediately asked Su Xiaoshuang to lead the people in the small area to a nearby shelter, and along the way, he did encounter some Fae. But having Su Qiu around wasn't really a problem. The people in the small area couldn't help but light up when they saw Su Qiu's big show. "What a great lad! Whose kid is this? Got a girlfriend yet? To have this kind of strength at such a young age, the future is unlimited. I see that he is a good match for my daughter." "Bull! Your daughter is worthy of someone else?" The crowd was talking. Under Su Qiu's protection, the crowd quickly arrived at a nearby shelter. The doors of the shelter were made of steel, and there were also soldiers guarding the place, and after the crowd entered, Su Qiu breathed a sigh of relief and instructed Su Xiaoshuang for a few moments before he immediately left to continue suppressing the Fae. "Members of the Storm Bulls, there's a new situation." Ol's voice came from inside the medallion. She said, "It's already been investigated clearly, it's the Demon Heaven cult behind this Fae Beastman riot. They have invented a brand new Fae human potion and intend to spread it throughout the entire Qingyan city, turning all the citizens into Fae humans." The crowd sniffed and sucked in a breath of cold air. Turning all citizens into Xenos? What a crazy plan. But Qingyan city is so big, what's the other side going to do? Time of doubt. Only in the distance, over the city hall building, a purple light shot up into the sky, followed by a large number of rain clouds converging in the night sky. Within the rain clouds, there was also a purple scaly dragon roaming around, emitting a hissing roar, and everyone who looked at it felt a strong sense of oppression. Su Qiu's pupils shrank when he saw that purple auger dragon. That's S-grade martial soul purple cloud Jiao dragon. I've read in a book that this martial soul possesses the ability to move clouds and spread rain, and if one's cultivation is sufficient, the rain clouds can even cover an entire city. I see, they intend to utilize the purple cloud Jiao dragon's ability to mix the potion into the rainwater and spread it throughout the entire Qingyan city. Su Qiu said hurriedly. The crowd looked at the purple cloud Jiao dragon, their gazes heavy, and Lin Jian said, "If I remember correctly, the purple cloud Jiao dragon is the martial soul of the purple sky marquis, isn't it? Marquis of the purple heaven. One of the top martial artists in Qingyan city. 7th order sealed marquis powerhouse. The other party was actually someone from the Devil Sky sect? Lean." The crowd immediately felt that things were much more difficult. "We've just been notified that the Violet Sky Marquis is listed as the first target to be killed. Stop the other party at all costs." Olay said. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. "Headmaster, that's a real feudal lord powerhouse. We're afraid that we'll be taken care of in one shot." "Chief, I guess you're the only one who can do it," Lin Jian said. All the members of the tyrannical cow troop felt the same way. If there was anyone in Qingyan city who could securely win against the purple heavenly marquis, it was probably only Olay. Ol laughed out loud and said, "I'd like to go storm that guy too, except I'm a little distracted right now." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd heard a booming explosion from inside the medallion, like she was in a heated fight with someone. The crowd was shocked. "Chief, are you okay?" "Rabbits, don't worry about me, think about how to deal with that asshole, purple sky marquis." Olay hung up the communication after saying that. And on a piece of rubble, Ol craned her neck and looked at the 4 martial artists in black robes who surrounded her. These 4 men, all looked to be around 40 or 50 years old. As for their cultivation, all of them are 7th order sealed marquis powerhouses. As far as I know, the Demon Heaven sect has the so-called 8 great protectors, each of them has a cultivation level above the 6th rank, TSK, you guys should be 4 of them, should I feel honored in order to deal with me alone? Ol laughed. A demon heaven sect protector at the head laughed. I had prepared 5, only that guy had an accident and was taken care of by your group. Heh, I'm not a bad member of my troop, am I? Admirable. Yeah, the members of the group are working hard now, so I can't slack off as the leader. Or moved around a bit, then grinned towards a few people. Get it together, bastards. After Olay hung up the communication, Sucho picked over a Fei with a single shot before looking in the direction of the city hall building. That was the tallest building in Qingyan City, and that purple cloud Jiaolong was roaming right above the building, so it was obvious that the purple sky marquis was planning to maximize his martial spirit's ability to travel in the clouds and spread the potion completely there. Now that rain cloud isn't very big. It looked like the other side was still storing up power now. They still had time to rush to stop it. Only a small portion would be able to rush to stop it. After all, there were still many rebellious Fey people in Qingyan City that needed to be suppressed. In addition, there were definitely people from the Demon Heavenly Sect inside the municipal government building as well, and it was impossible for the Purple Heavenly Marquis to be the only one preparing for it. To rush to stop it? That's a feudal lord powerhouse. Ding! Qingyan City is facing a huge crisis, faced with the question of whether or not to travel to stop the Purple Heavenly Marquis and destroy the Demon Heavenly Sect's plans. You have the following choices. 1. Sit back and leave Qingyan City. Reward, B-grade martial skill Fiery Flame Cloudy Wave Palm. 2. Continue to suppress the Fey Rebellion. As for the Purple Heavenly Marquis, leave it to others to deal with. Reward, Grade A martial skill Sky Dragon Gun. 3. After training for so long at the hands of Olay, you feel you've gained a lot of strength. Isn't it just a feudal strongman? Fight him. Reward, S-ranked martial art Thunder God's Gun of Judgment. Chapter 67, Attack on the Shelter. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? S-ranked martial art, Thor's Gun of Judgment? Seeing this reward, Sucho's eyes lit up. His A-grade martial skill Thunder King Gun was already very powerful. If he now had an additional S-grade martial skill, wouldn't it be even more bullish? Also, the option was just for him to with the Purple Sky Marquis. It's not like you have to win. Go and stop it yourself. If the situation is not right, saving your life is important. He himself had the Kuanpeng martial soul, and under the merging of the martial souls, he was extremely fast. It was believed that even a 7th order feudal marquis wouldn't be able to catch up with him. It's more than enough to run for your life. Okay, decided, go and fight with him. Damn it, at first this old deng even suppressed me with his mighty pressure. It's just the right time to seek revenge on him. Sucho gritted his teeth and rushed in the direction of the city hall building. The coiled dragon army breaking gun in his hand emitted a glittering light, and with a single stab, all the Fey along the road were easily killed by him. He was like an unstoppable Tyrannosaurus Rex, intimidating. Above his head, a man with a pair of purple cloud wings on his back and a head full of long purple hair also noticed him. Whoosh! He came in front of Sucho and his eyes lit up. Yo-ho, isn't this the little handsome boy from the Storm Bulls regiment? How come you're the only one? Where's Olay? Sucho also noticed the man. The other party was none other than Chen Zi, the head of the Purple Auspicious Cloud Hunting Group. It's said to be a 6th-ranked martial artist. Our headmaster is being held back. Headmaster Chen, are you going to the municipal government building to stop Zi Xiaoho? Sucho asked. The other party couldn't help but laugh at that. Olay would actually be held back? Ha, we must laugh at her when we see her next time. As for this Purple Heavenly Marquis, let me deal with it. This heaven-splitting merit will be taken by my Purple Auspicious Cloud Regiment. His martial spirit Purple Cloud Wings slightly shook, and his entire body quickly flew towards the top floor of the city government building like a stream of light. The corner of Sucho's mouth twitched slightly. A 6th rank, where did he get the confidence? However, now that the martial artists at the level of the head of the regiment had been deployed, it was believed that the heads of the other regiments were also making their way to the city hall building. He wasn't fighting alone, and that gave him confidence. With the help of a group of chiefs, we can definitely take down the Purple Sky Marquis. Whoosh! He picked up speed and rushed to the city hall building. Soon, he came to the door of the building. However, seeing this place, it had long been surrounded by hundreds of Fey beastmen, and there was even a lack of 3rd and 4th order existences among them. This Demon Heaven sect is really terrifying. To actually be able to develop so many Fey beastmen, it's worthy of being one of the top-ranked demon cults within the Great Xia. Sucho was secretly surprised. And the Fey people had all spotted him, glancing towards him, their eyes filled with brutal bloodlust radiating killing intent. It's the hunting group. Tisk, is there such a young kid in the hunting group? Yellow-haired brat, come to seek death. These Fey beastmen directly underestimated Su Qiu after seeing his age. One of the Fey stepped out and was about to rip him apart with a claw. But a sword chi broke through the air and sent it flying. Behind Su Qiu, Lin Jian, Zhao Koko, Wang Yan, and the other members of the tyrannical cow troop rushed over one by one, looking at the large number of fiendish beastmen in front of them without any fear. Su Qiu, let us handle this place. You go to the roof of the building and punch that purple sky marquee flying. Lin Jian and the others said. Su Qiu blinked, you guys really trust me? That's a feudal lord powerhouse, hello. Zhao Xiaoyun walked up and took out an elixir and gave it to him. This is the life Yuan Dan, take it just in case. Hate to admit it, but right now in the Storm Bulls, besides Or, you're the most capable combatant among us. That purple heavenly marquee, I'll leave it to you, of course, it doesn't matter if you can't beat them, they're still the chiefs, no matter what happens, saving your life is important. Su Qiu's eyes lit up as he took the elixir and discreetly placed it in his arms. This one life Yuan Dan can cost several $100 million. I see. Su Qiu nodded, then with the other Storm Bulls helping to open the way, he charged all the way into the City Hall building, heading straight for the top floor. And at this moment, the scope of the rain clouds over the city government building had expanded dozens of times, covering a small half of Qingyun City. Inside the shelter, the soldiers are heavily armed and on their way out. Some members of the public can't help but be worried when they see this. Where are you guys going? Outside the Fey riots, the hunting regiment is short of manpower, urgent call for soldiers, we have to go to the battlefield as well. A soldier boy said gruffly. The others were getting more and more worried. If you're all gone, then who's going to protect us? Don't worry, we'll leave some of our people behind, and the door to the shelter is made of alloy, so ordinary Fey can't even get in. The crowd sniffs and is slightly reassured. And as the soldiers gradually left, the crowd vaguely heard a burst of gunfire from outside. I don't know how much time had passed, but the sound of gunfire outside suddenly became much louder, as if it was right at the entrance to the shelter. The crowd's faces changed. The gunfire slowly stopped, and then there was a boom from the shelter door. There are Fey, who are banging on the door. Don't worry, the man said that the door is made of alloy, ordinary Fey people can't get in. Someone pacified the crowd. But what if it's not a normal beast? Someone else weakly spoke up as well. The crowd was silent for a moment. And the sound of slamming doors intensified. Boom, boom, boom. The alloy gate was dented. Then a dark claw penetrated the door, then 3 times tore it open and stepped in. It was a werewolf that was several meters tall and covered in black fur. When the soldiers inside the shelter saw the other party, bullets poured out, hitting the werewolves one after another, but the bullets made a loud clanking sound when they hit the other party before falling to the ground in droves. Surprisingly, it couldn't hurt this werewolf one bit. The werewolf looked at the soldiers and also the people in front of him and grinned. You think you're okay hiding here, little rats? It's just so naive. He walked up towards the crowd. Suddenly, a figure rushed out, and it was Su Xiaoshan, who directly fought her way out and kicked the other party out of the shelter. She walked out with determination. Frosty! What are you doing? Don't go! The older men in the same neighborhood as her tried to stop it. However, Su Xiaoshang said without looking back, if I don't go, everyone will die here, as the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? With her head held high, she walked out of the shelter and faced the werewolves head on. Cool. I've been meaning to get a chance to say that. Su Xiaoshang had an excited smile on her face. It seemed that he saw the adoring, moving eyes of the crowd behind him. Empress Qiongxiao said breathlessly, pretend, you can pretend all you want, this fiend man you are facing now is not comparable to what you could do before, it's a third-order fiend man. And it's still a third-order upper grade, it's not that easy for you to deal with it with your current strength. Anyway, I can't let a bunch of old and weak women and children stand in my way, can I? Su Xiaoshang said, looking at the werewolf in front of him and leaping into action. And the werewolf shook his head, staring dead at Su Xiaoshang. I didn't expect there to be such a young second-ranked martial artist here. Stinky girl, I'm going to tear you apart. Chapter 68. You know nothing of true power. Stinky girl, I'll tear you apart. Annoyed, the werewolf lunged towards Su Xiaoshang. The claws swung out, emitting a mournful wind sound in the air, and Su Xiaoshuang dodged one after another with her agility. Then looking for the right opportunity, he struck out and hit the werewolf one after the other. Grade A martial skill, stacked wave palm. Bang, bang, bang. Wolverine is being beaten back. Only the other party was at least a third-ranked upper-grade Fey Beastman. Su Xiaoshuan was still only second-ranked. Although she was able to repel the other party, she couldn't kill the other party with her ranked martial arts alone. She pondered for a moment, should I use that move? That move, you're not skilled enough to perform it. Empress Qiong Xiao faintly said. Big Sister said that the more dangerous the time, the more potential you can realize. Now is the time to realize the potential. Su Xiaoshang said, looking at the wolves that were charging up again. She took a deep breath and clenched her 5 fingers into fists, her spiritual energy running through her body before condensing on top of her fists, her body gradually radiating a strong aura. The werewolf who rushed up suddenly had a feeling of horror. S-rank martial art. Shockwave fist. Su Xiaoshuan lands a jab. There was a ripple in the air. A domineering fist force broke through the air and smashed into the werewolf as if it was a cannonball, and the opponent's chest was directly dented. The entire body flew out backwards and smashed into a wall, which collapsed with a bang, while the werewolf lay in the rubble, dying on the spot. Su Xiaoshan gasped, only to feel that most of the spiritual energy in her body had been consumed, but her brows carried a strong sense of elation. I used it. Empress Qiong Xiao faintly hummed, not bad. In fact, she was quite surprised. It hadn't been long since she had just taught Su Xiaoshang S-ranked martial arts, and the first time the other party had used them in actual combat they had been able to kill a third-ranked upper-grade xenomorph whose realm was above her own. It seems that the other party has quite a high level of enlightenment above martial arts. But they hadn't waited long for Su Xiaoshang to get excited. Around them, there was another single fiendish beastman who heard the commotion and surrounded them. There were 4 in total, and each of them was a second-order, third-order existence. Su Xiaoshang swallowed, I am truly out of energy. Let me do it. Empress Qiong Xiao faintly said. Su Xiaoshan's eyes lit up, good. She was seen taking a deep breath and then making a few quick gestures with her hands. The art of summoning the Empress. Empress Qiong Xiao. She suddenly wasn't so keen on striking out. And the few Fey beastmen were a bit confused by Su Xiaoshuan's actions, and after looking around again, there was nothing. What is this girl up to? Whatever she's doing, get her dead. A few fiendish beastmen hissed and lunged towards Su Xiaoshang. When Su Xiaoshang saw this, a few drops of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead. Master Empress, if you don't make a move I'll be finished. The words fell. A stream of light swept out from her body. The flowing light transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman with ink hair reaching her waist and a fatally majestic brow, dressed in white wide-sleeved robes and wearing a jade crown on her head, and with that, a golden longsword coalesced in her hand. It was as if a woman sword fairy had come from the ancient ages. In the face of the pouncing beastmen, she didn't see her make any moves, and in the next second, all of those pouncing beastmen erupted in blood and were reduced to broken pieces, and Su Xiaoshan couldn't even see how Empress Qiong Xiao made her move. Her eyes widened with some admiration. So strong. Empress Master, you're too awesome. A hint of pleasure passed through Empress Qiong Xiao's eyes. There weren't many chances to be able to make Su Xiaoshang so worshipful. She dispersed the long sword condensed by her spiritual energy in her hand and said indifferently, it's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak right now, grow up properly for me. After saying that, her figure dissipated, turning into a point of light that returned to Su Xiaoshang's body. Su Xiaoshang waved her pink fist, I'll try my best. She looked in the direction of the city hall building, a strong fighting spirit in her eyes, but I'm going to catch up with my oldest brother no matter what. Inside the city hall, Su Qiu, with the help of the members of the tyrannical cow troop, rushed into the building almost unhindered, making his way to the top floor. Boom! Suddenly, the hallway in front of him was pierced by a tremendous force. Su Qiu immediately went on guard. In the ruins of the building, a footstep slowly sounded, and a tall young man came to Su Qiu, but Zhang Yunjie. Zhang Long's son, the possessor of the SS-class Martial Soul Earth Berserker Bear. Su Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly, Yoo-hoo, hello, wanted man? Zhang Yunjie didn't say anything about Su Qiu's mockery as he looked at Su Qiu and faintly said, it's been a long time since I've seen you Su Qiu. During this period of time, you've been in the limelight, and I heard that you've even made it to the Qingyan Glory ranking. Well said, this is also thanks to your father. If it wasn't for him committing adultery and letting me get caught, how could I make the list? Su Qiu laughed. Hearing this, Zhang Yunjie couldn't tense up and an incomparably tyrannical aura erupted from his body. Su Qiu. Today, I'm going to slaughter you here. Next. He blasted his palm on the ground. Grade A martial skill, Earth Stab. The protruding ground thorn shot toward Suqiu. However, he saw Suqiu's figure leap, lightly dodging the ground thorns and arriving in front of Zhang Yunjie, kicking out and directly sending the other party flying dozens of meters away. Boom! One wall was smashed right through. Suqiu narrowed her eyes. I don't have time to play with you. But then a low roar came from the ruins. An incomparably tall figure stood up from the rubble. It was Zhang Yunjie. Only at the moment, there was something different about him. Yellow hair grew all over his body, the muscles on his body bulged, his body began to swell, and his 5 fingers became sharp. It was as if he had transformed into a violent bear. Earth Berserker Bear. Immediately after that, he summoned his SS-class martial soul. The Earth Berserker Bear walked up to Zhang Yunjie and actually gradually merged with him. It's actually a martial arts soul merge. Roar! Zhang Yunjie let out a heartbreaking roar, his bloodshot eyes staring at Suqiu in death. See? The me that takes the Fey human potion can already perfectly master the power of the Fey. And on top of mastering the power of the Fey, I then forcefully fused the power of my martial soul. The current me is frighteningly powerful. Even if it's a 5th-ranked martial artist, I can easily kill it. Suqiu, in front of the current me, you have no chance of winning. Go to hell. Zhang Yunjie let out a low roar and then charged up towards Suqiu. His whole body was like a small mountain. The ground shook with each step. The monstrous aura emanating from his body made people shudder. Suqiu gripped the coiled dragon-breaking army gun in his hand tightly and looked at the charging Zhang Yunjie with an indifferent shout, Thunder, King, Gun. Boom! He was like a thunderbolt, breaking through the air with a long spear in his hand. The speed was so fast that Zhang Yunjie's pupils shrank and he subconsciously defended. Shur shield. A shield of cohesive stone appeared in front of him. But the next, the Shur shield was pierced without a doubt. The overbearing Thunder King gun pierced through his chest, opening a bloody hole the size of a human head in his massive body. The bones, flesh, and internal organs in the bloody hole were completely blown away. Suqiu held his spear and indifferently said, You know nothing of true might. Chapter 69, Fighting the Marquis of the Purple Sky. I can use my martial soul while you can't. Zhang Yunjie glanced down at the bloody hole on his chest. His entire body was confused, his eyes were thick with shock, doubt, unwillingness, and disbelief. He himself had conducted who knows how many experiments over the past few days in order to deal with Suqiu, and had finally perfected the power of the Fey Beast. Moreover, the ability to merge martial souls was also mastered. But why? Why would such a strong self still be killed by a single shot? The other side, by what right is it also powerful to this extent? Unwilling. Zhang Yunjie poofed and planted himself on the ground. The eyes grew lifeless and died completely. Suqiu glanced at the other party and shook his head. I admit, you're a bit strong right now. It's just a pity that I've seen people who are countless times stronger than you. Not to mention Olay, even the white demon ape was able to kill Zhang Yunjie in front of him in seconds, not to mention Suqiu who had managed to defeat the white demon ape. Ignoring Zhang Yunjie, Suqiu continued to rush towards the top floor. After killing Zhang Yunjie, he came to the top floor of the building without encountering any obstacles. And after arriving here, the scene that came into his eyes made his pupils shrink slightly, only to see several people lying sideways on the top floor of the building. They're all heads of hunting groups. As for that Chenzi who said that he would defeat the Purple Heavenly Marquis, he was currently being choked by the other party, and behind him, his martial spirit Purple Cloud Wings were drooping absent-mindedly. The whole man looked incapable of fighting again. Marquis Zhixiao noticed Suqiu's arrival and raised his hand to throw Chenzi in his direction. Chenzi glanced at Suqiu and said breathlessly, Go. Quickly. All of their chiefs combined were no match for the Purple Sky Marquis. Not to mention Suqiu. And Suqiu felt a sense of oppression at this moment. Nice guy. A 7th Order sealed Marquis powerhouse was really not something to sneeze at. The Violet Sky Marquis looked at Suqiu and said indifferently, Little fellow of the Storm Bull Regiment, for you to be here, it seems that Yunjie has been defeated by you. Marquis of the Violet Heavens, a figure on the glory list of Qingyan City, you're in a high position of power, admired by millions of people, why did you join the Devil Sky sect? Suqiu asked curiously. Also stalling for time. One to give these chiefs on the ground time to recover, and the other to wait for Ol to settle her opponents on her side to arrive. As long as Ol can make it over, all problems solved. He had such confidence in the other man. The Violet Sky Marquis glanced at Suqiu, directly seeing through the other party's mind. You're waiting for Olay, aren't you? In the entire Qingyan city, she's the only one I'm afraid of. Only now she probably can't make it over, perhaps, she's already dead. Heh, if you can't beat the chief, who can kill her? One person is naturally not enough, but what if the protectors of the demon heavenly sect were to make a move together? No matter how strong Olay is, she's still just one person. Marquis of the Violet Sky said indifferently. At these words, Sucho's heart sank slightly. Indeed. Olay was very strong, but the Demon Heaven sect, as a demonic organization that had plagued the Great Xia for so many years, naturally had quite a few experts as well. It is true that Ol alone may not be able to do it alone if the nest is out in full force. And the Violet Heavenly Marquis continued, as for your question as to why I joined the Demon Heavenly sect, naturally, it's because they can fulfill my wish. Your wish. Sucho wanted to chat a little longer, but suddenly reacted. It's not right. It's not that he's stalling. It was the purple heavenly marquis who was stalling for time. The rain cloud above the opponent's head that was condensed from martial souls was already getting bigger and bigger. He no longer hesitated and immediately struck out to attack. The purple heavenly marquis smiled faintly. Oh, reacted? The lance broke through the air, interspersed with thunder and lightning. The purple heavenly marquis, however, took out an alloy longsword and blocked the lance in his hand straight away, but the next second, the longsword in his hand was actually cracked. The purple heavenly marquis face changed slightly as he took 2 steps back, scornfully looking at the gun in Sucho's hand. That's not a low-grade martial Dao spiritual weapon. His spiritual energy worked, gradually covering the entire sword. And Sucho continued to strike, his long spear stabbing out one after another, the gun like a swimming dragon, exquisite and incomparable, in which the energy of thunder and lightning was intertwined, and the white tiger's killing aura rose. For a time, he actually fought with the purple heavenly marquis. The leaders on the ground, who were powerless to fight anymore, were shocked by this scene. This kid is so strong? I heard Ol gave him special training. What kind of special training is so exaggerated? Even the Marquis of the Purple Sky was shocked. Back then, at the Newcomers competition, Sucho had barely been able to withstand his own pressure, but now, he was able to fight against him? Monster! This kind of growth rate could only be described with the word monster. Grade A martial skill, Thunder Cloud Sword Technique. The Marquis of the Violet Heavens hummed coldly as he waved his long sword in his hand, and it actually erupted a purple thunderbolt in the same manner, sending Sucho flying out. To be able to force me to use a martial skill, Sucho, your growth rate is truly astonishing, but nevertheless, you're still a 4th rank after all. The Marquis of the Violet Sky said. He took the initiative to attack with his longsword in hand, and as a 7th ranked sealed Marquis powerhouse, he suppressed Sucho as soon as he used his martial skills. Seeing this, Sucho waved his lance without retreating or avoiding. The gun and sword clanged, rubbing out a charismatic spark. Some sword marks gradually appeared on his body. However, there is a heart-palpitating fervor in his eyes that is condensing, and that is an angsty. Battle intent. This battle spirit made Sucho more and more courageous and fearless of everything. Bring out the best in your bodily functions, strength, and martial arts skills. It's battle spirit. This kid has mastered battle intent. The pupils of the Marquis of the Violet Sky shrunk slightly. Battle intent, a power that could only be mastered after having been in 100 battles and surviving countless close calls on the battlefield. This power, more than cultivation, tested one's heart, will, enlightenment and even chance. As far as the Violet Sky Marquis knew, even some King Sealers hadn't mastered battle intent. But Sucho, a 4th order, mastered it. Damn! What did Olay do to this kid? Letting this kid master battle intent at this age and this cultivation level? No matter what Olay did, the fact that this kid was able to master battle intent already shows that his own qualifications in battle are extremely high. The purple heavenly marquis secretly thought to himself, becoming more and more fearful of Sucho. In less than 2 years. This man can certainly outdo himself across the board. Grade A martial skill, Purple Sky Thunderstorm. The purple heavenly marquis roared, and all the spiritual energy in his body coalesced on top of the sword blade. A sword slashed out, and the raging lightning blasted Sucho's spear on, blasting him away again. I didn't realize that dealing with a 4th rank would actually require me to use so much power. The Violet Sky Marquis face was quite ugly. Looking at Sucho, who had been blasted out, the other party's body was entangled with the purple lightning that he had struck out, and that lightning was eroding the other party's body. He believed that even a 6th ranked person who was hit by his sword would not be able to fight again. But then he saw a dragon roar emanating from Sucho's body, and a hideous and overbearing thunder dragon flew out from him, devouring the purple lightning from his body, and the pupils of the Marquis of Violet Sky shrunk. SSS-grade thunder dragon? You're not a dual-life martial soul, you're a triple-life martial soul? Sucho didn't answer him and grinned. It's true that your cultivation level is higher than mine, but alas, the current me has an advantage that you can't compare to. I can use my martial soul, and you, no. Chapter 70 Peak State 7th Order Feudal Marquis Powerhouse. Sucho could see that the purple heavenly marquis wanted to use his martial soul to condense rain clouds and spread the alien beastman potion, and there was no way for him to use his martial soul in the process. A powerful marquis who can't use his martial spirit. Battle power must have been greatly reduced. What is there to fear? Thunder Dragon. White Tiger. Merge. Sucho summoned the two major martial souls and fused them with him, and instantly, a thunderbolt wrapped around his body, and the word king emerged on his forehead. Whoosh! With a flash of his figure, he arrived in front of the Marquis of the Violet Sky like a bolt of lightning and stabbed out with the long spear in his hand as the Thunder King's gun erupted. The Marquis of Zishio held his sword and blocked, but was blown away. It's not over yet. Sucho laughed and continued to strike. Thunder and lightning intertwined in his body, killing aura boiled in his body, and battle intent flowed in his blood. Sucho was frighteningly strong at this moment. Even the purple heavenly marquis was suppressed. The lance clashed with the sword with clanging sounds. But gradually, there were more and more cracks on that sword, and the purple heavenly marquis was losing ground. Annoyed, thundercloud sword technique. He chopped out a large swath of thunder sword chi. However, Sucho was unconcerned and charged up against the raging thunder sword chi, his thunder dragon, which was a thunder attribute SSS grade martial soul. To a certain extent, it is immune to lightning attacks. After arriving in front of the purple heavenly marquis, he locked his opponent's heart with a swift shot, like a thunder dragon breaking through the clouds, to kill the purple heavenly marquis. But suddenly, Sucho sensed something and put away his lance, blocking it at the side with a resounding clang and a huge force. Sucho was knocked back a dozen steps. Looking not far away again, an old man in a white lab coat was looking at Sucho with a frenzied gaze. So many SSS class martial souls. Sucho, you really are a rare experimental material that can be found once in 100 years. I must have you. Sucho winced and said indifferently, being looked at by an old man like he was not a pleasing thing. He kept an eye on his surroundings. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared next to him and rushed towards him. Take a closer look. It was a humanoid creature shrouded in black mist. After the opponent arrived in front of Sucho, the black mist condensed to form a pitch-black dagger that stabbed out, but it was blocked by Sucho. The tremendous force caused Sucho to take 2 steps back. Immediately after that, the black humanoid creature continued to strike, the dagger in its hand waving crazily, striking out black residual shadows after black residual shadows. What speed? This is a S-grade martial soul. Dark attribute, Shadow Assassin. Sucho's eyes narrowed slightly. He had read about this kind of martial soul in a book, a rare dark attribute, human form martial soul, known as the Assassin of Martial Souls due to its ability to hide in the darkness and its extreme speed, making it impossible for people to defend against it. The old man in the white coat smiled faintly. Sucho, you have a good eye, the Shadow Assassin is my martial spirit. Let me introduce myself, I am one of the 8 guardians of the Devil Heaven sect, you can call me Dr. Wang. I was the one who led the Zhang family's experiments with the xenomorphs, and the Zhang Yunjie you killed was one of my most perfect creations. It's just a pity that I'm dead in your hands now, but it doesn't matter, you're definitely a countless times better experiment material than Zhang Yunjie. Sucho skimmed her mouth. I don't want to be used as experiment material by an old man like you. If I were to get a beautiful doctor instead, I could still consider it. You still have the heart to be poor even at this time, huh? Sucho, you're really great, you want beautiful women, as long as you come to be my experimental material, I can get you all sorts of beautiful women. Dr. Wang laughed. You're a good old man, you're a good old man. Sucho's figure flashed and dodged the Shadow Assassin's attack before quickly rushing towards Dr. Wang, but the other party didn't dodge and smiled. You can't beat the Shadow Assassin when it comes to speed. But then, his pupils shrunk slightly. Only Sucho's speed surged. It was more than 3 times faster. It actually directly surpassed the Shadow Assassin and came in front of him. No good. Dr. Wang is trying to avoid it. The purple heavenly marquis also wanted to make a move to rescue him, but he realized that a leader not far away had his hand open and aimed at him. Wind binding. The invisible wind transformed into a rope-like binding of the purple heavenly marquis. It slowed his rescue for a split second. That Dr. Wang was also unable to dodge and was blasted by Su Qiu's gun on his chest, directly blowing out a huge bloody hole. The opponent's figure retreated violently, and before he died, he took out a syringe and stuck it in his neck, and the medicine inside the syringe was injected into his body. Only the bloody hole in his chest was quickly repaired, and his entire body swelled up, turning into an ugly lizard man in the blink of an eye. Marquis Zixiao. Now strike the potion into the rain clouds. As for the sky, I'll stop it. Dr. Wang exclaimed. Throw a test tube to the purple sky marquis. After the other party received it, his figure flashed and rushed towards the rain clouds in the sky. The martial soul in the rain clouds, the purple cloud Xiao Dragon, sensed its master's arrival and swooped down towards him before carrying him towards the rain clouds. Seeing this, Su Qiu naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. Unfolding a pair of black and gold Kuan Pang wings behind him, the Kuan Pang martial spirit merged. But Dr. Wang wouldn't let him go easy on the purple heavenly marquis, laughing and charging towards him. There's actually a Kuan Pang martial soul, Su Qiu, I love you. Suddenly, a purple figure stood in front of him. It was Qin Zi from the Purple Auspicious Cloud Hunting Group. There were several other chiefs who struggled to get up. Kid from the Storm Bull Regiment. Leave this guy to us, you go stop the Purple Sky Marquis. Hate to admit it, but right now, only you can stop him. Su Qiu nodded slightly, and with a revival of the Kuan Pang's wings, his figure shot up into the sky like a stream of light, flying towards the rain clouds. And standing on the head of the purple cloud augur, the purple sky marquis, who was charging towards the rain clouds, gripped the potion in his hand tightly, and a hint of determination flowed out of his eyes. As long as I can accomplish this task of the Demon Heaven sect, they can help me summon Kiki's soul and reunite as father and daughter. For the sake of Kiki, Qingyun City is sorry. He would take any blame and do anything for his daughter. But at this point, a whistling wind sound came from behind him as Su Qiu, holding a long spear, flew towards him at breakneck speed, faster than the purple cloud Jiaolong. His pupil shrunk. I didn't expect that the last person to stand in my way would be a fourth-ranked little guy like you. The mayor of Qingyun City, the heads of the hunting groups were all defeated by him one by one. But who would have thought? His biggest obstacle would be Su Qiu, a student still in his senior year of high school. Marquis of the Violet Sky, let's fight it out. Su Qiu said loudly. He couldn't possibly let the purple sky marquis succeed. Once the other party had struck the potion into the rain clouds and spread the potion with the help of the rain, who knows if Su Xiaoshang and the people of the tyrannical Bulls regiment would be infected as well and turned into beastmen. Kid, you want a showdown, I'll fulfill you. The Violet Sky Marquis no longer dared to underestimate Su Qiu at this moment, treating the other party as a completely leveled opponent, and with a low roar, the Violet Cloud Xiao Dragon beneath him also let out a hiss, transforming into countless points of light that merged into the body of the Violet Sky Marquis. Martial Spirit Ensemble. The rain clouds have almost completely coalesced. I don't have to continue to bother expanding it, now I can use the power of my martial soul. Su Qiu, have you ever tried to truly face a 7th-ranked feudal marquis powerhouse in its peak state? The Violet Sky Marquis said indifferently. The fused martial soul gradually covered his body with a layer of purple scales, and a purple augur dragon tail grew behind him. A pair of dark golden eyes were filled with majesty. At this moment, the strength of a 7th-ranked feudal lord powerhouse completely exploded. Chapter 71 Great Battle with the Marquis of the Violet Sky. Night. In the sky above Qingyun City, dark clouds rolled over, as if heavy rain was about to pour down. And below the dark clouds, two figures entwined with lightning were facing each other, one holding an alloy longsword and the other holding a dark gold dragon spear. One was wreathed in purple lightning, while the other roared with blue thunder. One is a 7th-order feudal lord. The other person, however, is just a 4th-rank martial artist. With a gap of a full 3 levels, in the eyes of others, a 4th-ranked martial artist would be completely killed in seconds in front of a 7th-ranked seal marquis powerhouse. However, at this moment, Marquis Zixiao did not dare to underestimate Su Qiu in the slightest. Completely treating each other as opponents of the same level. The gazes of both sides collided, and both of them exuded an ounce of killing intent, battle intent. Su Qiu, I will let you see the strength of a true 7th-order sealed marquis powerhouse. The Violet Sky Marquis said in a cold voice. Whoosh! In the next second, his figure disappeared in place. Immediately after that, he appeared in front of Su Qiu and slashed out with a sword, which was entwined with a purple thunder, a sword that was so powerful that it seemed as if it could split open mountains. Su Qiu held his spear and blocked with a resounding clang, taking several steps back. The lance in his hand buzzed. A hint of color appeared in the eyes of the violet sky marquis, not expecting Suchio's reaction to be so timely that he could block his own sword in its peak state. Immediately after that, he struck again. The alloy longsword in his hand chopped out heavy sword shadows like a wild thunderstorm. Suchio was naturally not willing to show weakness, his lance was in his grip, and the Thunder King's lance was performed to the fullest. No matter whether it was power or speed, it was not inferior to the purple heavenly marquis in the slightest. The two kept colliding under the clouds. The clanging sound of swords and guns striking each other resounded over Qingyan City along with thunder. The crowd looked at the collision in the air, a purple and a blue two-ray of thunder, could not help but swallow their saliva, their eyes revealed a thick shock. What a terrible fight! It's Marquis Zixiao. Who is the other person? He can actually fight with a 7th-ranked feudal marquis? Which leader of the hunting group is it? I don't know, but I heard it was a member of some hunting group? The regiment? Not the regimental commander? The crowd was talking. Since the purple heavenly marquis and Suchio were both located high up in the sky, the crowd could only guess that one of them was the purple heavenly marquis, and as for Suchio, not many people knew. And those who knew, watched with trepidation. Take for example the crowd of the Storm Bulls. They gathered at the entrance of the building, the xenomorphs had been taken care of one by one, and they looked high into the sky, their hearts in their throats. Suchio, go for it. We're still too rookie to intervene in a battle like this, or else we could go up and help Suchio. Unfortunately, I can't fly either. Boom! Another extreme shock. The sword collided with the gun, erupting thunder as well as terrifying airwaves in the air. The violet sky marquis stared at Suchio dead in the face. You're a 4th rank, and to be able to make it this far, you can already go down in history. No one would blame you for not being able to stop me, so why fight for your life? If I were you, I wouldn't risk my life to stop someone whose cultivation is far above my own. Why do you still insist? The purple heavenly marquis said loudly, attempting to use his mouth to persuade Suchio to give up. But alas, at this moment, Suchio was radiating an angsty battle intent, already looking like he was fighting his way to the top. Hey, where's the why? I only want to slaughter you right now. Or, you kill me. Whoosh! The Koan Peng's wings behind him shook as he quickly flew out. The figure almost transformed into a static shadow in the air, and after arriving in front of the purple sky marquis, the long spear in his hand suddenly smashed down. With a resounding clang, the marquis of the violet sky held his sword and blocked, but the tremendous force still smashed him from high in the air to the ground, hitting a building like a meteor. Bang! The building was smashed right through. Suchio took advantage of the victory and rushed into the building with it, his long spear interspersed with thunder and lightning as he continued to stab out furiously towards the purple heavenly husband. Grade A martial skill. Thunder Cloud Sword Technique. The purple heavenly marquis roared, his longsword waved, and lightning, like a python, swung along the longsword in his hand, venting out. The floor of the building where the two were located was crushed straight away. The power of the domineering thunder and lightning followed the reinforced concrete of the building, spreading directly throughout the entire building as the walls began to crack and the windows burst into pieces. Because of the battle between the two, this building, which was as high as 20 floors, directly fell apart in an incomparably astonishing manner. But that was just the beginning as the battle between the two intensified. Berserk purple, blue lightning intertwined, like a natural disaster of extinction, destroying everything in the surrounding area. The buildings on the street, vehicles, were destroyed one after another. The battle for the 7th Order Marquis seal was as if it was going to tear down half the city. During the battle, injuries began to be inflicted on both men. 7 or 8 more sword marks appeared on Suchio's body, and the purple heavenly marquis had 3 or 4 holes stabbed in his body by the lance, and his blood flowed profusely. As far as injuries were concerned, Suchio was heavier. But the purple heavenly marquis looked at Suchio, who was raging like a ferocious beast, and whose attack was not reduced at all, as if he was ignoring his injuries, and could not help but feel a hint of palpitations. What's the deal with this guy? To forcibly fuse the 3 major martial souls with a 4th order cultivation, such a burden is not something that an ordinary person can withstand. Oh, and also after taking so many swords from me, why can you still continue to fight? The offense hasn't gotten weaker at all either? Madman, is this madman going to die with me? The purple heavenly marquis thought with palpitating heart. And this palpitation made him strike a little out of order. Allowing Suchio to seize the opportunity, he slammed another shot onto his chest, blasting him out and smashing through several streets in succession. Suchio laughed out loud, Marquis of the Violet Sky. Why have you gotten weaker, ah? Didn't you want to show me a true 7th ranked feudal marquis powerhouse? Is that all there is? In the ruins. The purple heavenly marquis spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his bones were broken for who knows how many times. Looking again at the opposite side of Sucho, who had already quickly rushed in, his breath raging and his battle spirit high, he finally understood why the other party could fight himself to this point. Yes. Wariness. The exorbitant battle intent keeps his spirit in a state of exuberance, a state that even allows him to ignore his body's endurance limits as well as his injuries to a certain extent. Battle intent, it really is something tricky. The purple heavenly marquis gritted his teeth and looked at Sucho, who was charging up again, and chose to retreat, bending his knees slightly and then violently stomping on the ground, rushing up to the sky. Rushing towards the air at breakneck speed. Sucho. I admit, you're stronger now. But my goal is not to defeat you. Although the purple heavenly marquis was unwilling in his heart, he still wanted to complete the mission first. And when Sucho saw this, the Koan penguins behind him shook, and with that, he also chased after them at breakneck speeds, looking at the purple heavenly husband who was getting closer and closer to the dark clouds, and had even already pulled out his potion. Sucho gripped his lance tightly, and violently threw it out. Whoosh! The lance caught the thunderbolt and let out a roar, cutting through the sky. The purple heavenly marquis sensed the danger behind him, his face changed, and he used all his strength to dodge sideways, but he was still penetrated by the lance through his shoulder. That violent thunderbolt had even wasted one of his arms. And the gun continued to fly off into the distance after penetrating his shoulder. Damn it! The violet sky marquis was heavily injured and slowed down, and was caught up by Sucho, who blasted his fist onto his face, sending him flying and falling onto the roof of a building. It's all over. Sucho smiled indifferently. The purple heavenly marquis, who had one of his arms wasted, was no longer a match for him. Chapter 72 Thunder God's Gun of Judgment. The Devil Heaven sect's plan failed. Is it all over? The purple heavenly marquis looked at Sucho, who slowly landed in front of him, and for the first time, he felt a sense of powerlessness as a young girl's face suddenly appeared in his mind. Dad, can we go to the amusement park today? Dad, look, I got a perfect score in my practical class today, a perfect score A. Dad. You don't always think about your martial arts school, you also accompany me well, or you teach me martial arts. Finally, the scene is framed in a downpour. The young girl lay in his arms and murmured, Dad, I'm sorry, I can't beat that foreign beast, I've disgraced you. A look of madness steeply appeared in the eyes of the Marquis of the Violet Sky. No, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. No one can stop me from seeing Kiki again. He steeped out the bottle of Fey potion and tilted his head back to pour it down. As the potion entered his body, the purple heavenly marquis's body began to swell, and his face twisted and grew green scales, and with the fact that he was already in the state of martial soul amalgamation, at this moment, coupled with his Fey beast-eyed face, he looked especially terrifying. Sucho's gaze was fixed. The potion made you drink it, and that's how you're going to finish the job? The purple heavenly marquis didn't say anything. Under the effects of the potion, his wounds were quickly repaired, and the aura emanating from his entire body became more and more terrifying. He ignored Sucho as he stomped his feet and charged into the sky. The tremendous propulsion even caused the building under his feet to shake a little. Sucho saw the other party's dripping blood and his pupils slightly shrunk, already guessing the other party's calculations. Although the potion was drunk by him, it will take some time before it can fully integrate with him. And during this time, his blood contained potion ingredients. As long as he rushed into the rain clouds and mixed his blood in the rain clouds, he could similarly spread the potion with the help of the rain. This guy can actually do this. Sucho didn't know what kind of obsession the purple heavenly marquis had in his heart. Maybe it had something to do with the Kiki he was talking about. But who doesn't have a few important people around them? Sucho does not know the experience of the purple sky marquis, and does not want to know. He now has only one thought. To stop the other party. Whoosh! Sucho took out the life yuan dan given by Zhao Xiaoyun and swallowed it in one gulp. Then rushed high into the air with all his might. Soon, he surpassed the purple sky marquis and blocked in front of the other party. Sucho, get the hell out of my way! The purple heavenly marquis violently slashed out with his sword. Overbearing purple lightning power was declared. He had taken the Fey potion, and although it hadn't fully fused with him yet, it had boosted his power by a hair. Sucho didn't have his long broken army gun in his hand again, so he could only use his fist to block. Boom! With a loud bang, Suqiu was blasted towards the rain clouds, an additional blood scar deep enough to be seen on his fist, and the Zishao shouted towards him, "Suqiu, without that gun. The current you is no match for me at all. If you don't want to die, get out." Suqiu didn't reply and said indifferently, "My gun, here." The words fell. Only a blue-colored thunder dragon flew out from his body. The thunder dragon rushed into the rain clouds, circling above him, stirring up the clouds, the atmosphere churning, the enormous external force making the particles in the air violently collide in friction. Boom! With a clap of thunder, a large amount of lightning suddenly began to flash and roar in the clouds. These thunderbolts wrapped around the thunder dragon's circumference and then converged back to Suqiu to his body, making him look like a deity controlling thunderbolts at the moment. Only to see him raise his hand high, endless electric currents coalesced and extended in his hand, and then it actually formed a terrifying lance that flickered with electricity. The appalling pressure caused the hair of the purple sky marquis to stand on end and his pupils to contract. He knew that Suqiu was executing an extremely powerful martial art. Once unleashed, the power would be earth-shattering. "No one can stop me." The violet sky marquis let out a low roar. The obsession in his heart had driven him crazy. He exploded all the spiritual energy in his body and gathered it into the long sword in his hand, and purple lightning began to flash, condensing a huge purple thunderball at the tip of the sword. It was his most powerful strike. And Suqiu saw it. This will be the last move. Come on! Thunder blast! With a wave of the long sword in his hand, the alloy long sword in his hand was overwhelmed and blew up inch by inch, but the huge ball of thunder had already blasted towards Suqiu. And Suqiu wasn't willing to show weakness. The lightning lance in his palm had also condensed to the extreme, and was more than a dozen meters long. He swung out violently and hurled his lance down. Thor's gun of judgment. Boom! The long spear broke through the air, seemingly shattering the void. The terrifying might made the jaws of those who witnessed the shot drop. Blue thunder gun, purple thunder ball, two terrifying forces impacted together, dazzling purple-blue thunder light covered the sky. Electric arcs traveled in the night sky, for a time making half of Qingyun City as bright as day, with a horrifying power that was like a god descending. Eventually, the thunder lance penetrated through the ball of thunder and fell straight down towards the purple heavenly marquis. Looking at the dazzling lightning coming head-on, the purple heavenly marquis didn't feel fear. On the contrary, he had a feeling of relief. Lost? He was utterly defeated. Kiki, father, did his best. The purple heavenly marquis murmured. The thunder gun had no reservations and smashed into his body. The overbearing lightning, which filled his entire body, electrocuted him into charcoal, while the ingredients of the Fey human potion in his body were completely vaporized under the lightning. The body of the purple sky marquis fell from the air and landed on the roof of a building. Suqiu also slowly fell from the air and lifted his martial soul merging state. He glanced at the corpse of the purple heavenly marquis and sighed in relief. And along with the death of the purple heavenly marquis, the huge rain cloud that had condensed from his martial spirit also dissipated, and the night sky returned to calm. The plan of the Devil's Sky sect was completely bankrupt. The other side. On the city hall. That Dr. Wang and a group of chiefs were still entangled in battle. And after seeing the rain clouds dissipate in the sky, Dr. Wang knew that his plan had completely failed, and he couldn't help but tsk, what a good Suqiu, actually able to defeat even the Marquis of the Purple Heavens. I must have you. You're surely the best material for experiments. There was a hint of fire in his eyes. Then, he no longer tangled with the heads of the crowd, his figure leapt down from the rooftop, and the heads of the crowd came over to take a look and saw that the other party had disappeared into the night. Damn it! Let this guy get away. We're lucky we're not dead. A leader said with great self-awareness, lighting a cigarette and inhaling, not only is this guy an S-class martial soul, his cultivation is almost at the 7th level of the sealed marquis, although not as good as the purple heavenly marquis, it's still tricky. We fought with the violet sky marquis first and both suffered a lot of injuries, and it's already not easy to be able to tangle with him for so long. Demon Heaven sect, what a dangerous sect. By the way, I heard that Olay was held back. I wonder how she is doing. Don't worry, she won't die if anyone does. Streets. Dr. Wang drove a car ready to leave, took out his phone and dialed a number. After the call was answered, he faintly said, the plan has failed, the purple heavenly husband is dead, you guys don't need to hold Olay back anymore, leave. But there was no reply from across the room. Dr. Wang frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Then a voice came from the other end of the line. Moses, someone from the demon heavenly cult? I'm sorry, but the person you're looking for is currently being stepped on by me. It's Ole's voice. Chapter 73, Blue Star has produced a true demon. A ruin. Miles of streets, buildings, have been leveled. An immense crater appeared on the ground. And in the pit, a vine spread and grew, and the three protectors of the demon heavenly sect had their bodies penetrated by the vines, drenched in blood as they were hung in mid-air. As if he were a condemned man strapped to the death rack. There was also a protector, stepped on by Ole. Her clothes were a bit tattered, some blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth, her wolf toothstick was carried on her shoulder, and her body still carried the appalling battle spirit and spirit power that hadn't completely faded away after the fierce battle. She had her phone and was talking to Dr. Wang. And across the table, Dr. Wang was silent for a moment, a little appalled inside. The four protectors, all of them were 7th-ranked feudal lord powerhouses. I can't believe. Let Ole settle for one? He had thought that if he let these four people to hold Ole, even if he couldn't kill the other party, it shouldn't be a difficult task to retreat in one piece. But I didn't expect. It's going to turn out that way. Ole, the leader of the Storm Bull Regiment, the most unmissable battle force in Qingyan City, it seems that we still underestimated you by far. Dr. Wang pressed down the shock in his heart and said in a calm manner. Demon Heaven sect, right, you guys have made quite a mess this time, you and your sect leader, wash your necks and wait. I'll be over there soon. To kill you all. Click. With a 5-finger grip, Ole's cell phone sprang up in a burst of calls that she crushed. Dr. Wang frowned when he heard the buzzing sound coming from his phone. The small Qingyan city is actually hiding so many troublesome guys. Plural SSS Martial Soul owner Suchio. Ole, leader of the Storm Bull Regiment. These two guys will be the greatest enemy of my Demon Heaven sect. He rubbed his brow. It felt trickier than ever. The 8 guardians of the Devil Heaven sect had lost 5 of them in one breath within the city of Qingyun. It's just too much of a blow for them. Let the Godfather worry about it, I just need to have experiments to do, big deal, I'll change my power. Dr. Wang smiled. The chaos in Qingyun City lasted all night. It wasn't until the next day, when the sun rose, that the chaos gradually calmed down, and the alien beastmen that were rebelling everywhere were gradually suppressed. And the crowd of the Storm Bull Regiment had found Suchio. The other party was resting on the roof of a building, and as for the purple heavenly marquis, he had already turned into a charred corpse. Looking at the other party's corpse, the crowd couldn't help but feel a little emotional. How can I say that he was also a respected 7th-ranked feudal lord powerhouse, but I didn't expect to fall into the devil's path. Forget it, let's not talk about it, Suchio, you're fantastic. I didn't expect the Violet Sky Marquis to lose to you. Lin Jian marveled. They are truly intimidated. Originally, he wanted Suchio to unite the power of the heads of the congregation to deal with the purple heavenly marquis together. Unexpectedly, the other party had actually defeated the Violet Sky Marquis by himself. When they thought that the other party had only just joined the Storm Bull Regiment a few months ago, they couldn't help but feel in their hearts that there was actually such a genius in this world. Fluke. Suchio said modestly. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little smug between his eyebrows. After all, this was a true 7th Order Marquis Sealer powerhouse. In Grand Xia, aside from the 3 emperors and 10 kings, it could be considered one of the top group of people. But now it's lost to him. It's definitely something to brag about for a whole year. Right, my gun. Suchio thought of something. When I was fighting with the purple heavenly marquis, the lance was thrown out by me. Can I trouble you guys to help me find it? That's an extremely high-grade martial spirit weapon. There weren't many pieces in the entire de Xia estimation. No problem. The crowd naturally agreed. It didn't take long. Ole is back too. The crowd looked at her clothes, which were a bit tattered, and knew that she must have been in a big battle. Chief, who did you fight this time? It's just with 4 feudal bastards. Ole said the most breathless words in the calmest tone. 4 banner men? Boy. There aren't even 4 sealed marquee powerhouses in Qingyun City combined, right? TSK, the headmaster is just awesome. Those few feudal marquee powerhouses are probably not doing well either. Joe Coco laughed. Ole continued, I slaughtered 3, and the remaining 1 had me knocked out and sent for interrogation. This statement was made. The crowd was silent for a moment. In other words, 4 seal marquee powerhouses surrounded Ole, and then got ed over by Ole in return, and all of them were wiped out? Hiss. Don't be so dramatic. Su Qiu was also a bit surprised. And Olay walked over to Su Qiu and patted his shoulder hard. Su Qiu did a great job. Looks like my special training is still effective. She was becoming more and more satisfied with Su Qiu. A fourth order could defeat a seventh order feudal lord powerhouse. Then, if she were to raise another rank or two, wouldn't she be able to fight with herself at full strength? Thinking of this, she was inwardly looking forward to it. The wariness in his eyes was starting to glitter. Su Qiu sensed her wariness and hastily slapped her hand away, rubbing his aching shoulder without a trace of anger. Chief, I'm a wounded man now. Ha, this small injury, just let old Zhao heal you. Zhao Xiaoyan said helplessly, I don't have much strength myself. Coco, you also have a healing type martial skill, right, so you can heal me first. Sister Zhao, I don't have the strength either. Coco Zhao sat on the ground, not wanting to move. Looking at the corps members lying flat on the ground, Olay stroked her chin and said thoughtfully, it seems like the intensity of the training still needs to be improved. The crowd winced. I feel like I still have some strength. Sister Zhao, lie still, I'll treat you here. Su Qiu, who had recovered more or less, came to the shelter. Found Su Xiaoshang. Relieved to see the other man was unharmed. Master Wang, Master Zhao, and other people in the neighborhood saw Su Qiu coming and told him something about Su Xiaoshang's heroic deeds. Su Xiaoshang stood on the sidelines, clutching her shoulders, quite pleased with herself. Su Qiu touched the other party's head and didn't spare any compliments. Not bad, Frosty's come out on top. That's... Su Xiaoshang became more and more proud and complacent. She then asked curiously, by the way old brother, last night it seems like someone was fighting with the purple heavenly marquis and seemed to have defeated the other party. Do you know who it was? Su Qiu pointed to her nose, me. Although Su Xiaoshang had made some guesses, she was still a bit shocked when she heard Su Qiu admit it in person, and the pride and complacency she had felt just now had all disappeared. No way. Older brother can even defeat a 7th order feudal marquis powerhouse. How can I be complacent about defeating a few tiny fae? I definitely need to work harder to do that. Within Su Xiaoshang's martial soul space, Empress Jiangxiao couldn't help but remain silent for a moment even after hearing the news that Su Qiu had defeated the 7th order sealer. This guy, how much more intimidating is he going to be? In just a few short months, from awakening a martial soul to a 4th-ranked martial artist, this kind of cultivation speed was extremely exaggerated, but it wasn't like she hadn't seen it before. More exaggerated, she'd seen it. But the 4th order beats the 7th. That's rare. Moreover, those heavenly prides were basically living above the top life stars, with the cultivation of great powers. And Su Qiu, born on this tiny blue star. The resources that could be enjoyed were worlds apart from those heavenly pride demons she had seen. However, the growth of the other party was in no way inferior to them. If you give each other equal resources, I'm only afraid that Su Qiu can easily surpass them. A true demon has appeared in the tiny blue star. Empress Jiangxiao murmured. Chapter 74. The old is not gone and the new is not coming to the new house. Soon enough, the riot of the Fey people in Qingyun City was suppressed, and people gradually came out of the shelters and returned to the streets. Post-war recovery, though, is no small undertaking. It takes time. And Su Qiu brought Su Xiaoshang back to the neighborhood where he lived, but then he found out that the neighborhood where he was had already been turned into a piece of rubble. Su Xiaoshang was a little sad and her eyes were red. Brother, our home is gone. Su Qiu couldn't help but fall silent as well. In fact, according to the assets of the siblings, they could buy 10 more such houses and it would not be a problem. However, they never had the intention to change their house. They have lived here for more than a decade, and it has the flavor of their lives, the bits and pieces of their lives that they lived with their deceased parents. The house was the only thing they left for the two siblings. Don't feel bad, we're still here, home is here. Su Qiu sighed and touched Su Xiaoshang's head. The siblings walked into the ruins and found the building where they lived. The building had collapsed most of the way. The siblings managed to find their room and found something that belonged to them in the ruins. Su Xiaoshang was especially relieved when she found a photo album. The album is still available at. Inside the album are photos taken in the old days when they lived with their parents. Arguably the most precious thing in the house to both siblings, even more so than the house itself. After finding the album, the two found a few more things that were still usable and took them out one by one and put them aside in a pile. Not only them, other people in the neighborhood came back. Seeing the neighborhood in ruins could not help but be sad and sad. Some people even covered their faces and cried. Oh, my house. I spent most of my life savings to buy this house. The abominable Fae. After the sadness, the crowd, like the two siblings, began to look within the ruins for anything that could still be used, thinking that they could minimize some of their losses a bit. Frosty, tomorrow brother will go find a new house, 10 times bigger than this one, and then I'll give you a game console, a big TV, and by the way, don't you like watching movies? And then give you a private movie theater. Sucho continued to pacify Su Xiaoshan. The other man snorted, how much would that cost, old man? It doesn't matter how much you like to spend. Su Qiu laughed. Looking over at the other people still looking for their things in the rubble, he sighed, at least we're better off than the others. Brother, they don't have a house anymore, what are they going to do? Don't worry, the government will arrange it for them. Brother, so where are we going now? Su Qiu stroked his chin, let's go and stay in a hotel first. Brother, why don't we go find Sister Luo, her family is so big, she's definitely willing to take us in. Su Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. And a place to stay. It also allows Lao to spend time with Sister Luo and promote their relationship. It's perfect. Su Xiaoshan gave a nod to her own resourcefulness. Find her. Su Qiu also revealed his thoughts. Suddenly, his tyrannical ox medallion vibrated, and Zhao Coco's voice came, Su Qiu, your gun has been found, I'll send you the location. Good. Su Qiu put aside the matter of where to stay and immediately rushed towards the location that Zhao Coco had sent. It was an extremely high-quality spirit weapon that could not be lost. Soon he arrived at one of the post-war ruins. A cordon had been drawn up here so that no one else could approach, and in the ruins, a dark golden lance was sticking out of the ground. There was also a Fey body under the gun. The lance pinned his opponent to the ground. There were a number of staff around, testing the lances. Some people even used chains to bind the lance and dragged it with heavy trucks, but it was of no use at all. The wheels of the trucks turned to smoke, and the lance remained motionless. Zhao Coco was curiously poking around next to the lance and said after looking at Su Qiu's arrival, your gun has been found. According to the witnesses, last night he was being chased by a Fey beastman, and then this lance suddenly descended from the sky and nailed the Fey beastman to death. We've tried to move the lance but there's no way to do it. No way? Su Qiu froze for a moment. Aha! Coco Zhao nodded, then stepped forward to try to draw her gun, but with all her riveting energy and red face, she couldn't even pull it out. She's a 4th-ranked martial artist. Strength of 1,000 pounds. But it can't tug on a gun, so you can see how exaggerated the weight of the gun is. Look, it doesn't matter if it's me, or the airplane, or the heavy truck, we've used every way possible to move this gun to no avail. Zhao Coco gasped. Su Qiu's face revealed a hint of eccentricity before he walked over to the lance and held it with one hand, gently pulling it out, and the lance was directly pulled out. He lifted his gun and shook it a few times as if it weighed nothing. Coco Zhao and some of the staff looked confused. How did he pull the gun out? Hiss. I thought this gun had grown apiece with Blue Star, how can I get it not to move? He actually lifted it easily. Su Qiu touched the coiled dragon-breaking army gun and thought. It seems as if this gun is bound to me and only I can use it? Extreme spiritual weapon, it's really extraordinary, perhaps I haven't brought out the true power of this gun yet. Su Qiu thought secretly. Extremely high-grade spirit weapons were incomparably rare in Grand Xia. Not many people had such spiritual weapons by their side, and each one was unique. For example, among the extremely high-grade spiritual weapons Su Qiu knew, there was one named 7-Star Ancient Dragon Sword, which could cut out 1,000 meters of sword chi, illuminating the shape of a dragon, and its sword chi was unparalleled. This sword is now in the hands of the Sword Emperor, one of the 3 emperors of Great Xia. And compared to that rumored 7-star ancient dragon sword, his coiled dragon-breaking army gun was also an extreme spiritual artifact, but its performance wasn't as exaggerated, and it was highly likely that he didn't have enough cultivation to fully stimulate the gun's power. Carrying the lance on his back, Su Qiu smiled faintly, thank you, Sister Coco, for helping me find this gun. Zhao Coco waved her hand, it's okay, just invite me to dinner sometime. Well, it's a shame that I don't have my house anymore, or I'd definitely invite Coco-san to my house and I'd cook for you myself. The house is gone. Then why don't you come to the Storm Bull dormitory? Storming the Bull. Dorm? Su Qiu blinked. Yeah, our Stormy Bulls group is all-inclusive, don't you know that? I don't think anyone told me that. Su Qiu suddenly felt as if he had missed out on $1 billion. Never mind, this is not important, go, I'll take you to our Stormy Bull Regiment's dormitory to take a look. Zhao Coco said. bringing Suchio to the entrance of a neighborhood. The neighborhood is an upscale community with gardens, pools, gyms, sports halls, amenities, and everything in between. And the dormitory of the Storm Bull Regiment is said to be a dormitory, but it is a house equipped for each member of the regiment, all of which are 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom large flat. Suchio swallowed his saliva. The welfare of our Storm Bull Regiment is actually this good? I can't believe I've never enjoyed it. It's not too late to use it. Sister Coco, can I turn in my bag now? Of course it's no problem, there just happens to be a room available. I'll go back and pick up Little Frost. Suchio said happily. Shortly after, he received Su Xiaoshang into the neighborhood, and when he came to the new house, Su Xiaoshang was full of excitement, touching here and there. Brother, this is much better than what we lived in before. It's called out with the old and in with the new. Suchio laughed as the siblings began to set up, and after spending a whole day's work, the originally empty new house was gradually filled. Chapter 75 Cutting. If he doesn't fight, I'll accompany you. After setting up the new house, Suchio and Su Xiaoshan went to the neighborhood for another stroll. And most of the people who could live in this small area were not ordinary people, either the families of the members of the hunting group or the executives of the major groups. Most of them are people with cultivation skills. Within the neighborhood, there is a gym, sports hall, and swimming pool. Suchio accompanied Su Xiaoshang for the whole day. Evening. Zhao Coco, Lin Jian, Wang Yan, and the other members of the tyrannical cow troop knew that Suchio had moved over as well, and all of them came to welcome them enthusiastically. Even bought a lot of groceries. Suchio, I heard Xiao Frost say that you're an extraordinary cook, so no, I specially bought some dishes for you to show off. Lin Jian heatedly smiled. Suchio glanced at some of the dishes in his hand. Chicken, duck, fish, fruits and vegetables, and eggs, milk and flour. Where's some of this? That was enough to feed him and Frosty for a week. The other guy is coming to his house to start a party ladder. The corner of Suchio's mouth twitched. Looks like this is a high-end game today. He rolled up his sleeves and was ready to roll. Luckily, there was Zhao Xiaoyun, Zhao Coco to help. Otherwise he'd really be exhausted doing it alone. Welcome Suchio, Little Frost to stay. Lin Jian raised his glass and laughed. The crowd followed suit and celebrated. Suchio swept a glance at the crowd before asking curiously. By the way, why don't we see the chief? The head of the group was dragged to a meeting. The impact caused by this demonic heavenly cult attack is not trivial. Qingyan City, in addition to the post-war restoration work, the follow-up is only afraid that there will be some kind of big action. Zhao Xiaoyun said. Suchio was puzzled, but didn't think much about it. After the wine and dinner, Su Xiaoshang, Suchio, and the two of them sent the people away one by one, simply tidied up the room and prepared to take a bath and rest. Suchio was lying in bed unable to sleep when Su Xiaoshang knocked on the door. Frosty, is something wrong? Nothing, just came to say good night, brother. Well, good night. Suchio smiled, knowing that the other party had changed to a new environment and hadn't been able to adapt for a while. Frost, the new house, are you still satisfied? Well, that's great, live anywhere as long as you're with your brother. Su Xiaoshang smiled, then went back to rest. The next day, Shuanshu got up early. He got up and made breakfast, then looked at Su Xiaoshang. The other party was lying on the big bed, sleeping like a dead pig. He smiled slightly, seems to be adapting well. He didn't wake up the other man, and took his Panlong breaker gun to the cell floor to practice shooting. The lance broke through the air, whistling like thunder. After practicing a set of Thunder King's gun, Suchio felt his entire body awakened and refreshed while some people around him stopped to watch him practice. I couldn't help but applaud him after watching him practice. Good shot. Cow pies. Young man, how about sparring with the big man? Some Moncler outlet store walked up and said to Suchio. Suchio pondered for a moment, then nodded, fine. It's not convenient here, let's go to the ring. In this small area, there is also a ring, specially provided for martial artists in the area to spar and compete with each other. Moncler outlet store obviously, he often sparred with people, and came to the edge of the ring in a light manner, and then gently leaped and jumped onto the 2-meter-high ring. The Grand Master was dressed in white, standing with his arms folded, with the demeanor of a patriarch, looking at Suchio with a smile. Let's just have a normal sparring session, without using spiritual energy, how about it? Could be. Suchio nodded. Under the ring, some people are watching and whispering. Look, old man Chang is looking for someone to spar with again. Tisk, Old Man Chang used to be the fighting instructor of the hunting regiment. Basically not many people can beat him if they don't use spiritual power. This old man loves to find people to spar with, as if his hands itch if he doesn't find someone to fight for a day. Basically all the martial artists in our small area have been beaten by him, and no one has won over him except for that violent woman. This young man looks quite new. Is he new? It should be. I'm afraid I'm going to suffer at the hands of Old Man Chang. Su Chou ignored the murmurs of the surrounding crowd as he placed his coiled dragon-breaking army gun aside, intending to spar with Old Man Chang empty-handed. Seeing this, Old Man Chang said, "Young man, don't you need a gun? Swords and weapons are not good. It would be bad to hurt an old man." "Ha, looks like I've been underestimated." Old Man Chang smiled faintly. "Come on, I'll let you make the first move." "Well, then, be careful, my lord." Su Chou suddenly struck out, taking a step forward and throwing punches like cannonballs. An ordinary punch, but an uncommon aura. The moment Su Chou struck, his entire essence was completely mobilized. Old Man Chang was shocked. From Su Chou's fighting stance, he could tell that the other party was ridiculously strong, definitely one who had been through 100 battles. He didn't dare to be careless and hastily shot out to fend it off. Both sides went back and forth, making moves against each other for a dozen rounds. But the more Su Chou fought, the fiercer he got, the faster he used his moves, and there were a lot of moves that were tricky and odd to use, making it impossible to defend against them. These moves seem like they are not meant for people. Instead, it was born to fight the Fae. Claws, fists, fingers, elbows, legs, shoulders, knees. Su Chou used all the places on his body that he could, and his entire body seemed to transform into a killing machine, with any part of his body being a sharp weapon. Old Man Chang swallowed. "I'll go. We're just sparring. Why do I seem to feel like I'm going to be killed next? Also, this fighting style. Why did it give him a familiar feeling of dread?" Old Man Chang looked at Su Chou. Gradually, a figure overlapped with him, and after he was knocked back several steps by a punch, he hurriedly waved his hand and called for a halt. "Wait a minute, young man, do you recognize someone named Olay?" "Recognize? She's my headmistress." "Did you learn your fighting skills from her?" "Sort of." Su Chou nodded. During the special training, he and Olay didn't know how many times they sparred, so naturally, he unconsciously learned the other party's fighting skills. And he's the same as Ol. Most of the techniques were skillfully utilized while fighting the beasts. Old Man Standing swallowed. "No more fighting, no more fighting." Why? Su Chou felt like he had just risen to the occasion. That's a bit of a spoiler to stop halfway through the fight. The crowd under the ring also scared. What's the situation? Old Man Chang is actually afraid? Not like him. TSK, you guys are afraid that you don't know. Old Man Chang is a constant victor in the small area, but there is one person that he can't win in any way, and even has to take a detour as soon as he encounters it, and that's Olay, the head of the tyrannical Bulls troop. This young man seems to be Olay's disciple. It's normal for the other party to be afraid. Or the Storm Bull, she seems to be vicious. Remove the word as if. In the ring, Su Chou was a bit disappointed. "If you don't fight, forget it. Thanks for pointing it out, master." "He won't fight, I'll stay with you." At this moment, a laugh came from not far away from Su Chou, followed by a sturdy and pretty figure jumping directly onto the ring. The other party was tied in a ponytail, wearing a white vest and black casual sweatpants, tall, with a shapely but not soft body. On the contrary, under the wheat-colored skin was a soft but not too powerful muscle line. Seeing the visitor, Su Chou subconsciously had to head down to the ring. It was his turn to not want to fight. "Brat, no way to leave." Ol hemmed and hawed and swung a fist straight up. Chapter 76, Preparing for the Siege of the Devil's Sky Sect. Salute. "Brat, want to leave? No way." Ol punched towards Su Chou. And Su Chou subconsciously counterattacked. The two of them immediately exchanged hands and fought in a piece. While in the special training, Su Chou and Olay didn't know how many times they had fought. Once the two of them struck out, even if they didn't use their spiritual energy, it was still an all-out effort. Bang, 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 bang. The two fought and punched each other. Fists, elbows, fingers, legs, shoulders, knees. The two of them used all the parts of their bodies that could be utilized, and all sorts of weird and tricky, but murderous moves were constantly being executed. There were some movements that the crowd couldn't help but watch with palpitating trepidation. Think that's not even humanly possible to use. At this moment, Su Chou and Olay seemed to have transformed into two ferocious beasts that were frantically tearing each other apart, as if they would never stop until the other side was crushed. Old man Chang had long since jumped out of the ring, his heart palpitating. This is the reason why I don't fight with Olay and her disciples. Their fighting style is just too ferocious. Fighting with them is even more dangerous than fighting with a foreign beast. The crowd looked at the two men in the ring, deeply impressed. Those who didn't know would have thought that these two were some kind of life and death enemies. Sucho, Olay didn't know how many moves the two of them had exchanged, leaving several wounds on each other's bodies. Due to the fact that they hadn't used their spiritual energy, both of them were purely relying on their physical prowess in their exchange of blows. It goes without saying that Ol's physical fitness, having been in 100 battles, is simply inhuman. Sucho wasn't bad either. He had been rewarded by the system with 10 times stronger physical abilities. The two of them went back and forth, and eventually each took a punch. Then together they slumped down on the ring and panted heavily. Sucho's nose was bruised and swollen and he was exhausted. This early in the morning to be beaten up like this, Chief, you're too ruthless. Olay's nose bled and her eyes were black. You didn't hit lightly either, TSK. As far as close combat skills go, you're not much worse than me. Heh, thanks for the praise, Chief. Old man Chang under the ring looked on with palpitations. Good guy, this kid actually fought with Olay. Fortunately I admitted defeat quickly, otherwise this old bones will only suffer. The ring. Sucho asked Olay, how is the matter of the demonic heavenly sect being handled? The people involved have been basically cleaned up, and the Purple Sky Martial Hall has also been seized. The disciples of the pavilion, who were verified to have nothing to do with this matter, were released after a few days of incarceration. Olay said as she lay in the ring. TSK, the Marquis of the Violet Sky is also a 7th Order feudal lord powerhouse, and would actually join the Devil Sky sect. It seems that the power of the Devil sect should not be underestimated. Sucho lamented. People live in the world, for the sake of name and profit and love, all have obsessions. The Devil's cult utilizes people's obsessions and tempts them to join. Even if it is a 7th Order sealed Marquis Strongheart is not surprising. According to the investigation, the reason why the Purple Sky Marquis joined the Devil's Heaven cult was for the sake of his daughter, and the Devil's Heaven cult has a research about ghosts. One of the researches says that it can summon the ghosts of those who have died back to the present world and reunite with them. The Purple Heavenly Marquis is working for the Demon Heavenly Sect in order to reunite with his daughter. That's why he's working for the Demon Heavenly Sect. Olay said slowly. So is this study true or false? False, people can't be resurrected from the dead. As for ghosts, Dashia's Scientific Research Institute has also studied it, but the ghost state is in some kind of quantum state. There is no law to follow, let alone getting the ghost of a person who has been dead for many years out of the ghost. Even if it's a freshly dead person, it can't be done. Scientific Research Institutes gathered. Dashia is the top scientific research institutes in all directions of the blue planet. Even they can't do anything. How can a magic sky sect get it done? But it is just deceiving the Purple Heavenly Marquis and letting him help with the work. The Purple Heavenly Marquis may also know, but his obsession is too deep. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, he refuses to let go. It's a pity. Olay sighed. Unfortunately what? Sucho was slightly surprised. Could it be that Olay would still sympathize with the Purple Heavenly Husband? Was she so compassionate? It's a pity that I didn't get to fight him in person. After all, in the entire Qingyan city, he's the only one who can go through a few moves with me. Olay said. The corner of Sucho's mouth twitched. No shame in you. By the way, there's a meeting tomorrow to discuss the siege of the Demon Heavenly Sect. Olay suddenly changed the topic. Rounding up the Demon Heavenly Sect? Sucho's eyes lit up as he said, could it be that we already know where they're hiding? Almost, wanna come? Ol asked with a smile. Ding. Faced with Olay's invitation to go together to besiege the Demon Heaven cult, you have the following choices. 1. Don't go. Whoever wants to go, the Demon Heaven sect, as a famous demonic sect in Daxia, is surely dangerous. Reward, 10 yuan creation pills. 2. Go. But touch the fish. Go and beat up a few little caramels, and as for the Demon Heaven sect's top brass, leave it to the others. Reward, a ranked martial arts sky dragon gun. 3. Go. And kill at least one of the demonic heavenly sect's top brass. Let the other party know that there is a price to pay for staring at them. Reward, 3 disposable martial spirit weapons, 10,000 thunder exploding spirit beads. A disposable martial arts spirit weapon? Thunderbolt bead? It sounds extraordinary. Sucho knew that disposable martial Dao spiritual weapons, as the name implied, were martial Dao spiritual weapons that could only be used once, but these spiritual weapons tended to have extraordinary effects. It was said that the Great Summer Scientific Research Institute had developed a disposable martial arts spiritual weapon called the Thunder Firebomb from that could blow a mountain into pieces at once. The power is comparable to a nuclear bomb. Yet there is no nuclear radiation and it is very environmentally friendly. It was only that this kind of martial spirit weapon was expensive, and it was generally rarely utilized. This 10,000 thunder exploding spirit bead should be something similar to the Thunder Firebomb. Holding it in the hand, it can be said to be a life-preserving card. Sucho directly chose the third option. Go, of course. Sucho laughed. Isn't there a bonus for meritorious service? Each member who participates in combat operations will be rewarded $10 million, while members of the Demon Heavenly Sect, who kill one, will be rewarded an additional $1 million. Please be sure to always bring me. Sucho solemnly said. Why are you two getting into this mess again? At this moment, Jakoko walked up and looked at the two people lying in the ring with swollen noses and swollen faces with a helpless face, then sat beside the two people and summoned the martial soul flower of life to help the two people quickly repair their injuries. It was accompanied by a green surge of life elemental energy. The two were soon alive and well again. And Suchoshing, fearing that Olay would continue to look for him to fight, dodged away in a flash as Olay shouted behind him, "Remember to come to tomorrow's meeting." Got it. Sucho said without looking back. The next day. City Hall. Sucho, who had already been here once, was still a bit puzzled by the route as he found a beautiful staff member and asked, "The sister, may I ask where the heads are meeting?" The pretty staff member froze for a moment. I'm Sucho, a member of the Storm Bulls, here for the meeting." "Just you?" The beautiful staff member gave Sucho a suspicious look. "The other guy is too young. Her brother is older than the other." However, after Sucho showed his credentials, she didn't slow down and led him to the top floor of the city hall for the meeting. Here it is. The beautiful staff pushed open the conference room door for Sucho. And inside the conference room, one by one, the head of the hunting group, the members of the group, including the mayor of Qingyan City, were already there. When Sucho entered, a pair of gazes brushed over to him, then all stood up with solemn expressions. The beautiful staff member was so scared that her little legs went weak. "Done. Did you do something wrong?" But then, only the mayor of Qingyan City solemnly said, "Salute." Everyone saluted towards Sucho. Chapter 77: Preparing for Action and Setting Up a Flag for Yourself? Elite Convergence. The beautiful staff member had been dumbfounded. The people in this room in front of them were all high-level warriors and powerful figures of Qingyan City. Even the mayor of Qingyan City was there. But all of these people, now all of them are saluting a teenager? Either that or these people are barking up the wrong tree. Either that or the world has gone mad. The beautiful staff member swallowed a large amount of saliva, and after giving Sucho a shocked look, she knew that she couldn't stay any longer. Otherwise you'd have to be scared out of your wits. She left in silence, harboring a shocked mood like no other. And Sucho walked into the conference room, blinked at the people who were saluting him, and then stood upright and returned the salute. Shouldn't he or she say something now? Everybody hard at work? He also guessed why the men had saluted themselves. After all, he had defeated the Purple Heavenly Marquis and stopped the other party's plan to spread the potion. In a way, he had saved the entire Qingyan City. Mayor Changyan walked up to Sucho, patted his shoulder and laughed. "Sucho, thank you so much, we really weren't wrong about you. If it wasn't for you this time, Qingyan City would be in great trouble. I've asked for the Medal of Heroism for you from above." Medal of Heroes. This is the dasha for the establishment of a great war heroes to give the medal. Each wearing this medal must be a person who has rescued the people in the fire. In Dacia, not many people had the heroic medal. Those of Sucho's age were even more rare. If he could apply for it, Sucho would be a highly admired existence wherever he went when he wore this medal. "Thank you, Mayor," Sucho said with a light in his eyes. "Alright, let's not talk about this. We have gathered together this time but to discuss how to deal with the Demon Heaven sect." Olay opened her mouth and said. She walked to the podium and turned on the screen. Inside was a photo of a dark and damp natural scene, and there were even a number of treacherous and hideous beasts mixed in with the photos. I believe someone has already recognized where this place is. This is none other than the Grade B Psychic Energy Zone. Shadow Swamp Zone. Located 260 kilometers outside of Qingyan City. It's a place where quite a few martial artists go for adventurous training. Ol pontificated. Spiritual energy zones, as the name suggests, are places with a high concentration of spiritual energy, and are divided into several levels, just like martial spirit levels. For example, the place where Olay gave special training to Su Chiu and the others was a spiritual energy zone, only Su Chiu estimated that it was only C grade. The B-class psychic energy zone was already considered a relatively dangerous place, often infested with 5th ranked, or even 6th ranked foreign beasts. Ordinary martial artists didn't dare to go deeper into it. Olay continued, 4 years ago, Qingyun City noticed the traces of the activities of the Demon Heavenly Sect and found someone to go undercover among them. After collecting intelligence over the past few years, we have been able to determine that the lair of the Devil Sky Sect is located deep within this Shadow Swamp Zone. As a Class B spiritual energy zone, ordinary martial artists could not go deeper, so the martial artists who participated in this siege operation had to be the elite of the elite. You must have at least a 5th order cultivation to do so. For each hunting group, 2 to 3 people must be sent out, and I will personally lead the group to exterminate the Demon Heaven sect. When all finished, the chiefs exchanged words. Chen Zi directly stood up, count me in. I'm going too. Humph, damnable Demon Heaven sect, I'm going to settle the score with them. Most of the regiment leaders stood up and said that they would go to seek revenge on the Demon Heavenly sect. But Olay slammed the table, a bunch of idiots. If you all go, who will be left to protect Qingyun City? Qingyun City should leave at least 10 leader-level characters to prevent any accidents in Qingyun City. The crowd sniffed and felt that there was some truth to it. But then they came back to their senses. That's not true. Ol actually called them idiots. The same leader-level characters, and they were actually being pointed at and scolded by the other side? Lean. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't fight, I would have wanted to go up and beat the other guy up to get out of it. The list of those involved in this operation will be prepared by the various chiefs and handed to me after the meeting, and the time of the operation will be set for the day after tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. Action code. Decimate the devil. After Olay finished speaking, she looked at the mayor of Qingyun City on the side. Mayor, do you have anything else to add? Mayor Qingyun stepped up to the podium and said, you all heard what Olay just said, she is in charge of this operation, I have no problem with that, there is only one thing I would like to add, no matter how many people are participating in this operation. I want you all to come back alive. Yes. The meeting was adjourned. Su Chiu followed Olay out of the conference room. Chief, how sure are you about this operation? Su Chiu asked curiously. The battlefield is ever-changing, no battle is absolutely winnable, even if one thinks they are foolproof in their preparations, the whole thing will collapse because of a tiny break. So when I go into battle, I never talk about certainty. I never do my best. The rest is up to God. Ol said faintly. So let me ask it another way, have you ever lost a battle, Captain? Su Chiu asked again. No. Ol smiled confidently. Su Chiu also couldn't help but reveal a smile, steady on then. Back home. Su Chiu spoke to Su Xiaoshang about the siege of the Demon Heaven sect the day after tomorrow. Su Xiaoshang yelled that she wanted to go along as well. Su Chiu scolded him, going together? If you're so small and thin-legged, you'll be turned into a beast's ration when you go to the Shadow Marsh area. Besides, the Devil Sky sect is full of experts, who knows what will happen? Besides, the chief said that the martial artists participating in this operation must be at least 5th ranked, so what's the point of you being a small 3rd ranker? What? I'm only at the 4th level? But I can beat the purple heavenly marquis. Anyway, give me an honest stay at home and wait for brother's good news. When brother comes back, I'll take you to have a good time. Su Xiaoshang sucked in a breath of cold air. Shut up. What's wrong? Su Chiu froze for a moment. Older brother, you've watched all those years of novels and TV shows for nothing. Generally speaking, when someone says something about waiting for me to come back and all that, they usually can't come back. Su Xiaoshang said solemnly. Su Chiu skimmed his mouth. I, the protagonist, am not afraid to plant a flag. After convincing Su Xiaoshang to wait at home, Su Chiu stayed at home for the remaining 2 days, accompanying Su Xiaoshang while adjusting his essence. Keep yourself in peak condition to conquer the Demon Heaven sect. During this process, Luo Qingxue had also come to Su Chiu, Su Xiaoshang, and learning that he was going to conquer the Demon Heavenly sect, which was very dangerous, she couldn't help but show a worried look. Su Chiu, I'll wait for you to come back, I'll set up a celebratory drink for you then. On the side, Su Xiaoshang's white eyes were about to roll up to the sky. It's over, this is another flag that has been planted, old brother, why don't you stop going? Suchio slapped the other's head. What are you thinking about? If I don't go, the head of the group won't be able to dismantle me. Soon. Day 3. At the entrance of the municipal government building, Suchio assembled with the other members of the hunting groups that had gone to participate in the siege operation, and he glanced at the total of 72 people, including him, each of whom were elites from the various hunting groups. A clear line of 5th and even 6th ranked martial artists. Chapter 78 Arrival at the Shadow Swamp Area. The use of battle intent. City Hall entrance. The elite martial artists within Qingyun City gathered. Suchio was among them, and his arrival instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. People surveyed him with curiosity, awe, and respect in their eyes, as well as pyloric. Suchio couldn't help but shiver. All respect is understandable. Where's the sultriness in that? Those who don't know think he slagged these people. You're Suchio, aren't you? I'm Bai Yi from the White Dragon Hunting Troupe. A woman who looked like she was 27 or 28 walked up to Suchio and looked at him curiously, sizing him up carefully before saying quietly, "It's true that it's just like the rumors, you're really only in your 3rd year of high school?" Yes, big sister, don't look at me like that, I'm a bit hairy. Suchio scratched his head, feeling a bit puzzled. Suchio, you victimized us. Bai Yi laughed bitterly. What's wrong? You know what? After our headmaster found out about you, he went back and scolded us, saying things like, look at others like Suchio, how old are they and how much have they accomplished, and then look at you guys. You're all old enough to still be here waiting to die, aren't you ashamed of yourselves? Speaking of this, Bai Yi looked at Suchio with an increasingly grudging gaze. And her words resonated with others. One by one, the members of the hunting group came together. Yeah, that's what our headmaster said, look at the others, then look at you, a bunch of losers. Shame on you. Alas, then a genius like Suchio of others only comes out once in how many years, how can we compare? Can you blame us? And they say they're going to give us special training. Oh, the thought of coming back from a mission and having to suffer through special training makes me so tired. TSK, I heard that some of the headmasters are now ready to pull down their faces and go to headmaster or and ask for the secret of the special training. Hiss. I can hear, Olay, head of the special training that is notoriously brutal, finished, feel dead. Suchio, you have to be responsible for us. Suchio, why don't you come to our regiment, so that our headmaster won't be so jealous that his eyes turn red, that we vent. Listening to the words of the crowd, the corner of Suchio's mouth twitched. Nice guy. Blame it on his genius. Silence, Captain Ol is here. At that moment, Ol walked over. The crowd looked at her with solemn expressions, waiting for her to give orders. Olay looked at the crowd and said indifferently, your leader handed you over to me, but unfortunately, the battlefield is merciless. I can't guarantee to bring all of you back. Now, those who regret it can come forward. When she finished speaking, she swept a glance at the people present. No one stepped forward. Just kidding. We've come this far, if we quit at this point, we will not only lose our own face, but also the face of our own regiment. You won't have the face to hang around the hunting regiment in the future. At this moment, Suchio slowly raised his hand, and the crowd bristled as they looked at him. You don't think so? You're quitting? Olay also couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly. Kid, you want to find a fight? So, can I go to the bathroom first? I drank too much water this morning. Suchio said weakly. The corners of Ol's mouth twitched slightly. Go. Anyone else who wants to go and solve their physical problems, you have 3 minutes. Hiss, that's making me a little nervous, I'm going to go make it easier too. Wait, I'll join you. Dude, are you big or small? Get out. Soon. 3 minutes passed. A rumbling sound came from the sky. Several large transport helicopters flew in. 72 people gathered together again, one by one, and boarded helicopters for the trip to, more than 200 kilometers away. Class B Psychic Zone, Shadow Swamp Zone. The men on the ground saluted as they watched the helicopter go away. Mayor Changyun was among them. May you all return in triumph. Inside the helicopter, everyone had tablets in their hands and were looking at various information about the Shadow Swamp area as well as the Demon Heaven sect. They had read this information many times, but now they still wanted to read it a few more times to deepen their impression. After all, knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself is the only way to have a better chance of winning. Within the Shadow Swamp area, the most common foreign beast is the swamp viper. This is a second-order foreign beast. It's nothing to us, but just in case it's still equipped with an antidote for you guys, it's within your combat uniforms. In addition to the swamp viper, the depths of the swamp are also infested with a 5th-ranked foreign beast, the swamp mud demon. This is a humanoid alien beast. You must be careful. In addition, the 8 guardians within the Devil's Sky sect has died 5, but there are still 3 guardians. Conservative estimates are the existence of the 6th or even the 7th order. Once encountered, immediately contact other people together to make a move, must not be individually hard to touch. Ol said slowly. And Sucho noticed one thing: where's the Demon Heaven sect master? There is very little information about this sect master, only that he stays deep in the base of the Shadow Swamp area all year round. This person is male, around 50 years old, born with alien pupils, and his cultivation is conservatively estimated to be a 7th order middle grade. He will be dealt with by me personally. Ol said, a flicker of wariness in her eyes. 7th rank feudal marquis. Like other realms, there are lower, middle, and upper grades. 7th rank middle grade, this cultivation is even better than the purple heavenly marquis. Soon. The crowd, through the windows, gradually saw in the distance a vast area of swamp, with a white mist on it. The swamp gas within the swamp is slightly toxic. Put on your gas mask and prepare to land. Ol said, putting on her combat suit and gas mask. Then open the helicopter door and go straight to a leap of faith. The others looked at it with confused eyes. It's a few hundred meters up here, isn't it? She just jumped? Got a parachute? No. As a 5th order, 6th order martial artist, jumping from dozens of meters, or even 100 meters in the air, one could use spiritual power to protect their body. But a few hundred meters is a different story. Without a special martial skill, the 7th rank wouldn't even dare to do so. The crowd naturally didn't dare to be as rough and bold as Olay, and waited until the helicopter had descended to a certain height before they jumped off one by one. After arriving at the Shadow Swamp area, the crowd did feel that the aura of this place was incredibly rich, and just after landing, a poisonous snake surrounded them. Olay stood in front of the crowd, her eyes swept, her body exuded an invisible aura, and the surrounding poisonous snakes retreated, not daring to approach. She stood in the middle of the group of foreign beasts, as if a king was approaching with great power. Sucho's eyes lit up when he saw this. This is battle intent. The regiment leader used an extremely strong battle intent to deter the foreign beasts, so that they wouldn't dare to come closer and reduce the obstacles. Battle intent, and this kind of wonderful use? Olay glanced at him, smiled faintly, and said, Brat, there's still a lot you have to learn about battle intent. Forward. The crowd immediately went deeper towards the Shadow Swamp area. Due to the influence of Olay's battle spirit, they went deeper smoothly. No foreign beasts dared to come forward easily, and Sucho followed behind her, observing her every move. It was also trying to shock the other alien beasts with its battle intent. Olay also noticed that he was stealing learning and did not hide it. He just mastered the battle intent not long ago, and you want to learn to use the battle intent to shock the foreign beasts. Kid, even if you are a genius, you can't do it without a few months of learning, right? Ol thought darkly. And at this moment, a humanoid alien beast with muddy water flowing from its body rushed out of the swamp. It was the Shadow Swamp District's 5th-ranked alien beast, the Swamp Mud Demon Man. Ding! You have arrived at the Shadow Swamp Zone, a B-rank psychic energy zone, and faced with a sudden attack from the Swamp Mud Devils, you have the following choices. 1. Watch quietly, hide your strength, and let others strike. Reward, 1 bottle of advanced gene potion. 2. Take a shot at the Swamp Mudman. Demonstrate strength. Reward, battle intent utilization skills. Battle intent shock. Chapter 79, The Battle Begins. Gatling Martial Soul. Sucho, who was learning about Olay's battle intent shock, but was unable to do so, could not help but light up when he saw the sudden appearance of the option. Nice guy. It came at the right time. Then he looked at the Swamp Mudman demon that suddenly rushed up, and the more he looked at it, the more adorable the other party became, so adorable that his eyes glowed and he directly drew his gun. The Swamp Mudman demon had just rushed up, when he suddenly saw a pair of fiery gazes staring at him, as if a hunter had seen his prey. He was a little confused. Wasn't the hunter himself? Bad. He's become prey himself. He was just about to notice something bad and try to escape when a lightning bolt suddenly flashed and erupted, and the Thunder King's lance penetrated the Swamp Mudman demon's head. Bang! The Mudman demon's head exploded, revealing an earth-colored crystal core. The crystal core emitted a faint light, and the originally broken mud devil head actually had a tendency to recoalesce, and Suchio stabbed out with another shot. Shatter the crystal core. The mud devil's body completely collapsed, leaving only the fragment of the earth-colored crystal core to fall on the ground. Suchio picked it up and sized it up for a moment. Elemental crystal core, this thing should be worth 100,000 or 80,000. The crystal core of a 5th-order swamp mud demon, the market price is about 100,000, except that this thing is rarely acquired by anyone except for some large scientific research organizations. Ole said from the side, then continued towards the crowd. Swamp mud devils are elemental-type beasts. The only way to kill them is to break their elemental cores, so be careful and don't get caught. Yes. The crowd nodded, then glanced at Suchio. The other party was only 4th ranked, but when he killed the 5th ranked swamp mud fiend just now, his strikes were crisp and clear, and he split the victory in an instant. Its strength was, indeed, astonishing. Although I've heard about it for a long time, but seeing it with my own eyes, I still think it's too much of a monster. At such a young age, how did he cultivate? Tisk, is an SSS-ranked martial soul that perverted? When I was his age, I wasn't even half as strong as him. No one would object to calling him a future emperor. The crowd thought darkly. The crowd continued to move forward, while Suchio began to try to use his newly acquired reward. Battle intent shock. He walked next to Ole and looked at a second-stage swamp viper infested within the swamp next to him, his eyes glaring as his battle intent erupted. Buzz. The air seemed to ripple invisibly. The swamp viper was so frightened that it fled in panic. And in Suchio next to Ole was the first to notice the difference, although the other party's battle intent is not as good as his own, but just now that is indeed. Battle shock. She had thought it would take Suchio months to master. But now, the other party had learned the technique in less than an hour in front of her, scaring away a second-ranked alien beast. Even Ole couldn't help but take a small breath of cold air. Genius. He's definitely a supreme genius in terms of battle intent. Suchio, the surprises you've brought me are getting more and more numerous. Ole looked at Suchio's figure, her gaze transmitting a hint of eagerness. She was really getting excited about the other's future. Soon, the crowd passed through the outskirts of the shadow swamp area and came to the depths of the swamp area, where they saw a huge base. The base is surrounded by countless reinforced concrete walls, as well as a post, just like a military base. The crowd saw this and sked. Good lord, the demon heavenly sect actually managed to really build a base in the spiritual energy zone. I guess it must have taken a lot of effort. What a demon heaven sect! The base was found and the crowd looked to Ole, trying to see what kind of battle strategy the other side is going to develop. Only to see Ole steeply rise up in the air, her body erupted with a surge of spiritual energy like an ocean, and she grabbed down with her 5 fingers towards the base of the demon heaven sect. Green vine cover. Boom! A giant vine rose up from the ground around the entire devil heaven sect base. The vines intertwined and formed a huge boundary. After Ole landed on the ground, she said towards the crowd, I blocked off the entire base. Now, I don't care what fighting style you guys use. Charge in for me. The remnants of the Devil Sky sect, not one of them will be left behind, all of them will be annihilated. The crowd was somewhat dismayed. I didn't realize that Ole's strategy was so simple and crude. But when you think about it, it's really for the best. After all, they came from various hunting groups with different fighting styles, and were an elite team put together on the fly. The combat power might be strong enough, but the tacit understanding was certainly not enough. Instead of having them forcefully come together and work together, it would be better to let them fight individually and fully utilize their battle power. It doesn't matter what kind of way as long as it kills the enemy. Heh, just what I need. Then I'll be impolite. The head of a demon heaven sect congregation is $1 million, so don't you guys grab it from me later. Tisk, whoever kills first counts. The crowd no longer hesitated and rushed in towards the green vine cover. And inside the base of the Devil's Sky sect, the many demon heaven sect congregations couldn't help but panic as they looked at the huge green vine cover that had suddenly appeared, and they all attacked the green vine cover. But this vine was so tough that even if the crowd bombarded it with cannons, they didn't manage to do much damage to it. The Devil's Sky sect, reduced to a caged bird. Inside the base, inside a laboratory, a hideous xenomorph lay in one nutritional pod, and Dr. Wang, who was doing experiments, noticed the green vine cover in the outside world, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It's Qingyan City's hunting group. They actually found their way here. It seems that there is a mole in the sect. Can't continue to stay here yet, Gotta get out as soon as possible. Dr. Wang knew how powerful Olay and also Suchio were. Although he knew that the Demon Heaven Sect Master was strong, he was not too sure. So after collecting all kinds of information, he prepared to leave. While he glanced at the one Xeno's experimental body that he couldn't take away, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, and he pressed a button, and then one Xeno's opened their eyes abruptly. Boys, go make a big mess. Whoosh! Members of the hunting regiment in combat fatigues rushed into the base. Before they could make a move, on that sentry station, a member of the Devil Sky Sect set up a heavy machine gun, and a barrage of bullets rained down on them. Grade B martial skill. Light Guardian. Bai Yi walked out, her martial soul flying out from within her body. It was a white shield. She put up her shield and the light flickered, and a shield several times larger and slightly illusory appeared in the void. The bullets landed on the shield with a clanging sound and were deflected in full. Ha, Demon Heaven Sect scumbags, playing with guns huh, try this. A big man next to Suchio summoned his martial spirit. It was Gatling with 8 barrels. The big man was carrying a Gatling, laughing and pulling the trigger, only to see the steel pipe spinning crazily, fire snakes gulping out, and flaming bullets condensed from spiritual energy spewing out, turning an outpost into a sieve in the blink of an eye. That firepower was more than 10 times fiercer than the other side's heavy machine guns. Ha 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 ha. Know how powerful your grandfather is. The big man laughed maniacally, blasting each outpost to pieces. Suchio sked from the side. The world of martial souls is really nothing short of amazing. There are actually even such modern weapon martial souls. And amongst the shattered ruins of the sentry station, there was a single member of the demonic heavenly sect standing up, looking at Suchio and the others with a ferocious glint in their eyes. Suchio grinned as he held his coiled dragon-breaking army gun. Come on, scumbags. Chapter 80, Protector of the Devil Sky Sect. Ready for me to beat you to death? After all, they were members of the Demon Heavenly Sect, and they were also the ones stationed in this lair, so the strength of these people naturally wouldn't be too bad. Most of them were 4th order, 5th order martial artists. After seeing Suchio and the others attack, they immediately reacted, summoning their martial souls and kneading the crowd towards them. Suchio grinned as he held his coiled dragon-breaking army gun. Come on, scumbags. Whoosh! A streak of lightning light wrapped around his body and shot out. Thunder King gun cast. The lance broke through the air, tearing apart the body of a member of the Demon Heaven Sect in the blink of an eye. But immediately afterward, more members of the Demon Heaven Sect rushed up. Their martial souls were all various as well. There was the Beast Martial Soul, and there was also the Weapon Martial Soul. The Beast Martial Souls, which had all sorts of jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards, were summoned and surrounded Suchio with open fangs and bloodthirsty, ferocious gazes. However, Suchio smiled faintly at the sight. Comparing who is more ferocious, right? You're more ferocious than the white tiger? White light flashed on Suchio's body, and in the next second, a white tiger flew out of him, landing in front of the many beast martial souls and letting out a roar. The tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the ferocious aura filled the air. The surrounding beast martial souls shivered under the absolute rank suppression, and immediately lost the ferocious aura they had just had, leaving only panic. But they weren't mean anymore, so it was Suchio's turn to be mean. He grinned, White Tiger, tear them apart. Whoosh! The white tiger received the order and immediately rushed out. Although his speed was not comparable to that of a Koan Pang, it was not comparable to that of an ordinary beast martial soul, and he arrived in front of a fierce tiger martial soul in the twinkling of an eye. The other side is also a tiger. But in front of the white tiger, it was like a cat. White Tiger raised his hand and slapped it down. Bang! That martial spirit's body directly shattered and turned into ashes. Then another claw grabbed out, and another martial spirit was torn apart without a doubt. While the white tiger was killing in all directions, Suchio naturally couldn't possibly watch. With a flash of his figure, he rushed into the crowd, and the coiled dragon-breaking army gun in his hand stabbed out furiously, with unrivaled might, sweeping across the 8 directions. One by one, the members of the Devil Heaven sect were killed one by one like chopping vegetables and melons. And to know that the strength of these Demon Heaven sect members, some of them were much higher than Suchio's realm. But even then, it was slaughtered without a doubt. The strength of Suchio's battle power was evident. The members of the hunting group who had come along were a bit jaw-dropped at the sight of this scene. TCH, what a monster. Looking at him, I always feel like a wreck. That's awfully strong. Don't look at it, don't be too embarrassed to have a 16 or 17-year-old high school student strutting his stuff in front of us while we can only watch. A member of the hunting group said unwillingly, and struck out with him. It's actually okay, after all, I've heard that this guy has several SSS-ranked martial souls, so there's no shame in us not being able to compare. There were also happy-go-lucky people who laughed. The battle continued, in full swing. Just as Suchio was killing it out with the hunting troops crowd, a group of hideous fey beastmen suddenly poured out of the demon heaven sect space. Looking at these fiendish beastmen, Suchio bristled. It's actually these inhuman, ghostly things again. Seeing the fey, he remembered the Dr. Wang who had set his sights on him, and wondered if the other party was at this base. If it was in, he would definitely destroy the other party. The thought of someone always craving his body gave him a bit of a nasty chill. After all, it's not like the other guy is a big, beautiful woman, just a bad old man. Thunder Dragon. Suchio drank indifferently. The Thunder Dragon flew out of him. Together with the White Tiger, they killed the Fey Beastmen, the two SSS-grade martial souls joining forces. The power that erupted was terrifying to the extreme. Even these Xenos were hard to resist. Washed down and killed one by one. The people from the Devil Heaven sect looked at Suchio with fear, shock, and jealousy creeping into their eyes. This guy actually has so many SSS-ranked martial souls? What a drought, what a flood. Old me doesn't even have an S-ranked martial soul, but he has several SSS-ranked martial souls? This kind of demon, sooner or later, he'll have to leave his name in history, right? Boom! At this moment, a huge fire meteor fell from the sky and smashed into Suchio. Seeing this, Suchio directly picked out a gun. Thunder King Gun. Bang! The fire meteor was shattered straight away. And in the smoke and dust, a tall figure appeared. He wore black tight armor, with a scar on his face, and when he laughed, the scar on his body moved with him, as if it was a wriggling centipede. Suchio's eyes narrowed slightly when he felt his aura. 7th ranked martial artist. The opponent's strength was not as good as the purple heavenly marquee though. However, it was also a 7th order sealed marquee existence, definitely a high level of the demon heavenly sect. His appearance made the other members of the hunting group highly nervous. Sure enough, the demon heaven sect still has 7th ranked feudal marquee martial artists. Hey, I'm fighting a 7th ranked martial artist? Is there any mistake? As a matter of fact, those who had come along to besiege the demon heavenly sect this time were also at the level of the head of the group, only that they had not gone all the way with Suchio and the others. These few people, Suchio, were considered relatively unlucky. It's a good coincidence to run into each other. 7th order sealed marquee, that's strong enough. The big man holding the Gatling martial spirit laughed out loud and raised his Gatling to spray at his opponent. Spirit power condensed bullets poured out. But the black-clothed strong man stood still, letting the bullets hit his body without even breaking the layer of armor on him. The other party let out a sardonic laugh. Griffin dares to make a move? Seek death. Whoosh! With a flash of his figure, he arrived in front of the big man with the Gatling, raised his fist and slammed it out. Great a martial skill, Fire Fist. But a figure was faster than him. Suchio arrived in front of the big man, and the long spear in his hand slammed out. Thunder and lightning intertwined with flames. With a roar, the ground cracked open, and the burly man retreated several steps backward, looking into the smoke and dust, with a pair of Kuan Peng's wings behind his back, lightning entangled on his body, and having completed the merging of his martial souls, Suchio was slightly stunned, and then laughed fiercely and said, Suchio. You are Suchio, right? The owner of multiple SSS-grade martial souls. I heard that you killed the Violet Sky Marquis. Come, fight me. He looked a little excited. An aura that Suchio was quite familiar with flowed out from his body. That's wariness. This burly man in front of him was also a martial artist who had mastered the battle intent, although it was much worse than Olay, but yes, it was indeed battle intent. It was the first martial artist Suchio had encountered besides Olay who had the will to fight. Thinking of this, the same invisible battle intent flowed out from his body. Battle intent moved, this battle, it was inevitable. Suchio grinned and told the others. I'll take care of this guy, you guys take care of the others. The crowd understood that they couldn't deal with a 7th ranked sealed marquee powerhouse and could only leave it to Suchio, who had a record of defeating the Violet Sky Marquis. Look out! Although unwilling, Suchio, this guy is in your hands. Get the hell out of here. The crowd left to tackle the other members of the Demon Heaven sect. Suchio craned his neck and moved his muscles in place. In the next second, he disappeared into place and came in front of the black-clothed strongman, smashing out with a shot. The other party could not react as well, and was blown hundreds of meters away, smashing into a reinforced concrete wall of the base, and all the steel bars inside were easily smashed through. Ready for me to beat you to death? Chapter 81, Blasting the Protector of the Demon Heavenly Sect. Did you wash your neck? Ready for me to beat you to death? Sucho sneered as he looked at the burly man in black that he had smashed into the rubble. And with a boom, the burly man then rushed out, and at the same time, a huge axe burning with reddish flames appeared in his hand. That was the fire attribute a ranked martial soul, Flame Battle Axe. Sucho, meet my true strength. Martial soul, merge. The black-clothed strong man laughed. The battle axe in his hand turned into a point of light and gradually merged into his body, while a blazing fire burned up on his body, and his body gradually spewed out a shocking ferocious aura, just like an evil ghost that walked out from the blazing fire. Kill. Whoosh! The black-clothed strong man directly rushed out and arrived in front of Sucho, directly blasting out with a fist, overbearing flames coalescing on top of his fist. Grade A Martial Arts, Fire Fist. Sucho did not show any weakness. Thunder King Gun. Boom! Guns and fists collide. It made a clanging sound. Sucho discovered that the black-clothed strong man's body's toughness had risen by several levels after merging with his martial soul. It's like going from a crystal to a diamond. This is the power of the weapon martial soul after merging. Sucho's eyes narrowed slightly. After the beast martial soul and the weapon martial soul merge, in addition to having the attributes of the martial soul itself, speed, strength, and defense will all increase greatly. But the two are biased. For example, the beast martial soul combination is more oriented towards attribute control. The weapon martial soul merge, on the other hand, would cause the martial artist's own fleshly body to be metallized, as if it had turned into a divine weapon, indestructible. Kind of funny. Sucho grinned, his battle spirit growing more and more intense. The long spear in his hand swept wildly, and the Thunder King's gun was executed to the fullest extent. And after cutting dozens of rounds, Sucho gradually adapted to the black-clothed strong man's attack method and also the rhythm. Gradually, he began to suppress the opponent. Compared to Marquis of the Violet Sky, you're a step behind. Sucho laughed and swept the black-clothed strong man away with a shot. The purple heavenly Marquis was, anyhow, a seal Marquis powerhouse of the middle grade of the 7th rank, while the burly man in front of him was, at best, a lower grade of the 7th rank. Sucho was able to defeat the purple heavenly Marquis, so naturally, dealing with this burly man was no big deal. Only to see that after he sent the strong man flying out with a shot, his entire body rose up into the air and came over the other party, then opened his 5 fingers and clenched them in the void. The coiled dragon breaking army gun bloomed with an overbearing lightning light. Dark clouds churned in the sky, as if a heavenly might had descended. This is exactly what S-class martial art, Thor's Gun of Judgment. The black-robed strong man's pupils shrunk, even if he is a 7th-order feudal lord strong, even if he has a battle intent to enhance, but at this moment, he still felt the strong smell of death. This move, if you can't block it, you'll die. The black-clothed strong man let out a low roar, and then raised his 5 fingers upwards as spiritual energy gushed out, transforming into an endless blaze of fire, condensing a huge flaming battle axe in the air, which he gripped in his hand and swung down fiercely towards Sucho. Grade A martial skill, Fiery Heaven Opening Axe. Sucho smiled coldly, and the coiled dragon-breaking army gun in his hand stabbed out with a roar. And at that instant, the long spear in his hand buzzed and shuddered, being inspired with some of the power of an extreme spiritual artifact, combining with that thunder god's judgment lance. This shot directly shattered the black-clothed burly man's fiery battle axe and landed on his body, electrocuting him into a piece of charcoal. Protector of the Demon Heavenly Sect, 7th Order Sealed Marquis Martial Artist, dead. As for Sucho, he gripped the lance in his hand tightly, recalling that shot just now, the power unleashed by the coiled dragon army breaking lance. He couldn't help but be amazed. That shot just now boosted the power of my martial skill by a full double. An extreme grade spiritual artifact is an extreme grade spiritual artifact. If I can fully stimulate the power of this gun, I'm only afraid that the power of the shot I just fired will at least double tenfold. Even a 7th order upper grade can't help but block it. He gripped the coiled dragon breaking army gun tightly, with a slight look of anticipation on his face. Look at a few other battlefields. The members of the Devil's Sky sect gradually died under the siege of the members of the hunting group. This time, Xingyun City was truly angry. The ones sent out were all the elites from the major hunting groups. The worst of them were all 5th-ranked martial artists, and there were even a few chiefs participating in the battle. Together with the fact that the entire base is shrouded by Olay's green vine cover, even a 6th order martial artist can't escape, while a 7th order. How many 7th steps are there in the Devil's Sky cult? Once they struck, Ol could sense it immediately. The Devil's Sky sect, almost without a chance of survival. Inside a room at the base. The two men looked at the chaotic base within the screen, their expressions cold and indifferent. One of them was dressed in white and was born with heterochromatic pupils, with one gold and one blue eye. And next to him, there was a man in black. The other party looked anxious and said, "Sect leader, it won't hold up, let's leave quickly." "Where can I go? The entire base is covered by Or's green vine cover, and I'm curious." "Who exposed the base?" The Devil Heaven sect master said indifferently, then looked at the man in black, his gaze deep with a cold color. "The second protector never calls me sect master." After saying that, he slapped his palm out. The black-clothed man's face changed slightly, and he directly made a move to resist, but he was still blown away by the move, smashing through several walls and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Only to see his face distorted for a while. It actually turned into a beautiful woman with skin like gelatin, and the Demon Heaven sect master slowly walked towards her. It is well known that there are 20 hunting troops in Qingyan City. But no one knows. Not 20, but 21. And this 21st hunting group, no one knows where it is, how many people, what it is called, is a hunting group specializing in intelligence work. According to my investigation, all of you intelligence officers only have a code name. Mole. Speaking of this, the Demon Heaven sect leader's face became more and more gloomy as he looked at the beautiful woman. Being able to change one's face, among the martial souls that I know of, there is only one, and that is the A-class martial soul amoeba. Say, second guardian, where is it? The beautiful woman smiled slightly at her words. "He's dead." "No way, there's no way you're a match for him." "Fighting alone, it is true that I am not his opponent, but he is facing his respected godfather." "That is undefended." The corners of the gorgeous woman's mouth curled into a smile. Hearing this, the Demon Heavenly sect master came to a realization. "You turned into me to sneak up on him. Nice. In that case, go and bury him with you." The Devil Heaven sect master said in a cold voice, his 5 fingers clenching into fists and blasting out. "No martial arts. Just a mere punch." But the most outbreak of the most uncomplicated and terrifying power, the beautiful woman's pupils shrunk, and immediately felt a strong death breath coming. Right at this life-threatening moment. It was accompanied by a loud boom. The wall not far away directly exploded into pieces, and in the sky full of flying dust, a huge wolf toothstick wrapped in a mountainous momentum bombarded the Demon Heavenly sect master. The Devil Sky sect leader retracted his fist and blocked with all his might. But the terrifying force still sent him flying tens of meters away. He looked intently at the smoke. One could only see a valiant figure in a white vest walking step by step, the aura emanating from her body resembling an overwhelmingly violent bull. To trample on every obstacle that stands in the way. The visitor walked up to the gorgeous woman, reached out and grabbed the wolf toothstick, slung it over his shoulder, and grinned. "Yo-ho, Demon Heaven sect master, we finally meet. Is your neck cleaned?" Chapter 82 Tyrannical Bull Olay Martial Soul Combination. Or, the Storm Bull, made his appearance in the hall. Seeing the figure that appeared in front of her, the beautiful woman breathed a sigh of relief. "If you had come one step later, I would have gone to meet the King of Hell." "Huh, this young lady, who are you?" Ol looked at the gorgeous woman and couldn't help but cock her head a bit puzzled, while the corners of her mouth twitched and her face shifted for a moment before she changed into a middle-aged look. "Yes, Mole." "Oh, so it's you, so you're a female." Ol scat at the mole, who had transformed back into a beautiful woman, and posed the question, "Is this really what you were supposed to be?" Mole rolled his eyes, not telling. Doesn't matter." Olay laughed, then looked at the Demon Heavenly sect leader and craned his neck. "Now, let's finish this guy in front of us first." Storm Bull Olay. Solved 4 7th rank protector powerhouses of my Demon Heaven sect in one breath. We finally meet. The Devil Heaven sect master said indifferently. Olay looked at him as well, and just the moment their eyes made contact, they both disappeared in place almost simultaneously. Wolfsbane as well as a fist crashed together with a loud bang. Bang! The huge impact lifted all the surrounding bricks and reinforced concrete out, and half of the base was leveled to the ground. Olay waved her wolf toothstick crazily in her hand, and she didn't know how many times it clashed with the Demon Heavenly sect leader's fist. She laughed out loud and said, "Without using spiritual energy, simply using physical strength to resist my attack, are you still a physical cultivator?" Physical cultivation was the odd one out among martial artists. All of the spiritual power they cultivated was used to temper their fleshly bodies, and they felt that any other power other than their own fleshly bodies was not to be trusted. The only way to be truly powerful was to be strong in one's own flesh. There were pitifully few physical cultivators within the Great Summer. The most famous one was the Phantom Soul King amongst the top 10 king-sealing powerhouses of the Great Xia, and it was said that his martial soul was very weak, which was why he chose the path of physical cultivation. However, with special chance as well as alone courage, he became the only king of physical cultivation in Xia, and perhaps even in the world. The opponent, too, was one of the strongest on Olay's must-fight list. I didn't expect to see such a strong body cultivator before the battle with the Spectre King. This time I really came to the right place to besiege your demon heaven sect. Ole laughed, warily. The invisible battle intent shook the demonic heavenly sect master's heart and mind. The intangible battle spirit, even more so, made Olay's essence reach its peak, and her martial arts skills were utilized to the fullest, making her more and more fierce the more she fought. Its battle intent, what a strong and overbearing battle intent! You were able to exterminate the 4 protectors of my demon heavenly sect just by virtue of such battle intent? The Devil Sky sect master said in a cold voice. 5 fingers clenched into a fist and blasted out with full force. The power of this punch was so terrifying that Olay blocked it with her wolfsbane, but the tremendous force still blew her away. It smashed through several walls one after another like a cannonball and was buried by the rubble. Mole's pupil shrank at the sight. Ole's pinned down? As a high-level intelligence staff member of Qingyan City, Mole had an understanding of Olay's strength, which was why she was relieved to see the other party appear, as she was confident in the other party's strength. But now, Ole is pinned down. The strength of the demon heavenly sect master was beyond imagination. No, this isn't just physical cultivation power. Mole stared at the demon sky sect leader dead in the face, only to see a blue flame wrapped around his fist, emitting a scorching aura. It made the ground around it have a tendency to be melted. That breath. It's not the spiritual power of a martial artist. Instead, it was a more tyrannical aura that was the power of the Fae. Could it be that the demon heavenly sect leader is also a product of the Fae Beastman's experiments? Mole thought gruffly. And at this moment, in the ruins, Olay laughed and rushed out. So you're not just a physical cultivator, huh? Very good, again. Her high battle spirit made her not retreat at all even when she was injured. Only to see behind her, a big as a small mountain, hair for the green color of the huge cattle to green cattle appeared. It is Olay's martial soul. Grade A, would attribute, Azure Bull Demon. Only to see the heavenly green bull demon stomp on the earth, a giant vine spread out and bounded towards the demonic heavenly sect leader. But he didn't panic. The blue flames on his body burned and burned out that vine. Humph, Olay, fire overcomes wood, and your heavenly green bull demon is completely ineffective in front of me. In this battle, you will definitely lose. Ha, fire overcomes wood, but I still have this heavenly tooth rod. Olay, with the help of the cover of the vines, quickly came to the side of the demon heavenly sect leader, and the wolf toothstick in his hand fought to smash out. Without retreating or avoiding, the demon heaven sect master blasted out his fist and smashed it on the wolf toothstick, but he didn't retreat at all, and even countered by knocking Olay back 2 steps. The sheer force of it made Ole a bit staggered. And the demon heaven sect leader's fist swung out crazily. His fists were like a torrential downpour. Olay resisted a few moves in a row but was still blown away in the next second. Fresh blood was spat out furiously, which was even mixed with pieces of internal organs. I told you, you will lose. The demon heaven sect master snorted coldly and glanced at Olay, who was lying on the ground before walking towards the mole. Lurking in my demon heaven sect for so long and exposing the location of my sect, I'm more eager to kill you than Olay. Mole swallowed hard and backed up, looking at Ole not far away and shouting, Crazy, you're not going to lose just like that, are you? Humph, it's no use, after eating so many of my punches, she's. Now. The devil heaven sect master snorted coldly. But before he could finish his sentence, he heard a coughing sound from behind him, only to see Olay stand up violently, and then laugh on his back. Yes. The devil heaven sect master was frozen. What's going on? After eating so many punches, how can you possibly still have the strength to stand up? Cool. Demon heavenly sect master, you really didn't let me down. Among the opponents I've fought, you rank in the top 5. Ole laughed out loud. It's been a long time since I've fought this hard. She spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva before taking a step forward, her high battle intent allowing her to ignore the pain in her flesh, and in the next second, the heavenly green bull demon behind her let out a deafening roar. The bull demon's huge body turned into points of light that continuously surged into Olay's body. her body began to metamorphose, her muscles became tougher and tighter, her body drew up a notch taller, and 2 pitch-black bull's horns grew on her forehead. Oh! Martial soul merge. She lifted her wolfsbane and grinned, "Come on, round 2. Whoosh! Her figure rushed out like a cannonball, blowing 2 craters in the ground. Arriving in front of the Devil Sky Sect leader, the wolf-tooth rod in his hand smashed down like a meteor. The Devil Heaven Sect leader threw out both his fists and blasted onto the wolf-tooth rod, and in the next second, a raging force impacted the ground along his body. The entire Devil Heaven Sect base directly exploded and dented. The members of the hunting corps who were fighting on their own, surrounding the members of the Demon Heaven Sect also felt the vibration of the ground and looked towards the source of the vibration in shock. What a power! Or the Storm Bull, a monster indeed. Suchio was facing off against a few Demon Heaven Sect 5th-ranked martial artists, his lance stabbing out and stabbing the bodies of these people through and through. Then he looked towards the source of the vibrations and sked, "Is the headmaster fighting so fiercely with that Demon Heaven Sect master? This battle is not to be missed." His eyes glowed as he rushed towards the source of the vibrations. Chapter 83, Let's team up and kill him. Boom! The overbearing power blasted at the Demon Heavenly Sect master's body, and a huge impact surged along the other party's body into the ground, causing the entire Demon Heavenly Sect base to vibrate crazily. The ground dented, and a crack spread out like a spider web. The Devil Heaven Sect master's face changed slightly, and his body trembled slightly. What power! He gritted his teeth and let out a low gulp as he exploded with his full strength. Shocked Ole back. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Ole laughed and waved his wolf tooth stick to continue smashing towards him. In that manner, it was like a maniacal raging bull. The Devil Heaven Sect leader roared loudly and furiously, his 2 fists swinging out madly. Without retreating or avoiding, Ole swung her wolfsbane with all her might. Rod shadows, fist shadows impacted each other. Bang, 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 bang. The 2 sides did not know how many times they had collided. But no matter how many times they collided, Ole's offense didn't weaken in the slightest, and even inspired greater resilience in the extreme speed of the battle. She even went so far as to exchange injuries for injuries, slamming several times on the Demon Heavenly Sect leader with overbearing strength, causing the Demon Heavenly Sect leader to let out a miserable scream. Mole, who was watching the battle from a short distance away, swallowed his saliva. Good lord, is this the real battle stance of or the Storm Bull? That's horrible. The battle between Ole and the Demon Heavenly Sectors continues to escalate. In front of Ole in the state of martial spirit merging, the Demon Heavenly Sect master was gradually suppressed and his body was smashed out by the wolf tooth rod. I don't know how many walls were smashed. The other man collapsed in the rubble, drenched in blood. Ole shouldered his wolfsbane and grinned, "Is that all?" Ahem. The Devil Heaven Sect master coughed out a mouthful of blood, raised his head, and stared at Ole dead in the face, then suddenly laughed. "Tyrannical bull Ole, I admit that you're very strong. In that case, I'll let you see my true colors." The words fell. Only to see his body began to expand, the musculoskeletal bones of his body then deformed, lying on the ground, gradually turning into a dozen meters high. The giant lion. This lion, covered with blue fur, burned with an icy blue flame on its body, with one blue and one gold-eye pupil, gazing at Ole, exuding a ferocious aura, and for a time, a terrifying and domineering aura swept across the surroundings. The people within the entire base of the Devil Heaven Sect had sensed something. They looked to the source of the scent, their pupils trembling slightly. What a powerful aura! What the hell? This is a foreign beast, an incomparably powerful foreign beast aura. Looking at the lion in front of him, Ole grinned, carrying the wolf tooth stick and said, "No wonder you haven't been exercising your martial soul, so you're a foreign beast and don't have a martial soul at all, TSK, blue-eyed golden-eye beast. This breath is 8th order." Ole was grinning though. But her eyes were staring like never before. 8th order Fey. It was equivalent to a sealed king powerhouse among martial artists. Even due to the fact that it was a foreign beast, the battle power might be stronger than a normal Seal King powerhouse, and the 7th rank couldn't even carry a few moves in front of the other party. Even if it's a 7th order upper class. This time, it's really going to be a fight. Ole took a deep breath, and the wolf's tooth rod in her hand dissipated into points of light, merging into her body, dual martial souls, merging. Ole's aura raised another notch, her figure flashed and she took the initiative to launch an attack towards the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, slamming her fist fiercely on the other party's body. Boom! The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was knocked back. But just as she was about to attack again, she realized that her opponent had disappeared, and in the next second, a searing heat came from behind her. A claw wrapped in ice blue flames slammed into her hard. A huge force blasted her out. Her feet hit the ground and she slid out tens of meters before stabilizing herself. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast came to her again in the next second. Both sides turned into unseen remnants of shadows as they frantically exchanged blows. But soon, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, which was an 8th-ranked Fey beast, gained the upper hand and sent Olay flying out, smashing into the ground. The ground was once again dented with a huge crater. Ole spat out large mouthfuls of blood, which was even laced with pieces of internal organs. Suchio rushed over just in time to see the scene of Olay spitting out blood, his pupils shrinking slightly as his heart shook. Headmaster. In his eyes, Ole's figure was unmistakably tall. She was almost invincible. But now, there was actually an existence that even or couldn't handle? The strength of this demon heavenly sect master was far beyond imagination. 8th Order. The opponent is an 8th Order Fey. The moment he saw the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, Suchio immediately had a judgment in his heart. The other members of the hunting group also rushed over and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, and couldn't help but see fear in their eyes. 8th Order beast. They had only seen this kind of existence on TV and in books. At this point, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast also noticed Suchio's arrival, and its eyes narrowed. Possessor of plural SSS-ranked martial souls, once they grow up, they will definitely be a great danger to my Fey clan. You, go to hell. His figure flashed as he rushed towards Suchio at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. The moment. Suchio suddenly felt a threat of death welling up in his heart. And in the huge pit, as the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast rushed towards Suchio, a figure burst out with it. Olay's blood-drenched figure blocked in front of Suchio, and a fist that condensed overbearing spiritual power blasted out. Martial skill, Avalanche Mountain. The punch was like a volley. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast couldn't help but be knocked back a few steps as well, and he looked at Olay in surprise. You actually have the strength to fight again? This woman, ironic? Hey, try to kill my regiment in front of me. You unless you step over my dead body first. Or grinned. Her body was trembling, her internal organs were bleeding, and her bones were making unbearable cackling noises, but her battle spirit was still high and fiery. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's eyes narrowed slightly. I've heard that battle intent can allow one to ignore physical pain to a certain extent and transcend limits. But your body is close to falling apart, yet you still dare to continue fighting. This is no longer mere battle intent. You don't want to die. Do you believe that I can drag you with me before I die? Rationally, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast felt that Ole was talking big. After all, a 7th-ranked martial artist on the verge of collapse would not be able to kill an 8th-ranked foreign beast like him even if he gave up his life. But for some reason, when he met Olay's gaze, a trace of scorn was uncontrollably born in his heart. This Olay and Suchio are both great enemies of my Fey beasts. If they don't die, the Fey beast will have trouble sleeping and eating. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast suddenly came up with this thought. Thick killing intent instantly erupted in his eyes, overpowering the trace of scorn in his heart, while Olay laughed. Fighting for your life? Who's afraid of who? Suchio, you guys go first. She wanted to stay and buy Suchio and the others time to leave. But that's when a powerful battle intent as well as an aura erupted behind her. It's Suchio. The word king emerged on his forehead, the Koan Pang wings were born behind his back, thunder and lightning were entwined around his body, and the three major martial souls had merged. He gripped the coiled dragon-breaking army gun tightly and laughed. Headmaster. How can I let you have this opportunity to make a name for yourself all by yourself? Isn't it just ahead? Let's join forces and slaughter him. Chapter 84. 4 martial souls combined. Do you really think we're here to watch the show? Let's join forces and kill him. Hearing Suchio's words and feeling the overwhelming battle intent on his body, Olay instantly understood that it was no longer possible for the other party to listen to his words and leave. She grinned. Good. I'll be the main attacker, and you play assist. After saying that, she directly struck out, her figure rushing out like streams of light, arriving in front of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, both fists dancing out furiously. Suchio was also not willing to show weakness. His figure rushed out, and under the Koan Pang martial spirit's enhancement, his speed skyrocketed, so that even the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast could keep up. With the coiled dragon-breaking army gun in his hand, he pushed his power to the extreme. Each spear stabbed out, containing unparalleled lightning power, along with the power of the spirit weapon that was vaguely inspired, giving the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast no less of a threat than Olay. Is this guy really 4th rank? Damn it, I've never seen such a perverted martial artist in all my life. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast cursed. Ul's fists, Sucho's guns, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's flames. The three parties exchanged blows, and their might swept around. The great enemy shattered, smoke and dust tumbled, and the already fragmented base of the demon heavenly sect was completely reduced to nothing under the sweeping aftermath of the three people's battle. The others watched the battle, wanting to help but completely unable to intervene. Even those at the chief level could only watch. How awful. This is no longer a fight at our level. 6th rank versus 7th rank, a difference of 1 rank is a world of difference. Not to mention 7th and 8th rank, Olay can actually fight this kind of monster. Speaking of monsters, Sucho is the real monster, right? He's only at the 4th rank. In addition to fusing so many SSS-ranked martial souls, can he withstand it? Looking at Sucho, shock filled everyone's eyes. It was as if he had seen some incomprehensible being. Roar! The blue-eyed golden eyes beast roared, the blue flames on its body rising even higher. The flames swept out wildly, like shocking waves. Olay blocked in front of Sucho, deflecting a wave of attacks for him. Only her injuries were also 1 point heavier. Just as the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast said, her body was already on the verge of collapse, and every additional minute of fighting was 1 step closer to death. Headmaster. You should have Sister Zhao's life Yuan Dan on you. Sucho said. Olay nodded, it's just that my current injury is a bit tricky, even with old Zhao's Yuan Dan, it will take some time to absorb and refine, this won't be this time. Chief, I will drag him down with all my might, you use life Yuan Dan to recover, and then find a chance to control this action. What are you going to do? Trust me. Sucho solemnly said. Okay, brat, listen to you, just how are you going to stall this head? Is it possible? Olay thought of something, and her face changed slightly. Sucho grinned, Chief, aren't you always telling me to surpass my limits? Now, I'll surpass it once to show you. He took a step forward and a black light emitted from his body. The light manifested a black ghostly qilin in the air. Another SSS-class martial soul appeared, causing the crowd to be incredibly clamored. Next. In the crowd's horrified gazes, the ghost qilin transformed into a single point of light that merged into Sucho's body, and it was clear that the martial souls had merged once again. His eyes became as black as ink, and his body had more of an ethereal ghostly aura in addition to the flickering lightning. It was like a tyrannical and ferocious beast that had come out of hell. Kuanping, White Tiger, Thunder Dragon, Ghost Unicorn. Sucho. 4 SSS-level martial souls combined. It's something never seen before. And after the ghost qilin was integrated into his body, Sucho felt unprecedentedly intense pain in addition to unparalleled power. The pain twisted his face, and he couldn't help but fall halfway to his knees. Olay's pupils shrunk, brat, for SSS-class martial souls merging together, your body won't be able to withstand it. Quickly disengage the merged state. Hey, Chief, I told you to go beyond the limits here. Sucho steeply stood up, his battle spirit erupting, ignoring the pain on his body, a maniacal, tyrannical smile on his face as he looked towards the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. Watch me kill you. Whoosh. The next second, he disappeared. The pupils of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast shrunk slightly, and a claw blasted out, instantly colliding with the coiled dragon army-breaking gun, the impact setting off terrifying airwaves in the air. At this moment, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast sensed from Sucho no less than the power that Olay had erupted in his heyday. 4 martial souls merged. You guys are just as desperate and crazy as that woman. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast roared lowly. Are you scared? Sucho grinned, and the coiled dragon-breaking army gun stabbed out furiously with a streak of lightning that had become pitch black due to its combination with the underworld ghost chi. It was as if it was going to stab 180 holes in the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast roared, the blue flame seemed to turn into a layer of blue armor on its body, blocking Sucho's attack. He blasted out with both claws, colliding with the lance one after another. Don't be too presumptuous. I'm an 8th-ranked foreign beast. It's the king of the foreign beasts. Only those kings of your human race who have mastered the domain have a chance to fight against us. There is no way you can defeat me. Tyrannical blue flames surged out, as if transforming into a single tentacle, grabbing frantically towards Sucho. However, they were shattered one by the long spear in Sucho's hand. Not far away, Olay took out the life origin pill and consumed it, refining the effects of the pill with all her might to restore her own strength. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast noticed this scene. Kid, don't think I can't see that you're buying old time to recover. But don't you dream. Even if she recovers, she's no match for me even if she teams up with you. And how long can you last in this state? You will not be dying. And, don't you forget, this is AB rank Psychic Energy Zone Shadow Swamp Zone. Roar! The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast roared, sound waves spread out, and the foreign beasts within the swamp area rushed over when they were summoned by the Beast King. Among them, there were even powerful foreign beasts of the 6th rank like this. They were impacting the green vine cover from the outside, which had become fragile due to Olay's heavy injuries, and was knocked out of a hole by the onslaught of these alien beasts. A large number of foreign beasts poured in. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast sneered, "Kid, it doesn't even need me to make a move, these foreign beasts will be able to tear Olay apart." "Heh, you underestimated us." Suchyo laughed. Next. There was the sound of artillery fire in the distance. The big man with his Gatling martial spirit was blasting furiously at the alien beasts. Yuilu was holding a shield to provide protection for the crowd, and there was also a leader like Chenzi, whose wings were waving and cutting those alien beasts rushing towards Olay. Do you really think we're just here to watch the fun? A group of people, I cannot deal with the 8th order, the 7th order of those monsters, cannot deal with you not? None of you are going anywhere near Captain Ol. The members of the hunting group had just experienced the fierce battle of besieging the members of the demon heavenly sect, and now they were facing a large number of alien beasts' onslaught. However, they still did not retreat or hide, turning into a solid wall of flesh and blood to stop all of the foreign beasts, buying time for Olay, for Suchyo. Chapter 85 The Might of the 10,000 Thunder Exploding Spirit Bead. Using his body as a guide, gathering 10,000 thunderbolts. Do you really think we're here to watch the show? The hunting group's elites wiped out the alien beasts coming up from the surrounding area one by one, not letting them near Ol and also Suchyo. Under their furious bombardment, the foreign beasts were killed or injured, only that they had after all fought a fierce battle with the members of the demon heavenly sect, and their physical strength was severely depleted. Now that he was fighting with the foreign beast again, I was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Olay knew this, but she didn't get distracted and went all out to refine the life Yuan Dan and quickly recover her injuries. On the other side, Suchyo's battle with the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was also in full swing, with both sides in a great battle stalemate, and all sorts of killing moves were used. Suchyo, whose 4 martial souls merged together, erupted with unprecedented power, and even though he was in a fierce battle with an 8th order foreign beast, he did not lose in a short period of time. It was just that the burden of combining 4 martial souls was just too great. His body was rapidly crumbling as he exerted his power, his internal organs bleeding, his bones cracking, his muscles trembling. Even a single strand of hair seemed to feel the pain. 1 minute. You can only hold out for a minute at a time at the most. Seeing Suchyo's current state, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast laughed out loud, feeling that he was almost ready to break out the champagne for this battle. Shut up! Suchyo blasted out with a gun, knocking the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast back a few steps before his entire body rose up in the air as infinite lightning surged out from him. In the midst of the dark clouds churning, a huge spear of lightning then coalesced. Exactly S-class martial arts skills. Thor's gun of judgment. Eat this shot! Suchyo let out a low gulp, and a gun blasted out wildly, overbearingly, and the huge thunder gun came out across the sky, as if it was piercing through the void. Sensing that the power contained in the shot was not to be underestimated, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast let out a low roar, and ice-blue flames on its body rose to the sky. In the air, it transformed into an illusory flaming lion head roaring up to the sky. The lion's head roared as it crashed out across the sky, blasting together with the overbearing thunder gun, flames, thunder, and lightning intertwined, raging away in the surroundings. The ground was blown out in craters. The Shadow Swamp area, AB rank Psychic Energy Zone, was devastated. And after the most extreme impact, Suchyo fell down from mid-air, the underworld ghost chi on his body having dissipated. His body could no longer withstand the power of 4 martial souls merging together. Kid, go to hell. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast took the opportunity to charge towards Suchyo. At this moment, a figure shot out from not far away and collided with him, but it was Olay who lived up to her name and recovered her battle strength. You're up against me now. Olay let out a low gulp, the state of martial soul merging opened up, pitch-black bull horns grew on his forehead, and the wolf-tooth rod in his hand slammed out fiercely. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast retreated a few steps and said in a low voice, Olay, what can you do even if you have recovered? If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you 2 more times, 3 more times, and killing you won't be difficult for me. Ice-blue flames burned on his body. The might of the 8th order foreign beast was still incredibly strong, and from the fight just now, Sucho's damage to him was extremely limited. But still didn't choose to retreat. She trusted Sucho. The wolf tooth stick in his hand swung wildly, attacking with all his might. Martial skill, avalanche. Slammed her baton with all her might on the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's head, knocking her opponent back at the same time. Her 5 fingers steeply grasped the ground. Wooden vine entanglement. Green light spread out from her palm and surged into the ground, followed by several thick vines breaking out of the ground and entangling the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast to death. Flames burned on the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, searing the vines as he sneered, "You can't trap me for more than a few seconds with these vines." "A few seconds, that's enough." Grinned. Behind her, Sucho steeply rushed out, taking out a golden orb in her hand and steeply flinging it out towards him. The golden orb flew into the sky above the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, then a large dark cloud surged out, and a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Endless thunderbolts fell madly as if they were rain. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thunder and lightning rained across the sky. The entire shadow swamp area shook under the force. And the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast that was in the center of 10,000 thunderbolts endured the lightning attack and let out a miserable cry. Also couldn't help but tisk, "This is a martial arts spirit weapon similar to a thunder firebomb, brat, you still have this on you." Sucho smiled faintly. "This item is called 10,000 Thunder Bursting Spirit Bead. Not bad." This was precisely Sucho's biggest card. Disposable martial spirit weapon, 10,000 Thunder Bursting Spirit Bead. The first time he used it, he couldn't help but be shocked by the power. 10,000 thunderbolts fell like rain. It was like a natural disaster. Assholes, assholes. I'm going to kill you, kill you. At this moment, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast that had suffered from the lightning attack suddenly walked out covered in scorched blackness, with flames burning on its body and a tyrannical aura permeating its body. He's actually not dead yet. And it still maintains a powerful aura. Sucho swallowed his saliva. "Good guy, it really deserves to be an 8th order beast. This vitality is too tenacious, it can't even be killed like this." "TSK, your 10,000 Thunder Burst Spirit Bead is indeed powerful, but the power is too spread out, and it belongs to a wide-range offensive spirit weapon. The single damage is not enough to kill this guy." Olay saw the problem at a glance. She brought up her wolfsbane, ready to continue the fight. And Sucho cannot help but frown. This 10,000 Thunder Exploding Spirit Bead is already considered his bottom card. This thing cannot even kill the 8th order foreign beasts. What's the deal? To escape? Wait. Sucho seemed to have figured something out, and a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. "Captain, you help me stall him. There's one last way." "Okay, it's up to you." Nodded slightly and rushed up to have to fight the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. And Sucho once again took out a 10,000 Thunder Exploding Spirit Bead and threw it into the air. Along with the dark clouds churning and a thunderbolt intertwining in the air, ready to fall at any time, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast roared lowly, "It's useless. This martial Dao spiritual artifact of yours is indeed not bad, but the power is too dispersed to be enough to kill. The power is too spread out, so just concentrate them together." Sucho grinned. Then his figure was like electricity, rushing up to the sky and coming into the dark clouds. A blue light emitted from his body, transforming into the Thunder Dragon martial spirit. Accompanied by the roar of the Thunder Dragon, a path of lightning in the dark clouds converged towards Sucho, who actually intended to use the Thunder Dragon martial spirit in himself as a guideline to condense all of the dispersed lightning energy of the 10,000 Thunder Exploding Spirit Bead. Seeing his calculations, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's pupils shrunk. "Crazy man. Such terrifying lightning energy, do you want to seek death? If you don't go crazy, you can't live. Blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, prepare to die." Sucho grinned. A ray of lightning energy landed on him, causing his entire body to erupt with radiant thunderous light, as if he had transformed into a giant ball of thunder. Even though he had the help of the Thunder Dragon, a crack constantly appeared on his body under the overbearing lightning, and these cracks were evaporated just as the blood bubbled up. Sucho forced himself to endure his pain, grinned, and tightly gripped the coiled dragon-breaking army gun in his hand, the shot, and everything. Thor's Gun of Judgment. Chapter 86. The battle ends. The meat of an 8th-ranked foreign beast. This shot ended all. Ignoring the pain he was enduring on his body, Sucho grinned as he gripped the lance tightly in his hand before stabbing out with a blast. Thunder God's Gun of Judgment. In the presence of the crowd, the lance broke through the air. Gathering the power of 10,000 thunderbolts, it transformed into a huge thunder spear of hundreds of meters. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast of more than a dozen meters even looked a bit weak in front of this shot, and he roared angrily, trying to dodge. But the vines sticking out of the ground were once again binding him. It would only take a few seconds for him to break free. But those few seconds were enough to kill him. So looking at his huge thunder gun that fell from the sky, he let out a growl and the blue flames on his body raged out and converged in the air. In the next second, an incomparably large blue fireball formed. The fireball flew out and slammed into Thundergun. The two amazing forces impacted together head-on. In a roar, the flames and lightning impacted and collided, and then the lightning spear penetrated through the huge fireball and landed on the body of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. Nailed him hard to the ground. Overbearing lightning filled his entire body, electrocuting him to the point that his fur was charred and black, and even his skin and flesh emitted a burst of roasted meat. After the thunder and lightning completely dispersed, on the ground, there was only a blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. Corpse that was charred black by electricity and emitted the smell of roasted meat. Suchio slowly fell from the air, pain surging out of his limbs and bones like a tidal wave, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. Pain. It hurts. He lay almost helplessly on the ground. Ol came up from the sidelines and fell head over heels next to him to rest as well. Good job, brat. Worthy of being in my Storm Bull regiment. Sucho glanced at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast corpse not far away and asked curiously, Chief, can this foreign beast be eaten? Some can, some can't, this blue-eyed golden-eyed beast? I have not tried it, or we try? Ol said with glowing eyes. Sucho was also a bit moved. I've heard that the blood and flesh of some exotic beasts are beneficial to martial artists when eaten. Let's give it a try? Ole no longer hesitated, got up and walked over to the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and dug out a large chunk of meat. Although the other party was electrocuted and charred, the blackness was only the outer layer, and the flesh and blood inside was still somewhat half-cooked. She didn't want to eat raw meat, and walked over to Sucho, asking, I seem to remember that you know the D-ranked martial skill Fiery Flame Boom Fist, right? Yeah. Here, borrow a light. The corner of Sucho's mouth twitched. Chief, I don't have the strength. Cut the crap, you've surpassed the limit several times, surpass it again. Olay skimmed her lips and said. Sucho had no choice but to squeeze the last of the spiritual energy in his body to execute the fiery blast fist, and flames emerged from his fist, roasting the piece of meat. Olay opened her mouth and took a big bite, chewed a few times, her eyes lit up. Huh? This flavor, not bad? She took another big bite. Sucho watched from the sidelines and drooled a bit, plus after the great battle, he had a serious physical exertion and his stomach was rumbling. Chief, give me a bite. Ol tore off a bite of meat and stuffed it into Sucho's mouth. Sucho chewed a few times, but also could not help but let his eyes light up. Tasty the texture is a bit like overcooked beef, a bit faggy, but very fragrant. He struggled to get up and crawled over to the corpse of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, lifting his hand and tearing off another mouthful of flesh as he continued to squeeze the spiritual energy in his body to release the fiery blast fist. Ol grinned, brat, and to say you have no strength. And not far away, looking at the two big ones that were eating the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, the members of the hunting group couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Damn it, we're still fighting the Fae, but they're enjoying themselves. Heh, they just killed an 8th rank alien beast, their consumption must be severe, so let them rest for a while. To be able to kill an 8th order foreign beast is truly remarkable. The meat of an 8th ranked foreign beast, I wonder what it tastes like when you taste it. There aren't many alien beasts left, exterminate them and let's go taste this 8th rank alien beast. The members of the hunting group murmured. Some people were incomparably curious about the taste of an 8th ranked foreign beast, increasing their speed to kill the remaining foreign beasts one by one before rushing to the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. The crowd gathered and began to savor the 8th order exotic beasts. This time, I found that the flavor was not bad. Of course, there were people who couldn't stand the beast and held back from eating it. Soon, a dozen-meter 8th ranked foreign beast was eaten by the crowd until only half of it was left. The well-fed and well-drunk crowd lay down on the ground to rest. The blood and flesh of the 8th stage alien beasts contained energy, and Sucho, who had eaten a large meal, found that his body didn't seem to be in as much pain. Then, Olay contacted Qingyun City and had a helicopter sent to pick them up. This siege war of the demon heavenly sect came to an end. Soon, the transport helicopters came over the swamp, and everyone couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the crumbling shadow swamp area. Good lord, how intense of a battle was it to beat a Class B spiritual energy zone into this state? It's too terrifying. Yeah, you guys look, that seems to be the corpse of the Blue-eyed golden-eye beast. Isn't this a rumored 8th ranked foreign beast? This battle, there's actually an existence of the 8th rank? When they saw the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, the crowd even sucked in a breath of cold air. Inside the transporter, Zhao Xiaoyun also came along as a medical staff to the swamp area, and when she saw the scaly Olay, Su Qiu, she was so scared that her face turned white, and she rushed up, summoning the martial spirit flower of life to treat the two. What's gotten into you two guys? And Olay, don't you have the life yuan den I gave you? How come you're also injured so badly? Good fellow, this injury, even my yuan dan may not be able to cure it. Zhao Xiaoyun examined Su Qiu while treating the two of them. Discovered that these two people's injuries are heavy, in exchange for other martial artists, have long been dying 7 or 8 times, these two people can actually still breathe. Don't be too hardy. Zhao Xiaoyun was about to wonder if these two guys were non-human. Though shocked, she was more than a little heartbroken. One was his own leader, and the other was his favored regiment scion, and seeing their injuries, he knew how grueling the previous battle had been. Helicopter. Su Qiu, Olay, and the two of them were pressed by Zhao Xiaoyun to lie down on the chair. Ol couldn't even get up and move around if she wanted to. You're hurt like this and you're still moving around, you don't want to die. Zhao Xiaoyun chided. Olay, who wasn't afraid of anything, couldn't help but shrink her neck when the other party rebuked her like that, but still said with a stiff upper lip, it's just a small injury, it can't die. Just make it. Hey, aren't you still here? Ol was quick to curry favor. After all, this was one's chief healer. For so many years, every time one fought, the injuries one sustained were basically treated by the other party. Only rarely has it hurt as badly as this one. Zhao Xiaoyun was helpless. Can't you withdraw in the face of an 8th order foreign beast? I can withdraw, but those people can't. I brought them here. I don't dare to guarantee that all of them will be brought back, but at least I have to maximize their safety, right? Olay said with a solemn expression. Zhao Xiaoyun knew that the other party had a point, and became more and more helpless, and could only silently continue to treat the other party, Su Qiu. Chapter 87 Luo Qingxue comes to visit, Descending Strike. Soon, the helicopter returned to Qingyun City. The mayor of Qingyun and the others all came to greet them in person, and then arranged for the people to be sent to the hospital, ready for the top medical team to treat them. Inside the hospital, Su Qiu and also Olay were placed in the same ward. Zhao Xiaoyun was personally responsible for the injuries of the two. One by one, members of the Storm Bulls also came to check it out. Headmaster, I heard that an 8th order foreign beast has appeared this time, is that true? I'll go, Headmaster, you guys are even able to crusade against 8th rank alien beasts, this is too bullish, it's really worthy of being headmasters. TSK, this time, Captain, you guys have made a big feat for Qingyun City, the mayor will surely reward us well. I wonder how much funding can we? At least a couple 100 million, right? Ha. The crowd was talking and talking. And Su Xiaoshang also rushed over, seeing Su Qiu who was wrapped up as a mummy as well as Olay, she pounced on him with a wow. Oh old brother, how are you, why are you hurt like this? Ooh, don't let anything happen to you. Ol was strangled and gasping for breath and struggled to point to the next bed. Your brother, which way is your brother? Su Xiaoshang froze for a moment before reacting to the fact that she had hugged the wrong person, and hurriedly apologized, Big sister, it's you, sorry, the two of you are wrapped up like mummies, I can't tell who's who. Ol gasped, it's okay. Before she finished speaking, Su Xiaoshang pounced on her again, Big sister how did you get hurt like this, oh, are you in pain? Ol felt suffocated once again. I'm not in pain, but I'm running out of breath. I'm sorry big sis, you rest first, I'll go see my brother. Looking at Su Xiaoshang who walked over, Su Qiu's pupils trembled slightly and his entire cold hair stood straight up. Don't you come over. Oh old brother, why are you hurt like this? Su Qiu kicked Su Xiaoshang out, stop it. Su Xiaoshang patted his ass and stood up, still have the strength to kick me off, old brother, it seems you're not seriously hurt, great. She sighed in relief. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. Soon, the door appeared again, a flower and a figure with a fruit basket came, Su Qiu looked at, some surprised. The visitor was Luo Qingxue. The people from the Storm Bulls regiment saw this and lit up. Hey, beautiful, looking for someone? I'm looking for Su Qiu. Luo Qingxue glanced at the two mummies lying on the bed, then looked at Su Qiu and instantly recognized him. When the others heard that they were here to find Su Qiu, they all threw an ambiguous look at him before getting up and leaving. I suddenly remembered that my clothes weren't drying at home. I seem to have forgotten to turn off the gas in my house. Ah, my house is next door to yours, back together off. My dog forgot to feed it. And Ole, who was lying on the bed, also struggled to get up and said to Su Xiaoshan, help me to go out for a walk and take in some fresh air. Oh good, slow down big sister. Su Xiaoshan hurriedly went over to assist. As the two left, they even gave a cheering gesture towards Su Qiu. In a flash. In the whole ward, only Su Qiu, who was lying on the bed wrapped up like a mummy, and Luo Qingxue, who was holding flowers and fruit baskets, were left. Su Qiu coughed twice, feel free to sit down, don't be polite. Luo Qingxue pulled a chair and sat down, then looked at Su Qiu and smiled helplessly, you look like a real mess. Nonsense, you certainly aren't any better than me when it's your turn to fight an 8th order alien beast. If I were to fight, I would probably be slapped to death with a single move. Su Qiu, you are growing up really fast. Luo Qingxue lamented. She's kind of looking over her shoulder now. That's right, you don't even look at who I am, so that's why, Luo Qingxue, you'll just honestly be your 10,000-year-old dick, you won't be able to catch up with me. How will you know until you try? I'm not giving up. Luo Qingxue said firmly. And Su Qiu laughed, I like your unconquerable nature. Hearing this, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but blush. He said he liked me, eh? Is he confessing to me now? Luo Qingxue held the flowers and buried her entire head in them, not wanting Su Qiu to see her blush. Su Qiu froze for a moment. What are you doing eating flowers for nothing? Didn't you buy fruit? Quickly peel an apple for me to eat. Oh. Luo Qingxue took a deep breath of the floral scent and barely regained her composure, taking the knife that came with the fruit basket she bought and peeling the apple for Su Qiu. And Su Qiu curiously asked, by the way, how did you know I was here? This hospital is owned by my family. It was the dean who told my dad that you guys came back from your crusade against the demon heavenly cult, and my dad told me again. So it's like this. TSK, worthy of being the #1 family in Qingyan City, this is the largest hospital in Qingyan City, it's actually opened by your family. Your injuries look quite serious, I can arrange for the best medical team to treat you. Luo Qingxue laughed. There's no need, my Storm Bull regiment has the best healer in the world, we can just have her heal us. Su Qiu laughed. Even the best doctor couldn't compare to Zhao Xiaoyun's S-ranked martial soul flower of life. Yes? In that case, I'm relieved. Thanks for asking. I don't care about you, I just think that if you can't participate in the martial arts exam in a month's time because of your injuries, it won't be as interesting for me to have one less opponent. Luo Qingxue said. The martial arts exam is 1 month later. Su Qiu revealed a thoughtful look. By the way, due to the fact that this time Qingyan City was attacked by the demonic heavenly cult and suffered severe losses, the martial arts exam in a month's time has also been affected, so this time, the location of the martial arts exam for the students of Qingyan City has been changed. It will be taken at White Cloud with the students from White Cloud next door. A special car will come and pick you up at that time. Luo Qingxue said. Su Qiu sniffed and nodded slightly, that's a bit of a surprise. Baiyun City's martial arts strength is very strong, and there have been a few provincial top scholars for a few years in a row, and this martial arts examination with them will be a lot of pressure for the students of Qingyun City yet. Luo Qingxue continued. With you, Ms. Luo in. The ones who are under pressure are them, right? Su Qiu laughed. He wasn't saying this as a compliment, but as a statement of fact. SSS level martial soul is very rare, the successive martial arts exams have not appeared a few times, like those provincial scholars that have appeared in Baiyun City, the highest level of their martial souls is SS level, which is 1 notch worse than Luo Qingxue. Not to mention, Su Qiu knew that the current Luo Qingxue had 2 martial souls. An ice god phoenix and a shark queen. Together, these 2 martial souls were enough to sweep the examination room. I'm not even close to you. Luo Qingxue said faintly. If anything, she was going to sweep the exam room. Then Su Qiu, it's a descending blow. Which candidate went on a crusade against an 8th order foreign beast before the martial arts exam? And, it worked. Not to mention the candidates, how many martial artists within the Great Xia could do it? She was now suddenly looking forward to what kind of expressions those students would have after seeing Su Qiu's strength. Chapter 88, Ole's Advice, Yanlong University Shura Tower. Just as Su Qiu was chatting with Luo Qingxue, a knock came from outside the door, only to see Mayor Cheng Yin standing at the door at some point. Luo Qingxue rose to greet her. Su Qiu also wanted to get up, but Mayor Ching Yun was the one who rushed over. Sucho, just lie down, don't get up if you're so badly injured. TSK. Sucho does look pretty serious. Wrapped up in a mummy-like fashion. To bother the two of you, I came here today, in addition to visiting, but I also brought something for you, Sucho. Mayor Chung Yun laughed, then took out a golden medal. This is? Sucho's eyes lit up. Not bad, this is precisely the Medal of Heroes. In the entire Grand Xia, there aren't many people who can wear this medal, Sucho, cherish it. Mayor Chung Yun laughed. The heroic medal in Daxia could be said to be a martial artist's highest honor. Wherever you go, you'll be treated with courtesy and respect. Even those top families didn't dare to easily target a person with a hero's medal, because behind him was the country. When Sucho went to crusade against the demon heavenly cult, Mayor Ching Yun had told him to apply for a hero medal for him from above. I didn't realize that the application was actually successful. Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for what? It's me who has to thank you more. This time, thanks to you and you guys, Xingyan City was able to be safe and sound, as well as your successful crusade against the demon heavenly cult. It's eradicating a tumor for the Great Xia. Mayor Qingyun looked at Sucho and sighed with emotion. Having such an achievement at such a young age, it is really beyond the reach of people of the same age. At least Mayor Qingyun felt that he was far inferior to the other party at the other party's age. Sucho, you need to take a good rest. 1 month from now is the martial arts exam. Qingyun City still has to rely on you. Oh yeah, there's also Luo girl you guys to fight for glory. Mayor Chang Yun laughed. After exchanging pleasantries with Sucho for a while, Mayor Qing Yun didn't continue to stay any longer and turned to leave, leaving Sucho, Luo Qingxue, and the two of them in the ward. Looking at the heroic medal in Sucho's hand, Luo Qingxue said, with this medal, you'll basically be able to walk sideways in Dixia. Hee, this medal, it's an honor, but it's not a capital that I can do as I please. Sucho said with a faint smile. He was happy to get the hero medal though. But he wasn't thinking of taking the medal and flaunting it. It would be an insult to the medal if he did. Luo Qingxue's expression was solemn as she gave Sucho a serious look, then guffawed, this medal, it really hasn't been given to the wrong person. The two chatted a bit more. Luo Qingxue peeled another apple for Sucho and then left. When Olay returned to the ward, Sucho was sitting on the bed gnawing on a freshly peeled apple. Olay walked up, casually picked up an apple and wiped it, clicking as a mouthful. Brat, such a good girl, when will you take it down? Ah. Chief, you've got it all wrong, I'm in pure friendship with her. Fart. You two have eyes that are almost dilated, and you're still pure. Don't tarnish the word pure. Ol rolled her eyes. And Sucho coughed a bit before pulling away from the topic. By the way, Chief, do you think there's still a need for me to go to martial arts university now? He felt that with his strength today, it didn't matter if he went to the martial arts university or not, even those teachers might not be his match. Budo University, ah. It's not bad to go and make a few more friends. Olay said casually, then thought of something. In fact, with your strength, it doesn't matter whether you go to WU or not, but I have a suggestion. Say. Sucho's eyes lit up. Although the man is violent and sometimes out of tune, moving people beyond their limits, but still quite reliable as a person. She was also the one who dragged herself into joining the hunting group in the first place, or else she might not have been able to grow so quickly to where she is now. Her advice is still worth listening to. Have you heard of Imperial Yanlong University? I've heard that it used to be a very famous university, but it's been going downhill in recent years. The quality of teaching has gotten a lot worse, and the quality of the students recruited isn't as good as it used to be. Sucho said. He had paid attention to the various martial arts universities within the imperial capital. This Yanlong University is also one of them. Not bad, Yanlong University had a change of heart some years ago, resulting in a large number of teachers and students being killed or injured, and because of this, the Imperial Capital Education Bureau shrunk and reduced the funding for Yanlong University, and even some of the outstanding teachers left, and some candidates who heard that Yanlong University had lost many teachers and students also dared not to enroll in the exams again. That's why Yanlong University has been going downhill all these years. Speaking of which, Ol got a little emotional. And Sucho was a bit curious, what change? Fey Beast Riot. Several years ago, for some reason, a powerful Seal King level 8th rank foreign beast suddenly appeared within Yanlong University. It wreaked havoc within Yanlong University, and although it finally managed to kill the beast, Yanlong University suffered heavy losses as a result, and has been devastated ever since. The Fey Riot. Sounds quite dangerous, so why did you let me go there, headmaster? Su Qiu asked curiously. Yanlong University, after all, is a former old university, although it has fallen over the years, but the heritage is still there, especially within Yanlong University. There is an ancient tower, its name is Shura Tower. The Shura Tower, a special spirit artifact with an extremely long history, is said to have existed before the creation of Yanlong University. And this Shura Tower, which is divided into 9 floors, those who enter the Shura Tower will face the attack of the Shura Phantoms. And it's an attack that won't end in death. But don't worry, you can't die inside the Shura Tower. Once you're killed inside, you'll be instantly teleported out and have your flesh repaired. It's amazing. But the combat killings within the Shura Tower are the real deal. That's why a lot of Yanlong University students like to go inside and hone their combat skills, and some people have even realized battle intent there. Hearing this, Su Qiu vaguely understood what Olay meant. Chief, you mean you want me to go there? To sharpen my battle intent? Smart. Battle intent has nothing to do with cultivation. It is a power that can only be sharpened and enhanced in battle. In a battle of the same realm, the strength of the battle intent can often determine the victory or defeat. Your current battle intent is too weak. I want you to go to the Shura Tower to hone your battle intent. Whenever you can make it to the 9th floor of the Cultivation Tower, your battle intent will be comparable to mine. Ol said with a faint smile. The 9th floor of the Shura Tower. Is it hard? Well, as far as I know, of the top 10 great sealed king powerhouses, 6 of them have realized battle intent, and the one with the strongest battle intent is Luo Ao, who is known as the Battle King. And he's been to the Shura Tower, and he's only made it to the 8th floor. Su Qiu sniffed and the corners of his mouth twitched. Even the Battle King can't walk to the 9th floor. Headmaster, you're making it difficult for me. As I said, power like battle intent has little to do with cultivation. A Battle King can only walk to the 8th floor simply because his battle intent isn't strong enough. Like me, if it comes to strength, I might not be able to beat a Battle King, but I was able to walk to the 9th floor of the Shura Tower. Olay grinned, revealing some smugness. Then he patted Su Qiu's shoulder. You're the one I'm looking out for. I'm sure that you can walk to the 9th floor of the Shura Tower as well. Then, Headmaster, may I ask, how many people have stepped into the 9th floor of the Shura Tower so far? Su Qiu asked. Chapter 89 Big Name Su Qiu. Martial soul merging, you used it to do this? As far as I know, in the last 100 years, besides me. The second one might be you. Olay touched her chin and said. Hearing this, Su Qiu became more and more speechless. In the last 100 years, no one has set foot on the 9th floor except you? Why are you such an asshole? Why do you think so highly of me? According to your request, if I can't step on the 9th floor of the Shura Tower, won't I never graduate from Yanlong University? But that's what the words say. However, Su Qiu was still looking forward to this Shura Tower. He had already tried out the wonders of battle intent and knew that the power had infinite potential, not even inferior to the spiritual power cultivated by martial artists. It would certainly be excellent to take it to the next level. The second person to set foot on the Shura Tower in 100 years? Heh. Sounds good to me. Su Qiu smiled slightly. He asked curiously, by the way, Chief, how do you know so much about Yanlong University, as if you've been there personally? Yeah, I graduated from that school, and Mu Qingkong too, this guy. I heard that she recently ran back to Yanlong University to teach. Ol said. Su Qiu then drifted off, while at the mention of Mu Qingkong, he smiled faintly. So it turns out that teacher Mu also went to Yanlong University. He was kind of looking forward to running into each other again. Time passes. Su Qiu, Olay, under Zhao Xiaoyan's treatment, quickly returned to her former lively appearance. It was not at all obvious that he had been seriously injured before. And after recovering from his injuries, the mayor of Qingyan even held a special commendation meeting to praise the people who had contributed to Qingyan City this time. At the conference, Mayor Qingyan asked Su Qiu to take out the hero medal and personally put it on him, while the media that came here took pictures. For a while, Su Qiu's name hit the headlines of major news media. The youngest heroic martial artist in history. Shocker! A high school student is actually being presented with the Medal of Heroism? A strong youth makes a strong nation. The heroic deeds of junior Su Qiu. The mystery of Su Qiu's growth. The future prime stone of Daxia. Su Qiu. A variety of headlines that stand out. Brother, you're totally on fire. Su Xiaoshang held her cell phone in front of Su Qiu. Su Qiu grabbed the other party's hand, glanced at it, and said, these media move really fast. the commendation meeting was only held this morning, and in the afternoon all the major media headlines are all about my name. That's sure off, brother, you this later is a celebrity, this later go out to wear a mask, or a hat, otherwise if people find, shall not rush up to look for you to sign and so on. Su Xiaoshang said. Su Qiu slapped the other party's forehead. Look at the 10 great summer kings and the 3 emperors, they are no more famous than me. Do you see them wearing masks and hats when they go out on the streets? A martial artist of my generation is all about being honorable. Afternoon shopping. Su Qiu wore a mask and hat and looked at the pedestrians, feeling as if they would pounce on him at any moment. Su Xiaoshang skimmed his lips on the side. Brother, you said you were going to be bright in the morning. What I said about being bright and upright is to be bright and upright inwardly. We still need to keep a low profile in our behavior. Besides, my generation of martial artists talk about deep hiding. Su Qiu said indifferently. The corner of Su Xiaoshang's mouth twitched. You martial artists talk a lot. Empress Jiangyao, no, martial artists of my generation don't talk that much. Brother, the weather is so hot, you're wearing a hat and a mask. Be careful of suffocating prickly heat. Why don't you take off the mask? I don't think people are paying that much attention to you. Su Xiaoshang said. Su Qiu glanced around, everyone was busy with their own business. It all looks pretty normal. He was relieved to see that it looked like I was overthinking it. He took his mask off. He continued shopping with Su Xiaoshang, but within a few steps, a pedestrian on the road noticed something and shouted, Su Qiu? Eh? Su Qiu subconsciously answered. Next. The people on the road all stopped in their tracks. Eyes brushed in Su Qiu's direction. After seeing that it was really Su Qiu, their eyes were glowing, and at this instant, Su Qiu felt as if he was a little sheep that had fallen into the wolf pack. It's really Su Qiu. Oh my god, he's even more handsome in person than in the picture. Oh, Mom, I want brother Su Qiu's autograph. Come on, Su Qiu, take a picture with me. Hero, please take me as your disciple, I want to be as good as you. One by one, pedestrians gathered around. In the blink of an eye, Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshang were surrounded by the two of them. Quite a few pens and papers came up to him for autographs. The scariest of all is, someone actually took advantage of the mess and groped his ass. Too enthusiastic. It's horrible. Su Qiu swallowed his saliva, where he dared to linger on. He grabbed Su Xiaoshang and held the other party by the waist, immediately fleeing. But the pedestrians behind them were in hot pursuit. Su Qiu, wait. Brother Su Qiu, go ahead and give me an autograph. Su Qiu, don't run. Look, that's Su Qiu. Go after it and take pictures. Boss, I saw Su Qiu, get the microphone and camera ready, we must get Su Qiu's exclusive interview. There were more and more people behind Su Qiu. Su Qiu's entire body went numb. People are afraid of being famous. He now kind of completely understood the weight of that statement. Looking at the increasing number of people catching up behind him, Su Qiu made a snap decision. Martial soul merge. Next. The Koan Pang martial spirit flew out and merged into Su Qiu's body. Whoosh. The Koan Pang wings behind him unfolded, and his entire body rushed up into the sky. Su Xiaoshang exclaimed. Brother, the martial soul merge you use for this kind of thing? I can't run without running, this group is too scary. Su Qiu looked at the crowd below and said with palpitations. He would rather go and fight a 7th-ranked feudal lord powerhouse than deal with these people. He took Su Xiaoshang and flew to a shopping mall before stopping, putting away his Koan Pang martial spirit, then putting on his hat and mask when no one was looking. He looked around and was relieved when no one came rushing up. The two siblings wandered around the mall. Su Xiaoshang plans to buy some new clothes. Passing by a clothing store, shopping for a few pieces, and then after seeing the ever-changing shirts and slacks on Su Qiu, he rolled his eyes. No, old brother, you always wear this set, buy a few new sets. Ah, I think it's fine. No, it has to be bought. Oh. Su Qiu had no choice but to pick a few pieces as well. And Su Xiaoshang looked at the shirt he chose, the casual pants, so angry that her forehead veins throbbed. Is there a difference between you and before? Why don't you dress up properly when you're obviously so handsome? Here, wear one. Su Xiaoshang personally picked 2 pieces for Su Qiu. Su Qiu skimmed his lips, unimpressed. We've got a good base, we don't do all this fancy stuff. That said, he dutifully went up to change his clothes, and the process didn't prevent him from removing his mask and hat. The guide's mouth dropped open when she saw his face. And Su Qiu thumped in his heart before immediately calculating, winking at the other party and making a shushing gesture. Confidential. Aha aha. The guide's face reddened with excitement and she nodded repeatedly. Chapter 90, coming to Baiyun City to prepare for the martial arts exam. Baiyun First Middle School double strong. It is said that a man is only as good as his clothes. Su Qiu matched a new outfit under Su Xiaoshan's guidance. The handsome index of the already handsome man has increased a few more points, and the guide on the side is blushing with excitement as she looks at him. Can I take a picture with you? Could be. Su Qiu smiled faintly and took the other party's cell phone to take a picture with the other party. The other party solemnly collected the photo and then asked, Su Qiu, can I ask you a question? What's the problem? How did you cultivate? Why can you be so good? I'm just asking for my brother so I can educate him when I get back. Su Qiu pondered for a moment, then said seriously, read more books, read more newspapers, eat less snacks and sleep more. I can do it, and so can you. Aha! I'll keep that in mind. After buying the clothes, Su Xiaoshan left. And the shopper immediately pulled up a banner after the two left, which clearly read, Su Qiu visited our store and was full of praise. He even printed out Su Qiu's group photo and hung it on the door. In no time at all, a number of people flocked to it. Su Qiu came here to buy clothes? It's true, you guys, there's a group photo. Su Qiu all came to them to buy clothes. It seems like the quality of their clothes here is definitely not bad, so I'll also buy a few pieces. What style did Su Qiu buy? I'll take them all. I'll double the price. In no time, the entire clothing store was sold out. The commission the guide receives will keep her out of trouble for a few years. Su Qiu, I love you. After a day of shopping, Su Qiu returned home and lay on the bed throughout. It felt even more tiring than having fought a battle with the demon heavenly sect. Looking at Su Xiaoshan on the side again, she actually had the strength to beautifully try on new clothes, and he couldn't help but lament, women in this regard, it's scary. Time goes by day by day. The day of the martial arts entrance exam was getting closer and closer. And Su Qiu didn't slack off. Although with his current strength, he could sweep the examination room, and could even be said to have descended to strike, but there was no end to the martial arts path, and he still insisted on practicing. And this siege of the demon heavenly sect, although dangerous, did allow his cultivation to progress quite a bit, and he managed to advance to the 4th rank middle grade. Together with the period of time before the martial arts high school examination, he didn't slack off. He managed to complete a 2-step jump, successfully advancing from a 4th order lower grade to a 4th order upper grade. It was only 1 step away from the 5th rank, but of course, realm to realm, his true battle power was far from what could be summarized by the 4th or 5th rank. This day, Su Qiu washed up and packed his things to prepare to go to school, as today was the day that the students would collectively travel to Baiyun City to participate in the martial arts entrance exam. And as he got up, he realized that Su Xiaoshan was also up. The other side is also packing up. Su Qiu froze for a moment. I'm going to take the exam. What are you doing here? I'm going to take the test too. Aren't you just a senior? Who says you can't take the martial arts entrance exam in your first year of high school? Old brother, you're behind the times. The martial arts entrance exam is now open to all of society. As long as you're within the specified age, you can enroll on your own. Even if you're not a student, you can still enroll as a social self-study person. I'm a senior, right, but I'm old enough. Naturally I can also enroll. Brother, do you think if I take the exam and become a top student, will I be as famous as you at that time? Su Xiaoshan said with some anticipation. It was only after Su Qiu heard the words that he came to a realization. Looking at Su Xiaoshan, who was going to participate in the martial arts advanced examination together with himself, he didn't think that it could be operated in such a way, but he didn't stop it. He knew that the other party already had enough strength. But when he heard the other party say that he wanted to take the first prize, he still couldn't help but splash a pot of cold water. You want to take the exam, no problem, but the first prize is estimated to be a little bit suspended. After all, the martial arts exam is not only a test of martial arts cultivation, it is divided into the cultural examination, the martial arts examination of the 2 parts of the martial arts examination. I believe you have enough strength. But the literature test. TSK, you haven't even learned the basics of your freshman year of high school. Although the percentage of the score of the cultural examination is not as high as the martial arts examination, it is still a significant portion of the weight, and only the results of the martial arts examination, basically cannot get the first prize. Hearing this, Su Xiaoshan smiled mysteriously. Isn't it just the literature exam? Small problem. I'll let you know how powerful your old sister is when the time comes. Su Qiu looked at the confident her with a slight smile and didn't pursue the matter. The 2 siblings came to school. And here were several buses ready to go, and one by one, the students boarded them and began their journey to White Cloud City. Bayun City. The first martial arts high school in Bayun City. The principal of the first middle school was preparing to greet the candidates from Qingyan City with a few teachers, and their faces were all a bit gloomy. I heard that 2 SSS class martial soul possessors have appeared in Qingyan City this time, especially one of them named Su Qiu is even more remarkable, having been awarded the heroic medal at a young age. TSK, my Bayun City has produced the provincial scholar for several consecutive terms. This time Qingyun City came to us for the exams. It's preparing to come and punch us in the face. How come we don't have an SSS class martial soul? The principal of the first school looked at the 2 youths next to him. The pair of youths, who looked almost the same, were twins, except that one wore glasses and looked civilized. The other was a hangdog, with several teachers and the principal waiting for someone while he played with his cell phone. But a couple of teachers didn't say anything about him. After all, these 2 youths were not small. John 1, whether or not our Bayun City can produce another top scholar depends on you 2 brothers. The principal of the first middle school looked at the youth wearing glasses and laughed. That Jiang Wen nodded slightly. Don't worry, headmaster, I also want to see how high the gold content of an SSS-ranked martial soul is. Well, although your brother's martial souls aren't SSS-ranked, if you work together, you'll have a chance to defeat even SSS-ranked ones. I believe in you guys. The principal of the first school has high hopes for the 2. Soon. The bus came. The crowd looked over, and even the youth playing with his cell phone stopped and looked at the bus, a hint of interest in his eyes. The bus pulled up in front of the school and the students walked off one by one. When Luo Qingxue got out of the car, all eyes turned toward her. Luo Qingxue, one of the SSS class martial soul possessors in Qingyun City. The breath is long. It does look like a formidable enemy. And after Luo Qingxue, another person slowly walked down. It's Shu Qiu. His appearance was even more striking than Luo Qingxue's. The gazes of everyone present were instantly attracted to him, and every single one of them had a look of gravity, envy, and even jealousy in their eyes. Because Su Qiu's achievements were too dazzling. Totally out of place for someone their age. Nothing else. The hero medal alone was enough to make everyone marvel at it. He is Su Qiu. Sure is good looking. It's not much better than me. And that youth who had been playing with his cell phone before saw Su Qiu coming and directly put away his phone before walking towards him. Su Qiu also noticed the other party. Only to see the other man looking at himself, his eyes gleaming. Luo Qingxue said from the side, Su Qiu, this person is one of the double strongest among the young generation of Bayun First High School and also Bayun City, called Jiang Wu, and one of the favorites for the provincial scholar. Su Qiu came to a sudden realization. Then what did the other guy mean when he came toward him? Want to declare war? Chapter 91. The exam begins. Blue Star Encyclopedic Knowledge Set. Seeing Jiang Wu, one of Bayun City's dual powerhouses, walking towards Su Qiu, the crowd couldn't help but freeze, but then, the people of Bayun First Middle School immediately became excited. Coming. Is Jiang Wu going to declare war on Su Qiu? I knew that with Jiang Wu's nature, he definitely wouldn't easily allow other students to come to White Cloud City to flaunt their power. He must have gone to declare war. King against king. Now that's fun. Even the principal of Bayun No. 1 Middle School saw this scene, pondered for a moment, and didn't stop it because he knew that with Jiang Wu's nature, stopping it would be useless. Also good, let Jiang Wu go and test the other side's bottom line. And on the side of Qingyun City, Su Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Jiang Wu walking towards him. Want to declare war? Don't be so childish. I'm just here to take a test. Su Xiaoshang at the side also couldn't help but skim her lips. I knew that with this kind of protagonist treatment from older brother, he would pull hatred wherever he went. No, as soon as I get off the bus, it's going to be the supporting cast delivering a punch in the face. The others were also looking at Jiang Wu with unfavorable expressions. If the other side really came to declare war, they were not afraid. You are Su Qiu. Jiang Wu walked in front of Su Qiu and faintly said, his tone still seeming to tremble a bit. Su Qiu nodded slightly. Yes, what's the matter? Only to see Jiang Wu put his hands into his pockets. The crowd's faces changed when they saw this. What, is there still a weapon being pulled out? Please sign me up. Jiang Wu took out a notebook as well as a fountain pen and looked at Su Qiu with wild eyes. My name is Jiang Wu, I'm a fan of yours. He looks agitated. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but be a little confused. What's going on here? Especially the students of Baiyun First Middle School were wide-eyed. What the hell? Jiang Wu, you're our king. How could you do such a thing in public? Jiang Wu's brother, Jiangwen, took a deep breath, held up his glasses, and forced himself to hold back the rippling veins on his forehead. I knew it would be like this. Suqiu also couldn't help but stare, then took a notebook and pen. Oh, okay, just sign your name? Aha, if it's okay, can you write me another cheering line for the college entrance exam? Jiang Wu said excitedly. Sure. Suqiu nodded and wrote the 4 words "Go for the college entrance exam" on his notebook. And Jiang Wu put the notebook away. Thank you very much. In addition, although it's a bit embarrassing, I still have to say. Idol. I will definitely give my all in this martial arts exam. I won't lose to you. Suqiu smiled. Well, good, please teach me more. He reached out and shook Jiang Wu's hand. Jiang Wu ran away after asking for an autograph. Actually didn't fight. This doesn't make sense. It's not written like this in the novel. Su Xiaoshang said with some confusion. There aren't that many villains in life. Suqiu smiled faintly. And Luo Qingxue on the side was also a bit emotional. I didn't expect it to start like this. One of the White Cloud 1 middle school's double tops is actually a fan of yours. It's really worth it to be the man I'm looking at. The charm is just great. It's a good thing we're all men and women. Hee, welcome all the candidates from Qingyan City. The exams are about to begin, so please prepare to enter the exam room. The principal of Baiyun First Middle School walked up and smiled. As for Qingyun City, this time for the representative was the principal of Qingyun No. 3 Middle School, who said smilingly, many thanks to No. 1 Middle School for providing us with an examination venue. There is no harm. Qingyun City suffered a calamity and my White Cloud City failed to come to the rescue in time. Now it's just a matter of providing an examination venue. It's nothing much, and it's good to be able to meet the students of Qingyun City. The principal of Baiyun No. 1 Middle School said, his gaze falling on Suqiu, Luo Qingxue. More and more emotional. How good it would have been if these 2 SSS class martial souls had been born in their White Cloud City. As for Su Xiaoshang beside the 2, she was automatically ignored by the other party. After all, a little girl, in his opinion, was just a family member accompanying the examination. How could he imagine that the other party was also one of the candidates? The exam begins. One by one, the crowd entered the school and began to take the first part of the martial arts college entrance exam, the civil exam, according to the class number issued by the school. Su Xiaoshan wanted to go in, but was stopped. Girl, candidates can only go in. As a family member, you can wait outside. A guarding uncle laughed. Su Xiaoshan took out her ID card and placed it on the testing instrument. There was a drop and the gate opened. Su Xiaoshan put away her ID card. I'm also a candidate. Looking at her back as she went in, the crowd couldn't help but be surprised. Such a girl also came to take the martial arts high school examination? This guy isn't here to make up the numbers, is he? Impossible. Once you participate in the martial arts entrance exam, unless there are any special circumstances, you have to participate in both the literature exam as well as the martial arts exam, and once you are absent for no reason, it will be recorded, and the next time you have to participate it will be difficult. This girl is estimated to be able to take the literature test, but how is she going to take the martial arts test? Has her martial soul awakened? Has she become a first-rank martial artist? Let's not talk about the students of Baiyun First High School. The Qingyun candidates who had come along froze as well. They know Su Xiaoshang, Suqiu's sister, well, but had thought that the other party is as the identity of the candidate's family to accompany Suqiu. I didn't realize that the other side was actually going to participate. As far as they know. The other guy is only a senior, right? Oh, I'm really underestimated. Su Xiaoshang skimmed her mouth, then stood with her arms folded. But that's fine, let them underestimate me as much as they want, they'll know the pain when they hit their faces later. Suqiu went up and knocked the other person's head. Take a good exam, don't organize those that have nothing, 1 cow. At least give me 100 points. The Budo entrance exam is in 2 parts. 300 points on the literature test. 500 points on the martial arts exam. It adds up to a total of 800 points. Although Su Xiaoshang was a senior in high school and hadn't learned a lot of the knowledge points yet, if she usually had studied well, she wouldn't have a problem getting 100 points in the literature exam. Su Xiaoshang bristled, looking down on who? After that, she strutted into the exam room. Master Empress, this time, I'm relying on you. Su Xiaoshang said secretly. Empress Joan of Arc, so you want to rely on me to cheat for you? Otherwise? Could it be that you can't bear to see me fail the exam and be ridiculed? It doesn't matter if I lose face, but I'm your disciple. If I lose face, isn't that you losing face? Su Xiaoshang said. Xiangyao Empress thought about it, also feel a bit reasonable. Well, then help you this time, a small blue star literature examination, which is difficult to fall down to see a lot of knowledge of me? Listen to me, surely can let you become the first literary examination. After thinking about it, Empress Joan of Arc added, better than even your brother. Really? My brother is the god of the third grade school. He scored perfect marks in every exam, are you sure you can pass him? Su Xiaoshang blinked. Humph, this time I'll let you know who the real god of learning is. Empress Qiangyou hummed lightly. Although she hadn't been to the Blue Star before, the knowledge about martial arts was common throughout the universe, much the same, and she, Empress Qiangyou, had traveled through the vast universe, and her insights and experiences were not comparable to a Su Qiu. The other side. Su Qiu, who had entered the examination room, suddenly heard a system prompt. Ding! It has been detected that the host is facing the martial arts entrance exam, which is one of the most critical moments amongst martial artists. You have the following options. 1. Casually deal with it. Anyway, with one's strength, even if one casually deals with it, one can still easily get into the martial arts university. Reward, 10 pills of Yuan building Dan. 2. Give it your all. A fitting end to your years of study. Reward, a set of Blue Star encyclopedic knowledge. Can help the host easily answer a full mark exam paper. Chapter 92 Martial Arts Advanced Examination Round 2. Grade D Spiritual Energy Zone Silver Moon Forest. Blue Star Encyclopedic Knowledge? Full marks for the answer sheet? Su Qiu's eyes lit up. After so many years of martial arts college entrance exams, he hadn't heard of anyone who could get a perfect score on the literature exam. Because some questions, there is no standard answer, all depends on the reviewer. Free play, look at the points given. Few people would actually give it a perfect score. After all, in Daxia, many people preach that a full moon is a full moon, and a full water is an overflow. That's why Su Qiu was a bit skeptical about the perfect score answer sheet. Is it that much of a stretch? Still, he chose the second option and entered the exam room. Start answering the questions. The examination paper of the literary examination, there is only one, but it contains a variety of topics. There are about the identification of foreign beasts, there are about the spiritual energy zone, there are also about the way of using martial arts, martial soul attribute division. There are multiple choice, fill in the blank, judgment, reading, and quiz questions. A paper with 300 questions. The crowd gathered and began to answer the questions. Su Qiu, as a third-grade high school god, his knowledge was naturally not covered, and he was basically able to do all of the topics on this. And some of the ones that were difficult, he was confident that he would be able to answer all of them. When he was done, he thought about his encyclopedic knowledge of the Blue Star. System, receive Blue Star encyclopedic knowledge. Yes. Immediately, a large amount of information flooded into Su Qiu's mind. All kinds of knowledge about Blue Star were grasped by him one by one, and he felt his head was a little dizzy, as if he had been stuffed into a library. Take another look at the test questions in front of you. I basically got all the multiple choice questions, judgment questions, and the like correct. But the clincher is the 10 quiz questions at the end. That's the key. The first questions can be checked with AI, but these last 10 quiz questions are reviewed and corrected manually. Su Qiu looked at it carefully. There were some parts that, in his opinion now, he felt did answer poorly. So he asked for another answer key and rewrote the answers. Time passes. An afternoon passed. With the ringing of the exam bell, the literature exam is over. Candidates are gradually coming out of the examination hall. Luo Qingxue, Su Qiu, and Su Xiaoshang met at the entrance. Su Xiaoshang held her head with a confident look. The district's cultural examination is nothing more than that. Some of the candidates who did not do well in the exam heard her words and their faces became even more dejected. No way. Even a girl could do well on the exam, why couldn't you do well yourself? Brother, how did you do on the test? Su Xiaoshang looked at Su Qiu. It's okay. Su Qiu nodded. As for full or partial scores, it didn't matter to him anymore. Idol, how did you do on the test? At this moment a figure rushed up, it was Jiang Wu. Su Qiu laughed, not bad, how about you? I'm mediocre at literature exams, at most I get a pass, my brother is better at literature exams and gets near perfect scores on every exam. Jiang Wu laughed, pulling over a teenager next to him who wore glasses and looked extremely similar to him and said, "Idol, let me introduce to you, this is my brother Jiangwen, he's the god of learning in our first middle school. My brother's a student too, he's definitely better." Su Xiaoshang felt that Jiang Wu had come to show off his brother. As a brother controller, she naturally couldn't be indifferent. But this time, she miscalculated again. That goes without saying. Idols are definitely the best, Jiang Wu said solemnly. Su Xiaoshang. She felt that her position as Su Qiu's #1 blow was somewhat in jeopardy. And Jiangwen raised his eyebrows, feeling that his authority as an elder brother had been provoked. Looking towards Su Qiu, he said indifferently, "The questions this time around are indeed more difficult compared to the previous years. I reckon I can get a maximum of 208. Su Qiu, what about you?" 208. Only 20 points away from a perfect score of 300. And that's probably just Jiangwen's own conservative estimate. It is evident that the gold content of him, the god of learning, is really not to be blown away. Su Qiu smiled, "I should be about the same." Some of the candidates around the room heard the two scholars already judging the scores there, and felt more and more that the gap between people was really big. The results of the literature exam will be announced after the martial arts exam, and tomorrow is the martial arts exam. I look forward to your performance. Jiangwen pushed up his glasses and said. Then pulled aside Jiang Wu, who still wanted to eat with Su Qiu, to leave. "Dad and Mom at home have already made a good meal, go home and eat Idol, we'll see you tomorrow." Jiang Wu waved his hand and said loudly. Luo Qingshu scared from the side. These two brothers are just like their names, one is active and enthusiastic, the other is calm and collected. By the way, do you know what their martial souls are? Su Qiu thought of something and asked curiously. It's a weapon martial soul, a sword and a knife. The name of the knife is Dragon Slayer. The sword is called Etienne. Etienne too long? Hee, what a pair of brothers, even their martial souls are so distinctive. Su Qiu laughed. Candidates from Qingyun City stayed in the hotel for the night. The next day. Morning. The crowd arrived at the entrance of the first middle school, ready to participate in the second round of martial arts exams, except that this round of exams was not held in the first middle school. Instead, it's at a place outside of White Cloud. The Psychic Energy Zone. Everyone meets in front of the school and then takes a bus to the Psychic Zone. Luo Qingshu said from the side, "It is said that the location of this martial arts examination is within the Great D Spiritual Energy Zone Silver Wolf Forest. There are many exotic beasts silver wolves surviving there, most of which are first-order existences, and there are also some mutated second-order silver moon wolves. Or even a third-order silver moon whistling wolf. It's considered a high-risk zone for candidates." Class D Psychic Zone? High risk? Su Qiu, who had fought fiercely with the demonic heavenly sect lord and destroyed half of the B-rank spiritual energy zone, couldn't help but blink. It's indeed quite dangerous. Luo Qingshu rolled her eyes when she thought of Su Qiu's glorious deeds. She was also aware that this D-level psychic energy zone wasn't even difficult for her. Even more so for Su Qiu. But Jiang Wu on the side didn't know and came forward. "Idol, don't worry about it, the school will protect our safety. Later on, the school will issue us a spirit weapon bracelet. This item is a disposable martial arts spirit weapon. It has the effect of recording, monitoring, and protecting, and by injecting spiritual energy into it you can inspire a protective shield. Protect us from harm. It's just that you can't continue the test once you've been inspired." Jiang Wu was familiar with the process of the exam and narrated it. Su Qiu also knew this, but still laughed. Well, so it is. Soon, the crowd arrived at a forest area on the outskirts of Baiyun City. Not close enough. Just faintly, he heard the sound of wolves howling from inside. And upon arrival, the teacher gave each student a silver and white bracelet. This is a disposable martial arts spiritual weapon specially designed for the martial arts exam. If you guys encounter any dangers inside that you can't handle, just inject spiritual energy towards the bracelet, and it can inspire an energy shield to protect you safely. Remember, if you don't do well on your martial arts exams, you still have a future, and you can even do it again. Life is all that matters now. I don't want to see anyone lose their lives for nothing because of bravery. That's not a hero, but a fool. The teacher said seriously. Apparently this was not uncommon in past martial arts exams. Chapter 93 Entering the Silver Moon Forest. Dragon Slayer leaning on the sky. This test will take 2 hours. 10 points for each first-order beast killed. 20 points for killing a second-order alien beast. 100 points for killing a third-order. Beast. The bracelets in your hands will automatically record the scores, and after 2 hours they will automatically stop recording and everyone will return here. After the teachers solemnly told the candidates some points of note for the exam, the candidates got out of the car, took a deep breath, and walked towards the Silver Moon Forest. And once inside, the crowd dispersed to find their own prey. Luo Qingxue wasn't with Su Qiu either. The two of them, who were too powerful amongst the candidates of this session, were useless together. Instead, it only affects the rate at which each other scores. On the contrary, Su Qiu still wanted to bring the other party by his side, but the other party proudly raised his head and said, "No need, if I come to take the martial arts exam in a dignified manner, I have to rely on myself to score points in a dignified manner, the district of foreign beasts, I'll take it from hand to hand. She's killed all the third-order xenomorphs. What's a few silver moon coyotes? Go!" Su Xiaoshang separated from Su Qiu and went off on her own as well. Su Qiu was a little worried, then shook his head helplessly. "It's just, little Frost has grown up. What she wants to do, she no longer needs to do everything hard. Perhaps it's time for me to let go and let her fly free." Thinking about this, he was suddenly a little melancholy. Then he shook off his head and focused on the martial arts exam. Walked a short distance. In the grass, a silver moon wolf suddenly pounced up, with a surprisingly fast speed, but it was discovered by Su Qiu, who backhanded it and slapped it out. Bang! That silver moon wolf, his head exploded on the spot, and Su Qiu noticed that the number on the bracelet on his wrist changed from 0 to 10, obviously scoring 10 points. 2 hours? To kill 50 first-order silver moon wolves and get 500 points is basically very difficult, one can even say impossible. It's not that the strength can't do it, it's that these silver moon wolves won't be stupid enough to gather together and let me kill them. I have to find another way. Since he had chosen to take the martial arts advanced examination, Su Qiu naturally wanted to give himself a satisfactory account, and it would be best if he could get a perfect score. First-order foreign beasts are too slow to kill, but if it's a third-order foreign beast, as long as I kill enough 5, I'll naturally reach a full score. Su Qiu's eyes flashed. This was a D-class psychic energy zone, and although there weren't many third-rank alien beasts, it wasn't impossible to gather enough for 5. Su Qiu glanced at the depths of the Silver Moon Forest and quickly walked away. The deeper the spiritual energy zone was, the easier it was to encounter high-level foreign beasts. The other side. There were quite a few people who had the same idea as Su Qiu. For example, Jiang Wu brothers. If you want to win the idol, the normal method of killing foreign beasts won't work. You can only kill high-level foreign beasts and get a lot of points quickly to have a chance to win. Jiang Wu held a large golden two-handed sword in his hand. Above the blade, there are lifelike dragon patterns. It is his SS-grade weapon Martial Soul Dragon Sword. His brother Jiang, on the other hand, holds a silver-white long sword, with sharp sword chi flowing from the blade, which is the SS weapon Martial Spirit Etienne Sword. Leaning on the sky plus slaying dragons. With two brothers joining forces, a second-order foreign beast could be easily killed. Their goal is a third-order alien beast. Soon, the two brothers arrived at the depths of the Silver Moon Forest, where they saw a giant wolf with a silver-white body and a moon wheel mark growing on its forehead. More crucially, the other party's eyes were still golden. Moonprint seal, golden eyes. There's absolutely no mistake, the other party is the third-ranked foreign beast Silver Moon Whistling Sky Wolf. Jiangwen pushed up his glasses and a glint flashed in his eyes. And Jiang Wu smiled excitedly. "Then what are you waiting for? Go." Whoosh! He took the lead and rushed out, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand chopped down steeply, an overbearing golden blade on swept out from the sword. The might was so strong that it seemed like it was going to split open a mountain. Exactly. Grade A martial skill, mountain-splitting chop. The Silver Moon Whistling Wolf sensed the danger and got up with a long whistle. The sound wave that was like substance almost shook Jiang Wu out of the room. However, the opponent hardened himself against the damage and slashed at the Silver Moon Tsunami Wolf, and with a loud boom, the Tsunami Wolf was directly shaken back several steps. Despite taking a slash, the Silver Moon Whistling Wolf didn't look like it had suffered too much damage. TSK, that's hard. Jiang, on the other hand, sensed something and frowned. Something's wrong, Takeshi, get back here. But it's late. Only to see the Silver Moon Whistling Wolf King let out a low roar, a powerful aura fluctuation erupted from his body, and a silver wolf actually walked out from the surroundings. Each head is of the second rank. Altogether, 10 heads. Together with the third order silver moon whistling wolf, that was 11. What's going on? I've never heard of silver moon wolves being a pack exotic beast. Jiangwu swallowed his saliva. He gripped the dragon slayer sword tightly, his face full of wariness. Jiangwen walked next to him and said, "Because this is not an ordinary silver moon tsunami wolf. If I'm wrong, this tsunami wolf is a mutated wolf king that can control other second-ranked silver moon wolves. Mutation, a special phenomenon. Whether it was a martial artist or a foreign beast, there was a certain chance that it would appear. And some variations are good and some are bad. For example, the silver moon wuthering wolf was a good prime example. After mutating, it was able to gain the power to manipulate other silver moon wolves. The self-equivalent of a wolf king. In history, there had even been an 8th-ranked silver moon tsunami wolf king. It could manipulate thousands of silver moon wolves, like an army of foreign beasts. Jiangwen looked at the silver moon wolves that surrounded the two of his brothers in front of him. A hint of gravity appeared in his eyes. This is going to be a bit troublesome. Ha, what are you afraid of? Just kill them together. Jiangwu was not afraid and killed with his dragon slayer sword in hand. His sword technique was harsh and fierce, and in a single fight, the second-ranked foreign beasts were no match for him, except that there were 10 silver moon wolves here. Not to mention that there was also the silver moon whistling sky wolf, a third rank, watching over him. Even due to mutations, the opponent could somehow be compared to the fourth order. Roar! The silver moon whistling wolf let out a low gulp, and with a flash of his figure, he arrived in front of Jiangwu, taking advantage of his unpreparedness to strike out with a claw, sending him flying. Jiangwen's face changed slightly as he rushed up to repel the silver moon whistling wolf, then took a deep breath. Wu, use that move. Yes. Jiangwu nodded slightly, holding the dragon-slaying sword. All the spiritual energy in his body was poured into it. Above the blade, the golden dragon seemed to come alive, emitting a roaring sound, while Jiangwen on the side was holding the leaning sword, similarly urging the martial soul with all his might. Only one blade and one sword were seen, resonating with each other and chopping out at the same time. Combined martial soul technique, sword and blade dance. Boom! Sword chi, blade chi swept like a hurricane. A silver moon wolf was lifted off the ground, torn apart, and went up in smoke on the spot. The two Jiangwen and Jiangwu were also gasping for air, with a look of physical exhaustion, but then, the pupils of the two brothers shrank. Only to see that the silver moon whistling wolf stood up from the pile of corpses on the ground. Although there were some injuries on his body, his aura was still furious and incomparable. This actually let the other silver moon wolves stand in front of him at the critical moment, using his flesh as a shield to protect him. Although ruthless, it had to be said that this silver moon whistling wolf was smart. And now, the other side is fine. The unlucky ones, then, were the two Jiangwen Jiangwu brothers. As the two brothers considered whether or not to press the bracelet button, a slightly surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Ouch, I actually encountered a mutated silver moon tsunami wolf, I'm lucky. Chapter 94 Silver Moon Grass luring silver moon wolves, Suqiu chased by wolves. Suqiu was also supposed to be delving deeper into the silver moon forest, searching for high-level foreign beasts. I heard the battle commotion, so I came over to check it out. I didn't expect to witness a big battle. Dragonslayer leaning on the sky, SS-grade martial soul, the power was indeed not bad. What surprised Suqiu the most was that the two brothers actually had a joint martial soul skill. It was only that the two brothers were already exhausted after resolving the 10 second order silver moon wolves, and it was not realistic to want to deal with the remaining silver moon tsunami wolf. Ding! Facing an opponent in the same exam who was facing a siege from the silver moon tsunami wolves, you have the following choices. 1. Sit back and leave with indifference. Reward, $1 million. 2. After the silver moon tsunami wolf has eliminated 2 people, you'll go up and tackle the silver moon tsunami wolf. Reward, 3 yuan creation pills. 3. How can I say that I'm also my own fan brother, so a favor is not too much to ask. Go up and tackle the silver moon whistling wolf. Reward, 1 silver moon grass. Silver moon grass. Seeing this reward, Suqiu's eyes lit up. He who possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of the blue heart certainly knew of this item. There were quite a few heavenly treasures in the heavens and earth, and this silver moon grass was one of them, often born in advanced spiritual energy zones, belonging to the 5th order spiritual grass. It can quench the sinews, bones, skin and flesh, and improve the quality of physical fitness. This silver moon grass, not bad. Suqiu chose the third option without saying a word. Walked out. Yo, I actually encountered a mutated silver moon tsunami wolf. Looks like I'm lucky. Suqiu said flirtatiously. And seeing his arrival, Jiangwu couldn't help but be surprised. Suqiu. Idle. On the other hand, that silver moon whistling wolf looked at Suqiu, and while the other party's attention was on the two Jiangwen and Jiangwu brothers, he hissed and pounced towards him from behind, bursting out in an instant with a strangely fast speed. In this instant, even a fourth-rank upper-level martial artist wouldn't necessarily be able to react. Idle, watch out! Jiangwu shouted. Suqiu looked indifferent as he slapped out a backhanded palm. Didn't even use the gun. Bang! The powerful palm slapped on the silver moon wuthering wolf's head, and the other party let out a wail and was directly pressed to the ground. I'm talking to someone else, so be quiet. Suqiu smiled faintly and fiercely exerted himself. The silver moon whistling wolf's head was directly pressed and exploded, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Died on the spot. The score on Suqiu's bracelet also instantly rose by 100. The two brothers, Jiangwan and Jiangwu, immediately stared at each other with wide eyes. This was a silver moon whistling wolf, a third-order upper-grade fey beast. The two of their brothers had gone through a lot of effort to not knock each other down, and Suqiu had actually defeated him with just a slap? This strength. It's not too much of a stretch. The two brothers stared at Suqiu with wide eyes. I originally thought that even if there was a gap, it shouldn't be too much difference, but now it seems that I was wrong. Wrong beyond belief. Jiang Wen's pupils trembled slightly as he looked at Suqiu. And after defeating the silver moon whistling wolf, Suqiu looked at the exhausted and panting two brothers. Are you guys alright? Still, okay. Jiang Wen nodded, then looked at Suqiu curiously and said, why are you helping us? Logically speaking, for this exam, it was only right that every candidate was a competitor, so why would Suqiu help the two of them? They can't do each other any harm if they're eliminated, right? Meh, if you want to help, you can help, there's no such thing as why. Suqiu smiled faintly before looking at the bracelet. You two find a place to rest first, I'll leave first. After all, he was still taking exams, so Suqiu didn't chat with the two brothers for too long. Leave after resolving the third-ranked silver moon tsunami wolf. And looking at his departing back, Jiangwan, Jiangwu brothers both had expressions that were not quite the same. Jiangwu was adoration mixed with gratitude. Totally looks like he's even more enamored with Suqiu. As for Jiangwan, he sighed with admiration plus emotion, actually helping his opponent like this, Suqiu. I am completely convinced. In fact, the two brothers overlooked one thing. That is, Suqiu had never treated them as opponents. Opponents need to be, well, evenly matched. And the two brothers hadn't reached the level of rivals for Suqiu. Suqiu took out the reward silver moongrass that had just arrived. This object appeared to be the appearance of a small plant, but it emitted a silver-white, moonlight-like glow. Holy and dazzling. And the moment he took out the silver moongrass, 2 or 3 silver moonwolves came up towards him from all around, staring at the silver moongrass in his hands. Ow! A silver moonwolf was the first to press on and pounce on Suqiu. And Suqiu backhanded his opponent with a slap and sent him flying. Looking at the silver moonwolf, he brightened up. I do remember, silver moongrass is a great tonic for silver moonwolves. A 5th-order silver moongrass can even allow a 4th-order silver moonwolf to advance to a 5th-order fey beast, so it's no wonder these silver moonwolves are going crazy when they see the silver moongrass. Looking at the few remaining silver moonwolves, Suqiu's eyes glowed. His heart suddenly had a calculation, and he smiled faintly. Very well, let's do it. He took the silver moongrass and began to move quickly within the silver moon forest. And as he moved, the silver moon wolf noticed that the silver moon grass on him stirred and began to chase him. A third-ranked silver moon wolf was lying on the ground, resting, its silver-white fur radiating a faint silver light, its posture lazy and elegant. It yawned and squinted. But suddenly, as if he sensed something, his eyes snapped open and he got up to look at the dense forest as his body began to stir. The blood began to boil. Intuition told him that something fatally tempting to him was approaching, and precipitously, a human rushed out. Silver Moon Wolf froze. What temptation does a human have for himself? Did this human's meat smell good? Then he looked behind the human, followed by one Silver Moon Wolf after another. Everyone is desperately chasing each other. What's going on? The Silver Moon Wolf was a bit confused, then he shrugged his nose and smelled a strange aroma, then he looked at the human's hand holding a blade of grass. That's Silver Moonweed. He sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This was an absolute treasure medicine for their Silver Moon Wolf clan. When he thought about it, their Silver Moon Forest produced a 5th order Silver Moon Wolf King. It was because the other party ate a Silver Moon grass. Ow. The 3rd stage Silver Moon Wolf growled and pressed on to join in chasing Suchio, while Suchio smiled faintly without stopping. Continue to move quickly within the forest. The Silver Moon Forest was huge, nearly 60 kilometers from end to end. However, Suchio's such a big commotion still attracted the attention of many candidates. 2nd ranked Silver Moon Wolf. By killing you, my score will break through 300. Luo Qingxue looked at a Silver Moon Wolf and said indifferently. That Silver Moon Wolf was like an enemy. But then, Luo Qingxue seemed to discover something and looked not far away. Only the ground began to shake. Next, a silhouette rushed out, and behind him, the sound of wailing was endless. It was clearly a dense wolf pack. Suchio? Luo Qingxue froze for a moment, looking at the wolf pack behind the other party. She couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What are you doing? Chapter 95, Luring Monsters in a Wave of Streams, Suchio's Good Bones. Yo, it's Qingxue. Hello? Suchio saw Luo Qingxue and reached out to greet her. And the corner of Luo Qingxue's mouth twitched. You still have the heart to greet me like this? Look behind you. That wolf pack is about to tear you apart. Suchio, what the hell is going on here? Luo Qingxue didn't care about fighting the Silver Moon Wolf and ran along, asking curiously. Oh, has your excellency ever heard of drawing monsters in a wave? Suchio asked with a slight smile. Lead a wave of monsters? What the hell? Luo Qingxue was a bit confused. There's no time to explain to you, I'll leave first, good luck with your exams. Suchio laughed and steeply increased his speed. And the Silver Moon Wolves frantically chased after him, their desire for the Silver Moon grass even causing them to burst out at speeds that surpassed their previous speeds. They crossed over to Luo Qingxue, but paid no attention to each other. Right now, they only had Suchio in their eyes. I'll hand over the Silver Moon grass. Oh, that's mine, no one takes it from me. I'll fart, it's mine. Oh wow, whoever grabs it is the one who gets it. Ow. Behind Suchio, there was a lot of wailing. The entire Silver Moon Forest began to go haywire as a large number of Silver Moon Wolves converged towards Suchio, and quite a few candidates were dumbfounded by this scene. What's the situation? I haven't heard that Silver Moon Wolves are pack dwellers. How did Suchio attract so many Silver Moon Wolves to chase after him? Good lord, this is a few hundred heads. It's horrible. What did he do? Su Xiaoshan had just resolved a Silver Moon Wolf and noticed this scene as well. The Empress Jiang Xiao inside her frowned, slightly puzzled. This guy, what's he going to do? Su Xiaoshan clapped her hands together instead. I see, Lao is trying to make a wave. What is? A stream? Empress Jiang Xiao asked curiously. Su Xiaoshan grunted, Empress Master, how come you don't even know about one-way flow, which is gathering monsters together and then solving them in one gulp? Only, how did old brother attract so many Silver Moon Wolves? It's Silver Moon Grass. Empress Jiang Xiao faintly said, reacting. What is Silver Moon Grass? It was Su Xiaoshan's turn to not understand this kid. Thanks to you being a student, you don't even know what Silver Moon Grass is? Su Xiaoshan. This Empress Master Teacher is so vindictive. High in the air. There are drones that are taking footage of the Silver Moon Forest for broadcast. Outside the Silver Moon Forest, teachers are following the situation in real time through drone footage. The convergence of a large number of Silver Moon Wolves naturally caught their attention, and they couldn't help but TSK as they looked at those Silver Moon Wolves. What's going on here? Why are there so many Silver Moon Wolves clustered together? Have the drones follow and check it out. Soon, the crowd noticed Suchio at the forefront of the wolf pack. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Some teachers had already guessed Suchio's calculations. But they, all of them, couldn't believe it. He's planning to gather these Silver Moon Wolves and then finish them off in one fell swoop? How did he do that? Look, that grass in his hand is Silver Moon Grass. I see, only. How does he plan to fight? With so many Silver Moon Wolves, can he handle it alone? Being surrounded by so many Silver Moon Wolves, the energy shield won't be able to withstand it. Some teachers are getting worried. One must know that Suchio was the possessor of a multi-SSS-ranked martial soul. If something happened to him in the exam room, it would have to be a loss to Dacia, and some teachers wanted to temporarily suspend the exam. However, the martial arts college entrance examination was held once a year and was vital to all candidates, and it would be unfair to the other candidates to suspend it hastily. Let's wait and see what happens first. If Suchio has any accidents, he will turn on the energy light shield, and the light shield, even if it can't block so many silver moonwolves, can still last for a few minutes at least, so we'll just rush over then. Good, let's wait and see what happens first. I'm sure Suchio wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of. The principal of Qingyun Third High School said. There was still some confidence in Suchio. But looking at the hundreds of silver moonwolves, his bottom was not that strong. This hadn't been the case in all the previous martial arts entrance exams. Inside the silver moon forest, Suchio relied on the silver moongrass to attract a large number of silver moonwolves, while looking at the wolves behind him, and then looking at the exam time. There was still half an hour left. Almost there, he thought darkly. So he stopped. And outside the exam room, leaning on Suchio who suddenly stopped on the screen, the teachers couldn't help but pinch their cold sweat. He stopped. Going to make a move? The teachers watched the screen intently. Some teachers were even already warming up, preparing for them to rush into the silver moon forest as fast as they could once Suchio turned on the energy shield. Inside the silver moon forest, Suchio looked at a silver moonwolf that pounced in front of him and punched out. Boom! That silver moonwolf died violently on the spot. But then, the silver moonwolves charged head after head, frantically. Suchio didn't dodge, and his fists and feet blasted out together after him. Outside the exam room. Wait, I remember Suchio using a gun, right? Where's his gun? Someone asked in surprise. Found it. His gun. It's on the bus. The principal of Qingyun Third Middle School found Suchio's gun on the bus and tried to take it out but found that he couldn't move a single inch. The crowd of teachers gathered around, again having trouble moving the gun. They frowned. What's going on here? How come Suchio doesn't even carry a weapon? He's actually so careless? Not true. A teacher shook his head. No martial artist would be careless enough to casually discard their weapon. In my opinion, Suchio intentionally didn't bring his gun with him. What grade do you guys think this gun is? With our strength it's difficult to move even the slightest bit. This gun should have some sort of spirituality. At least it's a top-grade martial Dao spiritual artifact. Even the very best. Not bad. That teacher nodded slightly. A martial Dao spiritual artifact that might be of the very best quality. How great in addition to a martial artist is, I don't need to say more. We all know clearly, Suchio didn't bring this gun because he wanted to compete fairly with the other candidates. To be able to give up such an important advantage, Suchio, what good bones. The crowd sniffed and thought deeply. Taking another look at Suchio within the screen, there were a few more moments of admiration in his eyes. But there are concerns. No need for a gun. Can he handle so many alien beasts? With his bare hands, can he handle it? This is too dangerous. However, on the battlefield, Suchio was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Fists, feet, fingers, elbows, knees. Any part of his body seemed to be transformed into the most ferocious blades in the human world, unleashing an indiscriminate and frantic slaughter on the silver moonwolf. The crowd of teachers watched and gulped. What a terrifying fighting skill! This is a skill that can only be honed by having fought countless foreign beasts. Just how cruel a training he has gone through. Yeah, is your Qingyun Third Middle School so cruel? Aren't you afraid of harming the other party? Although some of the teachers marveled at Suchio's fighting skills, they couldn't help but feel heartbroken when they thought of the pain the other party had suffered in order to hone such skills. He's still a big boy. They looked at the principal of Qingyun Third Middle School with some indignation. The principal of the third middle school was a bit speechless. Our third middle school doesn't have this kind of ability. I heard that he joined the hunting team, so he should have honed his skills within the hunting team. Chapter 96, End of Martial Arts Exam, Luo Qingxue who broke the perfect score. Hunting group? He's only a few years old and he's joining the hunt. But just joining a hunting group shouldn't give you so many chances to fight with alien beasts. Is your Qingyun city so plagued with disasters? Generally speaking, within a city, more than 50 incidents of Fey injuries in a year were considered Fey frequency. But a mere 50 starts would not be enough to hone such combat skills. Moreover, could it be that all those alien beast incidents in Qingyun City could not be solved by Suchio alone? Qingyun Sanzhong shook his head. I'm not quite sure, but I heard that the head of the hunting troop he was in gave him special training. It's no wonder that. can make a child hone such skills. This special training doesn't need to be thought of to know how inhumane it is. What hunting troop leader is actually ruthless enough to have such a heart? Someone lamented. There were a few grumbles about the unknown hunting group leader. Ol, who was undergoing rehabilitation in one of the psychic zones, couldn't help but yawn as she rubbed her nose. Who's talking about me behind my back? Before looking at her, what met her eyes was a crimson volcano, with molten lava flowing and gushing from the surface, and the dry, hot aura that filled the air was enough to make no plants grow amongst this volcano. For martial artists of the wood attribute, this place was simply hell. This, precisely, is the class's psychic energy zone, the flaming high-heat fire mountain land. Ole held a wolfsbane and took a step towards the depths of the volcano. Once I get through here, I guess I'll be able to recover pretty much. Class D's psychic energy zone, within the Silver Moon Forest. A stream of Su Chiyu was on. Although he was bare-handed, these silver moon wolves were no problem at all for him, and his fists and feet swung with deadly killing moves. But the silver moon wolves were extremely numerous. It was a bit difficult for him to kill them all quickly by himself. Mindfulness. A ball of thunderous light erupted from his body. The SSS-class Martial Soul Thunder Dragon appeared. The Thunder Dragon appeared, his figure transformed into a thunderous light and rushed into the wolves. Wherever it went, a silver moon wolf was electrocuted. Sucho felt that the speed wasn't fast enough and called out White Tiger again. White Tiger now! After a growl, the pack of wolves couldn't help but shiver. The White Tiger looked at the wolves with a hint of disdain in his eyes. That's all there is, not enough to kill him alone. Looking at Lei Long, who was killing the wolves, the White Tiger was not willing to show weakness, and with that, they rushed into the wolves together and started slaughtering. The two major martial spirits struck, and Sucho's entire body was idle. There was no need for him to strike again at all. He glanced at the score on his bracelet and it had reached 981 points. And so on. I think the full score of the martial arts exam is 500 points. Let's just say that the 900 plus points. What's the deal? Also, the score is going wildly fast as if it were high on drugs. Outside the exam room, the teachers had looked confused. A single person, slaughtering hundreds of silver moon wolves, and there were even several third-ranked silver moon whistling wolves in this group. A candidate can do this scene? Some teachers can't even do that. This is probably the first time ever for the martial arts advanced examination. That said, why does he still need to take the martial arts college entrance exam? With his strength and talent, let's just say it's not a problem to be guaranteed admission to any martial arts university. Oh. He shelved to come to the novice village to fry fish. Exaggerated, it's just too much. I've just never seen such a perverted high school student. The crowd was no longer worried about Suchio's safety. They were now only worried if the silver moon wolves within this silver moon forest would be killed by Suchio, causing the grades of the other students to drop drastically. Or, perhaps, other students were struck down after seeing Suchio's grades. Time passes. The exam ends in the last half hour. Sucho just happened to kill the last silver moon wolf. Looking around him again, he was densely filled with the corpses of silver moon wolves, and he was also carrying a lot of blood on him. His entire body was murderous. Like a Shura returning from hell. He shook off the sticky blood from his body, designating a quick trip back to the hotel for a shower, and after the exam was over, he headed out of the forest. Halfway there, he heard the sound of water. Spotting a crystal-clear stream, he couldn't help but light up, and couldn't stand the sticky blood on his body, so he planned to clean it first. The teachers outside the exam room had arranged a separate drone to keep an eye on Suchio, and after seeing him in the shower, they couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch. He actually had the presence of mind to take a shower? TSK, this kid has a big heart. Wait, something's not right. Isn't it not very nice for so many of us to gather around a big kid to take a bath? A teacher reached out and said, Ahem, we're doing this for the safety of the candidates. A female teacher coughed twice, then looked at Sucho within the screen with glowing eyes. Wow, this body, wow, this muscle. Sihasaha. A teacher looked at the female teacher and the corners of her mouth twitched. Wipe your mouth. However, just as the crowd gathered around to watch Suchio bathe, they found Suchio looking up towards them and grinning. He found the crowd. Kuwenpeng. Suchio lightly called out. The Kuwenpeng martial spirit flew out of his body, then grabbed the drone and flew towards the distance. He wasn't in the habit of getting naked in front of a large group of people. The teachers looked at each other. The drone must be at least 300 meters from the ground. Even this can be detected. What keen perception! Alas, it's a pity. The female teacher's face showed regret, just a little bit. You can see Sucho's full face up. Soon, candidates are coming out of the examination hall one after another. One by one, they pass through a mechanical gate, and as they do, the gate makes a sound that announces the score on their bracelet. It's not the same as the literature test. As soon as the martial arts exam is over, you can find out your score. One by one, the crowd went through the gate. Bayun number 1 Middle School Li Lin, 127 points. Wang Ji of Bayun number 2 Middle School, 181 points. Zhang Hai of Changyan 3rd Middle School, 200%. Qin Shui of Bayun number 1 Middle School, 250 points. Green Cloud 2. One by one the scores were read out. Suddenly, 2 more people came out from within the forest. These 2 people were covered in blood, holding a sword and a knife in their hands, and they were clearly the twin powerhouses of Bayun First Middle School, Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu. Seeing them, the principal of Bayun First Middle School smiled faintly, revealing anticipation. Zhang Wen was the first to walk through the gate. Zhang Wen of Bayun number 1 Middle School, 440 points. Bayun number 1 Middle School Zhang Wu, 450 points. When the scores came out, the crowd was in an uproar. Over 400 points. This was at least equal to killing more than 40 first-order foreign beasts, right? It's really worthy of being a double powerhouse of Bayun First High School. It's really powerful. The crowd lamented. Then another person came out from within the forest. The other party was dressed in white, clear, and beautiful, and unlike the others who carried tiredness and labor on their bodies, the visitor's demeanor was light, with a stress-free look. It was Luo Qingxue. She walked through the gate. Qingyun 3rd Middle School Luo Qingxue, 550 points. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. 550? More than a perfect 500? I'll go. Coward. The crowd looked at Luo Qingxue in shock. Worthy of being the possessor of an SSS class martial soul, it's truly terrifying. Chapter 97 Exaggerated Scores. Disconnected Gap. Luo Qingxue breaks the perfect score record. Shocking the crowd. The 2 Zhang Wen Zhang Wu brothers looked at each other and couldn't help but tsk. They were also more excited about Su Qiu. Luo Qingxue was able to reach 550 points. Then Su Qiu's score, I'm afraid it will only be higher, at least 600 points. I'm guessing it's around 800. The idol is just too strong. At this point, a figure within the forest trotted out in a burst. The visitor was a young girl, 2 or 3 years younger than the candidates present, and in the eyes of the crowd, the other party was a maiden. It was Su Xiaoshang. Everyone assumed she was there to make up the numbers and didn't pay too much attention. And Su Xiaoshang noticed the contempt that surfaced on the faces of the people present, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Very well, the more you despise me, the better. There was already a feeling of exhilaration in her mind. This kind of face-slapping drama was her favorite. She strode majestically through the mechanical gate. The next second, the sound of detection rang out. Su Xiaoshang from Qingyun 3rd Middle School, 0 points. The crowd sniffed and smiles appeared on their faces. I'm sure he's just a guy who's here to make up the numbers. Su Xiaoshang froze. What the hell? 0 points? Is the damn gate malfunctioning? Su Xiaoshang slapped the gate. Hey, I protest, there's something wrong with this gate. I've killed so many foreign beasts, how could I have 0 points? This testing instrument has been thoroughly overhauled when it was shipped over, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. A teacher said. Luo Qingxue stood out and faintly said, Teachers, Xiaofrost's strength is no worse than mine, I'm sure she's definitely not a 0. This. The teachers looked at each other. Luo Qingxue had said so they decided to give face. Bring me your bracelet and I'll look at it. A teacher took Su Xiaoshang's bracelet, then realized, it's the bracelet's sensor that's out of order, it should have been bumped during the battle. Can it be fixed? Of course, this isn't the first time this has happened, hold on. The trip was accompanied by a number of technicians. The bracelet was quickly repaired. And when Su Xiaoshang recrossed the gate wearing the bracelet, her score was officially displayed in front of everyone. Su Xiaoshang of Qingyun 3rd Middle School, 600 points. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. More, how much? 600 points? Higher than Luo Qingxue? What's with this girl? The crowd looked at Su Xiaoshang in shock. Su Xiaoshang raised her head and chest, stood with her hands behind her back, and said lightly, "Remember, my name is Su Xiaoshang, and this time, the provincial scholar is not mine." She was, for herself, very confident. Luo Qingxue on the side couldn't help but lament, "It's true that if there's a brother, there's a sister, neither brother nor sister is an oil lamp." Soon the crowd also figured out where Su Xiaoshang came from. So it's Su Qiu's sister, no wonder she has this kind of strength. Do you guys know what her martial soul is? I don't know, no one seems to have seen her use it. Su Xiaoshang's martial soul was mysterious. No one except Su Qiu knew so far. It added some mystery to her. If the younger sister is so powerful, then Su Qiu shall not go to heaven? I'm really getting excited about his score. The highest score in this martial arts exam was basically no longer in doubt. What everyone was looking forward to now was, Su Qiu, to what level of high? Soon. Within the forest, Su Qiu slowly walked out. He took a bath within the forest, and by the way, he also cleaned his clothes and dried them with a fiery boom fist, and his entire body was much more refreshed. Everyone looks at an idle look. Those who didn't know thought he was traveling. He was seen passing through the mechanical gate under the gaze of the crowd. Next. Su Qiu of Changyan 3rd Middle School, 10,010 points. When the scores came out, everyone froze. They pulled out their ears. It felt like I was hallucinating. More, how much? 1,110 points? This is the score that can appear in the martial arts high school? The testing instruments are malfunctioning, aren't they? Now, everyone suspected that something was wrong with the testing apparatus. Even the teacher thought that there was something wrong with the instrument and had the serviceman come and check it out, and the response was that there was nothing wrong with the instrument. Testing Su Qiu's bracelet again, there was no malfunction. His real score is 11,110 points. The crowd's pupils trembled and their scalps went numb with fear. After an eerie silence, the sound of sucking in cool air rose and fell, and the hissing and hissing made Su Qiu think that a swarm of rattlesnakes had appeared. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. My God. This can't be right. I'm not dreaming? 11,110 points? Did he kill all the silver moon wolves within the silver moon forest? 10 points for a first-rank silver wolf, then he must have killed at least 1,000 silver wolves. This guy, how did he do it? Weirdo. All the martial arts entrance exams have never seen this kind of thing, right? The crowd just felt dizzy. No matter how much they talked themselves out of it, they couldn't believe the score. It's just too much. The teachers were also silent. They had seen Su Qiu's battle through the drone, so they naturally knew how their opponent had swiped this score. And know that the other guy must not be cheating or anything. But 11,110 points. It's still too scary. Probably not many people would believe it if they said it. Once that score is released, the nation is going to be shaken. Eventually. The scores of all the people's martial arts exams were determined. First place, without a doubt, was Su Qiu. Su Qiu, 11,110 points. Su Xiaoshang, 600 points. Luo Qingxue, 550 points. Zhang Wu, 450 points. Zhang Wen, 440 points. As the crowd looked at the rankings, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. The scores of the dozens of people behind this couldn't add up to Su Qiu. That's a totally disconnected gap. Look at each other's scores and then look at everyone else's scores. They still can't help but feel ridiculous awe. The gazes of the crowd looking at Su Qiu vaguely carried a bit of grudge. You say you are so bullish. What other martial arts entrance exams are you taking? You're here for the fish fry? Alas, I finally realize how Su Shen's word for God came to be. Not only are people good at studying, they're really gods. Su God. Drops God forever. The crowd was in a flurry of emotion. No one is born out of jealousy. If the gap with the other person is not too big, people will be born with jealousy. But the gap is so big. All they have left of each other is look up. The crowd returned to White Cloud 1. All that is left is to wait for the release of the scores in the literature examination in a few days, so that you can confirm your total score and then apply to WU on the basis of that score. Su Qiu and the others also returned to Qingyun City. Before saying goodbye, Jiang Wu hugged Sucho reluctantly. Oh, idle, stay for a few more days, there are still a lot of fun places in Baiyun City. Let go of my brother. It took Su Xiaoshang a great deal of effort to pull Jiang Wu away. Just your Baiyun City has fun, so does my Qingyun City. Oh, idle, come back often when you can. Will do, I'll see you at Budokai University if it's meant to be. Sucho smiled. Waved goodbye to both brothers. And not long after returning to Qingyun City, the day of the release of the scores of the literature examination arrived. Su Xiaoshang was the first to open her computer, checking the scores with a face full of anticipation. Chapter 98, Online Skepticism. Officials come down to back it up. Su Xiaoshang opened the computer with anticipation and checked the scores. Within the martial soul space, Empress Jiang Xiao said indifferently, "Don't worry, with my help, your score will be at least 280 points. 300 marks in the literature examination." Since Empress Jiang Xiao had never been to the Blue Planet, she didn't know a lot about some of the native things on the Blue Planet, so she might not have answered some of the questions as well as she should have. It's just that everything changes. The martial arts paths are largely connected. Xiang Xiao is confident that with her help, Su Xiaoshan will be able to reach at least 280 points in the martial arts exam, plus the score of the martial arts exam. The provincial champion, basically predetermined. See, 290 points. Soon, Su Xiaoshang found her score, and her eyes widened when she saw it. Dig it. I'm so strong. Empress Jiang Xiao, it's me who's so strong. Wow kaka, there are only a handful of people who have been able to reach more than 290 points in the literature exam scores of the past. Together with my martial arts exam score. It's a sure thing. Provincial scholar, mine. Su Xiaoshan crossed her arms and said. You forgot your brother. Empress Jiang Xiao faintly said. Well. My brother is indeed Bull Batch, that martial arts examination score is simply exaggerated to a batch, only, no matter how many martial arts examination scores, the full score is 500 points, I am also 500 points. As long as my brother's scores on the civil exam aren't as high as mine, the provincial first prize is mine. Su Xiaoshang smiled smugly. This time, it was Empress Jiang Zhao's turn to be a bit puzzled. You seem to want to steal the position of provincial scholar from your brother? Why? Isn't Su Xiaoshang a brother controller? Nice guy. No more controls? Hee, you don't understand, even though my brother is bullish, I can't always follow him. Wouldn't that make me look like I'm still useless? Sometimes, I have to show something that's better than my brother, that way, my brother won't keep looking at me as a child. Su Xiaoshang said. She waved her fists, complacent. From now on, I, Su Xiaoshang, rise to power. In this Su clan, I will be the one to call the shots. Snap. Su Xiaoshuan got a slap on the head. I only saw Su Cho walk behind her and faintly said, What did you say just now, Su family? You have the final say? Brother, be polite to me, I'm a provincial scholar now. Oh, have the grades been posted yet? Su Cho glanced at the computer, a hint of color in his eyes, 290 points. You this. Cheating? Brother, how can you defile someone's innocence out of thin air? Su Xiaoshan was a bit disgruntled. He took the test on his own true strength. The martial spirit was her own, so that must be considered her strength as well. How can you call that cheating? Su Cho pondered for a moment, then came to a realization. I see, it was the Empress who helped you take the test, no wonder you're so confident. He laughed and didn't think too much of it. Martial souls were also part of a martial artist, he naturally understood this, and there was nothing wrong with saying that Su Xiaoshang had taken the test herself. Then he entered his ID and checked his grades. Su Xiaoshang instantly moved over to take a look. Then backed up a cold breath. Brother, you cheated. Snap. Su Cho patted her on the head again. How can you defile a man's innocence out of thin air? You didn't cheat, how could you get a perfect score? In all the years since the martial arts college entrance examination, no one has ever managed to get a perfect score. Su Xiaoshan covered her head in accusation. I thought I had a chance to win over my brother for once and turn around my position in the family, but I didn't expect to be pressed into service before I could rise. Full marks? How can anyone get a perfect score on a literature test? Su Cho, 300 points in the literature exam. 500 points on the martial arts exam. 800 points total. This is unprecedented. Full marks for martial arts high school students. Not the provincial top student, but the national top student. Soon. The Education Bureau then announced the scores of some outstanding students, and Sucho's name was right at the top, his perfect score lighting up the crowd. One time. Let's not talk about Qingyun City. The country is abuzz. The internet was awash with talk about Sucho. Fake it. I haven't seen a perfect score in so many years of martial arts entrance exams, and one actually popped up out of nowhere. And what's the situation with this martial arts exam score? 11,100 points? Is he sure that what he killed was a foreign beast, not an ant? Either I'm crazy or the world is crazy. Some marveled, others were skeptical. Some people even started picking apart Sucho's background. Suspect he's some high-ranking official's son or something. But alas. They no matter how stake, Sucho's background is no bright spot, ordinary a family, but the background is ordinary, his personal is not ordinary to the extreme. Owners of plural SSS class martial souls. Qingyun City's glory list of martial artists. Holder of the National Medal of Heroism. National Martial Arts High School Champion. Either name is enough to scare a whole lot of people silly. He, on the other hand, had only just finished taking the martial arts college entrance exams now, and was only 17 years old, which was simply exaggerated to the point that one didn't know what to say. Some people feel that all this information is false. It's someone behind the scenes who's speculating and trying to make money off of Sucho. Impossible. How could there be such a genius in the world? This must be someone behind the scenes, trying to hype Sucho as a universal idol martial artist. If I'm not wrong, it won't be long before the other party starts live streaming and endorsing advertisements, the old ways. I don't believe there is such a heavenly pride. What's the deal with that hero medal? Is that something to be used for hype? It's an insult to other heroes. It's recommended that it be investigated severely. None of the capital behind Sucho can be spared. Alas, with an SSS-ranked martial soul, even if one were to cultivate on the ground, one would be a pillar of the nation in the future, but to take such a crooked path. The internet is buzzing. Some people are even netstorming Sucho now. But soon. It's official down the stretch. On the same day, an official notice was issued by the Board of Education. In response to the rumors on the network, some people say that Sucho's grades are false. We are here to clarify that Sucho's grades are real, never false. For this reason, we sought Sucho's consent to prepare to publish his answer card and the video of the battle. Soon, an answer card, as well as a video of Sucho's battle in the Silvermoon Forest was released, and then, the entire internet was abuzz. Perfect. This answer key is perfect. It can totally be written into the textbook. How did he make it? Good lord, some of the answers even I, a professor, couldn't write, but upon closer scrutiny, they turned out to be perfectly fine. Genius. Hiss. Is this how this 11,100% martial arts exam score is typed out? I'm actually seeing a stream of quoting monsters in reality? This isn't a genius, it's clearly a monster. But the issue of grades is resolved. Online, however, there were still some people who questioned Sucho's heroic medal, feeling that it was too childish for him to be awarded the heroic medal at such a young age. The heroic medal represents, not only strength, but also the contribution made to the country. Sucho is very talented. It can even be described as unprecedented. He can definitely contribute to the country in the future and obtain the heroic medal. I recognize that, but right now, he's still too young. Has it ever occurred to you how other heroes who have thrown their lives in the service of their country would feel about being awarded the Medal of Heroism at this time? Is it true that if you have a gift, you can do whatever you want? Facing the netizens. The official explanation was given once again and was accompanied by a few videos that were the aftermath of the disaster in Qingyun City after it was ravaged by the demon heavenly cult. Chapter 99 Reporter Interview. A strange man who was powerful and kind at the same time. In the video, the streets of Qingyun City were in ruins, and there were some corpses strewn about, and there was pandemonium and chaos everywhere. In addition to these post-disaster scenes, there was also a video interview with the mayor of Qingyun. In the video, his face could not hide his grief as he said, "Qingyun City has suffered an unprecedented disaster this time. The Devil Heaven sect has unleashed the Fey Beastmen and is destroying everywhere. And their purpose was to utilize the ability of Marquis Zishao's martial spirit to move clouds and spread rain, to pump the potion into the rainwater, turning the people of the entire Qingyun City into xenomorphs, and creating a city of xenomorphs. Once they are allowed to succeed, the consequences are unimaginable. On the internet, some people are questioning whether Sucho being awarded the heroic medal is too much of a child's play. I can tell you here that Sucho's heroic medal, which I applied for him, was the one that stopped the purple heavenly husband and saved Qingyan City. For that, this medal of heroism, he deserves it. Moreover, in the later siege battle of the demon heavenly sect, he also risked his life and managed to kill the demon heavenly sect master with the head of the group, Olay, an 8th order alien beast disguised as a human. For Disya, a poisonous tumor has been eradicated. Mayor Greencloud pontificated. The video is followed by some clips of interviews with members of the hunting group. May I ask what you have to say about Sucho receiving the Medal of Heroes? He's worth it. TCH, that's a nice kid, too bad it's not my regiment. Damn it, where did this guy find such a treasure? It's really enviable. I want to scoop him up into my regiment so badly. What to say? There's nothing to say. If he doesn't qualify for this heroic medal, then no one else qualifies even more. Finally, an interview with Ol. When asked about Sucho's hero medal, she looked solemn and said, the hero medal. That is what he took his life to fight back. At his age, he saved the city and fought the 8th order alien beasts, and everyone thought he was honorable. But as his leader, I know better than anyone how thrilling it is behind all this scenery. If he's not careful, he'll lose his life. Those who questioned him. Wait until when they have half as much desperation as Sucho before they come out to speak. Most of you can't say anything questionable after watching the video. The officials are down. What else can they say? There were still people who wanted to continue to refute a few sentences, but they were quickly drowned in the waves of the people, and many people started to top Sucho one after another. Numbnuts, who dares to question my idol, stand out and fight me one-on-one knee. I buy you in first middle school Jiangwu, come find me. Sucho. He is a well-deserved hero. I was in Qingyan City, I've seen him fight with my own eyes, and he even saved me. I, Zhang San of Qingyan City, real name Top Sucho. I, Li Si of Qingyan City, also real name Top Sushin. And I, Yuan, can't also real name Top Su God. The internet is in an uproar. Sucho himself didn't care much. After the college entrance exams, he returned home, and without stopping, he refined that silver moongrass, feeling that his physical quality was on a higher level. I'm also not sure if there are any grades for physical fitness. Sucho murmured. He clenched his fist, feeling like he could kill a cow with one punch. Blue Star's cultivation system was basically based on martial souls, with spiritual cultivation as a supplement, and as for physical cultivation that focused on the physical body, there were very few. So few that they can't even form a system. For example, in Daxia, the most powerful body cultivator was the Spectre King. It is said that people can collapse a building with one punch. But in the world, there is only one Sai King. Most of the physical cultivators are out of shape. The next day, Sucho went downstairs and went to cultivate within the cell's practice room. And some of the people on the road looked at him and greeted him warmly, some even walked up to him and stopped his hand, saying, God Su, don't worry, we'll always support you, don't care about those spammers on the internet. Sucho scratched his head, he wasn't quite sure about what was going on online. But people were so enthusiastic, so he couldn't afford to brush them off. Nodding, well, thanks a lot guys. Finish practicing. Sucho then went out to buy breakfast. But as soon as they returned to the entrance of the neighborhood, they found a lot more reporters. Sucho froze for a moment. Their neighborhood, is this some kind of big name coming? I haven't heard. He was going to walk in through a side doorway. But suddenly a reporter with sharp eyes spotted him. Look, it's Scholar Su. Found it. Scholar Su, how are you? May I ask if there is anything you would like to say to the other candidates as the top scholar of this martial arts college entrance exam? Scholar Su, some people suspect you of capital speculation. May I ask if you have any explanation for this? Scholar Su, can you share with us the secret of your success? Faced with that one microphone reaching out, Sucho froze for a moment. Faced with so many questions, he was momentarily at a loss for answers. And someone noticed he was carrying something in his hand. Curious, he asked, Scholar Su, are you going shopping? Some breakfast. Sucho nodded as she carried the plastic bag with buns and soy milk in her hands. A reporter's eyes lit up and he hurriedly took out a pen and paper to record. As a martial arts college entrance exam scholar and holder of the heroic medal, Scholar Su is easygoing and never eats or drinks those expensive sea cucumbers and abalone wings. Instead, he's keen on the marketable buns and soybean milk. The corner of Su Chio's mouth twitched. Who the hell eats sea cucumbers and abalone wings in the morning? Scholar Su, may I ask if you went to buy breakfast as soon as you woke up? No, I just finished practicing. A reporter continued to record. Although Su Scholar looks easygoing, he has a resilient heart. He knows that a day's work lies in the morning, and he gets up every morning to practice hard. While others were still huffing and puffing, he was already attending to the true meaning of martial arts. From this, we can see that Scholar Su's success was no accident, but an inevitable path built on countless efforts and sweat. Su Chio sweated even more. There's no such thing as an exaggeration. The students have to get up in the morning and do their exercises. What's wrong with getting up in the morning and practicing? Su Chio didn't want to dwell with these reporters any longer. I'll go back for breakfast first, my sister is still waiting. The reporter once again took out a pen and paper to record. Scholar Su's heart is not only as tough as 1,000-hammered divine soldier, but there is also a tenderness. Raise his sister alone, he has a different maturity. Get up in the morning to buy breakfast for his sister, from the small to the big. See, his sister is extremely loving. And someone who loves his sister so much must be extremely kind at heart. Su Chio rolled his eyes. You guys are exaggerating, you can be reporters even with this? Forget it, quickly disperse. Those who should go back to eat should eat, those who should sleep, don't disturb others here. Or that reporter, sure enough. Su Scholar's kindness was beyond imagination. In the face of the reporter's pressing questions, instead of showing the slightest impatience, he even took the initiative to care about whether the reporters had eaten or not, and whether they had rested well. Scholar Su. A strange man who was both powerful and kind. Su Chio was completely convinced. Not bothering to stay any longer, he broke away from the crowd, just wanting to get home. Even the most thick-skinned person can't hold up with this kind of praise. Chapter 100 Admissions Office comes. An agreement with Luo Qingxue. Su Chio entered the neighborhood. Those reporters still wanted to follow along, but they were stopped by the security guards. It's a neighborhood of hunting group members. Those who could work as security guards here were certainly not any ordinary people. Their cultivation levels were not bad, at least they were at the level of the first rank upper grade. More than enough to stop some reporters. A reporter looked at Su Chio, who had entered the building, with some disappointment. But then, a reporter looked at the security guard, brightened up, and asked, May I ask this big brother of the security guard, does Scholar Su have any heroic deeds in the district, anything that impresses you in particular? The guard pondered for a moment. Does assaulting an elderly man in the ring count? Earlier, Su Chio had fought Old Man Chang in the ring. It was something he was still quite impressed with. Assault on an old man? How could Scholar Su do such a thing? The crowd was a little confused. This Su Chio is someone that the officials are sheltering. If they dared to expose the other side's black information, they would definitely be out of luck. How can something like beating up an old man be printed? Only to see the security guard continue, yes, Old Man Chang, retired hunting regiment fighting instructor, extraordinary hands, our neighborhood is not a few of his opponents, he's a man and a good fighter, often looking for people to spar, but that time was defeated by Su Chio. The crowd sniffs and lights up. In the face of elderly bullies who rely on the elderly and disrespect the elderly, Su Shengyuan resolutely stood up to them. Even though he knew that he might be labeled as a disrespectful old man, he knew that the social atmosphere could not be corrupted by these disrespectful old men. He is, quite simply, a Superman. The security guard was speechless. Old Man Chang wasn't so hateful. May I ask if you knew before that Su Scholar was an SSS-ranked martial soul possessor and a holder of the heroic medal? The reporter asked again. I don't know. The guard shook his head. Who's got nothing to show for it? The reporter went on to write, bearing a supreme martial spirit, the hero of the nation. He could have been famous throughout the world, winning the reverence of thousands of people. But Scholar Su didn't do so, he chose to get along with the crowd as an ordinary person. Scholar Su, truly a great recluse in the city. Viewing money and fame as dirt. It's hard to imagine what made him have such a heart at such an age. Can it be that he's the so-called born saint? Please ask. The reporter was still trying to follow up, and the security guards were really at their wits' end with these people. Keep your mouth shut and kick these people out one by one. The reporter was so angry that he stomped his feet and wrote furiously, we wanted to continue digging into Su Scholar Yuan's glorious deeds. But we ran into bullies who prevented us from spreading the word about Su Scholar Yuan, and prevented us from promoting love and justice. Perhaps it was Scholar Su's kindness and strength that made them realize their ugliness and stimulated their self-esteem. But the more this happens, the less we will stop. Even if we don't have supreme force, we are willing to use our pens as swords and continue to promote righteousness. Su Chou returned home and finished breakfast with Su Xiaoshuang. Su Xiaoshuang still wanted to go out for a walk after eating, but was stopped by Su Chou. You'd better change the time, there are a bunch of reporters downstairs. Remember, a reporter? Great. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up. What are you so excited about? Of course I'm going to be interviewed, it's time for my Su Xiaoshuang's name to resound through the great Xia. Su Xiaoshuang excitedly headed downstairs. But when she arrived, the reporters had already been chased away by the security guards. She pounced and returned home looking wan. No energy. And the next day. Major news media headlines, and again, it's Su Chou. Su Xiaoshuang wasn't famous herself, but she was quite happy to watch her oldest brother become famous, and watched the report with great interest. But this is a great look. Scholar Su, easygoing and keen on the city? Tough, but tender heart? A strange man who is powerful and kind at the same time. A born saint who treats money like dirt and is indifferent to fame and fortune? Su Xiaoshuang looked at the report and her entire body was confused. She admitted that her brother was good. Even in her opinion, just the best brother in the whole world. But these reports are also not too meaty. Su Chou also came over to take a look and rolled her eyes. What are these reporters reporting on with awe? Su Xiaoshuang studied it carefully. Well, in fact, apart from being a little exaggerated and a little bit fleshy, there's nothing wrong with it. As soon as the report came out, Su Chou was once again thrust into the limelight. Su Chou is even more bragged about on the report that he is afraid to meet people. It's too meaty. He couldn't top that even with his thick skin. And just as soon as the report came out, there were more people outside the neighborhood gates. This time there were only a few more than the reporters. Thankfully, these people were not carrying cameras, microphones, or other equipment and were not journalists. Instead, some of these people are suited and booted, some are gray-haired and mature, and some wear glasses and have a scholarly demeanor. These people make house calls. But head of admissions at each Budo University. They were here to invite Su Chou to enroll in their school. Su Chou, on behalf of the Imperial Capital University, I invite you to join us. Our Imperial Capital University is the #1 ranked martial arts university in Daxia, with a strong academic scope and a wide variety of martial arts resources. As long as you join us, I guarantee that after graduation, you can enter any martial arts department in Daxia to take up a job, including Daxia's Divine Martial Regiment. A white-haired old man said. Daxia Shinwo Mission. The official #1 ranked hunting group in Daxia. There were so many high-level experts, the worst cultivation level was at the 6th rank, and the head of the hunting group was one of the Great Summer's top 10 sealed king powerhouses, the Divine Martial King, Jun Han. The opponent even has the reputation of being the first king. When Su Chou heard this, a slight apology appeared on his face. I'm sorry, I already have a preferred martial arts university. Oh, I wonder which college? The white-haired old man was a bit surprised. What kind of university can steal people from their Imperial University? Imperial Yanlong University. It's actually Yanlong University, the white-haired old man frowned. Do you know what happened in Yanlong University back then? Yeah. If that's the case, why do you still want to go to Yanlong University? No matter if it's the faculty or the underlying strength, it's stronger than my Imperial Capital University. I understand, except I have my reasons. Then your sister. The old man looked toward Su Xiaoshuang. That's a rare talent, too. Su Xiaoshuang said, wherever my brother goes, I'll go. Hearing this, the white-haired old man couldn't help but feel a bit jealous of Yanlong University. So two geniuses in one fell swoop. Is Yanlong University going to rise again? He tried to continue to persuade, but in the end he couldn't and had no choice but to leave. It didn't take long. Su Chou and Su Xiaoshuang then filled out their Yanlong University volunteers online, and before that, Luo Qingxue even called over to ask them. Learning that Su Chou was going to Yanlong University, Luo Qingxue was silent on the phone for a moment before saying, I'm planning to go to Imperial Capital University. Well, pretty good. Su Chou, as far as I know, there is a university-level ring league in the Imperial Capital once a year, and every martial arts university will send representatives to participate. When the time comes, I will checkmate Imperial Capital University and attend this league on behalf of Imperial Capital University. Let's see you in the league. Luo Qingxue made a pact with Su Chou. Sucho smiled, good, then I'll reign in Yanlong University before the league comes. Represent Yanlong University in the tournament. It's a deal. Chapter 101, Departure to the Imperial Capital. The airplane encountered the black and gold giant god eagle. Imperial Capital, Yanlong University. The teacher in charge of enrollment is making the call. Hello, how are you? May I ask if you're Mr. Roadrunner? Are you interested in coming to my Yanlong University? Our Yanlong University has a long history? Unfortunately, the phone was hung up on before this teacher could say more than a few words. Toot toot. Listening to the busy signal coming from the phone, the teacher was helpless. Got it, failed again. Alas, our Yanlong University used to be at least one of the leading universities in the imperial capital. How did it degenerate to such a state? One of the teachers next to him poured himself a cup of tea. It's still not that incident back then. Alas, if this continues, will our Yanlong University be removed from the list? That teacher said with some concern. This shouldn't be so bad, keep enrolling, hopefully we can recruit a few better freshmen this year and save the day. The admissions office teacher slapped her face and continued to make calls. And the other side. A teacher who was responsible for collecting the information of the students applying to Yanlong University was staring at the computer when suddenly, two more names popped up on the backstage of the application. Su Qiu, Su Xiaoshang. Martial Arts College entrance exam scores. 800? 790? That teacher rubbed his eyes and wondered if he had misread. You guys, come check it out. With an exclamation of surprise. The teachers of the admissions office all came together and looked at the face on the backstage of the application, and they all couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Su Qiu? Su Xiaoshang? Isn't this the genius siblings from this year's martial arts entrance exam? My goodness. They actually enrolled in our Yanlong University? Really? All the teachers found it unbelievable. In their opinion, this pair of genius siblings were definitely going to go to the Imperial Capital University, and the Imperial Capital University would never let go of these two good seedlings, and would surely do their best to recruit them. With them, Yanlong University was not a match. But now, the other party actually enrolled in their Yanlong University? Unbelievable. Pie in the sky? Quick, call and confirm. An admissions office teacher called Su Qiu. It didn't take long for someone to answer. Hello. Hello, is this Su Qiu, Scholar Su? It's me. Excuse me, did you just volunteer for Yanlong University? Yeah. This statement was made. That teacher couldn't hide his joy. The other teachers couldn't help but get excited. And Su Qiu thought of you and asked, by the way, may I ask if teacher Mu Qingkong Mu is currently teaching at your Yanlong University? At the mention of Mu Qingkong, several teachers looked at each other. The other party is here for Mr. Mu? Well, yes, Mr. Mu is indeed at our school right now. Well, please give her my regards. Yes, I'll be sure to pass it on. I'll hang up if there's nothing else, bye. Su Qiu hung up the phone. And the admissions office of Yanlong University all couldn't help but pop the champagne. Oh my god, the martial arts advanced placement exam winner is really coming to our school. This is really a pie in the sky. By the looks of it, the other party seems to have some friendship with teacher Mu. Indeed, it won't be towards Mr. Mu, will it? Go ask. Soon, the crowd found Mu Qingkong. The other party also froze for a moment when they heard that Su Qiu was coming to Yanlong University. This kid doesn't go to Imperial Capital University and actually comes here? Teacher Mu, you know Su Qiu? Recognize, I taught him for a while back in Qingyan City, and I still let him through the door with his martial arts. Mu Qingkong. Ji said. The crowd was alarmed. Mr. Mu, you didn't tell me about such a big deal earlier? What's there to say? Do I have to tell you guys about Luo Qingxue being my student too? Mu Qingkong said. Hiss. Luo Qingxue was also taught by you? Right. Teacher Mu, you are the savior of our Yanlong University. Su Qiu must have come to our university because of you. Oh, my Yanlong University has been declining for so many years, but it's finally going to come back from the dead. The president of Yanlong University wept with joy. Almost hugged Mu Qingkong's thigh. Mu Qingkong looked disgusted. Go, but then again, how did Su Qiu know that I was at Yanlong University? It must have been that guy Olay, who came to our Yanlong University, and it must have been Olay who was behind it as well. The principal was even more touched by his words. My Yanlong University, to be able to produce such a pair of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks as you and Olay, is truly blessed by the heavens. He couldn't wait to welcome Su Xiaoshang into the school. School will be starting soon. Su Xiaoshang are packing their bags. The Storm Bulls all said their goodbyes one by one. Su Xiaoshang hugged Olay and did not let go of her hand, bawling, "Oh, big sister, I can't bear to part with you. I don't know when I can see you again this time I leave." "Then why don't you stay and I'll give you a few days of special training alone." "Ooh-hoo. I'd better go." Su Xiaoshang cried even louder. Olay shook her head and patted Su Qiu's shoulder. "Kid, when you encounter anything after going to the imperial capital, feel free to call me. The Storm Bulls, will always be your solid backing." Su Qiu nodded. "Got it, Chief. Take care of yourself along the way." With the crowd watching, Su Xiaoshang boarded the bus to the airport and headed to the imperial capital. Looking at their departing backs, Olay's heart was also a bit reluctant. What a good seedling, I still want to hammer it for a few more days. On the side, Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. Luckily they left quickly. "I'm sure they'll be stronger the next time I see them." "Yeah, maybe it'll be better than even you." "Heh, what anticipation." Olay smiled slightly. "In that case, we can't be idle. I've decided to take this time to give the troop a special training session." Lin Jian, Zhao Coco, Wang Yan and the others were all confused. "Chief, are you serious?" The plane took off, traveling to the imperial capital. Su Xiaoshan looked out the window with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. But the plane hadn't been flying for long when there was a sudden lurch. "May I have your attention please, the airplane is crossing the troposphere, the body bumps are normal," came the voice from the airplane radio. The crowd was a little more at ease inside. But the bumps were getting more and more violent. And the clouds outside the window were suddenly dark. The plane entered a thundercloud, and a dark shadow tens of meters long loomed in the cloud amidst the lightning and thunder. Take a closer look at. It was a foreign beast covered in black feathers with the appearance of a falcon. And the other party is now opening a pair of golden eyes, staring at the airplane, and the people can't help but shudder when they meet its eyes. Holy! What a big flying alien beast! I know this foreign beast, it's the black gold giant god eagle. The largest size of this foreign beast is said to reach 1 kilometer. It's one of the largest sized foreign beasts. This black gold giant divine eagle should still be in its growing stage, but it's also nearly 100 meters in size. It's terrifying. The passengers looked at the giant eagle and looked alarmed. And the airplane radio came on again. "Please don't panic, all passengers, we are carrying the latest energy shields that can withstand the attacks of all flying alien beasts under the 6th rank. After that, a blue shield appeared on the outer layer of the plane. And that black and gold giant divine eagle saw this and grabbed on fiercely. Boom! The plane lurched violently. A crack appeared in the energy shield. Passengers. Chapter 102 Delivering the Airplane. Really came to our university. The black and gold giant god eagle clawed out. The blue shroud shook violently and the plane lurched violently. In the next second, there was a click, and cracks appeared on the blue shield. The passengers are cursing. It just said it was traveling through the troposphere and everything was fine. Now it said that the energy shield could withstand the attacks of flying alien beasts below the 6th rank, but now it was cracked by a claw. Is there a mistake? No, refund. I'm going to file a complaint against this airline of yours. And the captain in the cockpit was confused. What he said was indeed true. The energy shields carried on this airplane could indeed withstand all attacks under the 6th ranked alien beasts. Now the shroud is cracked for one reason. The black and gold giant god eagle in front of him had a rank of at least the 6th rank. Damn it! I actually encountered a flying alien beast of this class. The captain is going to cry. Other captains had never encountered several alien beast attacks in their entire lives, but he was lucky that he actually ran into a big one right away. He forced himself to calm down and maneuvered the plane to continue sailing, wanting to get rid of the black and gold giant divine eagle, but alas, the 6th ranked foreign beast looked at the plane as if it had seen some kind of toy and followed closely behind, launching attacks from time to time. A crack was made in the energy shield. Seeing that the plane would crash sooner or later if it continued like this, Su Qiu certainly couldn't just sit back and watch. He found the stewardess and identified himself. I'm Su Qiu, a member of the hunting group of Qingyun City, and I have a way to deal with that foreign beast. The stewardess looked at his age with some skepticism. But soon she thought of something. Su Qiu. This name, a little familiar. You are the top student of the college entrance examination, Suchyo? Yeah, right. I'll report it to the captain. It's too late, I need you to open the airplane door and let me out. This. The flight attendant hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and opened the airplane door. And Suchyo said to the stewardess, "Give me your walkie-talkie, I want to speak directly with the captain, go to him and tell him to listen to my instructions." Good. After Suchyo finished taking the intercom, he jumped directly out of the airplane door at the sound of the others' exclamations of surprise, and in the next second, the crowd only saw a figure rise up into the air. It was clearly Suchyo who had utilized the Kuanpang martial soul and completed the merging of his martial souls. He flew over the airplane and stood on top of it, looking at the black and gold giant god eagle outside the energy shield. His eyes narrowed slightly before he grabbed 5 fingers in the void. Next, the coiled dragon breaking gun flew out from within the airplane and came into his hand. Nowadays, as he became more and more connected to the coiled dragon army breaking gun, he was already able to summon this extreme spiritual artifact from a distance. He gripped his lance tightly as the energy of thunder and lightning built up in his body. Charming and eye-catching lightning began to erupt from his body. The black gold giant divine eagle also detected Suchyo's presence, letting out a sharp whistling sound as its gaze locked onto Suchyo to death. Suchyo took out his walkie-talkie. "Hello, Captain, can you hear me?" "Heard that." A middle-aged man's voice came out. "The other side is still calm. In 5 seconds, close the energy shield." "Close the energy shield?" "Yeah, 4 seconds to go." "Good." The captain gritted his teeth. 3. The lightning energy in Suchyo's body grew stronger and stronger, gradually converging on the coiled dragon-breaking army gun in his hand, blooming with dazzling lightning. And with a shrill cry, the black and gold giant god eagle swooped towards Suchyo. 2. The black and gold giant god eagle was already about to tear through the energy shield. 1. The long spear in Suchyo's hand had already stabbed out. The energy of thunder and lightning converged and transformed into a thick spear of thunder. It was none other than the S-ranked martial skill, the Thunder God's Gun of Judgment. The energy shield disappears. The Thunder God's Gun of Judgment ruthlessly landed on the body of the black and gold giant divine eagle, and the other party let out a mournful scream. The shot pierced right through his eye. Blood erupted from mid-air. The black and gold giant divine eagle, which had suffered a heavy blow, did not care to continue chasing the airplane, and directly disappeared into the clouds. Suchyo smiled faintly. Done. If he didn't care about the passengers of this entire plane, he really wanted to have a good fight with this black gold giant god eagle, and he believed that he could still solve the other party with a little more effort. The plane flew out of the thundercloud and the bumpy plane gradually returned to normal. Suchyo also returned inside the plane. Passengers as well as stewards gathered around. "Thanks to this little brother." "Ooh, thank you, thank you. You saved us all." Suchyo waved his hands in succession. "No harm done, everyone isn't injured." "It's okay." Suchyo sat back down next to Su Xiaoshan. And Su Xiaoshan stroked her chin, pondering. "Sure enough, you're the main character, Lao." "Huh? What do you mean?" "No matter where the protagonist in the novel goes, something big will happen, otherwise how could we be so coincidentally targeted by a foreign beast when we're sitting on an airplane in good time? This is the protagonist's aura." Su Xiaoshan looked like I've already seen through it. Suchyo was speechless for a while. "So it's my pot?" "In a way, yes." "Oh, you have itchy skin." The two siblings fought for a while. And it didn't take long for the plane to land at the airport. The passengers had their hearts palpitating as they walked out of the plane, and out of the airport. Suchyo and Su Xiaoshan had planned to head directly to Yanlong University. Instead, they found that outside the airport, there were quite a few students holding school signs preparing to welcome the new students, and Yanlong University was clearly among them. However, compared to the other hot and bustling universities, the location where Yanlong University was located was a bit cold, with only a few new students. Suchyo, Su Xiaoshan dragged their luggage up. A student in charge of picking up new students saw him and lit up. "Are you a freshman at my Yanlong University?" "Right." "Okay, you wait here for a moment, the bus will be here later." The two of them stepped aside and waited, while the remaining few freshmen who were also from Yanlong University whispered. "TSK, our Yanlong University is really not as good as other universities that report to the freshmen that is called an endless stream of freshmen. Our Yanlong University is just a little bit of people, I don't know if there are 500 freshmen in this session." It can't be helped, who made our grades less than stellar. Right, have you guys heard? I heard that this time, the top student of the martial arts college entrance exam will come to study at our Yanlong University. Come on, you don't know what grade our Yanlong University is? Why would a top student come to our school? Yeah, people are definitely going to tutor university. No, I have a relative who was a teacher at Yanlong University, he told me himself, how can this be false? I don't believe it anyway. While a few people were discussing, a freshman looked at Su Chio, but felt that the other party was a bit familiar, and went up to ask curiously, brother, what's your name? This came to college, how to bring a little girl. My name is Su Chio, and this is my sister Su Xiaoshang, who is also a freshman at Yanlong University. Su Chio smiled faintly. Su Chio. So coincidental with that college entrance examination scholar named the same The freshman laughed. But laughing and feeling that something wasn't right, he looked at Su Chio and stared with wide eyes, while the other freshman also looked incredulous. I'm going to really come to Yanlong University? Chapter 103, Moving into Yanlong University, Seeing Mu Qingkong. Su Chio. He is Su Chio? Oh my god, he actually came to our university? Really? Is it the honored one? It's definitely him, I've seen him in the news, exactly as handsome, and his sister Su Xiaoshang, second in the college entrance exam. Ooh, what genius siblings! The crowd looked at the two Su Chio in shock. The movement of Yanlong University also attracted freshmen from other schools, who looked at Su Chio with puzzlement and doubt in their eyes. Why is he going to Inferno University? The former Yanlong University was fine, but today's Yanlong University is at the bottom of the list in the imperial capital, so what's he doing there if he doesn't go to the imperial capital university? This is too surprising, isn't it? Confused. And after learning Su Chio's identity, the senior in charge of orientation rushed up and pulled out his notebook. God Su. Give me an autograph. Su Chio froze for a moment, this was still his fan? That's not true. It's a fan of his, why didn't he recognize himself just now? But he didn't think much of it and gave the other man his autograph. The other party hemmed and hawed, great, this autograph will sell for at least $2,000. This month's food expenses are covered. Su Chio understood. This is not where you are a fan of yourself. This is clearly a scalper selling his own autographs. He drew back his signature, crumpled it up, and threw it in the trash. Senior, please behave yourself. He said with a serious look on his face. Oh, my signature, that senior cried without tears, then looked at Su Chio. Hello, Su Chio, my name is Lin Jing. Currently in my junior year. Well, hello, Hokage. Su Chio didn't count on what had just happened. Hey, Su Chio, does this want to join our gathering hall? The gathering? Su Chio froze for a moment, good guy. Do they still have gangs in this school? Ahem, it's called the Gathering Hall, but it's actually a club where we learn and spar with each other and urge each other to improve. Lin Jing said. Su Chio didn't immediately agree, I'll think about it. Soon. The bus came. The two siblings got into the car and headed to Yanlong University. And along the way, Su Chio looked out the window at the traffic, the skyscrapers, and the dome-like energy cover, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional, worthy of being the imperial capital. It's just a lot more prosperous than Qingyan City. He even saw several figures flying through the air. It was important to know that unless one had a special martial soul, one would need at least the 7th-ranked martial artist realm to fly through the air with one's own power. This kind of realm was incomparably rare in Qingyan City. But Su Chio had just seen several of them shortly after arriving. The imperial capital, no less. Strong people are like clouds. The 3 emperors, the 10 sealed king powerhouses. These people are all within the imperial capital as well. I wonder if there's any chance to meet with them, even. Fight. Su Chio's eyes glowed. Not only did he want to meet these people, he wanted to compete with them. And that's a bold idea to put in a student. But Su Chio, is he not an ordinary student? Just as he was thinking freely about fighting the King Sealer, he couldn't help but let out a hint of battle intent from his body, and the hearts of the freshmen inside the bus palpitated, only feeling as if a ferocious beast of the ancient world had appeared beside them, so frightened that a cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. But when I looked again, there was peace all around. Where's the beast? Good lord, it should be the inadvertent emanation of pressure from some passing powerhouse. It's too strong. The imperial capital, it really is a place that surprises people everywhere. Surprise? Surprise is more like it. Scared me to death. I thought I had encountered some ferocious beast. There was a lot of talk in the bus, but soon the crowd was attracted by the scenery of the imperial capital outside the window, and there was a lot more anticipation for the city. Unsurprisingly, they will be here for a couple of years, and may even stay and work here after they finish their studies. Soon the bus arrived at the entrance of Yanlong University. And a banner had been pulled up at the entrance, which read, "Welcome new students to school," and next to it was a banner welcoming new student Suchio to school. Teachers and even the principal went out to greet them personally. Obviously. Such a big battle was for Suchio. The other students looked at each other rather helplessly. At this moment, they felt themselves reduced to a companion. But there's nothing that can be done about it. After all, who called them high school seniors? Getting out of the car, the president of Yanlong University greeted him, pulling Suchio's hand in excitement. "Suchio, on behalf of all the teachers and students of Yanlong University, I welcome you." Next to her, Su Xiaoshang coughed twice. Principal Yanlong hurriedly said, "Of course, there's also student Su Xiaoshang." "That's more like it. Little Frost, no rudeness." Suchio said helplessly. "Ha, it's okay. Yanlong principal said smilingly, "Su Xiaoshang age than Suchio is still 2 years younger, so that it is already the second place in the national college entrance examination. When you do the math like this, it was possible that the other party's qualifications were no less than Suchio's. Thinking of this, Principal Yanlong was thrilled beyond measure, looking at this precious sibling with incomparable joy. The corners of that mouth were grinning up to his ears. "Suchio, I didn't expect you to choose Yanlong University. This is what that guy Olay recommended to you, right?" At this time, Mu Qingkong walked up. Looking at Mu Qingkong, Suchio's eyes lit up. "Ms. Mu, it's been a long time, you're prettier than before." Mu Qingkong was wearing a white shirt and a pair of black knitted pants. Her figure was tall, outlining concave and convex curves, coupled with her exquisite features. The whole person appeared competent and shrewd, which was really a sight to behold. Mu Qingkong smiled at his words. "You haven't changed a bit from before, your mouth is still so sweet." She looked at Suchio with emotion in her eyes. At first, she was instructed by the Education Bureau to go ahead and instruct Suchio, Luo Qingxue, the 2 SSS-ranked martial soul possessors. After ushering the two through the door, she left. But how could she not have imagined that within a short period of time, Suchio had actually grown to such a point? Sitting on a rocket wasn't so exaggerated. "The headmaster recommended that I come to Yanlong University mainly because the Shura Tower here is the most suitable for me to cultivate." Suchio was straightforward about his intentions. With his abilities, he no longer needed to learn anything. He came here for one purpose, and that was the Shura Tower. Hearing this, Mu Qingkong didn't feel surprised. "You sensed battle intent under that guy Olay's training, right?" "Yes." "That's no wonder. The Shura Tower is indeed the most suitable place to cultivate battle intent within the Great Xia. I'll make arrangements for you." "Thank you, Mr. Mu." On the side, Principal Yanlong sked. "Battle spirit? Good guy, even feudal marquee powerhouses may not necessarily be able to sense the battle intent. A student actually mastered it? Off the charts. By the way, Suchio, your situation is a bit special, so I've arranged a separate dormitory for each of you 2 siblings." Mu Qingkong said. Suchio's strength far exceeded that of the average student, and was not suitable for practicing with other students, so he had to figure things out on his own. As for Mu Qingkong, Principal Yanlong also understood that the other party had mainly come for the Shura Tower, and that academics and whatnot were just going through the motions. But it doesn't matter. The mere fact that Suchio had entered Yanlong University was enough to bring a lot of positive influence to Yanlong University just by this name. Chapter 104 Entering the Shura Tower, Reverse Sky Shura Tower. Come to Yanlong University, go through the enrollment procedures and check into the dormitory. Then Principal Yanlong found Suchio and wanted to invite him to speak on stage at the freshman conference as the representative of this freshman class. Suchio didn't have any problems. The next day, the freshmen are basically all here. The new students gathered in the auditorium of Yanlong University. Suchio, as the representative of the new students, went up to the stage to give a speech, and the scripts were all pre-written by President Yanlong, so he didn't have to worry about it. He just reads from the script. When the speech was over, there was thunderous applause from the stage. "Well said, as expected of a high school senior. Yeah, this time, applying to Yanlong University is really the right thing to do." The crowd couldn't help but feel. The matters of new student enrollment were quickly taken care of, and Su Xiaoshang also quickly adapted to life in Yanlong University. This day, Su Qiu arrived at a high tower at the back of Yanlong University. Here, exactly what he came to the university for on his trip. Shur Tower. Shur Tower, 9 stories high, the shape looked no different from an ordinary tower, but upon closer inspection, there were some peculiar patterns and ancient characters on the tower, which were not any kind of known writing. There's an old, pale flavor to it. And outside the Shur Tower, there was also a huge display screen standing, with a name written on it, which was the results of those who had broken through the tower in the past. At the top of the list is Ol, 9th floor, in 24 hours and 8 minutes. The well-deserved king of the Shur Tower. Su Qiu scared at the sight of this familiar name. Look again underneath Ol and there's another name. Battle King Luoao, 8th floor, time 23 hours and 3 minutes. Being able to rank above the Battle King. Ol can blow it for the rest of his life. While Su Qiu looked at the Shur Tower in front of him, his eyes revealed an ounce of wariness. Besides him, there were a few students outside the Shur Tower. Someone saw Su Qiu and came up to greet him. "Hi, Su Qiu, remember me?" a youth said to himself. Su Qiu recognized the other party, the very same senior who had welcomed the new students a few days ago, but what the other party's name was, he couldn't remember for a moment. "Hello, senpai." "Ha, just call me Lin Jing." Lin Jing laughed and then introduced Su Qiu to a few other people, especially one of the taller women who looked at Su Qiu with scorn. "Su Qiu, this is the hall master of our gathering hall. Mu Bing." Lin Jing pointed at the woman and said, "You are Su Qiu. My sister mentioned you to me." Mu Bing looked at Su Qiu, a hint of fire gradually appearing in his eyes. "Your sister is Mu Qingkong. So it's teacher Mu's sister." Su Qiu was a bit surprised. "Su Qiu, have a match with me," Mu Bing suddenly said. Su Qiu froze for a moment. "So suddenly? You're also here to break into the Shur Tower, right? This tower, there are often people who come to challenge it, so how about you compare yourself to me and whoever climbs the highest number of floors?" "Well, it's not a problem. Su Qiu was originally here to break into the tower. Hey, if you lose, join my gathering hall." This. Su Qiu was a little hesitant. He came to Yanlong University and only wanted to cultivate properly. He didn't want to join any clubs for the time being. "Don't worry, just join, hang a name, and you won't be afraid of losing." Mu Bing grinned. Su Qiu shook his head helplessly. "Senior sister, your use of agitation is too obvious. Man up, compare or not, give it a shot." Ding. In the face of Mu Bing's provocation, you have the following choices. 1. Refusal. If you say you'll compete, won't I lose face? Reward, medium grade martial Dao spiritual artifact Yin Yang sword. 2. Promise. Let's compare, who's afraid? Let her know who is the future king of Shur Tower. Reward, grade A body martial skill Phoenix Dance 6 illusions. Su Qiu's eyes lit up when he saw this. A class body martial arts? Nice guy. Body technique martial arts were definitely relatively rare amongst the many martial arts. In the same grade, body martial arts were much more precious than attack martial arts. Su Qiu had no reason to refuse. Then let's compare. Su Qiu was still somewhat confident in his own strength. He entered the Shur Tower with Mu Bing. Lin Jing clapped his hands. "That's done. Brother Lin, do you think the hall master can win against Su Qiu? But I've heard that this Su Qiu's strength is frighteningly high. Conservatively estimated to have a 5th order battle power." A young man with glasses said. A chubby student next to him said, "Les, I've heard that his strength is at least comparable to the 6th rank. It's just a freak." It was important to know that the students of the martial arts university were generally 2nd ranked in strength. 3rd order is already considered excellent. The 4th order was even more of a phoenix-like existence. Su Qiu, an existence comparable to the 6th rank, was a complete descending blow. Lin Jing was quite confident. "You guys have forgotten the characteristics of the Shur Tower, this ancient spirit artifact that tests combat skills as well as battle intent. Cultivation was useless in front of this tower. And our hall master, but one of the few people within Yanlong University who can skillfully utilize battle intent, Su Qiu's first time breaking into the tower, he definitely can't compare." The rest of the few people sniffed and felt that there was some truth to it. Inside the Shur Tower, Suqiu and Mu Bing entered almost at the same time, only that they weren't together. On the contrary, as soon as they entered the Shura tower, Suqiu felt that the light around him shifted and appeared within a white space. The space looked vast and boundless, with no borders. It's amazing. Suqiu slurped. According to his estimation, this Shura tower had formed its own space inside, and it was at least a super-grade martial Dao spiritual artifact. Martial spiritual weapons of this level had rarely appeared in history. Next. In front of him, a dark figure slowly emerged. The figure looked 7 or 8 times similar to him. Whoosh! In the next second, the figure charged up towards Suqiu. Without the slightest hesitation, Suqiu also instantly rushed out, and the coiled dragon-breaking army gun in his hand directly stabbed out, and the moment he struck, it was the overbearing Thunder King gun. Instead, he saw the dark shadow in front of him make the same movement as he did. The same gun stabbed out, accompanied by pitch-black lightning. It was the Thunder King gun. Same moves, same cultivation. Both sides impacted and each was shaken back. Suqiu looked at the black shadow in amazement. Is this the Shura mirage that the headmaster said? Shur is arcane, again. He continued to strike. The long spear stabbed out one after another. There was a fierce battle with the Shura mirage. Clang, clang, clang. Gun to gun, one after another, sparks erupted. Suqiu realized that the Shura phantom in front of him not only had the exact same cultivation level as himself, but even his mastery of martial arts had reached the same level of perfection. Is this only the first level and it's so hard? Same cultivation level, same martial skill, what about the martial soul? Suqiu's eyes flashed as he summoned the Thunder Dragon martial spirit. And in the next second, black lightning erupted from the opponent's body, similarly summoning a pitch-black Thunder Dragon. It was actually possible to even copy a martial soul. Seeing this, Suqiu summoned another Koan Pang, White Tiger, and Ghost Qilin. The 4 ferocious beast martial spirits surrounded his body. The power is overwhelming. But the opposite side, the Shura mirage, similarly summoned 4 martial souls. This Shura tower, against all odds. Suqiu became more and more astonished. Chapter 105, Exponential Growth of Shura Mirage. Yurei Mirage. Inside the Shura tower. Suqiu pondered his countermeasures in the face of Shura Mirage's attack. The martial skills were the same, the cultivation levels were the same, even the martial souls were the same. This is a copycat version of Suqiu. Only by truly facing himself did Suqiu realize that he was so frighteningly strong, and this was still only the first level of the Shura tower. There must be a way to break through. Shura tower, it is used to hone battle intent as well as battle skills. Is battle intent? Suqiu thought of something and his eyes lit up. Battle intent flowed from his body as he attacked again. And this time, the Shura phantom in front of him did not replicate the battle intent again. And Suqiu retracted his martial soul back into his body again. Shura Mirage followed suit and put his martial spirit away. I see, the Shura Mirage in front of me will only replicate the same cultivation and power as the Tower Breaker, keeping it at the same level as the Tower Breaker. However, combat skills, as well as battle intent, are something that the Shura Mirage cannot replicate, and if you want to defeat someone with a very small difference in cultivation, naturally, the only way to do so is to improve your combat skills, as well as your battle intent, Suqiu murmured. Immediately, he understood where the wonders of this Shura tower lay. He attacked with his spear, his outstanding battle spirit erupted, and his subtle combat skills were executed, and in 3 or 2 strikes, he disposed of the Shura phantom in front of him. The white space in front of him disappeared. In its place was a ladder. Suqiu understood that this was the ladder leading to the second level of the Shura tower. He walked up. On the second level, apart from a Shura phantom that looked exactly like him, there was another Shura phantom, the other one holding a long sword with a national face. Suqiu didn't recognize each other. But the opponent was also a Shura phantom. It should be the Shura Mirage that appears when the Shura tower replicates previous tower breakers. Suqiu smiled faintly and greeted them. With the battle spirit added, his essence was maintained at its peak, and the combat skills honed from fighting with the foreign beasts were utilized to the fullest. A few minutes later, the 2 Shura phantoms, who were comparable to his cultivation level, were successfully defeated by him as he headed to the 3rd floor of the Shura tower. And this time the Shura phantoms that appeared in front of them were 4. Suqiu's eyes trembled slightly. The first level is 1 Shura Mirage, the second is 2, and the third is 4. The difficulty of the Shura tower won't increase exponentially, will it? While he was thinking, the 4 Shura phantoms had already rushed up. Swords and spears. 4 blades, from 4 different corners, attacked towards him. Sucho took a deep breath, his lance waved, his battle spirit soaring, and he attacked crazily, and in the blink of an eye, it was the sound of a beacon that made people tremble. Weapons clashed with clanging sounds. 15 minutes later. Sucho defeated 4 Shura phantoms in a row. He walked up to the 4th level. And the Shura phantoms that appeared this time were 8. This confirmed Sucho's suspicions. The difficulty of this Shura tower increased exponentially with each level. 1 on the 1st floor, 2 on the 2nd, 4 on the 3rd, 8 on the 4th, 16 on the 5th, 32 on the 6th, 64 on the 7th, 128 on the 8th, while the 9th. 256. By the 9th floor, Sucho would most likely have to face 256 cultivator phantoms of similar cultivation level as himself and defeat them. Oh my god. How's this for a fight? Sucho couldn't help but feel a little numb. How did Chief Ol, back in the day, break through the 9th floor? It's too strong. The difficulty of the Shura tower shocked Sucho, but then, a high level of wariness appeared in his eyes. The harder it is, the more qualified you are to challenge it. Now I finally understand why the headmaster strongly recommended me to come here. As long as I can break through the 9 layers of the Shura tower, my strength will skyrocket for it. A martial artist who could defeat 248 martial artists of the same realm with his battle intent, how exaggerated was that? Challenging across the ranks was also as simple as eating and drinking water to him. Sucho's battle spirit was high as he attacked towards the 8 cultivator phantoms in front of him, and with that, he executed his newly acquired grade martial art, Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions. Only to see that his speed was as fast as a residual shadow, and in the void, 6 of his residual shadows were actually manifested, causing the Shura mirage to be somewhat overwhelmed. But in the next second, that copy of him actually followed the body spell and similarly manifested 6 phantoms. The opponent had even copied the stance he had just arrived with. That didn't surprise him. After all, the first time he came to the Shura tower, he had been copied with the Thunder King's gun and a few other martial souls. What was it to the other side to copy another body martial skill? Sure enough, out of all the cultivator phantoms, the most difficult one to deal with is always myself. Sucho murmured. He dodged the attacks of several other Shura phantoms and prioritized himself. Thor's gun of judgment. Boom! The lance blasted out. The thick spear on spanned out. The Shura mirage similarly blasted out a shot, but since there was no battle intent to add to it, the opponent was quickly defeated and was directly blown away by his shot. Then, he would tackle the other Shura phantoms one by one. And in this battle, he took some damage, with blood coming out of his shoulders, thighs, and abdomen, but he didn't back down. This point, which seemed like a serious injury to normal people, was no more than a flesh wound to him. Much heavier than that, even half-life wounds he suffered. He, who can still fight again. 5th floor, here I come. Sucho grinned. After a few battles, his battle spirit had been completely mobilized. He must conquer this Shura tower. He was going to replace or and become the new king of the Shura tower. Shura tower, 5th floor. 16 Shura phantoms. This time, Sucho was experienced, targeting himself first as soon as he struck, defeating his own replica before gradually tackling the other replicas. 5th level, pass. Although his injuries were even heavier, his battle spirit had not diminished in the slightest. 6th floor, walk up. And just after stepping onto the 6th level, among the 32 Shura phantoms, Sucho saw a familiar figure besides himself. The man was carrying a wolfsbane and was grinning at himself. It is the Thule Phantom edition of or the Storm Bull. The corner of Sucho's mouth twitched. This battle, it's hard to fight. Although he knew that the Olay in front of him was just a cultivation phantom and his cultivation was the same as his own, Olay had left a small shadow in his heart. Even if it was a Shura phantom, he didn't dare to slack off. He rushed forward, intending to be the first to take care of Ol. A shot blasted out. Bang! Ol was blasted straight out of the air. Sucho froze for a moment. When did the headmaster become so easy to deal with? But he reacted quickly. Olay's truly powerful place did not lie in her cultivation or her martial soul. Her strongest place lay in her fighting skills and her undying battle spirit, which were precisely what the Shura tower could not replicate. Imposter leader, not my match at all. I can't beat the head honcho, so I'll beat you, the imposter, out of it. Sucho grinned. Images of being ravaged by Olay during the special training came to his mind, and he immediately rushed up, his lance stabbing out with a boom, die for master. Far outside the city of Qingyun, Ole, who was giving special training to the crowd of the Storm Bulls, sneezed. Why does it feel like someone is targeting me behind my back? She rubbed her nose, then looked at the members of the Stormy Bull troop who were lying on the ground and shouted, "Little brats, all stand up. Even if it's crawling, give me 10 more laps. Exceed the limits for old me, ah asshole." Chapter 106, Breaking Through the 6th Floor. Suchio's Shura Mirage. Outside the Shura Tower, Lin Jing and the others were waiting for the results. "What do you guys say, Suchio will be able to break through to the first few floors?" The young man with glasses asked curiously. "I reckon it'll be great to get to the 3rd floor." A youth said, "The Shura phantoms that appear within the Shura Tower are each existences of the same realm as themselves. Aside from not having combat skills and a battle accident, they are basically similar in other aspects. Moreover, those who enter the Shura Tower for the first time will face their own duplicates on the 1st floor, and the average person facing their own duplicates for the first time will be defeated if they're not careful, and most of them won't be able to break into the 2nd floor the first time around." Su Cho. College entrance examination, naturally, is not comparable to most people, but breaking through to the 3rd layer and facing 4 Shura phantoms should be the limit. In today's Yanlong University, together with the teachers, there are only a few who can break through to the 5th floor. As for the students, there is only one Li Yunfeng. Although our hall master is almost as good as Li Yunfeng, he can at least break through to the 4th floor. Lin Jing sniffed and thought it made sense. At this moment, a figure flew out from the gate of the Shura Tower. "It's Mu Bing." She gasped. Then looked to the display not far away. Mu Bing, 5th floor, time 3 hours and 17 minutes. Seeing this record, Mu Bing excitedly waved his small fist, breaking the record. "Now, I become the 2nd person to break through to the 5th floor. Oh yeah, Sister Bing is awesome. We're going to win this time." The crowd looked at Mu Bing and went up to pat a few asses. "Where's Su Cho? Hasn't he come out yet?" "Not yet." "Well, kinda holds up." Mu Bing said indifferently, "Staying within the Shura Tower for a long time doesn't mean that the number of floors is necessarily high, and the other party could also be caught in a bitter battle. I just don't know what floor I'm stuck in a bitter fight on. 2nd level? Or the 3rd? If it is the 3rd floor." For a martial artist who enters the Shura Tower for the first time, it is considered a very bright achievement. Not bad for a high school senior. The minutes ticked by. Another hour passed. Su Chio hasn't come out yet. Mu Bing scared. This guy, is he so capable of holding up? Next. A figure flew out from within the Shura Tower. It was Su Chio. Like Mu Bing, he half-crouched on the ground, gasping for air, "Just a little bit, I didn't expect to end up planting it in my own hands." When he finally fought the Shura phantoms, his duplicate took advantage of him tangling with the other Shura phantoms to give him a shot in the dark. Straight through his heart. He didn't even know that he was so despicable. He touched his heart and realized that the wound on it had disappeared, and not only that, but all the other injuries had disappeared as well, except for the fatigue he felt. It was just as Ole had said. This Shura Tower, no one can die. And when Mu Bing's few people saw him appear, they went up to greet him. "Su Cho, how's it going? How many floors did you break into?" "Don't be discouraged, it's your first time here, a bad grade is nothing, come a few more times, with your natural strength, you'll soon be able to adapt." Mu Bing patted Su Cho's shoulder and laughed. Lin Jing, on the other hand, tugged at the corner of his coat and pointed to the display next to him and swallowed. "Hall Master, you, look at that." On the display, it reads, "Su Cho, 6th floor, 4 hours and 36 minutes. Seeing this, Mu Bing rubbed her eyes, feeling unbelievable as she stared at Su Cho and said, You broke through the 6th layer?" Su Cho nodded slightly. "Well, on the 7th floor, it got itself shaded." The remaining few people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Nice guy. This first time he came to break into the Shura Tower, he broke through the 6th layer and arrived at the 7th layer, and by the looks of it, the other party also experienced a bitter battle at the 7th layer? Is there a mistake? Is this really the first time you've come to break into the Shura Tower? Within Yanlong University, those seniors and sisters who have been attacking the tower for several years cannot be compared to no, even the teachers have not been able to break through the 6th layer This guy, is too much. Mu Bing stared at Su Chio. Is this the gold standard for high school seniors? Terror. No. Even the top students of the previous high school entrance exams weren't as exaggerated as the other party. I'm a bit tired today, I'll come back to break into the tower next time. Su Qiu looked at the cultivation tower with fiery eyes. Although it was hard work, he could confirm that this cultivation tower would be of great help to him. Although I didn't break through the 7th layer this time, I still have time. I don't believe that I won't be able to break through the 9th layer within the next 2 years. Su Qiu cheered herself up. Mu Bing, who was on the side, said, "No, brother, do you know that in the entire Great Xia, there is only one person who has broken through the 9th floor? That's the pride of our Yanlong University, Olay, who is known as the king of Shura Tower. Even the battle king couldn't do it." Su Qiu nodded and glanced at Olay's name. "I know, but I will be the next king of the Shura Tower." His tone was calm in its certainty. It gives the impression of being unquestionable. If anyone else had said that, Mu Bing's few would have scoffed. For nearly 100 years, only one person had managed to break through the 9th floor. What makes you think you'll be next? But Su Qiu had broken through the 6th floor the first time he came to break into the tower. Back in the day, couldn't even do it, I guess. In that case, Su Qiu, there was a real possibility that he could become the second martial artist to break through the 9th floor of the Shura Tower in 100 years. Next up, the king of the Thuli Tower. Su Qiu took a deep breath and turned to leave with one last look at the Shura Tower. He was going to go back, build up his strength, and fight the Shura Tower again. And Mu Bing looked at his back and suddenly shouted, "I've decided. No matter what method I use, I will pull him into the gathering hall. Even if it means giving him my position as the head of the hall. Such a talent should never be missed." The gathering hall, whether it could dominate Yanlong University or not, depended on Su Qiu. Mu Bing gazed at Su Qiu's back. What a genius! Lin Jing couldn't help but feel emotional as well. Then, he looked at the Shura Tower and smiled faintly. "I haven't broken into the Shura Tower for a long time either, so I'll try to see if there's any progress today." He rushed in. But less than a minute later, he was blasted out. Lin Jing, level 0, time 36 seconds. Mu Bing's few people couldn't help but step forward to mock. "Lin Jing, can you do it? It's not even a minute yet." 0 floor? Lin Jing, are you kidding me? And Lin Jing sat dumbfounded on the ground. There was no reaction at all to the taunts of several people. Mu Bing also noticed a hint of something wrong. "No, Lin Jing, what did you encounter in there that you were blasted out so quickly?" "I met Su Qiu." Lin Jing replied with his eyes dulled. Just now, he was confidently planning to break into the tower, thinking that he could at least make it to the 4th floor, but at the very first time, he encountered a cultivator phantom that he had never encountered before, that is, Su Qiu. After Su Qiu entered the Shura Tower replicated his Shura phantom, and Lin Jing was the first person to encounter him. Same cultivation. But Su Qiu only fired one shot. It was a shot that was overbearing and overwhelming, like a thunder god descending from the earth. With just one shot, he was blasted out nearly unopposed. Chapter 107 Shura Tower's Effect. Su Xiaoshang answered the battle for his brother. Lin Jian looked at the Shura Tower with a palpitating look. "I'm really not ashamed to be a high school student, this shot just blew me out. Too powerful, in the same realm, can only be crushed." And Mu Bing also came to some interest. "Su Qiu's Shura Mirage? It's a bit interesting, I'm going to try it tomorrow." She had already broken into the tower once today, and she was tired enough. At least one day of rest is necessary. And soon, the news that Su Qiu had reached to break through the 6th floor of the Shura Tower for the first time spread rapidly within Yanlong University. Many students were stunned. Shura Tower, of course they knew that those martial artists within Yanlong University who liked to fight would go there every now and then. Some combat freaks even go every day. But even those martial artists who had been going to the Shura Tower every day for several years, they hadn't broken through the 6th floor. It could even be said that there were basically no people who were able to break through the 5th floor. Su Qiu, a newcomer who had broken through the Shura Tower for the first time, had broken through the 6th floor as soon as he arrived. How else was he going to let other martial artists live? This is too strong on the other side. Really? Of course it's true, it's all recorded on the display outside the Shura Tower. If you don't believe me, go and take a look yourself. My god, what a high school senior. This is the Shura Tower, it doesn't have much to do with cultivation. What is tested is one's fighting skills and their battle spirit. He was able to break through the 6th floor, so it seems that he's not the kind of martial artist who reads to death and only secludes himself for bitter cultivation. Su Qiu deserves a fight. Su Qiu's fame moved Yanlong University. There were even quite a few martial artists who had the thought of wanting to fight Su Qiu. After all, Yanlong University had given birth to quite a few aggressive martial artists due to the existence of the Shura Tower, and with Su Qiu's fame being so great, how could they be indifferent? Su Qiu, who had returned to his dormitory, didn't realize that there were already quite a few people outside who saw him as a rival. Having just finished breaking into the tower, he only felt tired and wanted to rest. He slept until the next morning. Got up, stretched, then headed out the door and went for a few laps around the playground to get some exercise. Then to my surprise, I realized that I seemed to be much more refreshed. I feel that I've gotten a little stronger. Su Qiu murmured. Although his cultivation did not increase, he did feel as if he had become stronger, not in terms of cultivation, but in terms of battle intent. Shura Tower, it's really powerful. That's such a noticeable effect after only one visit. He clenched his fists, not daring to imagine how strong his battle intent would be when he completely broke through the Shura Tower. I'm only afraid it won't be much worse than the current ol. The thought of it made him look forward to it more and more. After running a few laps on the playground, Su Qiu went to the school cafeteria to eat breakfast before planning to go to the Shura Tower to practice some more. Only to be approached unsolicited before they even got there. The visitor was a young man with an inch head, the other party had a burly body, with angular muscles that could not be hidden under his shirt and bulged. He looked at Su Qiu coldly and hard. Su Qiu, do you dare to fight me? Su Qiu froze for a moment. You challenged me? Why? Didn't you provoke us first? Ah, when? Su Qiu became more and more confused. When did one provoke the other? Did you go to the Shura Tower yesterday? Right. You went to the Shura Tower and broke through the 6th floor. Doesn't this look like we, the seniors, are incompetent? What is this if not a provocation to us seniors? The young man with the inch head said. Su Qiu couldn't help but be speechless. What kind of logic is this? Take my challenge or not, give the word. The young man with the inch head said. Only before Su Qiu could reply, a man instead stepped forward faster than him and said indifferently, challenging my brother, do you have the ability to do that? The person who spoke was none other than Su Xiaoshang. Holding her shoulders, she walked up and looked at the inch-haired youth. If you want to challenge my brother, you'll have to go through me first. Little girl, this is none of your business. The inch-headed youth said. Yoho, challenging my brother and saying that there's nothing for me? Well then, I'm now challenging you as well. I'm sure that as a senior, you won't refuse a challenge initiated by a little girl like me, right? Su Xiaoshang sneered. Somewhat interesting, or good, then let me meet what you, the second best in the college entrance exam, are capable of. The inch-headed youth took the challenge. Su Qiu looked at Su Xiaoshang, a little worried. Su Xiaoshang waved her hand. Don't worry, old brother, just watch how your sister and I are going to dominate Yanlong University. Frosty, don't hit too hard. Su Qiu faintly said. He wasn't worried that Su Xiaoshang would lose, he was just worried that the other party would not be measured in his strikes and kill or maim the other party. Su Xiaoshang rolled her eyes. Are you even my brother anymore to worry about that? But then again, how is this not an acknowledgement of Su Qiu's strength to her? Thinking of this, her mood changed for the better again. A few people arrived at a ring at Yanlong University. Both sides jump into the ring. In the next second, an energy shield appeared in the ring. Su Qiu, worthy of being a martial arts university, the ring is equipped with energy shields to prevent battle aftershocks from damaging the surrounding area. The ring. Su Xiaoshang stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and unruffled, and even hooked his finger toward the inch-haired youth on the opposite side. Come on. The youth burst into flames. No one has ever dared to underestimate him like that. What's more, it was being so belittled by a little girl. The inch-haired youth let out a low gulp, a burst of light flowed from his body, and a large sword burning with flames clearly appeared in his hand. The large sword emitted a hefty aura of flame, with a red dragon pattern wrapped around it, raising the temperature all around. Great a weapon martial spirit, fiery dragon blade. Su Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly as he knew about this martial soul. Among the crowd of ranked weapon martial souls, the attack power of this blade could be said to be among the top, not much worse than some S-ranked martial souls. This youth was also considered a genius. Girl, summon your martial spirit. The young man with the inch head said. But Su Xiaoshang stood with her hands folded and said indifferently. There's no need to summon a martial spirit to deal with you. Just kidding. Against an opponent of this level, if she called out the Empress, she would only be afraid that the Empress would have to stink at her before she could even make a move. Stinky girl, you're even more arrogant than your brother. The young man with the inch head was furious. And hearing his words, Su Xiaoshan couldn't help but laugh. That's because you haven't seen my brother in his true arrogance. Then I'll defeat you first. After saying that, the inch-headed youth fiercely took a step forward and rushed up towards Su Xiaoshuang, the fiery dragonlance blade in his hand chopping down. The overbearing air flames cut a long trail of fire in the air. Su Xiaoshuang deftly dodged it. Then the figure rose into the air and kicked out. The kick was as powerful as a whip. The inch-haired youth couldn't dodge in time, his spiritual energy worked to protect his chest, but he was still kicked a dozen meters away. What a great power! But Su Xiaoshan's offense wasn't over yet. Both fists swung out one after another. Bang, 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 bang. There was a flurry of fist shadows, and the moves were subtle and severe. The key thing is that every punch has a lot of force. The young man with an inch head was immediately defeated. Chapter 108. This is my mailbox. If you want to challenge me, please send a battle letter first. The young man with the inch head was losing ground, and the crowd under the ring looked on in awe. Feeling that he had lost face, he couldn't help but let out a low shout of annoyance as the spiritual energy in his body fully erupted, forcing Su Xiaoshan back several steps. Then he poured all of his spiritual energy into the fiery dragon blade in his hand, and along with the blazing fire burning furiously, the inch-haired youth burst out, Grade A martial skill, Fire Dragon Chop. A knife slashed down, and the knife chi surged out wrapped in blazing fire. Like a fiery dragon tearing through the sky. This move is extremely overbearing. However, Su Xiaoshang did not retreat or evade, standing in place, her spiritual energy catalyzed, a white aura condensed in her palm, and the surrounding void could not help but ripple in circles. Let's show you the trick. S-rank martial art, shockwave palm. Boom! With a palm strike, the void seemed to shake. The incoming fire dragon directly twisted and disintegrated under the vibrating void. As Su Qiu watched this palm, he couldn't help a trace of a strange color emerge in his eyes. What a powerful palm, this is an S-ranked martial art. And it's not just any martial skill, this power that shakes the void should be a spatial attribute S-class martial skill. Martial skills have attributes just like martial souls. The spatial attribute, on the other hand, definitely belong to the higher attributes among the many attributes. Things with spatial attributes, whether it was a martial skill or a martial soul or a spirit weapon, were all more precious and powerful than their counterparts. Could it be that Empress Qiang Shao is a powerhouse who cultivates the way of space? Su Qiu stroked his chin and thought darkly. But the Qiang Shao Empress was Su Xiaoshan's secret, and he didn't pursue it to the end. Only to see the ring, the palm that shook the void directly shattered the endless flames and blasted onto the inch-haired man, directly sending him flying. The opponent spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the energy barrier, losing the ability to fight again on the spot. Su Xiaoshan's strength caused the onlookers to gasp in shock. So powerful. What kind of palm technique is this? TSK, this is at least an S-class martial art. Too strong. Worthy of being Su Qiu's sister. Second in the high school entrance exams, it's really a bullseye. It's so strong it's scary. The crowd was moved by this, and there was a slight change in the way they looked at Su Xiaoshan. In the past, they had only treated each other as a cute girl, a neighborhood sister, but now, they truly realized. The other party, however, was a martial arts expert in the guise of a young girl. A future top powerhouse. Not on the same level of existence as most of them. The energy shield disappeared and Su Qiu jumped onto the ring, touching Su Xiaoshu's head. Not bad, not expecting little Frost that you're so powerful now. That's... Su Xiaoshang then blushed, older brother, can you not touch my head in front of so many people, I'm losing face. Alas, Frosty has grown up and won't let her old brother touch her head. Su Qiu lamented and withdrew his hand. Give the girl some face. As for the inch-haired youth who was sent flying out, he looked at Su Xiaoshang with a hint of fear in his eyes, then looked at Su Qiu, and still said with a stiff upper lip, Su Qiu, don't think that you can do whatever you want in the school just because I've lost. The juniors, they won't leave you alone for sure. Su Qiu shook his head helplessly, having been beaten into this, his mouth is still so hard. Originally, I didn't mean to provoke the seniors, but you all said so, then I'll say it here. Su Qiu, email number 18386. The crowd was a little puzzled by this. Why did you give me your email address for a good reason? Su Qiu laughed, for those seniors and siblings who want to challenge me, please put the battle book in my mailbox, I'll find a time to focus on you guys. Centralized solutions? The crowd sucked in a cold breath. Instead of solving them one by one, are they centralized? In other words, he doesn't intend to fight one-on-one, he intends to fight in a group. One man, swarming a group of people. Inchyouth also froze. He suddenly thought of Su Xiaoshang just said, "That is because you have not seen my brother really arrogant time." He understands now. These two siblings, they are really one more crazy than the other. After reporting his mailbox number, Su Qiu brought Su Xiaoshang down from the ring, but this matter was not yet over, rather, the storm was just beginning to brew. Exposing his own email address and having challengers line up to send in their war letters? He's focusing on solutions in one breath? Is this guy this crazy? Is he finding it too much trouble to tackle them one by one? I'll go, it's the first time I've seen such a cocky freshman. Are high school seniors a big deal? I'm sorry, the senior high school student is truly remarkable. And this guy definitely belongs to the geek level among all the previous high school seniors. The crowd was talking. And on a training ground, a young man holding a long spear was training with a few students. His shot was like a dragon, it was breathtaking. After practice, a student ran up, "President, something big is going on," that new freshman challenged the whole school. After listening to what happened, the gun-wielding youth's eyes narrowed slightly. "This term's freshmen, they're quite wild, go, send me a letter of war to him." "Yes, President." The other side. A youth was playing with his cell phone in boredom, when he suddenly saw a post on the school's forum that was topped with a string of email numbers. There are also a number of student comments below. "This is Su Qiu's mailbox number. Those who want to challenge him, hurry up and send him a battle cry to let him know that we seniors aren't just eating our words. This freshman class is too crazy. He must be shown how powerful he is. Those people on the wind and cloud list can't be shrinking turtles." Latest news, Feng Wuji, the president of the Gun Dao Club on the wind and cloud ranking, has already sent a letter of war to Su Qiu. The others shouldn't lag behind either. I'm here to name a few people: Yang Qing, Mu Bing, Lu Long, Li Yunfeng. You're the top 10 of the wind and cloud ranking, give me a go, don't be a wimp. Yeah, give it to me, him. TSK, shouting for others to go on, why don't you send a battle cry yourself? Just send it, who are you afraid of? Have the balls to post a screenshot after the war book. The posters are up in arms, and there is a wave of hot debate. It was as if they would be looked down upon if they didn't send a letter of war to Su Qiu. The youth swiped his cell phone and smiled faintly. It's a bit interesting, such a fun thing. Lu Long, how can I not participate? In addition, that fellow Li Yunfeng should be going to meet this person as well. At this time of the day, he should be heading to the Shura Tower. Youth Lu Long put away his cell phone and went to the Shura Tower. Not a moment later, he saw a young man wearing a white shirt with a middle-parted head here. If there were students from Yanlong University here, they would definitely be able to recognize that the other party is the number one person among the students of Yanlong University. Number 1 on the Yanlong Wind and Cloud ranking, Li Yunfeng. It was also the only student who had broken through the 5th floor of the Shura Tower. And now, he stood at the display outside the Shura Tower, looking at Su Qiu's name on it, lost in thought. Lu Long walked up, TSK, breaking through the 6th level of the Shura Tower on his first attempt. This Su Qiu is indeed remarkable. Well, I would love to meet this man. Li Yunfeng nodded slightly. Lu Long laughed. I knew you'd think so. Right now he's challenging the entire school. Let me send a letter of war for you. Whatever. Li Yunfeng did not refuse, then walked into the Shura Tower. Chapter 109. Li Yunfeng, who was beaten and scared, goaded and said. Li Yunfeng entered the Shura Tower. He already didn't know how many times he had entered the Shura Tower, and his best record was that he had used 2 hours to break through the 5th floor. And now, there was someone who had broken through the 6th floor before him. It brought out a wave of disbelief in him. This time, I will also break through the 6th floor. The next king of Shura Tower can only be me. Li Yunfeng thought secretly. Step into the 1st floor of the Shura Tower. In front of him, a Shura phantom gradually emerged. Li Yunfeng didn't take it to heart. The Shura phantom that was copied from the 1st layer of the Shura Tower was at the same cultivation level as him, but had no battle spirit and far less combat skills. It was like a puppet with empty cultivation power but no intelligence. He's completely out of the picture. The next second, he lightly eeped, the Shura phantom, have not encountered it before, this is. Hoo-ah. He scrutinized the man in front of him for a moment, feeling that the more he looked at him, the more familiar he became. Soon he distinguished it. Isn't this that high school student Su Qiu? I didn't expect that the first Shura phantom I encountered would actually be him. He still didn't care too much. If Suchio himself had come, he would have been serious. But as Shura Mirage, he didn't give it a second thought. Just at the moment when the Shura phantom was taking shape, the other party held a long spear and steeply stabbed out, like a flat thunderbolt, with overbearing lightning cutting through the sky. Li Yunfeng's pupils contracted violently, and he hastily executed his body martial arts to dodge. But he was still an instant too slow, and his shoulder was penetrated by the lance. What a quick shot! This guy, is he really just a Shura phantom? Li Yunfeng was shocked in his heart. He hastily summoned his martial spirit, which was a sword. A long sword that emanated a bright aura, the hilt of the sword, but also a pair of white feathers, looking sacred and solemn. S-class martial spirit, sword of the sacred plume. The sword of feathers emitted a white light that quickly repaired his wounds. This was one of the unique abilities of some light attribute martial souls. Especially the sword of sacred feathers, which was an S-class martial soul with an extremely powerful repairing ability. It was this martial soul that allowed Li Yunfeng to basically not suffer too much damage in battle, and he was even hailed as the sword magnificent who had no injuries in 100 battles. It's a little middle-class shameful though. But it also sidestepped the power of this martial soul of his. And seeing that he summoned a martial soul, Suchio's Shura phantom was not willing to show weakness and similarly summoned a martial soul. Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon roared, and the surrounding area was immediately covered with a thunder aura. Li Yunfeng knew that Suchio's martial soul was SSS grade, and since the Shura tower would not copy a martial soul that exceeded the level of the martial soul of the person who had broken into the tower, the Thunder Dragon in front of him had been suppressed at the level of S grade. However, the overbearing lightning power that emanated from it was also extraordinary. Shura Mirage struck again. Thunder King gun cast. Although there was no battle wisdom as well as skill, this Thunder King's gun was a genuine consummate grade A martial skill. Plus it's the same thunder attribute as the Brontosaurus. The power that erupted still made Li Yunfeng feel tricky. A grade A martial skill at the consummate level? Good fellow, worthy of being the top student of the college entrance exam. His attainments in martial arts are also far above average. His Shura phantom is this powerful. How terrifying should his true self be? Li Yunfeng thought secretly in his heart. He didn't dare to be careless and went all out. With his battle spirit as well as his excellent combat skills, Li Yunfeng temporarily suppressed the Shura phantom as he found the right opportunity to slash down his sword viciously. Grade A martial skill, Bright Giant God Slash. A thick white sword she chopped down across the sky. And in the next second, his gaze met the emotionless eyes of the Shura Mirage, and in that instant, a chill suddenly grew in his heart. A heavy sense of unease gripped him. Immediately after that, the Shura Mirage blasted out with his gun, and overbearing lightning energy surged out, more than 10 times as powerful as the Thunder King's gun just now. Hershey. S-class martial art, Thunder God's Gun of Judgment. The Thunder Spear was like a torrent, shattering that white sword chi. Li Yunfeng, known as the man who was unharmed in 100 battles. Killed by a single shot. Blast out of the Shura Tower. Outside the Shura Tower. Li Yunfeng was heavily blasted out, and his entire body lay on the ground in a big shape looking at the sky, falling into a state of skepticism. He, defeated. He, who hadn't even managed to break through the first level of the Shura Tower. Why would a Shura phantom be so powerful? What about the honored one? Lu Long walked up and was also a bit puzzled. No, Li Yunfeng, why did you come out so quickly this time? Are you okay? Li Yunfeng thought of something and immediately sat up. Did you send Suchio a war cry? What's the rush? It hasn't been sent yet. Lu Long said. Li Yunfeng sniffed and sighed in relief. It's good that it wasn't sent. I mean, I haven't sent mine yet, and I've sent yours. Lu Long added. Li Yunfeng only felt a blackness in front of his eyes and almost collapsed on the ground. Lu Long hurriedly went up to support the other party. What's wrong with you today? Lu Long. I'll strangle you. Li Yunfeng choked Lu Long's neck, furious. Just now, he had wanted to challenge Suchio. But this time, the hell with challenging that monster. Can't even win against someone else's Shura Mirage, take your head and hit the honored one? Dying to die to die. Lu Long's eyes went white as he was pinched. While Li Yunfeng took his cell phone, edited an email and sent it to Suchio's mailbox, he looked indifferent and said, die together. While the two were talking, not far away, two people slowly walked over. Exactly. Su Qiu, Su Xiaoshan. And Li Yunfeng, who had just been brutally beaten up by the other party's Shura phantom at the Shura Tower, suddenly looked solemn and his body tensed up. Su Qiu glanced at the other party with some curiosity. This man, why is he so nervous? But he didn't press the issue, smiling and nodding his head at the two men in greeting. Hello, classmate. Well, hello. Li Yunfeng said in a stiff tone. Lu Long, who was on the side, did smile slightly and said, Classmate, you are Su Qiu, right? You just came to Yanlong University a few days ago, and you've made quite a commotion. Heh, I'm sorry to make you two laugh. Su Qiu remained in a good-natured manner. On the side, Su Xiaoshan crossed her arms. What, you want to compare? Thought I. Lu Long wanted to say that he thought I didn't dare. But before the words could be uttered, he was pulled back by Li Yunfeng, who smiled faintly towards Su Qiu. Student Su, you're here to break into the tower. Please, we won't bother you. We'll talk again sometime. After saying that, he pulled Lu Long away. After walking away, Lu Long said with some dissatisfaction, Li Yunfeng, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so afraid of Su Qiu? Is this still the you I know? Li Yunfeng sneered, when the time comes and you fight him, you'll know why I'm afraid of him. You who, I still don't believe it. Lu Long raised his eyebrows and turned around, about to go find Su Qiu in single combat. This time, Li Yunfeng didn't stop him. Why don't you stop me? What can I do with a ghost who is looking for death with good words? Li Yunfeng shrugged and said. You. Lu Long hesitated for a moment. He still had some understanding of Li Yunfeng. The other party had this look. He thought that Su Qiu was really not easy to deal with. He coughed twice. Forget it. Anyway, the war letter was sent out. There is no hurry. Li Yunfeng patted his shoulder. Just say it when you wimp out. I won't laugh at you. After all, I wimped out in front of him. Chapter 110 Su Xiaoshan's Achievement. The crowd's scalps went numb. Su Qiu fought Shura Tower again. Inside the Shura Tower, Su Qiu stabbed out with a spear, killing a Shura phantom. Immediately after that, he stepped onto the second level. Third level. Fourth level. Fifth floor. The journey can be described as unimpeded, God blocking the God, Buddha blocking the Buddha. Until you come to the seventh floor. And this is where he fell last time. After stepping onto the seventh level, what appeared in front of him was a total of 64 phantoms, which included not only Su Qiu himself, but also Olay, Li Yunfeng whom he had met, Mu Bing, and even Mu Qingkong's phantoms. These people surrounded him, and without saying a word, they directly beat him in a group. TCH, what a lack of martial virtues, have the guts to fight me one-on-one. Su Qiu skimmed his lips. Of course, he also knew that these were just him talking to himself, and these Shura phantoms with him couldn't understand what he was saying. The lance swept wildly through the crowd. The spear on, the power of the martial soul flashed and exploded one after another. It was only that Shura Mirage could copy his martial soul, martial skills, and even his martial soul merging skills. If he wanted to defeat his opponent, he could only rely on his battle spirit and combat skills. After a grueling tussle, Su Qiu finally defeated the 64 Shura phantoms, one by one. Step up to the 8th level of. The second time he broke through the tower, he was able to break through his first limit. Su Qiu was still quite satisfied with the results of his cultivation. Only although he had broken through the 7th layer, he had also suffered a considerable amount of injuries, and when he went up to the 8th layer, he was faced with 128 cultivator phantoms. He wouldn't last long at all before he was killed. Blasted out of the Shura Tower. Glanced at the scores on the display. Su Qiu, 7th floor. Took 8 hours and 17 minutes. Although it took quite a bit more time than the last time I broke into the tower. But he also broke through the 7th floor with great results. Near the display screen, there were quite a few students who had come to break into the tower, and when they saw his results, they all looked dumbfounded. Both were terrified. Su Qiu took a deep breath, intending to leave first before the gazes of the crowd were fully focused on him. But after scanning around, he didn't find Su Xiaoshang's figure. The other side, left? Suddenly, a figure was blasted out of the Shura Tower. It's Su Xiaoshang. Look, the 4th layer. She actually broke through the 4th floor. God, she's strong. These two siblings are truly heaven-defying. The display reads, Su Xiaoshang, 4th floor, time 7 hours and 18 minutes. However, Su Xiaoshang had waited outside for a long time, so she entered the Shura Tower herself to try it out, and when she came out, like most of the students who had entered the Shura Tower for the first time, she'd said, "The Shura Tower, it's so awesome. The Empress within the martial soul space also nodded slightly. This Shura tower does have a few tricks up its sleeve. It's not an ordinary super-grade spiritual artifact. Is there a grade above super-grade spiritual weapons? Su Xiaoshang blinked, somewhat curious. The Empress said indifferently, that's not something you can touch right now. It's better for you to be like your brother and break through the Shura tower honestly first. Su Qiu walked up. Little Frost, have you mastered the battle intent? Without battle intent, it was basically impossible to break through to the fourth layer. Su Xiaoshang shook her head. I haven't mastered battle intent yet. This thing is too difficult to master. I guess I'll have to come back to the Shura tower a few more times. So how do you break through? Oh, I see. Su Qiu thought of something and revealed a dazed look. The other party had the Empress in his body, and the Empress was very special. Such a martial soul had probably never appeared on the blue planet before. Shiroda may not be replicable. That was why Su Xiaoshan was able to break through the fourth floor. The two siblings leave. 7 or 8 hours passed, the night was already dark, and they returned to their respective dormitories after dinner, while Su Qiu, once back in the dormitory, turned on his computer and prepared to read up on whether any major events had happened in Dasha recently. But as soon as I turned on the computer, the drip 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 kept going. It was his mailbox, however, that blew up. That war letter, one after the other. Su Qiu looked dazzled as he touched his face. Do I look so inviting? So many people challenging me? And the other side. Outside the Shura tower. One by one, the students were blown out. One by one, they gathered together with a skeptical look on their faces. Just now, what the hell was that? One shot in seconds? Before, I could have broken through the fourth layer, but now, I'm stopped at the second layer. That Shura mirage, it's too terrifying. Then, in the end, whose Shura mirage is it? It seems to be Su Qiu. Sure enough, it's him. A group of people got together. They were all students who had been blasted out by Su Qiu's Shura mirage inside the Shura tower. Some of them had encountered Su Qiu on the first floor, some on the second, third. But no matter who. As long as he met Su Qiu within the Shura tower. They are one word. Defeat. And it's still a fiasco. The no-holds-barred kind. For a while, the matter of Su Qiu's phantom in the Shura tower spread all over Yanlong University, especially those students who had sent battle letters to Su Qiu. After they had personally gone to experience it, one by one, all of them were dumbfounded and their scalps were numb. That strong? So strong, how can they fight? With your head? It's too much. I feel I'm doing it wrong. Is it too late for me to take the war book back? I originally thought that Su Qiu was too arrogant, but after having been to the Shura tower again, I realized that, as it turns out, the arrogant one is me. The forum of Yanlong University was full of people talking. As for Su Qiu, after battling the Shura tower for a day, he rested for the night. Day 2. He got up early. Then carrying the coiled dragon-breaking army gun, he went to the cafeteria to have an early breakfast. He planned to go to the Shura tower again, but halfway through the meal, a young man playing with a small knife in his hand, with a flowing appearance walked towards him. The other party looked at Su Qiu with a playful look in his eyes. Su Qiu, the top student of the National Martial Arts College entrance exam, I heard that you've been in the limelight at school lately. There were quite a few people in the cafeteria. They were surprised to see the youth. It's him, Wang Baolong. The fourth in Yanlong University's Wind and Cloud ranking, it said that his cultivation had already broken through to the 4th order upper grade 3 months ago. Then he went to the spiritual energy zone to practice. I didn't expect to come back. He is planning to find Su Qiu trouble? Has he not been to the Shura tower yet? I think so. Hearing the whispers of the students around him, Wang Baolong couldn't help but frown slightly. He had indeed just returned. It's also true that you haven't been to the Shura tower yet. But what did all of this have to do with him getting Su Qiu into trouble? As for why he wants to trouble Su Qiu, the reason is simple. A freshman had just come to Yanlong University and made such a big commotion. The publicity was not even comparable to a Yanlong University man of the moment like him. Of course he's going to do something about it. Otherwise, all these years at Yanlong University wouldn't be in vain? Coupled with the fact that he had returned from his spiritual energy zone experience this time with a considerable gain, he was confident that, not to mention Su Qiu, even Li Yunfeng, who was number 1 on the Wind and Cloud ranking list, would not be his opponent anymore. He wanted to defeat Su Qiu as a start to truly dominate Yanlong University. Chapter 111 Wang Baolong's Challenge. One punch and he's in a sorry state. Looking at Wang Baolong, who had the word ambition written all over his face in front of him, Su Qiu's expression was ancient and unperturbed as he sat in his original position, quietly eating his breakfast. A look of ignoring the other side. And when Wang Baolong saw this, he frowned, becoming more and more dissatisfied with Su Qiu. "The senior is talking to you, didn't you hear?" Wang Baolong's tone had gone a little cold. And when Su Qiu sniffed, he faintly said, "Wait for me to finish my breakfast first." He sat quietly in his original position, chewing and swallowing slowly, with the appearance of an elegant noble gentleman, looking at Wang Baolong a burst of fire. A student next to Wang Baolong couldn't bear it. "Big brother, let me teach him a lesson." The student took a step forward and reached out to grab the food tray in front of Su Qiu. To tip it over. However, Su Qiu directly grabbed his wrist, and no matter how hard the other party tried, he failed to break free as he faintly said, "Wasting food is shameful." He reached out and pushed hard. The student flew straight backward and fell on his ass. Su Qiu also swallowed the last mouthful of porridge. He got up and looked at Wang Baolong. "What can I teach you?" "Challenge you, dare you?" Wang Baolong straightened out his intentions. Su Qiu said indifferently, "Don't you know my email address? Challenge me and send me a battle letter first, really don't know the rules." His tone betrayed some dissatisfaction. Ding. Facing the challenge of Wang Baolong, you have the following choices. 1. Reject him. Reward, 3 plants of silver moon grass. 2. Promise him. Defeat him. Reward, 3 bottles of Yuan creation pills. 3. Promise him that you will defeat him and dominate Yanlong University. Let your prestige and fame be completely famous in the university. Reward, super dynamic vision. Su Qiu looked at the options. Silver moon grass, he had already tried it and it worked pretty well. Creating the elements. Well, with Su Xiaoshang around, he wasn't short of pills to use. Super dynamic vision, this one hasn't been tried yet. So he chose the third, and said faintly, "You don't know the rules, so let me teach you where to fight?" "Cool enough, but you're 100 years too early to teach me the rules." Wang Baolong sneered, "Follow me." He led Su Qiu to a martial arts arena at Yanlong University. The matter of Su Qiu and Wang Baolong's upcoming duel also spread immediately, and the entire university was abuzz with excitement as people rushed to watch the battle. I've seen the strength of Su Qiu's phantom from the Shur Tower, but I haven't seen the strength of his true self yet. It's possible that the honored one is not as strong as the phantom? After all, the Shur Tower will adjust the strength of the phantom according to the cultivation level of the person who breaks into the tower. It's not impossible. But Su Qiu breaking through the 7th floor is the real deal. No matter what, he can't be underestimated. Yanlong University Competition Stadium. Not only did the students come, but even some of the teachers came along to watch the battle. Mu Qingkong, headmaster Yanlong, also came. Principal Yanlong lamented, "It's only been a few days, and now the name Su Qiu is a name that I've heard in my ears. Heh, some people are destined to be the center of attention." Mu Qingkong smiled faintly. "Heh, let me see what he's made of then." President Yanlong had some expectations. Perhaps, in this session of the University League, my Yanlong University has a chance to rise. Not maybe. As long as Su Qiu competes, I'm sure that he'll be able to sweep through every martial arts university, including Imperial Capital University. Mu Qingkong faintly said. Principal Yanlong was secretly staggered. "You actually have such confidence in Su Qiu? Do you know something about it?" Mu Qingkong smiled faintly and didn't say anything. She had, not long ago, just contacted Olay and learned something about Su Qiu from the other side, one thing after another, shocking. She also realized that the little guy in front of her, who had stepped into the martial way for less than a year, had already grown to a level that most martial artists could not reach. Martial arts arena. Wang Baolong jumped onto the ring, still playing with that small knife in his hand, and in the next second, that small knife telescoped in his hand and turned into a long knife burning with flames. That was clearly a martial arts spiritual weapon that could change forms. That's Wang Baolong's mid-grade martial Dao spiritual weapon, the flame retractable blade. It is said that this blade can easily split through alloy walls. This blade, together with Wang Baolong's ranked martial skill flame blade wave chi. Even if he doesn't use his martial soul, most 4th grade upper ranked martial artists are no match for him. The crowd looked at the flaming sword in Wang Baolong's hand, and scorn surfaced on their faces. There were only 10 people on the Yanlong Fengyun list. Each and every one of them, killed out of the thousands of students from Yanlong University, and their strength was not comparable to ordinary students. Su Qiu, come on. Wang Baolong, holding a flaming sword, stared at Su Qiu and said indifferently. A hint of wariness passed through his eyes. He couldn't wait to defeat Su Qiu, the martial arts college entrance exam scholar, and he had even thought about how he would publicize himself after defeating the other party. Su Qiu looked at the other party without the slightest bit of fear on his face. Even, he wanted to laugh a little. If the other party knew that he could even defeat a feudal marquis powerhouse, he didn't know if he would still have the guts to be so arrogant in front of him. He makes his way to the ring. Next. The ring flashed with light and the energy shield opened. Wang Baolong held his sword in one hand. I'm your senior, don't say I'm bullying you, so I'll let you have 3 moves first. Make your move. You, let me have 3 moves? Are you sure? Su Qiu said with an odd expression on his face. Nice. Come on. Wang Baolong said proudly. Outside the ring, inside the viewing gallery, Li Yunfeng couldn't help but give a thumbs up towards Wang Baolong. So brave. I honor you as a man. It's not just him. Mu Bing, Lu Long were also there, and they watched the battle with curiosity in their eyes. Su Qiu. Let's just see what you're really made of. Xiao Frost, Wang Baolong is the 4th on our school's wind and cloud ranking. Your brother will have no problem fighting him, right? On the spectator stand, a female student next to Su Xiaoshuan looked at the ring and asked with some worry. Su Xiaoshang bristled. Just this little yakuza, he also wants to beat up my brother? Are you kidding me? My brother would have no problem letting him have one hand. Is your brother that powerful? But I've heard that Wang Baolong's martial soul is an S-class martial soul, and it's at least a 4th order upper cultivation level. The girl's eyes were still full of worry. Wait, why do I feel like you're more worried about my brother than I am? You don't like my brother, do you? Su Xiaoshan looked at the girl with an odd gaze. That girl blushed. Your brother is so handsome, and he's also the top student in the martial arts high school. It's normal for me to like it, right? I consider you a friend and you want to be my sister-in-law? Frosty, why don't you introduce me? Oh, you don't stand a chance, my brother's got a name. Ah. Pity. The ring. When Su Qiu heard Wang Baolong tell him to make the first move, he did not hesitate any longer and formed a fist with his 5 fingers, making a random move, Fiery Blast Fist. Bang! A huge fist made of flames cut through the sky. Wang Baolong only felt a heat wave coming over his face, his hair felt like it was going to be burned off. He let out a low roar, the flame knife in his hand slashed the fire fist on. With a loud boom, the fire fist was torn apart. However, the residual energy of the fire fist still forced him back hard, causing his entire body to crash into the energy shield, his clothes, and his hair to be burned black. One punch, and it left him in a sorry state. Chapter 112, Crushing Wang Baolong. Let's focus on a solution. A punch. With just one punch, Wang Baolong was blown away, his clothes and hair were burnt to a crisp, watching the crowd's jaws drop. The power of this punch was too overbearing. The crowd could not help but marvel. Especially Wang Baolong himself was astonished. Is the other side even that strong? Su Qiu looked at Wang Baolong playfully and laughed lightly. Senior, you promised to let me have 3 moves, and this is only the first move. Next, there are 2 more moves. He rested his hand on top of the lance. Wang Baolong pupils shrink. The other side does not use a gun, only with the fist has made himself so wretched. If you use a gun, how can one win? Afraid you're going to get blown away easily with a few shots? No way. It can't be. The moment Su Qiu held his gun, Wang Baolong let out a low gulp, and a fiery light flew out from his body as a leopard with a fiery body appeared in front of the crowd. It was Wang Baolong's S-ranked martial spirit, the fiery divine leopard. Go! With a command from Wang Baolong, the fiery divine leopard transformed into a ray of fire and quickly pounced towards Su Qiu. The crowd was in an uproar at the sight. Didn't he say he was going to allow 3 moves? Heh, let it be, my ass. Letting Su Qiu is the same as looking for death. He finally knows Su Qiu's terror. Although it's a bit humiliating, it's still better than being defeated by Su Qiu in 3 moves. The strength of the flame god leopard is not simple. Can Su Qiu handle it? The flaming divine leopard, in addition to possessing a fire attribute attack, his speed, too, was the most top-notch existence amongst a group of martial souls. One could only see its speed so fast that one could only catch its remnants. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Qiu dodged several attacks from the divine leopard in succession. However, the speed of the divine leopard was seen to be getting faster and faster, and around Su Qiu, it was as if clusters and clusters of fire appeared. The shadow of the divine leopard could not be seen at all. The crowd could not help but gasp. This is the speed of an S-class martial soul? So fast. This flaming god leopard, even if it's a SS-class martial soul, I'm afraid it's no match as far as speed is concerned, it's too strong. No, it's not just the martial soul, the strength of the martial soul is determined by the owner. The fiery divine leopard has this speed. I'm only afraid that the king leopard dragon should not be underestimated. His cultivation is only afraid that it's not just as simple as the 4th rank. Wang Baolong looked at Su Qiu, who was surrounded by flames, and a cold smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. Su Qiu, you're going to lose. The speed of the fiery divine leopard, even a 6th ranked martial artist wouldn't necessarily be able to keep up with it. Let alone you. Su Qiu sniffed, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Is that so? Others can't capture the fiery panther's run, but he see it all. Only to see his eyeballs follow along. His super dynamic vision was then activated, and the movement trajectory of the fiery god leopard was clearly visible in his eyes. At this point, Wang Baolong once again ordered the fiery divine leopard to attack. Su Qiu began to move with him, only to see that he was like a leisurely stroll, repeatedly dodging the attacks of the fiery divine leopard as his figure pranced around. Wang Baolong watched as a cold sweat seeped from his forehead. Dodging an attack may have been luck. Twice is a coincidence. But every single time, he was able to dodge the attack of the fiery divine leopard, so that was strength. Su Qiu was able to see the trajectory of the divine leopard? Thinking of this, Wang Baolong couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. How can the speed of the fiery god leopard, even a 6th order 50-fold wouldn't necessarily be able to keep up with him? How did he do it? Wang Baolong swallowed his saliva. He now knew why Su Qiu was able to make such a big noise at Yanlong University, not only because of his identity as the top student of the martial arts college entrance exam. More importantly, strength. You were able to dodge the flaming divine leopard, but I don't believe that you'll be able to dodge the joint attack of the divine leopard and I. Wang Baolong took a deep breath and then struck out. He swung out the long sword in his hand, only to see a blade chi condensed from flames break through the air and cut out. Exactly. Flame blade wave chi. The raging blade chi caused the air in the ring to burn as if it had been set on fire, and the surrounding light became somewhat distorted. Combined with the attack of the fiery divine leopard, even a martial artist close to the 6th rank would probably lose miserably within 10 moves. However, he saw that Su Qiu didn't show any signs of defeat at all. On the contrary, his figure moved around, dodging the blade chi and divine leopard attacks one after another. A subdued look. Too slow, too slow. Why don't you guys hurry up a little bit more? You're so slow. Who can you hit? Su Qiu mocked. Wang Baolong was furious, and his flaming sword swung even faster. But it's still useless. He and the crowd of student teachers watching the battle were confused. The speed of the fiery god leopard was absolutely top-notch amongst the S-class martial souls, and with the coordination of Wang Baolong's blade chi, it could be said that it was seamless. But he couldn't hit Su Qiu. The key is, Su Qiu didn't show much speed either. How did he do it? He seems like he can tell the trajectory of the flaming divine leopard as well as the saber chi so that he can evade it in advance? Principal Yanlong said as he saw something. Ah, how is this possible? How could someone's dynamic vision be so powerful to such an extent? A teacher felt disbelief. This little guy is harboring quite a few secrets. Principal Yanlong lamented. The corner of Mu Qingkong's mouth on the side rose slightly. It's comforting. She had taught Su Qiu for a while, and was considered half a teacher of the other party. She was certainly happy to see her students grow to such a point. Damn it! Damn it! Always failing to hit Su Qiu, Wang Baolong's mindset collapsed a bit. And at this moment, Su Qiu shook his head. Looks like this is all you have. What a disappointment. After saying that, his figure flickered, easily dodging the attack of the fiery divine leopard, and then he stabbed out with his spear, directly piercing through the divine leopard's body. Roar! The fiery god panther let out a miserable cry. Then it dissipated into a red point of light. Fiery god leopard! Wang Baolong exclaimed. At this moment, Bai Su Qiu's figure became blurred in place and appeared in front of Wang Baolong in the next second, and the other party actually didn't react at all. Its speed is faster than that of the fiery panther. It's even faster. In terms of speed, who can match the Kuan Pang? Su Qiu had the Kuan Pang martial spirit in his body, and even without super dynamic vision, he could easily dodge the opponent's attack. Not to mention, he just got a super dynamic vision. So it wasn't mockery when he said the king's leopard dragon was too slow. Rather, they are being truthful. Flame Blade Wave Chi. Seeing Suqiu suddenly appear in front of him, while Wang Baolong was startled, he immediately raised his long sword and swung it out. However, Suqiu was even faster. Go you! A spear stabbed out. The long sword in Wang Baolong's hand was blown away, and his entire body flew out with it, smashing into the energy shield and spitting out a mouthful of blood. This time, he had several bones broken. Don't even think about getting back up. This battle was an unquestionable crush. The crowd saw Suqiu's battle power for the first time, and although they had expected it, they were still taken aback, looking at each other with strong scorn in their eyes. And after Suqiu defeated Wang Baolong, he didn't walk out of the ring, but took out his cell phone, opened his mailbox, and said in a loud voice, "In the past few days, there are quite a few people who want to challenge me and send me war letters. Now, let's focus on solving it." At these words, many people's faces went white. Chapter 113, Let's Go Together. Suqiu, who had turned on a full map taunt. Now, let's focus on the solution. Hearing Suqiu's words, the faces of many people present turned white. No exceptions. All of them are the ones who sent the war cry. They looked at Suqiu in the ring, pulling out his cell phone, and swallowed their saliva. Before sending out the battle cry, they only felt that the other party was too arrogant as a freshman. As an elder sister himself, he definitely had to teach the other side a lesson. Now after seeing each other in the ring. A lecture? What the hell is that? I'll be lucky if I don't get taught a lesson. Teaching Suqiu a lesson? They were out of their minds to send war letters to each other. Suqiu ignored what the crowd was thinking as he took out his cell phone and began to rummage through his mailbox, reading out name after name. Senior 3rd Artifact Martial Soul Class 3 Luo Yu. Senior Beast Martial Soul Class 4 Wang Feishui. Sophomore Artifact Martial Soul Class 11 Luo Yilin. Senior Class 1 Weapon Martial Soul Li Yunfeng. Senior Class 1 Beast Martial Soul Class 1 Lu Long. For every name Suqiu read out, a bitter smile appeared on the corresponding student's face, and as each name was read out, a look of interest gradually surfaced on the faces of those students who hadn't sent him a battle letter. It's not like they have to go up and fight anyway. It's a hoot not to be seen. They wanted to see how far Suqiu could go. On the spectator stand, Mu Qingkong sked, "Good fellow, it's only been a few days, but so many people have actually given him a war letter? When did he become the school's public enemy?" She found it a bit unbelievable. This ability to cause trouble was almost as strong as the other party's power talent, right? Suqiu recited a bit dryly in the ring, then said, "It's too much of a hassle. Anyway, if any of you have sent me a battle letter, all of you can come together." Together? Those students who had been a bit scared raised their eyebrows when they heard this. They recognized that the other side was strong. It might not even be a match for Li Yunfeng, who was number 1 on the Wind and Cloud ranking. Only, together? Isn't that a bit too much of a to-do? Dare to martial arts college entrance exams to send a war book, itself is certainly a brush or two. 1 or 2 is not Suqiu opponent. But together. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Suqiu, how can he win? One must know that they were not those Shura phantoms within the Shura Tower that had no fighting skills or battle intent and were like puppets. They are real, battle-hardened martial artists. This guy, he's got a bit of a big mouth. Want to go together? So many people fighting one? It's not honorable to win. Not on. But if we don't go on, won't we let the other side be too proud? We, the seniors, will lose our faces. A lot of people had a dilemma for a while. At this moment, Wang Baolong, who was knocked down, braced himself and stood up, and said loudly, as the saying goes, Buddha fights for a burnt incense, and man fights for a breath. Now, a freshman has already said his words to this point. Can you guys bear it? I can't stand it anyway. If I could still fight, I would definitely fight him. Li Yunfeng, Lu Long, Mu Bing, Luo Yilin, a few of you are experts on the Wind and Cloud ranking just like me, and you send out a battle letter yet you don't dare to answer it, too gutless. Hearing Wang Baolong's words, the several people he named, Li Yunfeng, swished their faces to become as gloomy as water and glared at each other unkindly. This guy, he lost the fight himself, shame on him. Just try to pull them down with you. Li Yunfeng took a deep breath. Make your move. Having been provoked to such an extent, if you don't make your move, your face will really be lost. Whoosh! His figure flashed as he swept towards Suqiu in the ring. He arched his hand and said, Please enlighten me. In the next second, a bright greatsword with feathered wings appeared in his hand, precisely his S-class martial soul, the sword of sacred feathers. He held a long sword and chopped towards Su Qiu. A dazzling white light shone, and Su Qiu couldn't help but squint his eyes. So bright. And just at the moment he closed his eyes, Li Yunfeng's eyes lit up. Good chance. This was his martial art, bright slash. First, release a dazzling light to brighten the opponent's eyes. Then strike out and attack. It's a trick he's tried time and time again. However, because it was a bit despicable, he rarely used it, but now, dealing with this weirdo Su Qiu, he couldn't care less. The long sword chopped out, breaking the air with a sound. Su Qiu, who was blinded by the light, failed to see Li Yunfeng's attack. However, there was not the slightest bit of panic on his face as his ears twitched and he performed the skill of listening to the wind and dodging the opponent's attack. You know, he had been trained by Olay to fight with hundreds of alien beasts with similar strengths, so many alien beasts, attacking together, some of them attacking from the back, he couldn't even see them, so how could he hide? By hearing, of course, by the five senses. Sometimes, even by combat instinct. Therefore, the trick of disorienting the eyesight might be effective for other martial artists, but for Su Qiu, who had been through 100 battles and had sharp five senses, it was of little use. After dodging Li Yunfeng's attack, Su Qiu stabbed out with a backhanded shot. Li Yunfeng held his sword and blocked. But in the next second, a huge force was transmitted, and he only felt his hands go numb, and was directly sent flying. The palm of his hand was chipped with blood from the tiger's mouth. He exclaimed, "What strength!" The greatsword in his hand released a burst of white light and repaired the wound. Su Qiu was not surprised to see this. The sword of the sacred plumage, this S-ranked martial soul, he was aware of it. After all, he had the Blue Star Encyclopedic Knowledge Book, but there was nothing he didn't know about any martial spirit that had ever appeared on the Blue Star. He stood with his gun and said aloud, "The others, come together." Hey, no way, letting you all go together, you all don't dare? Are all the students of Yanlong University so cowardly? Su Qiu stood in the ring and directly opened a full map taunt. He knew that if he didn't beat everyone into submission this time, then it was expected that there would still be people coming to challenge him in the future. Once or twice is okay. Wouldn't he be exhausted if he came to challenge him every day? Therefore, it is necessary to show strength completely today. Let everyone at Yanlong University be convinced. Even if his heart wasn't convinced, he didn't dare to challenge him again. Today, he was going to truly dominate Yanlong University. Be here, the only king. His grandma, it's so crazy. I didn't get off the warpath, I wanted to go up there and beat him up. Why don't you get on then? You think I wouldn't dare? Just go. One by one, the students, especially those wind and cloud ranking existences, all jumped onto the ring and joined Li Yunfeng in confronting Su Qiu. In the viewing gallery, a teacher was a bit worried and said to Principal Yanlong, "Principal, should we stop them? If the fight goes on like this, I'm afraid something will happen." Principal Yanlong smiled faintly, "No need, young people are exuberant, let them make a scene, I also want to see how far Su Qiu can go. The University League is coming up, our Yanlong University needs a leader." Before, I was optimistic about Li Yunfeng, but now, it's up to Su Qiu. The teachers sniffed, looked at each other, and said nothing more. Only one of the teachers in black clothes, he looked at Su Qiu, his eyes flickered twice, and deep in the bottom of his eyes, there was a hint of coldness. That look. It's like looking at some natural enemy. Chapter 114. One person beats up a group of people. Are the teachers coming up? Su Qiu stood on the ring, looking at the challengers who walked up one by one with the corners of their mouths slightly raised, holding the coiled dragon-breaking army gun in his hand without taking a step back. He even hooked his finger toward the crowd in front of him, "Come together." The crowd was furious at the sight. The others also began to cheer for Li Yunfeng and the others. Come on, make this freshman look good. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're the top student in the martial arts high school? Let him know that there is a mountain to climb. Will it win? It's going to win. Go! Li Yunfeng exchanged glances with the few people around him, then, he acted as the vanguard and rushed out, arriving in front of Su Qiu in the twinkling of an eye. A dazzling light erupted as he directly stabbed out with his sword. But Su Qiu had been prepared for this move. Just as his opponent cast it, he took the lead and stabbed out with a spear. Gunshots intertwined with hegemonic thunderbolts blasted out. Bang! Li Yunfeng was blown away by a shot. overbearing to the core. Seeing this, the others let out a low roar and also made their moves, some taking out their weapon martial souls, while others summoned their beast martial souls. For a time, the ring was filled with a variety of martial soul auras. Suqiu smiled faintly as his mind moved. The martial spirit flew out of his body. SSS grade martial soul, Thunder Dragon. SSS grade martial soul, White Tiger. The two great martial souls appeared together, the power of thunder intertwined with the killing aura, and impacted with the beast martial souls that rushed up. The White Tiger's body wandered with an easy and calm pace, elegant and noble. The Thunder Dragon, on the other hand, was rampant and domineering, with thunder raging. Two great martial souls, two very different fighting styles. But it's exactly the same powerful. One by one, the martial souls were knocked down by the two major martial souls. And of course, those students weren't willing to show any weakness, holding weapon martial souls, or a variety of martial Dao spirit weapons, and attacking towards Suqiu. Mu Bing was among them. She laughed. Suqiu, I've wanted to fight you for a long time, come and fight. If you lose you'll have to join my gathering hall. Oh. She rushed up, her pace like the wind, and a long stick swung out in her hand. There is a sense of a stick setting the scene. These days, her sister always mentions Suqiu in her ear, saying how great Suqiu is. This younger sister of hers was so jealous of what she heard. She was going to let Mu Qingkong know today that it wasn't true that Suqiu was powerful, but she, Mu Bing, wasn't bad either. Facing the long stick that came, Suqiu smiled indifferently and let the long stick hit him. Only to see that this stick hit him as if it was hitting the air, directly penetrating through, causing Mu Bing to be dismayed. But soon also reacted, it's a stump. Her pupils shrank, somewhat appalled. It hadn't occurred to him that Suqiu's speed was actually this fast. It was actually forming a residual shadow. Before she could find where Suqiu was, a cracking sound came from beside her, and the handle of a gun hit her directly on her chest. Bang! She was smashed out of the room and spit out blood. On the viewing gallery, Mu Qingkong held his forehead. This girl, it's been said that she's far from being Suqiu's opponent, but she actually went up to look for a fight? Then she looked down at her chest. It's not going to get flattened, is it? Watching Mu Bing being sent flying with a single shot, the others didn't give up, but instead, they rushed forward, and from all sides, surrounded Suqiu. However, Suqiu's figure was seen leaping up. The body shape changed, and it actually manifested. 6 Suqiu. The crowd looked confused. What kind of martial art is this? It's a body martial skill. What a brilliant body martial skill. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They hurriedly threw out various attacks, but the ones that hit them were only remnants. Suqiu's original body killed into the crowd, waving his long spear, his gun coming out like a dragon, his exquisite gunplay, causing many people to watch in awe. A youth holding a long spear couldn't help but let his eyes light up when he saw this. Good marksmanship. Suqiu, let's compare whose marksmanship is superior. He was none other than the expert on the wind and cloud ranking, the president of the Gundao Society, Fengwuji. His weapon martial soul was a long spear. When spiritual energy was poured into it, a golden light would flow out. It was none other than the great martial soul, the golden light gun. And in terms of spear cultivation, if Fengwuji claimed second, in the entire Yanlong University, almost no one would dare to claim first, but now, it was different. Because Suqiu, too, uses a gun. Clang! The two lances collided together. Sparks erupted with it. Next, a golden light burst out from the A-class martial spirit golden light gun, bursting towards Suqiu, who strained like electricity and easily dodged it. Fengwuji frowned. How fast? He continued to make shots. The gun technique was performed with exquisite moves, and there was already the style of a gun technique expert. But Suqiu executed the Thunder King gun. The long spear was accompanied by bursts of thunder, and when it collided again, Fengwuji felt the unrivaled and domineering spear power surging. Arms were numb from the shock. A few moves later, his gun was directly picked off and his entire body was blasted out. He smashed into the energy shield and spat out a mouthful of blood, then alas sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This guy, he's actually this strong. Looking at Suqiu again, he continued to strike. Under the Thunder King gun's execution, the energy of thunder and lightning raged wildly. One by one, the martial artists were blown away. It's like a kite. On the other battlefield, the White Tiger and the Thunder Dragon also shattered a beast martial soul, letting out bursts of roars, as if they were beast kings, reigning over the battlefield. The eyes swept with a disdainful look. On the viewing gallery, The crowd was initially able to shout and cheer for Li Yunfeng and the others, but as Su Qiu showed more and more strength, they were all dumbfounded. One by one, they had all been too frightened to speak. So many seniors. All of them were beaten down by Su Qiu alone? Is there a mistake? This guy, a freshman? What freshman is that outrageous? They feel that even the best teachers within the school are no better. Exaggeration. Terror. Scary. They no longer knew how to shape allow Su Qiu. There was nothing but a shock in his heart. The whole thing went numb. Su Qiu finished salting his last opponent and stood on the ring, stretching his back, while by his feet, one by one, all of them were lying on their backs and wailing incessantly. He was the only one standing, with a warlike intent and a fury on his body, as if he was a Shura who had killed his way out of the battlefield. He swept his gaze across the viewing gallery. Anyone else want to come up? The students who met his gaze all couldn't help but lower their heads. No students are coming up? A hint of disappointment appeared in Su Qiu's eyes before he looked at Principal Yanlong and the others and grinned. Teachers, do you want to come up and fight? He went so far as to, in fact, extend an invitation to all the teachers. The corner of Mu Qingkong's mouth twitched. Nice guy. The other side of this is hitting the top. Just like that old guy, all muscle-brained. She glared hard at Su Qiu. While Su Qiu shrugged his shoulders, suddenly, he sensed something and his gaze fell on a man in a black robe behind Mu Qingkong. The other person is also a teacher. But unlike the other teachers, just when he had spoken up to challenge him just now, the others had at most been a little disgruntled. But this person's eyes have killing intent. Su Qiu's battle intuition was sharp. This black-robed teacher, there was definitely something wrong. The other party gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. Chapter 115. What is your status? What is my status? Su Qiu looked deeply at the man in black. Seeing that no one came to challenge him again, he also turned around and left, but went straight to the Shura Tower, and the crowd couldn't help but be surprised when they saw this. Good lord, this guy is truly a monster. After beating up so many people, he actually has the strength to go to the Shura Tower? This guy, is he really human? Terrifying as hell. The crowd looked at Su Qiu, who was gradually leaving, with a strong sense of awe in their eyes. Soon, Su Qiu's defeat of many of Yanlong University's senior siblings spread thoroughly. Su Qiu truly dominated Yanlong University. From being a freshman to defeating the many seniors and sisters on the wind and cloud ranking, Su Qiu had only used less than a week's time. This set a new record for Yanlong University. It made Su Qiu a name that could be enshrined in the Yanlong University school journal. The number one on the wind and cloud ranking also changed from Li Yunfeng to Su Qiu. Not one person had a problem with that. Even Li Yunfeng himself was convinced. In his own words, I've never seen a martial artist who can be perverted to such an extent, whether it's the battle intent or the martial skill, or even the martial soul, he's fought to the point of impeccability, it's too perfect. He's simply the darling of the martial arts. I even suspect that he'll be the next supreme being to leave his name in history. The night is late. Su Qiu walked out from within the Shura Tower. He glanced at the results on the display. Su Qiu, 7th floor, in 9 hours and 11 minutes. Still breaking through the 7th floor. Wanting to pass the 8th floor was still quite a bit short, but he felt that he had made quite a bit of progress compared to the last time he broke through the tower. After all, this time, he got super dynamic vision. The strength has been further enhanced. What made him speechless was that this Shura Tower could even replicate his own super dynamic vision. In other words, his Shura Phantom strength had increased again. The Shura Tower is truly anticlimactic. Su Qiu couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Then he was to return to his dormitory to wash up and go to bed. But just halfway there, a figure blocked in front of them. The visitor was dressed in black, as if he had become one with the night. Seeing the visitor, Su Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. The other person was the same teacher he felt was out of place today. Su Qiu, coming out of the Cultivation Tower so late, you really have worked hard. The black-robed teacher said with a faint smile. Su Qiu looked at the other party with a bland expression and said, it's so late, and teacher still came to the Shura Tower. I wonder what instruction he has? Instructing? No, it's just that you're provoking the teachers in the ring today was too much. I'm here to teach you what it means to honor your teachers. The black-robed teacher said. In his body, a black spiritual energy began to surge. The cultivation of a 6th-ranked expert gradually permeated out. Su Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, teaching me to honor my teacher? That depends on whether you have the qualifications, teacher. He held the coiled dragon-breaking gun. Although he had just fought within the Shura Tower and had used up a lot of his physical strength, if he really wanted to fight, he was not one to be messed with. He had fought all of the 8th ranked king-level foreign beasts. Can you still be afraid of a 6th rank now? Just as the two sides are drawing their swords. Suddenly, a figure slowly walked over. It's Mu Qingkong. She glanced at the black-robed teacher and indifferently said, Teacher Zhao, what do you want to do by stopping a student at this late hour? Oh, so it's Mr. Mu, it's nothing, I just happened to pass by here. The black-robed teacher said. He seemed to be a bit wary of Mu Qingkong, and gave Su Qiu a deep look before collecting all his spiritual energy and turning around to leave. Su Qiu skimmed his mouth, wanting to fight but not daring to do so, so gutless. The black-robed teacher who left heard these words, his body trembled slightly, and a strong haze flowed through his eyes, but he still forced himself to hold back his anger and leave. Mu Qingkong rolled her eyes from the side. You little guy, you're really arrogant, even the teachers dare to provoke like this. Su Qiu smiled faintly, then with a solemn expression, he asked, Teacher Mu, what is this teacher Zhao's origin? His name is Zhao Feihong. As for the origin of the 3 great families of the imperial capital, have you heard of them? Mu Qingkong faintly said. Su Qiu nodded slightly, I've heard about it. The 4 great families of the imperial capital are the Mu family, the Shangguan family, the Morong family, and the Zhao family. Wait, this Zhao Feihong, he can't be a member of the Zhao family, right? Su Qiu said with an odd expression on his face. Mu Qingkong nodded slightly and said, That's right, he's exactly a member of the Zhao family, and in addition I'm a member of the Mu family. I'm new here, I don't have much to do with the Zhao family. This is also my doubt, Zhao Feihong, he seems to have some kind of hostility towards you. You really haven't offended anyone from the Zhao family? It really doesn't. Su Qiu pondered for a while, then said, Rather, it's this teacher Zhao who gives me a very uncomfortable feeling. That's odd. Mu Qingkong lowered his head and contemplated for a while. Forget it, you should go back and rest first. Good. Su Qiu nodded slightly. And after he left, Mu Qingkong glanced at Zhao Feihong's back and directly followed him, and the two of them arrived next to a lake. Zhao Feihong stopped and said, Teacher Mu, come out. Mu Qingkong walked out. You and Su Qiu, what's your grudge? Hee, Mr. Mu is joking, where do I have any grudges with him, I'm really just passing by. Zhao Feihong said. You fooled the others, but not me. Teacher Mu, you said that I've been staying at Yanlong University all this time, so how could I have a grudge against Su Qiu for good reason? That's what I can't figure out, but I trust my judgment. There are times when anyone has a lapse in judgment. Zhao Feihong still stood by his statement. Mu Qingkong gave him a deep look and said indifferently, Fine, since you won't say anything, I won't force you. Zhao Feihong smiled slightly, This is. He hadn't even finished speaking when he saw a searing fire burning out of Mu Qingkong's body, which wasn't big but had an extraordinarily strong aura. In just a few seconds, the lake next to it had already begun to boil, and at this moment, Mu Qingkong looked as if she was a flame witch. The opposite of her burning breath was her gaze. Icy cold to the core. It's like ice that won't melt for eternity. She said indifferently, If you don't say it, I won't force you, but if Su Qiu has any losses, I don't care if you did it or not. I will count it on your head. He loses a hair, I'll skin you. If anything happens to him, I will burn you to ashes. You know, I've got this. Zhao Feihong's face changed. Even though he was a 6th ranked expert, he felt a strong sense of oppression at this moment. He said in a deep voice, Mu Qingkong, I'm at least a member of the Zhao family, do you really want to tear your face off with me? Hee, Zhao family. What is your position in the Zhao family and what is my position in the Mu family, do I need to remind you? I guarantee that even if I burn you to ashes, the Zhao family will never completely tear themselves apart from me for your sake. Mu Qingkong sneered. After saying that, she gradually gathered her breath and turned to leave. Only Zhao Feihong was left alone by the lake, his face as gloomy as water. Chapter 116, Su Qiu, who was like the sun. Zhao Zijing came to the door to pick a fight. Damn, can you do whatever you want just because you're the daughter of the Mu family head? Zhao Feihong looked at the distant Mu Qingkong, his teeth itching with anger, a hazy color flowing in his eyes, a hint of red light flashing faintly. In this moment, it was as if he was not human. Instead, it's a ferocious beast. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Su Qiu. Mu Qingkong are not good guys to deal with. I asked myself that I have already controlled my emotions extremely well. I did not think that, or let them notice the end. With Mu Qingkong around, it won't be too easy to deal with Su Qiu. But if Su Qiu doesn't die, he will surely be a great danger to my clan's heart in the future. Zhao Feihong murmured and whispered. Then turn away. The other side. Su Qiu returned to his dormitory and rested for the night. Day 2. He got up as usual to wash up, do his morning exercises, practice with his gun, and then go to the cafeteria to eat breakfast, and along the way, there were quite a few students who looked at him with a vague sense of awe in their eyes, and even a hint of fear. It's like looking at a head again. Monsters! Su Qiu touched his face. Do I look that scary? He also knew that his performance in the ring yesterday was just too much, and there must be quite a few people who were afraid of him now. Ah! At this moment, a cry of alarm came from not far away. A female student was seen accidentally stepping on a piece of banana peel, and her whole body fell backwards and the food tray in her hand went up in the air. The girl closed her eyes in fear. Oh no, she's going to make a fool of herself. But she did not have the pain of falling to the ground. On the contrary, she seemed to fall into a warm embrace. Open your eyes, only to see a handsome and incomparable cheeks are looking at themselves. The other side of the next second reached out to catch the air falling food plates and chopsticks, the whole process in one go, as if the flow of water. Even the soup didn't spill. The girl looked at Su Qiu's face and couldn't help but freeze. So handsome. Her heart was as colorful as fireworks. Class, are you okay? Su Qiu asked as he looked at the girl in his arms. Help each other to stand. The girl shook her head. I'm fine. That's good. Su Qiu nodded slightly and placed the food tray into the girl's hands before bending down to pick up the banana peels on the ground and throw them into the trash can. The girl just felt that the other party even bent down to pick up the banana peel. Such a simple action was full of charm. The others looked at him and couldn't help but whisper. So handsome. He is Su Qiu. Also not as scary as rumors. Those who say he's horrible can't be vilifying him. You guys, he even bends down to pick up banana peels. What a quality, what a kind schoolboy. He's so gentle, I'm crying my eyes out. After this, the crowd's impression of Su Qiu was no longer so full of awe, instead, by an image of a terrifying demon. Turned into a gentle and reliable big brother next door. Some people started to greet him voluntarily. And Su Qiu all smiled and nodded. The impression in the minds of the people continues to rise. His prestige in Yanlong University was as high as the sky. What wind and cloud ranking talents combined couldn't even compare to him. Shura Tower. Su Qiu came here, wanting to break into the tower once more. Instead, I saw a number of people gathered here who were sighing. Ugh, it's too strong, I just can't beat it. Why do I feel like he's even stronger than last time, huh? Yeah, I feel the same way, what a monster. How are we supposed to fight this? Su Qiu blinked. Is the Shura Tower too hard to beat? Also, even he finds it hard to fight. But then, he sensed a hint of something wrong. These people's gazes fell on him after they saw him coming, with a hint of resentment in their eyes. These people, it's not the Shura Tower that's complaining. Is it him? Su Qiu blinked. How? Yo, Su Qiu, you're here, you've caused us a lot of pain. In the crowd, Mu Bing walked up. She was also a student who often came to Shura Tower to break into the tower. Seeing Su Qiu arrive, she went up to greet her. While hearing her words, Su Qiu was a bit puzzled. What's going on? Don't you know yet? Your guy Shura Phantom has surpassed Olay, the battle king Luo Ao within the Shura Tower, and has become the toughest Shura Phantom in the minds of the crowd. Mu Bing said helplessly. Huh? Su Qiu froze for a moment. There was actually such a thing? He shook his head helplessly. Shura Tower's ability to replicate phantoms is indeed heaven-defying. I was right to come to Yanlong University. No matter how heaven-defying the Shura Tower is, it's not as heaven-defying as you are. Mu Bing shook his head, thinking that Su Qiu was even more exaggerated. Within the Shura Tower, it was just a phantom that retained its martial skills and martial soul. Su Qiu's original self could be much more perverted. But that's all it is, and it still puts off countless people. Now, as long as anyone who entered the Shura Tower to break into the tower, as long as they encountered Su Qiu's phantom, they could basically declare it over. Even a wind and cloud ranking martial artist like Li Yunfeng was no exception. According to the words of many schoolchildren. Thuli Tower, enhanced by epic. I'm okay. Su Qiu scratched his head, then walked into the Shura Tower and continued to break through. And outside Yanlong University. A young man dressed in white arrived with a few people. He had a hint of a playful smile on his face, the top student of the college entrance exam, not applying to my imperial capital university, instead, applying to such a bottom-of-the-barrel university. Let me see what's so appealing about this place. After saying that, he walked into Yanlong University. Came to a martial arts club and kicked the door right in. Inside the club, Fengwuji, who was practicing his gun, glanced at the other party and frowned slightly. Who are you and what are you doing here? Imperial Capital University, Zhao Zijing. I've come to challenge the martial artists on Yanlong University's Wind and Cloud ranking, so please give me some advice. Zhao Zijing said indifferently. Fengwuji's gaze condensed. Oh, then it's just looking for a fight. So what if it is? Humph, then don't walk out of school standing up. Windwuji stood with his gun. Zhao Zijing smiled faintly. Let's see if you have the skills. 20 minutes later. Zhao Zijing stepped on Fengwuji under his feet and looked at Fengwuji, who was spitting blood in a sorry state and whose lance martial spirit in his hand was broken into 2 sections, and said in disappointment, a martial artist on the Wind and Cloud ranking of Yanlong University, this is the strength? Too weak. He kicked Fengwuji out, then led the people out of the club and said, let's go, let's take a look at the other clubs. Brother Zhao is mighty. Ha, the people from Yanlong University are completely unbeatable in front of Brother Zhao. A few followers chimed in. 3 hours later. Zhao Zijing defeated the presidents of various clubs one after another. This matter spread throughout Yanlong University in a very short period of time, and all the students were furious, wanting to get back at them. However, when they saw Zhao Zijing strike, they all fell silent. It's too strong. The cultivation of the opponent has not only reached the cultivation of the upper grade of the 5th order, but also has a SS grade weapon martial soul. Hurricane battle armor. With the battle armor on, even a 6th ranked martial artist would find it difficult to break its defense. Chapter 117, let's see how I'll teach him a lesson. Too strong. This Zhao Zijing, I've inquired about him, he's not an easy man to deal with at the Imperial Capital University, he's the 9th existence on the Wind and Cloud ranking. TSK, no wonder it's so strong. Outside of a club, Zhao Zijing, dressed in his SS class martial spirit hurricane armor, blocked the full force of a club president's strike, but was unharmed himself. He casually threw a punch. Boom! That club president was directly blown away, blood spat out, face like gold paper. Zhao Zijing saw this, snorted, the 5th on the Fengyan list, Yang Qing. Heh, it's nothing more than that. Yang Qing took a deep breath and said, I admit that you are very strong, but Yanlong University, have experts besides me. It's simply impossible for you to sweep Yanlong University with your own strength. Zhao Zijing smiled playfully. Yanlong University, there are still experts? Are you talking about Li Yunfeng, the number 1 on the Fengyun ranking? He, too, won't be my opponent. Even if Li Yunfeng isn't your opponent, you don't want to sweep Yanlong University. Yang Qing thought of something and smiled faintly. And the rest of the students showed a look of realization. So, there's still him. If he were to make a move, it wouldn't be a matter of minutes to settle this Zhao Zijing, that's a monster. Yeah. Zhao Zijing frowned slightly as he listened to the words of the people around him. That man, who is he? Suddenly, he thought of something, and a hint of speculation appeared on his face. That person. 1TB Su Chou, right? Exactly. Ha, too funny, Su Chou, the top student of the college entrance exam, of course I know him. But he's just a freshman, and you guys are actually pinning all your hopes on him? It's too stupid. Zhao Zijing laughed out loud. Yang Qing and the others looked at him, but it was as if they were looking at a frog in the bottom of a well. They admit it. They used to think that way about Su Chou. But not anymore. They were genuinely acknowledging Su Chou's terror. That guy, he wasn't on the same level of existence as them at all. Very well, since you guys have so much confidence in Su Chou, then I'll go and finish him off after I've finished off the rest of the Wind and Cloud rankings. Let you guys completely understand the gap between your Yanlong University and my Imperial Capital University. Zhao Zijing said in a cold voice. Then, he continued to go around challenging other experts on the Wind and Cloud ranking. With his SS grade martial soul, he was almost invincible. Even the teachers were alarmed. Good Zhao Zijing, this guy is trying to take advantage of the fact that the league hasn't arrived yet to give us a head start. This couldn't be the idea of the president of Tudor University, could it? Not out of the question. Humph, how despicable. But if people come to the door to challenge us openly and honestly, if we make a move to stop them, we're only afraid that it'll look like we have a weak heart. One can only trust the students. Mu Qingkong looked like an old man, but after hearing that the visitor was Zhao Zijing, he glanced at Zhao Feihong and indifferently said, "The Zhao family, still as domineering and arrogant as ever, sooner or later, you'll have to fall head over heels." Zhao Feihong didn't say anything. The other side. Su Qiu had just come out of the cultivation tower, and after glancing at the results on the display, he smiled with satisfaction. Well, it's still an improvement over the last time. At this point, a man came running up in a hurry. That person was, however, Lin Jing of the gathering hall. He gasped, "Su Qiu, help, help. Help? What's wrong?" Su Qiu frowned. "This is Yanlong University, there are so many teachers and the principal here, who dares to act recklessly here? How can we talk about saving lives?" Lin Jing took a deep breath and said, "Zhao Zijing from the Imperial Capital University came to our university to pick a fight, and one after another, the martial artists on the Wind and Cloud ranking lost to him." Su Qiu sniffed in thought, "Zhao Zijing? Someone from the Zhao family?" "Right." Su Qiu thought of Zhao Feihong. "This guy, did the other guy find him?" But no matter what, he was now a part of Yanlong University, and his prestige was still high, so if he didn't make a move, he couldn't say so. Moreover, he also wanted to see how many martial artists from the Imperial Capital University were capable of. Go look." Lin Jing led the way and brought Su Qiu to the gathering hall. And there had long been a large crowd of students surrounding the place, even the teachers had come together as they looked at the two figures that were exchanging blows within the gathering hall. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Those two men, one in battle armor, had a storm flowing around them. The other person, on the other hand, was holding a long stick with heavy shadows of the stick. Bang, bang, bang. The long stick struck on top of that battle armor one after another, erupting a shocking wave of air. These two were none other than Zhao Zijing as well as Mu Bing. S-ranked martial soul, adamantine baguette. It is indeed extraordinary. Looking at Mu Bing, who was holding a long stick, and whose every strike seemed to open up mountains and break the ground, Zhao Zijing couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. But then, the spiritual energy in his body exploded. The breath skyrocketed a great deal. SS-grade martial soul power, full force outburst. The extremely powerful force directly lifted Mu Bing out. Then, his figure flashed, his speed was strangely fast, as if he had arrived in front of Mu Bing like a flash of stubble, and he punched towards the other party's face. If this punch had hit, Mu Bing would have only been more than just a broken face, but Zhao Zijing didn't hold back in the slightest. It was clear that he wanted to embarrass Mu Bing. To lay down a heavy hand. Those who didn't know, would think that he had some deep hatred with Mu Bing. And in fact, being the sons of the Zhao family and the Mu family of the same four great families, it was well known that there were frequent struggles between them, the martial artists of these families. Perhaps, this was the reason why Zhao Zijing had specially laid down a heavy hand. Mu Bing's face changed and he closed his eyes in preparation for the pain. And the crowd. Both breaths erupted at the same time. Whoosh! Then a figure rushed into the battlefield at an extremely fast speed, coming in front of Mu Bing and similarly punching out. Bang! The two fists exchanged blows, but it was Zhao Zijing who fell back a few steps. Su Qiu hugged Mu Bing before shielding him. As for the crowd, Mu Qingkong, who was about to strike, collected his breath and then glanced at Zhao Zijing, a cold color flashing in his eyes. Su Qiu noticed Mu Qingkong's gaze. TSK. Even if he didn't make a move, he believed that Mu Qingkong wouldn't sit back and watch his sister get into trouble, and at that time, this Zhao Zijing was afraid that he would have to suffer. Just a step ahead of myself. After all, Mu Bing was her own schoolmate, or Mu Qingkong's younger sister, in public and private, there was no way she could do nothing about it. This kind of power. You are Su Qiu. Zhao Zijing glanced at Su Qiu and immediately guessed the other party's identity. After all, high school seniors are famous all over the country these days. I can't tell you how many times the other guy's picture has made headlines. He's seen it before, too. Su Qiu ignored Zhao Zijing and instead looked at Mu Bing in his arms. How are you doing? Are you hurt? Mu Bing looked at Su Qiu in a daze before shaking his head. I'm fine. Well, it's good to be okay. Su Qiu nodded slightly and laughed. Please step aside first, senior sister, and watch me teach this fellow a lesson. His tone was light and subdued. It was as if teaching a Zhao Zijing a lesson was nothing but easy for him. Chapter 118 The Exasperated Zhao Zijing. Teasing Zhao Zijing. Hearing Su Qiu trying to teach himself a lesson, Zhao Zijing couldn't help but laugh. I didn't think that you, a freshman, would actually dare to be so arrogant. I really don't know, what exactly does Luo Qingxue, what does she see in you? Suddenly hearing Luo Qingxue's name, Su Qiu was slightly stunned. Oh, since you know about Qingxue, do you have any relationship with her? Humph, I can tell you that she will, in the future, be my woman. If you are sensible, you'd better not contact her in the future. Zhao Zijing said proudly. Su Qiu sniffed and was silent for a while, then took out his cell phone and made a call to Luo Qingxue, and he even turned on the speakerphone as well. The phone quickly picked up. Hey, Su Qiu. Qingxue, how have you been doing lately? Luckily, are you here to care about me in a good way? Luo Qingxue laughed, a few moments of gentleness in her tone. Zhao Zijing's eyes went straight as he listened, with a strong cynicism in his eyes. Luo Qingxue in today's imperial capital university is a notorious iceberg goddess. Never has anyone been able to let her treat her so gently. Just by listening to her voice alone, the crowd can associate her with that gentle look. It's like this, I'm not in Yanlong University. Well, today there is suddenly a call. You wait for me, what's your name again? Su Qiu looked at Zhao Zijing and asked. Zhao Zijing. Not far away, Lin Jing reminded. Oh yeah, a guy named Zhao Zijing suddenly came to Yanlong University to pick a fight. He said that you were his woman and told me to stay away from you. I just wanted to ask, do you have any relationship with him? Su Qiu asked. Fart. Su Qiu, don't get me wrong, I know this Zhao Zijing. He follows me around like a dog's skin all day long and won't let go. He's been beaten away by me several times. I didn't expect that he'd actually run away to your school. Luo Qingxue said in a hurry. This statement was made. The crowd looked at Zhao Zijing's face a little oddly. A dog's skin? So that's what you are. And Zhao Zijing's face couldn't help but change. He didn't expect Su Qiu to call Luo Qingxue and to put him on speakerphone in front of so many people. Doesn't that make him lose face? He was so angry at the thought that his face turned blue. Oh, that means, this Zhao Zijing is your suitor, right? Well, pretty much, I've got a ton of suitors right now, and this Zhao Zijing is the most annoying one of them all. Su Qiu, help me beat him up. Luo Qingxue said. Yeah, no problem, I'll hang up then. Okay, let's meet up for dinner sometime. Okay. Su Qiu hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Zijing playfully. And the crowd's eyes had changed as they looked at Zhao Zijing. From being in awe at first, he now looked at him with pity. You treat people like goddesses, and others treat you like a dog's paw. TSK, this Zhao Zijing is really miserable, being poked through the lies in public. Still saying that the goddess is his woman. I would look at this Luo Qingxue and Su Qiu relationship as very shallow. People just now also took the initiative to ask about dinner. I said, how could this guy come to Yanlong University to pick a fight? So it's a jealousy fight. This is the 9th in the Imperial University's wind and cloud ranking? It's too petty. The crowd was talking. And Zhao Zijing's face grew more and more ugly. He let out a violent shout and quickly rushed towards Su Qiu. His speed was so fast that it seemed to have left a residual shadow in its place. Bastard. He punched Su Qiu in the body. But it went right through. It was a stump. At some point, Su Qiu had already arrived behind him and placed her hands on his shoulders. What's the hurry, you say? Su Qiu said, putting his phone back in his pocket. While Zhao Zijing's face was gloomy, his heart was more than a little frightened. When did the other guy run behind himself? I can't believe I didn't notice it at all. Could it be that the other party's speed was not even above his own? How is this possible? His own hurricane battle armor was an SS grade wind attribute artifact martial spirit. The wind attribute, however, was the one that excelled in speed the most among the many attributes. Zhao Zijing backhanded a punch towards Su Qiu. Punch after punch. Each punch, combining both speed and power, was incomparably amazing. It was none other than the A-ranked martial skill, Stormy Wind Chaotic Shadow Fist. However, Su Qiu was seen to be unperturbed, his figure wandering through the countless fist shadows, one after the other, which he actually dodged with ease. Let there be a flurry of fists and shadows, and none of them could touch him. He was like a flamboyant phoenix, swimming in the midst of a storm. What he performed was precisely the A-class body martial art. Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions. Faster, faster. How dare you stand in front of me when you're so slow? That can't be the fastest you've ever gone, can it? No way, I could go down the road and find any random old lady and she'd probably be faster than you. While Su Qiu was dodging, his mouth didn't stop, constantly taunting. Zhao Zijing was so enraged by what he heard that his entire body was about to explode with anger. Gale of chaos. He once again performed a martial art, and the spiritual energy in his body was declared, and in the next second, it turned into a wind blade in the air and swept out. However, these wind blades still couldn't touch Su Qiu in the slightest. Su Qiu took a few steps back and looked at Zhao Zijing. This is all you've got, isn't it? Weak, too weak. Are you really an SS class martial soul? The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched as they listened. They felt that it wasn't that Zhao Zijing was too weak. Rather, Su Qiu was simply too perverse. Besides, if Zhao Zijing was weak, then wouldn't those who were defeated by Zhao Zijing be scum? He's teasing Zhao Zijing. If I remember correctly, Su Qiu's cultivation level is 4th order, right, and he's actually teasing a 5th order? Unbelievable. Shur is a monster. Zhao Zijing stared at Su Qiu dead in the face. Do you only know how to hide? Heh, I'm just playing with you first so you have room to play, otherwise it would be too boring if you lost the moment I made a move. Su Qiu smiled faintly. Humph, talk big, who wouldn't, if you have the guts to make a move? I'd like to see how you're going to break my hurricane battle armor. Zhao Zijing coldly grunted. His weapon martial soul, in addition to his speed, his defense was even more outstanding. He was confident that with the defensive power of his battle armor, he could be invincible. A mere piece of battle armor, how hard is it to break him? Su Qiu faintly said, taking a step forward. Next. His figure was so illusory that he actually turned into 6 Su Qiu at once. 6 Su Qiu, striking out at the same time. It was actually indistinguishable. What a brilliant stance. So fast, it actually formed 6 stumps? The 6 illusions of the Phoenix dance was performed at full strength. Even Zhao Zijing couldn't tell which one was the real Su Qiu. And 6 Su Qiu had already arrived in front of him and attacked at the same time. Zhao Zijing couldn't dodge and was sent flying in mid-air. Immediately after that, the 6 Su Qiu continued to rush out, striking one after another in the air, throwing punches and kicks, constantly hitting the other party. Zhao Zijing was beaten up and flew around in the air without being able to fight back. Couldn't even make it to the ground. Damn it, damn it. This guy is actually so much faster than me? Zhao Zijing secretly gritted his teeth. But he didn't think he was at the end of his rope yet. Don't panic, at least he can't break my battle armor yet. Next. Click. A slight, porcelain-like cracking sound came from his battle armor. Zhao Zijing's pupils shrunk, and he was suddenly drenched in sweat. Chapter 119 Storage Ring, Advancement to 5th Order, Immortal Hell Phoenix. After Zhao Zijing heard the sound that sounded like porcelain cracking, he was drenched in sweat, and his entire body was scared out of its wits. Cracked, cracked. His battle armor actually cracked? Su Qiu actually has this kind of strength? He tried to resist, but there was no way for him to do so, as Su Qiu performed the Phoenix dance of 6 illusions, his entire body flickering in the air one after another, manifesting 6 figures, striking Zhao Zijing one after another, punching and kicking him like a sandbag. Boom, boom, boom. Zhao Zijing was passively enduring the attacks and was unable to resist them at all. Eventually, his entire body was blasted to the ground. The ground sunk in, creating a crater. Su Qiu walked up to him and said indifferently, "That's it? I haven't even put in any serious effort yet, and you're already a flop. Damn it." Zhao Zijing roared, the spiritual energy in his body erupted to the extreme, forming a path of wind blades around him. These wind blades then began to rotate rapidly, intertwining to form a destructive hurricane that surged towards Su Qiu. This move is incredibly strong. Everywhere, the floor tiles and whatnot were all reduced to pieces. Su Qiu smiled faintly, his 5 fingers grasped in the void, and immediately, a streak of lightning intertwined, forming a terrifying thunder spear in his hand. Go! A spear stabbed out. The power of overbearing thunder and lightning roared in the air, ruthlessly tearing through the destructive hurricane and landing on top of the hurricane battle armor. Boom! The battle armor let out a roar before it directly turned into pieces, and Zhao Zijing flew out backwards, spitting out blood furiously and breaking several bones. The whole man lay on the ground, unable to rise again. Defeat. An unquestionable fiasco. He couldn't even touch a hair on Su Qiu's head. The crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva after watching this battle, especially the few students from Imperial Capital University, who were even more jaw-dropped. They were aware of Zhao Zijing's power. The 9th existence of the Imperial Capital University's wind and cloud ranking. placed in all the students of the martial arts university in the imperial capital. They were all of top caliber, and in the future, they even had the hope of becoming an 8th Order king. But such a character was actually easily crushed by Su Qiu. The gap, it's too big. In addition to feeling pain all over his body, Zhao Zijing, who was lying on the ground, his entire body was also a bit dazed, looking at the sky and doubting his life. What happened? Why am I lying on the ground? Why does it hurt so much on me? He couldn't believe that he had lost so badly. All of this made him feel as if he was having a dream. Until Su Qiu walked up to him and looked at him with a calm expression. You lost, honestly, your kind of strength doesn't deserve to pursue Qingxua. You. Zhao Zijing was so angry that he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. However, when he thought about how he had been beaten without any power in front of Su Qiu, he couldn't say a single word again. Being beaten like this, where does he have any face left? Su Qiu, well, we'll see. See you at the league, if you have the balls. Zhao Zijing put down a harsh word. Then yelled at a few of the ponies around him. Don't come over here and help me up. The horsemen rushed forward to help him up and take him away from Yanlong University. And the other students booed when they saw them leave in a mess. Ha, what a mess. Let them be arrogant, they deserve it. Now you know how powerful my Yanlong University is. It's still Su Qiu who's bullish. Yeah. What do you call Su Qiu? From now on, you should call him Sushin. The crowd murmured and referred to Su Qiu as the god Su, and the gazes they looked at Su Qiu with at this moment were even more admiring and reverent than before. The Yanlong principal walked up to Su Qiu and exclaimed, Good, Su Qiu, you have saved face for my Yanlong University this time. I've decided that you will be the captain of the squad for the University League. I hope you can turn around the decline my Yanlong University has been experiencing all these years. Hearing this, Su Qiu froze slightly. I'll be the captain? You're a freshman. You don't have a problem with that? Is it really okay? He sulked for a moment, seeming to think. Ding! Faced with the fact that President Yanlong has chosen himself as the captain and wants him to lead Yanlong University to sweep the league, you have the following choices. 1. Rejection. I just want to cultivate right now, don't bother me. Rewarded with a physical strengthening card and a bottle of Yuan creation pill. 2. Promise. I can promise to become the captain, but there's no guarantee to take first place, it's up to God to decide whether it's a success or not. Reward, martial arts battle armor spirit weapon. 3. Promise and guarantee to win first place in the league. Revive the power of the Yanlong. Reward, a 5th rank cultivation card and a storage ring. Seeing the third option, Su Qiu's eyes lit up. Not only would he be able to make his cultivation break through the 4th rank and reach the level of the 5th rank in one fell swoop, but he would also be able to obtain a storage ring? You don't see many options like that. One has no reason to refuse. Without saying a word, Su Qiu directly chose the third option. Please rest assured, Headmaster, I will definitely lead Yanlong University and win the first place in the league. Revive the Yanlong. Hearing his words, President Yanlong's old mind was greatly relieved. Good, I really didn't misjudge you. Whether Yanlong University can rise or not depends on you. The others looked at Su Qiu with anticipation in their eyes. I'm convinced by Su Qiu being the captain. No one dares to disobey, right? No offense, ask him about that gun first. After Su Qiu agreed to become the captain, the next step was to select the members who would participate in the league, and for each college, they could send 5 people to participate. In addition to Su Qiu, Yanlong University would have to elect 4 more people. With these 4, it's going to be a separate tryout. It was not necessary for Su Qiu to worry about this. All he wanted to do now was go back to his dorm and collect his reward. Inside the dormitory, Su Qiu took out the cultivation card rewarded by the system as well as the storage ring. Among them, the storage ring was pitch black and looked flat. He bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood on it. This was the easiest way to recognize the owner of a storage ring. In Blue Star, it wasn't that there weren't storage-type martial Dao spirit weapons, it was just that this kind of spirit weapon involved space as a higher martial Dao attribute. So rare. Even the most ordinary storage props were top-grade martial Dao spirit artifacts. After Su Qiu completed the master recognition ceremony, he put the ring on his hand and put the coiled dragon-breaking army gun away with a thought. With a thought, a white, roughly classroom-sized storage space appeared in his mind. He put the coiled dragon-breaking gun in, took it out again, put it in again, and put it out again, playing with it. After playing enough, he then took out the cultivation card, and with a thought, he crushed it, and a majestic spiritual cultivation immediately surged within him. The bottleneck cultivation of the fifth order was broken in response to the sound. A system prompt followed in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 5th rank and awakening the SSS grade martial soul. Immortal Hell Phoenix. Sucho sensed that within his martial soul space, a black flame began to burn, and within the flame, a black phoenix that seemed to have come from the 9 hells emitted a shrill whine, exuding a brilliant ferocious beast divine might. It was like announcing its birth to the world. At this moment, above the blue star, all the flying beasts, as if sensing something, gave birth to a trace of palpitations in their hearts. Chapter 120 The Mighty Undead Hell Phoenix. You're not right. On the blue star, along with the birth of the immortal Hell Phoenix, all the flying beasts all sensed a slight palpitation. Even those martial artists who possessed flying bird-type martial souls had some sensations. And the higher the level of the martial soul, the stronger the sensation would be. Inside the Imperial University, Luo Qingxue was practicing cultivation, and the sea god necklace she wore around her neck emitted a faint shimmering light, gathering and attracting heaven and earth auras for her. At this moment, as if she sensed something, the cold ice divine phoenix within her martial soul space let out a sharp whistling sound and actually took the initiative to fly out of her body. Then the gaze was dead on in a certain direction. Luo Qingxue was a little surprised. She was able to keenly sense that the cold ice divine phoenix's emotions at the moment, excitement mixed with wariness and with elation. It's like, what martial spirit of the same type has been born? Could it be that another person from Blue Star has awakened the Phoenix martial soul? Luo Qingxue murmured. The Phoenix is an incomparably honorable existence. In the ancient literature records, even just a hint of the Phoenix's bloodline could soar to the top of the world and become a top existence. Therefore, no matter whether it is a foreign beast or a martial spirit, those with a Phoenix bloodline were few and far between. SSS Phoenix martial souls like hers were even more rare in history. In the same era, there tends to be only one. Now, in this day and age, there are actually 2 of them? Luo Qingxue was suddenly a little curious as to who that person who awakened the Phoenix martial soul was. I wonder what that martial artist's Phoenix martial soul is like? Compared to my cold ice divine Phoenix, which is stronger or weaker? Luo Qingxue murmured, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Then, she took out her cell phone and sent a message with Sucho. Blue Star seems to have a new Phoenix martial soul born. I don't know who it is. Geniuses are getting more and more, so you have to work hard and don't be defeated by someone other than me. Oh. The only person who can beat you is me. Send the message after editing it. Luo Qingxue continued to cultivate. Inside Yanlong University, Sucho sat cross-legged, looking at the newly appeared immortal Hell Phoenix martial soul within the martial soul space with interest. This martial soul, appearance and Luo Qingxue's cold ice divine phoenix, extremely similar, posture graceful and noble, but with the cold ice divine phoenix is not the same. This phoenix's body emanates a breath filled with an extremely tyrannical. The breath of life. Yes. The breath of life is supposed to be vibrant, gentle, and inviting. Just like Zhao Xiaoyun's flower of life. Every time Su Qiu was healed, he felt like he was soaking in a hot spring, incomparably comfortable, but the immortal Hell Phoenix in front of him was completely different. Her breath of life was unbelievably tyrannical. It's like molten lava, trying to devour everything around it. And information about this martial soul began to surface in his mind. Immortal Hell Phoenix. Grade, SSS. Attributes, life, darkness, fire. Synopsis, possessing a martial soul with 3 attributes, she, who was originally the head of the 10,000 birds, took the initiative to embrace the power of darkness in order to pursue the power of immortality. Becoming an undead magical beast of hell, possessing 3 attributes at the same time, she is immensely powerful. The hellfire on his body can burn everything. At the same time, she also possessed the Phoenix's power of nirvana, which allowed her to quickly recover from her injuries and even achieve nirvana rebirth. Only due to the combination with the power of darkness, while using this power of nirvana, one has to endure the pain of being eroded by darkness. Powerful. Evil. Immortal. This is the vicious beast. Immortal Hell Phoenix that has shaken the hell. The information that surfaced in his mind made Sucho TSK. Previously, he awakened a ghost Qilin from the underworld, and now he's awakened the undying Phoenix from hell, both of them possessing the dark attribute. Am I going to darken my rhythm? Although the darkness tends to conjure up some bad things. But both the ghost unicorn and the undead Hell Phoenix, both of these are beyond powerful. One would allow Suchio to command 10,000 ghosts. One would allow him to control the hellfire and master the dark life energy. Although he couldn't do true immortality right now, he believed that as his cultivation increased, perhaps, he could really do it. He was a bit impatient to try out the Undying Hell Phoenix's ability, and after his intention came out from the martial soul space, he took out the coiled dragon-breaking gun from his storage ring, then stabbed it on his palm. Pust. A bloody hole was made in his palm. That blood clattered. Suchio's mind moved, and a black flame rose up in his palm with a clatter and began to envelop the entire palm. At the same time, a heartbreaking pain spread out, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air, and he didn't feel much pain when his palm was stabbed. But the healing palm was what made him suck in a breath of cold air in pain. The palm that was enveloped by the hellfire was as if it had been put into strong sulfuric acid, painful, burning, and agonizing. But what was amazing was that under this pain, the bloody hole in his palm that had been pierced actually recovered at an extremely fast speed. Within moments, the bloody hole disappeared. His palms became white again, and not the slightest injury could be seen. Suchio finally understood what it meant to endure the pain caused by the erosion of the power of darkness while healing. Simply put, it's pain and pleasure. Eroded by the power of darkness, pain. Wounds healed, joy. Although it's a bit painful, this healing effect, it's really surprisingly good. It's not much better than Sister Zhao's Flower of Life. No, it might even be stronger. Suchio murmured, somewhat excited. Moreover, the immortal Hell Phoenix, in addition to its healing powers. Its hellfire, which could also be used as a means of attack, was even more terrifying than the normal flame attributes. With this martial soul, his life was more secure. As long as he wasn't killed all at once, as long as he still had his spiritual energy, he was an undead warrior who wouldn't be injured or die. Perfect. It's too strong. Ding. His cell phone rang and he took it out to see that it was a message sent to him by Luo Qingxue. He glanced at it and a hint of oddity appeared on his face. Qingxue sensed the birth of a new Phoenix martial soul? Well. No surprises, this new Phoenix martial soul is me, right? I didn't realize that the same Phoenix martial soul has a sense for each other. Suchio murmured. Then similarly sent a message to Luo Qingxue, don't worry, the current me is frighteningly strong. No one can defeat me. You can't either, so you'd better be an honest 10,000-year-old. After Luo Qingxue received the message, she obviously wasn't very convinced and sent an angry emoji. We'll see, I'll ride on top of you. On top of me? Suchio had some childish images floating in his mind. It doesn't seem to be a no-no. Luo Qingxue also seemed to notice that the words were a bit off, and withdrew the message and sent one, I'll be above you. Suchio, what are you doing withdrawing? You're not right. Luo Qingxue, you're the one who defiled yourself. Suchio, hee hee. Luo Qingxue, how is Yanlong University? Suchio, you're changing the subject slightly. Luo Qingxue. Chapter 121 The Selected Four. He's as strong as a ghost or god. Suchio talked to Luo Qingxue for 2 hours. The next day. The Yanlong University's selection tournament was held in full swing, and was about to select 4 other people besides Suchio to represent Yanlong University in the league. Suchio also went to the scene to take a look. He saw a familiar figure. Su Xiaoshan. Looking at Su Xiaoshan, who had knocked one of her opponents to the ground in the ring, the corner of Suchio's mouth twitched. This girl really loves to get together. He knew about Su Xiaoshan's nature. Knowing that the other party will definitely not miss an occasion like the college league where he can make a name for himself, even if he goes to persuade the other party, it won't help. Instead of that, let it go. If the opponent is really strong for the league, then let her go. Anyway, with his own protection, he wasn't afraid of anything happening. After watching the league for a while longer, Suchio went to the Shura Tower and continued his training. Although his cultivation had reached the 5th order, the difficulty of his breaking into the Shura Tower did not decrease because of this after all. The Shura Tower would adjust the strength of the Shura Phantom according to the cultivation of the person who broke into the tower, even if it was one of the 10 kings of the War King. At most, he could only break through the 8th floor as well. Not to mention Suchio, a 5th rank. However, he wasn't discouraged, and in breaking into the tower again and again, he continued to hone his battle spirit as well as his skills, refining his strength. As his battle intent increased, his speed of breaking into the tower grew faster and faster. Although he hadn't broken through the 8th floor yet, it was much easier than before. A shot shattered a Shura Phantom. Suchio was again defeated by his own Shura Mirage sneak attack and hit the Shura Tower. glanced at the scores on the display. Sucho, 7th floor, times 7 hours and 18 minutes. His complexion was ancient, devoid of sadness or joy, and he murmured, "I hope to break through the 8th floor before the University League comes." Time passed, and another 7 or 8 days passed. The candidates to go to the college tournament with Sucho are out. Respectively, Li Yunfeng, Mu Bing, Feng Wuji, and Su Xiaoshang. Among them, Su Xiaoshang's cultivation was the lowest, but she had just advanced to the level of the 4th rank, only that her true battle power was the same as Su Qiu's, which could not be measured in terms of realm, and the strength that erupted from her was comparable to that of the upper 5th rank. Even Li Yunfeng would not be able to defeat her in a moment. If you're not careful, you might even get countered. After confirming the candidates, Su Qiu met up with these 4 people. Su Xiaoshang didn't need to be told that it was the other 3 he really needed to understand. As far as I know, the University League is divided into individual and team competitions, so I still need to know about your strengths, your martial souls. Although I've seen your Shura phantoms within the Shura Tower, I think it's better to personally fight with your true form. Su Qiu said. The 3 men looked at each other. Mu Bing said, "But haven't we fought?" Yeah. When Su Qiu had challenged the entire Yanlong University before, they had gone on together, but unfortunately, they were all defeated by each other. Su Qiu sniffed and coughed twice. The last time we fought, it was over too quickly. I haven't gotten to know you guys properly yet. The 3 of them sniffed and the corners of their mouths twitched. Nice guy. Blame them for being too weak to let you enjoy yourself. Let's fight again, this time. I'll try to control it as much as possible. You guys take out all your strength and attack towards me. Su Qiu said. He glanced at Su Xiaoshang, including you, Xiaoshang. Okay, no problem. Su Xiaoshuang grinned. Actually, I've long wanted to compare myself with my brother. I'd like to see how much you've improved, too. Then. Come on. The words fell. Only to see a figure dabbing and leaping out, arriving in front of Su Qiu in the blink of an eye, a golden long stick falling fiercely towards him. It was none other than Mu Bing's S-ranked artifact martial spirit, the Vajra treasure stick. The attribute of this martial soul was gold. Hard and heavy. It allows the holder to explode with extreme power. It was said that in ancient times, there was a 9th order emperor who had awakened the Vajra treasure stick, and with just a single stick, he smashed a mountain 800 meters above sea level into pieces. The horror is beyond compare. Of course, Mu Bing's current cultivation was far from being able to reach that point. However, the power of the Vajra stick was also non-trivial. Su Qiu steps to the side to avoid it. But the next second, that treasure stick changed from smashing to sweeping. The change was so fast that Su Qiu couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Oh, it's improved quite a bit from last time. And Mu Bing grinned. These days, she had also been irritated by Su Qiu, and she didn't know how many times she had run to the Shura Tower, going head to head with Su Qiu's Shura Phantom many times. It's a wonder her strength doesn't improve. Just as she was about to hit Su Qiu with the stick, she saw the other party raise his hand and grab the Vajra treasure stick, actually holding it steadily. Mu Bing's pupils shrunk slightly. How? She was shocked. Grabbing his own stick with his bare hands, this guy's strength was too great. This guy's strength has improved again. Only Su Qiu's body exploded with spiritual energy. Hershey. 5th order. The previous him, who was still only at the 4th rank, could already sweep across the entire Yanlong University, and now, he had directly advanced to the 5th rank. How terrifying would the battle power that erupted be? The crowd no longer dared to think about it. When did this monster break through? He's progressing too fast. The Empress Jiangxiao inside Su Xiaoshuang couldn't help but tisk. It's only been a month or 2 since he broke through the 4th rank, right? Su Xiaoshang said excitedly, worthy of being my brother. But then, she didn't show any mercy. With a flash of his figure, he pounced towards Su Qiu and slapped his palm out. The air rippled. It is precisely the S-rank martial skill. Shockwave palm of the spatial attribute. Su Qiu let go of the Vajra baton and performed a stance to dodge Su Xiaoshang's attack. Then, the other 2 attacked, one after another. Wind Wuji's A-ranked martial spirit golden light gun. A golden light erupted from the lance, overwhelmingly powerful. Next was Li Yunfeng's S-grade weapon martial soul, the sword of sacred feathers. The longsword similarly blossomed with white light, and the sword chi was continuous. Su Qiu similarly utilized the Phoenix Stance 6 illusions and dodged them one by one. Looking at the several people in front of him, he pondered, all of them are weapon martial souls. In addition to Su Xiaoshan's female emperor martial soul, the martial souls of the remaining few people were clear of the weapon martial souls. S-rank light attribute sacred feathered sword. S-class metallic Vajra stick. A grade metallic, light attribute combined with a golden light gun. Stick, gun, sword. The three weapons, intertwining an incomparably sharp and powerful killing net, strangled towards Suqiu with surging might and dense attacks. It's almost as if it's seamless and flawless. For the first time, the three of them had joined forces to combine their attacks, yet they were able to explode with such an effect. Even they themselves felt dismayed. But the key thing is, they still couldn't hurt Suqiu for a single point. The attack was no faster than Suqiu. Even more dense, Suqiu, who relied on his super dynamic vision, could always see through their attack trajectories and then evade them with his super speed. He was as strong as a ghost in the eyes of the three. Take this move from me, a ranked martial art. Golden light blast stab. Feng Wuji let out a low shout, stabbing out with a gun. The golden gun main was like a meteor, breaking through the air, and even more so, it was mixed with a devastatingly powerful might. Chapter 122, as long as you can't die from practicing, practice to the death. Golden light blasting stabs. Wen Wuji stabbed out with a gun, like a golden meteor breaking through the air. At the same time, Mu Bing and Li Yunfeng also performed extreme moves together. Vajra break. Bright chop. A stick struck out as if it was going to shatter mountains and rivers. A sword chopped down, and the curved moon-like white sword chi tore through the void like. The three attacks, almost simultaneously, struck Suqiu, but he didn't dodge or avoid them, and at some point, a gun appeared in his hand. It was the coiled dragon breaking gun. A shot to the body swept away. It was accompanied by an interweaving of thunder and lightning that flashed madly. It was none other than the A-grade martial art, the Thunder King's gun. Bang, bang, bang. The lightning spear on swept through the trio's attack. There was a loud explosion. The power of lightning shattered the trio's attack. The smoke is dissipating. Immediately after, only to see that behind the trio, a powerful spiritual energy was condensing. It was Su Xiaoshan. She stared at Suqiu and grinned. Older brother, take this palm from me. Shockwave palm, maximum power. A palm blast hit the void. It was as if a boulder had smashed into the lake. The void rippled violently. Transparent palm prints swept out, wrapped in overbearing spatial power. Seeing this, Suqiu smiled faintly. Your growth is gratifying. But wanting to defeat your old brother me, it's still early. He stuck his lance in the ground. 5 fingers clenched into fists. Next, a pitch-black flame coalesced in his palm. An almost tyrannical searing aura was released from his fist. A fist blasted out, the black fire fist meeting the white palm print. Exactly. Grade D martial art, fiery boom fist. Fists, palm prints, 2 forces, impacting each other. It was as if the void was about to explode. Then, the transparent palm print directly shattered, and Su Xiaoshan was shaken back several steps. She looked at Suqiu dumbfounded. A D-rank martial skill broke my spatial attribute S-rank martial skill? How did old brother do that? The bottom line is, she didn't feel that Suqiu had used much strong spiritual energy. It might even be the same as yourself, just using the power of the 4th rank. It's hellfire. At this moment, the Empress Qiongxia within her martial soul space suddenly spoke, her face becoming grave. Hellfire, the flame from hell. As far as I know, only some special martial souls can master hellfire. Your brother he has a new martial soul? Empress Qiongxia was shocked. As an empress, she had traveled the universe and had seen a lot. But she was now, on the blue planet, repeatedly shocked by a tiny martial artist that she wouldn't have even looked at more than once before. Should we be so dramatic? Not bad for my brother. Su Xiaoshang sighed with emotion, a bit of smugness showing between her brows. And after breaking Su Xiaoshuang's martial skill with a single punch, Suqiu then put away the coiled dragon-breaking army lance, and a few people couldn't help but blink as they looked at the lance that had suddenly disappeared. As far as they knew, Suqiu's gun was not a martial soul. There was no way to collect it into the martial soul space. That leaves only one explanation. The other party had an extremely rare storage martial Dao spiritual artifact on his body. TSK, this guy has a lot of good stuff on him. Where did he come from? The crowd looked at Suqiu with curiosity in their eyes. Only everyone had their own secrets, and they didn't pursue them. One fight finished. Suchio looked at the several people and fell into deep thought. Honestly speaking, your strength isn't even as good as that weakling Zhao Zijing. A few people twitched at the corners of their mouths when they heard this. Not as good as Zhao Zijing. They expected it. And in Suchio's eyes, Zhao Zijing was weak. What are they? Weed? Bugs? Woohoo! So sad. Su Xiaoshang bristled. Give me another 3 months, and I'll be able to beat that weakling Zhao Zijing out of his mind. There was confidence in her words. And Su Qiu didn't doubt her ability. It's only 2 months away from the college tournament. With strength like yours, if you don't count me, you probably won't get any good grades if you go to the college tournament. Not to mention pulling out the top spot. Su Qiu said. A few people were also silent at the words. Because they all knew that what Su Qiu said was the truth. Yanlong University had been in decline for so many years, and had always been in the bottom few in the university league, not to mention pulling out the top. In the last 2 decades, it hadn't even been in the top 8, and it wasn't something that a few of them could turn around at all. But not for lack of opportunity. Su Qiu said with a twist of words. A few people sniffed and lit up, all of them looking at him curiously. Chance? Within the next 2 months, I will conduct special training for you all. And it's up to you all how much you can grow in the special training. Su Qiu said. Special training? Is it really okay? It shouldn't be a problem. I've had special training from someone who has improved a lot in 2 months' time. Su Qiu thought back to the time when he was dominated by Ol. And Su Xiaoshang realized what was going on and swallowed. No way, no way. Older brother, it will kill you. Yes, I'm willing to accept your special training. As long as I can improve my strength, I'll do whatever I'm told. Li Yunfeng, Feng Wuji, and Mu Bing's eyes gradually became firm. Okay, meet here at this time tomorrow. You haven't said anything about special training? I'll go back to ask and prepare first. After all, this is also the first time I've given special training. Su Qiu rubbed his nose and said. The 3 men giggled inwardly. Is that really okay? Evening. Su Qiu returned to the dormitory and called Olay. The phone just picked up. A roaring sound was heard from across the street. Hey, Chief, what's going on? Su Qiu was a bit puzzled. Class a psychic energy zone, blazing high thermal fire mountainous terrain. Olay held a wolf tooth stick and struck out with it, smashing a huge lizard that kept spitting out fireballs. She took the phone and said, Hey, Su Qiu, what's up? Here's the thing, Chief, I'm going to give someone special training. Su Qiu felt that Olay was busy, so he quickly went over the matter. Oh, so that's what this is about. With a sudden realization, Olay jumped up and dodged a fireball, then her figure descended like a shooting star from the sky, ruthlessly smashing into the head of the giant fire lizard. The fire lizard's head was pressed directly into the ground. A huge crater sunk into the volcanic ground. A large amount of molten plasma spewed out from the ground, and the scorching aura boiled in the air. If there were any low-level martial artists here, they wouldn't even be able to breathe. Taking a breath, all of his internal organs were going to be cooked by the scorching aura. Special training is simple, there is only one key. If you master it, you can easily train excellent fighters. Ol said. Inside the dormitory, Su Qiu looked solemn and held his breath. Prepare to hear the essentials from Ol. Listen up. As long as you can't practice to death, practice to death. Ol grinned. Su Qiu, who was holding his breath, froze. What? Chief, are you sure you're not kidding me? There's actually a big one. Ha, now we can have a good battle. Olay's excited voice suddenly came from within the phone. It was followed by a deafening roar. Human! You seek death. Talking Fey? At least the 7th order. Su Qiu was shocked. And Olay laughed. I'm busy first, hang up. The training essentials are what I just said, so you'll have a good time comprehending them. Then there was a busy signal. Su Qiu looked at the hung-up phone and fell into deep thought. If you can't practice, practice to death. That's too simple and crude a training tip, isn't it? But coming from Ol, he was surprised to feel. Seems, well, reasonable? Chapter 123, Training Program, Desert Battlefield. I have Hellfire. As long as you don't practice to death? Su Qiu pondered over the know-how given by Olay all night, and finally, settled on a training regimen, and the next day, he arrived at the playground. The four of them, Feng Wuji, Mu Bing, Li Yunfeng, and Su Xiaoshan, were already here waiting for him, and all of them looked at him expectantly. Wanted to see what kind of special training program he could give. Su Qiu looked at the four of them and said, Grade B Spiritual Energy Zone, Storm Plains, Grade B Spiritual Energy Zone, Darkness Purple Star City, Grade B Spiritual Energy Zone, Desert Battlefield. These three psychic zones, which I found online yesterday, are located near the imperial capital and can be traveled to by plane. Let's vote for one. Hearing his words, the four looked at each other. Li Yunfeng swallowed his saliva and said, Su Qiu, you don't want to take us forward to the spiritual energy zone to practice, do you? Exactly. Hiss. Are you crazy? That's a Class B spiritual energy zone. Even if a 6th-ranked martial artist goes there, there's a chance that they won't return in one go. Wind Wuji said gruffly. Spiritual energy zones, places where large amounts of spiritual energy coalesced, often gave birth to all sorts of extraordinary things, and exotic beasts were but one of them. Unique geography, weird climate, things that must not be named. All of these may be found in the psychic zone. Become a deadly threat to martial artists. There were thousands of spiritual energy zones on the blue planet, and their class division was no different from that of the martial souls among them. Class A spiritual energy zones could only be rated by an 8th order king, and Class B spiritual energy zones required a sealed marquee powerhouse. 6th-ranked martial artists who traveled alone to the B-rank spiritual energy zone were at risk of falling. Not to mention, they were just a bunch of 4th and 5th-ranked martial artists. This goes to the psychic zone. Is it really not going to get you killed? Even if it is a death wish, there has to be a limit. Su Qiu looked at the crowd and took a deep breath. I'm not crazy, a true martial artist can only grow rapidly in killing and in training. Your cultivation levels are inferior to even Zhao Zijing's, so if you want to win the University League, you'll have to use extraordinary means. Don't worry guys, I've been to a Class B psychic zone and have experience. Of course, the danger is certain, and if any of you want to quit, that's fine. I will explain the reason to the principal. A few people couldn't help but be silent for a moment as they sniffed. They were in a tangle. Of course, Su Xiaoshan was eager to try. As long as I can follow old brother, I'm not afraid. Besides, I haven't even been to a Class B psychic energy zone yet, I don't know what it's like. The rest of them looked at each other. Mu Bing was the first to speak. I'll go. Su Qiu is right, if you want to obtain extraordinary achievements, you have to use extraordinary means. I've never been to a B-class psychic energy zone once in my life, maybe this will be a turning point in my life. If I don't go, I might regret it in the future. Hearing Mu Bing's words, the other two gritted their teeth to go as well. Class B spiritual energy zone, perhaps it's something to go to in the future as well, so consider this time as an early experience. Feng Wuji said. As a martial artist, if I don't go to the advanced spiritual energy zone once to make a break for it, I always feel that my life will be a bit regrettable. I'll go. Li Yunfeng said. They were all the top geniuses of Yanlong University. A level B psychic zone can scare other people, but not them. Su Qiu looked at the several people who were showing determination, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Very well, since that's the case, let's decide on which spiritual energy zone to go to. I'm leaning more towards the desert battlefield. What about the rest of you? I'll go wherever Lao wants to go. Su Xiaoshan directly raised her hand. Just listen to you. Mu Bing nodded and had no other comments. The other two naturally didn't have a problem with it. Anyway, all three places were Class B spiritual energy zones, wherever they went would be the same for them. After deciding where to go, then, it's time to send an application to the school. Principal's office. Hearing that Su Qiu intended to take a few of Yanlong University's most outstanding students to the desert battlefield, he couldn't help but sit up from his stool with a rub. What did you say? Going to the desert battlefield? You do realize that it's a Class B spiritual energy zone. Even if a 6th-ranked expert goes there, there's a chance that he won't return in one go. Su Qiu sniffed and nodded slightly. I know. Knowing that you're still doing this? It's so dangerous, aren't you afraid of any accidents? The principal was a bit worried. Headmaster, you should know their strength. If they don't use this method, it will be hard for them to raise their strength in a short period of time. Can't Shura Tower? The Shura Tower is indeed esoteric, but as students of Yanlong University, they haven't even known how many times they've been to the Shura Tower over the years, and have long since adapted to the Shura Tower's patterns, and they need a new stimulus now. Moreover, they broke into the Shura Tower knowing that no one could die. So it's likely that within the subconscious mind, not all of their potential has fully exploded, only true life and death trials can stimulate their potential, and turn that potential into strength. Su Qiu said. Hearing these words, the corner of Principal Yen Long's mouth twitched. In other words, you're trying to deliberately push them to the edge of life and death? You could say that. It's still too dangerous. Principal Yen Long's face was still very torn. It's a matter of the students' lives, I can't just make a decision like that. Moreover, I'm not qualified to make the decision, this matter still needs to seek the consent of their parents. Well, I understand, and I've told them to go back and tell their families. Su Qiu nodded. It's not like he's some kind of demon. Of course, knowing that this was a big deal about life and death, there was a lot of preparation to be done, and it was impossible to just go to the psychic energy zone. Not to mention a few students. At this point, the office door opened and it was Mu Qingkong. She walked slowly and said, I've already talked to my family about Mu Bing going to the desert battlefield, and they agreed to this matter. Mu Bing, it's also true that you need to go out and practice. Then she looked at Su Qiu and said, Su Qiu, putting people in a life and death situation and forcing them to break through. This method, it wouldn't be Olay teaching you, would it? Su Qiu scratched his head, what's the problem? The corners of Mu Qingkong's mouth twitched. Sure enough, Olay, that guy whose brain is made of muscle, won't be able to teach any reliable methods. I'd like to remind you that not everyone is you or Ol. Only a few can survive this special training regimen. Su Qiu mused for a moment. I've been specially trained with the Storm Bulls. That's because you guys have Zhao Xiaoyun. Her flower of life can quickly recover from all kinds of injuries, and it's because of this powerful healing martial soul that you guys were able to pull through, or else with Olay's kind of training, something would have happened. Mu Qingkong said helplessly. Su Qiu sniffed and grinned, his 5 fingers grasping in the void as a pitch-black hellfire burned in his fist. The black firelight swayed, reflecting Su Qiu's smile, making him look a bit evil, as if he was a demon coming out of hell. Hey, the tyrannical cow core has Sister Zhao. But I have. Hell Nirvana Fire. Chapter 124 Troublemaker? Versus Li Shanhe. Black hellfire burned in Su Qiu's hands. The powerful fluctuation of breath caused Mu Qingkong, Principal Yen Long, to look gloomy, and in the next second, he only saw Su Qiu make an unexpected move. Only to see him take out the disc dragon broken army gun toward his arm as a poof shot, that is a ruthless, blood clattered out. Both looked dumbfounded. Why did you hurt yourself for a good reason? However, in the next second, black flames burned on Su Qiu's body, and his palms actually recovered quickly under the flames. In the blink of an eye, the wound disappeared completely. The two men looked dumbfounded. What a powerful recovery. What's going on here? This recovery power, it's even more powerful than Li Yunfeng's sacred feathered sword, TSK, how did this kid do it? Principal Yen Long gave Su Qiu a deep look. Su Qiu said indifferently, you should have seen the healing power of this flame, with me here, I will never let anything happen to them. As long as they have breath, I can save them all. Only Zhao Xiaoyun used to be able to say such words. But now, Su Qiu is also qualified to say this. Such a powerful healing ability is indeed a guarantee. Mu Qingkong nodded slightly. For letting Mu Bing go to the desert battlefield, he was even more relieved. And at that moment, a grumpy voice came from outside the office. Su Qiu, come out here. Su Qiu frowned, who is this to pick a fight again? He went to the window door and looked in. Only to see a pugilistic man, who was currently standing on the playground, emitting a strong aura, resembling a tower-like body, holding a huge axe. Hishuwadam instantly recognized the giant axe. Great a martial spirit, earth attribute, mountain river axe. It is said that when this axe is waved, it is like the mountains and rivers moving together, and when an axe falls, it is wrapped in the momentum of the mountains and rivers, which is overbearing to the extreme. It's him. The captain of the 7th team of the Divine Martial Regiment. Li Shanhe. Mu Qingkong was a bit surprised when he recognized the person. Su Qiu had of course heard of the Divine Martial Regiment, which was the official number 1 ranked hunting regiment in Grand Xia, and the head of the Divine Martial Regiment even had the reputation of being the number 1 king. It was second only to the 3 great emperors of the gods and dragons. And Li Shanhe, able to hold the position of captain within the hunting group. Definitely a different kind of person too. The key is, Su Qiu didn't remember that he had offended such a person. Li Shanhe seems to be Li Yunfeng's father. Principal Inferno added in an aside. Hearing this, Sucho came to a realization. I see, that I probably know why he came to me. He pushed the window open. Then a leap from a 10-story office. The playground. Li Yunfeng was persuading his father, Dad, let's go home and talk about it, this is a school. What's in school again? I'd like to see where that Sucho got the guts to take you to a Class B psychic energy zone. A little guy whose hair just grew out, does he know how dangerous that kind of psychic energy zone is? Li Shanha said with a cold snort. That's why he came to school. Today, Li Yunfeng went back and told him that he wanted to go to the desert battlefield to practice, which scared him, that is a B-level spiritual energy zone. Is it something a student can go to? You could be in danger of getting killed at any moment. Under his questioning, the other party gave an account of what happened, which was why he ran to the school, just to see what Sucho could do. By the way, it discourages the other person from going to the psychic zone. Your dad, I'm the captain of the Divine Martial Regiment, and I've been to the spiritual energy zone I don't know how many times, and it's precisely because of that I understand how terrifying the B-class spiritual energy zone is better than you students. That wouldn't be something you guys could go to. All you have to do now is stay in school and practice. Going to the spiritual energy zone, that's for the future, and even if we were to go, we'd have to start breaking into some ordinary spiritual energy zones. Where would anyone take you guys to a B-ranked spiritual energy zone right off the bat? This isn't special training, this is murder. Li Shanha chattered about it. Li Yunfeng looked helpless. Dad, I'm not some little kid anymore, can't you let me make my own decision for once? Can you be allowed to make your own decisions on such matters of life? Li Shanha said. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, deciding that he must give Sucho a little lesson. A student so bold, how can this be in the future? He must be made to suffer a little, to cultivate with his feet on the ground, and to do less of these dangerous, and still whimsical things. At this point, only a dark shadow fell from the sky. It landed in front of him with a bang. With a puff of smoke sweeping through the air, a figure emerged from the smoke. It was Sucho. He looked at Li Shanha and smiled faintly. You're looking for me? Li Shanha looked at Sucho, his eyes narrowing slightly. You're Sucho, TSK, I've long heard of your great name, but I didn't expect that some vanity would allow you to drift to such a point, actually wanting to go to the B-grade psychic energy zone. Besides, if you want to go, go yourself, and you actually want to bring my son along with you to die? I will never accept that. Sucho sniffed and said indifferently, as a matter of fact, I didn't force any of them, and I said that I would let them go back and discuss with their families. If you don't agree, you can totally stop him, there's no need to come to me. Li Shanha lightly grunted, I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup you filled my son with, and he's now determined to go to the desert battlefield with you. Since I couldn't stop him, I had to come and stop you. I'm going to have to beat you to the point where you'll be lying in bed for 10 days and half a month so you can't go. Sucho sniffed and was silent for a moment before reaching out and grabbing in the void. The coiled dragon-breaking gun, already in hand. He said indifferently, if you can do it, feel free to come. But if you can't do it, I hope you can respect Li Yunfeng's own decision. Oomph, kid, really arrogant. Li Shanha sneered. Then he quickly stepped forward, and an axe fell on, like splitting a mountain and breaking a river. It was none other than the grade A martial skill, the mountain opening and earth-splitting chop. Facing the pressure of this move, Sucho didn't budge an inch, and the coiled dragon-breaking army gun in his hand then stabbed out, accompanied by a streak of thunder and lightning. Boom! Under the huge impact, the ground underneath the two men's feet was directly sunken. Seeing Sucho holding a gun to block his axe, Li Shanha was also slightly surprised. No wonder he dared to go to the B-level psychic energy zone, he's got two brushes. If one move doesn't work, then another. The huge axe in his hand kept lifting up and then slamming down. One axe after another. An axe is stronger than an axe. Gradually, the power of the 7th-ranked feudal lord's powers nearly all exploded. Principal Yanlong, Mu Qingkong rushed over and looked at the two people who were in a fierce battle and hurriedly opened an energy force field, enveloping the two people in it. Otherwise, just the impact of the two people's outburst, they were afraid of destroying half of Yanlong University. 10 minutes later, Li Shanha was no longer underestimating Sucho as he had done in the beginning, and there was a gravity in his eyes, the power of the 7th Order sealed marquee. Except for the martial soul merge, he was almost about to fully explode. But even so, it still couldn't hurt Sucho. The other party's strength, far above the imagination, no wonder to go to the spiritual energy zone. The original small age has such strength. What an unmitigated monster. Chapter 125, I killed Feng Ho at the 4th rank. Now it's the 5th rank. Li Shanha had already fully exploded the power of the 7th Order sealed marquee except for not utilizing the power of the martial soul merge. But even so, it still couldn't take advantage of Su Qiu. The opponent is too strong. No matter whether it was speed or strength, it was not inferior to a seal marquee powerhouse at all. Not to mention Li Shanha and the others. Even Su Qiu himself was surprised. One must know that the current him, but he hadn't utilized the power of his martial soul mergence yet, and just like that, he could battle with a seal marquee powerhouse. It seemed that the promotion to the 5th rank had brought him a greater enhancement than he had imagined. The current me, even though I'm only at the 5th rank, I can still fight against a 7th rank seal marquee powerhouse in its normal state without utilizing my martial soul merging ability. If I take on a 6th rank, I can even crush the opponent. Now I'm strong as hell. Even Su Qiu himself felt strong. In the face of Li Shanha's bombardment, an axe with both power and speed, Su Qiu was not afraid of danger. His super dynamic vision allowed him to quickly capture the other party's trajectory, his figure flashed, and the Phoenix Dance 6 illusory body technique was performed. It was circumvented straight away. Boom! This axe landed on the ground, directly cutting out a huge crack. The cracks even spread out tens and hundreds of meters. He smiled faintly. Captain Li, you're quite strong here, it's just that this accuracy is a bit worse, you need to practice more. Hearing Su Qiu's words, Li Shanha frowned. He himself was a feudal lord powerhouse. But the captain of the 7th team of the Divine Warrior Regiment. To be told by a youngster to practice again? If word of this gets out, will he still be able to live up to his reputation? Thinking of this, Li Shanha grinned and looked at Su Qiu. Kid, I admit that you have a few brushes, only, you seem to be too complacent. Don't you forget, the most powerful ability of a sealed marquee powerhouse is martial soul merging. After saying that, a light flashed on his body. The huge axe in his hand actually transformed into a single point of light and merged into his body, and his tower-like body swelled once again. A golden and iron luster emanated from his body. When he raised his hands and threw his feet, he had the strong power to shake mountains and rivers. Li Shanha, martial spirit combination. Seeing this, Su Qiu juggled a gunflower in his hand with his coiled dragon-breaking army gun and said indifferently, Captain Li, why don't we make a bet? What bet? If I win against you, you'll let Li Yunfeng go to the desert battlefield with me. Hearing this, Li Shanha laughed. Win me? Kid, don't be a fool. In front of a seal marquee powerhouse with full firepower, you'll be considered a leader amongst the younger generation if you can last for 10 moves, let alone defeat me. Heh, just say bet or not. It's useless to use agitation. You, scared? Humph, a bet is a bet. If you win me, I'll let Jinfeng follow you to the desert battlefield. Anyway, if you can defeat me, it proves that you have the ability to break through a Class B spiritual energy zone, so there's certainly no problem in letting you lead people to the desert battlefield. Heh, then it's a deal. Su Qiu smiled slightly. Next. A majestic lightning power surged out from him. Intertwining in the air, it transformed into a domineering and overwhelming thunder dragon. The berserk thunder dragon circled in the air before slamming directly into Su Qiu's body. One could only see a pair of dragon horns sprouting from his forehead, thunder and lightning intertwined on his body, and the coiled dragon-breaking army gun in his hand, buzzing and leaping. Su Qiu, too, used the power of the martial soul merge. The others didn't know that he was able to merge his martial souls and sucked in a breath of cold air. What's going on? Why can he merge his martial souls? Isn't this a power that can only be grasped by a 7th-ranked feudal lord powerhouse? How can he also know it? What the hell is going on here? The crowd was dismayed. It just felt like the worldview had been refreshed. Only Mu Qingkong, the Yanlong principal, was still calm. Not yet reaching the 7th rank, yet mastering the ability to merge martial souls, it's not like such a genius hasn't appeared before. Generally, this kind of genius often possesses the qualifications to become an emperor. The emperor's capital. It's one of the highest compliments you can pay to a genius. After all, in the entire Great Xia, there were only 3 emperors only. Each of them, in addition to their own qualifications and enlightenment, were also powerful existences that stood out from countless killings. It's a man of his time, even a man who leads his time. When the Supreme Being didn't come out, the emperor was the pinnacle. Seeing Su Qiu use the power of martial soul merging, Li Shanha's pupil shrunk. I didn't expect Yanlong University to produce a genius with the qualifications of an emperor. Yes. In that case, let me learn your true strength. Li Shanha no longer hesitated and charged towards Su Qiu. Each step made the ground tremble. The whole thing was like a big mountain. Every move made the earth tremble. After he arrived in front of Suchio, he directly slammed his fist out, a metallic luster flowing from his fist, carrying with it a fierce, domineering, and overbearing intent. He fused the mountain river axe, seemingly without his weapon martial soul. But at this moment, his entire body was the mountain river axe. Suchio did not retreat in the face of this overbearing punch, and stabbed out with a spear, in which lightning coalesced and transformed into a thick pillar of thunder. Both sides of the force impact. Next, Li Shanhe flew out backwards. The entire person smashed onto the energy force field set up by Principal Yanlong, and the entire force field exploded with a loud bang, and a crack actually appeared. When Principal Yanlong felt the power of this strike, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a domineering power! Is this the strength that Suchio could explode after fusing the SSS-ranked martial soul? It's truly terrifying. And Li Shanhe was staggered. What's going on? He himself was actually blown away by a shot. Just now, when he hadn't used his martial soul merging ability, the two sides were still fighting back and forth. How come he was now being suppressed all of a sudden? What is this? Only Suchio, who had fused the Thunder Dragon martial soul, walked slowly towards him and said in an indifferent tone, "You don't bother to inquire. When I was at the 4th rank, I had the strength to kill a 7th ranked feudal marquis powerhouse on my own. And now, I'm 5th order." Whoosh! His figure rushed out as an electric light. It's so fast that you can't see it. And Li Shanhe even felt an unprecedented threat coming from him, even though he had fused the mountain river axe, and his body was now the mountain river axe, indestructible. But nay, Suchio's power was exceptionally strong as well. Every shot that blasted at his body was like hitting iron, constantly emitting violent clanging sounds accompanied by a trail of sparks. The clanging sound, like rain hitting a banana, was unceasing. Li Shanhe was completely suppressed. He tried to counterattack, but his speed couldn't keep up with Suchio. The whole thing can only be passive. And the crowd had been dumbfounded at the sight. Or rather, upon hearing Suchio's words, they were already struggling for words. What did he just say? When he was at the 4th rank, he was able to decapitate a 7th rank seal marquis powerhouse. Then he is 5th order now? The 4th rank kills a feudal marquis. What kind of things the 5th rank can do, I don't even dare to imagine. This guy is indeed a monster. Chapter 126. Li Shanhe is convinced. Kuan-Pang brand airplane. Suchio advanced to the 5th rank, and then after using the martial soul merging ability, he only felt unprecedentedly smooth. Originally using the martial soul merging ability, it would bring a great burden to himself, but this time he only used the Thunder Dragon martial soul. He felt like he, himself, could use it all day. It was so smooth. Suchio was immersed in the joy of his increased strength, taking Li Shanhe as his own testing stone, the lance in his hand constantly swinging out and stabbing. Clang, clang. The sound of gold and iron striking each other was incessant. Li Shanhe was completely suppressed, trying to counterattack but unable to keep up with Suchio's speed. In fact, even if he was able to keep up with Suchio's current speed, it would be useless, because Suchio, there was even faster speed. Once you use the Kuan-Pang martial spirit to merge, his speed could be increased at least 3 times more. Strong. Suchio felt like he was, right now, a strong one. Even if Ol was in front of him, he dared to challenge it. After testing his current strength, Suchio looked at Li Shanhe, who was completely suppressed, and with a flash of his figure, he arrived in front of the other party and faintly said, "Captain Li, I can't break through your defense, and you can't keep up with my speed. How about we call it a tie this time?" Hearing this, Li Shanhe couldn't help but freeze for a moment. But then it dawned on him. The other side, its saving face. In fact, he believed that Suchio would definitely be able to win if he continued to fight, and he could sense that his opponent hadn't given his full strength yet. But the other side didn't do that. Instead, it offered a tie. Give yourself a leg up. After all, he was the captain of the 7th team of the Divine Martial Regiment, no matter how he said it, and if he lost to a student, it would be a loss of face to spread the word. Thinking of this, Li Shanhe couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What a royal talent high school scholar. At such a young age, not only does he have such strength, but he also has a rare maturity and mellowness in dealing with the world, and is humble and courteous. Not bad, really not bad. He was truly convinced by Suchio. He said, "Suchio, in this battle, I've lost, heartily." He is open to his failures. The style of the bright and open, so that Suchio is quite surprised. As a matter of fact, the reason why he was giving the other party a step was also to give Li Yunfeng a face, and to give that divine martial regiment's leader a face. After all, the former was a member of the team that he was about to lead, while the latter was an existence that had been honored as the first of the 10 kings of the Great Xia and had been awarded the heroic medal. He still had some respect for a character like that. I won't object to you taking Yunfeng to the desert battlefield, this brat of my family, I'll leave it to you. Li Shanha said, disengaging his martial soul merging state. Su Qiu nodded slightly, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. Li Shanha patted Li Yunfeng's back, Yunfeng, after you go to the desert battlefield, remember to listen to Su Qiu's words, okay? He's the captain, of course I'm going to listen to him. Li Yunfeng muttered. Looking at Su Qiu again, there was a hint of deep respect in his eyes. How powerful his father was, Li Yunfeng knew. After all, he had basically been beaten up by the other party all these years. Even now, he was still powerless in front of Li Shanha, but Su Qiu had been able to defeat the other party. This strength was really beyond his reach. After fixing Li Yunfeng, and Mu Qingkong agreeing to Mu Bing following Su Qiu to the desert battlefield, the only thing left now was Wen Wuji. The other person himself is agreeable. I just don't know what his parents will say. The next day. As the crowd gathered, Mu Bing, Li Yunfeng all looked curiously at Feng Wuji, how did you convince your parents? Yeah, it's going to a Class B psychic energy zone, do your parents agree with you going to such a dangerous place? Mu Bing said. Feng Wuji looked indifferent, I don't need to convince my parents, this kind of thing, I can decide on my own. Ah, how can I say it? Li Yunfeng said. I'm an orphan. Wen Wuji added. Mu Bing, Li Yunfeng. I'll be damned. I haven't heard you mention it before, I'm sorry. Li Yunfeng apologized. Don't apologize, it's not a big deal. Wen Wuji said indifferently, having long since gotten over this matter. Li Yunfeng then looked at Su Qiu, Su Xiaoshan, by the way, don't the two of you siblings need to tell your parents as well? Our parents passed away a few years ago. Su Qiu said calmly. Li Yunfeng covered his heart, I really deserve to die. Feng Wuji unexpectedly glanced at Su Qiu, the same encounter had brought the relationship between them closer in an invisible way. When do we set out for the desert battlefield? Wen Wuji said. As soon as possible, I plan to leave this afternoon. Su Qiu said. Need transportation? I could have asked my dad to get an armed transport helicopter over here. Mu Bing said. As the pearl of the Mu family, one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital. Mu Bing did have this capital. On the side, Su Xiaoshang reached out, I can too. Su Qiu froze for a moment, how can you do the same? Brother, you've forgotten that I'm the chief pharmaceutical consultant of Old Monarch Pharmaceuticals. And Old Monarch Pharmaceuticals also has industries in the imperial capital, and it doesn't look like they have a lot of energy, so it's still very simple to get them to send me a helicopter. Su Qiu nodded slightly, all of your proposals are very good. But, I have a faster, more convenient way. What? Meet in front of the school at 2 p.m. Su Qiu smiled faintly and didn't say much. With curiosity, the crowd waited until 2 o'clock in the afternoon and came to the school entrance, only to see Su Qiu looking at them, and then with a faint smile, a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy erupted from his body, and a black golden light flew out from him. The black and gold light transformed into a huge head in mid-air. The kunai! The Koan Peng's back was wide, with tens of meters of wings unfolded, and a huge body, as if it was an airliner, large enough to take a dozen people. Team, Captain, you're still a dual-born SSS-ranked martial soul? Wait, you don't think you want us to ride the Koan Peng, do you? Li Yunfeng swallowed his saliva. Some excitement. Su Qiu smiled faintly, exactly. The remaining few people couldn't help but get excited when they heard this. This is an SSS class martial soul. It would definitely be worth it to ride it once in your lifetime. Come on up. Su Qiu's figure flickered, directly leaping onto the Koan Peng's back. Several others jumped up after them. A few people sat on it, only to feel that the other's feathers were so soft, the other's back was so wide, and the other's stance was so majestic. This sits up and is so pulled together. Isn't that better than some armed transport? Sit down. Su Qiu smiled faintly as his mind moved. The kunai starts up. The Koan Peng lifted its wings and rose up into the air, a strong astral wind erupting from its body as it penetrated into the clouds and headed towards the desert battlefield. And in the clouds, a few people only felt the strong winds pounding on their faces. The whole person seemed to be blown out. The original excitement now turned into panic, deftly grasping the Kuan Peng's feathers, which to a relaxation, will certainly be blown down. They couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble as they looked at the thousands of meters in the air. They couldn't fly, and this fall was surely going to turn them into mush. Team, Captain, you fly slower. Li Yunfeng's tone was a little shaky. Su Chou raised his eyebrows, time is life. How can we waste time on rushing? Kuan Peng, give me full flight. Chapter 127 Skeleton Soldiers. Playing so hard to get? The Kuan Peng cut through the sky and flew with all its might. The speed is beyond imagination. The few people on their backs, with the exception of Su Chou, the others were all blown by the wind to the point where their eyes were askew, and could only desperately grab the feathers on the Kuan Peng's back. This one won't pay attention and you'll be blown out of the sky. I don't know how long it's been. The kunai landed. The rest of the few people all got off the Kuan Peng with soft feet, and one of them had purple lips, obviously not yet fully recovered from the excitement. Is this all you guys have? Su Chou clasped his shoulders and skimmed his lips as he looked at the few team members in front of him. A few people slapped their legs and stood up defiantly. Looking again at the zone in front of him, it was clearly a desert that could not be seen at a glance. The wind and sand were filled with sand, and an eerie battle cry was faintly heard in his ears. This is the Class B Psychic Zone, the desert battlefield. After Su Chou arrived, he looked at the endless desert in front of him, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Rumor has it that this desert battlefield was the place where two countries fought a great battle in ancient times, and millions of warriors died in this place. The dead souls of these warriors were not dispersed because of the great grievances in Yin Shi, and together with the special aura this time, they transformed into many undead systematic foreign beasts. It also made this psychic energy zone. Martial souls have many attributes, divided into weapon martial souls, beast martial souls, rare human martial souls and so on, and foreign beasts. There is also a division. The divisions of the Fae are in addition to the various attributes. It also depends on their body composition. For example, the most common ones were the various flesh and blood alien beasts, which had bodies constructed from normal flesh and blood, only much stronger than normal flesh and blood, and mastered all sorts of strange powers, and most of the people encountered these alien beasts. In addition to these flesh and blood alien beasts, another more common category was the plant-based alien beasts, which, as the name implied, were alien beasts with plant characteristics. Plant-based, flesh and blood are the two most common types of exotic beasts. But outside of those two, there are some thousand strange species of exotic beasts. For example, the swamp mudman that Su Chou had encountered in the shadow swamp that he had gone to during the siege of the Demon Heaven sect belonged to the elemental system exotic beasts. The body structure of this alien beast is constructed from the elements. Can be largely immune to physical attacks, and the only way to actually kill them is to shatter their elemental core. And now, on this desert battlefield, they are about to encounter another kind of alien beast. Undead soul system alien beast. The bodies of such beasts are dead, and only the will, or mental power, the soul, or something of the sort, is left to drive them into action. It was more treacherous than most of the Fae. Just as Su Chou's few people descended into the desert battlefield, they only saw a skeletal hand reaching out from the desert's sand. A skeleton crawled up in the desert. Some of them wore tattered armor, carried broken blades, and some even had bones that were crooked and twisted, or even pieced together. These are the very beasts most commonly found in desert battlefields. Desert skeleton soldiers. Their bodies are dead, driven only by an indomitable will. Soon, hundreds of skeleton soldiers had then surrounded them. Su Chou said indifferently, these desert skeleton soldiers, their strength levels are roughly in the first and second orders, so all you need to do is to shatter their bodies and leave their wills without carriers. With your strength, it won't be difficult to deal with them. Go on. The undead Fae, too, have subdivisions. Some have entities, while others are not. For example, what appeared in front of the crowd now was a group of undead alien beasts that were boarded on skeleton bodies, and it was only necessary to shatter their bodies. Moreover, most of these foreign beasts were of the first and second rank, and did not pose much of a threat. Li Yunfeng, a few people, could completely handle it. Kill. Go. Li Yunfeng and the others instantly struck out, charging towards the densely packed skeletal soldiers in front of them, and the weapon martial souls on their bodies were brought out with them. Vajra stick. Golden light gun. Sword of the sacred plume. Only Su Xiaoshan, using a pair of palms, kept slapping out. However, although she didn't use weapons, her palms were glowing with golden light, and there was even a hint of spatial fluctuation contained within them, making them very powerful. It was in no way inferior to the few who used their martial souls, but all the skeletal soldiers who went over to be hit by her double palms were all slapped into pieces. Under the attack of a few people, hundreds and thousands of skeleton soldiers were pretty much eliminated in no time, and just when a few people thought that they had already solved this wave of skeleton soldiers, they saw that the desert shook steeply. In the desert, a huge, silver-glowing skeleton crawled out, his eyes flickering with green soul fire, and in his hand, he carried a huge battle axe more than a dozen meters long, emitting an overbearing aura. Silver Skeleton King. Su Chou's eyes flashed as he looked at the skeletal soldiers in front of him. Skeleton soldiers were the most common foreign beasts on the desert battlefield of the B-rank spiritual energy zone, but that didn't mean that they were the best to deal with. On the contrary, among the skeleton soldiers, there were also top-notch Fae. Ordinary skeleton soldiers, equivalent to a first or second rank martial artist. On the next level up, there were the silver skeleton soldiers, and as the name implied, their skeletons had been transformed into the color of silver and were indestructible. Normal attacks couldn't even damage them. Such a skeleton soldier was equivalent in strength to the third rank. The Silver Skeleton King, on the other hand, was the strongest existence among the silver skeleton soldiers, with the worst cultivation level being the peak of the fifth order, and it was said that above the Silver Skeleton King, there were even rarer golden skeletons, as well as the Golden Skeleton King. But that level of existence was extremely rare in the entire desert battlefield. The Golden Skeleton King, in particular, seemed more like just a legend. This Silver Skeleton King in front of me has not yet reached the 6th rank, it is only the peak of the 5th rank, but according to the conversion of the battle power between foreign beasts and human martial artists, only a 6th rank martial artist would have full certainty of wiping it out. However, the combined strength of Li Yunfeng's few people is comparable to a 6th ranked martial artist, so we can let them try it out. Su Chou thought secretly. He came here to bring these people to experience. The Silver Skeleton King in front of him was a good opportunity. He smiled faintly. Gentlemen, the Silver Skeleton King, I won't make a move, I'll leave it to you to deal with. But don't die. After saying that, he summoned the Kuan Pang martial spirit and mounted himself on it, flying into mid-air, while the Silver Skeleton King couldn't fly, and could only set his eyes on Li Yunfeng's several people, the souls in his eyes blazing out with a thick ferocious light. With a roar, he lifted the huge axe that was more than a dozen meters and ruthlessly killed towards Li Yunfeng's several people. An axe fell as if the mountains and rivers were in turmoil. The faces of Li Yunfeng's few people changed slightly. I'll be damned, the captain plays hardball. What's going to happen to his? Su Xiaoshan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as well, glancing at Su Chou who flew up into the sky, feeling unloved. Elder brother, it's too ruthless. It's really deep in Big Sister's heart. She dodged the Silver Skeleton King's attack, facing a beast of this level, unless she called out the Empress martial spirit, she couldn't deal with it. He could only work with Li Yunfeng's few people. The four of them looked at each other, then attacked together. A big battle breaks out. Chapter 128. How much does he want to kill us? The man who kills to take the treasure. High in the air, Su Chou sat on the back of the Kuan Pang, looking at Li Yunfeng, Su Xiaoshan and the four of them, who were fighting with the Silver Skeleton King underneath, with a playful look in his eyes. At the bottom, the four of them were each displaying their abilities and fighting furiously. Li Yunfeng, Wind Wuji and the two of them were the main attackers. Mu Bing is holding on for dear life. The youngest Su Xiaoshan was taken care of by the trio, and most of the Silver Skeleton King's attacks were blocked by the trio. Su Xiaoshan was a bit grateful, but still felt a bit dissatisfied. I, the future helmsman of Blue Star, need you guys to take care of me? Look at me. She took advantage of the fact that when the Silver Skeleton King chopped an axe on the ground, the old force was gone and the new force had not yet been born. She jumped directly in front of the other party and slapped her palm out fiercely. This palm was like a stone breaking the sky, striking the void and causing ripples. It slapped hard on the Silver Skeleton King's head. Bang! The Silver Skeleton King's head was slapped by this palm containing the power of space and howled miserably, and the soul flames in his eye socket seemed to be about to explode. What a stiff slap. So worthy of being our captain's sister. It looks like we underestimated Frost. Surprise appeared in the eyes of Li Yunfeng's trio. I can only feel that it's worthy of being siblings, they're both so awesome. Looking at the Silver Skeleton King who was being beaten up, the confidence of the few people grew even more, and they continued to strike out and attack furiously. In no time, a crack appeared on the Silver Skeleton King's body. It looks like it's already pretty much busted. Su Qiu sat on his koan pang and watched the battle underneath from the sky, stroking his chin and murmuring, "This intensity, it seems to be a bit not quite enough." Suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. Su Qiu saw that 3 kilometers away from here, there was a group of skeleton soldiers walking, and he glanced at them and his eyes lit up. Then, he patted the koan pang's back. The kunai understood and carried him to where the group of skeleton soldiers were. It was only 3 kilometers away, all at once. Su Qiu leapt down from the koan pang's back and blasted the ground with a shot. Boom! Smoke and dust churned up, and a large crater was blasted out of the ground. Those skeleton soldiers heard the commotion and their gazes bristled at him, while Su Qiu grinned, "Come chase me." He turned and ran. The skeleton soldiers were confused. "What the hell is this? Provoking us? How dare you? You're looking down on them? Ho 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 ho, kill him. Ho ho ho, think we're sick cats? Roar roar roar, we are the masters of the desert battlefield, kill. Ho ho ho, my greatsword has long been hungry for more." The skeleton soldiers roared. Then he chased after them towards Su Qiu. They chased and Su Qiu ran. The other side. After Li Yunfeng's few people had fought hard, that silver skeleton king had been beaten by them all over his body, and his silver-like skeleton body was covered with cracks. With just a few more hits, they'll be able to win. But the next... A roar of skeleton soldiers came from not far away. Only Su Qiu was seen rushing towards their direction, and behind him, there was a large group of skeleton soldiers that he had lured over, hundreds and thousands of them. The group of skeleton soldiers roared and roared, clearly looking enraged. In a state of rage, their fury rushed to the sky. It was as if they wanted to trample everything along the road. Li Yunfeng and the others were completely confused. What's the situation? What the hell? We had a hard time dry humping the silver skeleton king. You've brought us a new group of skeleton soldiers in the blink of an eye? Captain, just how much do you want to kill us? Li Yunfeng's few people were speechless, and then they saw Su Qiu charging directly into the sky and returning to the koan pang's back after leading the skeleton soldiers to them. On top of that, there was a cheering gesture towards them. Add your ing gas. Li Yunfeng and the others were on the verge of crying with anger as they looked at those skeleton soldiers. Roar that human went up to the sky. Ho ho ho, damn it, we can't fly. Ho ho ho, these guys are definitely in league with that human. Ho ho ho, what the heck, if it's a human they all deserve to die, kill. The skeletal soldiers surrounded Li Yunfeng's few people. And when the silver skeleton king, who was about to be killed, saw this scene, he couldn't help but grin, roar boys, good timing. Li Yunfeng swallowed his saliva, this is a life and death game. Spell it out. Go! A few people gritted their teeth and killed. They didn't doubt that Su Qiu was deliberately trying to harm them. After all, Su Xiaoshan was still around too. The other side doesn't care about them, so it's not like they're going to victimize their own sister. Another grueling fight broke out. Li Yunfeng held the sword of sacred feathers, and his biting, radiant sword chi continuously erupted, hitting each and every skeleton soldier in pieces. The other 3 weren't shy either, and their best moves were used. Su Xiaoshuan looked at the silver skeleton king that was trying to climb up, and directly jumped up, coming to the other party's head and slapping out. Shockwave palm. Give me a good lay. Bang! As this palm fell, the silver skeleton king, who was already at the end of his strength, could no longer support himself and directly collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, his soul fire gradually extinguishing. And a large number of skeleton soldiers killed towards the fore. Humongous. Or maybe they were already dead in the first place. Don't even care about dying again. The sound of killing shook the sky. Almost 2 hours had passed, and the 4 of them were exhausted from the fight, and even carried a number of injuries on their bodies, before the skeleton soldiers were pretty much taken care of by them. Li Yunfeng held the sword of sacred feathers in his hand as white light flowed from his body, gradually recovering from his injuries, but the speed of recovery was no longer as fast as before. He had used up too much of his spiritual energy. And even he, a martial artist with the sword of the sacred plumage, who claimed to be invulnerable in 100 battles, was so miserable, not to mention the others. One by one, they lay on the ground, bruised and battered. At this point, if there was another wave of skeleton soldiers, it didn't even need to be many, just a few dozen of them, they would most likely be annihilated by the group. Su Xiaoshan was lying on the ground, looking at the sky, murmuring, "Too ruthless, old brother is just too ruthless, I'm your sister eh?" Empress Xiongxiao said indifferently, "This is called jade not being cut into pieces." It was the first time she had come to an understanding with Su Qiu. To Su Xiaoshang, you just have to be ruthless. Suddenly, Su Xiaoshang seemed to have touched something and picked it up, but it was a white bone that felt like metal. Are all the bones of the skeleton soldier so hard? Su Xiaoshang was puzzled. Empress Zhongxiao said, "This is the essence of a skeleton soldier's body. Skeletons like this can be used to make all sorts of weapons. For example, that silver skeleton king you defeated, his essence of bones can even be used as one of the materials to build a top-grade spirit weapon. It's worth at least $500 million according to your algorithms on the blue planet." Su Xiaoshang's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that be rich? She got up and was about to go find the silver skeleton king's skeleton essence, but at that moment a loud laugh came from not far away. "Haha, we're so lucky, we didn't expect to actually encounter a dead silver skeleton king." Only a group of people came up. They were dressed differently, and the one at the head, who was tall and wore white and silver armor, was currently looking at the dead silver skeleton king with fire and greed in his eyes. Chapter 129, Running into Tough Competition. A casual shot. A group of people came to the messy battlefield and looked at the silver skeleton king's corpse and couldn't help but lick their lips, their eyes filled with greed and fire. Especially the one in the lead. He had a scarred face, wore silver white armor, and exuded a fierce aura. He looked at Li Yunfeng's several people lying on the ground and grinned. I didn't expect a few waves to actually be able to kill the silver skeleton king, that's awesome." Li Yunfeng's face changed slightly, revealing a look of gravity. "Who are you?" He had once heard that in some spiritual energy zones, there were often people from adventure groups who went to explore, and these adventure groups, in addition to hunting foreign beasts and obtaining a variety of martial arts resources as well as materials, would also make some. The hook for taking the treasure and killing people. Us? Have you heard of the Grey Wolf Adventure Group? The silver and white armored man said. I've heard of the Grey Wolf Adventure Group, among the many adventure groups in the imperial capital that specialize in exploring the spiritual energy zone. You guys are notorious for looting other people's resources and harming people's lives. Wind Wuji said indifferently. When he was on summer vacation, he had been to some adventure groups to practice, although the ones he went to were some relatively low-level spirit energy zones. But he had also heard of the reputation of the Grey Wolf Adventure Group. Hee, little friend, I'm afraid you don't know, in the world of martial arts, there is this unwritten rule that the spiritual energy zone is the land of lawlessness. No matter what you do here, you won't be held accountable by the law. The silver and white armored man laughed. Several people have certainly heard something about this. Only they were still students and none of them had ever encountered anything like this. Today, I'll take this silver skeleton king's skeleton essence. Your lives, we'll take them as well. The silver white armored man said. Why? You can just take the treasure, why do you want to kill us? Mu Bing said in disbelief. Although the spiritual energy zone was the land of the lawless, they could be said to have no grudges with the Grey Wolf Adventure Group, and the other party why it was not enough to just seize the treasure. More killing? Why should I kill you guys? What a stupid question, only you waifs would ask such a question. I've already offended you by robbing you all, you're so gifted, if we don't cut off your roots, do we have to wait for you to leave and come to us for revenge? The silver white armored big man, also known as the Grey Wolf Leader, laughed. With that, he drew a large blue and white sword. It was aimed at Li Yunfeng. Just as he was about to chop down, a long spear, like a meteor, fell from high in the sky. The majestic might made the Grey Wolf Leader sense a strong threat, and the direction of the greatsword in his hand was deflected, smashing towards the long spear that flew down. Clang! It was accompanied by a violent sound. The Grey Wolf Leader only felt a huge force sweeping over him, shocking his palms, his tiger's mouth crumbling, and blood bursting out. His entire body even flew dozens of meters backwards uncontrollably. Look again at the lance, stuck in the ground, smoke sweeping up. Then, a figure descended from the sky and landed next to the lance. It was Su Qiu. He looked at the Grey Wolf Leader and the others with indifference in his eyes and an icy tone. What do you want to do to my team members? The Grey Wolf Leader's eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't expect there to be experts. He swept a glance at Su Qiu and realized that Su Qiu was the only one in the surroundings, so he couldn't help but let out a light laugh. But you're the only one, not enough to be afraid of. Chief, let me play with him. A tall, thin youth walked out of the adventuring group, carrying a long sword in his hand as he looked at Su Qiu playfully. The Grey Wolf Leader saw this and said, Be careful, this person is not expected to be very simple. Even if it's not simple, it's still just a little kid, let's see how I'll take him down. The youth laughed as his figure flashed towards Su Qiu. The long sword in his hand stabbed out straight as if it was a viper spitting out a letter. Poisonous, harsh, and tricky. And it's extremely fast. But alas, as fast as he was, in front of Su Qiu's super dynamic vision, all of his movement trajectories were clearly visible, and even the curvature of the corner of his mouth hadn't escaped his eyes. Too slow. Su Qiu said indifferently, stabbing out with a steep shot. With a flash of lightning, the terrifying electricity directly knocked away the long sword in the youth's hand, and the long spear was like a rainbow breaking through the sun, penetrating the youth's throat. Blood gushed out furiously. The youth stared in disbelief and opened his mouth, trying to speak but realizing that his windpipe had been torn. All that came out was a hiccup, but not a word. Su Qiu drew his lance. The youth's head lolled and he fell straight to the ground dead. Su Qiu shook his head, too weak. The other party was only a fourth-ranked person, who might be considered powerful in the eyes of the average person, but in front of him nowadays, he couldn't even catch a single shot. And the Grey Wolf leader's pupils shrunk. Although Su Qiu only made one move, the battle power that erupted, as well as the killing decisiveness that he showed, proved that the other party was a hardcore. And one that is, well, tough as nails. The point is solid. The Grey Wolf leader murmured and gave a secret gesture towards the others around him, and the crowd instantly understood and slowly surrounded Su Qiu. Everyone summoned their martial spirits. Various beast martial souls and weapon martial souls surfaced along with an attribute light. Su Qiu swept around and realized that the highest grade on these people was only an A-class martial soul, which was no threat to him. The only one who could possibly cause damage to him was the 6th-ranked Grey Wolf leader. And the likelihood of that is still slim to none. Make it quick. Su Qiu murmured. His mind moved, and in the next second, a light of martial souls flew out steeply from his body, and the Thunder Dragon, White Tiger, and Kuan Pang, the 3 SSS-grade martial souls appeared. The 3 great martial spirits, staring dead-on at the group of adventurers in front of them. The power of thunder and the White Tiger's fury filled heaven and earth. The Kuan Pang's wings vibrated, the wind raged, and his sharp claws were poised to strike. After seeing these 3 SSS-class martial souls, the Grey Wolf leader had no heart to fight on the spot, trembling with fear as he yelled, "Withdraw! In hell! What kind of monster have they messed with? 3 SSS-class martial spirits? He hadn't even heard of it." Su Qiu looked at the fleeing crowd with an incredibly calm expression. "Kill." Kuan Pang took the lead in killing. He was the fastest, and with a whoosh, he caught up with a huge dog-shaped martial spirit, clawing out and grabbing him in mid-air then dropping him hard. That dog's martial soul was shattered by the fall on the spot. Then there was the White Tiger. His figure was elegant, wandering through the crowd, but the killing aura on his body was the most terrifying, claws clawing out one after another. Every single martial artist was easily torn apart by him. Thunder dragons roamed through the crowd, the power of lightning raging wildly. Wherever they went, there was hardly a single martial artist who could escape with their lives. On the contrary, it was that Grey Wolf leader who summoned his martial soul, a giant grey wolf, and the other party carried him as he quickly ran towards the outside of the desert. But unfortunately, he couldn't be faster than Su Qiu. Su Qiu's figure moved, the Kuan Pang's ability was exerted, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of his opponent, who roared with rage, and swung his battle sword in his hand with all his might. Storm Berserk Heavenly Slash. In the face of his all-out strike, Su Qiu was a casual shot.